corrupt official. Crimes for profit and murder. Die, bribery and injustice. Sacrifice to the heavens. Sacrifice to the heavens. A loud, noisy commotion echoed in my ears. Who is making such a fuss? Song Ning opened her eyes and saw herself, bound like a crab, tied up on the sandy riverbank. What's going on? Wasn't she supposed to have perished with the zombie emperor? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her head. The memories of the original owner flooded in, revealing that she had become the eldest daughter of Song Yinduan, a minister of works in the capital. Recently, there had been droughts across the land. Song Yinduan was in charge of overseeing dam construction. But unexpectedly, the dam collapsed less than a year after completion, and the stored water drained overnight. The emperor was furious and ordered the entire Song family to be drowned in the river as a sacrifice to the heavens to bring rain. Now they were at the scene of the drowning. Over 300 members of the Song family were about to lose their lives. Song Ning noticed her space had also come along. As her mind shook, she heard the guards reporting, "Sir, the drowning stones are all tied up." "Good, then, sir." "Innocent, your honor." Suddenly, Song Ning raised her voice and shouted desperately, "My father is loyal to the country. The dam's failure was caused by treachery. In ancient times, Jiangnu cried down the Great Wall, and Do-yi snowed in August. Today, my Song family is falsely accused and faces death. If heaven is kind and sees our innocence, please send rain." While speaking, she used her mind to activate a rain-making spell from her space. "Your Majesty, I am innocent. Minister of Works Fan Wenqi colluded with the cabinet to condemn me. My entire Song family is devoted to the country, with no selfish motives. Today, as we go to our deaths, I beg heaven to send rain and clear our name." Her father also spoke out, his words firm and sorrowful. "Please, heaven, send rain and clear our family's name." More and more members of the Song family and loyal servants, bound with heavy stones and crying out, some bleeding from headbutts to the ground. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a strong wind swept away the dry leaves and dust. "Stop! Immediately carry out the execution." The execution officer saw the crowd gathering and feared chaos. Without waiting for the appointed time, he ordered the Song family to be thrown into the river. But just as he spoke, a loud thunder roared, and a sharp lightning bolt pierced the sky. Thick clouds gathered overhead, swirling like a vortex. Lightning flickered faintly within the clouds, and a heavy rain suddenly poured down. "Then, it's really raining." The onlookers looked up, welcoming the long-awaited rain. One by one, they burst into tears of joy. Song Yinduan was so excited he bowed his head to the ground again. Feeling grateful that heaven had answered, Song Ning quietly let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, the rain-making spell was powerful enough. God has sent rain. We're saved. We can survive now. Could it be that the Song family was truly innocent? If that's true, then we've wrongly accused good officials. But the dam did indeed collapse, and the Song family is responsible. Maybe it was really a trap set by someone. I beg the officials to investigate thoroughly and clear the Song family's name. Public opinion surged like a wave, and the executor had no choice but to follow the order and proceed with the execution at the scheduled time. Soon, a fast-riding eunuch arrived with a decree, waving a long whip in the pouring rain. He shouted, "His Majesty's order. The Song family has contributed to the rain, so their death sentence is pardoned. However, their crimes and merits cannot cancel each other out. The entire Song household will be taken to prison and exiled to the northern desert tomorrow." The heavy stone on Song Ning's back was removed. After being untied, Song Ning moved her stiff wrists. Before she could check her special powers, her family was already being driven onto a prison cart, separated by gender, and taken back to the Ministry of Justice's prison. In the dark, damp dungeon, the Song family members, who had escaped disaster, showed no signs of happiness. After all, they were headed to the northern desert. The borderlands were cold and harsh, thousands of miles from the capital. Even if they arrived safe and sound, They might still die from lack of clothing, food, or the freezing cold. While some Song family members complained or felt hopeless, or secretly planned, Song Ning silently leaned against the stone wall of the dungeon, focusing on her inner powers. Maybe because she had a new body and needed to start practicing again, her powers were weak now. Her space ability had dropped to the beginner level, but her mental strength remained intact. She believed she could still do great things. The heavy rain lasted for 3 or 4 hours and finally stopped late at night. By then, everyone was exhausted and asleep. Suddenly, Song Ning opened her eyes. She looked at the skylight above her. With a quick jump, she grabbed the stone wall beside her, carefully removed the iron bars, and slipped out. After about an incense stick's time, Song Ning followed the memories of her original self to the sealed Song residence. She headed straight for the warehouse, where she quickly packed away the family's wealth accumulated over 100 years into her space. Thinking of the Minister of Works, who had framed and exposed her father, and even the rumors of his corruption that her original self had heard, she was sure there were valuable items in the storeroom. Without hesitation, Song Ning went to the minister's residence next. There were gold and silver jewelry, gold bars, silver ingots, various land deeds, properties, rare treasures, and strange toys. She didn't have time to look closely at everything. Following the principle of not leaving empty-handed, she collected all of it into her space. Since they're going into exile, they must not lack medicinal herbs and food supplies. The granary next to the warehouse contains fine rice, ginseng, flour, and birds' nests. Everything is quickly taken by Song Ning. Song Ning moves very fast. By the time she finishes looting the Ministry of Works residence, the third watch bell has just rung, and the guards are still unaware and changing shifts. She checks her storage space, which still has plenty of room, and feels a bit regretful. It's a pity the palace is too far away. Going back to the Ministry of Justice prison now might be too late. However, nearby lives Prince Ling, known as the top wealth god of the noble court. Since the items are just things gained from common people, Song Ning decides to loot there too. But Prince Ling's residence is huge, and she only manages to find a storage room for medicinal herbs. Inside, various herbs are carefully protected in different boxes made of different materials. It's clear they are valuable treasures. Song Ning nonchalantly waves her hand and takes everything from the entire storage room. After looting the herb storage, she hears the third watch bell ring, signaling dawn. Satisfied with her loot, Song Ning reviews her gains in her space, then opens a window to prepare to return to the Ministry of Justice prison. Where did this little thief come from? Suddenly, a voice rings out, like a thunderclap, shattering Song Ning's concentration. She looks toward the sound. She sees a man dressed in a silver robe embroidered with cloud patterns, tall and elegant, with a refined demeanor. His black eyes, as dark as ink, are coldly watching her. Under the cold moonlight on the steps, the man looks extraordinarily handsome, not like an ordinary person. Normally, Song Ning would take this chance to admire him, but given the situation, when the man reaches out to stop her, she immediately activates a smoke bomb in her space with her mind. White smoke rises quickly, and she transforms into a swift night bird, disappearing from Prince Ling's residence in the blink of an eye. As the smoke disperses, there's no trace of Song Ning anymore. When Hanzhou narrows his eyes and suddenly speaks, "Did you see clearly?" As he finishes speaking, a man in a purple robe jumps lightly from the roof. He lands on the stone steps with a grin and approaches, saying, "So you knew I was here all along." That woman's figure is ghostly and Yao-like. She left the residence in just 3 breaths. Even I couldn't do that. With such a delicate appearance, she can't be human, right? Not quite. Send the shadow guards to investigate. Also, have the doctor carefully examine the herbs in the storage. When Hanzhou looks up, his gaze passing over the spot where the woman just stood. His deep eyes seem thoughtful. The woman was in the storage room for a very short time. Stealing doesn't seem likely unless she knew the exact location of the herbs. It's more likely she moved some precious herbs, perhaps even poisoned them. At this moment, When Hanzhou hadn't realized that Song Ning had taken all the medicinal herbs from the pharmacy in just a breath of time. Song Ning quickly returned safely to the prison of the Ministry of Justice. She rested against the wall for a short while until dawn broke and the morning drums began to sound. The Imperial Guards, obeying the orders of the Ministry of Justice, kicked open the sealed old Song family residence. However, a strange thing happened. Report. The Song family warehouse has been looted completely. Report. The inner residence of the Song family has no gold or jewelry left. Report. The study of the Song family has no poetry, books, or ancient paintings. The Deputy Minister of Justice, who was in charge of overseeing the detention, was so shocked he stood up suddenly. Nonsense. How is that possible? Could everything have just flown away on its own? I personally verified the seals when it was sealed. The guards from the Imperial Guard, who came to report, also couldn't believe it. The Song family had been established for over 100 years. Even their loyal treasures were numerous. Today, the confiscation should have uncovered at least 30 to 40,000 taels of silver, but now only some old, worthless silk remains. Things were not limited to just this. Soon, the Fan family reported that their warehouse had also been looted. The Deputy Minister of Justice broke out in cold sweat. If the confiscation was unsuccessful, it might anger the cabinet. He quickly ordered, "Come here, stop the Song family members, and start questioning them. I don't believe we can't find where the silver is hidden." As the Deputy Minister shouted, cold sweat dripped down his forehead. If they couldn't recover the stolen items from the Song family today, their own residence might be next. Yes, the Imperial Guards obeyed the order and went out. However, by the time they arrived, the time for exile had come. The Song family members were about to set out. The guards intended to stop them, but this time, the person in charge of escorting the prisoners was Lord Ling, known for his cold, ruthless demeanor. Hesitating, the Song family members had already begun their journey to exile in the northern desert. 50 miles outside the city, it was noon, the hottest part of the day. The scorching sun nearly dehydrated everyone, and the heavy iron shackles on their feet made it hard to endure. Some couldn't hold on and collapsed. The suppressed sobs grew louder. The guards, wielding whips, finally ordered everyone to gather under a large shade tree for a short rest. The Song family was also forced to squat under a thick, sturdy tree. Song Yandan, who had already been beaten in prison and was now exhausted from the journey, grew weaker. Nyang, Song Yandan leaned on his wife Lu, looking at his beloved eldest daughter, who now had messy hair and cracked lips. Tears flowed freely. "It's your father." "Sorry. I failed you." Song Ning wanted to say she had done nothing wrong, but she heard Madame Li, the wife of the second household of the Song family, loudly and sharply say, "Sorry? Humph. You're sorry for more than just Song Ning. You're sorry for the lives of hundreds of people in the Song family." Once she started talking, her anger was like poison needles stabbing deep into people's hearts. Song Ning's mother, Madame Song, as the head wife of the main household, immediately shot her a sharp look. "What are you talking about, second sister-in-law? When the family is happy or in trouble, we all share it together. Don't you think I should teach you this simple truth?" Puffed. This was spoken by Mrs. Meng, the wife of the third household. She was always greedy for favor, petty, and held a grudge against Madame Song for not giving money from the family treasury to buy her husband an official position. Sharing in happiness? It's laughable that the eldest sister-in-law would say such a thing. I remember clearly, when your household was thriving, our third household didn't get a single benefit. Now that you're falling, you want us to share your loss? What kind of logic is that? Exactly. Big brother acts without thinking. When he was out stealing silver, why didn't he think about his brothers at home? The wife of the fourth household also spoke softly. Everyone was chattering, and Song Yanduan, with a hoarse voice, tried to defend himself. "I didn't embezzle." "You say you didn't? Who would believe that? The imperial decree has already been issued. Honestly, big brother, why don't you just take out the silver you stole and share it among us to help out?" The second household's eyes rolled as he quickly calculated his plan. That's right. Where's the silver? It's all gone now. In a life and death situation, Big Brother wouldn't just stand by and do nothing, would he? Seeing his parents being pressured by the people from the third household, Song Ning narrowed her eyes. She reached down and picked up a small stone to throw at them. Just then, a cry of ouch sounded. Madam Li, who was the first to attack, stared wide-eyed but couldn't say a word. Soon, Mrs. Meng also became silent. The others looked shocked, covering their mouths and sweating nervously. Too noisy. Song Ning brushed the dirt off her hands and looked up. She saw a man standing not far away, dressed in a dark green military uniform. His handsome and gentle appearance was striking. It was the man she had accidentally met last night at the palace after robbing it clean. Could he be the prison officer Ling Wang, who was guarding the exile? She had stolen from his treasury last night. Song Ning shrank back, trying to hide herself. After all, it was so dark last night, just a quick glance. Maybe Ling Wang wouldn't recognize her. When Hanzhou naturally saw everything Song Ning was doing, he didn't expect that little thief to be the eldest daughter of the Song family. He gently stroked his ring and asked, Feng Mian, did you find out what happened last night? Feng Mian looked at Song Ning, following when Hanzhou's gaze, and was surprised. Oh, isn't that the female ghost? It's actually someone from the Song family? So the pharmacy was looted by her? But she wasn't empty-handed at the time, was she? When Hanzhou's cold glance made him suddenly realize. He still looked uncertain and asked, Zhou, are you listening to rumors about the Song family being wronged and wanting to clear their name? That decision comes from the cabinet. Besides, you've already been suspected by the emperor. Sending you to be a prison officer is basically exile. And to get involved with the Song family, stop talking nonsense, go investigate. After saying this, when Hanzhou closed his eyes to rest, 2 incense sticks burned out. The guards' whips cracked loudly in the air. Get up. Everyone get up. Anyone delaying the schedule will get whipped. The line of people stretched for miles under the hot sun. However, after a day of eating only water and rice, Song Xiang from the third household of the Song family couldn't hold back her tears. She was born into wealth and was an only child, spoiled by her mother Meng, and had never endured such hardship. Burned almost to the skin by the sun, she tearfully hugged her mother and cried, Mother, I'm hungry and very thirsty. When she was captured and punished, Meng had secretly hidden some things. She hoped to bribe the prison officer, maybe fake her death to escape, or at least improve their situation in the north. But seeing her daughter suffer, Meng felt pity. She had plenty of hidden items, and these weren't worth much. She took out a gold hairpin from her bosom and, pretending to be kind, handed it to the officer, saying, Please, be kind and give the child some water. The guards immediately retracted their whips and took the gold hairpin, hiding it in their clothes. You're smart. With some benefit, the guards acted quickly, waving their hand and giving Meng a jar of water and 2 pieces of dried food. Meng took the water jar without looking at anyone else and handed it to her daughter Song Xiang's lips. Xiang, drink quickly. It will cool you down. The cool water instantly soothed her dry lips. Song Xiang greedily swallowed, and the others couldn't help but swallow dryly. Seeing this, Meng was pleased and said proudly, Take your time drinking, Xiang. This jar of water is enough for us both for 2 or 3 days. I was clever to hide the gold hairpin during the house search. Now it's useful. In the past, everyone was wealthy and noble, able to afford even a hairpin decorated with gold threads or thousands of taels of silver. But now, after the Song family was robbed, there isn't much gold or silver left to hide or carry out. It's mostly for survival. Using a gold hairpin to buy food and water now feels very luxurious. Song Ning watched this scene and couldn't help but sneer quietly. Meng's early on brought out her gold hairpin, probably worried that others would realize she was holding money. Now, she would definitely attract the attention of the officials, forcing her to give up more valuables. She was feeling proud now, but soon she would be crying. However, Lady Lu, the wife of Song, misunderstood Song Ning's meaning. She thought Song Ning was also thirsty and wanted water, so she looked at her with concern and stepped forward to plead with Meng. Third sister-in-law, give Ning some of this water to drink. Later, my husband and I will trade for food and water and share with you all. Song Xiang held the jar tightly and kept shaking her head. I don't want to give Song Ning any. With so little water, if I give it to her, what if I get even thirstier? Meng had never seen Lady Lu act like this before. Usually, she was elegant and praised, a well-known noble lady in the city. Now, she was begging like this, lowering herself, which made Meng feel very pleased. Oh, I can't accept such treatment from my sister-in-law, Meng said with a smile, glancing at the water stains on her lips. It's just that my Xiang is still young and can't handle the hardships of exile. If only she had a good horse to carry her, and she could be sent to the northern deserts. She then looked at Lady Lu with a half-smile. Isn't it true that you are usually praised for caring for your juniors? Why not be the horse for her instead? Lady Lu's face turned pale with disbelief. How can you insult me like that? Song Xiang was tempted and brightened her eyes. Great aunt, if you're willing to carry me for 3 days, just 3 days, I will share half of the water with you and Song Ning. Song Ning shot her a cold look and said sharply, What? Is your leg broken or your arm hurt and you can't walk? Is this exile a spring outing? If you can't walk, just lie down and wait to die. Don't cause trouble for others. She then turned to Meng, who had suggested the idea. Do you want my mother to be a beast of burden? How dare you say such things? I'd rather break your and your mother's legs and make you crawl on the road. Song Ning, how can you talk to me like that? I am your elder. You have no manners at all. Do you even deserve to be my elder? Song Ning sneered coldly, her gaze sharp. Behave yourself, or I'll make sure you don't reach the north alive. Either you die on the way, or you won't make it at all. Song Ning finished speaking without even looking at Meng's pale face. She stepped forward and reached out to hold the pale Lu's hand. Mother, don't be sad. I have money. Whatever you want to eat or drink, I can buy it for you. A nearby second wife, Li, who had been watching the scene, heard this and sneered sharply. No wonder she's our family's young lady. She speaks so confidently. Her pockets are emptier than her face, yet she still pretends to be rich. With the Song family being wiped out, she still considers herself the young lady. It's so funny. Next to her, an official who had taken benefits from Meng looked at Song Ning, who was only about 15 or 16 years old, dressed in plain lake silk, with her hair in a simple bun and no silver hairpin. She spat disdainfully with a mouthful of grass roots, thinking she had seen many people from declining families desperately trying to save face. A poor, shabby person with nothing to gain, he didn't even bother to look at her. Madame Song didn't want her daughter to be looked down upon. She was about to speak, but Song Ning pulled her hand and shook her head. They're just a bunch of narrow-minded people. There's no need to waste words on them. Song Ning understood the principle that spending money could get things done. But the servants below had insatiable greed, like a bottomless pit. If they started by offering a gold hairpin as a bribe and couldn't produce anything later, the consequences would be even worse. Song Ning set her sights on Prince Ling, knowing that to rely on someone powerful, she had to choose the strongest support. As a prison officer, he naturally could control the servants below, and she also wanted to test what kind of person Prince Ling really was. So, during the evening camp, when officials and their families were sent away, she took the opportunity to sneak toward the main camp. She moved quickly and stealthily, almost like a ghost, so ordinary people wouldn't notice her. Inside the tent, the leader of the guards, He Fengmian, reported the investigation results. Hanzhou, that little girl is very strange. I didn't sense any internal energy from her, but she secretly stole so many medicines from the pharmacy. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Ning was already standing in front of the tent. I am a family member of the Song family, here to offer a gift to the Lord, she said, her palms sweaty. From inside the tent, a cold male voice responded, Come in. Song Ning finally relaxed and handed over the silver note she had prepared earlier. Sir, the journey to exile is cold and harsh. Our family's resources are limited, but as long as my family can survive to the north of the desert, the Song family is willing to offer 10,000 taels of silver as thanks. When Hanzhou played with the silver note Song Ning handed over without saying a word. The stamp on the note, Tongha, was from the silver bank built by Wen Hanzhou himself. Perhaps Song Ning didn't know this. He was able to trace the original owner of the silver note because, given Song Yan's upright reputation, it was unlikely for him to have such a large amount of silver notes. When Hanzhou's eyes flickered slightly as he remembered the news about the Song residence being emptied. Could Song Ning have stolen from someone else's treasury? It seems I need to investigate this further. He glanced at He Fengmian beside him, knowing he wanted to inquire about martial arts. But since many people are traveling together during the exile, it's not a good time to ask, so he softly said, "Understood. You may leave now." Song Ning was a bit surprised. Did taking the silver note mean she agreed? It seemed too easy. She was about to raise her head in doubt when Hanzhou said, "But only for 3 people. I can't guarantee the entire Song family." She naturally agreed, without hesitation. Anyway, each of the other branches had their own plans, and she didn't want to bother with them. After Song Ning left, when Hanzhou asked He Fengmian to have the servants handle the matter, He Fengmian went straight to the official who had just received the gold hairpin. The official felt nervous and looked at He Fengmian with a pleading face, saying, "Guard, what does this mean? Will you protect the Song family from now on?" He Fengmian didn't want to deal with these people and threw some silver into his lap, saying, "Only the main branch. Send some good dishes over. The rest can do whatever you want, just don't go too far." By the next noon, after getting the confirmation, the official personally brought fresh green vegetables and a plate of marinated pork to Song Ning. The other branches' eyes turned green with envy. They knew this was exile. Just having dry bread was good enough, yet the main branch's people ate better than ordinary folks. The aroma of the marinated pork, carried by the wind, instantly made everyone hungry. They had been starving for days and were almost drooling over their bowls. Song Xiang wished he could rush over and eat his fill, but he remembered he hadn't shared water with Song Ning and forced himself to stay calm, looking displeased. Seeing that Song Ning showed no intention of sharing, Li Sun, Song Ming, couldn't sit still anymore. "Great aunt, are you eating pork?" Lu didn't pay attention to them. During the day, a few branches had humiliated her over a jar of water, showing how deep their resentment ran. She wasn't about to get slapped in the face again and then stretch out her hand to ask for more. She preferred to keep her dignity. On the road, men and women traveled separately, but during rest stops, they could gather together. So, the 4 brothers of the Song family, except for the 3rd brother, Song Yanzhou, who was sent away to serve as an official and exiled to the northern desert, have all come back. The second wife, Li, saw that Lu didn't respond, and her eyes turned sly as she focused on the upright and broad Song Yanzhou. In the past, the eldest brother was the most fair and balanced. Now, it seems unfair that the other families are just watching while they eat meat. She swallowed hard and said, "Ming'er, why are you so anxious? Our big brother once swore before our parents that he would never let his younger siblings go hungry. Now that we're all struggling with him, he surely wouldn't really watch us all starve to death, right?" Song Ning's eyes flashed with coldness. She kept chewing her food and muttered, "Humph. Who was it yesterday who said we should all run away at the first sign of trouble? Who can really protect anyone now? No more talking about eating meat. If you want it, forget it." Madame Meng from the 3rd family saw that everything had come to this point and was filled with regret. If she had known the main house could still eat meat today, she would have been happy to give Song Ning a few bites of water. She couldn't bear to ask Lu again. She looked at Song Shi, who was holding a clay jar and looked innocent, and pinched her hard on the thigh. She whispered in her ear, "Cry for your uncle to see." Since she was just a child, even if she was a little shameless, it was just innocent. Song Shi cried out in pain, shouting, "Uncle! I'm so hungry, uncle! Boo-hoo, I don't want to die." Madame Meng wiped away non-existent tears and pretended to be sad. "Big brother, for the sake of my husband, just give she a bite to eat, okay?" Song Yenjo's hand trembled as he held his chopsticks. He looked up at his daughter, who was expressionless. He knew that his own full stomach today was thanks to his daughter. He also heard about the water-sharing incident earlier. Although he was angry that Madame Meng insulted his wife and daughter, his third younger sister and niece were still family. As the head of the household, how could he ignore them? Ninger, maybe we should. He just started to speak when Song Ning interrupted. Dad, are you finished eating? Song Yenjo was stunned, thinking she wanted to give the leftovers to the other families, so he nodded instinctively. But she sneered and said, That's good. Then she reached out and poured all the leftovers together, stood up, and everyone stopped crying, thinking she was about to serve the food. I didn't expect her to carry a bowl and walk straight outside the camp, where two thin and scruffy stray dogs were gathered. Song Ning poured the food onto the ground with a loud clatter, and immediately, the dogs rushed forward to fight for the food. Song Xiang was so shocked by her actions that she forgot to cry. But Song Ning had already returned with an empty bowl, calmly saying, This bowl of rice, I'd rather feed the dogs than give it to you. You. Meng was so angry that she felt her liver hurt, pointing at Song Ning, and unable to speak. Meanwhile, Song Xiang, sharp-tongued and angry, glared at Song Yen. Big uncle, if it weren't for you causing trouble, we would be living well in the capital. Why would the emperor order our exile? Now, they won't even give us a piece of meat. Do you think that's right? Do you think my father and our ancestors in the Song family would agree? This hit a nerve with others. For a moment, everyone watching looked at Song Yen with intense eyes. Although there had been several protests when he was imprisoned, at that time, most still believed he was innocent and hoped he could clear his name. Now that exile was final and unchangeable, their resentment towards Song Yen grew deeper and deeper. Song Yen sighed deeply, his face aged many years in a short time, full of guilt. Xiang, it's my fault. I let you down. Next time we have good food, I promise I'll share it with you, okay? He then looked at the others around him, smiling bitterly. Things are unpredictable. I was betrayed and caused suffering for the people and everyone here. Please rest assured, this injustice will be cleared someday. After hearing his words, some people remained silent, others criticized him, but no one offered comfort or understanding. Even his two brothers didn't speak. Song Yan's normally upright posture seemed bent under a heavy weight, and he lowered his head in pain, looking very dejected. Song Ning hesitated to speak up for him. After all, these people had suffered because of him. But Song Yan, being a third-rank official, had protected and benefited many of them. It wasn't about sharing hardships, but as long as they behaved and didn't hold him back, Song Ning didn't mind helping them a little. It was already past mealtime, and the guards once again waved their whips to urge everyone to move faster. The exile convoy included more than just Song family members. Soon, some others collapsed along the way. They weren't given medical help and were abandoned, facing only death. The atmosphere among the exile group grew increasingly tense. No one knew if they would be the next to fall ill, and even their crying had turned into hoarse, silent wails. Song Ning knew that Song Yan's body still bore wounds from the interrogation at the Ministry of Justice. Now is not the time to rush. They should find a safe place to rest and recover. She also had plenty of silver, herbs, and food. If she left the exile group, she was confident she could keep both of them alive on her own. However, her idea of escaping was quickly dismissed when she discussed it with Liu. Ninger, don't look at your father's current downfall. A gentleman like the plum blossom stands proud and pure in the cold. My father is not wrong, and he would never choose to run away. Song Ning pursed her lips. She had forgotten that Song Yan was falsely accused and exiled because he refused to go along with corrupt officials. Now, with this injustice, he would never leave with a dishonorable reputation. She felt a bit helpless. If she were alone, she could let the wind carry her freely across the sky and the sea. But if she left now, Liu and the others, given their stubborn natures, would likely be torn apart by the remaining family members. Since she had inherited the original body, she couldn't just ignore everything. Staying behind meant she could watch over some things. Besides, if her parents refused to fight for certain rights, she would step in. Let the villains among her relatives deal with her. After leaving the capital and heading north for over 100 miles, they finally reached a large city, Bingzhou. According to the information Song Ning had gathered, the group would rest and resupply there. She also asked the officials she had hired to buy warm clothes for her family, as the temperature difference between day and night grew more extreme the further north they went. But for 3 days, no one returned, and there was no news. The main group didn't set out again. Song Ning began to suspect something was wrong. Exile groups usually didn't stop for long. They traveled day and night without delay. When other officials came to deliver water and food, Song Ning asked directly, "Sir, why are we still staying here? Hey, Bingzhou has a plague." Now, fewer than 5 out of 10 people are still alive in the city. Most of them died after being bitten by rats overnight. The governor of Bingzhou is planning to resign. This plague is truly frightening. A plague? Song Ning's heart tightened. She no longer felt like chatting. In this era, with limited medicine and supplies, the plague had a very high death rate. She remembered that in ancient times, the common way to deal with such a plague was to let it run its course. Once the entire city was wiped out, the disease would no longer spread. No wonder the city governor decided to abandon the city and escape. Song Ning looked serious and asked, "Should we wait for the people collecting supplies to return before setting out? Or, what's the plan? I don't know about that." "You might want to ask the higher-ups," the officer replied, shaking his head, then went to distribute food and water to others. Song Ning took the food and water back to Song Yen and Duan, not mentioning the matter to avoid worrying them unnecessarily. But the place where they were resting was too close to Bingzhou, and there was a high risk of infection from water and food sources. They needed to leave quickly. However, a whole day passed without any news. The others were happy to rest longer, but Song Ning sensed something was wrong because when Hanzhou was missing, she had wanted to quietly find someone to urge him to leave, but no one in the camp had seen him. Could he have gone into Bingzhou and caught the plague? Thinking of this possibility, Song Ning's heart skipped a beat. She decided to block He Fengmian, who was guarding the camp. She asked directly, "Where is the prince?" "How do you know he's not here?" He Fengmian looked at her in surprise. He still hadn't figured out where Song Ning's martial arts skills came from. Seeing his strange expression, Song Ning suddenly remembered what the officer had said, and a guess formed in her mind. Did the prince go to Bingzhou City? This couldn't be kept secret for long. Anyone paying attention would figure it out. He Fengmian replied noncommittally, "Yes, but that's none of your business." Song Ning was in disbelief. Is he crazy? The city governor abandoned the city, and he's just a marginalized prince. What's the point of him going there? He Fengmian sighed. If the prince had listened to my advice, he wouldn't be in this situation. Song Ning remained silent. After experiencing the end of the world, she had lost interest in meddling in others' affairs. Concerns about the country and people were no longer within her scope. But she couldn't say cold words about when Hanzhou risking himself alone. There are always noble-hearted people in this world, like the Prince of Ling and Song Yen. Another 3 days passed, and when Hanzhou hadn't returned, the news of the Bingzhou plague couldn't be kept quiet, spreading among the exiled officials and their families. Panic and unease spread like wildfire. The disgraced officials and their families were in chaos. Although exile was harsh and most didn't survive, if they caught even a little of the plague, there was no hope of rescue. Even the officers escorting the prisoners with Wen Hanzhou had started to have other thoughts. But under He Fengmian's swift and strict measures, these thoughts were suppressed. Upon hearing this, Song Yenduan nodded appreciatively. Having Prince Ling in the country is truly a blessing for the court. Then he approached He Fengmian, who was in charge of the team. "I am not very skilled, but I know some medical knowledge. I wish to join Prince Ling in entering the city to help fight the epidemic." Song Ning was momentarily speechless. She forgot that her father was also a loyal and honest man, who still cared about the people even when falsely accused. When Lu Shi learned this, she not only did not stop him, but also decided to go along. Reluctantly, Song Ning had no choice but to follow. With her there, at least she could prevent the couple from getting into trouble. Fortunately, When Hanzhou managed the situation well, and the city of Pingzhou did not erupt into chaos. They even separated patients with mild and severe symptoms for treatment. Song's father directly entered the epidemic area to see patients and prescribe medicine. Lu Shi was assigned to care for those with mild symptoms. Song Ning was responsible for boiling and preparing medicine, which conveniently allowed her to use some better medicinal herbs stored in her space. After a busy day, Song Ning went to see Wen Hanzhou, Song Yanduan, and she were first led to a rest area. At this time, the exiled team was also recruited into the city to do some manageable work. They were provided with a guest house to stay in, along with warm meals. It wasn't luxurious, but it was far better than the dry bread they had on the road. However, when Song Yanduan and his wife tried to enter, the guest house belonging to the Song family was blocked.
No.
You just came back from the epidemic area, and who knows if you're carrying the disease. You can't come in. Meng Shi spoke first, and the others behind her agreed. Song Yanduan had not drunk water all day, and his lips were cracked. He felt helpless. Sister-in-law, the epidemic area has been separated. I am in the mild symptom zone. I changed my clothes before coming back, so I won't. Won't what? Li Shi held the child behind her and snapped, "Big brother, you talk as if you're immune. If you really care about us, you shouldn't have come back. You haven't sorted out your own affairs, yet you still have time to worry about others' lives and deaths." Thinking that Song Ning even refused to share extra food with her, Li Shi spat out more accusations. "If you want to do good deeds, go ahead. Stop dragging others into danger. Get out, you all." As the head of the main family, Song Yanduan believed he was devoted to his younger siblings. But now, seeing his once protected younger brothers and nephews avoiding him with shifty eyes, he was disappointed and closed his eyes in despair. The Lu family woman felt worried about her husband and couldn't help but feel a bit upset. "Fourth brother, your eldest brother has always been kind to you. How can you bear to turn him away?" Mrs. Meng sneered and directly threw the bedding of the Song family through the door grill. "Bah. Stop pretending. Talking about family ties, if you really cared, you'd let us in far away. Don't bring the plague inside." After saying this, the door was completely shut. When Song Ning returned, Song Yanduan and Lu family woman were huddled in the corner, trembling and shivering. The cold night made it impossible to sleep, and they felt very cold. She immediately asked what was happening. Song Yanduan didn't want to speak, but Lu woman couldn't hold back and explained the situation. Song Ning took a deep breath, turned, and kicked the wooden door beside the main entrance. With a loud bang, the guard was startled and ran over, dressed hurriedly. Seeing it was a girl of about 16 or 17, he frowned and looked angry. "What are you making noise for? Open the door. Let my parents in," Song Ning shouted coldly. The guard almost laughed angrily. "Damn, you really think you're someone important? Think just because you're related to Prince Ling, I won't dare to deal with you? Let me tell you, Prince Ling might not even make it back from the quarantine zone alive." Song Ning rolled her wrists and said, "Stop wasting time." As soon as she finished speaking, she kicked the wooden door open. The guard's eyes widened, but before he could speak, Song Ning kicked him out, knocking him onto a nearby water jar, leaving him unconscious. She pushed the door open and let her parents in. Seeing the water jars in the corner, Song Ning went straight over, lifted 2 large buckets of water, and entered the courtyard where the Song family was staying. Their conditions were simple. They all slept on a large shared bed, separated by gender. Most were already asleep. She poured both buckets of water over Mrs. Meng and Mrs. Li. The sudden splash of cold water made everyone wake up in shock. They hurriedly wiped their hair, which was soaked with ice-cold water, and when they opened their eyes, they saw Song Ning standing by the bed, with 2 empty buckets at her feet. The second household was soaked the most. Mrs. Li was so frightened she shivered all over and sat up angrily. "Song Ning, what are you doing in the middle of the night?"
Achoo.
"Are you trying to freeze us to death?" Her nose was running, and she looked very disheveled. "So, second aunt knows it's late at night, and despite the cold, she still refuses to let my parents sleep inside. Aren't you afraid my parents will catch a bad cold?" Song Ning sneered, her entire body radiating a cold, intimidating aura. Just for a small matter late at night, you dare to pour cold water on us? You show no respect for your elders and have learned nothing but bad manners. Mrs. Lee was so angry she lunged at Song Ning, but her husband stopped her. If you're not afraid of dying, find a place to stay on your own. Since you've gained King Ling's favor, aren't you worried about not having a place to live? Second son of the Song family, Song Yanhang, angrily shouted. Are you doing this on purpose? Are you afraid something will happen to us, so you come back to drag us down? Song Ning's lips curled into a cold smile. It depends on who you're talking about. You heartless people treat my parents badly, and you expect me to be polite? I tell you, our family is having a hard time. None of you will enjoy peace. At this moment, Song Yanjan was standing outside the door. He was worried he might be sick and didn't dare get close. He tried to calm the situation. Yanhang, Ninger can be a bit impulsive. Let's just forget about this. Why should we forget? The more we back down, the more they will push us around. Song Ning sneered again. They say they're afraid we'll infect them, but without us, they'd still be brought into the city to work. They're supposed to be exiled, yet they act so noble and proud. In my opinion, you just don't see the situation clearly. King Ling himself has stepped in to handle this plague. If you follow him and make some contributions, you might get special treatment or even be released without punishment. But if you do nothing, just hide and be afraid, no matter how this plague ends, you won't get any good results, she said coldly. Besides, they issued an order. You don't want to come, but you still have to. This speech made everyone's faces change constantly, showing their different reactions. Yanjan also realized the key point, but couldn't lower his pride to speak. He angrily shouted, You bastard! As an elder, I won't argue with you. Are you trying to rebel? Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted him. It was Song Ning pulling out a water-picking stick and smashing it on the ground with a loud bang, creating a small dirt pit, showing her strength. She held the stick and looked coldly at everyone in the Song family. I won't say this 3 times. All of you get out now, or I'll use this stick to make you leave. You. This is rebellion. Mrs. Lee was trembling with fear. Song Ning, you dare to hit us? Rebellious and unfilial. You'll have a bad ending. You'll have a bad ending. How dare you curse my daughter? Originally, Lu Shi, who was outside the door, heard the words and immediately scolded back. Song Ning was even more direct, slapping Li Shi across the face. Li Shi was hit so hard she saw stars, her head spinning, her hair sticky, with cold water on her face. She screamed loudly. Song Yanhang couldn't bear to see his wife being hit in front of him, so he immediately moved to teach Song Ning a lesson. But Song Ning swung her stick and hit his shoulder, knocking him to the ground. Li Shi's eyes turned red as she charged forward, tearing and hitting. You little brat, how dare you hit Erlang? Just as her sharp nails were about to scratch Song Ning's face, Song Ning grabbed her finger and twisted it, causing Li Shi to gasp in pain. Second aunt, save your tricks for fighting with your own sister-in-law. After saying that, she threw Li Shi aside like a rag, and Li Shi yelped and lost her footing, falling heavily onto Yanhang. The couple immediately started crying out in pain. The others saw this and shrank back, gathering around Song Ning but not daring to step forward. Song Ning looked coldly at the Song family members. Come on, hit me. Let's see if your fists are stronger or my stick is stronger. If it weren't for considering Yanhang's reputation, these petty troublemakers from the Song family would have been dead many times over. Yanhang was knocked to the ground by the stick, crying out in pain. Li Shi immediately rushed to her husband's side, crying, Erlang. Erlang, how are you?
Erlang.
Are you going to roll or not? Song Ning pointed her stick at them and said coldly. When the stick was pointed at her face, Li Shi dared not say anything and sniffled as she helped her husband outside. Seeing this, the others also dared not say anything and quickly shrank back, walking out with their heads bowed, trembling in the cold wind. Their clothes were soaked with water, and standing in the cold wind late at night, they kept sneezing. Father, you saw it too. Good people get bullied. If you want to protect yourself, you have to be tough. They're ruthless, so we have to be even more ruthless. Song Ning spoke calmly, her voice like water hitting stone, filled with a reassuring strength. Yanhang clenched his hand tightly at his sleeve. You're right. Things are different now. He should have seen the true nature of these people long ago. Only by being ruthless could he protect his wife and daughter. Song Ning sensed his change in attitude. It was more than just words. She nodded in satisfaction. Finally, he had awakened. If she hadn't been there, who knew what kind of trouble the family of three might have faced? The next morning, the members of the Song family, who had been frozen all night, were still dozing off. Only the second branch was awakened by Song Ning. Remembering how commanding Song Ning was last night, Lady Li shivered and asked, "What do you want to do?" Song Ning threw down a few gauze masks and said, "Come with me." She recalled that Lady Li's family was from the Imperial Hospital. Not only was Lady Li skilled in medicine, but her usually timid son Song Ming and daughter Song Xiao also knew how to treat illnesses. Lady Li's heart sank with worry. She looked at her with suspicion and asked, "Are you trying to send us to the epidemic area?"
No.
"I won't go. The order from Prince Ling has already been given. Can you delay today? Or tomorrow? If you refuse, just wait for death," Song Ning replied coldly. Song Ning's sharp gaze fell on Song Yanhan, who had been beaten last night. "And are you sure you won't go? Uncle's shoulder still needs medicine. If you don't go, you'll just be dragging it out." A hint of mockery appeared in her eyes. "Uncle has been turned into a cripple because of you." Lady Li looked back at her husband, clenched her teeth, and said, "My elder brother is the brother of Heir Lang. He can't just watch him die, right? Besides, it was you who hurt Heir Lang." Song Ning sneered. "Still waiting to suck my father's blood? Are all of you leeches? Not doing your work, just waiting to suck blood? Last night, it was also you who despised him. Now that you need him, you call him your brother. Why didn't you think of that when you made him sleep outside?" Before Lady Li could speak again, Song Ning walked straight over and pulled her aside. "Not only you, but Song Ming and Song Xiao also have to go make medicine and do chores. While you work, Song Yanhan will have medicine, water, and food. Otherwise, your family can stay here and rot, and my father won't help you with a single cent." Lady Li believed Song Ning's words without hesitation. The once timid Song Ning was gone. She could only take her children and go to prepare the medicine with Song Ning. All day, Lady Li, covered in soot and dirt, returned to the inn exhausted. She no longer dared to complain about Song Ning's parents. Seeing her husband silent, tears welled up in her eyes. The third and fourth branches trembled with fear, afraid they would also be sent to work in the epidemic area. Although they had been called into the city, most of their work involved chores like handling herbs, fetching water, boiling water, and exterminating rats, more tiring but less risky than treating patients in the epidemic zone. The chance of catching the disease from those patients was much higher. After several days of relief efforts, the epidemic in Bingzhou gradually began to slow down. Song Ning went to the epidemic zone and saw Li and a few others carefully preparing and serving medicine. Then she headed straight to the current governor's office of Bingzhou. The governor of Bingzhou had abandoned the city and fled. Wen Hanzhou was temporarily in charge here. In the study, Wen Hanzhou was focused on a map of Bingzhou. Controlling the water source was now very important for stopping the epidemic. He had already sent people on fast horses to deliver messages to the places where the water flowed through. While thinking, there was a knock on the door. "Are you busy?" Song Ning pushed the door open and stepped inside. She glanced at the map on the table. "This is the epidemic prevention plan and a list of medicinal herbs I mentioned to you before. In the past, a very serious epidemic had broken out. Back then, Western medicine hadn't yet developed effective cures, so traditional Chinese medicine was very useful. She had written down all the herbs she remembered and made a plan, hoping it could help with the current epidemic in Bingzhou. "Thank you," Wen Hanzhou nodded. His eyes briefly looked at Song Ning's dark circles. His gaze was serious. "Miss Song, you've worked hard these days. Your health is important." Song Ning nodded and rubbed her forehead. "It's okay. Dealing with the epidemic is good for everyone." She only wanted to protect herself and her parents, so her fatigue didn't matter much. Knowing that Wen Hanzhou was busy too, she didn't stay to chat and left directly. But just as she came out of the study, she bumped into He Fengmian. Seeing his serious expression, she knew there was bad news again. They nodded slightly to greet each other. Song Ning was about to leave when she suddenly paused, stopped in her tracks, and held her breath, listening carefully. Inside the study, their conversation was clearly heard. "This is my report to the capital. Please send it quickly by messenger pigeon." "Ah Zhou," He Fengmian's voice was restrained. "Do you know what you're doing? The emperor already suspects you. If you keep insisting that Bingzhou stay stable before continuing the punishment of exile, you'll become the target of everyone's blame. Many eyes are watching you. Even if you're right, they'll find fault with you. Just do as I say." "But, Fengmian," when Hanzhou sighed and pointed to the map on the table. "Do you know how many people live in Bingzhou? These people still have a chance to survive. If we let the epidemic spread and don't control it, how many more will suffer? Children will lose parents, wives will lose husbands." He Fengmian hesitated and said stubbornly, "But what does this have to do with you?" "This is the emperor's concern. If you're not in the position, you shouldn't interfere in politics. Do you understand? This world belongs to the Wen family. I cannot watch the common people suffer and do nothing. At least, we have done everything we can. As long as our conscience is clear, that is enough." When Hanzhou spoke firmly and confidently, then softened his tone, saying, "You've been working hard these days. First, let's gather the patients in the epidemic area and control the spread of the disease. If we can ease the treatment, that would be best. Once the imperial decree is issued, we will go to Mo Bay." "Yes," He Fengmian reluctantly agreed. "Don't talk about whether it's hard or not. You haven't had a good sleep these days. If anyone's suffering, it's you. I don't understand what you're after. Is your sense of peace really that important?" Song Ning quietly left with a complicated expression. After the end of the last world, human nature was already lost in the struggle. After the initial disaster, when the machinery broke down and rescue was impossible, people began to kill each other. The weakest were devoured alive. Without selfishness, survival was impossible. Song Ning still remembered the most dangerous time. She had made a plan with another girl to share supplies from the supermarket. But that girl betrayed her after joining a ruthless organization, stealing all her supplies and trying to sell her to some men. Song Ning fought fiercely for a day and managed to escape. Since then, she no longer trusted anyone. As for the so-called greater good of the world, what did other people's lives matter to her? She couldn't understand how an Hanzhou could go so far for the so-called greater good, but she didn't try to stop him. The common people definitely needed someone like Wen Hanzhou. Back at the temporary inn for rest, the Song couple had already gone to the epidemic area again. A lunch was left on the table for Song Ning, covered with a bowl to keep it warm. When Song Ning lifted the porcelain bowl, she saw it contained rice porridge, a small dish of preserved meat, and a steamed bun. That was already considered a good meal. Just as she was about to eat, she suddenly detected a strange smell in the rice porridge, and her gaze sharpened. Song Ning reached out and picked up the bowl of rice porridge. She noticed that some bitter almond powder had been added inside. If it weren't for her keen sense of smell, she might have been deceived. Only a few people in the second household were involved in herbal medicine now. She didn't expect they would still be so stubborn and target her. Song Ning was not the type to swallow her anger silently. She headed straight to where the second household was preparing medicine. Since she is a member of the Song family, when Hanzhou still showed some kindness and did not let the second wife and others go to the most dangerous epidemic areas. The place where the medicine was prepared was also kept clean and tidy. At this moment, Song Xiao was angrily complaining to her mother. "Mother, how much longer do we have to stay here? I am covered in medicine smell. I might as well be a firewood girl." In the past, when she was in the Song family, she had 4 big maids to serve her closely. She never imagined that she would end up doing firewood and medicine brewing herself. Mrs. Li sat by the stove with a guilan, fanning herself with a palm fan, grinding her teeth. It's all because of Song Ning's wild child. "I think your eldest uncle is too soft. These two at home can't be controlled. Sooner or later, the Song family will be ruined by them." Suddenly, the door was kicked open with a bang. Song Ning carried a bowl, with a faint smile and said, "Who are you calling soft, second aunt?" And calling someone a wild child, Mrs. Lee didn't expect her to come so suddenly. Her face turned pale, and she quickly forced a smile. "What is my niece talking about? Did I hear wrong?" "Mother is not wrong. You sent us here to be these firewood girls. What's your intention?" Song Xiao angrily questioned. Mrs. Lee hurriedly pulled her daughter back, afraid she would provoke Song Ning to hit someone again. "Well, Ning girl, look, we've been brewing medicine here for days. I heard that the recent plague has been brought under control. Can Shower and Minger also go home? Your second uncle is not well, and I worry about him." Song Ning raised her eyebrows. "Second aunt, do you think you're tired?" "Well, that's just right." She placed the rice porridge on the table. "I know that second aunt's brothers and sisters have been working hard these days. You all said before that our main family's food is good. Today, I specially brought some to honor second aunt." Mrs. Lee's heart skipped a beat. Her fingers involuntarily clenched. Could Song Ning have discovered something? But she thought it unlikely. Song Ning probably hadn't even seen castor beans, let alone recognize the powder. Thinking this way, Mrs. Lee quickly calmed down and fanned herself twice. "Your kind intention, Aunt. I appreciate it. But I am not hungry now, and brewing medicine is urgent. You can drink it yourself." Song Xiao was so frightened that her face turned pale. She sat upright in front of the medicine stove, not daring to breathe. She saw her mother put the powder into the medicine herself. Song Ning sneered. "It seems second aunt doesn't want to accept my kindness." She looked coldly at Song Ming, who had been silent beside her. As the most treasured son of the Li family, she would rather take the medicine herself than let Song Ming make a move. "Since everyone is busy, let Song Ming eat this meal." "No." Li Shi suddenly stood up, her face pale with panic.
"No.
"Minger can't eat this." Song Xiao stepped in front of her brother to protect him. "Song Ning, how long are you going to cause trouble? Look at yourself. You're not even acting like a proper young lady now. With your behavior, you're not fit." Smack. Before Song Ning could finish speaking, she slapped her hard. Song Zhao's head spun, and her ears buzzed. Before she could react, Song Ning grabbed her hair and forced her to look up. Song Ning's cold eyes, as icy as a frozen pond, stared at her. She said coldly, "Am I here to discuss with you? You will eat this meal today, whether you want or not." Then she pinched Song Zhao's mouth open and forced half a bowl of rice porridge into it. Suddenly, Song Zhao screamed and gagged, vomiting violently. "Song Ning, what are you doing?" Li Shi stepped forward to push her away, but was caught by Song Ning, who forced the remaining half bowl of porridge into her mouth as well. Song Ning said coldly, "Swallow it all. Food is precious now, so don't waste it." Li Shi's eyes widened in horror. She instinctively tried to spit it out but was caught by her chin. With her other hand gripping her neck tightly, she was forced to swallow the porridge. Seeing things going badly, Song Ming's face changed dramatically as he tried to run away, but Song Ning was already prepared. She kicked him in the knee. He fell forward heavily. Song Ning carried the bowl and walked quickly to Song Ming's side, feeding him the rest of the porridge. "Don't worry, none of you three will escape," Song Ning said with a gentle smile, but her hands kept moving without pause. "Open wide, drink up," until the bowl was completely empty. Song Ming coughed violently, clutching his throat in pain. Some of the porridge went down the wrong way, making him choke and gag. "Help!" "Ugh." Li Shi also hurriedly bent over, clutching her throat. She no longer looked like the elegant lady of the Song family. "Why does it seem like you all have been poisoned?" Song Ning clapped her hands, smiling faintly. "Isn't this what you prepared? Look at your reactions. It's like there's poison in this porridge." "There's no poison. Don't accuse us falsely," Li Shi said through gritted teeth. Now that they had already drunk the porridge, she couldn't let this brat find any evidence against them. Moreover, with 3 people drinking, the amount is spread out, so it should probably be fine, right? Just as she was thinking this, Song Ning's cheerful voice sounded again. "Oh, I forgot to say, when I came, I added another handful of bitter bean powder, thinking that Annie and you all probably like this bitter taste. Otherwise, why would I put it?" Song Ning looked at their pale, miserable faces with amusement and clicked her tongue. This is probably what you call harming others but harming yourself first. You wicked person. This damn wicked person. Mrs. Lee's reddened eyes stared fiercely at her, as if she wanted to tear a piece of flesh from Song Ning. What are you glaring at? If you keep staring, I'll pluck out your eyes. Song Ning smirked coldly and didn't leave immediately. Instead, she found a stool nearby and sat down, waiting for the medicine to take effect. After all, bitter bean powder can cause diarrhea even in horses. In just the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Song Zhao's face turned red, and she couldn't hold back the twisting, stomach-churning feeling, with her belly rumbling loudly. Mrs. Lee and Song Ming's stomachs also made gurgling sounds, and at the same time, they couldn't help but release a few smelly farts. What's that smell? So strong. Song Ning pinched her nose in disgust. It's really choking everyone to death. I feel sick in my stomach. I need to go to the toilet. No, I have to go too. And me. Mrs. Lee and Song Ming, both waddling unsteadily, hurried toward the toilet, farting and making noises along the way, the stench filling the air, causing people around to cover their noses and avoid them. Oh my God, this is too disgusting. What did they eat? It's killing me.
So groß.
Song Xiao, worried about maintaining her delicate manners, didn't run quickly. When she arrived, the toilet door was already shut. They waited for a long time, but no one came out. Are you done yet? Are you done? Help. I can't hold it anymore. Soon, Song Ming also ran to the door, with the three of them squatting outside, calling out desperately, but no one responded. Song Xiao was feeling more and more regretful inside. If she had run a few steps faster, she could have reached the toilet in time. But the more she tried to hold it, the harder it was to control. Someone among the three must have started first, and suddenly there was a puff sound, followed by a terrible smell. Song Zhao's face changed rapidly, like a palette of colors. Finally, she burst into tears loudly, and with a puff sound, she soiled her pants. Just then, the toilet door finally opened. The people inside looked at the three members of the Song family with strange expressions, causing Li and the others to blush deeply, wishing they could just hide away. Song Ning sneered as she looked at them. After today's public embarrassment and disgrace, the second branch of the Song family probably no longer dares to see themselves as refined or elegant. Moreover, the station's outhouse was filthy and foul-smelling. Just watching their tricks with the medicine, they would likely have to squat there for at least an hour, probably losing control of their bladder. Li and the others returned almost exhausted, their faces pale and their steps weak, completely drained. Watching Song Ning sitting on the grand chair, they felt a surge of anger, their teeth itching with frustration. It's all because of that despicable Song Ning. If it weren't for her, they wouldn't have suffered such shameful humiliation. But this hateful woman suddenly became so powerful, so skilled that none of the three could match her. A brave person doesn't fight when they're at a disadvantage. Better to hide and wait for a better chance. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with her later. She no longer dares to act as if she's the elder in front of Song Ning. Her face turned pale as she forced a smile. Ning girl. This was all the second aunt's fault. Look, even she has learned her lesson. Let's just forget about this. Song Ning didn't believe Li's words came from her heart, but since her own father still cared about family ties, she didn't want to be too harsh. Take care of yourselves, she said, and then stood up to leave. Watching her walk away, once she was out of sight, Li spat harshly. Little brat. Worthless thing. One day, she would pay her back 100 times over. At this moment, when Hanzhou was waiting outside, his horse had been traveling for days, but he still looked handsome and spirited. He looked at Song Ning with brightening eyes that had been dull before. Miss Song. Song Ning waved her hand. Now that the Song family has fallen into disgrace, there's no need to call me Mississippi. Just call me Song Ning. She had already heard from He Fengmian about the imperial decree today. As expected, the court ordered Wen Hanzhou to leave immediately for the northern frontier without delay. Anyone who disobeyed would be punished. Thinking about what Wen Hanzhou said in the study that day, he was wholeheartedly loyal to the court but was met with suspicion. If it were Song Ning, she would have already rebelled. But looking at Wen Hanzhou, she couldn't help but admire his good manners and composure. "The medicine you gave me a few days ago for the epidemic was very effective," Wen Hanzhou said as he brought Song Ning to the current quarantine zone. The common people, struck by disease, left their homeland and were trapped in simple, makeshift shelters. While the outbreak area could supply water and medicine, the sanitation conditions were worrying. Everyone wore torn, darkened clothes, with gaunt, pale faces, and their eyes looked numb and lifeless. Everywhere, there were stiff, lifeless bodies lying haphazardly, and people's heartbreaking, desperate cries and wails filled the air. Song Ning pursed her lips, feeling heavy-hearted. When Hanzhou bowed to her, "On behalf of the people, I thank you. I see you understand this disease well. Do you think there might be other, more effective methods after this?" Song Ning remained silent. Of course, there were. In the end-of-world scenario, she had developed antibiotics that could fight the disease, even ancient viruses, so the plague was no problem. But those medicines were created after risking her life in a pharmaceutical factory during the chaos, fighting her way out. On the journey of exile, they had only traveled about a fifth of the way when they encountered the plague. She wasn't a saint and didn't want to reveal her medicines easily. "I do have medicine, but not much." Song Ning pressed her lips. "Your Highness, I'm not the kind of person who sacrifices everything for righteousness. I'm willing to share this medicine, but only under certain conditions. During the exile, my parents and I must not be mistreated. If my parents fall ill, they must be treated." "All right," the man agreed. "I'll bring the medicine to you this afternoon," Song Ning said politely, taking her leave from the temporary inn where she rested. She closed the door carefully, took out the end-of-world antibiotics, and ground them into powder with a mortar, then wrapped them separately in rice paper. The medicine was already scarce, and she used half a box this time. She felt distressed and carefully stored the remaining medicine away. This place was not like the end-of-world chaos. There was no more medicine to be found. After packing the medicine, she handed it to Wen Hanzhou. He carefully took it, gazing intently at the package. The white powder inside looked like salt or snow, but in Song Ning's mouth, it was a medicine capable of saving severely ill patients. He believed Song Ning was not a person who lied easily and wouldn't deceive in such matters. "Miss Song, thank you," Wen Hanzhou said solemnly, bowing to her. Song Ning shook her head with a bitter smile. "Your Highness, this medicine is hard to come by. If it weren't for your request, I wouldn't give it so freely. But even what I have now can only save those with severe illness." When Hanzhou nodded, his expression clear and pure. "That's natural. Mild cases are mostly young and strong, who can recover within 5 days by taking herbal decoctions. Severe cases are mostly the elderly, weak, women, and children. Miss Song, your medicine can save many lives." He handed over the medicine and the list to He Fingmian, saying, "Make sure the doctors distribute the medicine according to the list." He Fingmian bowed in response. The ward where Madame Li was also received several packets of powder. Unlike before, this was not for everyone but was specifically for a few people. Upon closer observation, Madame Li realized that those receiving the medicine were all people near death. Curious, she secretly opened a packet to see what was inside. It was just some white powder. It had a faint medicinal smell. Since it was only given to seriously ill patients, could it be some rare and precious elixir? Madame Li's eyes spun with thoughts. Seeing no one paying attention, she secretly tucked a few packets into her sleeve. After all, they were just common folk. If they died, it didn't matter much. This item was so valuable, perhaps it would be useful in future emergencies. After distributing the medicine, when Hanzhou rearranged the temporary governor and the censor of Bingzhou, the exile team was about to set out. Now that the imperial decree had been issued, delaying it too long might lead to accusations of disrespecting the emperor's authority. When Hanzhou kept his promise to Song Ning and sent a carriage to the Song family. It was small but much better than relying on walking for the exiles. The carriage had limited space. Considering that Song's parents had been exhausted from traveling in the epidemic zone, Song Ning used the excuse of the stuffy carriage to sit outside and let her parents rest inside. Behind the carriage, The Song family members walked side by side. Song Xiang looked at the carriage with anger, his eyes nearly popping out. Mother, why can Song Ning sit in the carriage, but I can't? I want to ride too. My feet hurt so much, Mother. Madame Li felt sorry for her son and wanted to speak. When she heard Song Xiang, she glanced at her sister-in-law, Meng. Both women looked jealous and resentful, saying, "It's all because Big Brother still talks about family unity. Now that nephew and niece are walking below, Big Brother is happily clinging to Prince Ling and ignoring us relatives." That's right. If Big Brother truly cared about the Song family, he should give the carriage to the children. What's going on now? People might think Big Brother is mistreating his nephews and nieces. Meng also stirred the pot, raising her voice. Their loud voices drew many onlookers. Song Ning sat in the carriage, snorting coldly, and shot a sideways glance. Who's that dog barking wildly here? It's hurting my ears. She was not putting in effort, acting lazy and careless, and even jealous of others who had cars. I really don't know where she got such nerve. Maybe she was kneaded into shape by Madame Yen from the southern city to grow so big. Song Ning. What are you? Soft and weak, so you come to be tough? Shut your dog mouth and walk properly. If you want to save effort, I could report to His Highness to tie you behind a horse and drag you along. Li Shi immediately lowered her flag and stopped arguing. I don't doubt Song Ning's words at all. If I say another word, I might really end up being dragged behind a horse. Seeing her shut up, Meng Shi cursed her inwardly, angry and blaming her. She glared at Song Xiang, who was causing trouble nearby. You, shut your mouth. If you don't want to walk, figure out your own way. Song Xiang cried and whined but didn't dare speak. She could only glare at Song Ning with anger and resentment. The carriage gradually left Anzhou City. Just as they exited the city gates, they saw the common people, who had been saved by Hanzhou, kneeling in a dense crowd on both sides of the gate. Sir, commoners kneel to thank you for saving us. Sir, your Majesty's grace saved my wife and children. We are willing to build a shrine to repay your kindness and great virtue. Their voices were loud and heartfelt, making everyone present tear up. Song Ning looked up at Hanzhou, who was dismounting and offering a respectful bow. He was dressed plainly, not in any fancy prince's clothes, just a white shirt like others. Yet he looked like a gentle breeze, shining with a calm, pure light. Dear villagers, the emperor has not abandoned Anzhou. Soon, a new local official will take office. Hanzhou wishes you all to live peacefully and happily. Just as she was about to continue her heartfelt plea, suddenly, a few sharp cries broke through the crowd, catching everyone's attention. Sir, please save my daughter's life. Sir, we don't have medicine. My mother is about to die, sir. Hearing this, Song Ning frowned slightly and looked over. Did they not get the medicine? But how could that be? The medicine was extremely precious. She and Hanzhou had carefully checked the list of severe cases before preparing the medicine packs. She was sure someone had tampered with it. Her eyes sharpened like a sword, shining coldly. Hanzhou also looked at her. In that moment, their eyes met, and they understood each other's meaning. Someone was scheming. Song Ning jumped down from the carriage and walked over to look at the kneeling people. They were simple, powerless common folk, exactly the people Hanzhou wanted to protect. In the dark eyes of Hanzhou, there seemed to be winter's ice and snow, so cold that it made one's heart tremble. Feng Mian, find out for me. I want to see who dares to embezzle the anti-epidemic medicines. Feng Mian heard this, holding a sword, and responded coldly. Song Ning suddenly turned around and said, No need to check. The powder has a special scent. Those who take it will sweat and emit a strange fragrance, and the person who took it will be the same. Her gaze swept over the crowd behind her, and she walked straight ahead. As long as you find the strange scent, you'll find a thief. Song Ning pushed through the crowd and stopped in front of Li, who had her head bowed. Her cold eyes shone like icy light. Second aunt, I suppose you don't know about this. Li hesitated for a moment, then forced herself to speak.
Who? Who would know about this?
I don't have anything to do with it. I spend my days boiling medicine and working hard. I'm exhausted. Who would know about the powder? Song Ning's lips curled into a mocking smile. Are you saying it's you? So eager to admit it. I didn't. Song Ning, you're just seeking revenge and trying to frame me. Brother. Someone come quickly. You're forcing elders to submit to the younger ones. Li desperately tried to step back, but Song Ning sneered and grabbed her wrist. You don't have it? Then what is this? She swung her arm, and several packets of powder fell to the ground from Li's sleeve with a swoosh. Li's face turned pale as paper. Song Ning coldly said, according to our laws, embezzlers have their hands cut off, and those who harm others pay with their lives. Second aunt, are you embezzling or harming lives? Li was so panicked she went dry in the mouth. She swallowed hard, then suddenly collapsed to the ground. I didn't mean to. She desperately called for help, but no one looked up to someone who would secretly take even the medicines meant for disaster victims. Finally, Li looked at Song Yan-duan. Big brother. You can't just watch Song Ning bully me. Song Yan-duan frowned tightly and walked over with a stern face. Though he cared for his siblings and juniors, he despised such sneaky behavior. Moreover, Li had stolen medicines related to people's lives. He cupped his hands and reported to Hanzhou, Your Highness, Li has committed embezzlement and should be punished severely. Perhaps she should be chained and exiled to the northern desert for her crime to serve as a warning. When Hanzhou nodded coldly, and soon the guards put chains on Li. A 10-gene heavy iron chain made walking very difficult, let alone the fact that this place was 1,000 miles away from the northern desert. I'm afraid the chain will soon cut into flesh and cause bleeding. When the real culprit was found, Song Ning picked up the purse on the ground, turned, and approached the kneeling villagers. She handed over 2 silver notes and said, Take these. Your family is still waiting for you. Go back now. The exile team continued their journey until dusk. They stopped to rest in a valley near Lini County, just outside Pingzhou. Almost everyone was exhausted after a whole day of walking. When they reached the resting place, they didn't care about their manners and were too tired to speak. Suddenly, the Song family started to make a fuss.
Xiaoya? Xiaoya, how are you?
Talk to mother. It was Lu from the 4th household shouting and crying. Song Ning frowned. Song Zhao was the youngest son of the 4th household, only 7 years old now. As the only son of Song Yenja, he was very spoiled. Usually, he couldn't walk on his own. Lu would carry him or let Song Yenja hold him. Even if there were poisonous snakes or insects in the bushes or trees, it was rare for Song Zhao to get bitten.
What happened to him now?
4th aunt, what's wrong with Song Zhao? Song Ning walked over but saw that Song Zhao's eyes were tightly closed and his face was unusually flushed. Lu saw this and immediately became alert. She hugged Song Zhao to her chest and looked angrily at Song Ning. Get out of here. You, stop. It was Song Yenja who spoke. His face was cold as he looked at Song Ning, shielding his wife and son behind him. Your 4th aunt hasn't been feeling well these days. Don't take it badly when she speaks harshly. He then clenched his fist, coughed twice, and sarcastically said, After all, we're not as lucky as our big brother. We're exiled and still get to ride in a carriage. But Song Ning ignored Song Yenja's words. Instead, she carefully looked at Song Zhao's face again and took a step back. Does Song Zhao have the plague? Lu's eyes immediately shot fire. Nonsense. How can you curse your brother? Zhao is just too young and unwell from the long journey. She glared at Song Ning with hatred. If Zhao really has something serious, it's because your family insisted on going to the quarantine zone, spreading the disease to everyone at home. Song Yenja didn't dare argue with Hanzhou. He quickly scolded Lu. Enough. Shut up. It's partly your fault if you can't take good care of your son. You, hearing her husband's blame, Lu suddenly lost control and went crazy. Song Yenja, do you have any conscience? Zhao isn't even your child. If it weren't for your uselessness as a father, are we just going to suffer and endure hardships because of you? She held the child, biting her lip and tears streaming down her face. After a while, she said, My family's Zhuer isn't infected with the plague. You should leave. There's nothing for you to see here. Song Ning frowned and went straight to find Wen Hanzhou. He was reading inside his tent. When he heard the guard report, he sat up and said coldly, "Come in, Your Highness." Song Ning bowed politely. Young Master Song Zhao, the youngest son of the Song family, might be in trouble. He may have caught the plague. Please get a doctor to check him, so it doesn't spread to more people. When Hanzhou's face turned serious, he asked in a deep voice, "Are you sure? What are his symptoms? He has already fainted." "Your Highness, I'm not a doctor, so I can't say for certain. But we must be careful. If it spreads to others traveling with him, or even to other towns, it would be very dangerous. Please find a doctor to examine Song Zhao." As Song Ning spoke, she also felt worried. She wanted to get a doctor for him because he was still young. In this dangerous time, everyone naturally wanted to protect children. When Hanzhou quickly ordered the guards, "Send the doctor to examine him." "Yes, Your Highness." The guard went to do as told. Song Ning sighed in relief and spoke more gently. "Thank you, Your Highness. I'll go back and tell my father and Uncle Fourth." While she was talking, when Hanzhou stood up, the tall man picked up his cloak and said, "I'll go with you." Although Song Yan's family was banished, he believed they were innocent. Song Yan's fourth brother worked at the Academy of Hanlin, and if not for this trouble, he would eventually become an important official.
He wanted to look after them.
Moreover, Song Ning was right. He couldn't let the plague spread. Song Ning and when Hanzhou arrived at the Song family's mountain valley. Under a big tree, they could hear Lu's crying loudly, as if she was calling for Song Zhao with tears. They walked quickly, but the doctor hadn't arrived yet. Seeing Song Ning, Lu scolded her. "You bad omen. How dare you show your face? If it weren't for you making us wait to go to the infected area to help, Zhao wouldn't have caught the plague. If anything happens to him, I'll make you pay for it." Song Ning coldly glanced at her and said impatiently, "Ignorant. The plague is highly contagious. When we entered Bingzhou City, even if we didn't help the patients, we could still have been infected. Fortunately, the prince acted quickly and intervened. His proper treatment successfully controlled the plague in Bingzhou City, which was the best approach. At that time, saving people was also saving ourselves. Moreover, although our Song family was exiled, if we could make a contribution, the emperor might grant us a pardon. Even if such good fortune doesn't come, a true man should stand tall and do his best to help the common people." After hearing these positive words, when Zhou looked at Song Ning with unexpected warmth and a smile, he praised, "Young Lady Song is truly noble." The Song family members were focused on Song Zhao and others. Only after he spoke did they notice him. Song Yanjia quickly tugged at Lu's sleeve and scolded her, "Stop talking. Young Lady Song is doing this for the good of the people. Now that Zhao is sick, the prince won't ignore it." He then bowed deeply to Wen Hanzhou. Song Yanjia and the others also did the same, with him saying, "Please, Prince, help my nephew." Just then, the doctor, carrying a medicine box, hurried over. Wen Hanzhou waved his hand to stop him. "No need to say more. Let the doctor examine him first." Yes, doctor, please check Zhao." The doctor stepped forward. Lu, trembling with emotion, grabbed his sleeve, tears in her eyes, and asked hopefully, "My son doesn't have the plague, right? He hasn't been near those patients, so he definitely wouldn't catch it. Is Song Ning just talking nonsense?" Seeing the doctor frown, Song Yanjia quickly stopped his wife. "Don't speak. Let the doctor examine him first. Don't disturb his diagnosis." Lu shut her mouth quickly. Under everyone's intense gaze, the doctor first checked Song Zhao's pulse, then lifted his eyelids and examined his tongue. They had set up camp late today, and now dusk was falling. Since they were in a mountain valley surrounded by trees, the light was very dim. Song Ning promptly asked the guards for a torch, which was brought over to light the area, making it easier for the doctor to observe. The doctor, who was skilled and had already practiced in Bingzhou City, quickly confirmed the diagnosis and reported to Wen Hanzhou, "It is indeed the plague. We need to isolate and treat him as soon as possible." Wen Hanzhou nodded in agreement. "Set up camp here for a few days. Do your best to treat Song Zhao and re-examine everyone. Follow the methods used earlier, and be very careful. Afterward, he also instructed Hefeng Mian, send someone to Bingzhou City to warn them. They must be very cautious. The plague might still be latent and not yet fully developed. We cannot be careless. The doctor and Hefeng Mian received their orders one after the other. Wen Hanzhou handled things calmly and methodically. Meanwhile, Lu's crying grew louder, accompanied by whispers of "impossible" and "my son has such a hard life." Soon, she directed her angry gaze at Song Ning. After Wen Hanzhou and his team left, Lu carefully put her son down and suddenly lunged at Song Ning. Seeing the child still suffering, Song Ning held back her instinct to kick Lu away and took 2 steps back. At this moment, Madame Song also reacted quickly, rushing forward to hold Lu back. "Sister-in-law, I know you're upset about your son, but the most important thing now is to get him treated." With Prince Ling standing up for Song Ning, Song Yenja had already weighed the pros and cons and began to persuade Lu. As the saying goes, the husband is the head of the family. Lu naturally listened to her husband. Though she was still unhappy, she calmed down. Seeing this, Song Ning relaxed her grip, looked around, and said, "Mother, please follow the instructions of the person in charge. I have something to do, and will be back soon. Since there is no infection in Bingzhou City, my body should have some immunity now, so I probably won't pass it on. Everyone don't panic. Ninger, what are you planning to do?" Madame Song asked worriedly. Song Ning intended to go into the mountains to catch some mountain chickens and wild rabbits to improve her family's diet and strengthen their bodies. Her brother Song Zhao suddenly fell ill, likely due to low immunity. Even if there were no wild animals in the mountains, she could use substitutes from her space. But she couldn't tell Madame Song now, so she simply lied, "I need to talk to the prince." Madame Song hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back because of the others present. She only warned, "Be back early." "Yes, I understand," Song Ning replied. After reporting, she turned and left. Compared to others, she had more freedom. The servants didn't stop her much. She entered the forest. Even at night, she moved faster than ordinary people climbing mountains. When she reached a place where animals appeared, she suddenly conjured a dagger in her hand. She threw it at a grazing white rabbit, hitting its head, an instinct from her experience fighting zombies in the apocalypse. However, her current body lacked the strength, and the rabbit's skull was too hard for the dagger to penetrate. Frowning, Song Ning stepped forward, lifted the unconscious rabbit, and examined the blood hole on its head. It was clearly caused by a sharp weapon. Thinking for a moment, she picked up a nearby stone and struck it hard. The rabbit's head was now bloody and mangled, with no sign of the dagger's wound. Afterward, Song Ning followed the proper method and caught 3 more wild chickens. Compared to rabbits, wild chickens that stay still at night are easier to catch. Song Ning walks down the mountain happily, feeling good because she can now openly eat meat. She hands 2 wild chickens to Song Yenduan and says, "Father, I saw the scenery nearby was nice, so I wandered around. I didn't expect to find a rabbit that had hit a big tree and fainted." Seeing Song Yenduan's surprised expression, Song Ning continues confidently, thinking that many of us don't have enough to eat. We went a bit further and saw these silly wild chickens. They can be a good dinner tonight, and also help Jar to recover. Song Yenduan didn't want to accept the chickens and was worried about his daughter's bold actions. He was about to scold her, but when he heard the last part, he felt sorry for his young nephew, who was suffering so much. He swallowed his words. Still, he hesitated and said, "But hunting games secretly like this, if the prince finds out, it might be a problem." "I think the prince would agree. I plan to offer 1 chicken and 1 rabbit. Since we're staying here for a few days, we can catch more to take with us. It will help everyone stay healthy on the road," Song Ning said confidently, showing off her other catch. She then suggested straightforwardly to Song Yenduan, "Why don't you take these 2 to see the prince? I'll help my mother and the others with cooking." She knew Song Madam and Song Yenduan were worried. As an unmarried young woman, it wasn't good for her to have too much contact with Prince Ling. Song Ning didn't mind this herself. But Song Yenduan and the others truly cared about her, so she also wanted to consider their feelings. After they agreed and Song Yenduan left, Song Ning told Song Madam and others a little lie to ease their worries. Finally, everyone was happy to have meat again. Song Xiang, Song Xiao, and others looked excited. Even the strong men like Song Yanhan felt a bit energized. Song Yanli even volunteered to kill the chickens and prepare them. At the start of their exile, they could only eat dry bread and drink cold water. But after helping to eliminate the plague in Bingzhou, when Hanzhou arranged for them to get some pots, bowls, and clean clothes, the servants no longer scolded or beat them easily. Compared to before, the Song family's life was better now. But suddenly, Song Zhao caught the plague again. Song Ning was happy that someone else was handling the chores and handed over the 2 wild chickens. "Thank you, third uncle," she said. Li Shi watched and nudged her daughter's arm. "Shower, take Ming'er to find some herbs and wild vegetables to help warm the body. We'll cook them with the chickens." "Mother, what's so tasty about those herbs and wild vegetables?" Song Ming was unhappy, constantly staring at the wild chicken. If they were in the capital city, he wouldn't bother with this kind of wild game. Occasionally, it was okay to eat a little, but if you wanted something truly delicious, it had to be fine mountain and sea delicacies. But now, after half a month of exile, his stomach was already empty. Seeing the wild chickens, his eyes lit up. Song Xiao was indeed a bit smarter than him. He directly agreed and loudly told Song Ning and others about it. Then he forcibly pulled Song Ming along to dig for wild vegetables. He whispered to Song Ming, "Are you stupid? 2 wild chickens only have so much meat. Uncle's family definitely needs enough to eat. Even if Zhaoer gets sick, we have to make sure he's full. With so many of us left, how much can each person share? Adding some wild grass and vegetables will also fill our stomachs." Hearing this, Song Ming's face immediately darkened. Seeing his reaction, Song Xiao loosened his grip and went ahead on his own. Besides these obvious reasons, she had her own little plans. After a tough exile, going to the cold desert in the north, and doing hard labor, it's all very bitter. With her slender arms and legs, she might not make it to the destination and could die. She didn't want to die, so she had to think of another way. Prince Ling was handsome and powerful. If she could be taken into his household, everything would change. Then she could see how arrogant Song Ning would be. But Prince Ling was not interested in women, so if she wanted to become his concubine, she would need to use some tricks, like finding herbal medicines that could boost her charm. Song Ning didn't know about Song Zhao's plans. She waited patiently for everyone to work together to make a big pot of chicken soup. Just before it was ready, she went over to lift the lid and took a look. She also casually sprinkled some white salt from her space into the pot. When the fire was out, Madame Song came out first with a hearty bowl and called her daughter over. Madame Meng saw this and was unhappy. She protested, "Sister-in-law, I know this wild chicken was brought back by Ninger, but since everyone is working together to cook, you can't be too biased. Her bowl should have half a chicken. What about the others? Are you planning to eat the meat yourself and let others only have the soup?" Madame Song glanced at her faintly but ignored her, only instructing, "Ninger, take some to your 4th uncle and aunt. Remember to tell Zhaoer to drink more meat soup. The wild chicken's meat is tough and hard to digest. Let him." Hearing this, Madame Meng felt awkward. But she thought for a moment, forced a smile, and agreed. "That's right. Zhaoer needs to nourish himself. Ninger, you've worked hard catching these wild chickens. Don't run away. Just eat first. I'll ask Xiang'er to deliver some to them." "Mother, I don't want to go. What if the infection spreads to the children?" Song Xiang shook her head without hesitation, staring intently at the remaining chicken soup in the pot. Madame Meng impatiently patted her on the head, saying, "This girl really can't make up her mind." On the way to deliver the chicken soup, she thought, why not just grab a couple of pieces of chicken to eat? Isn't that a good deal? Moreover, there's no need to deliver it directly to the 4th house. Just leave it nearby and tell them to come and get it themselves. Isn't that easier? However, under everyone's watchful eyes, she couldn't argue clearly with Song Xiang. Song Ning, on the other hand, was unmerciful and straightforward. "If I really send it over, it might just turn into half a bowl. I'll do it myself." While Madame Meng kept her face stiff, Song Ning took the chicken soup and walked toward the tree where the 4th house was. Lu Shi was holding her pale-faced son, Song Zhao, softly comforting him. Suddenly, she saw Song Ning approaching and her face changed instantly. She didn't care that she was still holding the child and loudly cursed. "What are you doing again? You've already caused so much trouble for my family, Zhao, and now you want to take our lives too?" Song Ning approached coldly, without saying a word, placing her bowl and chopsticks on a rock under the tree. Lu Shi, overwhelmed with emotion, was so agitated she hadn't yet realized she was there to deliver food. Now, smelling the aroma, her stomach growled loudly, but her face remained stubborn. "This was sent by my mother to help Zhao recover. If your fourth house doesn't want to live in harmony with our main family, that's simple. I will find a way to cure Zhao, but from now on, if your fourth house has any issues, they are none of our business. I, Song Ning, am a person who remembers grievances. If you respect your elders and love the young and honor my parents, I wouldn't be talking to you like this today. Ultimately, you, as an elder, know how well you've done. I hope you think carefully." After speaking, Song Ning set down a package of specially prepared medicine for Song Zhao. She finished with, "Take it 3 times a day with warm water." Then she turned and left without looking back. A moment after she left, Song Yenja came out from behind the big tree. The couple exchanged a glance, and Song Yenja said earnestly, "It seems this exile has helped Song Ning grow a lot. At her age, she can speak so wisely." "It's truly." Before he finished, Lu Shi hurriedly interrupted him. "Don't let others boast about him. Don't lose your own spirit. That little troublemaker is just a messenger who flutters with the wind. Now that the main family has involved Prince Ling, they're just trying to cut ties with us." Song Yenja glared at her. "You're talking nonsense. If the older brother truly wanted to cut ties with us, why would he bother to let Song Ning take care of Zhana's life and death? Don't forget, along the way, only the older brother has shown concern for us once or twice. Moreover, people entering and leaving the quarantine zone are not only from the main household. The older brother and others are afraid of getting infected and deliberately keep their distance from us. It was actually the second sister-in-law who came to see you that day." This last point sharply woke Lu Shi up. It made her suddenly remember that a few days ago, the second household came worriedly, saying they wanted the second, third, and fourth households to unite and resist the disrespect from the main household. Lu Shi broke out in a cold sweat and immediately handed Song Zhao to Song Yenja. She was already anxious and couldn't hold back anymore. She quickly explained, "No, I must get an explanation about Zhao's illness. If it's really the second household causing trouble and using us as pawns, I won't let them off." Seeing Lu Shi's determined look, Song Yenja knew he couldn't stop her, so he advised, "Just spread the words that Song Ning said today and observe the second household's attitude. Without solid evidence, don't cause any more trouble, or we'll be in a bad position both inside and out." Lu Shi nodded in agreement. After taking care of Song Zhao and finishing the chicken soup, she lifted her skirt and hurried away. After a hearty meal, Li Shi and the others hadn't gone to sleep yet. Lu Shi and Li Shi exchanged a few words, then recounted everything Song Ning had said that day from start to finish, not forgetting to stir up trouble. It seems that when we discussed things that day, Song Shi overheard us from behind the wall. Now that Song Ning is here, every word she says is a warning, telling me that Zhao's illness is all your second household's fault. Oh, and she also said that the medicinal herbs used at that time were handled by your second household." Within just a few words, Song Zhao's face turned pale. When she learned that Song Zhao was sick and possibly had the plague, she had already discussed with her mother. That day, after returning from the disaster area, she forgot to wash her hands and casually pinched Song Zhao's cheek. At this age, Song Zhao is lively and adorable, and everyone in the family likes to tease him. But how did Song Ning find out about this? Song Zhao lowered her head, afraid to look at Lu Shi again. Li Shi forced a smile and explained, "Fourth sister, don't listen to Song Ning's nonsense. She was also involved in the herbal preparations, wasn't she? We're afraid of catching the plague, so we didn't dare go out even a step. If you want to blame someone, it's me. When I found out Song Zhao was sick, I was just about to eat and then go see him with Shower and Minger." Lu Shi sneered coldly. Is that so? My family's child is sick, and everyone is too embarrassed to ask for help. Even my second sister dares to visit? Song Xiao quickly responded, Yes, Auntie C. My mother just told me to eat quickly with my younger brother. As soon as Song Xiao spoke, Mrs. Lu looked down. The young Song Xiao didn't dare to meet her eyes, only glancing briefly before quickly looking away. Seeing this, Mrs. Lu had already made up her mind. This second household is known for talking one way to others and another behind their backs. Now that things have happened, it's probably even harder to get any useful information. But that's okay. This trip also helped Mrs. Lu see some things clearly. When they returned, Song Yenja asked about the investigation. Mrs. Lu was silent for a moment before replying. After thinking it over, I believe it's better to get along well with our eldest brother and sister-in-law. Maybe Song Ning really has some skills that can help our child recover faster. Song Yenja nodded in agreement. In that case, I'll go see our eldest brother tomorrow. Mrs. Lu shook her head to stop him. Forget it. I'll talk to Song Ning myself. Right now, the head of the family seems to be Song Yenjan, but in truth, Song Ning is the one in charge. As long as she has a way to save our child, I'd do anything for her. She wiped away tears and gently patted Song Zhao, who was crying in pain. The next morning, a constable with a whip woke everyone in the Song family, and they continued their journey. They traveled all morning and finally reached a shady creek by a tree. When Hanzhou looked at the time and decided to rest there for a while. Seeing this, Mrs. Lu, who had been waiting for a chance, finally approached Song Ning. Song Ning was catching fish by the river. Mrs. Lu hurried over, watching her skillfully catch several small red-tailed fish. She swallowed hard and spoke with a flattering tone. Ninger, Auntie C thought all night. It was a mistake for me and your fourth uncle to be confused. We are family, so there's no need to talk about differences. It was Auntie C's fault before. Please forgive us, big sister. I hope you can forgive us. What Song Ning wanted was just the attitude of the second household. Now that Mrs. Lu had realized the truth, she played along and offered a hand in friendship.
Auntie C, I'm sorry.
I also made many mistakes before. Here, I just caught these red-tailed fish. Please accept them as my apology. Mrs. Lu had indeed thought all night, but she was worried about how Song Ning might trouble her today. She didn't expect this girl to be so reasonable, letting bygones be bygones, and even giving her a fish. If I had known it would be like this, she would have come to surrender from the very first day of her exile. Mrs. Lu happily carried the fish back home, and Song Ning was in a good mood. She looked up and saw Wen Hanzhou smiling at her from a small hill nearby, so she sent 2 more fish over as a gift. Here, these are freshly caught. You can use them to make soup. It will taste very good. Wen Hanzhou put away his smile and politely declined, saying, No need. You keep them to eat. Then he added, I thought you wouldn't let her go so easily. Song Ning smiled and replied, I thought so too, but then I thought, she is an elder. Since she has admitted her mistake, why should I make things difficult for her? Knowing when to stop is a good way to win people's hearts. Song Ning lowered her head and suddenly felt as if someone was looking at her very clearly, as if she was being stripped and examined. When she looked up again, Wen Hanzhou had already walked away slowly. Soon after, he happily returned with the fish, while Mrs. Song was cooking and saw her good harvest. She immediately suggested sharing the fish with the second, third, and fourth households, and Song Yenduan agreed. Only Song Ning looked upset. I've already given 2 fish to Auntie C. As for the second and third households, who knows where they are gossiping about us? Why should we worry about their food? Song Yenduan frowned and said, Ning, you shouldn't suspect others so easily. After being scolded, Song Ning pouted. Anyway, she wouldn't give the fish to anyone she didn't want to. They couldn't agree, so in the end, Song Yenduan went to deliver the fish himself. But after a while, he returned looking serious, and although he had given out the fish, he seemed in a bad mood. Song Ning couldn't help but speak up. See? I told you there's no need to pity them. Father, you refused to listen, and I bet you came back angry again. Mrs. Song patted her shoulder, signaling her to say less. Given Song Yenduan's kind-hearted nature, it was no wonder he was often criticized and falsely accused at court. After dinner, they set out again, heading straight until sunset. As night fell and darkness deepened, when Hanzhou ordered the stop. The road ahead is difficult, with little water. Let's rest here tonight, so we can speed up tomorrow. Song Ning's feet were blistered from walking, and Mrs. Song, seeing her pain, quickly borrowed a sewing needle from the second household and helped her clean her wounds by a small stream. She took out some medicine to apply, and Song Ning regretted that she hadn't taken a few good pairs of shoes or decent clothes when they raided the city. She had only been busy grabbing gold, silver, and jewelry. Now, on this exile journey, those things were completely useless. While thinking, I heard whispering voices coming from the front source. Mother just looked after you and said that Prince Ling is heading this way. You wait here, I will go call him. It turns out that Second Lady Li and her daughter Song Xiao are coming this way. Song Ning's hearing is much better than normal, and she sneered upon hearing this. What kind of nonsense is this? Song sure couldn't hear clearly, and asked who it was. She gave some vague answers, and then found an excuse to send Song Sure back to rest, slipping away herself to watch the show. But in just a short while, she lost track of Song Xiao. Song Ning sighed quietly, perhaps when Hanzhou refused too quickly, not giving her a chance to act. Thinking this, she turned back regretfully. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from afar. Song Ning realized what was happening. As expected of Song Xiao, she dared to go to Prince Ling's tent. Are the Song family rules so lax? The scream in the middle of the night instantly woke up the sleeping servants and the Song family members who were just about to sleep. Song Ning moved the fastest, running ahead of everyone else, and she saw the shocking scene of He Fengmian carrying a bare, fully dressed Song Xiao out of the tent. He Fengmian immediately spotted Song Ning hiding behind a nearby stone. Without hesitation, thinking there are many women in the Song family, he decided to use this as a warning and waited for a full hour. When dozens of people gathered outside the tent, he forcefully threw the person he was holding like a rag. Song Xiao rolled and just happened to land in front of the stone where Song Ning was hiding. They looked at each other. Song Xiao wished she could just die hitting the stone. Thinking this, she really did so. Song Xiao quickly got up from the ground, suddenly crashed forward, and blood spilled everywhere. Startled, Song Ning took a few steps back, nearly falling. Luckily, a pair of cool, gentle hands caught her from behind, preventing her from hitting her head. Xiao Xiao, Lady Li cried as she ran forward. She turned around to thank, but saw that the person coming was Wen Hanzhou. Song Ning stammered, You. How did you appear here? When Hanzhou steadied her and then released her, patiently explaining, At noon, someone saw your family's fourth branch taking the red-tailed fish you gave and going to find the second branch. In one sentence, he clearly explained everything that had happened. Song Ning was silent for a moment and then asked curiously, Don't you suspect that I was the one who ordered this? When Hanzhou smiled faintly. I have seen through your tricks long ago. They are not so crude. What does have seen through mean? Before she could ask again, Song's family members, Song Shi and Song Yan, quickly stepped in to protect her. Bless us. May the gods protect us. Someone just said that the girl from the Song family tried to end her life by hitting her head against a stone. It scared my mother half to death. Song Shi looked quite frightened, her face pale. Song Ning comforted her for a long time before she calmed down. Meanwhile, Song Yan saw her looking fine, but her face remained serious. At this moment, Song Ning realized what her father often said about shared honor and loss truly meant. Nothing could be separated from the family's reputation. Tonight, the Song family was destined to stay awake all night. Song Yan and Song Shi followed the second household's people to escort Song Xiao home. The third and fourth households had already found a good hiding spot behind a big rock and were sleeping soundly. Song Xiao did not die as she wished. Wen Hanzhou sent a doctor to check on her, but only did a quick bandage. In less than half an hour, she was awake again. Looking at her dressed-up clothes, Song Zhao's first glance was at Song Ning. When she saw her glaring fiercely, Song Ning felt very annoyed. Why did she run to Wen Hanzhou's camp to shame herself? Shameless. The entire Song family's reputation is ruined because of you. Even Song Yan-han, who usually upheld the virtues of a gentleman, couldn't hold back the shame burning in his face. Song Yan-jo also looked unhappy. Such an incident will surely affect the reputation of the women in our family. Mrs. Lee, hearing this, still couldn't understand and said, "A few days ago, Song Ning hit an elder and showed no respect. That news has already spread. The women of the Song family have no face left to see others. Sister-in-law." Song Sure was completely chilled by Mrs. Lee's words. She was tired and sleepy, but couldn't rest because of this matter. Whether it was handled or not, it was embarrassing. If you say another word like that, even if someone in your second household loses their life, I won't care anymore. Hearing this, Song Sure knew her mother must have reached her limit.
Fine.
You all are hoping something happens to my shower. If tonight hadn't gone wrong, maybe tomorrow she'd be flying high.
But you all are so mean about it.
Mrs. Lee cried and made a fuss. Song Yan-jo caught the key point. So, you know what Song shouted today? Lee's face turned pale with worry. When she saw Song Shao looking for help, she could only force a brave face and say, "That's right. Shower just wanted to sacrifice herself to save our Song family." Smack. Song Yan-han slapped her hard across the face.
You.
How dare you hit me? Lee covered her face, tears streaming down. Song Yan-han felt extremely ashamed and wished he could find a hole to hide in. Not only did I hit you, I also want to divorce you. I used to overlook your reckless actions, but now I see you can't tell right from wrong, and you have the nerve to do such things to our own daughter. It's disgraceful, truly shameful. For a moment, the second household was arguing loudly. Song Yan pinched his forehead, which was buzzing with pain. Enough, enough. Stop arguing. As the head of the family, he had to come up with a plan. Now that our Song family is exiled, we can't afford more trouble. Since things have come to this, I think Shower and her siblings should stay out of sight for a few days. Just cover your face with a veil and go along quietly. Mrs. Liu was unhappy and wanted to argue more, but she was silenced by Song Yan-han raising his hand high again. Seeing that most of the night had passed and everyone looked tired, Mrs. Song took Song Ning back to their own resting place. Though called a resting place, it was really just a sturdy stone behind the house. Sleep now, Ninger. Tomorrow will be a difficult journey. Mrs. Song gently stroked Song Ning's forehead, tears forming in her eyes. How could a mother like you, second aunt, let her daughter do such things? I'm worried this will ruin your future marriage. Mother, I'm still young. I won't marry anyone. I want to stay with you and father forever. Mrs. Song wiped her tears. Foolish child, what are you saying?
Sleep now.
It will be dawn soon. Song Ning obediently closed her eyes. Before long, she entered the space where her treasures were stored. Seeing all the precious items with no place to use them made her feel anxious, like ants on a hot pan. Today, she took the opportunity to ask Wen Hanzhou about the journey ahead. She learned that the next few days would involve steep mountain roads. She took out some fine silk from the space and planned to have Mrs. Song sew 3 pairs of soft, comfortable insoles for her shoes tomorrow morning. Otherwise, walking such rugged mountain paths could injure her or worse. Once she made up her mind, she finally relaxed and fell asleep. However, she didn't sleep well and was soon awakened by the crack of a whip from the guards. Last night, after the incident with Song Shao, the guards looked a bit mocking today. They repeatedly insulted the women of the Song family. Young lady, I think you look nice. Why not stay with the guard tonight? It might help pass the lonely time on this exile journey. One guard approached Song Xiang and leaned in to speak. Mrs. Meng, who was usually fiery, scolded loudly. Stay away from my daughter. Otherwise, I will risk my life to stop you. Seeing that her family was not easy to mess with, the guard spat on the ground and rode away. Song Xiang, with a small face, had once considered approaching Prince Ling before the incident with Song Shao. But after what happened, even with 10 more courage, she wouldn't dare to get close to Prince Ling now. Song Ning walked behind Mrs. Song and Song Yan, noticing the guards had been called away to scout by Wen Hanzhou. She quietly took out some silk from her clothes. Mother, I asked Prince Ling for some silk today. Maybe you and father can make soft insoles with it. Mrs. Song touched the silk and knew it was good quality. She lowered her voice and asked, "Did Prince Ling really give this to you?" Her eyes seemed to say, "Please don't tell me it's stolen." Song Ning coughed twice and repeatedly assured her. Mrs. Song then took out a silver hairpin from her hair and pulled out an embroidered needle. "Mother, I am good at sewing and needlework, but unfortunately, you haven't learned much," she said. "I have the needle but the thread," Song Ning quickly said. "It's a small matter. I'll find a way. I'll go ask Prince Ling for some thread later." Mrs. Song frowned, wanting to ask how familiar Song Ning was with Prince Ling. After thinking for a moment, she decided not to ask. She believed Song Ning understood proper boundaries between men and women and wouldn't do anything like Song Xiao did. The group traveled for over 10 kilometers, and the road ahead seemed endless, with no sign of shortening. When Hanzhou hadn't lied, today's journey was not easy at all. The wild fruit trees they used to see after a few kilometers were gone, and there were no small streams or rivers. Moreover, the path was rough and uneven, just a dried mud road. The mud was baked so hard by the scorching sun it felt like stone. "Sir, please have some water. We can't go on much further, sir. Please, kind sir, give me some water to drink." Along the way, many people kept complaining. When Hanzhou ignored them until they had traveled another 7 or 8 kilometers. Then, some people fainted from dehydration, and he finally sent someone to distribute water. Not giving water was better than giving it because once they did, the whole group stopped moving and refused to continue. Song Ning licked her dry lips and looked longingly at the endless road ahead. Soon, He Fengmian rode up beside her and asked, "Do you want some water?" Without thinking, she said yes. He handed her a water bag from his horse, and she shook it, only half full. Seeing her confusion, He Fengmian explained, "Drink sparingly. This might just be the beginning. It will get harder later. This water bag is the last source for the whole team." After speaking, he turned his horse and rode away. Song Shi and Song Yan, who were nearby, listened carefully to He Fengmian's words. Both of them licked their cracked lips and tried to comfort her, saying, "Ning, you should drink. We're not thirsty." Before they finished speaking, the third and fourth families came forward again. "Big brother, sister-in-law, let Xiang drink a little," Meng Shi begged. Song Yan, who disliked these pleas, looked at Song Ning. Ning took a sip from her own water bag and then shook it, saying, "Third aunt, there's not much left. I need to save some for later. You should find a guard to exchange for more water. You have lots of jewelry, right? Jewelry? Jewelry is useless here." Meng Shi, feeling impatient, pulled Song Xiang away and asked several guards for water. All of them said there was none left, showing how bad the situation was. Song Yan, feeling sorry, tried to advise Song Ning, but before he could finish, she immediately refused. "Dad, don't say anything. I won't give them my water. If I do, what will you and Mom do later?" Song Shi's face turned red from the sun, and her breathing grew faster. Seeing this, Song Ning quickly opened her water bag and gave her a sip. "Mom, don't hold back. Our family of 3 needs to stay healthy and reach the end. I'll go ahead and ask King Ling what's going on." Without waiting for Song Yan to object, Song Ning moved to the front of the line. When Hanzhou led the group on horseback, with He Fengmian riding beside him. When He Fengmian saw Song Ning behind, he deliberately mocked. "What? Didn't we give you all the water? What else do you want?" After what happened with Song Xiao last night, the guards no longer looked kindly at the Song family girls. So she thought that Song Ning from the main household was just dreaming about climbing into Hanzhou's bed. Song Ning didn't get angry but asked straightforwardly, "Is this place experiencing a drought?" He Fengmian's face changed instantly, and he looked at Hanzhou, who also stopped his horse. "How do you know that? The land is so dry, even a fool can see it." Although her space had rain clouds, it was only a light shower, and it probably couldn't solve the drought. Generally, insufficient rainfall is just one major cause of drought. Coming from Bingzhou, there was no drought for a long stretch. Only after crossing this mountain did the land become dry, so the reason must be here. "I just sent someone to check, and the road 30 kilometers ahead is all like this. Do you have any ideas?" When Hanzhou instinctively asked, but only realized it was inappropriate after speaking. He Fingmian looked even more strange. Are you crazy? She's just a young girl who isn't married yet. How could she understand anything? And you're asking her for advice? Have you lost your mind? Song Ning shot him a quick look and bluntly said, Don't look down on me. If I really have a way, what would you do? If you truly have a solution to end this drought, from now on, you'll be my adoptive mother. If I say go east, I won't go west. It's a deal. Originally, Song Ning didn't want to interfere, but after being provoked, she answered impulsively. When she wanted to take it back, He Fingmian was already mocking and not letting her off. Let me tell you first, if you don't have a solution from now on, your Song family won't enjoy any special privileges. Everyone will be treated equally. He had long disliked how Ling Wang favored the main household. If any careless servant spread this, it would be impossible to clear his name, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Song Ning agreed without hesitation. All right. When Hanzhou watched their bet without intervening, but his face showed worry as he looked at the endless hills. Right now, they were walking on mountain trails, with tall peaks blocking the sky. These mountain paths had always been like this, not to mention how the villagers living on the mountain made a living. All right, let them keep going. I'll ride to nearby villagers' homes to ask some questions first, when Hanzhou decided. He gave He Fingmian a look, signaling him to agree. Why? He Fingmian pulled on the reins, refusing to move. Aren't you going to walk with them? Song Ning raised an eyebrow. My adoptive mother is looking for a way to solve the drought. What's wrong with me walking a few steps? Men shouldn't be missing arms or legs, right? He Fingmian jumped off his horse with a smile and handed the reins to her. All right, I want to see how capable you really are. She took the reins, instantly recalling her memories of riding and galloping across the plains during the end times. She skillfully turned over and leapt onto the horse, then shouted softly, Go! The horse sped away quickly. When Hanzhou smiled quietly, The Song family is in your hands for now. I'll be back soon. The two rode their horses, and after about 3/4 of an hour, they saw smoke rising from the mountains. They followed the smoke on horseback. Soon, they arrived at a dilapidated thatched cottage. This is the place. Let's go inside and ask, Song Ning said, stopping her horse and tying it to a withered peach tree that was only half a stake. When Hanzhou nodded and also dismounted, entering the house with her. Hello, is anyone here? No one answered. Song Ning pushed the door open and saw that the smoke rising from inside was not from cooking but from a fire in the grass hut. They hurried to put out the fire. Just as they were about to sit down and rest, they heard a man shouting outside. Hey,
Who are you?
why are you burning fire in my house? It turned out the man had gone up the mountain to farm. When he saw smoke coming from his home from afar, he hurried back. But upon entering, he saw Wen Hanzhou and Song Ning sitting amusingly at his wooden table, fanning themselves. Young master, Wen Hanzhou said, and Song Ning chuckled. No need to be formal. Hey, you're the owner of this house, right? We just rode by and wanted to ask for some water. We didn't expect to see smoke coming from your roof when we entered. We worked hard to put out the fire. Please don't blame us. The man was straightforward. After hearing Song Ning, he checked the roof and realized he had wrongly accused good people. Sorry, both of you. Recently, many said they encountered bandits, so I had to be cautious. You want water, right? I'll go get some for you. He took off his straw hat and went inside to open the cellar. If not for him, Song Ning wouldn't have noticed there was such a large cellar inside the house. Song Ning watched as the man quickly brought a ladle of water. It wasn't clear spring water or cold well water. It looked somewhat murky, as if it had been stored for a long time. She frowned slightly and whispered to Wen Hanzhou, Prince Wang, the drought here must be very severe. When Hanzhou sighed softly and lowered his voice, Miss Song, do you think you can use that rain magic again? No, that was just a coincidence. Song Ning shook her head without hesitation. Rain and mist require thick clouds in the sky. Today, the sky is clear and sunny. She is not a fairy. She can't make it rain just like that. As she spoke, the man had already brought a water container closer. He licked his dry lips and said warmly, You too, please drink. This water was collected from rain earlier.
You know, We're suffering from a severe drought now.
The wells and rivers are dry. This is all we have. Please don't mind. Song-ning looked at the water ladle handed to her. Even in the end times, with water element powers, she had never drunk unclean water. But she had trained herself during the disaster. Even rainwater left standing for a while, or bathwater, she could drink if necessary. Considering the man's status nearby, Song-ning raised her hand slightly. Young Master One, you go first. When Hanzhou didn't refuse her. He took the ladle and drank calmly. Song-ning was surprised and looked at him, then turned to the man. Big brother, we have many people in our group who urgently need water. I am willing to pay silver to buy some. Would that be okay? 1 tael of silver for a bucket of water. The man seemed tempted. That price was extremely high. 1 tael of silver could cover their family's expenses for half a year. But considering the weather and not knowing when the drought would end, he gritted his teeth. All right, I can sell you a bucket of water. More than that, I don't have. This is because you helped put out the fire on my roof. If you go to other families, I won't give you even a bucket or a ladle. 1 bucket is fine. Don't worry, we're not forcing you to sell. Before the man could answer, when Hanzhou said, 10 taels of silver for a bucket of water. Brother, you sell us 2 buckets. We don't need more. Or you can ask others in your village as well. He needed to consider the large group, hundreds of people. Even 2 buckets of water would be barely enough. But the villagers here are also short of water. Even if the man had some stored water, it wouldn't be enough for their group, not to mention thousands or even tens of thousands of other suffering people. They had to think of another way, so as not to cause trouble for the other party. The man's eyes lit up. You give me 2 buckets of water, and you really pay 20 taels of silver. Yes, we can pay half now, and the rest when you bring the water. When Hanzhou said this and took out 2 pieces of silver. Before leaving, he specifically asked his guards for this money. Now, it was useful. The man quickly grabbed the silver, bit it to check if it was real, and then smiled happily. Please wait a moment, I will go get water for you. He took a few steps, then turned back with a worried look and said, But I don't have much water at home. I only gave you water because 20 taels of silver is enough for 3 or 5 years of harvest. Please don't tell others about this. When Hanzhou understood the man's worries and assured him immediately, Don't worry, we are just passing through. We are very thirsty and will leave quickly, so we won't cause you trouble. That's good, that's good. The man sighed in relief and went into the cellar. When Hanzhou handed the water scoop, which still had more than half the water, to Song-ning. When the man came back with a wooden bucket of water, Song-ning had already finished drinking and wiped her face with a cloth dipped in the remaining water. Looking at the 2 buckets of water, she thought for a moment and said, Young Master One, I'm not very good at riding horses. Can you carry this water and, when we arrive, make sure my family has enough to drink? Because their Song family was guilty, they couldn't share too much water. But she still had some fruit in her space, apples and pears, that she could secretly give to her parents to quench their thirst. This small amount of water, if taken back, would still be mocked by Hefeng Neon. But I have an idea to find water. Really? When Hanzhou asked, a little surprised. Song-ning nodded. Yes, even though it's dry now and the land is scorched, some plants are still alive. People chew the plant juice to survive. She was inspired by her older brother. Seeing the man store water in the cellar made her think of ancient northwest wells called keras, and then about the tricks used in rural water wells. She guessed that keras could also work here. There are no snowy mountains, but storing rainwater during the rainy season could help during droughts. But right now, the most urgent thing was to solve the water shortage. When Hanzhou looked down sadly, this method isn't a long-term solution. Just listen to me. Song-ning snapped her fingers. In places with more vegetation, there's definitely water vapor underground. If we dig downward, we can find water. It might take a lot of digging because of the drought. If worst comes to worst, we can set up pots and bowls on the surface to collect dew, but that wouldn't be as effective as digging for water. As long as we find a water source, crops might not survive, but people will be fine. Maybe it really could work. When Hanzhou quickly made a decision and said, Go back. I will have someone try it now. Song Ning had already prepared a reason to explain how she thought of it, but he didn't ask. He smiled happily and said, "If it works, don't forget to reward me, Prince. Don't worry." As they spoke, when Hanzhou easily picked up the water bucket on the ground and headed out the door. Song Ning immediately followed, not as quick as him on horseback, but she didn't fall behind at all. The homeowner watched their backs in shock, whispering in disbelief, "Did I just meet the prince? Did the prince buy water for my house? Did he say there's water underground? Am I dreaming?" The man was so excited, he took a moment to react, then hurried down the mountain to tell the village chief. Meanwhile, Song Ning and Wen Hanzhou carried the water back. When Hanzhou ordered someone to deliver half a bucket to the Song family, and the rest was given to the guards chief to distribute among the guards and servants. Each person only got a few sips, barely enough to quench their thirst, and there was no water left for cooking. Bei Fengmian didn't bother to mock Song Ning and suggested to Wen Hanzhou, "Prince, since that man has water stored, the villagers probably do too. Why not set up camp there and buy water for cooking?" When Hanzhou shook his head gently, "They need water to survive, so we shouldn't buy too much. It's better to dig our own well. Young Lady Song might have a method. You take a few people and try it." Bei Fengmian looked at Song Ning sharply and said, "Are you lying? If digging a well to get water really worked, the villagers wouldn't be crying and shouting over a bowl of water. Young Lady Song, I know you want to show off and earn rewards, but you shouldn't talk nonsense." Song Ning raised an eyebrow and asked, "Do you think the prince can be easily fooled by me?" Bei Fengmian choked and couldn't say anything. In his mind, Prince Ling was extremely wise. Could Song Ning's idea really be feasible? At this moment, when Hanzhou shared Song Ning's plan, Song Ning looked at Bei Fengmian lost in thought and didn't argue with him. Instead, she said, "Prince, I think the vegetation over at that villager's place looks healthier than here. It's probably easier to find water there. We also need to rest and set up camp, so it's better to go there first. The villagers can help us. They know the area better than we do." When Hanzhou nodded slightly and asked the guards to inform the officials about this plan and make arrangements, Bei Fengmian couldn't help but pick at the issue. "Although what you say makes sense, it's all just talk on paper. What if we can't find water? Wouldn't all our efforts be wasted?" Song Ning glared at him coldly. "Lord, he can choose not to do anything and just contact the officials here. I'm sure they won't lack your share of the water, but it's easy for you to leave, while the common people here have to wait in vain for the rain that may never come. Many could die of thirst. Do you really bear to see that?" Bei Fengmian was speechless after being challenged. After a moment he said, "Miss Song, you're so clever with your words." Song Ning smiled slightly. "Thank you for the compliment." When Hanzhou gave an order and the main force immediately moved out. When the news reached the Song family, Lady Song anxiously held on to Song Ning. "Ninger, are you really not lying to the prince? You don't know how to dig a well. What if we can't find water?" Song Ning patted her hand gently. "Mother, don't worry. I have a plan. Besides, the prince is wise. Even if we can't find water, he won't blame us. They originally planned to give the 2 apples, but now, given the situation, they could only wait until night to secretly give them to the children." To reassure the children, Song Ning patiently explained her plan again. Song Yanduan was still worried, afraid that things might go wrong. But after hearing Song Ning, he felt more confident. He was proud of his daughter, but also wondered how much she had changed. Lady Song was still very worried. In this great drought, finding water was extremely difficult. If it were easy, their family wouldn't have been exiled and punished. Meng was feeling dizzy from thirst. After drinking the water brought back by Song Ning and her family, she felt a little better. Now, hearing the family talk, she not only didn't hope for success but also couldn't help but pour cold water. Dreams are just wishful thinking. If you could really find water, why wait for you? Do you think you're the daughter of heaven? Haha. Song Ning coldly glanced at her. "Whether it works or not, and second, just watch. If we find water, you must stay strong and resist the urge to drink it." After saying that, Song Ning headed toward Wen Hanzhou and the others, too lazy to argue with Meng. She truly had advantages others didn't. Because of her special abilities, Though they were now almost negligible, her mental strength was stronger than that of ordinary people. She could sense some underground conditions, making it easier for her to locate water sources than others. The group quickly arrived at a nearby village. Since there were many of them, they didn't need to stay with the villagers, they just set up camp on the outskirts. The village chief had just heard from the villagers that a prince and his men had come. At first, he didn't believe it, but when he saw their large group, his doubts disappeared. He immediately sent someone to inform the county magistrate. He himself brought his son to welcome them. The method of digging a well for water was suggested by Song Ning, who took the lead. Her hometown was on a yellow soil hillside, and she had lived in a village as a child. The older generation had dug wells themselves, so she had some experience. Song Ning walked around the village and stopped at a spot with especially lively weeds. She said, "This is the place. Dig down here, make the hole as big as possible for easy access, and carve out steps along the edge. Find some large bamboo baskets, tie them with ropes, and have the people below dig the earth and put it in the baskets. The people above will pull the baskets up and dump the earth outside. Remember to pack the soil around the well to prevent collapse." She spoke confidently, and the village chief's earlier disdain faded. However, he still had concerns. "Miss Song, are you sure we can find water here? You don't know that since the drought started, both well water and creek water have dried up. Our village has dug several wells, but none have water. Yes, our village is somewhat better. There's a river passing nearby. When it nearly dried up, the village chief told us to store water at home and collect rainwater. Everyone has some water to drink. Outside, people are even selling their children for a jar of water, and some are fleeing. If this continues, we might have to leave and go further south. Without land, what will we do?" The villagers began to speak more openly, encouraged by the village chief's mention of Song Ning's friendly attitude. They took turns sharing their worries, some out of cleverness to let Song Ning know they also lacked water, preventing her from demanding too much. Others, honest and simple, were just worried about survival. The guards brought by when Hanzhou had already started digging with shovels. At first, the ground was hard, but they were strong and quickly dug a hole. Song Ning didn't need to do it herself. Listening to the villagers, she gradually understood Hanzhou better. He probably couldn't bear to see the common people suffer. Unfortunately, during this dynasty, possibly during the Little Ice Age, frequent droughts occurred. The upper class was fine, but the lower classes suffered greatly. Song Ning did not feel upset about the village chief's suspicion. She simply explained, "Right now, the area within 100 miles is very dry. If I say I can find water by digging, you probably wouldn't believe it. But look, many weeds and trees nearby have already withered or turned yellow because of the drought. However, the dogtail grass here is still green, which suggests the water shortage isn't too serious. Recently, there hasn't been much rain or dew, and dogtail grass has shallow roots. If no one has watered this area, it's likely that underground moisture is keeping these grasses alive." Her explanation was clear and easy to understand. Everyone listened carefully, their eyes bright with hope. The guards digging the soil became more motivated. They wiped their sweat and worked even harder, digging with more strength. Water is very precious now. Who would waste it watering these grasses? Even a single drop in the bowl must be licked clean, so there might really be water underground. I think so. Otherwise, why would the prince let Miss Song take charge? She must be truly capable. Let's go get our tools and dig together. The sooner we find water, the less we have to worry. The villagers spoke excitedly with their local accents. Song Ning's smile grew more genuine. She slightly stopped her team and said, "No need to rush. We have enough people to dig here. I'll take the brothers to another spot. If we work on multiple places, we'll be more efficient." A villager scratched his head in confusion. "What do you mean, work on multiple places?" Song Ning paused and explained simply, "It doesn't mean we will definitely find water at the spot. But if we dig in several places, as long as one spot has water, that's enough." Got it. Okay, we'll follow Miss Song's lead." She then led her team to another location to start digging again. Since these villagers were less organized and disciplined than Hanzhou's guards, she stayed behind to supervise and guide them. When they dug about 10 meters deep without finding water, they reached the depth of the old village well. The villagers, though tired, remained motivated. They remembered that their previous attempts to find water had been much deeper and had even caused fatalities. Under Song Ning's guidance, they took turns digging, ensuring safety inside the well. Everyone felt a bit more relaxed than before. However, after digging about 20 meters down, they still found no water. The village chief stood beside Song Ning, pacing back and forth with a worried look, his confidence fading. Other villagers, unable to wait any longer, whispered among themselves and began to doubt Song Ning. Especially, news also came from He Fingnian's side. They dug nearly 30 meters, but still found no water. They asked Song Ning whether to continue digging. Of course, they didn't only ask Song Ning, they also asked Wen Hanzhou. When villagers heard about this, they were all shocked and started doubting Song Ning. Just a few hours ago, they trusted her as she confidently spoke, but now that trust was gone. If it weren't for her being brought here by Wen Hanzhou, someone might have tried to hurt her. Seeing the situation getting out of control, the guards with Song Ning became anxious and said, "Miss Song, maybe we should go tell the prince first, so he can make the decision." They were worried that the villagers might riot and hurt Song Ning. Song Ning waved her hand calmly and looked steadily at the villagers. She said confidently, "Everyone, don't panic. Today's drought makes it very hard to find water. If it were easy, no one would die from thirst over a single bucket of water or sell their children just for water." But, she continued quickly, not giving anyone time to interrupt. Her tone grew more serious. "Since everyone thinks this method might work, why give up so easily? Don't worry, I will go down and see if I can find anything." Because of her words, the noisy crowd gradually quieted down. Someone skeptically asked, "You, a girl, really want to go down the well? What's the use of you going down? What can you do? Whether it's useful or not, I'll know when I come back up. Since you think there's no water, why not rest for a while? Give me about half an hour." Instead of arguing with the villagers, Song Ning turned to the village chief and said, "Please watch over things up here." After that, she walked to the well. She climbed down along the edge of the well wall, which had been dug out. Everyone thought she was joking. Even if she was serious, no one believed a girl would dare go down into the well. There was no flashlight, and the bottom was dark and scary. Only the candle at the bottom flickered faintly, casting a faint glow, which was quite frightening. The well wall was straight up and down. Even a strong man would have to be very careful, trembling with fear, worried that one misstep could cause a fall, leading to injury or even death. Some timid people stood by the well, looked down, and were so frightened that their legs trembled, making them afraid to go down. However, in front of many people, Song Ning squatted with her back to the well, supporting herself with her hands, gripping the rope hanging at the edge of the well. The thick hemp rope was tied to a withered tree far away, and two villagers were pulling on it around their waists to help the person going down the well. Song Ning quickly lowered her legs into the well, moving carefully, then stepped on the edge and descended. Her speed was not fast, but she was very steady. The villagers watched with wide eyes. If she didn't want to reveal her skills, she could have gone down faster. Before she reached the bottom of the well, she noticed that the soil at the edge was more moist. Most people might not notice, but her mental strength was stronger than others, so she could clearly sense the difference. She went down a bit more, circled around the well, and found that the soil below was drier. After thinking for a moment, she climbed back up to her original position, circled the well wall, and checked the surroundings. In the most moist area, where anyone could feel it, she dug a few marks with her hands. Then she climbed back up. When her eyes caught the sunlight, she instinctively closed them, feeling someone grabbing her wrist. Song Ning instinctively dodged and reached out to grab the person's hand, striking fiercely. When Hanzhou raised an eyebrow in surprise. Afraid she might slip and fall, he let her hold his arm and said loudly, "Miss Song, it's me. I wanted to pull you up."
It seems you don't need help now.
Hearing the familiar voice, Song Ning gasped and opened her eyes to see the handsome face of the man. His deep, black eyes looked like a whirlpool, drawing attention. But beneath his gaze, there was a hint of curiosity. Clearly, when Hanzhou doubted her skills, Song Ning took a deep breath silently, pretending not to notice his scrutiny. She kept her face calm and said, "Thank you, Prince. I'll come up now." Once she was steady on the ground, she saw that the villagers who had been aggressive earlier were now quiet, like quails. Compared to her, a weak woman, when Hanzhou, as the Prince of Ling, was like a tall mountain, no one dared to be disrespectful. Song Ning looked away. Before anyone could ask, she said, "I found the place where the water can come out of the well. You two go over there and try to dig horizontally. I'll help and give you some guidance."
Prince.
"Water has been found." A shout came from afar. A guard hurried over, smiling, holding a water pouch and quickly handed it to Hanzhou. "Prince, look. We've found water." When Hanzhou suddenly looked at him and asked, "How did you find it?" Before, an hour ago, Feng Mian had said it was impossible to find water and thought Song Ning was a big liar. He took the water bag, poured out a little, and saw the clear well water. After tasting it, it was sweet. The once discouraged villagers suddenly cheered loudly. Song Ning also saw joy in her eyes. "Great. Now we won't lack water." The guard continued. "We dug 2 places but only found 1 source of flowing water." "Prince, do you want to see it?" Song Ning also sighed in relief, brushed off the dirt from her hands, and smiled. "That's good. The villagers won't lack water anymore, and we can share this method with other dry areas. This will be a great achievement for Miss Song." When Hanzhou's handsome face, usually serious, now also showed a smile. "Why don't you come with me to see the other well first, then come back to continue digging?" While speaking, he already stepped toward the other well. The villagers followed happily, praising Song Ning with smiles. Some felt guilty and even apologized to her. Song Ning naturally ignored their words. When they arrived quickly, the water in the well had already been filtered into 2 buckets, slightly clearer, with some muddy water mixed around. Feng Mian gave Song Ning a thumbs up. "Miss Song is amazing. Not only can you ask the heavens for rain, but you can also find water sources. I admire you." Hearing this, the villagers looked at Song Ning with even more admiration, and some whispered, "Could Miss Song be a goddess sent by heaven to save people?" Song Ning's mouth twitched, and she quickly clarified, "Don't talk nonsense. I just got lucky that day." Today, finding water was based on careful analysis and investigation. Everyone contributed, not just me. When Hanzhou looked at her deeply and smiled, "No need to be modest. I will report this to the emperor and try to get you a reward." He couldn't say too much in front of the villagers, and he wasn't sure if he could. Currently, the north was suffering from a severe drought, with many areas lacking water. Song Ning's idea to find flowing water could save many lives if it was promoted. That would be a great achievement. The entire Song family would be rewarded generously. However, the emperor's decree to exile the Song family was an imperial order. Based on his understanding of the emperor, it was unlikely the order would be revoked easily. Thinking this, when Hanzhou's smile faded slightly, and he looked down thoughtfully, Song Ning wisely said, "I will share all the precautions and experiences about digging wells for water. Please, Your Highness, agree to one request of mine." When Hanzhou regained his focus and looked at her, "Go ahead. Our family still needs many daily supplies and clothes. I hope Your Highness can help us with this." She didn't make any excessive demands. When Hanzhou simply gave an order, and someone immediately went to prepare. Then Song Ning took people to the spot where water hadn't been dug out yet. She personally led her guards down the well, marked the spot, and dug horizontally inward. Sure enough, water was found. Once water was confirmed, she didn't need to interfere further. Song Ning returned to the exile team. The Song family had already received the news. Song Yin looked at her with a happy face and praised her generously. "Well done." Madame Song gently brushed her messy hair and brought a cloudy rainwater basin for Song Ning to wash her hands. This water was sent by King Ling after Song Ning dug out the water. Thanks to her effort, they had much easier access to water, which made other prisoners very envious. However, Song Xiang snorted unhappily. A blind cat bumping into a dead rat. Hearing this, Song Ning slightly tilted her head and glanced at her. If I weren't here, do you think you'd die of thirst or be drained of blood by someone with a knife so they can drink your blood to quench their thirst? Song Xiang shivered and curled up like a turtle, shrinking back. But Madame Song still told Meng, take care of Song Xiang. What can be said, and what can't. She's a young lady now, she should know her limits. Feeling protected by her, Song Ning felt a warm glow inside. She tugged at Madame Song's sleeve and smiled. Mother, wait for me. I'll get some clear water for you and father to drink. Madame Song shook her head gently. It's fine. Don't always look for King Ling over such small matters. Just find those guards instead. Song Ning insisted on going. It took her quite a while, and by the time she returned, the rice was almost cooked. She held a large clay jar of water, which looked a bit cloudy. Song Xiang saw it, her eyes flashing with disdain, thinking it was clear. Turns out it was just as murky as what they were using now. But Song Ming only poured a bowl for her parents, then sealed the jar. Father, mother, water is precious now. Remember to drink only clean water, she warned. She deliberately winked at Madame Song, who had taken a sip and spoke softly. King Ling gave me some sugar cubes. I dissolved them. She originally planned to make juice from apples and pears, but it was difficult to do, so she looked through her belongings and found some candies, which was more convenient. She also told Song Yendwan about this. After seeing him take 2 sips, he stopped drinking and prepared to feed the younger Song Zhao. Song Ning sighed silently and quickly stopped him. Father, you should drink it yourself. I'll pour another bowl for Zhao. Song Yendwan looked at the jar and waved his hand. You can drink the rest, Ning. I'll just give Zhao this one. Song Ning pretended to be angry. No, father, please listen to me this once. Otherwise, I will be upset. I boldly asked for this jar of water because I want you and mother to drink it. How can you disappoint your daughter's kindness? Song Yendwan couldn't refuse her and stroked his beard. All right, I'll listen to you. Seeing her stare at him, he took another big sip and squinted happily. Usually, he didn't think much of it, but after a tough journey, drinking sweet water felt very comforting. The slight sweetness lingered on his taste buds, and since it was a gift from his daughter, it warmed his heart even more. Their father-daughter scene drew the attention of others in the Song family. Song Yanhan asked, Big brother, is the water you're drinking special? Since it's Zhao's share, shouldn't you also give Ming a bowl? Minger is still young and growing. Song Yendwan looked at him for a moment and replied calmly, It's just some newly dug well water today. Better than the rainwater stored for a long time, but it still has a muddy smell. It's not very good. Second brother, don't talk nonsense. Song Yanhan didn't believe him, but hoped to get some benefits from the main household, especially from Song Ning, so he didn't argue further and just nodded with a smile. Seeing that Song Yendwan wasn't planning to share with everyone, Song Ning poured another bowl and went to the place where the 4th household was sitting. She handed the bowl to Song Yeja. 4th uncle, I also asked for this water, with some face. Once he drinks it, it's gone. Please feed it to Zhao, and remember not to let him say too much. Her last words were spoken softly. Song Yeja wasn't foolish and naturally understood that this water was different from ordinary. After nodding and thanking Song Ning, he personally fed the water to Song Zhao. Zhao only took 1 sip, and his eyes lit up. Sweet. Father, mother, you should drink some too. Hush, Zhao. Drink it yourself. Lu hurriedly told him to be quiet. She looked at Song Ning with gratitude, her eyes moist. My elder sister and the young lady are good people. In the past, Song Yeja patted her shoulder. When there's a chance, we will repay them. I didn't expect Song Zhao to drink only a little of a bowl of water and leave the rest. Song Ming quietly drank it. The sweet taste of the syrup was too obvious, so the boy immediately refused and loudly shouted. Mother, the older sisters secretly drank the syrup. I want to drink too. The older sister is unfair. She gives Zhao a syrup, but not us. No, I want to. Boo-hoo. As soon as Song Yenja heard the noise, he rushed over, covered Song Ming's mouth, and sternly said, Stop talking nonsense. What time is it now? Do we have syrup to drink? Are you dreaming? Song Ming was going through puberty, and his voice sounded like a rooster's. It was late at night, and not only the people from the four main branches of the Song family but also other relatives and outsiders nearby heard it clearly. No one was asleep, and soon many people gathered around. They even called the police officers. Because of Song Ning, the officers didn't press too hard but only asked Su Jing. But if this matter isn't settled, it might cause a lot of trouble. Especially since Song Ming bit Song Yenja and loudly said, "I didn't lie. That water is sweet." Song Yenja apologized to Song Ning, saying, "Ninger, I'm sorry. I didn't watch over things properly and didn't expect this boy to find out and cause you trouble. It's okay. Since I brought it out, I'm not afraid of others knowing," Song Ning said confidently. She was less polite than Song Yenja and quickly grabbed Song Ming, using a bit more force, making him so hurt he couldn't speak. Then she looked at the whispering crowd, who seemed about to question her, and calmly said, "Yes, that syrup is mine. After we dug the well and brought out the water, the prince rewarded me. I didn't steal or snatch anything. The amount isn't much. What's wrong with taking care of my family? If anyone is unhappy, they can earn their own rewards. My parents and I don't care much about that. As for Song Ming saying he didn't get any syrup, that's a family matter. No need for everyone to worry." Once she finished, the buzzing noise immediately stopped. Although people usually worry more about fairness than scarcity, Song Ning was right. The syrup was earned through their own effort, so there was nothing to argue about. Besides, without Song Ning, everyone might have been thirsty to death. Under the police officer's commands, the crowd soon dispersed. Only the four main branches of the Song family remained. Song Yanhan, who always considered himself a noble person, looked anxious and quickly scolded his wife and children. But both Li and Song Ming refused to back down. Li looked at her beloved son, who was still being suppressed by Song Ning, and sharply said, "Song Ning, you won't share the sweet water with Ming, and now you're hitting and scolding him. Let go of my Ming." Song Ning quickly pushed away Song Ming and coldly said, "Who I share the sweet water with depends on my mood. You two keep causing trouble for me and expect to get benefits? Forget it in the next life." Li was a bit afraid and turned her anger towards Song Yanduan, saying, "Big brother, aren't you going to control Song Ning? You've always been fair, but Song Ning giving the fourth house and not us, the second and third houses, is ruining the harmony of the Song family. We need to have a serious talk about this today." She also wanted to pull in the third house, Meng's family, to seek benefits. However, with officials watching, Song Ning was not someone to be easily challenged. Meng's mother and daughter, feeling weak, didn't dare to speak up. The fourth house had already gained benefits, so they naturally sided with Song Ning. Lu scolded Li a few times and told Song Zhao to thank Song Ning, then took Song Zhao to rest. Song Yanduan sighed and spoke seriously. "Sister-in-law, this is hard won by Ninger. She can give to whoever she wants. Instead of complaining about Ming, you should treat Ninger well. Be sincere with her, and she will be sincere in return." Ninger has never been petty. Lu couldn't stand Li bullying her daughter, and also spoke up. "Second sister-in-law, you originally exchanged a gold hairpin for water. When I asked you to share a sip with Ninger, you didn't agree, saying everyone manages their own affairs. Now, a sip of sweet water is so precious. Ninger only shared because Ming was young and weak. Ming, a grown-up, not only cares for his younger brother but also steals his sweet water. Why don't you teach him?" Li still wanted to argue, but Song Yanduan used his authority as clan head and ordered, "Second brother, control your wife and children." Only then did Song Yanhan step in to suppress Li. Li was still unwilling. Watching Song Ning and others turn to leave, she quietly extended her foot to trip Song Ning. She couldn't drink the water herself, and the two in the main house who saw her didn't come to help, so she thought she could ruin her. But who was Song Ning? She quickly sensed Li's small move, but pretended not to notice. She firmly stepped on Li's foot. Li's smile on her face hadn't even faded when she suddenly felt a sharp pain, her face twisting in pain, and she let out a loud cry. Song Ning's lips curled slightly. She bowed her head and looked into Song Yanduan's kind and gentle eyes. Her smile faded again. But this time, Song Yenduan reached out and patted Song Ning's shoulder, then coldly said, "Second brother, control your family matters. Let me see you unfairly trouble Ninger without reason again, and we will split the family apart." Split the family. Now everyone panicked. Although the other branches of the Song family didn't like the main branch, they knew deep down they couldn't survive without it. The second branch wanted to cause trouble again, but when Song Yenduan glared at them, they all looked down in guilt. Seeing their father finally stand tall and take charge, a smile appeared in Ning's eyes. She finally felt confident and no longer worried. Digging a well can bring water, but the location must be chosen carefully. When Hanzhou wanted to promote this method, which took time, the exile team was already stationed nearby, but whether they were criminals or refugees following behind, everyone needed to eat. When Hanzhou followed Song Yenduan's advice, using work instead of punishment, and arranged for people to dig wells, water the fields, and build houses. Keeping everyone busy would prevent trouble. More wells meant more water. Building houses was for settling the refugees and counting their households. The large team worked efficiently, completing a lot in just one day. That evening, Song Yenduan and Lu Shi received their share of water and food, ready to distribute to their daughter. When they saw that Ning had even more abundant food in front of her, they all fell silent. But, on the other hand, the food and water for the second and third branches were not enough. Song Ming obviously didn't want to work. Song Xiao pretended to be weak, claiming to do manual labor, but it was more like causing trouble. Song Yanheng was proud and looked down on these rough jobs. Li Shi wasn't much better. Her family only got a small amount of grain, barely enough to eat. Meanwhile, Song Ming was a young man growing up, used to being spoiled, and refused to lie quietly when hungry. He caused trouble, but only made himself hungrier. The third branch was slightly better, but they still didn't get much oil or supplies. The fourth branch was honest. Although they couldn't eat enough, they kept silent. Everyone stared greedily at Ning's family. Ning kept eating politely and gracefully, which made Song Xiang even more jealous. But, while they could barely endure hunger, thirst was much harder to bear. The next day, everyone went to work, and the second and third branches learned their lesson, no longer slacking like the first day. Only Song Xiang still sat like a young lady, unwilling to do anything, constantly glancing at Ning. Ning glared at her, and Song Xiang immediately looked away guiltily, huffing in frustration. Ning ignored her. Late at night, Song Xiang couldn't bear the hunger and thirst anymore. She looked around and kept reaching toward the family's belongings. There wasn't much inside the bundle. Song Xiang rummaged through it repeatedly and only found a few tattered clothes. Frustrated, she cursed softly and, unwilling to give up, she reached under Lu's pillow. Yesterday, she saw Lu sneak something under the pillow before sleeping. This time, her eyes lit up. Under Lu's pillow, she found a hard biscuit, and inside the quilt covering her, there was a full water bag. This old witch really hides things. Phew. Song Xiang ignored everything else, ate the biscuit in a few bites, then opened the water bag and took several sips, drinking most of the water inside. After finishing, she couldn't help but burp. Her stomach was full now. Frowning, she touched her face, then secretly looked around before pouring out the remaining water and carefully wiping her face. Once done, she saw no one around and, without hesitation, threw the water bag outside the camp. Thinking it might not be right, she dug a small hole and buried the bag. When Lu returned, she immediately checked under her pillow. But when she did, her face changed instantly. Song Ning noticed Lu's reaction and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu hesitated. In such a dry year and during this chaotic time, she felt guilty that she had secretly saved a little food and water for her daughter's peace of mind, only to have it stolen. She could only accept her bad luck. Song Ning stepped forward and grabbed Lu's wrist. Looking at her empty bed, Song Ning narrowed her eyes. Did something get lost? She saw through Lu's little thoughts clearly. However, when Hanzhou's strict laws forbade fighting and theft, whether among the refugees following the exile team or the soldiers, Song Ning didn't remind Lu. After all, Lu's secret savings were made out of a mother's love, meant to protect her daughter. But she didn't expect theft to happen right under her nose. Song Ning looked around with her beautiful eyes, noting that the camp was set up one family at a time. The prisoners had brought little clothing, so their belongings were fewer, but everyone knew she was protected by Lord Ling unless absolutely necessary. No one dared to steal from her family. Moreover, the people around their family were mainly the other 3 branches of the Song family and close relatives. Song Yanduan and Lu Shi are kind-hearted and would help with difficult situations, so there was no need for them to steal. In fact, Song Xiang did not stay by the stove calling for food today, but went to bed early. Song Ning frowned. She didn't believe Song Xiang would be so obedient. Silently, she approached Song Xiang, lowering her head and staring at her. Although Song Xiang closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, she still felt an invisible pressure. Feeling guilty, she opened her eyes and, upon meeting Song Ning's gaze, shouted loudly, "Song Ning, what are you doing? Are you trying to scare everyone?" Song Xiang's voice was sharp. Just then, Meng Shi returned from outside. Hearing her daughter's voice, she quickly came over angrily, protecting her daughter in her arms. "Song Ning, you're the big sister. It's one thing not to favor your sister, but how can you bully her? Have you no conscience?" Song Ning slightly raised her eyebrows. Lu Shi naturally didn't want her daughter to be scolded for no reason. She clutched a deflated pillow and tremblingly asked, "Third sister-in-law, today only Song Xiang was at the camp. Can you tell me where the cookies and water I left for Ninger went?" Song Xiang, feeling guilty, dared not speak. Meng Shi's eyes twitched with a smile. She looked as if everything was justified. "Who told you not to take care of your things properly? Now that they're lost, you're blaming others. Besides, who said the things were definitely taken by Xiang? In this wild place, anyone can come in. If you don't hide your things in your stomach and leave them outside, aren't you just asking to be robbed?" Lu Shi was so angry her eyes reddened. However, Song Ning kept a close watch on Song Xiang's face. In this drought, water was scarce, and many people couldn't even drink water, let alone wash their faces or bathe. A few days ago, Song Xiang looked dirty and dusty, but today, her face was surprisingly clean, and she had changed into a fresh outfit. Perhaps feeling supported, Song Xiang looked proud. She snorted and said, "Yes, Auntie, it's all your fault for not taking care of things. Stop slandering us. Fine. Blame me. But at least return the water bag to me." Lu Shi regretted her words, but still valued that water bag, which was useful whether in her luggage or on her body, much better than a bowl. Song Xiang snorted twice. "I already said I don't know, Auntie. You're always taking care of Mother, but the things you do are more and more foolish." Lu Shi, already distressed about the hard-earned grain and water, was furious at being mocked by Song Xiang and Meng Shi, her face turning bright red. Mrs. Meng saw how Lu looked and finally let out all the anger she had been holding in these past days. She rolled her eyes and even pointed at Song Ning, saying, "Big sister-in-law, don't cry. Maybe it's actually Song Ning herself who secretly ate and drank things she shouldn't have, and she's afraid to admit it." Song Ning narrowed her eyes dangerously. Song Xiang nodded repeatedly. "Exactly. Big sister, look at how worried Annie is." "Just admit it already." Song Ning suddenly smiled, her face beautiful like a flower, but her expression frightened Song Xiang so much that she shrank back. Song Ning didn't pay attention to her. She gently asked Mrs. Meng, "Why didn't third aunt wash her face today?" Mrs. Meng was a bit annoyed. "There's not enough water to drink, let alone wash faces." "Oh, I see. I was just looking at Sister Xiang's face. It looks pretty clean." Before Song Xiang, whose face was turning pale, could make a sneaky excuse, Song Ning grabbed her collar and spoke coldly. "Stealing food is bad enough, but to be so brazen about it and even try to throw dirt on me and my mother. The cake my mother left me was mixed with coarse grains, not fermented white flour cake. It's very filling but hard to digest. If you threw it up, we could tell if you had stolen some." After saying this, Song Ning gave a hard punch to Song Xiang's stomach. Song Xiang's stomach twisted, and she instinctively vomited, but only a little clear water came out at first. "It seems my strength isn't enough," Song Ning said with a devilish smile, pretending to punch again. Song Xiang, spoiled and delicate, couldn't bear the pain of the punch and wailed loudly. She definitely couldn't handle another hit. Mrs. Meng didn't expect Song Ning to suddenly attack. She screamed in fright, but before she could react, Song Ning's second punch was already flying out. This time, Song Xiang's stomach convulsed, and she vomited a few pieces of hard cake that hadn't been digested. Her throat was sore and painful, and her stomach felt like scissors were twisting inside. Song Xiang was terrified. Seeing Song Ning ready to hit her again, she cried out, "Stop hitting me, uncle. Save me." I know I was wrong. Lu's eyes reddened, but she clenched her teeth and said nothing. She was usually a kind person, but since her exile, she had gradually seen through what kind of people her family really was. Song Ning squatted down and harshly pinched Song Xiang's chin. Her face still carried a light smile, but her eyes were cold. "You also know that my mother is soft-hearted? But begging my mother won't help. You have to tell the truth." Seeing Song Ning's clenched fist, Song Xiang cried so hard her nose and tears ran freely.
I
told the truth. The pancake is what I ate and the water is what I drank, but you can't just beat me to death over a piece of pancake and a bag of water. How heartless you are." "Huh." Song Ning impatiently frowned and sneered. "It's still about moral accusations. As if just now, she was the one who stole others' grain and water during the famine and was about to bite back." Song Ning stood up, dusted her hands, and asked, "Just admit it. Where is the bag my mother used to carry water?" "I buried it behind the temple." Song Xiang shrank her neck. When Song Ning was about to hit someone, the people from the second household also returned from outside. Li Shi sneaked around, almost rushing out to report, trying to accuse Song Ning of fighting. So, when Hanzhou arrived with his men, he just happened to hear Song Xiang admit. Song Ning snorted coldly, about to leave with Lu Shi to find the water bag, but suddenly bumped into Hanzhou's arms. The man's eyes were as cold as stars, and he gently supported Song Ning's slender waist, with a calm, handsome face. "Miss Song." Song Ning's nose hurt from being bumped by his muscles, and she looked up at Hanzhou's cold, lake-like voice. Oddly, she thought that this man looked like a cold, delicate scholar, high and unreachable. But under his clothes, his muscles were surprisingly elastic. "Does Miss Song have any injuries?" Hanzhou, who had been worried about her fighting, was also a little annoyed and confused. But now, seeing him distracted, Hanzhou couldn't help but sigh, filled only with concern. Song Ning quickly shook her head. "No." Then she spoke before Hanzhou could question her. "You also heard. Someone stole, but I didn't start the fight. I just subdued them." Hanzhou was both amused and helpless. He rolled his eyes at Fengmian, who didn't speak, but his gaze said everything. Afraid, he couldn't hold back his sarcasm. He turned around and looked behind the broken temple, where he found a fresh-turned pile of dirt. Beneath the pile was the water bag that Lu Shi had lost. Song Yan, who came with Hanzhou, saw that his wife and daughter were safe, sighed in relief, but couldn't help but also sigh. With solid evidence, Hanzhou's clear voice, tinged with a coldness, sounded stern. "Miss Song Xiang, I already said before, anyone willing to stay and make a living here, regardless of who they are, will have their hands and feet cut off if they steal." "No." Hearing about cutting off hands and feet, Song Xiang was so frightened she widened her eyes and cried out uncontrollably, "Prince, this isn't considered theft. We are basically a family, and at most, we took something without Grandaunt's permission." Hanzhou lowered his eyes slightly, his expression cold and compassionate, but firm. "Take them out. Whoever steals from others, cut off the hand that did it." "No, no." Madame Meng suddenly reacted and threw herself onto Song Xiang. She didn't expect the situation to escalate so much. If she had known, she would have quietly taken this small advantage without saying anything. That way, she wouldn't have to provoke Song Ning, who might go crazy and insist on fighting to the death. Fight to the death. Madame Meng's eyes suddenly lit up. She pointed at Song Ning. "Prince, she's even hitting people." Also, we haven't divided the family, so Song Xiang didn't steal anything. But Song Ning, she really did hit someone. Song Ning looked indifferent. I'm willing to accept punishment for hitting someone. But what about you all stealing? According to the law, she should be whipped 30 times. Although there's a risk of losing half her life, or even being paralyzed if unlucky, Song Ning's space not only stores items, but can also gradually strengthen her body as her space level increases. 30 whips don't seem too terrible to her. The noise was loud. Suddenly, Song Yen Duan stepped forward and said, Prince, Madam Meng is right. We haven't divided the family, so Song Xiang didn't steal. Song Yen Duan, Lu Shi no longer called him the old master. She looked at her husband with red eyes, trembling with fear. Song Ning lowered her eyes and said nothing. She should trust her father. Sure enough, Song Yen Duan silently held Lu Shi's hand in reassurance, then said, whether Ninger hit someone or not, we should check her injuries to be sure. Only then can we determine if Ninger was defending herself from a thief or just acting out of ignorance. His words carried a clear hint. He didn't want his daughter to be whipped 30 times. If Song Xiang didn't want her hand to be cut off, she could only agree with him. Madam Meng, always clever and calculating, quickly nodded along with her daughter. Yes, it was just a playful fight between the two sisters. Ninger didn't do anything. Song Ning also shrank her neck. When Hanzhou looked at her, seeming indifferent, but he couldn't help feeling headache and secretly angry.
Is she
spoiled and arrogant? Thinking she had made a contribution, so she acts recklessly? Rules should be followed everywhere, especially in special times. Send for the medic's daughter, when Hanzhou said coldly. There were no women among the escort, but the county had a medic's daughter. The doctor arrived quickly. After seeing Song Xiang's injuries, she also showed a look of surprise. Meeting when Hanzhou's thoughtful gaze, she hesitated before speaking. Prince, Miss Song Xiang indeed isn't hurt. On her stomach, even the red marks were so faint they were almost invisible. At this level, it can't be called a fight or a brawl. When Hanzhou couldn't help but glance at Song Ning again, Song Ning still looked calm, as if everything was none of her concern, or as if she was confident everything was under control. Song Yendun quietly let out a breath, then spoke again. Family matters are not considered theft, but taking things without asking is not the way our Song family promotes. Ugh. In an instant, a smile appeared in Song Ning's eyes. When Hanzhou was also a bit surprised. He thought that a proper head of the family like Song Yendun would handle family issues privately. Lu's face turned red as she withdrew her hand from her husband's palm. Song Yendun silently sighed in his heart, but his bow and lowered head showed even more humility. The guilty official is willing to accept responsibility, be whipped 15 times as a warning to others. Great. Now, not only when Hanzhou's strict reputation is established, but Song Yendun's reputation for standing by righteousness and punishing his own family is also solidified. Mrs. Meng wanted to cry out, but seeing Song Ning's cold smile, she suddenly closed her mouth. In the yard, only the sound of Song Xiang being whipped and her sharp cries remained, carried away by the night wind like a female ghost. The originally curious and mischievous commoners instantly became obedient, like quails. 15 whips didn't take Song Xiang's life, but her legs were bloodied and she couldn't walk properly. Mrs. Meng endured her anger, but had nowhere to vent. In the end, she could only glare fiercely at Lu. It's all her fault. Why did she hide the cake and water under the pillow instead of eating them? Maybe she saw that Xiang'er was young and naive, and deliberately set a trap for her. Lu usually seemed harmless, but her mind was so cruel. Mrs. Meng was now completely resentful toward Lu. The second wife watched the scene, feeling both annoyed and amused, though she was glad that Song Ning wasn't punished. Seeing everyone's different expressions, Song Yendun sighed deeply in his heart. He cupped his hands to Hanzhou. Thank you, Prince. When Hanzhou nodded, then looked at Song Ning, his tone calm without showing any emotion. I have something to ask Miss Song Ning. May I know if it's convenient for you? Song Ning glanced at her parents. The elderly couple seemed to trust Hanzhou's character. Lu Shi hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, "Go early and return early." This place was desolate, the night dark and cold, with cold winds blowing. When Hanzhou stood tall and straight, the bright moonlight shone on him, casting a cold shadow. Songning followed behind him, stepping in his shadow step by step. Neither of them spoke until they reached a hillside. When Hanzhou suddenly stopped, Songning was lost in thought, stepping on his shadow when Hanzhou suddenly paused. She accidentally bumped into his back. Songning. This was the second time tonight her nose had been hurt. She rubbed her forehead, aware that her current body was much weaker than before. Otherwise, she wouldn't make such a simple mistake. When Hanzhou remained still, gazing at the lights flickering below the small mountain, the warmth of the lights contrasted sharply with the cold and loneliness here. "Prince, is there something you want to tell me?" Songning asked, confused. When Hanzhou suddenly spoke, "Kneel." His voice was quiet but powerful, like thunder. Songning froze and coldly replied, "I am innocent. I don't understand why I should kneel. Miss Song, you have helped me a lot these days. I remember your kindness. But, Miss Song, this is a time of famine. I have no real power now. To save the common people here, I need to plan carefully and proceed step by step. However, what you did today puts me in a difficult position." Songning looked into his eyes, confused. "What difficulty do you have?" Her tone was too natural, and her clear, pure eyes seemed overly innocent. At that moment, when Hanzhou was stunned, under the moonlight, he turned to meet Songning's cold gaze, and his ears involuntarily turned red. When Hanzhou awkwardly looked away, saying, "Miss Song, you have helped me. But that's no excuse to ignore the law and act arrogantly because of favor. So that was the reason." Songning plucked a withered grass stem from the ground and lightly held it in her mouth, speaking softly. "I didn't mean to ignore the law. I am ready to accept punishment. Prince, life is short. I don't like to keep silent and endure everything." After speaking, Songning suddenly chuckled lightly, her tone cheerful. "I thought I would get scolded, but surprisingly, my dad was so supportive." Supportive? When Hanzhou's cold face showed a look of confusion. Not only because of the confusing word that Songning mentioned, but also because of her openness. "Exactly, impressive." Songning waved a blade of grass. "I understand what the prince wants me to do. The prince is a person who values loyalty, but from your position, there are some things you have to do." Songning quickly jumped down from the stone and ran a few steps away. She turned around and smiled at Hanzhou from afar. "What I want to say is, Songning, only wish for my family and myself to live peacefully. I have no other desires. Prince, I'll take my leave." Songning moved gracefully and soon disappeared into the mountains and fields. When Hanzhou quietly watched her leave, feeling a strange, hard-to-explain emotion in his heart. After taking a few more steps, he stopped again, bent down, and picked up a white handkerchief from the ground. There was a faint floral scent on the handkerchief. He recognized it. It was Songning's. She often used this handkerchief to dab dew on flowers and refresh her face. A cold image of Songning's clear eyes appeared in Hanzhou's mind. Without thinking, he put the handkerchief into his sleeve. After Songning returned to the broken temple, she saw a figure at the window, writing on the ground. Curious, she moved closer and saw Songyen holding a yellow grass paper, using burnt-out wood as a pen, carefully writing something word by word. Under the moonlight, the middle-aged man's face looked almost devout. Lu Shi sighed as she mended her clothes by the moonlight. "Mother, what is father doing?" Songning asked curiously. Her father was so diligent in reading, but he shouldn't work himself so hard. Lu Shi shook her head and lowered her voice. "There's a drought here. Your father is writing a letter to an old friend from the court, asking for silver to repair the dam." As Lu Shi finished speaking, a cold snort came from the second and third houses. Li Shi's voice was harsh. "Big brother is so worried about himself that he's pretending to care about the country. I knew it. He shouldn't have embezzled money in the first place." Songning's gaze turned cold as she glanced at Li Shi. Li Shi glared back defiantly. "Did I say anything wrong?" Big brother stole so much silver, and he usually doesn't let us get a share. Now that we're in trouble, we have to suffer too. You can leave. Song Ning pointed at the door. Second aunt, do you want me to see you off? Li Shi didn't reply. Song Yen sighed. Song Ning couldn't help but lower her voice. Father, with Prince Ling here, why are you so worried? To be honest, they are indeed a group of prisoners who are struggling to take care of themselves. Let's help a little if we can. Song Yendwan put down his brush, smiling as he patted Song Ning's head. Ninger, the common people are suffering. Song Ning suddenly felt uneasy inside. In the previous world's apocalypse, it was the same. There were always powerful individuals who couldn't protect themselves, but still had to look after ordinary people. Song Ning isn't one of them, but she's curious and respects them. Go to sleep quickly. You've had a hard day. Lu Shi helped Song Ning arrange the bedding. However, Song Ning found it hard to fall asleep. She lay beside Lu Shi, tossing and turning, but finally couldn't hold back and quietly got up. After a few movements, Song Ning climbed onto the tallest tree to watch the moon. At night, when Hanzhou looked at the many lights of the city, while Song Yendwan saw the warmth and coldness of the world. These were scenes she rarely saw during the previous apocalypse. Song Ning turned over and quietly entered her space. Besides the silver treasures she moved from the storeroom earlier, her space also stored a small amount of modern equipment and some food. As her consciousness explored further, she was blocked by an invisible barrier and couldn't go deeper. Song Ning knew this was a level barrier of her space. But, frowning, she remembered that in her previous life, upgrading her space required killing zombies and mysterious creatures. In this life, how could her space upgrade? Although she still had some minor abilities, their strength was directly linked to the level of her space. The higher the space level, the stronger her skills and body would be. But in this era, there were no zombies or mysterious creatures. How could her space upgrade? Sighing, Song Ning decided to stop exploring the unknown parts of her space and started counting her silver. As she counted, she sighed again and turned over. So annoying! Hanging upside down on the tree trunk, she relaxed her body, but suddenly, she met a pair of bright, large eyes. It was a small, thin girl. The girl was curled up in a haystack not far from the big tree, blinking curiously at Song Ning. Song Ning sighed again and simply jumped down from the tree, squatting in front of the girl. Child, why aren't you asleep yet? The girl shook her head, then suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she said, Big sister, I remember you. You're the beautiful sister who made people dig water. Song Ning touched her head, then took a candy from her space, and was about to give it to the little girl. The girl suddenly bit her lip and quickly moved closer to Song Ning, shoving something into her embrace. Song Ning looked down and saw it was a small wild fruit, wilted in the girl's hand. Confused, she asked, Why did you give me this? The fruit is very tasty. The girl, worried Song Ning might dislike it, quickly explained, I've kept it for many days, hoping to give it to the sister who saved us and the big brother. Her voice grew softer. My grandma and I couldn't walk anymore and we're almost out of water. You saved us. Song Ning thought for a moment. She accepted the girl's fruit and took out a few tiny water beads from her space. This is water inside. When you're thirsty, bite it to release the water. It's for you. Before the girl could refuse, Song Ning stood up and left without looking back. In her past life, she had saved many people, but later, her eyes grew colder. Twice betrayed by her own team members, she no longer trusted anyone's heart. After days of effort, the well was gradually dug, easing the drought here for now. Although water was still scarce, at least no one would die of thirst or hunger. But, looking at the increasingly dry farmland, when Hanzhou's face was filled with worry. They needed to build a dam to store rainwater, otherwise, the crops would die from drought. More importantly, they had stayed here too long. The imperial court's accusations were flying everywhere. When Hanzhou's eyes were deep and dark like ink. Song Ning stood nearby, watching Song Yendwan and Wen Hanzhou, both full of righteous energy. She touched her small space again. When Hanzhou noticed her and blushed inexplicably. Song Yanduan happily reached into his sleeve, took out a few fruits, and handed them to Song Ning, winking mysteriously. These fruits are very sweet. Share them with your mother. Song Ning couldn't help but smile wryly. In her original memory, Song Yanduan had always been a serious and noble father figure, very official. Now that they were exiled, he seemed to become more approachable. When Hanzhou also took out a handful of fruits for Song Ning, sounding a bit awkward, they're from the city kids. I heard they picked them from the mountain over there. Sorry, Miss Song. The last part was vaguely spoken by Wen Hanzhou. Song Ning knew he was referring to yesterday's events, but pretended not to hear and quietly said, "Thank you." When they were picking fruit, their fingers touched. Wen Hanzhou looked a bit uncomfortable, but Song Ning seemed unaware and continued eating the fruit. She said, "This place hasn't had rain for a long time. We need to find a way to make it rain." When Hanzhou looked into Song Ning's eyes and asked, "Miss Song, do you have any ideas?" "Light a fire," Song Ning replied firmly. Song Yan's brows furrowed suddenly and said, "This place already lacks water. If we burn a fire, won't it become even drier?" There are ancient theories about the water cycle. Song Ning half-jokingly explained, "Father, I remember reading in a book that rain comes from water on the ground turning into vapor, gathering in the sky as clouds. When the clouds gather enough, they turn into water and fall as rain. It's a cycle." Hearing this, when Hanzhou's expression became thoughtful. "Lord Song, I think I've read a book like that too." He then looked at her with admiration. "Miss Song, you really read many books." Song Ning smiled politely. When Hanzhou was very proactive. Soon, he ordered a large pile of dry wood to be stacked on the open ground, and thick smoke rose up. "Miss Song, how many days will this fire burn?" He squatted next to the firewood, his face dark from the smoke, looking a bit worried. Song Ning rolled her eyes. "How would I know?" Hearing this, He Fingmian wanted to argue with her, but suddenly, a guard-like person ran over covered in blood. When he saw Wen Hanzhou, he seemed exhausted and collapsed to the ground with a thud. "King Prince. Bandits." He only managed a few words before his eyes became unfocused, clearly at the end of his strength. When Hanzhou's sharp eyes turned fierce instantly, he stepped forward and pressed his hand over the guard's wound. What happened? The blood stained Wen Hanzhou's white sleeve red. The guard stammered. The supplies and silver sent from another city were stolen by bandits. Suddenly, there was a loud crack. He Fingmian's fire stick fell to the ground, and Wen Hanzhou's fingers clenched tightly. After processing the news, he realized the bloodied person in his arms had gone silent. "Prepare a proper burial," Wen Hanzhou said sadly. Song Ning also understood that something was wrong. Just as she was about to speak, Wen Hanzhou suddenly spoke softly, "Miss Song." Although it's not proper, but his eyes held a mysterious emotion, as if implying more. "It would be helpful if Lord Song and Miss Song could watch over this place." After Wen Hanzhou finished speaking, he didn't even bother to wipe the blood from his body and hurriedly left. Song Ning instinctively felt something was wrong. No matter what happened to Wen Hanzhou, she and her father were already accused and had limited freedom. Being able to move freely was rare. Why would Wen Hanzhou still let her and her father? A cloud of suspicion grew in Song Ning's mind, but those bandits were truly daring. They even dared to rob the grain and silver meant for disaster relief, personally arranged by Prince Ling. One trouble after another. Song Ning sighed, feeling conflicted inside. In recent days, Song Yanduan had been working hard alongside Wen Hanzhou, gaining some reputation. Both the refugees and the guards left by Wen Hanzhou were willing to show him some respect. Things had been peaceful for a while. However, this peaceful time didn't last long. That night, someone leaked the news. Once again, the story of the disgraced Minister of Works who embezzled funds for building a dam spread like wildfire. The news spread rapidly, like wildfire burning through dry grass. Wen Hanzhou was not present, and the refugees who once respected Song Yanduan now seemed to find a vent. One by one, they raised farming tools as weapons, their faces full of anger. "Dog official. It's you who made us homeless and caused my son's death. My family worked near the dam. When it collapsed, my husband, who couldn't swim, was drowned. Our family of 5, old and young, are suffering. If the water dam hadn't been destroyed, we wouldn't have had no water to drink. We had to leave our homes, families torn apart. Hatred grew wildly. Some even ignored the danger and rushed forward with sticks, their eyes blazing with fury. My father died because of you, you dog official. Return my father's life. Someone threw the first punch, and soon, the other refugees, with bloodshot eyes and sharp farming tools raised high, looked ready to kill. When Hanzhou hurriedly left, leaving only a few guards behind. Song Yan-duan was just a scholar. Though he ran quickly, he almost lost his head to a sharp hoe. At a critical moment, Song Ning suddenly reached out and pulled Song Yan-duan roughly. Father, these people have lost their minds. They won't listen to reason now. We must leave first. Song Yan-duan looked pained. Amid the chaos of the refugee riot, Song Ning pulled her father, and they ran breathlessly. Meanwhile, Song Ning was calm and agile, dodging the furious crowd of rioters coming from all directions. Father, although the temple where we live is broken, it has doors and windows, so the refugees can't come in for now. Song Ning is protecting Song Yan-duan, watching the broken temple in front of her. Suddenly, Meng's face appears from inside. Meng must have received the news. Her eyes flash with a malicious look. After hesitating for a few seconds, she directly closes the temple door. Damn it! Song Ning curses softly. Song Yan-duan's expression instantly turns very cold. The refugees holding hoes and sticks are almost catching up. Song Yan-duan suddenly takes a few quick breaths and stops. He is just a weak scholar. Holding Song Ning's wrist tightly, he looks firm. Ninger, think of a way to protect yourself. I'll hold back the people behind. Song Yan-duan is the target of the refugees' anger. If he stops running, he won't have any way to survive. Song Ning's face is cold and indifferent. She suddenly pulls Song Yan-duan. Father, didn't we agree that our family will always stay together? Wait. Before she finishes speaking, Song Ning lifts her foot and kicks the temple door hard. Meng is hiding behind the door, peeking out. When the door is kicked open suddenly, her head is hit by the door, turning red instantly. She is knocked flying out. Ouch! Meng cries out in pain. Song Ning looks at her coldly, then casually picks up the broken door latch from the ground and hands it to Song Yan-duan. Father, close the door. As soon as she finishes speaking, countless angry refugees rush over. Meng is knocked down and hasn't gotten up for a while. Outside, the furious refugees, almost losing their reason, start smashing and kicking the door wildly. Fortunately, they are not as strong as Song Ning's special powers from her space. They can't break through easily. The temple door is shaky but can hold for a while. But this is not a long-term solution. Song Ning looks around and suddenly her face changes drastically. Father. Where is Mother? Song Yan-duan clenches his fists tightly and breathes heavily. When he hears Song Ning's question, he suddenly raises his head, looking terrified. Your mother didn't come back today. In an instant, Song Ning feels a cold chill from her head to her feet. Meanwhile, Song Xiang, who is lying nearby healing, can't help but smile faintly. Song Ning, oh Song Ning, today is your turn. You deserve it. Although Meng was knocked down for a long time and hasn't gotten up, hearing this news, she feels proud. The expressions of mother and daughter are identical. But right now, Song Ning is only worried about Liu, so she doesn't pay attention to them. Father, I will go find Mother. Song Ning immediately makes up her mind. With my space and abilities in hand, those people outside probably can't do anything to me. At worst. Song Ning coldly lowered her eyes and suddenly pulled out a cold smile. She has survived and fought in the apocalypse for so long, and she knows the easiest way to take someone down instantly. Ninger, Song Yan anxiously grabbed Song Ning. Ninger, don't go out. Something's clearly wrong. Song Yan looked at the trembling people hiding in the corner, second, third, and fourth households, and let out a sigh. He had thought maybe these people resented him, the eldest brother, for causing trouble, which led to this chaos. But upon reflection, They are not so foolish as to be that naive. He sighed again. Ninger, the people they want is father. Father will protect you and your mother. Outside, the noisy crowd of refugees shouted insults non-stop. While Song Yen was thinking, he straightened his back and loudly declared, "Everyone, I, Song Yen, am here. Do not harm the innocent." The insults grew louder. Mrs. Lee held her two children and cried out loudly, "Good people, we are also caught up in this. We don't know anything. Having such an older brother is really bad luck for us." Song Yen remained calm, but his eyes were dark and cold. Song Ning's gaze grew even colder. The restless refugees outside shouted for Song Yen to apologize with his life. Without hesitation, Song Yen agreed. "Fine. As long as you spare the innocent people." Then he straightened his back and suddenly opened the door. A sharp hoe swung toward him. Song Ning's pupils shrank sharply. Just as the hoe was about to hit Song Yen, Ning didn't care if her space would be exposed. She quickly used her mind to pull the hoe into her space. The hoe disappeared. The leader's face was still twisted with murderous intent, but he suddenly stared at his empty hand, stunned. After reacting, he shouted in horror, "Monster! There are monsters! They are monsters! They came to harm us! Shut up!" Song Ning stepped forward, clutching Song Yan's hand tightly and coldly said, "Our Song family has been wronged." The refugee leader's eyes flashed, and he shouted with bloodshot eyes, "Lies! All you officials claim innocence, but you are all oppressing the common people. We don't believe you. It's that corrupt official Song Yen who caused all this. Kill him!" The leading vagrant shouted, and the others behind him became even more excited. Seeing the crowd approaching, Song Ning's small frame suddenly radiated a terrifying aura. She used her mind to manipulate space, amplifying her voice with a built-in speaker. "Our Song family was originally sentenced to death, but on the day of execution, we petitioned for justice. Suddenly, heavy rain fell. This is a miracle, a sign that heaven is defending us and condemning injustice. Moreover, my father has come here, working hard every day for the people, personally handling everything. Have your eyes been eaten by dogs?" Song Ning's voice was like blood crying out, each word deeply touching the heart. Apart from the leader, the other refugees hesitated. Seizing the moment, Song Ning continued, "The real corrupt and guilty people are hiding in the shadows, controlling everything. They want to make my father a scapegoat. Do you really want my father to die silently here, falsely accused, while the true culprits go free?" Her amplified voice grew several times louder. The young girl's voice was calm and steady, yet filled with grief and the power to stir people's hearts. Most of the refugees, except the leader, bit their lips in struggle. Some had even lowered their sticks. Seeing this, the leader's eyes flashed with a fierce red glow. Ignoring everything, he suddenly drew a knife from his coat and fiercely stabbed towards Song Ning's chest. "Ninger!" Song Yan's face showed panic as he shouted, instinctively rushing forward to block the knife for Song Ning. But the leader's move was too sudden. As the blade neared her heart, Song Ning clenched her palm tightly and instinctively fought back. A faint crimson glow flickered in her eyes, and her fingertips silently summoned a thin, winged dagger from space. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of tearing through the air rang out. Then, when Hanzhou's cold voice exploded in Song Ning's ear. Startled, she quickly retracted her knife, not wanting to reveal her space ability. She was afraid of being mistaken for a monster and burned alive. After surviving in the apocalypse for years, Song Ning understood one thing deeply: never underestimate anyone's strength or intelligence. She was about to activate her space to take out a protective armor to shield her heart, but in the next second, the leader's face twisted with rage as he clutched a dagger and suddenly collapsed to the ground. Coldly watching him bleed from his mouth, Song Ning saw a feathered arrow quietly lodged in his right shoulder, where he had raised his knife. When Hanzhou held a delicate crossbow, riding a white horse, with clear and gentle features, yet his eyes contained a deadly intent. Fortunately, when Hanzhou then realized that his palm was bleeding from being pinched so hard, the refugees blocking the temple entrance saw when Hanzhou and automatically made way. He dismounted quickly, worriedly saying, "Miss Song, I'm fine." Song Ning's face remained calm throughout. Even when the tip of the knife was almost stabbing into her eye, she only felt excited, being strong, playing with danger. "Prince, this person is suspicious." Song Yendwan still clung to his daughter, voice trembling. If Song Ning hadn't supported him, he might have collapsed and fallen to his knees. "Father," Song Ning said helplessly, "the danger is over. Should you stand up now?" Despite looking thin, this old man was quite heavy. Song Ning silently thought to herself, "Song Yendwan. Cough, cough, he's about to lose face." When Hanzhou quietly hid his injured hand inside his sleeve, his cold, jade-like eyes flashed with killing intent. "Feng Mian, leave no survivors." Today, he was riding to check the situation. Bandits robbing grain. But it wasn't just the work of bandits alone. Usually, bandits wouldn't be so bold unless someone was backing them. Since he just left earlier today, trouble happened right after. When Hanzhou lowered his voice, "Lord Song, today's incident was aimed at you. As for who is behind this, I will find out soon and give you an explanation." Song Yendwan nodded repeatedly. "Prince, did you see my wife? Madame Song is clever. She saw something was wrong and hid in a haystack, where an old woman and a little girl were staying," He Fengmian said with a smile. "Madame Song is behind us." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Shi, with red eyes, rushed over. Just now, she saw the leader trying to stab Song Ning in the heart. In her panic, she fainted and was only awakened after being pinched at her pulse. "Thank you, Your Highness." Song Ning held Lu Shi in her arms, finally feeling at ease. She sincerely looked at Wen Hanzhou. "Today, you saved my mother. I will repay your kindness one day." "No need. Miss Song, it's good that you're safe," Wen Hanzhou said. He was actually about to leave. Many things still awaited him. But just now, on the brink of life and death, he unexpectedly wanted to look at Song Ning a little longer. This girl was truly extraordinary. If it had been someone else, they would probably have been so scared that their legs would weaken and tears would flow freely. But he remained calm and cheerful, talking and laughing with himself. It's both interesting and admirable. When Hanzhou's gaze grew hotter and hotter, Song Ning tilted her head in confusion. "Prince, are you not leaving yet?" After asking, she seemed to think of something and directly continued, "Prince, you also said that these incidents were probably planned by someone to get my father's life. May I ask, what is happening to those bandits now?" "Miss Song, isn't that something you should ask about?" He Fengmian said unhappily, but when Hanzhou interrupted, "Fengmian, it's okay to tell Miss Song." After that, when Hanzhou sighed and said, "In the court, someone must have deliberately leaked information to those bandits, not just to threaten your father's life, but also to force me to leave." The relationship between these events is complicated, but Song Ning quickly understood that. Someone was giving Prince Ling a warning. Song Yan's face looked sad. "Prince, without this grain and silver, what will the common people do?" Song Ning felt uneasy inside. Her father had just narrowly escaped being killed by those refugees, so why was he still worried about them? But suddenly, she remembered her mother, who had survived the refugee riot because she was taken in by a girl and an elderly person. She sighed and tried to lighten the mood. "Father, maybe heaven, seeing how much you've suffered, will give us a big surprise." Song Yan nodded with a smile and patted his daughter's shoulder, cooperating. "Ninger is right. Heaven has no dead ends." But these words seemed to anger Lady Li in the temple. Lady Li suddenly snorted coldly and sarcastically said, "Big Brother truly cares for the country and the people. If it weren't for him, how could we have fallen into this situation?" Just now, it was fortunate that the prince arrived in time and scared away those refugees. If he hadn't come, we wouldn't know what would have happened to us. Lady Li then hugged her son Song Ming and cried, "Big Brother, you got what you deserved. We really haven't done anything wrong. Our Ming has been raised by me since he was young, studying diligently to serve the court. Now everything is ruined, just ruined. Today, he almost lost his life. Big Brother, you owe us and you'll never pay it back in this life." Song Yanhang snorted coldly and frowned as he spoke. My older brother is pretending to be honest and upright now, but he's ruining our family's future. That's bad enough. But if similar problems happen again in the future, how can we protect our lives? The couple argued back and forth. Song Yendwan, already feeling guilty, looked even paler after being criticized. Being framed and falsely accused was bad enough, but what hurt more was the lack of trust from family members. When Hanzhou seemed unable to watch anymore and was about to speak when he saw a small, quick-moving figure suddenly appear beside Song Yanhang. Song Ning looked up at her uncle, who considered himself a young man, with a cold gaze. It seems you are very unhappy with my father. Humph, it's not just unhappiness. What I said is because your father owes us, Song Yendwan said confidently. But the next moment, Song Ning grabbed his collar, gently but firmly shook him, and threw him out. Dust and dirt spread around, followed by their bedding and belongings being thrown out one after another. Mrs. Li held Song Ming, crying and shouting loudly, using words like crazy and killing in her distress. After throwing out all the belongings of the second and third households, Song Ning clapped her hands, raised her delicate chin, and looked down with a commanding attitude. Since you're so angry, please, second uncle and second aunt, stay away from us so we won't drag you down. But big sister, you threw out our luggage. Where are we supposed to stay? It's so cold at night. Do you want us to freeze to death? We're family. How can your heart be so cruel? Song Xiao was also anxious. She cared about her shame and quickly used her soft, weak voice to cry out. Song Ming clenched his fists in anger, but when he saw Song Ning's cold gaze, he shrank back and hid behind Mrs. Li. Song Ning sneered, "You really belong to your group. When times are good, you stay silent. When times are tough, you complain. If it weren't for my father," Song Ning pointed lightly at the places where the second, third, and fourth households were, smiling slightly, "a commoner like me wouldn't have fine clothes and food. If you really want to cut ties, then return everything you've taken from my father over the past decades." The girl, only 15 or 16, spoke with a firm tone, cold enough to cut to the bone. Song Yanhang looked angrily at Song Yendwan. "Big brother, this is the daughter you raised? She's completely disrespectful to her elders. Disrespectful to elders is you guys, second brother." Song Yendwan looked serious and commanding. "Anyone can criticize me, but you all have no right to do so." After speaking, Song Ning didn't bother with Li and the others. She simply lifted her leg and kicked everyone out one by one. Mrs. Meng initially wanted to cause trouble with the second household, but seeing the situation, she ignored her pain and collapsed on the ground pretending to be dead. But Song Ning had no intention of letting her go. She remembered that it was Mrs. Meng who had just tried to keep them outside the door. Song Ning stretched out her arm, and she threw out everyone from the third household along with their belongings. Mrs. Meng covered her aching back, nearly injured from the fall, wanting to curse loudly but afraid of Song Ning's anger. She could only hold back her hatred and hide her malicious feelings. Wait a moment. When Hanzhou suddenly spoke, his voice cold and clear, like high-quality jade colliding, making people feel calm and happy. Song Xiaojing looked up happily. Before she could speak, her eyes turned red, making her look even more pitiful. When Hanzhou politely said, "Since your two families don't want to be part of Lord Song's household, I will return these items meant for the household to me." Song Xiaojing's small face turned pale immediately. She trembled and asked, "Why?" When Hanzhou kindly explained, "These bedding items were originally given to Lord Song's household. Since you are not part of Lord Song's family," his beautiful eyes lowered slightly, showing a hint of pity and helplessness. Only then did Song Ning notice that his eyelashes were very thick and long. They were truly very handsome. Suddenly, Song Ning felt as if something had gently brushed her heart. Li and Mrs. Meng cried out loudly, but He Fengmian had already started grabbing things. It was very cold at night. The bedding, though rough and hard, could keep out the cold. Now that it was gone, the second and third households were freezing all night, unable to sleep, only walking around to keep warm. The next morning, their faces looked as pale as ghosts. But Song Ning didn't even glance at them. After venting her anger and sending Wen Hanzhou away, She looked at her father's empty bed but found herself unable to sleep. Although she didn't understand why when Hanjo valued her father so much, seeing her parents and when Hanjo's worried sighs made her feel a strange discomfort inside. When Hanjo had helped her before and Songning didn't like owing favors. Alright, this time, she decided to help them. Songning made a firm decision in her heart. She gently tucked the quilt around Liu, who was always eager to help keep her warm every night. Then, like a swift and agile cat, she silently disappeared into the night. In her hand, she held a heavy bag of banknotes. These were taken from the Fan family's belongings. Besides ancient paintings, calligraphy, and rare treasures, Songning only took 1% of the banknotes, enough to save the people of the entire city. Initially, Songning planned to bury the banknotes somewhere hidden and guide when Hanjo's people to dig them up. But in the dark night, she suddenly saw a man in black sneaking near the newly dug well in the village. What was that man in black really up to? With this question in mind, Songning quietly hid behind a tree, watching the man in black's movements. The man looked around to see if anyone was nearby, then secretly took out a bag of powder from his clothes and sprinkled it into the well. Was he poisoning the water? A sudden thought flashed through Songning's mind. She was about to rush out and catch him, but at the last moment, she stopped herself, deciding to wait and see what he did next. After pouring the poison, the man in black looked around and then left quickly. Once he was far away, Songning stepped out from behind the tree. All the guards nearby had been knocked out. Songning took matters into her own hands, scooping some water from the well and smelling it. Her face immediately turned cold. It was 5-spice powder. This poison had a faint, pleasant scent, but once ingested, it caused vomiting, diarrhea, dizziness, rashes, bleeding from the orifices, and ultimately death by internal decay. Her first thought was that someone was still maliciously trying to harm her father and Prince Ling. But then she realized that most of the water in the well was what the common people drank. Just as she was unsure what to do, she suddenly heard He Fengmian shout sharply behind her. "Who's there?" After speaking, He Fengmian drew his sword. Under the moonlight, the cold gleam of his weapon radiated a deadly aura. Songning frowned and quickly stood up. "It's me. Miss Song?" When Hanjo asked with some doubt, "What are you doing here?"
Yes.
Seeing it was Songning, He Fengmian quickly retracted his sword. But soon, he sensed something was wrong. "Where are the guards by the well?" Songning helplessly pointed to the ground. When Hanjo had already noticed the unconscious guards and looked thoughtful, He Fengmian blurted out loudly, "No way, Miss Song. Could this person be the one you drugged? Miss Song, even if you wanted water, you didn't need to knock out all these guards to steal some, right? Please, I might be kind enough to give you some if you ask." Apart from when Hanjo, He Fengmian's mouth was always quite sharp. Songning rolled her eyes at him and then looked at Wen Hanjo. "Prince, I just saw a person in black come here to poison." When Hanjo's eyes flickered, He Fengmian blurted out, "How does Miss Song know that the person in black came to poison? Why can't they be like Miss Song and just want to steal some water?" His fists clenched tightly. How did this person manage to become the top guard beside Lord Ling? Songning took a deep breath and emphasized clearly, "I am not here to steal water, Fengmian." When Hanjo saw Songning's expression was tense and with a faint smile, he spoke to stop He Fengmian from talking more. When he spoke, the air around seemed to become much cooler and cleaner. The anger in Songning's heart, wanting to hit He Fengmian, instantly disappeared. When Hanjo poured a ladle of water and sniffed it, then dipped his finger in, trying to taste it, Songning was startled and quickly grabbed his wrist. "Prince, the water is poisoned. It's 5-spice powder. It's okay." Seeing the genuine worry in Songning's eyes, when Hanjo shook his head and smiled. "Wen's body is special, so there's no need to worry." Special body? What kind of body could be so special? Could it be immune to all poisons? Songning frowned deeply. But since she already knew what the poison was, when Hanjo didn't insist on testing himself. Instead, he looked thoughtful and said, 5-spice powder. Could it be those bandits? He Fengmian spoke cautiously, but his anger was obvious. They want to frame the prince. That's so cruel. When Hanzhou didn't reply, but turned to look at Song Ning. Today, we are grateful to Miss Song. Song Ning waved her hand, indicating it was nothing. This time, when Hanzhou spoke up voluntarily, corrupt officials and ministers have long been rotten inside the court. The closest prefecture to here, Juzhou, is controlled by Fan Wenqi's men. Song Ning suddenly understood. Fan Wenqi was the corrupt official who had blamed her father. She had emptied his granary, and now that official was probably trying to make money and collect bribes. If there was a drought in Juzhou and Fan Wenqi colluded with the prefecture officials, then all that money would just go into Fan Wenqi's pocket. If when Hanzhou solved the water problem here, how could they make money? Song Ning suddenly felt cold all over. In the apocalypse, people eat others openly, but in this era, it is just as terrifying and silent. However, Song Ning did not understand why when Hanzhou suddenly told her these things. Miss Song has already been involved. I think you should have the right to know, when Hanzhou explained softly. Song Ning nodded, wanting to say something, but she was speechless for a moment. She could only say, our family's lives have long been closely linked to the prince. We follow the prince's lead in everything. When Hanzhou looked at Song Ning's serious face and suddenly shook his head with a gentle smile. The young girl looked only 15 or 16, but always seemed so mature. Under the bright moonlight, when Hanzhou's gaze was cold yet compassionate. His appearance was striking, and Song Ning suddenly felt a bit afraid to look directly at him. If there's nothing else, Your Highness, I will take my leave, she said. Since this place was not far from the broken temple, when Hanzhou nodded. Song Ning took a few steps away, but when Hanzhou suddenly spoke again, Miss Song, she turned back, and when Hanzhou took out a neatly folded handkerchief from his sleeve. Your embroidered handkerchief. Song Ning looked puzzled. After seeing the ugly duck embroidered on it, she blushed with embarrassment. Thank you, Your Highness, she said, taking the handkerchief. The handkerchief was something she learned to make from Lu Shi during her exile journey. It depicted mandarin ducks playing in the water, but her embroidery skills were not very good. After Song Ning left, when Hanzhou immediately ordered someone to check if the water from other wells was contaminated. He then quickly prepared antidotes and sent more guards to watch the wells. However, Song Ning did not return immediately. After making sure no one was following her, she buried the silver near a peach tree close to Hanzhou's camp and then left happily. But the next day, the children in the village suddenly fell ill with a strange disease. The children kept crying about headaches and stomach pains, but no doctor could find anything wrong. If only one child was sick, it might be just a case of pretending, but dozens of children showed symptoms. Gradually, even some young adults started complaining of headaches and stomach pains. An invisible fear spread among the crowd. When Song Ning heard this news, she couldn't help but frown. Could there be something other than the 5-spice powder harming the villagers? Although most of the refugees have been settled, the temporary villages still lack doctors. The refugees can only stand outside the simple straw huts built quickly by a warm cold boat to see a doctor. Song Ning stands in line behind the refugees. Strangely, those complaining of dizziness and stomach pain look healthy and energetic. The doctor still cannot find anything wrong and only advises them to rest in bed more. Song Ning watches this strange scene and suddenly feels her wrist being gently grabbed. She instinctively wants to fight back, but after smelling a cool, unique scent in her nose, she stops herself. Prince Wang? She turns around and when Hanzhou speaks, Miss Song, things are a bit unstable lately. It's better to stay indoors. Song Ning looks at the refugees coming and going in the city, feeling more confused. Next to when Hanzhou stands Song Yenduan, who today is speaking loudly. Ninger, do you know that the signs before a plague outbreak include headaches and vomiting? Severe cases also have diarrhea. The rat plague here has just been dealt with, but still, hearing the word plague, the surrounding refugees become more anxious. However, Song Ning suddenly senses something is wrong. If there really was a plague, her father and King Ling would not be spreading rumors and causing panic like this. Her eyes flicker, then she obediently nods and acts as if she believes. A plague is so terrible. The anxious and fearful voices around grow louder. When Hanzhou's eyes show a faint smile. Just as he is about to speak, Song Ning speaks first. I heard there is a peach tree near your tent. I want to make a peachwood sword to ward off evil and avoid catching the plague myself. Could I ask you for a peach branch, ward off evil? When Hanzhou thinks Song Ning has guessed that the so-called plague is a trick they set up to make the mastermind reveal themselves quickly. But seeing her honest gaze, he finds it hard to understand what she is really planning. However, he can easily give her a peach branch. He quietly laughs. Of course, Song Ning breaks a branch of peach and sharpens it into a sword, hanging it around her neck. That afternoon, rumors spread that the peach tree outside King Ling's tent could ward off evil and help people avoid the plague. Many refugees knelt outside King Ling's tent, crying and asking for a peach branch. King Ling, helpless, could only send someone to cut branches and distribute them to the refugees. There were so many refugees that the soil under the peach tree was trampled repeatedly. Soon after, a metal box was found buried in the ground beneath the tree. He Fengmian quickly sent someone to dig. To everyone's surprise, they unearthed a chest full of silver notes. These notes added up to hundreds of thousands of taels. Now, the story of the Peach Fairy's blessing became even more legendary. However, the plague still hung heavily over everyone's heads. Inside the tent, when Hanzhou was examining the silver notes. These notes could be used to build a dam, prevent droughts, and buy enough grain to help the refugees. But is this really the work of the Peach Fairy's blessing, as people say? When Hanzhou looked at the stamp on the back of the notes, deep in thought, the notes still bore the words Tongha. The Tongha Silver Bank is owned by Wen Hanzhou, so he could check who the original owner was, likely the Fan family. When Hanzhou was not without money, he was just under close watch. Surrounded by enemies, he couldn't openly use his silver to help with relief efforts. And this kind of divine blessing. When Hanzhou suddenly smiled, a smile that confused He Fengmian. Ah Zhou, what are you smiling at? When Hanzhou shook his head. Miss Song is quite a clever person. Why praise her all of a sudden? He Fengmian asked, noticing Wen Hanzhou's rare, genuine smile. When Hanzhou concealed his smile and handed the silver notes to his trusted aide. Notify the local officials and the governor of Juzhou to start building dams. His words were firm and powerful. Although He Fengmian was still a bit confused when Hanzhou had already given the order. He didn't ask further and simply nodded in acknowledgement. The reputation of Prince Ling was still good in the counties, so the officials dared not delay. The silver was directly handed to the county officials, bypassing many procedures. It was overseen by Wen Hanzhou's men, working day and night to build dams in each county. However, when they reached the Juzhou governor, he refused to open the city gates again. His reason was that the refugees outside had contracted the plague, and they couldn't let the disease spread freely. More and more refugees outside the city were falling ill. Without medicine, they could only endure the suffering. As time went on, many refugees developed rashes, which worsened into boils, and some even had bleeding from their orifices. The Juzhou governor was even more afraid to open the city gates. Soon after, he sent a troop of cavalry, claiming the plague among the refugees was a threat, and ordered them to burn the sick refugees alive. Not long after, the iron cavalry sent by the Juzhou governor entered the villages where the refugees had gathered. The refugees were dragged by soldiers and forced to gather together. Among them, Song Ning's family was no exception. They were all escorted and pushed into the pile of refugees. Song Ning kept her head down and did not resist. Behind her, soldiers sent by the Juzhou prefect had dug a huge pit. This pit was meant to throw people in, cover them with lime, and then pour water over it, using quicklime to cook them alive. It was called a measure to prevent the spread of the plague, but Song Ning knew well that this so-called plague was actually a deliberate act of sabotage. Their goal was not only to kill her father and her family to silence them, but also to create disasters like floods and other calamities to make the court release relief funds, which they could then embezzle. The soldiers ignored the refugees' cries, each holding a long knife with fierce faces. The leading officer was very cautious. He deliberately stopped in front of Song Yanduan, pressing his knife against his neck and mockingly raised his chin. Lord Song. Song Yanduan snorted coldly. The officer smiled. Soon, the first to be taken away will be Lord Song's family. Hearing this, the second and third families, and even the fourth family, which had been quiet for a while, all showed deep resentment on their faces. The youngest son of the fourth family, Song Zhao, timidly cried, "Big uncle, father, Zhao doesn't want to die. Please think of a way." But Song Xiang shouted loudly without caring, "What's the use of begging? It's all Big Uncle's fault." After speaking, Song Xiang even grabbed the sleeve of the leading officer and begged tearfully, "Sir, we are innocent. It's all Big Uncle's doing. We have nothing to do with this. We haven't caught the plague. If you want revenge, go after Big Uncle. Please let us go." The leading officer looked at her with a teasing expression. Xiang, Song Yanduan also showed a look of shock. In his impression, this niece from the third family was a bit delicate, but she was always sweet-tongued and respectful to elders. He thought she was just naive, but unexpectedly, at a critical moment, Song Xiang. A flicker of guilt crossed Song Xiang's eyes, but even faster, Meng's family started crying and begging along with her daughter. Song Ning coldly watched the chaotic scene in front of her. Suddenly, she rubbed her ears and asked, "Everyone, are you finished?" The officer was enjoying the prisoner's struggles and pleas before death, but Song Ning suddenly spoke, immediately displeasing him. However, when his gaze fell on Song Ning's face, a wicked glint appeared in his eyes. Since this family is destined to die, it's better to let this beautiful woman serve herself well before her death. The captain of the guards smiled maliciously and reached out to touch Song Ning's face. But Song Ning suddenly pulled someone from behind her, forcefully pushing that person into the captain's arms. The captain's expression briefly blinked. The person pushed out by Song Ning, like clutching a life-saving straw, scrambled and clung to the captain like a koala, no matter how the captain tried to shake him off. This funny scene made Song Ning chuckle softly. Her laugh completely angered the captain. He suddenly drew his long sword and aimed to cut the person clinging to him's neck. But the person suddenly burst into frantic tears and cried out, "Captain,
Save me.
save me." Then, with a frightened face, he desperately grabbed the captain's clothes and kept muttering, "Don't hit me anymore. I'll tell you everything. Captain? You're the captain. Save me." The captain grew more suspicious as he listened. After carefully examining the person's face, he suddenly realized with horror that the battered, almost unrecognizable person was actually his subordinate, the one sent out by the magistrate that day to poison someone. "You." The captain's mind seemed struck by something, and a bad feeling swept over him from his feet. His face changed drastically. He raised his sword, intending to kill the person clinging to him. Song Ning looked on coldly and suddenly spoke calmly. "Why is the master so afraid? You're asking for death." The fear of being exposed made the captain furious. He stabbed the person attached to him fiercely, then gritted his teeth and raised his sword to attack Song Ning. "You little girl, I thought you had some looks and wanted to keep you alive a few more days."
Now.
The captain's eyes nearly bulged out, and he swung his sword down hard towards Song Ning's head. Song Ning didn't dodge or flinch. Her beautiful phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint smile played on her lips, bright as the blazing sun. "Sir, who dies first, is not yet certain." Before she finished speaking, a whistling sound cut through the air. An arrow shot through the crowd and instantly pierced into the captain's head. Hundreds of meters away, when Hanzhou, dressed in white and wearing a jade crown, held up his bow and arrow, exuding calm authority without anger. Song Ning exchanged a glance with him, and it seemed there was an unspoken understanding between them. In front of Song Ning, the captain's face twitched, his eyes quickly lost focus, and he finally collapsed to the ground with a thud. The sword in his hand also pierced into his own heart. The leading captain was dead, and the soldiers who came to kill him immediately became panicked. Song Ning wiped the blood from her face, her phoenix eyes shining even brighter. She raised her arm high and spoke clearly, cutting through the noisy crowd. "Everyone, be quiet. Listen to me. This is all a conspiracy. While Song Ning was speaking, a few people dressed as refugees had already cut their ropes and stood up. They were originally the ones most seriously ill, with countless red spots on their faces, and some even showing signs of decay and pus. But now, they vigorously wiped their cheeks with their sleeves, and soon, the red spots and sores on their faces disappeared completely. From 100 meters away, when Hanzhou held his bow and arrow, his eyes cold as stars, he, along with He Fengmian, led a group of soldiers to surround the city of Juzhou, coming to arrest the killers. The refugee villagers were still confused, but the group of sick people had already shouted out the truth. Everyone, the person the captain stabbed to death was someone from the governor's office. They loudly revealed the evil plan of the Juzhou prefect and explained to the villagers that their pretending to be sick was part of a scheme to trap the prince and expose the corrupt officials of Juzhou. The villagers sighed, but a new wave of despair rose in their hearts. That was the prefect himself. To these common people, even a 7th-rank county magistrate was like a high official in the sky, let alone a 4th-rank prefect with real power. Although they had the protection of Prince Ling, everyone knew that Prince Ling was just a powerless nobleman. The villagers didn't understand much, only knowing that whoever held power could decide their lives and deaths. What do we do now? Save us, Prince. The villagers fell into deeper panic. Song Ning and Wen Hanzhou exchanged a look. Wen Hanzhou's eyes showed compassion as he softly said, "Everyone, go home now. I will protect you all and stand with you through life and death." Standing together in life and death? These 4 words from Wen Hanzhou carried a calming strength. The refugee villagers gradually calmed down and untied each other's bindings. Wen Hanzhou then gave the order to arrest the soldiers brought by the captain, locking each of them up. Under the scorching sun, the land dried up for miles. When the Juzhou prefect heard that his men had all been defeated, he was momentarily panicked. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and his face twisted with rage. Humph. Since Prince Ling insists on getting involved, don't blame me for turning my back on him. Go, gather the army. The subordinates heard this and quickly stepped back, but soon a young servant from the Juzhou prefect's household ran in, looking panicked and reporting, "Sir, it's not good. Prince Ling is outside knocking on the city gate, trying to come in." Come into the city? The Juzhou prefect was stunned instantly. He hadn't gone out of his way to cause trouble for Prince Ling, so why was Prince Ling coming to him? Could it be that Prince Ling still had other plans? Before any battle started, the prefect already felt uneasy. He climbed to the city gate and pretended to be polite as he spoke to Prince Ling outside. "Your Highness, although I don't know what misunderstanding there is, the people outside are infected with the plague. For the safety of the citizens inside, I cannot open the city gate today." When Hanzhou was riding a white horse with a handsome face. Behind her, Song Ning and over 100 prisoners from the Song family, along with some refugees outside the city, were dressed in armor, pretending to be soldiers. From afar, the army behind Wen Hanzhou looked quite large and intimidating. But the tactic of an empty city was just that, a trick. Everyone was nervous, afraid that fighting might really break out. Especially the 2nd and 3rd households, who wished they could hide like quails. At the front of the army, Wen Hanzhou smiled lightly and said, "Prefect Liang, long before you hinted that the bandits were stealing my supplies, I already reported this to the court. The drought in Juzhou is severe, but nearby Bianzhou has plenty of grain and strong horses. I have already gathered troops from Bianzhou. How do you think Juzhou compares to Bianzhou?" The expression on the Juzhou prefect's face turned pale. He never expected Wen Hanzhou to be so bold. She had even brought troops from Bianzhou. Song Ning turned aside to dodge. Meng's body was already clad in heavy armor weighing dozens of pounds, making her movements very slow. When she fell, besides feeling pain and embarrassment, she didn't get up for a long time. Song Xiang also cried out, "Big uncle, what did our family do to offend you? Do you really have to hurt us to be happy?" Song Yanhong's face turned pale and white, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth as he spoke. "If I had known my brother would hurt us like this. Back at the house, I might as well have drunk poison and sent my brother on his way myself." The people from the second household also shouted insults loudly. Song Ning had never realized that ancient people could curse so harshly. Her face grew colder, and she felt sorry for her father. In the memories of the original owner, Song Yandan was quite official and respected, but he was genuinely kind to his family. But she never expected that he had raised a bunch of ungrateful wolves. "Are you done talking?" Song Ning saw her father's expression hurt and couldn't help but speak coldly. "Not enough. Your family is full of troublemakers. I will fight you all." Li Shi hugged her precious son Song Ming. Just thinking about her beloved son's possible death made her grind her teeth with hatred. She screamed and cried loudly, completely losing her noble lady image, and tried to choke Lu Shi. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you all for making our family suffer so much." Lu Shi was so frightened her face lost color, but Song Ning was not at all tolerant of Li Shi. She suddenly kicked out, knocking Li Shi flying. While the Song family argued, something happened ahead. The prefect of Juzhou suddenly ordered people to open the city gates. Perhaps negotiations failed, because not long after, the two sides clashed. Blood dyed the city walls red. Seeing this, the army disguised as civilians around Song Ning quickly dispersed and fled in all directions. Song Xiao saw this and also started crying loudly. She pushed and shoved Song Ning recklessly, as if trying to make Song Ning block a sword for her. How annoying! Song Ning was a bit annoyed. The scene was already chaotic, and she had to protect her parents. Yet, Song Xiao kept interfering, making it even harder to control. From a distance, when Hanzhou, who had been transferred from Bianzhou with a small group of surprise soldiers, saw the fighting and hurried forward to protect the civilians and help them retreat. When Hanzhou stood firm in front of the city gate, the prefect of Juzhou, seeing that when Hanzhou's army had already collapsed before fighting even started, looked pleased. But in the next second, a woman's scream suddenly echoed sharply and forever in her ears. The prefect of Juzhou was still trying to react when everything suddenly went dark before her eyes. Next, all of his bones felt as if they had been crushed by a heavy weight, causing him such pain that he couldn't even speak. He fell straight off his horse. Not far away, Song Ning impatiently clapped her hands and muttered softly, so noisy. Compared to the loudness of a squealing chicken, Song Xiao was even noisier. She was thrown like a punching bag by Song Ning. Coincidentally, she hit the head of the Juzhou magistrate perfectly, causing him to fall off his horse. The magistrate fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. The soldiers from Juzhou became panicked and confused instantly. When Hanzhou didn't have time to be surprised, he quickly raised his token, which symbolized his authority. In front of him, inside Juzhou City, many common people had already surrendered on their own. He Fengmian had secretly entered Juzhou City earlier, breaking down the city's soldiers from inside. When Hanzhou ordered the capture of the Juzhou magistrate and then sent soldiers into the city, what happened next was no longer Song Ning's concern. She only knew that her casual throw seemed to have saved her a lot of trouble. Song Ning met when Hanzhou only at night. The man's gentle, jade-like face was tired, but his eyes sparkled like stars. "Miss Song, you've made a great contribution today," when Hanzhou said softly with a smile. Song Ning shook her head politely and replied, "Just a coincidence. I don't dare take the credit." At that moment, her family had been pushed to the front of the army. Song Xiao kept pushing her, and that was bad enough. She also kept screaming like a loud chicken, which annoyed Song Ning. She decided to use force and threw her out. Surprisingly, her throw hit the target perfectly. When Hanzhou seemed to think of something interesting and chuckled softly. Then he sighed and said, "It was a risky move, risking everything. If we failed, it would mean everyone, including me, would be buried in Juzhou." When Hanzhou was talking about a desperate plan. For years, the Juzhou magistrate had been oppressing the common people, who had suffered greatly. Plus, when Hanzhou intentionally spread his good reputation for caring about the people, which allowed He Fengmian to easily turn the Juzhou citizens against their officials. Of course, if it hadn't been for Song Ning's clever move, using an unexpected method to throw the magistrate off his horse, the soldiers inside Juzhou City wouldn't have switched sides so easily. I owe Miss Song a favor again. What reward would you like? Perhaps because he had survived a dangerous situation and the victory was sweet, when Hanzhou spoke more than usual today. But Song Ning was not brave enough to face death at the gates of hell. She only thought that when Hanzhou had already arranged everything. She didn't expect that when Hanzhou was also risking his life for the common people of the city. Inside the tent behind Song Ning, the cries and insults from the second, third, and fourth branches of the Song family blended together. Her father was angrily scolding them, while her mother endured tears silently, appearing somewhat isolated and helpless. Suddenly, Song Ning sighed. "Prince, I ask for nothing else, only to be able to stay safe with my family. In the past, during the end times, she didn't have many dreams. She just wanted to survive. Now, in this new era, living and staying safe is still Song Ning's biggest wish." Under the moonlight, Song Ning's face was tense, her eyes full of seriousness. But in her clear eyes, there was a spark of new life, like a withered tree blooming again. When Hanzhou looked deeply at this beautiful girl, a strange, unexplainable feeling of longing and emotional pain suddenly arose in his heart. "Okay," when Hanzhou answered softly. But what Song Ning didn't know was that when Hanzhou was silently adding in his mind, "As long as I am here, I will protect Miss Song's safety every day." When he came back to himself, when Hanzhou's face showed a hint of surprise. In theory, they were just a supervisor and a prisoner, yet Song Ning received a promise, her eyes smiling happily. She respectfully cupped her hands to Hanzhou, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness." Despite the hardships, with the official looking after them, she and her family could live a little better. Moreover, when Hanzhou seemed to have good character, if she could build a good relationship with him, maybe he would help clear Song's family's name in the future. Although he didn't have much power, he was still a prince, one of the highest officials she could reach. Song Ning's little plan was ticking away in her mind. Now, although she didn't wear shackles and was relatively free, she still had to obey restrictions, except during special times before. Song Ning quickly took her leave. But unexpectedly, not long after she returned, when Hanzhou sent someone to bring new quilts and some fresh clothes. The new quilts were much warmer than the ones she and her family had used before, and the new clothes were washed clean and softer than the rough linen clothes they had worn earlier. Song Ning tried on the simple-cut clothes and found they fit surprisingly well. She raised an eyebrow slightly, feeling a bit happy. But this scene deeply hurt the eyes of the second and third branches of the family. Song Xiao is still lying in bed recovering. Seeing the family happily changing clothes and bedding, she couldn't help but cry. "Big sister, I clearly was the one who threw that payment off the tower, and I was the one hurt. Why does the prince only reward you? Maybe because you're ugly," Song Ning casually replied. Song Xiao cried even harder. Madame Li gritted her teeth, glancing sideways, reaching out to grab the quilt, and sarcastically said, "Big brother and sister-in-law, we all helped the prince. In my opinion, the rewards should be shared among everyone. Don't you think so, third sister-in-law?" Madame Meng was also jealous, but she was injured and less capable of fighting back. Hearing Madame Li's words, she also shouted loudly, "That's right. Big brother and sister-in-law, don't be so selfish. Our whole family, except for you and the fourth family, got hurt. We all have some injuries, but I tell you, the prince's reward should be first given to us patients." Under Madame Li's hint, Song Yanhan, who usually considered himself proud and noble, clenched his teeth and reached out to pick out clothes. He prided himself as a top scholar and poet. When the Song family was prosperous, he used the best things from the household. Now he was content with rough cloth and cold, torn cotton quilts. Is this ever going to end? Song Yan, although he had long seen through the greed of his brothers and sisters-in-law, still felt cold at their greedy faces. Madame Lu also held back tears of anger and refused to back down. Everyone who came just now said this was the reward given to Ninger by the prince. Pfft. I don't care who the prince's reward is for. I only know we are suffering here, and it's all because your family is a bunch of bad luck. Madame Li glared fiercely. showing her fiery temper. The couple picked up the quilt and left. Although Song Yen, the husband, wanted to help, he felt embarrassed to fight with Madame Li, a woman, and his face turned red with anger. Suddenly, Madame Lu exploded and reached out to fight Madame Li. Second sister-in-law, you're too unreasonable. Ninger risked her life for this. Pfft. I said it was Xiao Xiao who risked her life. Madame Li's sharp eyes moved, and she reached out to hit Lu's hand. But in the next second, her collar suddenly tightened, and she was lifted into the air. That familiar feeling. Before Madame Li could recover her fierce expression, Song Ning grabbed her collar and threw her out with one hand. Song Xiao was still opening her mouth to cry, but was stared at coldly by Song Ning, so she didn't dare make a sound. Now you're afraid? It's too late, Song Ning sneered, and then rudely grabbed her, tossing her out. Next, Song Yanhang and Song Ming each kicked her out, rolling her away. Mrs. Meng initially wanted to take advantage of the chaos, but soon she felt a chill down her spine. Song Ning's feet never missed a chance to kick anyone she disliked. Everyone get out too, Song Ning said, and Mrs. Meng, Song Xiang, and others were kicked out one after another, rolling out of the tent. Mrs. Li got up and saw the guards outside Zhengying's soldiers. She wanted to complain, but their luggage and bedding had already been thrown out by Song Ning, startling them into scrambling away. Sir, Yan Hang, feeling embarrassed, shouted to complain. But the soldiers guarding them just coldly glanced at them and sternly warned, "Be quiet, or I'll hit you." "Why don't you hit Song Ning?" Song Xiao blurted out, feeling unfair. The soldier rolled his eyes. "I only look at you and think you deserve a beating." It's a joke, though the prince didn't say it openly. Lord Hefengmian said that Song Ning and Miss Song are the prince's favorites. Song Ning really couldn't understand the fighting spirit of the second and third branches, who kept losing but kept trying harder. After stretching her muscles, she was satisfied with her bedtime exercises. The new cotton quilt was soft and fragrant. Song Ning curled up in Lu's arms and had her first good sleep since crossing over. But her good mood didn't last long, ending the moment she learned that when Hanzhou had stolen countless gold, silver, and jewelry from the Juzhou prefect's house. Song Ning. She regretted hiding her silver and burying the banknotes under the willow tree outside Wen Hanzhou's camp. So now, with the debt owed, can Wen Hanzhou still pay back? Song Ning didn't dare say. She was angry, and that day she only ate 3 meals. But no matter how annoyed she was, Wen Hanzhou was busy and didn't touch the ground with his feet, and even her own father, who was guilty, was being bossed around by Wen Hanzhou. Something was wrong. Why was Wen Hanzhou only bossing his own family and not others? Song Ning couldn't figure it out, and could only conclude that Wen Hanzhou saw their big family as easy targets, useful and convenient. Once she realized this, she felt even worse. But the only good thing was that, compared to the other members of the Song family who were still chained, her family was already quite free. After a few busy days, thick smoke rose everywhere in Juzhou City. The people's lives gradually returned to normal, but the region remained dry. The villagers didn't understand why thick smoke was being burned. However, after 2 days, Juzhou City finally received good news. The sky was no longer as scorching as before, but gradually gathered dark clouds. Was it going to rain? Song Ning looked seriously at the sky, as if she remembered something, and her face suddenly changed. Wen Hanzhou, under the pressure of the court, had not gone to war for several days. Besides calming the people, he was waiting for a heavy rain that would fully reassure the villagers. But could this rain really fall? For several days, the sky remained gloomy, but no rain dropped. The originally joyful villagers gradually became worried. The people inside the city were better off than the refugees outside, but their water supplies were running out. Wen Hanzhou's people dug wells that barely provided enough water for daily life. It was a luxury to use water for irrigating fields. Song Yen sighed all day, and even Lu's face was full of worry. Although Song Ning didn't want to interfere, seeing her parents so anxious, she couldn't help but observe the wind direction every day. The results were not good. If this rain still didn't come, the dark clouds above Juzhou City would likely be blown away by the wind to other places. Even if it rained, it would be only a few scattered drops, not enough to relieve the drought. She couldn't wait any longer. Song Ning clenched her teeth, quietly slipped out when no one was paying attention, and unlocked her shackles. She went to a quiet, deserted place and activated her consciousness, taking out 2 rainmaking charms from her space. Initially, she only had these 3 charms in her space. After using one at the execution ground, only 2 remained. But if she wanted a heavy rain to thoroughly soak the parched land of Juzhou, she would have to use both charms. Living a safe life was Song Ning's lifelong goal. After being betrayed twice by her best friends and teammates, she no longer trusted anyone. She carefully examined her parents. Only after confirming they truly cared for her and were willing to risk their lives for her did she consider them her people. Should she use them or not? Silent in thought, Song Ning finally made up her mind. Her eyes sharpened as she activated both rainmaking charms and sent them flying. She thought of Song Yan, who worked tirelessly every day with bloody blisters on his feet, secretly hiding food brought from outside in his sleeve to share with her and Lu's family. Song Ning always treated her own people well. 2 rainmaking bombs were launched into the sky. The clouds, which were not very thick before, quickly gathered together. Soon after, a loud thunderclap exploded overhead, lightning flashed, and heavy rain poured down heavily. The water reservoir built by Hanzhou was now complete. After the first thunder, large raindrops fell along with the sound of thunder. Inside and outside Juzhou City, millions of people knelt down together. God bless us. No one wanted to avoid the rain. Almost everyone, from elderly people to young children, cheered and praised Hanzhou's good deeds. Among them, the name Song Yanduan was also mentioned. Lord Song is a good official. Lord Song, please accept my bow. The heavy rain soaked everything. Crops stretched out new shoots. Song Yanduan, with a worried face, helped up the people kneeling on the street. His old face was hard to tell if it was tears or rain. Song Ning quietly watched what was happening. She sighed silently and disappeared into the rain. When Hanzhou turned his head and, from the corner of his eye, saw a familiar graceful figure, his smile grew wider. Just as he was about to speak, the figure silently vanished before his eyes, as mysterious as the night they first met. When Hanzhou shook his head, no one noticed that countless invisible acts of kindness, glowing with a golden light, flew out from the people inside and outside Juzhou City. These acts gathered in the sky and then quickly entered the bodies of Song Ning, Hanzhou, and Song Yanduan. The heavy rain lasted for a whole day and night. Hanzhou did not stay long. He left without saying a word, packing up his camp and leaving Juzhou overnight. Song Ning and her family were once again chained hand and foot. But this time, they had new, well-fitting clothes provided by Hanzhou. Their hands and feet, which had been painfully chafed by cold shackles before, were now more comfortable. Sometimes, the main branch of the Song family was allowed to remove their shackles and move freely for a while. But others in the family did not have this privilege. In Juzhou City, because of drought and food shortages, everyone's meals were poor. Even those who had better food before, like Song Ning and her family, ate only enough to fill their stomachs. If Song Ning hadn't secretly taken food from her space to feed her family, they might have been even thinner and paler than others. After all, Song Yanduan did the most work. But once they left Juzhou and reached Bianzhou, where the soldiers were strong and well-equipped, someone brought 3 full carts of grain to Hanzhou, including a whole cart of meat. Song Ning's small finger twitched nervously. She felt a little hungry, maybe because her gaze was too intense, when Hanzhou turned around suddenly. In that moment, the two of them made eye contact. Hanzhou smiled gently. But then, Song Zhao's sour voice sounded in Song Ning's ear. Song Ning, you've been trying to please Lord Ling for so long. Besides that quilt and clothes, I haven't seen you live any better than us. I think some people are just mean-hearted. They rush to warm someone's bed, but unfortunately, Lord Ling doesn't even want to look at you. If I were you, I'd just starve myself to avoid shame. Song Xiang scolded both Song Ning and Song Xiao. Song Zhao's face turned pale. She was about to argue, but Song Ning impatiently dug her ear and kicked them both. Song Xiang and Song Xiao. The two chatterboxes were silenced, and finally, the world was quiet again. Song Ning touched her stomach, thinking about how to take food out of her space to eat. But just as Song Xiang and Song Xiao got up, He Fengmian personally carried a food box over. Song Xiang's face lit up with joy. She immediately stepped forward. Master He, why are you personally delivering the food today, and at this time? Song Xiao glanced at the sky. It didn't seem to be mealtime. These prisoners only had breakfast and dinner. Now it was clearly noon. Could it be that, now that there's enough food, the prince is showing mercy and planning to give them an extra meal? The prince is just being kind. The others from the second and third households came over smelling the food. Meng's face was as bright as a sunflower, and she reached out to take the food box from He Fengmian. He Fengmian frowned impatiently, raised his foot, and kicked Meng away. The people from the second household looked shocked and dared not get too close, standing there silently. Finally, it's quiet. He Fengmian cleaned his ear, looking proud, and handed the food box to Song Ning. Young lady Song, the prince asked me to give this to you. After a pause, He Fengmian couldn't help but whisper, I haven't even eaten it myself yet. The contents of the box smelled so good that it made people's heads dizzy. Song Ning's stomach growled loudly, causing her face to momentarily flush with embarrassment. All right, eat quickly. You've endured a lot these past few days, Miss Song. But the prince promised, and he will surely keep his word, He Fengmian said. Thank the prince for me. Song Ning knew that He Fengmian was talking about the time she first found Wen Hanzhou and promised her request. However, the people from the second and third households were eavesdropping, looking anxious and restless. After He Fengmian finished delivering the food box, he left. Song Ning didn't hesitate and directly called her parents over to eat. She opened the fragrant, hot food box, and what she saw inside made her eyes light up. It was actually half a roasted pig's hoof and a roasted chicken, accompanied by 2 light side dishes and several plain white steamed buns. Just looking at it made anyone's mouth water. This was normal food back at the Song family before, but on the journey into exile, not to mention plain white buns, even a warm coarse grain bun was considered good food. So, when everyone in the camp saw the food in Song Ning's hands, almost all of them swallowed hard and couldn't look away. Father, mother, you've worked hard lately. Come and eat, Song Ning said, handing each of her parents a chicken leg. Song Yen and Lu quickly refused. Ninger, we don't want to eat. Song Ning didn't hold back and pointed out it's fine. You two need to eat well to protect your daughter. Don't be polite. Reluctantly, Song Yen and Lu took the chicken legs. The roasted chicken was tender and falling apart, with a crispy, oily surface. Taking a bite, then a sip of the rich, grainy flavor and biting into a soft, fluffy white bun that smelled wonderful. Song Yen and Lu almost cried from the delicious smell. Both of them came from noble families, but this time, they ate hungrily and greedily. Still, they secretly left the best part of the roasted chicken for Song Ning. Song Ning nibbled on her bun and vegetables, feeling a faint pang of sadness. Actually, during the exile journey, she didn't suffer much hardship. Compared to the apocalypse, the environment was harsh now, but at least it was safe, and she was somewhat satisfied. She had space, so she wasn't hungry. Of course, she couldn't reveal her space now, so she couldn't prepare special meals for her father and mother. The family ate peacefully, but the other households in the Song family's camp were hungry and restless, their eyes glowing like wolves eager to pounce and snatch food. Song Ming was the first to lose control. He was a teenage boy, used to eating a lot. In the past, at the mansion, he was the eldest son of the Song family, spoiled and pampered. He had never experienced such hunger and neglect. He stared at Song Ning's family without blinking, clutching his mother Li's clothes tightly, shouting loudly, "Mother, I want to eat. I want to eat." Li Shi forcefully swallowed her saliva and looked at her husband again. Song Yanheng also couldn't stop swallowing, but he considered himself proud and careful, even when sneaking glances or swallowing, which made him seem somewhat sneaky. Li Shi pushed Song Yandan hard and lowered her voice. Brother, why does the eldest family get to eat alone? While they haven't finished eating, go ask Ming'er for some. Look how much Ming'er wants it. Song Yanhang was reluctant to lose face. As a proud scholar, how could he easily bow his back just to share a bite? But since his son wanted to eat and his elder brother was being unfair, he found a reason for himself. He immediately frowned and stood next to Song Yandan, unhappy, and said, Big brother, what are you doing? Our family has suffered so much because of you, and you still have the face to eat alone? Yes, eating alone is one thing, but the children are all watching. Big brother, you're so ruthless. You don't even care about the children. After speaking, Li Shi pretended to wipe tears, but her eyes never left the delicious food. Song Yanhang paused his eating, and Lu Shi couldn't stand this anymore. She quickly rebutted, Second brother's family, think with your conscience. When danger was near, you kept trying to push us to the front to die. Did you remember we are a family then? Now that there's good food, you start calling us family. That's all your fault. You caused us so much suffering, and we still owe you a lifetime of repayment.
Li Shi Shota.
Meng Shi, who had been pushed to the ground and barely got up, rolled her eyes. Maybe because she had been beaten many times before, she learned to be smart this time. She didn't dare confront directly, but shouted loudly outside the tent to the other members of the Song family. Heaven! Lord Wang, have mercy. You sent us food, but Big Brother's family is eating alone and refuses to share with us at all. Big Brother, everyone says the eldest brother is like a father, but you've taken so much from us. My heart is heavy. Meng Shi cried more painfully, and Song Xiang also started sniffling. The people from the fourth house remained silent, but kept their eyes fixed on the food, unable to look away for a long time. Song Yandan and Lu Shi watched these shameless people, trembling with anger. Song Ning said nothing and continued to eat her meal seriously. She rolled up her sleeves, picked up half a pig's trotters, and bit into it eagerly. Watching the second, third, and even fourth room's people, everyone's hearts trembled with fear. The pig's trotters weren't large to begin with, and if she ate any more, there would be none left. Song Yanhang became anxious. He even forgot about his status and quickly reached out to snatch the pig's trotters. Song Ning skillfully turned and dodged. She calmly raised her cold gaze, with a teasing smile at the corner of her lips. It's surprising that Uncle Heir is still a scholar, yet he tries to snatch food from his niece. You have no shame. This meal was given to everyone by the prince, Song Yanhang blurted out, pointing at Song Ning's nose and scolding. Song Ning nodded. When Lord he came, he only said I could eat, and didn't mention you. Could I have misunderstood? Or Uncle Heir, should you ask the prince? You, Song Yanhang was choked and couldn't breathe for a moment. As a small prisoner, how dare he cause trouble in front of Wen Hanzhou over such a small matter? Li Shi saw Song Ning's sharp tongue and immediately patted Song Ming's hand, whispering encouragement. Ming'er, you're the younger brother, young, and the eldest son of the Song family. You should get priority for everything. Go and fight that little rascal for it. She won't be able to say much. Song Ming was a typical bully at home. He looked at Song Ning's indifferent expression and couldn't help trembling as he spoke. Mother, I dare not. Then he shouted sadly. Didn't you say you'd give me everything? But now, you can't give me anything. I really regret it. If my parents were Uncle Da and Aunt Da, I would have been able to eat well and wear warm clothes long ago. Song Ming's words slipped out, and Song Ning immediately caught her attention. She raised an interested eyebrow, looking like she was watching a good show. Sure enough, things raised by ingratitude are also ingratitude. Li Shi clearly didn't expect her beloved second son to say such words. Her heart clenched painfully, making it hard to breathe, which made Song Ning even happier. But now is not the time to celebrate. Song Ning knew that the people eyeing the main house of the Song family were more than just the second and third rooms. Other relatives of the Song family, sitting in the prison carts, were already full of resentment. Although her father hadn't said anything, all for one for all, Song Ning softly whispered these words. Standing beside him, Song Yanduan was momentarily stunned and couldn't help feeling distressed. Ning'er, don't wrong yourself for Dad. I was also. Yes, speaking of sharing both glory and loss, it was himself. But no matter how much he understood this, if the others in the Song family didn't, the family would eventually fall apart. Thinking of this, Song Yanduan felt a deep bitterness in his heart. Just try and you'll see. Song Ning raised her eyebrows. She also took this chance to see if the Su family was worth saving. Dad will clear his name and get back his official position. It's right for Dad to discipline his younger brother, but since the others in the Song family are elders, it's better to explain things to avoid misunderstandings, Song Ning whispered into Song Yanduan's ear. Hearing this, Song Yanduan's heart trembled with guilt. Ninger was so sensible, yet as a father, he still had to let his daughter think for him. With this thought, Song Yanduan's gaze grew more determined. Mrs. Liu couldn't stop crying and was hitting Song Yanduan's arm. Song Ning watched them quietly, sighing to herself. Her father and mother were old-fashioned, heavily bound by their era and social status. Although her father no longer helped his younger brother as before, in ancient times when filial piety was the greatest virtue. Song Ning collected her thoughts and strode out of the tent, her gaze falling on the other members of the Song family. Sure enough, each of them looked at her with wolf-like eyes filled with deep resentment. Mrs. Meng and Song Xiang were still crying and adding fuel to the fire. Song Ning coldly curled her lips and kicked them over. Mrs. Meng was suddenly thrown back, and before she could speak, Song Ning directly asked, "Third aunt, what is your intention in stirring up trouble among everyone?" Those dishes were clearly given by the prince as a reward, because my father helped manage the drought in Juzhou. Yet, you said they were a gift from the prince to the Song family. Does the prince have such a lack of sense? If he really wanted to reward the Song family, he would only send a roast chicken and 3 steamed buns. There were over 100 people in the Song family, and even if one person licked the chicken, it would be finished. Or, are you implying that the prince is stingy? With such a heavy accusation, Mrs. Meng was so panicked she couldn't even cry out in pain. She quickly shook her head and argued, "No, but we are all family. How can you eat alone?" "Oh," Song Ning drawled, "you know we are family. When my father was successful, did he ever treat everyone unfairly?" Song Ning's eyes were sharp, clearly the face of a beautiful woman, but her fierce aura made people feel guilty and afraid to look directly at her. She was stunning, breathtakingly beautiful, making people feel ashamed of themselves, both physically and spiritually. The head of the Song family, who was being held at the front, pursed his lips and sighed before speaking. "You must be Miss Song Ning." "Sigh, we all know how Yanduan is. It's just that this cold journey has been hard for us adults, and the children can't take it either." He was still blaming his father, but he spoke more politely. Song Ning smiled politely and nodded. "That's true. I will talk to the prince tonight." The head of the Song family's eyes brightened, but then Song Ning casually said, "It doesn't matter whether the adults eat or not. Just make sure the children are full first." "This isn't what I meant," the family head hurriedly said, about to explain. Song Ning then turned around and pulled out the second household's people. "As for Uncle Heir and Aunt Heir, if you have the energy to stir up trouble, it seems you've been eating too well. You're talking nonsense." Li Shi was anxious, and Song Yanhan couldn't help but jump in. "The children aren't full, let alone us adults. I've been so hungry lately, I can't even focus on studying." Song Yanhan originally wanted to show how hard he was working, saying that even on this exile journey, with such tough conditions, he still remembered to review his lessons. But Song Ning immediately cut him off without hesitation. "Uncle Heir, stop making excuses for yourself. The old books say that one should study tirelessly. If you truly loved learning, how could a little hunger make you give up reading? It must be that Uncle Heir ate too much and is bored all day, with no interest in studying." Song Ning clapped her hands. Case closed. Just then, soldiers arrived to deliver food to the prisoners. It was still steamed buns with salted vegetables and thin porridge that looked like water, but this time, the buns seemed freshly made. Moreover, the flour inside was a bit more refined than coarse grains. Everyone in the Song family fixated on the buns, their throats dry as they swallowed saliva. Compared to the food they couldn't have, what was in front of them was more practical. The Song family members, who had been angry and noisy earlier, suddenly quieted down, staring eagerly at the buns and salted vegetables in the soldiers' hands. The soldiers didn't notice the tense atmosphere and began distributing the food. The second and third households eagerly grabbed the warm buns, ready to bite into them, but a pair of fair, delicate hands with fine calluses suddenly pressed down on their wrists. Song Ning smiled gently. Aunt Air and Aunt San, don't rush to eat. During their conversation, Song Ning forcefully took the warm steamed buns from Li and Song Yanhang. She also didn't spare Song Xiao, Song Ming, or the third household, who were trying to cause trouble. No one saw exactly how Song Ning moved, and by the time they reacted, their hands were already empty. Song Ning carried a big bundle of buns in her arms. Before the second and third households could speak, she strode over to other relatives of the Song family, picked out a few who hadn't caused trouble before, and handed them the buns. The young girl smiled sweetly, her voice clear and innocent. I think the uncles and older brothers are too hungry to talk now. Instead of keeping these buns for yourselves, why not give them to my second and third uncles' families? Let them eat until they're full every day. If they keep causing trouble for our family, it's better to share with the uncles. Don't you think so? Is that right? Of course it is. The freshly steamed buns still steamed, and the aroma of grains made everyone's eyes light up. No one was foolish. When there was a common enemy, they didn't mind being used as tools by the second and third households.
But
the few people chosen by Song Ning swallowed hard and trembled as they took the buns, staring at them fiercely. Yes, yes. A family should stick together. Exactly. This was a gift from the prince himself. Who dares to covet it? The second and third households are really clueless, right? I think they're just eating their fill and causing trouble. Those who had been glaring at Song Ning's family suddenly turned against their own and started criticizing the second and third households. This made Song Yanhang, Li, and Meng blush and get angry. The buns were quickly divided, but since there weren't enough, Song Ning pretended to be worried and sighed. Her clear, pleasant voice cut through the crowd. In the days when our family was thriving, it's normal for everyone to have their own little thoughts. But now, we are truly in this together. If one suffers, we all suffer. If even our own family members are scheming against each other, constantly setting traps for my father, when will he truly turn things around, clear his name, and return to the glorious life in the capital? Many members of the Song family fell silent. Compared to resenting Song Yanduan for dragging them down, they clearly preferred to hope for the day when Song Yanduan could clear his name and regain his official position. It is easy to go from frugal to luxurious, but hard to go back from luxury to frugality. Countless people, in their midnight dreams, thought of the prosperity of the Song family in the past. Song Ning kept drawing her big plan, and everyone's greed finally overshadowed their resentment. Yes, our family's hope has always been the eldest, and now we must rely on him too, the clan leader sighed. Song Ning nodded, a sly look in her eyes. The clan leader is wise. No wonder he can lead the Song family to better days. With this compliment, the clan leader's face tightened. Song Yan was not a foolish man without insight. Seeing that his daughter had already paved the way for him, he quickly spoke, with a tone full of sorrow and authority. Honestly, I am now in trouble myself, but everyone must understand that only when I am doing well can I have the energy to take care of you and seek more for all of us. Otherwise, we will have to endure hardships on this journey alone. Yes, yes, we all understand this. The clan leader nodded repeatedly, then frowned and scolded the second and third households with disgust. You two families have only been concerned with your own petty affairs when you were in the capital, whether the eldest was an official or now. He has never refused to share his food with you. You spend your days stirring trouble and causing conflicts. I, as the clan leader, will decide, get out of the Song family. Since the clan leader had spoken and everyone had been thoroughly brainwashed by Song Ning, even though the people from the second and third households still harbored resentment, they could only hold it in, daring not to speak. Worse still, if this fuss hadn't happened, they would at least have warm white steamed buns to eat. Now they had nothing, no, even the northwest wind, to drink. The people from the second and third households were hungry and stomachs rumbling. Mrs. Lee couldn't hold back and reached out to grab Song Ning, gnashing her teeth. "You shameless girl. You eat your fill and drink your fill, yet you use our things to make favors. I swear I will tear your mouth apart." "Oh," Song Ning raised an eyebrow. Before Mrs. Lee could pounce, she kicked her away. The girl was beautiful, with bright, star-like black eyes. She chuckled softly. "Second aunt, you'd better save your strength." Mrs. Lee cried out and fell to the ground, unable to get up for a while. Song Yenhan wanted to help his wife, but, seeing his older brother's cold gaze, he silently clenched his teeth and endured. Mrs. Lee finally managed to crawl up, but when she looked back, she saw third household's Meng, who was watching her with a look of schadenfreude. Mrs. Lee was furious. "What are you laughing at?" Meng did not speak, feeling a little proud inside. Surely, she thought, she couldn't be the only one getting pushed around. Now that she saw Lee being pushed away too, her heart finally felt balanced. Not far away, when Hanzhou stood with his hand behind his back, watching Song Ning from afar. Seeing how smoothly the woman handled herself, when Hanzhou's eyes showed clear admiration. He chuckled softly and said to Hefengmian beside him, "In the past in the capital, it seems that Miss Song from the Song family wasn't particularly outstanding. At least, when Hanzhou had never heard of Song Ning's name before." Hefengmian scratched his head, looking confused. His lord wasn't the type to secretly gossip about young girls behind their backs. Why was he suddenly mentioning Miss Song today? But since his master said so, he had to listen. After thinking for a moment, Hefengmian replied, "It's true, I haven't heard of Miss Song before. People in the capital like to show off with fancy tricks, like claiming the prime minister's daughter was talented and virtuous, or that the minister's daughter was beautiful. Compared to that, Miss Song had been quite low-key when she was in the city." Hefengmian silently muttered to himself, then suddenly heard his master's inexplicable light laugh. Hefengmian instinctively looked up and saw when Hanzhou's distant expression melt away, replaced by a gentle smile mixed with warmth, as he shook his head and sighed. "Now I finally realize that Miss Song is such a clever and brave person." Hefengmian. "Hiss, Azhou, you're acting strange." When Hanzhou's smile faded slightly, and his cold, moon-like eyes showed a hint of doubt, Hefengmian leaned in mischievously. "Azhou, I've never seen you praise a girl like this. Tell me honestly, are you interested in Miss Song?" Before he finished speaking, when Hanzhou's ears turned red, embarrassingly so. He looked a little annoyed, his expression turning serious.
"Fengmian."
"Stop being rude and ruining Miss Song's reputation." "Oh." Hefengmian stretched out the tone, teasing with a mischievous grin. "Azhou, we've been friends since childhood. If you're not interested in her, why are you defending her over a girl who's not even important?" When Hanzhou's cheeks grew even redder with embarrassment, Hefengmian got more excited. "Azhou, we've known each other for so long. If you really don't like her, why are you scolding me for talking about her? You're too unruly." When Hanzhou said coldly, "Tonight, you're going outside to patrol the camp." Hefengmian. Oh, getting serious now. Of course, he didn't say the last part aloud. There's no special meaning here. It's just that valuing life is a natural human instinct. Hefengmian cast a flirtatious glance at Wen Hanzhou, then happily hugged his sword and quickly left, leaving Wen Hanzhou alone in the wind, gazing into the distance at the camp where prisoners were held. From this point of view, Song Ning's figure could no longer be seen, but when Hanzhou clenched his lips tightly, his fair face showing a hint of embarrassment. In his mind, he instinctively thought of Song Girl's kind face and cheerful smile. This was really incongruent with reason. When Hanzhou's long, delicate eyelashes trembled slightly, hiding all his emotions behind them. The family of the second and third branches was already hungry. The single bun they had each day was taken by Song Ning, and they still had to keep moving. Song Ming had never experienced such hunger and kept making a fuss. "Why did you guys have to offend the eldest uncle's family? Now look, we don't even have a bun to eat. Wasn't it you who wanted to eat meat first?" Song Yanhang was a bit annoyed. Li immediately glared at him. "Ming'er is still young. Why are you scolding the child? Seeing his son so hungry and distressed, Song Yanheng felt heartache. Song Zhao's eyes flickered, and suddenly he elbowed Song Ming, lowering his voice. Elder uncle is kind. You're the first son of our family. If you throw a little tantrum with him, he might still give you something to eat. But Song Ming's eyes showed longing, but he was still a bit afraid. Song Xiao suppressed his anger and spoke softly. You're the eldest grandson of the Song family. What are you afraid of? Besides, isn't your sister here to help you? After much persuasion, Song Ming finally nodded in agreement. He stared at Song Ming for a long time, swallowing repeatedly, unable to hold back his emotions. Reluctantly, he stood up timidly, no longer acting so domineering at home. Elder uncle, Minger is really too hungry. You always take good care of Minger. Minger knows he was wrong. I'll listen to you from now on. Please forgive me and give me something to eat. Song Ming had already noticed what was happening with the second branch. Seeing Song Ming come over, she raised her eyebrows with interest. Song Yanheng looked at Song Ming's pitiful appearance and finally softened his heart. But he also knew that the good food he was eating wasn't a gift from the prince out of kindness, but because of his daughter's face. Song Yanduan looked at Song Ning again, feeling sorry for his daughter's hardships. He wanted to keep all the good things for her, but he also couldn't bear to part with his nephew, who is still family. Mrs. Liu cheerfully snorted, Your parents are so capable, always bothering your eldest uncle. Minger, your aunt is afraid of your parents. If you have any problems, you should go to your parents. What can they do? If I follow them, I won't even get enough to eat. Song Ming suddenly got anxious and blurted out. Mrs. Liu, who was soft-hearted, was just speaking to vent her frustration. But Song Ming's words were disrespectful to his parents, which was really ungrateful. Everyone knew how much the second family loved their son. Mrs. Liu was speechless for a moment. She hesitated on how to send Song Ming away when Song Ming suddenly spoke. Do you want to eat? Meat would be even better. Song Ming greedily said. I can give you some, but even though we are family, we are still separated households. Otherwise, your parents wouldn't always complain about mine, Song Ming said, pretending to reach into her sleeve for a cloth bag filled with food. Song Ming swallowed hard, his eyes practically glued to Song Ming's hand. He nodded repeatedly yes. My parents are too much. Sister, please give me a bite. Like a dog wagging its tail, Song Ming smiled happily. Song Ming smiled back, took half of the leftover chicken breast from lunch, along with half a bun, and handed it to him. Go ahead.
Meat. There's still meat.
Song Ming's face was full of greed, saliva almost dripping out. He took what Song Ning handed him and was about to put it in his mouth, but suddenly, behind him, a huge shove came from nowhere. Song Ming lost his balance and fell straight down. Coincidentally, where he fell was right onto a quiet stone.
Ah!
My brother fainted from hunger. Song Zhao's sharp voice suddenly rang out. Although Li Shi and Song Yanheng were upset about what their son had done, they couldn't bear to see him hurt. They hurried over, acting as if the sky was falling, shouting, My son. Song Ming's head was cut and bleeding, blood pouring out nonstop. Li Shi was so frightened she trembled all over, tears falling uncontrollably. Song Yanduan and Mrs. Liu were also scared and hurriedly tried to bandage Song Ming. But amidst the chaos, Song Ming watched with interest. She saw that Song Xiao, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, had quietly picked up the meat and bun that Song Ming had dropped and was sneaking bites. She quickly finished eating and then returned to her fragile and easily frightened appearance, tears filling her eyes. Song Ming raised an eyebrow. If she wasn't mistaken, Song Ming didn't fall down for no reason. She was pushed by Song Xiao. Interesting. But it wasn't enough that Song Xiao secretly ate the food. While crying, she even pointed the blame at Song Ning. Song Xiao, who already looked delicate, was now crying like a weeping flower. Big sister, Minger is so hungry he fainted. Why are you still indifferent? Our family has small fights, but now my little brother is almost dying. How could you? How could you? To be fair, Song Xiao cried very skillfully, holding her chest as if Song Ning had done something terrible. As she cried, Lee, who loved her son, rushed forward like a wild dog, slapping her hands and trying to hit Song Ning. "It's all your fault. You've harmed my son. If anything happens to him, I'll make you pay." "Annoying," Song Ning muttered, kicking Lee away. Then she raised her hand and slapped Song Xiao twice, coldly warning, "Don't think I don't know what you've done." Song Xiao looked stunned, her eyes darting around quickly. "Next time, I'll tear your mouth apart." Perhaps due to exhaustion, Song Ning suddenly felt an overwhelming tiredness. She couldn't be bothered to talk more and forcefully grabbed Song Xiao's chin, lifting it. She reached out and shoved a torn cloth into Song Xiao's mouth, her gaze cold. "I do what I say." The force was so strong it seemed like she wanted to crush Song Xiao's jaw. Song Xiao stared in horror, forgetting to act fragile, her eyes full of hatred. "You all need to be quiet too." Song Ning looked at Song Ming. His wound wasn't deep and shouldn't be life-threatening. This family was really interesting. Song Ning calmly waved her sleeve, activating some powder from her space, and sprinkled a little on Song Ming's head. There was more commotion, but luckily, Song Ming soon woke up and Lee no longer screamed like a chicken. However, the internal chaos in the second household was intense. Song Ming wasn't stupid. He could feel when someone pushed him. There was another big fuss, but for some reason, Song Ning felt especially tired. When the march stopped, she leaned early against Liu and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Song Ning suddenly seemed to sense something and opened her eyes sharply. It seemed like the space was about to upgrade. Song Ning quickly sat up and focused her mind, entering the space. Within the space, the barrier separating normal space from the gray zone seems to have become very weak, as if a strong hit could break it and open a new realm. Song Ning felt a burst of joy. In her previous life, her space was almost infinite, storing countless supplies and weapons. Of course, this was the result of successive upgrades of her space. After arriving in this world, although her space came with her through the portal, its level reset to the beginning. The supplies she had stored were locked inside as the space level dropped, making them impossible to view or use. If she could now break through, wouldn't that mean she could use more of the supplies she stored in her previous life? Song Ning didn't hesitate. She took a deep breath, focused her mind, and used the method from her past life to upgrade her space, trying to break the barrier with her consciousness. She realized that space upgrades meant her consciousness becoming stronger and more solid, so that things once considered indestructible appeared fragile in comparison. As her awareness improved, her body would also become healthier. With each space level upgrade, she might even unlock a special power. The space barrier still seemed tough. Song Ning pressed her lips together and forcibly pushed her consciousness toward the barrier, hoping to break free from this confinement. Unexpectedly, what she could do easily in her past life now left her feeling exhausted. Suddenly, her consciousness violently collided with the space barrier, as if bounced back by something. She felt a sharp pain in her brain and quickly withdrew from her space awareness, nearly vomiting blood. "What's going on?" Song Ning clenched her fists tightly, unwilling to give up. She wanted to explore the space again, but this time she found her consciousness was too weak, unable to freely retrieve items from the space. Outside, the moonlight was cold and bleak. Song Ning pursed her lips and stared blankly for a long time. After taking a deep breath, she gathered her mental strength again to break through the space. But in the next second, her throat suddenly felt sweet, her vision darkened, and she fainted instantly. Before losing consciousness, she was still thinking that in her previous life, killing enough zombies could earn her experience points to easily break the space barrier. This time, the space barrier loosened, but she hadn't killed any zombies. So, what exactly was the condition to accumulate experience points? Although the space barrier had clearly loosened, I couldn't fully break through or upgrade. Is it because my experience points aren't quite enough? But before Song Ning could find answers to these questions, she fell into a deep sleep. The night was quiet. In her unconscious state, Song Ning seemed to hear some noise. Song Ming, who had bumped his head, suddenly developed a high fever. Li was very worried, afraid that her beloved son might be in danger. She hurried to Song Yan's side and said confidently, "Big brother, Ming is burning with fever. It's because of your fault that he fell. You need to take care of him." Song Yan snorted coldly, but seeing Ming's high fever and near unconsciousness, he couldn't help feeling sorry. He said coldly, "Second brother, you know we are all family. But before, when you hurt me, did you ever think about us being a family? That's not the same." Li blurted out, looking proud and stubborn. "Now we are in this situation because of you. You owe us, and you will owe us for your whole life. Second brother, do you have any sense of reason? When Dad was in charge and working as an official, while you all did nothing at home, did he ever treat you unfairly?" Lu was so angry she was trembling all over. But the selfishness of the second and third families was deeply ingrained, and these words couldn't wake their conscience. Song Yan stopped Lu from getting angry, shook his head coldly, and said in a very cold tone, "I am just a prisoner now. I can't do anything. If you want to save Ming, go ask the officer escorting him. Why should we go? Ming is like this because of you." Li still wanted to cause trouble, but Song Yan and Lu ignored her completely. Song Yan coldly said, "Second brother, the prince is kind. He doesn't keep a strict watch over us. But if you insist on making a fuss and anger the guards, don't blame me for not warning you, big brother." Song Han looked pale, as if he remembered something. He grabbed Li's hand, shook his head with resentment, and scolded indirectly. "Fine, let's go ask the prince to save Ming. Otherwise, some people seem to think that without the Song family, they can't survive." Song Yan knew his brother was criticizing him. He sighed deeply. In his memory, his brothers had always been respectful to him, but he never expected that when they faced danger, they would. "All right, don't wake Ning. Let her sleep," Lu said expressionlessly, clearly having seen through the selfish nature of the second, third, and fourth families. She reached out to tuck Song Ning's quilt and finally showed a gentle look in her eyes. "Ningha sleeps lightly and wakes up several times during the night. Tonight is rare for her to sleep well, so let's not disturb her." Song Yan looked at Song Ning, and his expression softened. Li's family and Song Yanhang were still arguing loudly with the guards about medicine. Lu shifted her position, gently covering Song Ning's ears with her hand, and couldn't help but frown. It seemed her daughter's body was a bit hot. Lu checked Song Ning's forehead and palm temperature, then relaxed a little. Since Ningha was hot, it was probably because she was covered too much in the quilt. Soon, outside, the sounds of guards scolding and cursing could be heard. It seemed someone had entered the small, shabby tent, and they peeked inside. Seeing that Song Ming was in trouble, the person impatiently kicked Song Yanhang and spoke harshly. "Do you really think you're the boss here? I told you, people who commit crimes here are worse than stray dogs. If the prince is kind, he might treat you as human. If it were me..." After a string of harsh insults, the guards finally left, cursing as they went out. "Honestly, I don't know how many prisoners have died on the way here. When they die, just throw the bodies to the wild dogs. Still want medicine? I think you're just like medicine." Li's suppressed crying grew more miserable. Out of fear, she dared not cry loudly, only sobbing quietly. Inside, she harbored even more resentment towards Song Ning's family. The second household didn't sleep all night. Song Yanhang and Lu slept quite well. But when they woke up in the morning, Song Ning, who usually woke up earliest, was still deep in sleep. Lu tried calling Song Ning a few times, but she showed no signs of waking. Oh no! Lu's heart sank. Song Ning's breathing was steady, but her face was pale, and her body was even hotter than before. "Husband, look, what's wrong with Ninger?" Lu's fingers trembled anxiously, and Song Yanduan quickly came over. He looked at his daughter's face, and his expression turned serious. How did Ninger become so weak? She was fine yesterday. Right now, Song Ning's condition could only be described as very poor. Her limbs were limp and weak, her eyes closed tightly, her face pale and fragile. Even her breathing was so light it seemed almost non-existent, but her body was very hot, clearly showing signs of a high fever. Yes, just yesterday, Ninger was full of energy, able to kick people from the second and third defenses several meters away. So how did she become so weak today? Mrs. Lu held back her tears and gritted her teeth as she said, "It's not time to leave yet. I will find a way to ask the prince to save Ninger." The people from the second household had been secretly watching Song Ning. Seeing that Song Ning was unconscious, both Li and Song Xiao looked very pleased. Li held her son's hand, feeling Song Ming's temperature slowly stabilize, and sarcastically said, "Some people, after doing many bad things, finally get their punishment. Heaven is watching, and justice has caught up with them. That's right, mother. My brother's fever is almost gone, but some people suddenly start to have a fever for no reason. Maybe heaven can't stand it and wants to help my brother." Song Xiao still remembered how Song Ning's words yesterday exposed her little tricks. She covered her mouth and spoke softly, but when she saw Mrs. Lu's angry eyes, she shrank her shoulders innocently and fearfully. "Auntie, I was just talking casually. After all, how can a junior hit an elder? If this is karma, it's not surprising." "Humph. Still thinking of calling the prince? Do you really think you have that much face? Better to die early and be fed to wild dogs," Li said proudly. "Forget it. Ninger's illness is the most important." Song Yen held down the almost angry Mrs. Lu sighed deeply and stood up. He dragged his heavy shackles and looked humbly at the soldiers guarding the prisoners outside the door for help. The soldiers, who had been on guard all night, were already full of resentment. They didn't even lift their eyes when they saw the food they had just received that morning. Instead, they kicked Song Yan's calf and cursed loudly. "I told you. These prisoners are already dead inside. Stop pretending to be important. They don't deserve respect. Medicine. Damn it, if you bother me again, I'll cut that dead person and feed him to the dogs." Song Yan grunted in pain as he was kicked and fell to his knees with a thud. His leg hurt as if the bone was broken, but he straightened his back and endured silently, not making a sound. "Sorry to bother you, sir." He knelt on the ground for a long time before finally managing to stand. He hobbled back, voice hoarse. "The soldiers are angry now. Let them finish eating first." Ninger couldn't wait any longer. Song Ning was still not awake. Mrs. Lu held back her tears, but didn't let them fall. Song Yen sighed deeply. After the soldiers finished their meal, the Song family prisoners finally received some leftover food. Song Yen wanted to ask the soldiers who brought the food for help again. This time, the soldiers, well-fed and satisfied, didn't attack anyone. He glanced at the unconscious Song Ning, seemingly not linking her to the once stunning, starry-eyed woman she used to be with this now pale and fragile girl. He frowned and casually said, "When I have free time, I'll see the prince, but there's no time to wait." Lu Shi rushed forward, grabbing a soldier delivering food and begging tearfully. The soldier wasn't very patient. Annoyed by her persistence, he raised his hand and slapped her. Lu Shi's face immediately swelled on one side. "Refuse to drink the wine, then drink the punishment. On the way to prison, who knows how many prisoners will die? Figure it out yourself. Don't bother me." Lu Shi was struck, her eyes turning black. From the other side, the second and third wives giggled quietly. Song Yen supported Lu Shi with one hand, his face stern as he looked over. Song Shi, who hadn't yet stopped smiling, was caught in the act. She immediately pretended to be innocent, with a pure expression, and said sweetly, "Big uncle, you've been trying to please the prince for so long, but big sister is still close to death, isn't she?" After saying this, she coquettishly turned to Lu Shi and said, "Annie, I think big sister is also very sick. Why don't you give the prince's new clothes meant for big sister to me? I don't mind if big sister is unlucky, and since we're sisters, maybe after big sister leaves, Auntie will think of her when she sees me. I'll take the loss, so Auntie can keep her memories. Ninger will definitely get better." Lu Shi looked at their smug faces with hatred, gnashing her teeth. She forced herself to carry Song Ning on her back and silently followed the group. Lu Shi, a noble lady, graceful and gentle, had already been exhausted by the cold and hardship on this journey. Today, carrying Song Ning, her steps were slow but steady, one after another. Song Yen, limping on one leg, clenched his teeth tightly, holding his breath, hoping for a chance to see the prince himself. But when Hanzhou's carriage was at the front, and their group of prisoners, all handcuffed and leg-cuffed, moved slowly at the back. Unless when Hanzhou came over voluntarily, they had no chance to get close to him.
Ninger.
Can she really escape this disaster? During her unconsciousness, Song Ning could actually hear the sounds outside. Her father and mother being beaten, the gloating of the second and third wives, and she could feel her head resting on her mother's back, her mother's heavy steps, and her sweat-soaked back. But her consciousness seemed trapped in a space, unable to break free no matter what. Instead, the space seemed to thin out more and more. This can't go on. Song Ning was panicking and spinning around. If she could wake up from her coma, she might quietly unlock her shackles and run away to find Wen Hanzhou. But now she couldn't do that. She couldn't just wait to die. Song Ning clenched her teeth tightly, trying to find a way to break through the space upgrade. But the harder she tried, the faster the space barrier absorbed her consciousness. She stopped moving, sweating all over. Her eyes were filled with killing intent and blood-red desire. She had never been trapped for so long before.
Fine.
This is interesting. Today, let's see who the real master of this space is. The team traveled all day. Lu's face was pale, and she was so exhausted she almost fainted several times. Song Yin wanted to help her carry Song Ning, but Lu gritted her teeth and shook her head. Your leg can't be hurt. The family still depends on you. As the sunset sank, the dark sky swallowed the horizon. At the front of the team, Wen Hanzhou in white clothes on a white horse looked thoughtful. Zhou, we're about to reach Guanyang City. Should we travel overnight and rest inside the city? He proposed. When Hanzhou glanced at the escort team behind him, frowned, and after thinking for a long time, nodded. That's possible. Then, when Hanzhou's mind suddenly flashed with Song Ning's face. Today, he looked out from his horse but never saw her figure. That girl was supposed to train every day, yet today she was nowhere to be seen.
Why?
Zhou, he seemed to say more, but when Hanzhou was lost in thought and didn't notice. When he finally reacted, Hefilian's big face was close to him. Zhou, what are you thinking? Why are your brows so tight? When Hanzhou furrowed his brows sharply and suddenly snapped out of his trance. Realizing that his thoughts were occupied by a woman, his heart started pounding wildly. He pretended to be calm and said, It looks like it's going to rain. I remembered that Lord Song has a cough. You should ask if he can handle traveling overnight. Just a prisoner, he's no longer Lord Song, Hefilian said with some confusion. When Hanzhou pretended to be calm, Lord Song is a good official. Now he's just falsely accused and caught up in trouble. Besides, I promised Miss Song to take good care of her family. Hefilian crossed his arms skeptically. He thought he knew his master well, calm and broad-minded, but today, he seemed unusually attentive. Facing Hefilian's gaze, when Hanzhou pretended to stay calm and said softly, Fingmian, you talk too much. Hefilian was momentarily stunned, then quickly cleared his throat. All right, I'll go. Hefilian soon rode away, and only then did when Hanzhou realized that he had been holding the reins tightly, causing his palms to ache slightly. He shook his head with a helpless smile, but the image of Song Ning still lingered in his mind. Not long after, Hefilian returned riding his horse, looking serious. Zhou, Lord Song is fine, but Miss Song has had a high fever and has been unconscious all day. When Hanzhou's lips tightened suddenly, he asked casually, Why does Miss Song have a high fever? I'm not sure. Should we send some medicine over? Hefilian asked. When Hanzhou nodded, Let's rest here tonight, so Miss Song can recover. Tomorrow, we will go to the city and get a doctor for her. He spoke calmly, but his hands gripping the reins showed his inner turmoil. Hefilian didn't think much and immediately went to get medicine after receiving the order. When Hanzhou turned to look at the place where prisoners were held, then silently sighed, feeling a faint sense of relief. Luckily, he had a sudden idea today. Otherwise, the consequences could have been terrible. Over at the Song family, after Hefilian left, the second and third branches couldn't hide their joy.
Traveling overnight. Ah.
The main family finally got their comeuppance. Li Shi tightly held her son's hand, her eyes and expressions full of pride. Anyway, her son was already awake. Now, the unlucky ones should be the main family. Song Ming was a young, strong boy. After a night of high fever, he surprisingly managed to hold on. His body was still weak, but he could now eat normally and walk. But Song Ming was still unconscious, with her eyes closed. No one knew when she would wake up. Lu Shi was exhausted, sweating all over, her steps unsteady, but she still insisted on carrying Song Ning. Everyone could see she was at her limit. If she kept going, she might faint. But if they asked the injured Song Yanduan to carry Song Ning, his leg might be ruined from walking so far. Big brother, big sister-in-law, did you see? That young general just now came over, saw that Song Ning was unconscious, but didn't even frown. He just turned and left. Li looked confident and spoke casually, shaking his head. Your family has been flattering Lord Ling for so long, just like dogs. In the end, Lord Ling still wouldn't even bother to look at you. Some people are just shameless. For a bite to eat, they keep pestering others, doing all sorts of disgraceful things. But in the end, no one cares about them at all. Not even a glance. Meng, standing nearby, also spoke coldly. She pulled her daughter, Song Xiang, and sarcastically said, "It's the eldest lady of the Song family. She's lost all sense of manners and shame. No wonder she's looked down upon. Unlike our Xiang, who's gentle and sensible and a real comfort." Li seemed to find a way to vent her feelings, covering her mouth with a delicate laugh. Big brother and sister-in-law, I think, with all the good food and warm clothes you have, Yuna shouldn't be running a fever and fainting for so long. You all need to be careful. Maybe Yuna did something dirty or caught some disease, which is why she fainted for no reason. Li smiled charmingly, but she forgot that she was no longer the beautiful, high-standing second wife of the Jin City Song family. That's so filthy, mother. Would that disease be contagious? Song Xiang grimaced and covered her nose. I heard that girls in other households who get sick are beaten to death. She looked at Yuner and encouraged her. Mother, I'm scared. Please keep big sister away from me. I don't want to catch anything dirty. Meng immediately jumped in loudly. Sister-in-law, Yuna simply didn't follow the rules and caught this disease. Don't blame us. I only did it for everyone's sake, to prevent infection. Sister-in-law, I think, instead of letting Yuner suffer here, we might as well find a place to bury her, so she can have a good life and a good future. Lu was about to go mad with anger. Yuner, after all, was just a girl. How could her own family, especially elders, spread such rumors? She wanted to defend her daughter's reputation but was too exhausted to speak. She could only stare angrily at the people from the second and third branches. Song Yen was also trembling with rage, but because he was a decent and kind man, he couldn't bring himself to curse. Song Yanhang, however, didn't care about all that. He had been holding back his anger for a long time. Hearing the women talk back and forth, he suddenly reached out, grabbing Yuner's arm tightly, trying to pull her down from Lu's back. What are you doing? Lu was startled. When she spoke, her voice was hoarse and mournful, like a cuckoo crying blood, sounding very weak. She used all her strength to stop him, but she was just a woman who had been exhausted after a long day. She was no match for Song Yanhang. Second brother, what are you trying to do? Are you rebelling? Song Yandan saw this and quickly reached out to stop him, veins bulging on his forehead from anger. However, Song Yanhang suddenly reached out and pushed Song Yandan to the ground. He looked down from above with a nearly cruel expression. Big brother, I know you don't want to give up Song Ning, but this dirty woman only brings shame to our Song family and holds us back, including Big Brother and sister-in-law. Big Brother is hesitant to make a decision, so I will be the bad guy for him, Song Yanhang said proudly. He forcefully pushed, knocking Song Ning to the ground.
Ning, you shouted heartbreakingly.
She reached out trying to save Song Ning, but Li tightly grabbed her arm. Sister-in-law, I know you don't want to part with her, but if you take Ninger like this, she won't survive either. Monster, Song Yandan, limping and dragging his shackles, rushed out. But in the next second, the guards escorting the prisoners waved their whips, frowning impatiently and sternly scolding. "What are you shouting about? Are you tired of living?" The guard glanced at the unconscious Song Ning being pushed out of the line, showing annoyance. Before he could speak, Meng shouted loudly, "Official, that person is dead. There might be some illness on her, so please help bury her." Song Yanhong's eyes bulged as he tightly covered Song Yandon's mouth. The guard cursed twice, always causing trouble. "Bury her? You think you're the master here? There are plenty of beasts and dogs around. Leaving the body for the dogs is also a kind of virtue." After saying that, the guard ignored them and even kicked Song Ning disdainfully with his toe. "Get far away." Lu finally broke free from Li's grip and let out a heartbreaking scream. She half-madly tried to rush forward, but the guard impatiently raised his whip. "What are you shouting about? Can't you live without trouble? Whip!" The crisp sound of the whip rang out, but it was Song Yanhang who screamed. He Fengmian acted so quickly that the guard trembled in fear and unconsciously lowered his whip. He Fengmian rode a tall horse, his gaze cold, looking down at the chaos. "What is going on?" Song Yandan, now free, staggered and tried to help Song Ning up from the ground. Lu also cried as she carefully held Song Ning in her arms, sobbing uncontrollably. She died from illness, a dirty disease. The Song family knew He Fengmian. Seeing this, Li quickly forced a polite smile. He Fengmian snorted coldly, his eyes sharp with anger. "Illness?
Ha!
Your Song family lives and eats together. If Miss Song gets sick, none of you can stay clean." Someone, He Fengmian suddenly raised his voice. "Bring a few people to check them carefully. I want to see if anyone has caught a contagious disease." A few tall guards exchanged glances, then quickly reached out like iron tongs to the people from the second and third households. Li screamed and tried to struggle, but a guard kicked her hard, knocking her to the ground. Screams filled the air. He Fengmian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since learning that Miss Song was sick, Azu hadn't said much, but his brows had never relaxed. He even personally prepared some medicine to reduce the fever. He Fengmian silently sighed, thinking he was lucky to arrive in time. He handed the medicine to her, but still felt uneasy. He reached out to check Song Ning's pulse himself. People like them, who often walk on the edge, become somewhat knowledgeable about medicine over time. Song Ning's pulse was weak and floating, weak but not serious. She just needed a few doses of medicine to reduce the fever. Song Yan's and Madame Lu looked at He Fengmian as if he were a living Buddha. Madame Lu even wished she could kowtow to him right then. He Fengmian quickly stopped her. "Madame Song, I'm just a messenger. If you want to thank someone, thank the prince." This medicine, He Fengmian held up what he had, was personally brewed by the prince himself. His tone was respectful. There was no other reason. He had grown up following Wen Hanzhou and had never seen Wen Hanzhou care so much about anyone. It seemed like a rare moment of hope. Although Miss Song was of a lower status and the daughter of a disgraced official, the prince liked her. If she were to go to the northern border and become his concubine, staying by his side, it wouldn't be a bad choice. Thinking of this, He Fengmian's attitude towards Song Yan's and Madame Lu improved a bit. He coldly scolded the guards and pointed at Song Yan's end. "Lord Song has contributed to the prince. You must not neglect him in the future." The guards nodded repeatedly, but the people from the second and third households cried out in despair. He Fengmian, feeling impatient, kicked one of them. He was also someone close to Wen Hanzhou, not a malicious person. Naturally, he wouldn't really let the guards strip their clothes to check for illness. After a brief punishment, he turned and left. Liu Shi carefully fed Song Ning medicine. When she looked up, she saw the jealous and resentful eyes of the second and third wives. Liu Shi desperately wanted to take the medicine from Song Ning's hands. Her own son, the only eldest grandson of the Song family, hadn't even had the medicine. Why does that little brat Song Ning get to have it? Song Xiao looked extremely jealous. Why can Song Ning gain the prince's favor? What makes her better than me? The marching troops had already stopped. He Fengmian had ordered a rest for the night. Song Yan sat silently, looking down with a heavy heart, watching Song Ning's pale face. After taking the medicine, Song Ning's body seemed a bit cooler. Liushir, usually not a crying person, was holding back tears and trembling all over. "It's my fault." The night breeze softly blew away Song Yan's sigh. "Go to sleep early," Liushir said, exhausted from feeding Song Ning half a bowl of porridge, and soon fell into a deep sleep. The camp quickly fell into darkness and silence. Suddenly, in the messy, crowded tent where the Song family prisoners stayed, a man dressed entirely in white appeared unexpectedly. In the darkness, he seemed to glow faintly, like a fairy or a divine being. When Hanzhou sighed softly, acting on instinct, he reached out and gently touched Song Ning's forehead. It was still very hot. He heard that tonight she almost got thrown out as a corpse. When Hanzhou's heart tightened slightly, in the silent night, only the heavy breathing of the Song prisoners could be heard. But when he reacted, he realized that Song Ning had already been picked up and held in his arms. When Hanzhou froze for a moment, a look of awkwardness flashing across his face, but it quickly disappeared. He walked steadily, holding Song Ning and heading toward his own tent. Even in her unconscious state, Song Ning's hot little face pressed against Hanzhou's chest. She seemed to feel like she was in an oasis in a scorching desert, and she clung even tighter. When Hanzhou didn't realize that a faint smile was already forming at the corner of his lips. His tent was not made of simple materials, but was decorated very warmly. The environment was much better than the prisoners' tents. Song Ning lay on soft, fragrant bedding. Her eyelashes trembled, but she still found it hard to detach her consciousness from her surroundings. However, her suffering caught Hanzhou's attention. His cool, jade-like hand gently touched her forehead and small face, then fed her a few sips of water. He had an indescribably refreshing and comfortable feeling. Song Ning struggled, and her small hand gently grasped Hanzhou's finger. Hanzhou was suddenly stunned. Then, Song Ning's fingers tightly pressed her lips, and her ears subtly flushed with a hint of red. He had never felt such strange sensations before. Just as he was about to pull his hand away, Song Ning's grip tightened even more. Hanzhou felt a bit helpless. Although he didn't understand why he was acting on impulse, he had indeed carried her over himself. The task of caring for Song Ning naturally fell on him. He let her hold his fingers and gently placed his hand on her pulse, sighing softly. Outside the tent, dark clouds gathered thicker, and cold wind blew fiercely. When Hanzhou adjusted the blanket around Song Ning, a thoughtful look crossing his eyes. The weather was getting colder and colder. No matter how strong Song Ning was, she was still the pampered young lady of the Song family, used to being sheltered and spoiled. She couldn't endure such hardships. Hanzhou pondered, then slowly rested his chin on his hand, falling asleep in front of Song Ning's bed. Meanwhile, the unconscious Song Ning felt a strange golden light. The golden light gradually filled her injured consciousness and eased her restless heat all over her body. It even climbed up the space barrier, as if trying to help her break through. Song Ning gazed at the faint golden glow, her eyes narrowing. She seized the moment and tried to break through. Although the golden light was weak, its power was extremely strong. The space barrier, which she couldn't normally break, shattered easily under the golden light's blessing. The remaining golden light slowly gathered around Song Ning, strengthening her awareness. She didn't have time to rejoice and hurriedly checked what the upgraded space looked like. The space was more than twice as large as before, several hundred square meters. But at the end, there was still a more solid barrier. After a moment of thought, Song Ning believed this barrier was similar to the one she had just broken through, meant for upgrading. But since she was already struggling to break through the first barrier, she decided to leave this one alone. As the space expanded, Song Ning was happily surprised to find that some supplies from her previous life had appeared in the new space. There was food, medicine, and some cold weapons and intricate traps she had used before. With these, even if she went to the northern border alone, without Hanzhou's care, she could still live well with her parents. Feeling satisfied, Song Ning wanted to exit the space. But as she passed the original first layer, she suddenly stopped in her tracks. She furrowed her brows tightly, Then a look of great joy appeared on her face. She saw that the place originally holding 3 rain-inducing pellets now had a gray object that looked like a countdown timer. Song Ning felt a sudden suspicion. Could it be that when the countdown ends, the empty space will refill? She wasn't sure yet, so she only glanced at the countdown. The 2 rain pellets she used earlier had a countdown of over 20 days, and even the first one had a timer lasting a full week. It seems that only after a week, when the countdown ends, can she be certain if her guess is correct. Overall, Song Ning was quite happy with her current space. She joyfully exited her consciousness and opened her eyes, only to see a stunning face. It was Hanzhou. Song Ning was momentarily surprised, but quickly regained her calm. She had previously paid silver to ask Hanzhou to take care of her family, and she never expected that this noble prince would keep his promise so faithfully. Hanzhou rested his head on one hand, sleeping peacefully. He was naturally handsome, long eyebrows, skin like warm jade, a high nose, thin lips, and a pair of phoenix eyes that were so beautiful that words could hardly describe them, like a masterpiece crafted by Manhwa. Song Ning stared at him, feeling a bit dazed. In her past life, she had seen many handsome men and beautiful women, but compared to Hanzhou, those others seemed insignificant. His beauty was truly extraordinary, unlike any mortal. No wonder she heard that many people in the capital, knowing he was an unpopular prince, still eagerly wanted to marry him. Perhaps he had dreamt of something, because Hanzhou's eyelashes suddenly fluttered fiercely twice. His eyelashes were very long and thick. When he opened his eyes, the pair of phoenix eyes, cold yet charming, made people want to drown in their allure. When he closed his eyes, his eyelashes trembled slightly, showing a fragile, obedient cuteness. The candle flame flickered, casting a warm glow on Hanzhou's face, making the shadows of his eyelashes stretch long. Song Ning couldn't help but gently reach out and touch his eyelashes. But the person in sleep was extremely alert. The moment her hand touched him, Hanzhou opened his eyes. Their eyes met, and her delicate, fair fingers awkwardly paused in midair. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly withdrew her hand without showing it and casually greeted Hanzhou as if nothing had happened. "Greetings, Prince." Hanzhou's eyes gradually focused. Above his cold, phoenix-shaped eyes, his long eyelashes flickered slightly, adding a touch of reckless charm. Yet, this was balanced by the calm coolness in his gaze, making his face look even more astonishingly handsome. He quickly realized what Song Ning was about to do. For a moment, Hanzhou was momentarily stunned and chuckled softly. Seeing Song Ning acting as if nothing was wrong, he shook his head and spoke gently. "Miss Song, are you hungry?" Song Ning's stomach growled in response. She awkwardly pressed her lips together and said, "Yes, I am a bit hungry." Hanzhou's eyes sparkled with a smile. He stood up, dressed in a pure white robe that shimmered with a faint golden glow under the dim candlelight. Song Ning squinted, suddenly recalling the golden light she saw when she was trapped in the space. That golden light was truly strange. Earlier, Feng Mian cooked some meat porridge. "Miss Song, if you don't mind, just make do with it." Hanzhou personally took a bowl of porridge from the table beside him and handed it to Song Ning. His handsome features looked like a gentle breeze, making people feel refreshed, but the coldness in his eyes was like eternal ice, dark and inscrutable. Song Ning thanked him and took a sip of the porridge. To her surprise, it was still warm. As she ate the meat porridge, she regained some strength. She couldn't help but look up at the man holding a scroll across from her. Suddenly, she felt that her eyes seemed to have a problem. Otherwise, why was there a faint, almost white golden mist on Hanzhou's face? Song Ning rubbed her eyes and looked at Hanzhou a few more times. This time, she finally confirmed that the mist indeed existed and was not her hallucination. "Miss Song," Hanzhou felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and couldn't help but remind her, "The porridge is getting cold." "Sorry." Song Ning's doubts grew layer by layer. She quickly lowered her head and continued to sip her porridge, missing the red glow that suddenly appeared on Hanzhou's ears. When Hanzhou had never been so distracted by the words in a book before. Just now, Song Ning's gaze was too direct. In the past, when he was in the capital, he had seen many young women interested in him, but none were as bold and passionate as Song Ning. However, when Hanzhou silently sighed and thought to himself, helping Song Ning was because he was genuinely curious about her, and she had indeed helped him a lot, which was a favor to him. Secondly, it was because Lord Song Yanduan was truly upright. Although he didn't want to interfere much in court politics, he didn't want to see a loyal official suffer injustice and die. This has nothing to do with romantic feelings between men and women. When Hanzhou's thoughts became clearer. Yes, it has nothing to do with romantic feelings, but if Miss Song misunderstood. When Hanzhou sighed lightly, feeling a bit headache. While he was thinking, Song Ning had already finished her porridge. She happily rubbed her stomach and was thinking about how to thank him when Hanzhou suddenly looked up. Their eyes met, and in the quiet night, it seemed like sparks flew between their gazes. When Hanzhou awkwardly cleared his throat and hesitated before speaking, Miss Song, if you're feeling well, I will have someone send you back to your tent. Okay? Song Ning replied quickly. She was just about to say something about this matter. She had some awareness of the outside world during her fainting spell and knew that her parents had been suffering these days. Now, they were eager to see her again. When Hanzhou was surprised that Song Ning showed no reluctance and even looked a little anxious. He was momentarily stunned, then couldn't help but laugh helplessly. He thought to himself, I was overthinking. That's good. When Hanzhou relaxed a lot and immediately called He Fengmian to send Song Ning back. He Fengmian looked slightly displeased. Song Ning looked up at him, noticing that unlike when Hanzhou's face, which was covered with a nearly white golden mist, He Fengmian's face was tinged with a faint gray mist. What was going on? Song Ning rubbed her eyes again, pondering if she might have cataracts. But that didn't seem right. Before she could fully react, He Fengmian, walking ahead, suddenly stepped on something and fell straight down. Splash, after a loud thud, He Fengmian got up with a dark face, brushed off the dust on him, and cursed under his breath. Song Ning. When Hanzhou helplessly rubbed his forehead. When Song Ning looked up again, she saw that the dark mist on He Fengmian's face had disappeared. Her expression immediately turned serious. A sudden guess formed in her mind. Could it be that, with the space upgrade, she had awakened a new special power? She wasn't sure yet. She suppressed her excitement, quickened her steps, and didn't even look back at when Hanzhou. He Fengmian secretly glanced at his master's expression. When Hanzhou didn't think much of it and even had a faint smile on his face because of He Fengmian's fall. He Fengmian's face darkened. He suddenly felt annoyed that he wasn't paying enough attention to his feelings. Fine. I'm worrying about your feelings while you're secretly mocking me for falling, huh? He Fengmian angrily swung his sleeve, but in the next second, a loud noise suddenly sounded in his ears. Song Ning, walking ahead, also stopped abruptly, her face very serious. The sky, which was already dark and cloudy, began to drop rain, falling faster and faster. In the thick rain, inside the normally quiet tent, there were many terrified screams. In the dark night, it was hard to see what was far away, but faintly, a huge creature could be seen running around inside the tent, reckless and biting. Song Ning's heart was pounding wildly. She quickly hurried forward toward the tent. Her father and mother were there. Miss Song, don't go. He Fengmian's face changed drastically, and he hurried to stop her. He is skilled in martial arts and has sharp eyesight. Even though the shadow just flashed by, he clearly saw that the large creature biting and pouncing was a giant tiger. After a moment of panic, many torches were lit inside the tent. When Hanzhou looked serious, his lips pressed tight. The screams mixed together, making Song Ning's heart race. She didn't think much and immediately used her mind to take out a short blade from her space, gripping it tightly. She quickened her steps, trying to rush to save the people. Miss Song, when Hanzhou suddenly raised his voice. The next second, he tightly grabbed Song Ning's wrist. He moved so fast that even Song Ning couldn't see how he got there. I need to go save them. Song Ning looked at him deeply, her voice cold. Don't rush. When Hanzhou tightened his grip on her wrist and looked carefully at the direction where the tiger was biting, he softly comforted her. Miss Song, the tiger doesn't seem to want to hurt anyone right now. But if someone rushes over recklessly and scares the tiger, we don't know what it might do next. His voice seemed to have a calming effect. Song Ning clenched her short blade tightly, staring anxiously at the restless figure of the tiger, biting her lower lip. That beast shouldn't leave without killing anyone, she muttered. In the midst of the sharp screams, guards with swords surrounded the tiger, watching it closely. The tiger only hurts people when it's hungry. When Hanzhou glanced at He Fingmian and raised his voice. Throw all the meat from the cart to it first, to calm the tiger down. Then we can think of a way to surround and attack it. We must not anger it. The tiger, surrounded by guards, swayed anxiously without its tail. It growled threateningly in its throat until a piece of meat suddenly fell from the sky and hit it hard in front. Only then did the tiger stop growling and cautiously look around. Step back, make way for it, when Hanzhou calmly commanded, but the tiger, after sniffing the meat on the ground, did not eat it immediately. Instead, it growled again with a warning. Quick, run. It's going to attack. Song Ning shouted loudly, her eyes fixed on the tiger. In the apocalypse, mutated wild animals roamed freely. She knew well how these beasts behaved. But before her voice finished, the tiger suddenly lunged at a guard with incredible speed. The guard's scream was sharp and piercing in the silent night, but the tiger didn't rush to bite his neck. Instead, it stepped on his body and impatiently charged toward the nearby tent. Oh no, that was where her parents lived. Song Ning's eyes nearly burst with rage. The tiger, with its strong body, quickly burst into the tent and started biting around. Everyone inside the tent hurried to the corners, eyes full of fear, staring at the huge beast. The people from the second and third families kept retreating behind Song Yanduan and Lu Shi, even trying to push them aside. The tiger glanced at them, its tail flicking anxiously. Suddenly, it raised its massive paw and slammed it forcefully into the crowd's center. Li Shi from the second family screamed sharply, then suddenly pushed Lu Shi out with force. Mother, Song Ning shouted desperately, her face full of anguish. But Lu Shi, who was once a pampered lady of the mansion, had never seen such a terrifying scene. The tiger's huge paw came rushing toward her, carrying immense power. Lu Shi could even see the bloodstains on the massive claw, thick with a strong, foul smell. Mother, Song Ning could no longer hold back. She clenched her short blade and charged forward fiercely, when Hanzhou was unexpectedly pulled off balance and couldn't stop her. Go get my bow, when Hanzhou urgently ordered, his face anxious. He quickly followed her. He couldn't just watch Song Ning risk her life. At that moment, when the tiger's giant paw struck, Lu Shi couldn't hold back any longer. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted straight away. Song Yanduan, in such a state of panic, rushed forward, knelt on the ground, and held his wife's body, trembling violently with her eyes closed. The other members of the Song family screamed in panic, but the expected bloody scene did not fully happen. At some point, Song Ning had already regained consciousness. She held a dagger and stabbed it into the tiger's eye. Warm, bright blood splattered like heavy rain, soaking Song Ning completely. The strong smell of blood made her feel sick, and the intense pain drove the beast into a frenzy. The tiger roared angrily, glaring at Song Ning, and swung a heavy paw weighing 1,000 pounds without hesitation.
Ning, Song Yan shouted desperately.
He wanted to rush forward to protect his daughter, but as he took a shaky step, the shackles on his legs tripped him to the ground. He could only reach out with a dirty, blood-stained face, tears streaming down, watching his daughter helplessly. Song Ning stared fiercely at the beast in front of her. She skillfully rolled to avoid its paw, but in the next second, she heard the sound of a blade piercing flesh. The tiger's roar grew more frantic. Song Ning quickly turned her head and saw Hanzhou in white clothes standing under the firelight, clutching a heavy crossbow with a cold expression. After a brief eye contact, when Hanzhou drew his bow and aimed again, Song Ning clenched her short blade, ready to attack next. However, if it had been the old Song Ning from the past, hunting a tiger, even a mutated one, would have been easy. But her current body, despite some special abilities, was only that of a 15-year-old girl. So, after a few rounds, the wild tiger, covered in sword wounds and full of fury, let out a deafening roar. It opened its mouth wide, using all its strength to try to bite Song Ning's neck. Ninger dodge. Song Yen, dragging his injured leg, crawled desperately toward her. At a critical moment, a sharp arrow shot into the tiger's shoulder blade again. In the next second, Song Ning felt herself falling into a warm embrace. When Hanzhou rolled with her on the ground twice, trying to avoid the tiger's attack, but his arm was also caught by the tiger's claws, tearing a piece of flesh. When Hanzhou, Song Ning didn't care much about anything else. While the guards raised torches to surround them, she suddenly took out a flare from her space and threw it high into the sky. The bright, white light instantly illuminated the entire camp like daytime, and countless torches dimmed almost simultaneously. This fierce beast is naturally afraid of fire and light. It was already weakened, and when startled, it forgot to attack. After a roar, it ran away with its tail between its legs into the forest. The guards nearby couldn't react in time. Some were knocked flying, others clenched their swords and took the chance to strike a few blows. The camp became chaotic again. Under the bright white light, Song Ning briefly lost her sight, but she kept her arms tightly around the man beside her. Her small hands carefully checked his wounds, holding his bleeding arm tightly. When the sky darkened again, Song Ning heard a gentle laugh. When Hanzhou's voice was weak but firm, "Don't be afraid, I'm fine." Song Ning didn't speak, only stared closely in the direction where the tiger had gone. "Miss Song, it hurts," when Hanzhou said, watching the little girl with her hair standing on end, and he couldn't help but smile. He used to look like a handsome young man with a pale face, but his lips still carried a tolerant, patient smile. He always seemed like he had no temper, but because of that, many people couldn't see his true feelings, making him seem cold and distant. Song Ning suddenly realized this and gently loosened her grip on his wound. "Sorry," she said after a moment. Then she added, "Thank you." When Hanzhou shook his head with a hint of curiosity in his eyes, "Why did the sky suddenly brighten just now?" "Probably lightning," Song Ning casually guessed. When Hanzhou paused, looking a bit helpless. He was more convinced that Song Ning was not an ordinary person, but she didn't want to say anything, so he kept quiet. For now, she hadn't done anything wrong, and he had time to observe her carefully. The tiger's figure disappeared completely into the tent. Everyone took a long time to recover from the shock. Song Ning's face was serious as she tore open Hanzhou's sleeve to check his injuries. The tiger's paw had just brushed past him, so Hanzhou's arm was safe, but living in the mountains and being preyed upon by wild beasts, a powerful claw attack was not to be underestimated. There were 3 deep wounds on Hanzhou's arm, exposing the bone. The flesh was torn open, blood pouring out, staining his white clothes red. "We need to bandage it quickly." Song Ning looked up at Hanzhou. Despite the pain, his expression remained calm and cool, which made her look at him a little longer. "What's wrong?" Hanzhou asked softly. Song Ning shook her head, then suddenly tore open his shirt at the chest and tightly wrapped the torn fabric around his wound. A cold wind blew, exposing most of Hanzhou's bare chest, revealing fair skin and the muscles hidden beneath his seemingly slender frame. Hanzhou's face, usually like wearing a mask, suddenly cracked with emotion. Song Ning glanced again. Hanzhou took a step back carefully, but then forced himself to stop. His ears and cheeks were both flushed red. "Such big chest muscles," Song Ning muttered softly. Hanzhou looked gentle and refined, but he could pull a heavy bow, showing he was skilled. He was very fair, with a muscular and powerful look, stunningly beautiful. Song Ning, with great self-control, held back the urge to reach out and touch his chest muscles. Song Ning helped Hanzhou quickly bandage his wound, while He Fengmian counted the panicked prisoners. There weren't many injured prisoners, just some who fainted from shock. Outside, a few guards had more serious cuts and broken bones. When Hanzhou silently adjusted his clothes and pretended to be calm. Everyone stay calm. That beast is hurt, so he probably won't come back tonight. Are you hurt too? He Fengmian's eyes flashed with anger and worry as he asked. When Hanzhou shook his head. It's nothing. He Fengmian thought for a moment and realized when Hanzhou's injury was probably related to Song Ning. He glared coldly at Song Ning, drawing a sharp blade that glinted with a frightening cold light. Fengmian, when Hanzhou said calmly, but with a strong warning tone. Under He Fengmian's intense murderous aura, Song Ning's face remained unchanged. She turned directly and looked at the second and third households who were huddled together and spoke coldly. Instead of wasting time here arguing with me, you'd better take the prince to bandage his wounds and rest. When Hanzhou silently curled his lips. But He Fengmian was so angry he stomped his foot and muttered bitterly, I used to think you were interesting, wanted you to help the prince. Now, as long as I, He Fengmian, am here, you will never step into our house again. He Fengmian's voice was quiet, and only when Hanzhou heard his words. When Hanzhou's smile on his face stiffened again. This time, he couldn't hold it anymore and showed a very helpless expression. Fengmian, his physical injuries were minor, but the people around him kept saying shocking things, which was really frustrating. When Hanzhou looked unusually helpless for the first time. When Hanzhou left, Song Ning frowned and strode forward, looking down at the second and third houses. It was Li who had just pushed the mother out. Song Ning kicked Li out with a swift step. Li screamed sharply, but Song Ning's foot had already landed on the hand that had just committed the evil act, crushing it forcefully.
Ah!
The piercing scream and the sound of bones breaking instantly echoed inside the tent. Song Xiao watched helplessly as his mother was in pain and couldn't help but scream along. Song Yanhan tried to rush forward to save his wife, but was knocked over by Song Ning's fierce kick. This is truly outrageous. Song Yanhan was about to curse loudly, but when faced with Song Ning's nearly freezing cold gaze, all his curses vanished in an instant. I'll remember this, Song Ning said coldly, glancing at them deeply. She casually wiped the blood off her face, as if calm before a storm. No one knew that since her space was upgraded, she could see the colors on people's faces. The people from the second and third houses had long been overshadowed by dark clouds. Song Ning turned around coldly, her gaze softening slightly when she saw her father and mother. Song Yanduan held Lu's hand and staggered to his feet from the ground, looking very distressed. He trembled uncontrollably with fear, his eyes almost vacant. Are you okay? As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Song Ning felt her nose sting and quickly spoke to comfort Song Yanduan. Father, it's fine now.
Our family is fine.
You sit down first, let me check your leg. Song Yanduan didn't want to let go of his wife and child's hands. Song Ning sighed, first checking Lu's condition. She saw she was just exhausted and frightened, so she relaxed a little. She silently took a nourishing pill from her space, fed it to Lu, gave her some food and water, then began to set Song Yanduan's bones. After the space was upgraded, many medicines appeared inside. Song Ning silently applied medicine to Song Yanduan's wounds, her gaze colder than before. Since their son's plague was cured, the people from the fourth house had been silent. They hadn't helped each other much, but avoiding trouble was already the best outcome. But the people from the second and third houses were rotten to the core. The Song family, after all, were just prisoners in custody. No one would give them much time to adjust their mood. The tent quickly returned to its usual crowded state. Song Ning, covered in blood, quietly left to a quiet spot, cleaned herself with water from her space, and put on a clean, worn hemp shirt. Despite this, the young girl's face remained stunningly beautiful. After a long time of fussing, dawn was approaching. Song Ning's beautiful eyes showed a flicker of worry, but in the end, she quietly moved a few steps and silently arrived outside Hanzhou's tent. She was a bit uneasy, or perhaps grateful. In any case, since she owed him a favor, It was better to go and see for herself. Inside the tent, a lamp was still burning. Song Ning silently approached and heard low voices talking inside. When Hanzhou looked pale, suppressing a cough twice, he was immediately scolded by He Fengmian. "Your Highness, we don't have many medicines left. There's a plague in front and a drought behind. Medicine is always scarce. Why are you giving medicine to Song Ning instead of using it yourself?" After distributing the remaining medicine to the injured guards, there was almost none left. He Fengmian was a bit unhappy, but those guards were also brothers who had fought alongside him. But why did Song Ning get some too? If it weren't for her reckless actions as Zhou, how could you have been hurt? And her high fever, hasn't she already woken up? She's just a prisoner. As long as she's alive, that's enough. No medicine left? Then when Hanzhou, Song Ning couldn't help but perk up her ears and move a little closer.
When on suicide del plesli, I'm fine.
I'll buy medicine in town tomorrow. Today is today, and tomorrow is tomorrow. He Fengmian still wanted to argue, but after when Hanzhou shot him a look, he could only shut up angrily. When Hanzhou sighed again, his expression becoming serious, "This place is near the village. How could there be such a big tiger? Judging by the beast's stance, it didn't seem like it would hesitate to attack humans. And I don't know if the villagers here have been hurt by that beast." When Hanzhou looked calm but serious. For the common people, he truly cared. Song Ning's expression was complicated. She was someone who kept herself apart, but having lived through the end times, she admired those who used their abilities to help ordinary people build some security. The reason was simple. Looking at the drizzly sky, she knew she would have died many times without such people. She silently sighed and gently adjusted her clothes. Their conversation continued for a long time. When Hanzhou, having lost too much blood, finally couldn't hold back his fatigue and fell asleep first. Outside, the sleepy Song Ning finally managed to gather her energy. The guards around were quite lax. He Fengmian probably went out overnight to buy medicine for Hanzhou. Song Ning looked around nervously, like a thief, and quietly reached the bedside of Hanzhou. Suddenly, she pulled his clothes open. Hanzhou was not usually so on alert, but tonight he was very tired and had lost a lot of blood. For a moment, he felt a coolness on his body, but soon, a pair of warm little hands gently touched his chest muscles, exploring lightly. When Hanzhou frowned slightly, as if he was about to wake up, Song Ning quickly withdrew her hand, covered him with a quilt, and her small face turned a little red for no clear reason. Ahem. She came in the middle of the night not to secretly touch his chest muscles. Was she the kind of person who gets ideas from looks? No, she was here for. Song Ning pressed her lips tightly, trying to stop her gaze from drifting toward his clothes. His chest muscles looked well developed, so his abs should be good too.
No, no, no.
She gritted her teeth, gently slapped her own face, but then felt a fiery heat. Her face turned red, and she simply closed her eyes, carefully opening Hanzhou's clothes to reveal his simple bandaged wound. It was clear he had been treated with medicine, but Song Ning leaned in to sniff. The strong smell of blood was mixed with a faint medicinal scent, probably just painkillers. The blood was still seeping out slowly, soaking through the cloth soon after. Thinking of what He Fengmian had said earlier, Song Ning silently moved to the nearby table. On it were several packets of medicine. She opened one and saw it was the anti-inflammatory medicine Hanzhou had left for her. At that moment, she slightly turned her head to look at the person on the bed. Quietly, she returned to her spot, took out a needle and thread for stitching wounds, along with painkillers and anti-inflammatory medicine, and carefully stitched up Hanzhou's wound. The pain from the large tear was so intense that the stitches felt almost insignificant. Hanzhou only frowned slightly, but remained unconscious. Song Ning stitched for over 10 stitches until the bleeding finally stopped. She then checked his pulse, realizing he was not just sleeping but in a deeper state of coma, and gave him a blood tonic pill. It was already dawn. The faint blue light seeped through the tense gaps, blending with a small oil lamp flickering softly, casting shadows on Hanzhou's face. Song Ning couldn't help but look at him longer. marveling at Nua's divine craftsmanship. His face was truly beautiful. However, dawn was approaching, and I truly had to leave. Song Ning hesitated for a moment, replaced the 2 bottles of modern medicine with porcelain jars, and placed them on Wen Hanzhou's bedside table. Just as she was about to leave, Wen Hanzhou, who was sleeping deeply, suddenly half-opened his eyes. In a dazed voice, he reached out and grabbed her sleeve. "Miss Song?" A voice filled with confusion came from behind Song Ning. She turned around, but suddenly, her eyes, illuminated by the candlelight, reflected a clear, glass-like brightness, like polished jade. When Hanzhou's eyes seemed to hold some doubt, he tilted his head slightly. "Miss Song, what are you doing here? Am I dreaming?" Song Ning's tense mood eased a little. A faint smile appeared on her lips, and she couldn't help but speak. "Your Highness is dreaming. But it's almost dawn, so you should rest quickly." Perhaps because she was too weak, combined with the effects of the sedative Song Ning had given him, when Hanzhou obediently nodded, looking more lively than usual. His bright, shimmering eyes half-closed, showing some exhaustion. Indeed, there are many things to do tomorrow. Though he said this, when Hanzhou's hand still held onto the hem of Song Ning's clothes, not letting go. Song Ning couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, what are you holding onto me for?" When Hanzhou seemed to realize this and quickly released his grip. Song Ning smiled slightly and adjusted his quilt. "Rest well, Your Highness." Her warm fingertips accidentally brushed his face, causing Wen Hanzhou to feel a moment of panic and distraction. Everyone who has taken medicine knows that when the effects haven't fully worn off, even if they are still conscious, they can't control their speech. When Hanzhou, though only slightly sedated, felt the effects clearly beyond just pain relief. He couldn't help but speak. "This must be a dream. Why have I been dreaming of Miss Song so often lately?" Song Ning, who was about to leave, suddenly paused, as if she had uncovered a shocking secret. When Hanzhou's voice seemed a bit helpless, "But Miss Song is truly unique. Today, she even dared to fight a tiger. Hopefully, she isn't injured." Before he finished, his gaze fell on Song Ning, showing a conflicted expression. Finally, the man shook his head and smiled. "This is just a dream. Even if I check whether she is injured in the dream, what does it matter in reality? I shouldn't have offended Miss Song for no reason." Hearing his unusual self-talk, Song Ning tilted her head slightly. "If this is a dream, then what is there to be offended about?" When Hanzhou slowly closed his eyes, as if about to fall into sleep again, but his words were very clear. "What is the difference between dreams and reality? I say the heart, and naturally many things come to mind. Isn't that also a kind of offense?" Song Ning was momentarily speechless and chuckled silently, then silently gave herself a slap in her mind. That is how human differences are. Some people, in the middle of the night, run over loudly claiming they want to sew up wounds, but end up losing control and touching someone's chest muscles. Others, even in their sleep, don't dare to overstep. But so what? Song Ning suddenly felt a bit restless. After hesitating for a long time, her conscience finally won, and she quietly withdrew her hand, which had been reaching to see Wen Hanzhou's abs. After returning to the tent, Song Ning realized her heart was pounding loudly, and her face was still flushed. But after a long night of travel and being newly recovered from a serious illness, she quickly fell asleep again. She didn't know how much time had passed before dawn. Suddenly, she heard noisy voices. She opened her eyes to see her parents already awake, looking at her with kind faces. Seeing her wake, Lu quickly took out a steamed bun from her bosom, which had been kept warm by her body temperature. "Ninger, you must be hungry. You've been unconscious for so long. It scared Mom and Dad. Why aren't you dead yet? You're so lucky." Just as Song Ning was about to reach for the bun, she suddenly heard Song Xiang muttering in dissatisfaction. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the group of people from the second and third houses, who were gathered together with a look of sheer defiance, showing no guilt for what they did yesterday. Li covered her hand and, meeting Song Ning's gaze, suddenly started scolding loudly. "You little brat, hitting and scolding elders. Aren't you afraid of lightning? Why didn't that old tiger eat you yesterday?" The world is better without a troublemaker like you. Seeing how sharp-tongued and mean the people from the second and third houses looked, Lu was so angry she wished she could tear their mouths apart. Songning took a big bite of the bun, satisfied, and squinted her eyes. Then she reached out to stop Lu and casually said, "Ignore them. Very soon, they will face a big disaster." She looked thoughtfully at the increasingly dark smoke on the faces of the people from the second and third houses, feeling very happy. She took another bite of the soft, fluffy bun. Last night, Hefengmian's face only showed a faint, almost invisible black aura, but he was thrown so hard that half his face swelled up and nearly got a scar. Now, the faces of the second and third houses are almost covered by dark flags. As for them, suddenly, Songning seemed to remember something and frowned thoughtfully. Normally, when Hanzhou was also injured last night, but why couldn't she see any black energy on his face? Could it be that her special ability sometimes fails? Thinking of this, Songning focused her attention on her parents. Her parents' faces also had faint black energy, but at this moment, it was almost gone. Songning tightened her expression, quickly finished her steamed bun, and quietly said, "Father, Mother, I want to go see the prince." Now, Songning was the only exception among the Song family prisoners. She wasn't required to wear handcuffs or leg shackles, so she could move freely. Lu was worried about her daughter and wanted to say something, but Song Yan stopped her. Song Yan advised, "The prince has helped us. We should thank him properly." He looked deeply at his daughter, then sighed heavily, as if carrying a heavy burden. Song Ning nodded and turned to leave the tent. Behind her, Song Xiang watched her freely come and go, her jealousy growing stronger. When she was in the Song family, she was the most favored person. Everyone's eyes were on her, and they surrounded her. But now, she was left among the crowd with no special privileges. Song Xiang's face twisted with jealousy. She tightly grabbed her clothes and angrily cursed, "Shameless little brat." As soon as she finished, Lu finally couldn't bear it anymore. She suddenly stood up and slapped Song Xiang hard across the face. "She's your sister. She hasn't done anything wrong to you. Why are you scolding her? Besides, if it weren't for Ninger and the prince yesterday, we would have died here long ago." Song Xiang had never been hit before, and the sharp pain on her face and the buzzing in her ears stunned her. When she reacted, she covered her red face and threw herself into Meng's arms, crying loudly. This made Meng feel heartbroken. She quickly hugged Song Xiang, comforting her, then glared angrily at Lu. "You're crazy. Your daughter doesn't know how to behave, and you're hitting my Xiang." Enough. Seeing the two women about to fight, Song Yin couldn't help but shout sternly. He protected Lu Shi behind him, staring at the people from the third household with a stern voice, just like before he was demoted. "Third family, Ninger is innocent. If I hear any rumors about Ninger again, I, as the eldest brother, will personally teach you a lesson, even if it breaks the rules. Men and women are different." Plus, with the authority that Song Yanduan has accumulated over the years, his serious face made people feel cold inside. Meng sure shrank her neck, but couldn't hold back her anger. She sarcastically said, loudly, "If you dare to do wrong, why can't people talk about it? Otherwise, why does the prince only favor her? Our Xiangxiang also looks like a flower, and second brother and second sister-in-law's Xiao Jie looks as delicate as a beauty. Why doesn't the prince give Xiangxiang and Xiao Jie food, clothes, or bedding? Isn't it because of some secret tricks?" Before, she used to hide away, but now, in broad daylight, she shamelessly runs to the man's place. Disgusting. Meng Shi was quite fierce. When she scolded, her eyebrows furrowed, and her momentum was strong. Even her false words seemed real. Seeing many people already casting strange looks her way, Lu Shi's eyes turned red with anger. Just as she was about to raise her hand, a sharp shout came from outside the tent. "What are you doing?" It was the guard watching over the prisoners. The guard, with a big sword at his waist, looked extremely impatient. He saw the two women almost fighting and suddenly stepped forward, kicking hard at Meng Shi's stomach. Meng Shi was caught off guard and let out a miserable cry. She spat out a mouthful of old blood, almost vomiting it out. Song Xiang was so frightened she forgot to cry. She hurriedly rushed over to help her mother up but was kicked in the lower back by the guard. She was in pain and couldn't get up for a while. Seeing the fierce guard, Lu Shi was so scared she pursed her lips tightly but still glared at Meng Shi. "Official, this isn't our fault." Before Lu Shi finished speaking, the guard waved his hand dismissively, showing he didn't want to pursue the matter. The guard clearly saw that Miss Song was not an ordinary person. Just because the prince risked his safety last night to save her, he wouldn't trouble Lu Shi. But the others causing trouble. The guard frowned as he looked at the second and third households, who were quiet every day. He sneered coldly, "I've escorted so many prisoners, and only you all are so ungrateful. If it weren't for the prince's special instructions, replacing the other prisoners wouldn't matter. Forget about eating or sleeping. Even a day without being beaten a few times would be considered a blessing from heaven." But these people were still not satisfied. They kept making noise all day, almost causing trouble for young Lady Song. If something really happened to young Lady Song, and the prince blamed them, the guards couldn't bear to think about it. They were both scared and furious. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Suddenly, one guard raised his fist as big as a sandbag and punched Song Yanhang's face. Song Yanhang was stunned, but soon he was covered with punches, crying out in pain. Li Shi, Song Xiao, and Song Ming also didn't escape. They were beaten until their faces were swollen and black and blue. They curled up and tried to run, but because they were chained, they couldn't even hide. Seeing how badly the second household was hurt, Meng Shi didn't dare scream anymore. She quietly shrank back, but the guards had no intention of letting her go. A big slap fell, twisting Meng Shi's and Li Zhao's faces. Their ears buzzed loudly, and blood even seeped from the corners of their mouths. The guards still felt unsatisfied. They kicked them a few more times, making them too scared to breathe loudly. Only then did they nod to Song Yanhang and Lu Shi, saying, "If anyone causes trouble again, call me. I've escorted so many prisoners, I don't believe I can't handle them." The second and third households lay on the ground like torn cloth, carefully breathing through their noses. There was no choice, they were in too much pain. But even so, the dark energy on their faces didn't seem to fade at all. Song Ning didn't know what was happening behind her, and even if she did, she would just cheer silently. When she reached the tent where Hanzhou was staying, she tiptoed to look inside. Through the tent flap and the guard outside, she saw nothing. "Could you help pass a message?" Song Ning smiled brightly, her face full of sincere pleading, like a harmless 15-year-old girl. The guard couldn't resist her close-up beauty attack and quickly nodded, "Miss Song, just a moment." The tent door was opened. Song Ning looked inside through the gap, but suddenly saw a pair of gentle, cold eyes. It was Hanzhou. She felt a little embarrassed and greeted him softly. Hanzhou stepped forward willingly, but his expression was a bit uncomfortable. "Miss Song, what brings you here?" Hanzhou asked softly. But Song Ning kept staring at his eyebrows and eyes. After a short rest, Hanzhou had put away his tired expression and looked full of energy. However, a faint golden hue still lingered in his eyes.
"Why?
Has this golden color never changed?" Song Ning wondered and looked again at He Fengmian beside Hanzhou. He Fengmian's swollen face looked quite funny. When he sensed Song Ning's gaze, he glared at her, but his expression remained calm and indifferent. The door was clear. His abilities were still active and accurate, so why was Hanzhou different from others? "Miss Song?" Hanzhou asked again before Song Ning could reply. This made Song Ning suddenly come back to herself, and she asked, "About the tiger from yesterday. I've already asked around." The tiger has been wandering in the forest for a long time, sometimes coming down the mountain to attack people. The nearby villagers are suffering a lot because of it. Also, many strong hunters have lost their lives trying to catch that tiger. Hanzhou sighed and added, "It's not a peaceful time now. The people are already suffering, and because of that beast, they had to leave their homes and move 10 miles away." Song Ning listened quietly. She didn't claim to understand Hanzhou fully, but she could sense from his tone that he was feeling pity. Hanzhou probably felt compassion for the tiger. It was a good opportunity. She wasn't just here to test her skills today, she also cared about that tiger. Even if she had many things in her space, it wasn't convenient to take them out. To improve her life, she had to rely on her own hands. Her space was just a backup. That tiger was badly injured last night. Why don't we take advantage of the victory and chase it? Song Ning suggested, tilting her head slightly. That sounds nice, He Fengmian said, clearly unhappy about Wen Hanzhou being hurt. His eyes seemed to shoot fire. Miss Song, the prince is a person, not some immortal deity. Catching a tiger is easy to say. That beast's palm can strike with 1,000 pounds of force. Even injured, with the complex terrain here and the tiger hiding in the mountain forest, it could waste a lot of time. Plus, we've already lost quite a bit of time on the way. If the court blames us, the responsibility will fall on the prince. He Fengmian held his sword and kept talking, his eyes blazing with anger, as if he wanted to chase Song Ning out right then. Song Ning couldn't help but cover her ears and calmly said, Lord He, I can hear you. You're too loud. Poof. When Hanzhou seemed to hear something very interesting, and a smile appeared at the corners of his eyes and eyebrows. He said, Feng Mian, haven't you always wanted a tiger skin? There are tigers elsewhere too. No need to delay here. He Fengmian replied coldly, but Song Ning suddenly became alert. This tiger was something she had been thinking about for a long time. Song Ning's mind flickered over the various weapons in the space and suddenly said, Actually, it won't take long. Although her current body was much weaker than in her previous life, her foundation was still there. If she could figure out the tiger's lair. That's easy to say, He Fengmian rolled his eyes. Do you think catching a tiger is as simple as killing a farm animal? Maybe I can try. Song Ning narrowed her eyes and looked firmly at Wen Hanzhou. Since the prince also plans to deal with the tiger problem, why not let me try? I need some silver. In the end, Wen Hanzhou agreed softly. He Fengmian held a sword and kept talking on horseback, full of complaints about Song Ning. Song Ning also realized for the first time how annoying men could be when they nagged. Feng Mian usually doesn't talk much. When Hanzhou, riding a white horse, looked handsome with a gentle smile in his bright eyes. This time, they only brought a few guards, planning to ask nearby villagers about the tiger's habits, as a way to scout the area. Song Ning took out 2 balls of cotton and stuffed them into her ears, gazing into the distance. 10 miles ahead was the nearest village. According to Wen Hanzhou, the villagers had originally moved from the foot of that mountain. It was easy to move homes, but the fields they farmed couldn't be easily relocated. People had to eat, so everyone could only nervously walk 10 or more kilometers to the places where tigers often appeared to farm. Usually it was fine, but during busy spring planting and autumn harvest, many people were injured or killed by the mountain beast. The village had dozens of households, and life was quite difficult. Song Ning jumped down from a bright red horse and knocked on the village chief's door. According to the information He Fengmian had gathered, before the tiger problem arose, the village chief's son was a good hunter. He had tried several times to catch the dangerous beast, but later, the tiger clawed his legs so badly that he was disabled and never recovered. Behind a roughly made wooden door, a very old face appeared, looking worn out from poverty. When it saw Song Ning, the old man froze for a moment. After hearing their purpose, his face showed a strong look of fear again. He moved aside and invited Wen Hanzhou and Song Ning's group inside, waving his hands repeatedly. I can't part with it. That beast seems to have become a spirit. Going there would be like sending yourselves to death. It's okay. Just tell us about the beast's habits and its usual hiding places, said Song Ning, her face white and tender. Though she spoke confidently, she had no real persuasive power. The old man wanted to refuse, but when Hanzhou had already taken out a silver ingot and placed it on the table, Don't worry, old sir. We know what we're doing. Seeing their firm attitude, the village chief could only call his son. He was a young man with sharp eyebrows and a determined look, very handsome, but he had a crippled leg and looked very defeated now. He didn't say much, just took out a map from inside the house and handed it over. If you're not afraid of death, go ahead. The map was yellowed but clearly marked the tiger's habits and the usual times and places it appeared. Song Ning eagerly took it, almost as if her eyebrows were about to dance with excitement. The tiger problem had troubled many people. A group of people came to the village, demanding to go up the mountain to hunt the tiger. News spread quickly, and soon the county magistrate heard about it. The magistrate looked happy and even personally met with Hanzhou and his group. They came secretly, hiding their identities. The magistrate thought they were brave heroes. Song Ning wasn't interested in these social courtesies. She just sat quietly, playing with her bottles and jars, trying to make a strong anesthetic. He Fengmian still looked strange, with his nose and eyes not quite right, but he finally stopped talking nonsense. When Hanzhou was invited into the magistrate's house, they talked for a while, and the house echoed with the magistrate's cheerful laughter, clearly admiring Hanzhou. The tiger hunt was scheduled for tomorrow. When they left, the magistrate couldn't help but stroke his goat-horn beard and said with a smile, "Young Master Wen, you are truly talented. I have a daughter, just 28, beautiful as a flower. Would you be willing?" The magistrate looked at him with a mischievous smile, but Hanzhou was a bit surprised and laughed softly. Not to mention, he was just passing through. As a prince, he could never stay here and marry a county magistrate's daughter. To settle everything once and for all, Hanzhou firmly refused, "I am already married." "Oh? I don't know who the lady wife is." The county magistrate's eyes wandered around and finally landed on Song Ning, who flashed a surprised and charming smile. "This is my younger sister." Hanzhou was about to speak when Song Ning suddenly looked up. Her eyes were bright and clear, as if she had succeeded in her research, and her smile was especially radiant. Hearing Hanzhou's rejection, Song Ning felt a sudden joy and nodded understandingly. "Sir, although my husband and I share a deep bond, I dare not let your young lady be my sister." "Husband." Hanzhou's fingertips, hidden in his sleeve, trembled sharply. The county magistrate also looked regretful, but did not press further. After all, they had said that the couple shared life and death together. It wouldn't be proper to break them apart. Of course, his precious daughter would never be given as a concubine. The county magistrate sighed and finally dropped the topic, unaware that today's events would eventually cause hidden trouble. The team escorting the prisoners was running low on supplies. Song Ning borrowed some materials from nearby villagers to set traps, then hurriedly entered a house. Early the next morning, she quietly slipped into the mountains without disturbing anyone. She could have killed the tiger alone, but her identity as a criminal made it difficult to act freely. Her body was not as strong as in her previous life, so she couldn't act recklessly. The mountain was thick with fog, and the fallen leaves on the ground were dry and damp. After confirming the tiger's den on her map, she set traps nearby. Most wild animals are active at night, and at dawn, the tiger was deep in sleep. Song Ning took out a dagger coated with anesthetic from her space, circled around a large rock, and looked into the bottomless cave. Inside, she could smell a strong scent of blood and the stench of wild animals, along with the heavy snoring of the tiger, which made her shiver. But she didn't frown or hesitate. She simply moved along the wall and entered. The tiger was very alert and almost immediately detected the presence of the stranger. It let out a warning roar, but in the next second, Song Ning swiftly rose and stabbed the dagger into the tiger's uninjured eye. The roar of anger erupted as the tiger's ferocity was fully unleashed. It swung its huge paw down hard, smashing even a nearby large stone into pieces. Song Ning swiftly turned around, moving like a ghost through the mountains. Even the most skilled light-footed experts would likely admire her agility. The tiger's two eyes were injured, causing it to stumble and run clumsily even in the forest. Song Ning intentionally led it toward a trap. Hearing the footsteps nearby, the tiger roared angrily and suddenly lunged toward the sound. But in the next moment, shoo! A sharp dagger, as if cutting through iron, pierced its large paw. The tiger let out a piercing scream as darkness clouded its vision, and Song Ning appeared behind it without warning. "I'm here," she said softly, like a mountain spirit. The angry tiger turned around but was led into another trap. The dagger was coated with anesthetic, so soon the tiger grew weak. Under the effect of the drug, It collapsed helplessly on the ground. I haven't moved my muscles in a long time. I feel a bit tired. Song Ning stood on a rock wall, carefully adjusting her breathing. She didn't rush to jump down immediately, but waited until the tiger's breathing was steady before carefully grabbing the dagger and approaching to check. This time, the troublesome beast finally fainted. Song Ning breathed a sigh of relief. She clenched the dagger tightly, then cut through the tiger's throat with one swift stroke. The unconscious tiger twitched involuntarily. Blood splattered on Song Ning's face, but her eyes sparkled brightly. The tiger was full of valuable parts. Some believed tiger parts could be used in medicine. Tiger skin, teeth, bones, and even meat could fetch good prices. With this money, she could hide some items in her space and also buy food and daily necessities openly. After all, the closer to the northern border, the colder it got. During the day, it wasn't noticeable, but at night, going outside could make people shiver from the cold. Her father and mother weren't in good health, so buying warm clothes was very important. While thinking, Song Ning skillfully skinned and gutted the tiger. In her previous life, during the apocalypse, many mutated beasts appeared. After mutation, their skins became excellent for warmth and protection, though unfortunately, the meat couldn't be eaten. Unlike now, where nothing could be wasted. Song Ning worked tirelessly, and before she knew it, the sun had risen high. She had peeled off a complete tiger pelt, ready to store it in her space, when suddenly she heard a commotion in the mountains. When Hanzhou's voice trembled slightly as he shouted her name loudly, "Miss Song." Song Ning paused her work on the tiger pelt, quickly threw it on the ground, and turned to look. Getting used to collecting things in the space, I almost can't explain it. She wiped her face, accidentally smudged with blood, and waved in the direction of the voice. Wen Hanzhou quickly saw him, and behind Wen Hanzhou, there were villagers and many officers. Wen Hanzhou's face was pale. When he saw Song Ning, he barely regained some color in his face. "Miss Song, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Song Ning said casually, her eyes bright. "Prince, the tiger is dead. Should we carry it down the mountain?" She actually had her own plan. If this tiger was hunted by He Fengmian and herself together, she wouldn't get much of the share. So, she decided to take the lead. Wen Hanzhou was a gentleman and definitely wouldn't want a weak woman to risk her life for money. Later, with this small treasure chest, she could buy what she wanted or use the money to hide things from her space, claiming she bought them herself. Thinking of this, Song Ning's eyes curved into a crescent moon with a smile. When Hanzhou looked at her covered in blood, but her small face was fair and clean. His gaze darkened slightly, then quickly withdrew. "Miss Song, acting alone if you encounter danger, what will you do?" "There shouldn't be any danger." But Song Ning didn't say that. She looked like she was learning and pretended to be scared, patting her chest. "I was overconfident in my anesthetic, didn't think it through carefully. But it's okay, nothing serious happened." She credited the anesthetic for her success, casually hiding the fact that she knew martial arts. When Hanzhou frowned but said nothing, the villagers had already gathered around the dead tiger, marveling. They had been troubled by this tiger for many years and caused many deaths. Some people had thrown stones at it in anger. He Fengmian looked surprised. He kicked the tiger with his foot, disbelief on his face. "You killed such a big beast all by yourself. Using the stuff you made yesterday?" Song Ning nodded. She had indeed set many traps with anesthetic yesterday, but these were mostly for distraction and only played a supporting role during the tiger hunt. He Fengmian's expression grew even stranger. He muttered something, but when he looked up again, his face no longer showed displeasure towards Song Ning, but a faint wariness. "This woman is so fierce." He Fengmian suddenly felt a chill down his neck, causing him to instinctively shrink his head into his collar. "Forget it. In the future, I should avoid offending Miss Song." The news of the tiger that had been causing trouble finally reached the village quickly. The villagers beat drums and cheered, as if celebrating the new year. A few strong young men worked together to carry the tiger and happily paraded around the village. The village chief saw the tiger's body with his own eyes, and tears suddenly streamed down his face. Even his son's dull and lifeless eyes seemed to sparkle for a moment. "Thank you, hero." The village chief was so excited he was trembling. He tightly held Hanjo's hand, bent down to kneel, but Hanjo quickly helped him up. His voice was gentle and cool. "Old sir, I didn't catch the tiger. You should thank Miss Song." Song Ning smiled slightly. The village chief's son looked at Song Ning in shock, unable to look away for a long time. The quiet village suddenly became lively. The village chief happily gathered villagers. Everyone wanted to prepare a feast to properly host Song Ning and her friends. When Hanjo looked at Song Ning, and she nodded without hesitation. The villagers slaughtered pigs and sheep, and some even set off firecrackers. The festive atmosphere and simple folk customs made Song Ning, who had been tense since crossing over, feel a bit more relaxed. She sat casually on a 8 Immortals chair, looking lazy all over, like a mysterious cat collecting its claws and grooming itself quietly, elegant and mysterious. When Hanjo withdrew his gaze from Shuqing and suddenly brushed his fingers over his heart, then frowned. For some reason, today his heart always felt uncomfortable, but it didn't seem like illness. If he had to describe it, his gaze naturally fell on Song Ning again. Perhaps it was anger at her silently going up the mountain to catch the tiger, or lingering fear, tension, and unease that hadn't disappeared yet. Digging deeper, it was an embarrassing feeling even when Hanjo couldn't understand himself. His thick eyelashes trembled fiercely twice, his eyes cold and slightly drooping, like a monk practicing meditation, hiding the turbulent waves in his heart. No one knew. He had silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra several times. Song Ning had no idea about all this. She was immersed in the joy of about to make a fortune, smiling like a mischievous little cat caught in the act. She was naturally beautiful and bright, with a confident and relaxed aura that made her even more stunning and hard to look away from. As the hero who caught the tiger this time, Song Ning was naturally seated in the main position. Once she sat down, her stomach involuntarily let out a loud, thunderous noise. The village had no strict rules, and the village chief simply smiled and, without saying any unnecessary words, handed Song Ning a large, juicy, and delicious chicken drumstick. "Thank you." Song Ning was not pretentious and ate happily and contentedly. When Hanjo didn't pick up his chopsticks much, but seeing Song Ning's satisfied, slightly squinting eyes, his handsome face was full of a relaxed smile. After 3 rounds of wine, Magistrate Zhang, who had heard the news, finally arrived late. Seeing everyone already had their meals, Magistrate Zhang's face showed a hint of displeasure. But on such a joyful day, he didn't say anything, only squinted his eyes and smiled kindly. When the grand official from the sky arrived, the villagers became tense, but Magistrate Zhang sat down calmly and confidently. He first disdainfully glanced at the food on the table, then pretended to clear his throat, his eyes shining as he looked at Hanjo. Over the years, people have tried to hunt the tiger, but none succeeded. I didn't expect that when this hero made a move, this big beast was caught instantly. Hanjo smiled silently. The magistrate then complimented him a few more words. Seeing Hanjo's unchanging attitude, he directly clarified his intention. "Hero, are you interested in becoming an attendant for this official?" For ordinary commoners, jumping from a village household to working in an official's office was a huge blessing. But Hanjo was not an ordinary person. He decisively refused. "I still need to continue my journey to visit relatives, so I cannot accept." Magistrate Zhang didn't expect him to refuse so quickly and without hesitation. His expression became a little awkward. Yesterday, this kid had already shown some disrespect, and today he was still so indifferent. Thinking of this, Magistrate Zhang decided to harden his expression, and his tone grew colder. "Then what kind of reward do you want?" "Reward?" Hanjo's gaze fell on Song Ning. His smile remained unchanged, but his eyes unconsciously carried more warmth and kindness. "It depends on Miss Song." Suddenly called out, Song Ning secretly hid her snacks inside her sleeve. Their eyes met. Song Ning slightly raised an eyebrow, decided not to hide anymore, and openly packed her delicious food into a paper wrapping, planning to take it back to her parents. The two of them are truly sincere and kind. Song Ning is not someone who forgets kindness. When Hanzhou repeated what Magistrate Zhang just said, Song Ning's face gradually turned serious. She glanced at Magistrate Zhang and directly said, "There's no need for a reward. I plan to sell this tiger." Of course, Song Ning could also sell it herself, but that would take a lot of time. With Magistrate Zhang's help, selling such a big tiger should be much faster. Magistrate Zhang frowned, then after a moment, he forced a smile and pretended to be gentle. "That's easy to say, Lady Wen. Instead of selling this beast to others, why not sell it directly to me? No matter what, this is a real tiger. At his age, it's hard for him to get promoted again. But during his time in office, he once helped the people by killing a tiger. With such an achievement, he might have a chance to climb higher. And this tiger is like a stepping stone." The more Magistrate Zhang thought about it, the happier he looked, and his eyes showed sincerity. "How much silver do you plan to sell it for?" Since Song Ning had been on the road for exile, she wasn't very familiar with the prices in this era. She simply said, "You can decide, sir." Magistrate Zhang's eyes shifted, then his face looked worried. He sighed deeply. "Honestly, during my time in office, I never took a single coin from the common people. So, over the years, I haven't saved much silver." Song Ning understood this kind of talk. It was probably just an excuse to lower the price. But now, since her conditions were limited, as long as the price wasn't too unreasonable, she could accept it. She nodded. "Just be honest, sir." Magistrate Zhang still wanted to continue bragging about his great achievements over the years, but Song Ning's words made it hard for him to keep going. He put away his smile and tentatively said, "Lady Wen, don't look at me as if I am grand on the outside.
In fact,
I only have 80 taels of silver now. Lady Song, you see. 80 taels. That was far from her expected price. Such a big tiger should at least sell for 500 taels, right?" But since she didn't know much about this era, Song Ning looked at Wen Hanzhou, as if asking for his opinion. But then she noticed that Wen Hanzhou's ears had turned red, blood red, as if he was blushing. His slender, bamboo-like fingers gripped the wine cup tightly. In the midst of Magistrate Zhang calling Lady Wen repeatedly, his heart was pounding fiercely. His heartbeat echoed loudly in his ears and mind, causing Wen Hanzhou to feel momentarily dizzy. County Magistrate Zhang looked determined and confident. He examined Song Ning carefully, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Young Master Wen was dressed quite well, but this woman wore very shabby clothes, looking poor and plain. Although he didn't know the reason, 80 silver coins were enough for her to buy a nice set of clothes and improve her appearance. Magistrate Zhang seemed sure that Song Ning would agree, and he became even more relaxed and confident. Or perhaps Madam Wen wants to add some extra reward. "Just say it. I will do my best to satisfy you." His proud attitude made it seem like he had already given Song Ning a great benefit, even if no one knew for sure. Song Ning changed her pose, resting her chin on her hand, lightly tapping her smooth face with her fingers, appearing to be deep in thought. The village chief's son suddenly looked like he couldn't hold back any longer and frowned as he spoke. "A single tiger skin can sell for 100 or 200 silver coins. Such a big, healthy tiger with good looks, how can it only be sold for 80? One tiger skin can be worth 100 or 200 silver coins." Song Ning squinted, her smile still there, but her eyes grew colder. "Sir, that's too little." Magistrate Zhang glared fiercely at the village chief's son. The village chief looked worried, but his son kept a serious face and sat up straight. The village chief understood what his son meant. He sighed softly and whispered, "Madam Wen, a wild boar or deer can't be sold for more than 80 silver coins. You should think carefully." Song Ning nodded. Seeing that she wasn't easy to fool, Magistrate Zhang gritted his teeth and increased the offer to 150 silver coins. Now, a complete tiger skin was rare. It was said that the neighboring country offered full tiger skins as tribute to the Celestial Empire, and the emperor liked them very much. 150 silver coins was enough to buy her a chance for promotion, which was much better than giving away hundreds or thousands of silver coins regularly. Magistrate Zhang's eyes sharpened, as if he would lose his temper if Song Ning refused. The smile on Song Ning's face gradually faded. She squinted and said firmly, "I won't sell it. Too little." Since a single tiger skin could sell for 100 or 200 silver coins, it showed that the prices in this era were roughly what she estimated. If the price was less than 500 silver coins, she wouldn't sell. Madam Wen. Greed is not a good thing. Magistrate Zhang didn't expect Song Ning to be so stubborn. He had already promised her benefits, yet she still refused to see reason. Song Ning also put away her lazy attitude, and her gaze became sharper. "I believe the adults know better than I do that rare things are valuable. Those who want tiger meat are not common people, and tiger bones can be used in medicine. Even tiger whiskers can probably sell for 10 taels of silver each. This tiger weighs at least 500 jin, and its fur is intact and shiny. If I sell it, I could get 1,000 taels of silver. But you only offer me 150 taels. Do you think I, a woman from the countryside, don't know anything? 1,000 taels." County Magistrate Zhang even forgot his manners and stood up suddenly. 1,000 taels is enough to give a New Year gift to his superior. As a rural woman, how dare she ask for so much? County Magistrate Zhang's voice carried a threatening tone. "Mrs. Wen, greed is not a good trait. If you keep being greedy, you might end up with nothing, and the one who suffers will be yourself." Threatening? Song Ning was not afraid of threats at all. She curled her lips into a sneer, her tone cold. "What I take with my life is just a few silver coins. If you, as an official, are willing to give me some silver to send me away, I have no complaints. But can your conscience be clear about this?" The villagers felt deeply about her words. Murmurs started among the crowd. County Magistrate Zhang's face darkened, but he dared not lose his temper in front of so many villagers. He shot a cold look at Song Ning, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. When Hanzhou lowered his eyebrows slightly, took a sip of the homemade yellow wine from a villager, and showed no sign of movement. Next to him, He Fengmian suddenly stood up as if he had received an order, drawing his sword sharply. The blade unsheathed, and a cold gleam appeared. When Hanzhou also looked up, with a faint smile that held no warmth. "Sir, sir. Miss Song. My wife speaks frankly, but her words are honest. We are just traders. Capturing this tiger is only to feed ourselves. If you really find it difficult, just let us go. Why be so aggressive? It makes you lose your dignity." When Hanzhou's tone was slow and gentle, but his attitude was very firm. With He Fengmian standing with his sword ready, as if he could cut him down at any moment, Magistrate Zhang was angry but also secretly worried. But this tiger was very rare. Whether for giving as a gift or collecting for himself, it was very valuable. Magistrate Zhang clearly did not want to give up easily. He clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes dark and calculating as he looked at Song Ning and Wen Hanzhou. His gaze flickered with deep scheming. Suddenly, County Magistrate Zhang relaxed his tense expression and smiled warmly, saying, "I originally wanted to offer you some other form of compensation, but I didn't expect that besides money, you don't want anything else. I was too hasty. When I go back, I will gather more silver and make sure Lady Wen is satisfied." "We can't wait any longer." Song Ning shook her head, her eyes cold. "We are in a hurry to leave, and meat spoils if it sits too long." A slight smile appeared at the corner of Song Ning's lips, but it carried a sense of pressure. "I've heard that the official cares for the people. Since we are rushing and need money, you probably won't make things difficult for us, right? Haha." County Magistrate Zhang forced out a dry laugh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he could only nod stiffly. Of course, but he couldn't hold back his anger inside. After speaking, he angrily swung his sleeve and left with a cold face. These outsiders are so ungrateful. He didn't know how many people wanted to flatter him. He tried to help them out, but they were so foolish and ignorant. If that's the case, then don't blame him for being ruthless. County Magistrate Zhang kept his face cold all the way back to his official residence. As soon as he entered, a girl in a pale yellow dress rushed over, clutching his sleeve and acting coquettishly. "Father, I heard the tiger is dead. Did you see the hero who fought the tiger? What does he look like? What kind of tiger it was? I haven't seen it myself, Zhang said. I heard its fur is both majestic and warm. I want to make a blanket from the tiger fur. Father, please. The girl kept chattering, but Zhang felt both annoyed and helpless. He pushed his daughter away with a cold face, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. No matter what, that tiger was a target he was determined to get. Here, in these remote mountains, the emperor is far away. Though he is just a small official, he holds power. To put it plainly, he's like the local boss. No common folk would dare to ignore him. Zhang waved his sleeve and said, "Spread the word that the two who fought the tiger have offended me." He wanted to see who would still dare to buy their tiger now. With him here, could they really take the tiger along on their journey? When the tiger couldn't be sold, they would have to come to him and beg him to buy it. His plan was working perfectly. Maybe he felt confident because a twisted smile even appeared on his face. Having dealt with his biggest problem, Zhang's mind started to turn to other schemes. Honestly, that group of tiger hunters looked extremely well off. Judge Zhang has lived for many years and has never seen anyone as beautiful as that. Both men and women. Thinking of Song Ning's stunning face, Judge Zhang smiled with a lecherous grin, making his previously tolerable face look incredibly disgusting. Then, he thought of his daughter outside the door. He squinted, a calculating look flashing across his face. Although that man was a bit arrogant, his appearance and speech were both top-notch. It was clear he was not an ordinary person. Such a person would be wasted in business. He should take the imperial exams. If he succeeds and gets on the list, his family will benefit too. As for Wen Hanzhou's marriage, Judge Zhang sneered twice. He didn't believe that a woman who lost her innocence would still be wanted by Wen Hanzhou. Later, he would offer his daughter to him and give him some gold and silver as a reward, encouraging him to take the exams. Wouldn't he be grateful to himself? Thinking of the good prospects, Judge Zhang chuckled happily, as if a wonderful life was just around the corner. Song Ning didn't know about Judge Zhang's cruel plan. She looked at the huge creature lying on the ground, about to speak, when the village chief's son and several young men from the village eagerly came over. "Miss Song, Lady Wen, don't worry. Our village is remote, but there are quite a few wealthy families in town. This tiger is rare, and we're helping Lady Wen carry it to town to sell. We guarantee it will be sold quickly, within a morning, and for a good price." Yes, Lady Wen. Did you really kill this big beast alone? We once set a trap with over 10 people to hunt this creature, but it escaped. You look so delicate and fragile. Lady Wen is truly a heroine. A woman's strength is no less than a man's. Perhaps because they were close to the border, the local customs were simpler and women faced fewer restrictions than in the capital. A group of strong young men surrounded Song Ning, praising her openly with admiration in their eyes. Song Ning felt a little shy from the praise. She had only been able to easily kill the tiger thanks to her space powers and her past experience.
There was really nothing special about it.
However, in front of everyone, she still accepted the praise graciously. "It's just good luck, and I had enough anesthetic prepared. I should also thank everyone." He Fengmian, holding his sword, looked sourly at Song Ning, who was surrounded by people. He whispered, "If she hadn't sneaked out first, the one praised as a hero would be me, right, Zhou?" He Fengmian turned to seek Wen Hanzhou's support, but when he looked back, he saw his master's ears were red as if bleeding. Yet his face remained as gentle and pure as when they were in the capital, calm and untouched by worldly desires, as if no earthly passion could stain him. He stood there in white robes and a jade crown, glowing with a holy light that made others afraid to disrespect him. But even a high and mighty deity could blush, right?
Why?
Madam Wen, let's agree on this. Tomorrow morning, we will gather the tigers and take them to the market for sale. Suddenly, a young voice sounded, and Wen Hanzhou's face showed a fleeting look of embarrassment, which quickly disappeared. He awkwardly turned around. "I have urgent matters to attend to. Fengmian, you protect Miss Song." He Fengmian. Something's not right. He Fengmian was confused. In the village, What could Ah Zhou possibly need to handle? Moreover, to hide his identity, Ah Zhou usually called himself I, so why did he suddenly say I as the king?
And
That woman dared to go alone into the mountains to hunt tigers. She really managed to kill the tiger. Even He Fingmian himself wasn't sure he could fully handle that tiger. Now he seriously doubted whether Song Ning truly needed his protection. When Hanzhou didn't speak again, the pure white figure disappeared completely around the corner. Today, Song Ning was indeed exhausted from hunting tigers. She collapsed in her room and quickly fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, Song Ning suddenly felt a gaze fixed on her. However, a faint fragrance surrounded her, making her feel very relaxed. Since it wasn't her original body, and her space and supernatural powers weren't as strong as in her previous life, she sensed no malice in that gaze. She turned over and continued sleeping. The moonlight was clear and bright, shining like gentle waves, making the room seem bathed in a sacred glow. When Hanzhou silently sighed, a hint of regret flashing across his face. He also didn't know why, but he kept tossing and turning and couldn't fall asleep. Until he pushed open the door and stepped into the night, he suddenly realized he had come to Miss Song's room. When Hanzhou quickly reacted, he gently pressed his jade-like fingers to Song Ning's pulse and saw that her heartbeat was strong, which reassured him. He looked at the person on the bed with restraint, as if he wanted to check if she was hurt, but because of gender differences, he had to withdraw his hand. As he watched, the person on the bed seemed to sense something, turning over drowsily. When Hanzhou was startled, his mind going blank, then he silently chuckled.
he really was.
Perhaps it was because he had been overthinking lately combined with feeling a bit unwell. He thought he might be going crazy. The moonlight was silent and quiet. The door made a very faint creak, and when the moonlight shone again, the room was empty except for Song Ning. Today, Song Ning woke up very early, but unexpectedly, the group of lively young hunters in the village had woken even earlier than her. A group of strong young men, shirtless in the early autumn morning, showing their bronze-colored skin, were slightly sweating with excitement. Lady Wen, we borrowed a cart and are taking the tiger straight to the market to sell it. Thank you for your hard work, Song Ning said sincerely, looking at their earnest eyes. The young hunters waved their hands and, led by the village chief's son, Zhang Zhensheng, eagerly started loading the tiger onto the cart. Song Ning followed behind. Zhang Zhensheng suddenly asked, Miss Song, aren't you getting on the cart? Perhaps because they had used it for a while, the cart, carrying the fat tiger's body, was a bit shaky. Song Ning looked worriedly at it and shook her head. I'll walk. There's still some distance to the town market and this cart looks old but is actually very sturdy. Miss Song, you're just a young girl. It's not heavy for you to get on, the village chief's son said. Since he said that, Song Ning continued to refuse, which made her seem a bit pretentious. She stepped onto the cart, her small feet swinging at the edge. So adorable. Zhang Gensheng's eyes flickered with a smile, but then he seemed to think of something, his expression filled with deep melancholy. After a whole hour, the cart finally arrived in the town. The tiger was too eye-catching, and soon, almost everyone at the market was drawn over. Song Ning sat beside the cart, swinging her little legs, not at all shy, and cheerfully called out, Come and see. Fresh tiger, made from tiger skin. It resists the cold winter. Tiger meat is boiled into soup to strengthen the body. Tiger bones are used in medicine for longevity, living 100 years. This body is only about 15 or 16 years old, with a clear, sweet voice that makes people feel enchanted. Originally, everyone just came to watch the fun, but seeing such a fair and beautiful young girl, their gazes on Song Ning also carried a hint of pity. What a pity, such a fine tiger and such a pretty girl, yet she happened to offend Magistrate Zhang. A few wealthy people hidden in the crowd sighed quietly but didn't leave immediately. Some curious and brave onlookers gathered around Song Ning, their faces full of surprise as they reached out to touch the tiger carcass on the cart. That's a big tiger, probably weighs a few 100 pounds. This tiger was killed with one strike to the throat. I can't imagine how powerful the person who did it must be. My focus is on how the tiger was killed with one strike and the skin was taken off so neatly. This tiger is so shiny and smooth, and its body is large. The skin is so intact. Just this one tiger skin could sell for hundreds of silver taels. We're in a remote area, but if it were sold in the bustling capital city, it could fetch a sky-high price. Some knowledgeable people whispered among themselves, their voices loud enough for Song Ning to hear clearly. She knew that tiger skins sell for different prices in different places. But now, near the northern desert, even though she had plenty of supplies in her space, she urgently needed silver to buy daily necessities and food. Otherwise, as a penniless prisoner, it would be suspicious if she kept pulling out food from her belongings. Song Ning jumped down from the cart, smiling as she looked at the crowd around her, who were discussing the tiger skin's price. She raised two tender fingers and said, "Since everyone agrees the tiger looks good, I won't hide it. I need money urgently, so I won't sell it too expensive. This tiger skin, 200 silver taels, and the tiger meat and bones, look, I'll sell them for fair prices. As long as the price is right, I'll sell them." Within a few minutes, the area around the cart was crowded with people eager to see the spectacle. But after Song Ning finished speaking, although everyone's faces showed interest, no one dared to speak. A few merchants from outside the area looked conflicted, hesitating several times, but in the end, under the disapproving looks of their companions, they held back their desire to buy. Song Ning called out again, and the village chief's son also helped speak. Everyone knows that such fierce beasts are hard to hunt. Whether you encounter one depends on luck. Besides, this tiger looks so good. To be honest, if you miss out today, you might never see another one in your life. Even if you do, it might not be at such a good price. Other hunters in the village also chimed in, but despite their persuasive words, many people hesitated and no one made a bid. All morning, the crowd kept growing, but the tiger's fur remained unsold, not even a single whisker. Song Ning couldn't help feeling anxious. Near the border town, the weather was strange, with large temperature differences between morning and evening. Although it was late autumn, at noon the sun was still scorching like summer. Song Ning's face turned red from the heat, and the tiger's body on the ox cart emitted a faint, bloody smell due to the high temperature. This couldn't go on. Song Ning's face looked serious as she asked Zhang Zhenxing beside her, "Are the people in the town all poor?" "Impossible. There are many rich people. I heard some wealthy men give gifts to Magistrate Zhang to make business easier, several thousand taels of silver at a time. How could they not even have 200 taels?" Hearing this, a sharp glint appeared in Song Ning's eyes. After speaking, Zhang Zhenxing seemed to think of something. He looked around and lowered his voice, leaning close to Song Ning's ear. "Our place is remote, and the higher-ups don't care much. The magistrate isn't a big official, but he's like a local emperor. Could it be that he's targeting us?" "Very likely," Song Ning replied, her lips pressed tightly. She then beckoned with her finger and whispered a few words into Zhang Genqing's ear. He nodded, then, taking advantage of everyone's distraction, put on his straw hat, bowed his head, and turned around, blending into the crowd. Among the crowd, there was an aunt holding a child, watching the scene. Zhang Zhenxing lowered his voice and pretended to be curious. "This tiger isn't expensive, and it's a rare treasure. Why isn't anyone buying it?" The aunt nearby looked at him and hesitated, wanting to speak but not quite sure. Zhang Zhenxing made an extra effort. "Since no one is buying, that makes it easier for me. I can pool some money to buy this tiger, then transport it to a richer place, sell it again, and make a big profit. Thus, my bedridden father and 80-year-old mother can finally join me to enjoy some happy days together." After muttering this, Zhang Zhenxing was about to rush out, but was stopped by a nearby auntie. The auntie glared and asked, "Are you from outside the town?" Zhang Zhenxing scratched his head, pretending to be simple. The auntie frowned and lowered her voice, warning, "Young man, don't seek trouble. Since you are a respectful person, I'll tell you something. It's said that the tiger was spotted by our county magistrate. That girl doesn't know her place and offended the magistrate. Who dares buy her tiger? It's like challenging the magistrate himself." In a quiet alley, two men sat peacefully in a tea house, enjoying their tea. The man in black looked smug and said, "Ajo, that girl still hasn't sold the tiger." The man in white, with a calm and proper appearance, looked up gracefully. His expression made the ordinary tea house seem like a top-tier landscape painting, transforming this place into a separate world from the rest of the mortal realm. When Hanzhou asked with some doubt, "Why?" offended the magistrate, He Fengmian crossed his arms, looking pleased with himself. "Haha, serves her right. She went to kill the tiger without telling anyone. Otherwise, his own achievements in tiger hunting would have been recognized too. Damn it, he would have one less reason to boast among his brothers, and one more reason to be laughed at." When Hanzhou looked at the expression on the guard's face, as if he guessed his thoughts, and shook his head helplessly, he took a sip of tea. The ordinary ceramic cup and tea seemed to become the finest utensils and the purest dew under his influence. The tea was bitter, but when Hanzhou only took a small sip before softly speaking, "Fengmian," Fengmian put away his smug expression and leaned in to listen. When Hanzhou whispered, "A mere 7th-rank county magistrate can only pretend to be powerful. I'll go teach that old man a lesson," Fengmian rolled up his sleeves. When Hanzhou's eyes showed a hint of helplessness, he reached out to stop the impatient guard and spoke softly. After a moment, Fengmian shook his head with resistance. "Ajo, go," when Hanzhou said firmly this time, no longer as gentle as before. His divine-like features radiated authority. Fengmian could only leave angrily, feeling frustrated. When Hanzhou gently shook his head, during the waiting time, he sniffed the aroma of tea and took out a scroll from his sleeve. Outside the window, the wind picked up and a few red flowers blew in from nowhere. The petals were bright and beautiful, swirling and falling onto Hanzhou's finger, which looked like white jade, stunningly beautiful. At noon, the sun grew hotter and more intense. Song Ning was already sweating all over, her face flushed red. She had learned the truth that the tiger couldn't be sold, but she showed no sign of panic. Since she had a space to store things, she thought she could hide the tiger's body there and then take out some banknotes later, pretending the tiger was secretly bought by someone. Thinking of this, Song Ning didn't want to wait any longer. She stood up directly and cheerfully said to the villagers following her, "Everyone must be hungry. Let's go eat first." People at the market had brought their own food. Zhang Zhenxing shook his head, worried. "Miss Song, I still have some dry food. Let's fill our stomachs first. If needed, we can go to the neighboring county this afternoon and sell the tiger there." However, near the border, the division between counties was very large. If they really traveled to the neighboring county, it might take a whole day and night, and they might not even reach. Song Ning didn't want to bother with all that. She shook her head kindly and said, "If we really can't sell it, we'll just slaughter the tiger. I'll keep the tiger skin myself and share the meat with everyone." After speaking, Song Ning directed everyone, "I'll treat you all to some food. After eating, we'll go back." Going back? That was not an option. Among the crowd, the officials from Zhang County didn't expect Song Ning to be so impatient. They had hoped to observe her for a few more days. They hurried back to report to Zhang County magistrate. When the magistrate heard that Song Ning wanted to keep the tiger for herself, he quickly rushed over, panting. At that moment, Song Ning was drooling over a beef noodle stall. The beef noodles used high-quality ingredients, with large chunks of fresh beef. The owner scooped the beef out of the braising liquid, placed it on the counter, and with a flick of his knife, the air seemed to fill with the aroma of tender, fresh beef. Since arriving here, her meals had been decent, but she was still a prisoner in exile. No matter how good the food was, it couldn't compare to freedom. Song Ning swallowed hard and silently searched her space for money. But the more she looked, the more silent she became. She searched the entire space but couldn't find a single small silver coin. In the space, there are no large gold bars, only priceless jewelry. After much effort, I finally found a silver item, about the size of a person's head. Song Ning frowned deeply. She was carefully thinking about how to get a piece of silver to use. Just as she was about to take a small piece, Zhang Zhenxing gritted his teeth and took out the last 5 coins from his pocket. However, a bowl of beef noodles cost 10 coins. The shop owner impatiently drove them away. No money. No eating. Get out. A mocking laugh sounded nearby. Song Ning, quietly scraping silver in her space, recognized the voice as somewhat familiar. She looked up and met the face of Magistrate Zhang, who wore a half-smile. Madam Wen wants to eat. Yes, Song Ning nodded sincerely. Magistrate Zhang looked pitying. A bowl of beef noodles costs only 10 coins. If Madam Wen had sold that tiger to me yesterday, not just one bowl but 10 or even 100 bowls, she could have eaten them all. Exactly. Song Ning continued to act sincerely, but her tone was very indifferent. Magistrate Zhang was choked and became somewhat angry and embarrassed. He snorted coldly, speaking with pity. Madam, when bringing this beast to the market to sell, but no one buys. The longer the tiger stays, the less fresh it becomes. If it drags on, I wouldn't even want 50 silver coins, let alone 150. Even 50 silver, I might not want any more. Song Ning replied perfunctorily, her expression relaxing a bit. With her persistent effort, she was finally about to cut off a small piece of silver.
Huh?
Is that all? Magistrate Zhang was again sharply choked, feeling as if he had punched cotton. He snorted heavily, his voice much louder than before, and his pity on his face grew even thicker. Madam Wen, you see your tiger can't be sold. Waiting a few more days won't change anything. Why not sell it to me? I'll give you 50 more taels of silver. 200 taels. His tone was almost like charity, and his expression was very confident, as if he believed Song Ning would refuse. After all, for someone like Song Ning, it was better to get real silver than to keep the tiger for herself. Moreover, she had seen her own power and means. Magistrate Zhang believed that under his strong authority, this woman would surely be afraid. Seeing Magistrate Zhang's arrogant face, Zhang Zhenxing clenched his teeth in anger and said bitterly, Magistrate Zhang, a tiger skin alone is worth more than 200 taels. Not to mention a whole tiger. County Magistrate Zhang raised his eyebrows proudly, glancing at the people on the street. His arrogant look made Zhang Zhenxing and the villagers grit their teeth in anger, but they had no way to fight back. Meanwhile, Song Ning finally cut off a small silver piece, hiding it quietly in her sleeve and giving it a little shake. She looked up, and County Magistrate Zhang immediately showed a condescending look, pretending to be generous, waiting for Song Ning to beg him humbly. His greasy eyes fixed on Song Ning's face, but he was thinking, I wonder what kind of scene it would be if such a beautiful woman begged me? His gaze grew more lecherous, as if he wanted to see through Song Ning's clothes and directly stare at her skin. Song Ning raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, she raised her hand and slapped County Magistrate Zhang hard across the face. Her strength was strong. Before he could react, the lecherous and greedy look on Zhang's face was knocked away, and he spun around on the spot. Blood flowed from his nose, and his vision darkened. His ears buzzed loudly, and he felt dizzy. Song Ning seemed to think that one slap was not enough. She raised her hand again and slapped him on both sides of his face, turning him into a pig's head, until Zhang was so beaten that he sat on the ground, unable to get up, with a face bruised and swollen. The attendants nearby finally reacted. They hurriedly tried to stop her. A faint wickedness flickered in Song Ning's eyes. She simply slapped the attendants too. The crisp sound of slaps kept ringing. The crowd watching from the beginning was shocked, then gradually showed expressions of awe and surprise. Soon, Zhang was beaten until he spat blood and his teeth loosened. But with each slap, he didn't even have time to speak. He could only stare at Song Ning with a desperate look, but she pressed her foot on his face and said coldly, County Magistrate Zhang? I was planning to let this go, but since you insist. The beautiful woman's bright face suddenly leaned in, but in Zhang's eyes, she looked like a fierce ghost. Song Ning curled her lips and looked very cold. I usually have a good temper, but if you cut off my sources of income, you're dead. She stomped her foot hard, her gaze icy. The killing intent, born from fighting in a zombie horde, suddenly burst out. Her pupils glowed faintly red, and her eyes looked at Zhang like she was looking at a dead person. With a slight pressure of her foot, Zhang finally felt the fear of approaching death. He struggled desperately, but the small foot pressing on his face was like a heavy mountain, unbreakable. Finally, when Zhang County Magistrate was close to suffocation, Song Ning moved her foot away and slapped him twice. She remained silent, slapping him while coldly staring at Zhang County Magistrate with sharp eyes. The magistrate's eyes spun, but his strong will to survive made him tremble as he finally begged, "I dare not anymore. I'll give you 1,000 taels of silver."
No.
2,000 taels. Why didn't you do that earlier? Instead of getting beaten like this, Song Ning didn't hesitate and slapped him 2 more times. The magistrate spat out a rotten tooth, and Song Ning frowned in disgust. Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice from the crowd asked, "Huh? What's all the noise? Is that firecrackers going off?" Song Ning frowned, thinking the man seemed a bit foolish. She casually threw Zhang County Magistrate back onto the ground, then carefully wiped her hands with her sleeve. She took a small silver piece, which she had painstakingly cut from a large silver ingot the size of a human head in her space, and handed it to the beef noodle shop owner. Her voice was clear. 10 bowls of beef noodles. Is this enough silver? The noodle shop owner hesitated. "Miss, after seeing how you've beaten the magistrate, do you think I'd dare to say no?" He didn't even dare to look at the silver and nodded repeatedly. "Miss, it's enough, enough." The stall was a bit high, so she tiptoed slightly to place the silver on the owner's table. The owner, startled, suddenly raised his hand to protect his face and head, shouting sharply, "Heroine, don't hit me, Song Ning." Zhang Zhensheng and the villagers stunned. This is quite something." Perhaps because Song Ning's fierce display was too overwhelming, the crowd parted to make way, revealing a young man who had just arrived, wearing a ghost mask and curiously observing the scene. He didn't seem to recognize Zhang County Magistrate on the ground, but was staring intently at the tiger and asked curiously, "Song, miss, are you going to sell the tiger?" Song Ning glanced at him and nodded. Buy it. 1,000 taels. Miss, you see, when the man mentioned 1,000 taels, he seemed a bit nervous, constantly glancing at Song Ning's face behind the ghost mask. He wore a fierce black demon mask and a matching embroidered long robe with a round collar. A uniquely shaped jade pendant hung from his waist belt. His strange outfit was also very mysterious. Song Ning looked away without thinking much and pointed at the tiger on the ground with her small finger.
Deal.
How do you want to take it away? Do you want us to help deliver it to your home? No need, the man said, clearly surprised that Song Ning agreed so quickly. After all, the noble above had given him 1,500 silver taels, but he also said that if he could bargain, he should try to lower the price as much as possible. Things went better than expected. The man took out a silver note from his pocket and handed it to Song Ning. Then he stepped over the magistrate Zhang lying on the ground. He first patted the tiger, then suddenly, with great force, he lifted the hundreds of pounds of tiger onto his shoulder in front of everyone's amazed eyes. There was a gasp around him. The magistrate Zhang, struggling to sit up, looked like a pig-headed man, dizzy and trying to crawl away. But the masked man carrying the tiger didn't see Zhang at all in his blind spot. He stepped down with his foot, and Zhang let out a heart-wrenching scream. Terrified, the masked man quickly retracted his foot. "What happened?" Song Ning, holding the silver note happily, glanced at Zhang, who was rolling on the ground crying out in pain. She spoke lightly. "Nothing. Maybe someone was trying to fake an accident." The masked man was eager to finish his task and had no time to carefully investigate. He nodded blankly and sighed. Sigh. There are still too many bad people in this world. After saying that, he quickly walked away, carrying the tiger on his back, disappearing around the corner. The jade pendant at his waist swung back and forth. Zhang, with a painful and fierce face, stared angrily at the departing man and Song Ning. His face was swollen, his teeth knocked out, and his whole body was aching terribly. More importantly, it felt like his leg had been broken by that strange man. In that moment, hatred burst from Zhang's eyes. How dare they? How dare they treat him like this? Don't they know who truly owns this county? He hadn't planned to make a big fuss, but now, his face twisted with rage as he roared inwardly. He wanted them all to die. Song Ning, along with the person who took what rightfully belonged to her, will surely be torn apart. A few observant guards quickly carried Magistrate Zhang away. The crowd on the street, watching the scene, gradually dispersed. Song Ning sat at a small table set up by the beef noodle stall owner, staring at the steaming bowl of beef noodles, swallowing her saliva. It had been a long time since she had tasted something so fragrant and warm. With a look of pure enjoyment, Song Ning picked up a piece of beef and noodles, put it in her mouth, and squinted happily. After swallowing, she realized that Zhang Zhensheng and the others were still standing there in a daze. "Come and eat," Song Ning called out. Zhang Zhensheng and a few young hunters looked at each other, then shook their heads in unison, with guilt on their faces. "Miss Song is our savior. We haven't been able to help her much, so we don't have the right to eat her food," they said. Song Ning looked up at Zhang Zhensheng. In just 2 days, the previously discouraged young man with a limp looked renewed, probably because the tiger had been defeated and life now had hope. Song Ning firmly handed him a bowl of noodles. "Just a bowl of noodles. Or do you, Brother Zhang, look down on it?" "No, no," Zhang Zhensheng quickly shook his head. Seeing Song Ning's firm attitude, he finally sat down across from her, though his eyes were a little moist. Everyone in the village hated the tiger, especially Zhang Zhensheng. He was originally the best hunter in the village, handsome and talented, and the son of the village chief. He should have been proud and confident, but that beast ruined his life, and he was often looked at with pity. But Song Ning did not. From start to finish, her gaze at him was as calm as when looking at a normal person. This greatly comforted Zhang Gensheng's heart. His eyes felt a bit sore, and he sniffed, secretly vowing in his heart that if he ever had the chance, he would repay Song Ning. Not only because she helped them defeat the tiger, but also because she treated him as a normal person. Zhang Zhensheng took the lead, and the other hunters also found seats to sit down. The beef noodles were very chewy, and the beef was likely cooked with a secret recipe, tender and fragrant. Song Ning finished eating with a satisfied burp, patting her small belly. Seeing that Zhang Zhensheng and the others were still eating diligently, Song Ning took out the strange ghost-faced man's banknote from her pocket and looked at it repeatedly. The banknote was brand new, stamped with the seal of Tongha Silver Bank. Song Ning thought for a moment and asked Zhang Zhensheng, "Is there a Tongha Silver Bank nearby? I want to exchange the silver notes for cash." "Yes, yes, yes," Zhang Zhensheng nodded repeatedly. Tongha Silver Shop is the biggest in the world, with branches all over the country.
There are even 2 in our county.
"I'll take Miss Song there. Don't rush. You can finish eating first." Song Ning played with the silver notes for a while, then suddenly noticed a very special symbol on them. It looked familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen it before. She decided not to worry about it. She then bought a few large pieces of beef from the shopkeeper, carefully wrapped them in oilcloth, and left happily. Having silver money was very useful. Things like rice, grains, clothes, and bedding were essential. Luckily, Zhang Zhensheng and his group had a cart, so they weren't worried about where to put everything. Song Ning's face was bright with a big smile. She hummed a song as she exchanged her silver notes at the silver shop for 10 notes worth 50 taels each. The remaining 500 taels were converted into various sizes of silver coins and carried on her. After finishing everything, Song Ning went to a clothing shop. Originally, when Hanzhou had promised to give each of them a new outfit, but later his own clothes got bloodstains that couldn't be washed out. They were smelly and stiff, so she couldn't wear them. So, in the past few days, Song Ning had been wearing her old clothes. She bought 2 new sets of clothes for herself, and based on her memory of their sizes, she also bought 2 sets of autumn and winter clothes for Song Yanduan and Lu. Of course, shoes were also necessary, especially since her father's shoes had worn out from too much use and were now torn and unwearable. With the weather getting colder, her father's feet were often frozen and turning purple and blue. Song Ning chose the best shoes in the shop for Song Yanduan and Lu. Just one pair of shoes cost 5 taels of silver. She also bought a few pairs of cloth shoes for easy daily changing and washing. Knowing that the climate in Mo Bay was cold and dry, Song Ning also bought gloves, hats, scarves, bedding, and other cold weather gear. Because she bought so many things and was generous, the shopkeeper was very happy and couldn't help but say, "Miss, since you're taking good care of our business, we should give you some free gifts." Song Ning nodded. Just as the shopkeeper was about to speak, she pointed to a small child's clothing nearby and said, "Wrap this piece of clothing for me." The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment. Seeing that what Song Ning wanted wasn't expensive, he generously gave it to her. Now that she had all her outdoor gear, it was time to prepare food to fill her stomach. On the way to exile, it was clearly unrealistic to buy rice and cook meals, especially since she had stored a lot of food in her space from her previous life. The amount of food stored. It was enough for their family to eat for several generations. Song Ning bought some easy-to-store dried meats and preserved fruits. Although when Hanzhou truly promised not to be harsh on their family when it came to food, people should have some standards. Song Ning couldn't even imagine how someone who neglects their own needs could achieve anything great in the future. She kept buying more and more, secretly adding a lot into her space each time. In her previous life, zombies roamed freely, and everyone had trouble eating, let alone snacks. The most she ate were dry, compressed biscuits and bread slices. Once she reached the northern desert, those items would probably be hard to find, so it was better to prepare more now. Since she didn't know how long she would need to buy supplies, Song Ning decided to let other villagers go elsewhere and not follow her all the time. At first, everyone was a bit worried, but Zhang Zhenxing suddenly said, "Just listen to Miss Song. Just don't go too far, and I'll call you if anything happens." The villagers nodded happily and ran off to other places. Meanwhile, in a quiet tea house, a man dressed in black suddenly appeared silently at the door. He crossed his arms and said with a slightly resentful tone, "Ajo, I think you might be too lenient with Song Ning." When Hanzhou paused his reading and didn't even lift his eyelids. "It was just a coincidence, just helping out." "Oh," he Guming dragged out the tone, clearly not convinced. When Hanzhou decided not to continue the topic and looked serious. "We're almost at the northern desert." A few simple words, but they made He Guming's face turn serious instantly. Out of the 32 cities in the northern desert, 21 were under the command of Fan Jinwen. Fan Jinwen was the nephew of Minister of Works, Fan Wenqi. Fan Wenqi had repeatedly tried to ruin the Song family. Once they reached the northern border, the Song family would be like fish on a chopping block. When Hanzhou's current escort wasn't, because he was abandoned or exiled by the emperor, as rumors in the capital suggested. The cabinet held power, and Fan Wenqi colluded with them, repeatedly embezzling relief funds and ignoring the people. But the emperor couldn't do anything to them. Frustrated, they could only resort to this plan, using the escort as an excuse to send Hanzhou to the northern desert. On the surface, it was exile, but in reality, Hanzhou was there to seize power. Northern border unrest has been ongoing for years, with the Xiongnu people frequently stirring trouble. Fan Jindong, who holds military power, has repeatedly abandoned the common people, ceding cities and surrendering grain. Each time, just before the emperor's anger erupts, he forces a victory in battle and recaptures the cities he previously lost. Years of war have made life difficult for the border villagers. Meanwhile, the often victorious Xiongnu forces are well-trained and strong, and they have made several attempts to attack the Central Plains. The emperor suspects that although Fan Jindong is a general from many dynasties, he has secretly colluded with the Xiongnu. However, there is no proof, so he remains powerless and anxious every day. Fan Wenqi, in the court, is corrupt and seeks power. Fan Jindong secretly communicates with the Xiongnu on the border, facing internal and external troubles. To remove Fan Wenqi, they must first weaken his support, which is Fan Jindong. Song Yendwan is the only person who might have evidence of Fan Wenqi's corruption and treachery. Fan's family won't give up easily, Hanzhou said with a slight downward glance of his handsome phoenix eyes. "Send more people to protect Lord Song at all costs." "What about Miss Song?" He Fengmian asked quickly. Hanzhou's eyes flickered with a hint of thought. Deep down, he didn't want her to die, but the emperor's power was limited, and he couldn't offer much help. Over the years, he had cultivated some influence, but unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't reveal himself. A flicker of inner conflict crossed Hanzhou's face, but he quickly returned to his usual coldness. I will personally take care of her. What? Hanzhou's voice was very soft. Fingmian, who was eavesdropping, tilted his ear closer. I didn't hear clearly. He tried to ask again with a mischievous smile, but Hanzhou had already turned his gaze out the window. Outside, Song Ning was passing by. Behind her, a cart was piled high with packages, and she was holding a variety of snacks like dried meat, candied fruit, and pastries. The afternoon sun shone down, casting a golden glow on her. A gentle breeze moved her figure, and she looked around curiously. This place is remote, but it's the most fragrant. There must be something delicious hidden here. Let's go see. As soon as she finished speaking, a painful groan suddenly came from behind her. Then, the sound of a stick whistling through the air struck sharply at Song Ning's head. Hanzhou's eyes suddenly darkened. In the next moment, the teacup in his hand flew out like a flying dagger. But Song Ning reacted even faster. She almost relied on her body's instincts. With a quick turn, she reached out and grabbed the wrist of the person sneaking up behind her, twisting it forcefully. At the same time, the teacup thrown by Hanzhou hit the person's head. A sharp scream echoed, and Song Ning squinted, glancing up toward the second floor. There seemed to be a person sitting there, but she couldn't see clearly at first, only a glimpse of white clothing. She calmly withdrew her gaze, then kicked the attacker to the ground and stomped hard on his chest. Who told you to come here? She demanded. She had already noticed a group of people following her, which annoyed her. They were cautious, trying multiple times to attack her, but ultimately holding back. Knowing their hesitation, Song Ning deliberately led them into a secluded alley, setting a trap. When she saw her plan was uncovered, the hidden black-clad figures no longer hid. Over a dozen of them drew their knives fiercely, their eyes filled with murderous intent, rushing toward her without concern. It looked as if they wanted to cut her into pieces. Upstairs, Hanzhou's breath caught. He instinctively wanted to get up, but Song Ning moved faster. She stretched her muscles, and in the next moment, she suddenly appeared in front of the leader in black, delivering a heavy punch. She had always said that her space did more than store things. It also strengthened her body. The black-clad man didn't expect her speed to be so fast. Just as he reached for his knife, her fist, carrying a sharp force, struck his face. Ah! The man in black screamed as he was knocked back. He hit a wall behind him, spat out blood, and twitched on the ground for a long time, unable to get up. Song Ning stepped on the knife the black-clad man had dropped earlier, pressing her toe with force. With a clever move, the sharp knife flew up and was caught easily by her. She looked at her reflection on the blade, not just admiring her beauty, but also appreciating the sharpness of the blade that cut through iron like mud. After a moment, Song Ning exhaled. Not bad, a good knife. Before she finished speaking, her figure moved like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of the black men. Are you here to kill me? No one knew how she did it. They only knew that before Song Ning's voice reached them, there was a cold knife pressed against her neck. Song Ning's skin seemed immune to tanning. The exiled journey of over a month hadn't made her skin rough at all. Under the sunlight, the girl's bright and sharp eyes, her snow-white wrists, and her slightly raised chin showed her calm and fierce demeanor. When she suddenly applied force to the wrist of the man in black holding her, blood burst out from his veins. The man in black was so frightened he let out a loud scream. He tried to cover his neck, but when he saw Song Ning's cold gaze, he was so scared he wet his pants. The foul smell filled the alley. Song Ning wrinkled her nose in disgust and quietly took a step back. Her voice remained sharp. Why are you here? What do you want? The other black-clad men behind her wanted to run away, but when Song Ning looked at them, they immediately fell to their knees in fear and began to beg, Don't kill us. We were forced to do this. We're just officials here. If Zhang Xianling hadn't forced us, we wouldn't bother the girl at all. Yes, yes, yes. County Magistrate Zhang thinks the girl is ungrateful and told us to bring her back. He wants to torment her so she'll understand who's in charge here. The men kept talking quickly, as if whoever spoke more would earn credit for their crimes. Listening to their words, Song Ning nodded slowly and stretched out her voice. So that's how it is. A smile finally appeared in her beautiful eyes, making the tense atmosphere around her seem to thaw. The black-clad men seemed to think they had achieved their goal and became even more frantic and kowtowing. County Magistrate Zhang also wants us to bring the girl's fiancé here, saying it's to match her with someone, so she won't cause trouble. And then, the black-clad men hesitated and stammered, but County Magistrate Zhang only has this one daughter. We heard the girl also has a young companion. If the girl really catches the magistrate's eye, then it might be. They didn't say it outright, but Song Ning's mind quickly filled with vivid images of Wen Hanzhou suffering. She instantly became furious. How could someone like Wen Hanzhou, so divine and perfect, be humiliated like this? That day, she didn't even dare to look at whether he had abs. Someone was already thinking of making Wen Hanzhou the face of the girl's admirer, right in front of her. Song Ning's face flushed with anger. She clenched her teeth and her eyes flickered with a sudden bright idea. Song Ning glared at the man in black, then turned to Zhang Zhensheng and said, "Big brother Zhang, I need to handle some things. I'll give you some silver, and you can help me buy a few self-defense knives." She took the remaining silver from her pocket and handed it to Zhang Zhensheng. Her voice was sweet and innocent, like that of a girl around 15 or 16. Zhang Zhensheng was stunned for a moment. Song Ning poked him with her finger, and only then did he react. He hurriedly took the silver and nodded blankly. "Oh, okay. He walked out mechanically. Halfway there, he suddenly remembered something and turned back sharply. But Song Ning had already tied herself up with a rope. She curled into a small ball, obediently stuffed herself into a burlap sack, and called out to the group of men in black. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take me to see the county magistrate." This bold move not only stunned the men in black but also made Wen Hanzhou upstairs unable to help but shake his head in disbelief. What is she trying to do? Walk right into a trap?
Or
does she want to challenge County Magistrate Zhang alone? That's too confident, He Fengmian exclaimed loudly. This woman really knows how to cause trouble. As he spoke, He Fengmian wanted to rush down to stop her. But just as he stepped forward, Wen Hanzhou's calm voice sounded like a guqin. "Stop." He Fengmian stopped angrily, but Wen Hanzhou's curious gaze was already fixed downstairs. He spoke softly, almost to himself. "Don't you find this strange?" "What's strange?" He Fengmian sat across from Wen Hanzhou, drinking several cups of tea with a bit of pride, raising his eyebrows as if to show off. Wen Hanzhou ignored his childish behavior and recalled the mysterious thefts from the warehouses of the Fan and Song families before the house was searched. He thought about the shadow that appeared that night and the unusual behavior Song Ning had shown repeatedly afterward. "Did you see how Song Girl moved just now?" Wen Hanzhou's finger lightly tapped the table. Suddenly, the teapot on the table shattered into pieces. He Fengmian was startled, but Wen Hanzhou kept his eyes closed, his long, thick eyelashes fluttering gently. "I couldn't do that." His words were random and confusing. He Fengmian tilted his head, thinking for a moment, then suddenly stood up sharply. "That's why I kept feeling something was strange about Song Ning. Her movement. So fast." Everyone in the capital city knew that Wen Hanzhou was just an unpopular prince. He had a kind temper, like a gentle scholar who never gets angry. But only He Fengmian knew that Wen Hanzhou actually had another identity. If you don't count the hidden masters, Wen Hanzhou's martial skills could be considered second best, but no one dares to claim he's the best. He often said he couldn't do it. Wen Hanzhou's eyelashes trembled a little. His face was handsome and calm. After a moment of surprise, his expression returned to his usual gentle look. "Fengmian, protect Miss Song," he said. This time, He Fengmian didn't refuse. Even his usual relaxed expression became very serious. Song Ning didn't realize she had a tail behind her. After all, her skills didn't match the martial arts and internal power of this era. The black-clad men seemed very frightened, trembling badly, which made the burlap bag behind them very uncomfortable for Song Ning. "Can you walk more steadily?" Song Ning complained. The next second, the man in black shivered violently and slowed down. But his body trembled even more. Song Ning thought, "Never mind, I'll keep quiet." The burlap bag swayed, and after what felt like a long time, Song Ning, drowsy, finally felt the bag stop moving. Then came this sinister voice of Magistrate Zhang. "Did you bring person?" The black-clad men dared not look up. As soon as they put down the bag, they ran away quickly. The bag wasn't tied up, and Song Ning was lying inside with loose ropes. Magistrate Zhang, confident for some reason, showed a very arrogant and triumphant expression when he saw her. "You finally fell into my hands, you little brat who refuses to cooperate and only wants to drink tea. You wanted 500 taels of silver, right? Dream on.
Dream on."
While speaking, Magistrate Zhang raised his foot and kicked Song Ning hard in the buttocks twice. Song Ning. She originally wanted to act along with him, but after the kicks, her butt hurt constantly and anger surged in her heart. She broke free from the ropes inside the bag. Damn it, even the zombie leader from her past life, who had gained intelligence, never dared to hurt her. Yet this old man dared to kick her butt. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. She raised her hand and slapped Magistrate Zhang. He was stunned and let out a loud, miserable scream. He covered his face, and the resentment in his eyes almost turned into substance. His tone was harsh and gritted with anger, but there was also a strange sense of pride. "You scoundrel, can't you tell the situation yet? This is my territory. If you kneel and lick my feet to apologize, I might spare your life." County Magistrate Zhang, unexpectedly confident, took off his shoes after speaking. Behind him, a sweet girl's voice sounded. The girl complained unhappily, "Father, you said there was a handsome man you wanted to be my husband. Why did you only bring back a little flirt? Where is the good-looking man?" The girl gracefully approached, inspecting Song Ning from head to toe, a look of strong jealousy flashing in her eyes. Without warning, she reached out with long fingernails aiming straight at Song Ning's eyes, loudly insulting. "What are you looking at? Don't you want your eyes anymore?" She was ruthless, clearly intending to gouge out Song Ning's eyes. Song Ning's face turned cold. She gained a new understanding of these two. She tried to dodge sideways, but suddenly a bamboo leaf flew from behind her, stabbing directly into the girl's hand. "Ah!" The girl screamed, clutching her bleeding hand in pain. Song Ning was stunned, instinctively turning around, but there was nothing behind her. However, the bamboo leaf couldn't have just turned into a hidden weapon for no reason. But dealing with the current situation was more important. With a serious face, Song Ning kicked the magistrate's small leg as he opened his mouth to shout. The magistrate's knee buckled suddenly, and he fell to his knees with a thud. The magistrate's daughter also wanted to shout, but Song Ning was quick. She raised her hand and slapped her away. Before either could make another move, Song Ning joyfully kicked off her shoes, pulled off her long-worn socks from her exile, and stuffed them into their mouths. "Still want to kill me?" Song Ning looked down at Magistrate Zhang, unreservedly disdainful. "Next life, then." She pulled a hemp rope from her space, tied the two tightly, and then swaggered into the magistrate's residence. Not to mention, Magistrate Zhang kept claiming to be honest and upright, but in reality, his house was full of hidden treasures. Song Ning looked at the packed storeroom in Zhang's house, and her eyes lit up immediately. Gold, silver, jewelry, authentic calligraphy, and paintings, grains. She didn't miss a single thing. Moreover, perhaps because this place was near the border and often experienced small unrest, Zhang's storeroom also secretly stored many weapons. Although Song Ning isn't short of weapons, she thinks, maybe they'll be useful. She casually puts them into her space, looking at her small treasure vault filled with gold, silver, and jewels. She feels happy like a little hamster. While doing this, Song Ning isn't idle. She goes to Magistrate Zhang's study and secretly collects evidence of his corruption and bribery, then quietly puts it into her pocket. When she leaves, Song Ning suddenly smells a delicious aroma coming from the kitchen. She hesitates for just a second, then happily decides to take the large meat buns the cook just made at Magistrate Zhang's house. Song Ning walks quickly, and behind her, He Fengmian appears like a ghost, silently following her. The more he watches, the more he feels shocked. He clearly saw Song Ning go in empty-handed and come out the same way, yet the items in the storeroom have suddenly disappeared. A cold feeling suddenly rushes over him. He feels as if he's touched something dangerous, and a wave of fear spreads through him. He looks at the empty storeroom and, still not convinced, wants to go inside and check carefully if there's a secret room. After a quick look, he starts to feel a headache. He really doesn't understand mechanisms and traps. Maybe he should call Ajo to help. Could there really be monsters in this world? But if not monsters, how else could he explain the sudden disappearance of everything in the storeroom? If it really is a monster, He Fengmian's jaw tightens and he feels a desire to fight. Suddenly, a clear sound comes from outside the door. He quickly draws his sword and asks, "Who?" "Lord He, it's me," Song Ning replies. She suddenly appears in front of him, like a nimble cat. She is holding a warm meat bun in her mouth. Her bright eyes narrow, and she gives a mischievous smile at the corner of her mouth. "What are you doing here, Lord He?" He Fengmian is startled by her sudden appearance, his face tense. Thinking she might be a monster, he grips his sword even tighter. Song Ning glances at him, casually speaking. "What are you planning to do, Lord He?" "I admit, Magistrate Zhang has a lot of hidden treasures, but you're experienced enough not to kill me just for a few stolen goods, right?" She looks at He Fengmian, blinking her big eyes twice, and fake crying a little, pitifully saying. At the same time, Song Ning secretly felt relieved. Luckily, she had discovered the problem early. Otherwise, the matter of the space would never be resolved. Who would have thought that He Fengmian was actually following her? Weren't they waiting together in the village? Song Ning had many doubts, but the most important thing right now was to deal with He Fengmian. He Fengmian looked very alert. He glanced at the empty storage room and asked suspiciously, "What about the things here?" "Well," Song Ning replied, perhaps feeling uncomfortable talking through the window, so she simply jumped in through the window. He Fengmian thought this monster was trying to kill him to silence him, so he clenched his sword tighter. But Song Ning just shrugged her small shoulders and pointed gently at the empty storage room. Suddenly, a pile of calligraphy and paintings appeared out of nowhere on the table. He Fengmian was so startled that he loosened his grip, and his sword fell to the ground instantly. Although he suspected that Song Ning might be a monster, seeing it with his own eyes was a different matter. He gave himself a slap in the face, then rubbed his eyes hard. When he opened them again, the pile of calligraphy and paintings on the table had disappeared. He mumbled in a daze, "I knew it. How could there really be monsters in this world? There must be some other mechanism in this storage room." Song Ning looked at him with amusement. The person who doubted her was himself, and the one who refused to believe was also himself.
But then,
Song Ning blinked mischievously, and right in front of He Fengmian, she flipped her small hand, and a huge gold ingot appeared in his palm. She pushed the ingot into He Fengmian's hand and continued to conjure more gold ingots out of thin air. He Fengmian stared blankly at what was happening. His expression changed from initial suspicion of life to numbness. He even started to wonder if he was dreaming, pinching himself hard several times. The two brothers from Song Ning's side approached and patted his shoulder. "Big brother, what are you doing? You really are a monster." He Fengmian was almost going crazy, his eyes dull. His face was a mix of a smile and tears, as if he wanted to draw his sword and kill this monster. But he also doubted how an ordinary person like himself could fight against a monster. Song Ning sighed and suddenly spoke softly. "Actually, you're dreaming right now. I was just joking with you." He Fengmian looked at her as if to say, "Do I look like a fool?" But when he turned his head, he suddenly smelled a faint cold fragrance coming from Song Ning. Next, He Fengmian's mind seemed to lose control. Oh no, this monster is going to kill him. But if he dies, what will the prince do? How can he tell the prince that Song Ning is actually not human? In the last second before losing consciousness, only this thought remained in He Fengmian's mind. A heavy man's body suddenly collapsed to the ground with a thud. Song Ning clapped her small hands, feeling a bit sad. She was using a hypnotic incense given to her by a teammate from her past life. It works like hypnosis and can even change memories, making it perfect for this situation.
But
It's a pity that once the stuff is used up, the space won't regenerate. When it's gone, it's truly gone, Song Ning sighed as she put the remaining hypnotic incense back into her space. She then dragged He Fingmian to a quiet corner and hummed a song as she left. Perhaps feeling happy, Song Ning originally planned to leave some items for Magistrate Zhang, since some of them were not very valuable and she didn't want them.
but now,
Humming a tune, Song Ning thoroughly searched Magistrate Zhang's house again, even including the antique carved yellow pear-wood bed in his bedroom. Of course, she chose only the best and most precious items. Magistrate Zhang's house was empty and desolate, so much so that even a thief would shake their head and toss a few coins. After finishing everything, Song Ning finally met with Zhang Zhensheng and the others. She made an excuse to distract Zhang Zhensheng and his group, then stored her newly bought supplies into her space. While packing, she muttered to herself, shaking her head, "If I had known I could just steal. Take things directly from Magistrate Zhang's house, I could have saved some silver." When Zhang Zhensheng and the villagers returned and saw the empty cart, their expressions were varied and hard to describe. Song Ning straightforwardly told them that she had returned all the items from the cart. Zhang Zhensheng and the villagers. Do we look like fools? But since Song Ning said that, they didn't think much about it, nor did they ask questions. The group headed back to the village. When the cart entered the village, night had already swallowed the last bit of daylight. In the house arranged for them by the village chief, a lantern was lit. When Hanzhou sat upright by the window, reading a book, creating a beautiful scene, Song Ning couldn't help but look a few more times. Even through the window, just seeing his side profile reflected in the glass, one could imagine countless handsome images of the man inside. Hearing the noise outside, when Hanzhou put down his book, stood up, and pushed open the door. The moonlight poured in, casting a glow on him. Seeing Song Ning, he subtly relaxed and said, "Miss Song." He greeted her and then glanced at the ox cart behind her. He couldn't help but be surprised. If he remembered correctly, Song Ning had bought a full ox cart of things. Why, by evening, only a few scattered items remained on the cart. Where did those things go? Strangely, when Hanzhou thought of how the warehouses of the Song and Fan families had become spotless overnight during the family seizure, he felt there might be a connection, but he couldn't figure it out at the moment. Lost in thought, Song Ning had already come over and gently tugged on his sleeve. "Your Highness, I have something to tell you." He almost blurted out, "Prince," but Song Ning hurriedly corrected herself, unsure what to call him now. In the past, when others were around, she knew it was acting, so she naturally called him husband. But now, Zhang Zhensheng and the others hadn't gone far, yet in the yard, only the two of them remained. She truly found it hard to say that title. When Hanzhou looked at the small hand pulling his sleeve and nodded gently. The room was lit by only one oil lamp, its flickering flame casting shadows on the earthen wall, making the space seem darker. Yet, when Hanzhou seemed to be glowing with a faint light, Song Ning reached into her sleeve, took out several letters, and placed them on the table, her eyes burning as she stared at Hanzhou. "Your Highness, these are the evidence of Magistrate Zhang's corruption and accepting bribes." When Hanzhou picked up the documents with his elegant fingers and quickly scanned through them, his expression grew worse. He pressed his thin lips together, and his deep black eyes fixed on Song Ning. Though he maintained his noble, composed appearance, there was an invisible pressure in his gaze. "Miss Song, I am just a leisurely prince responsible for escorting prisoners. All I did was give you the evidence. How you handle it is entirely up to your wishes," Song Ning said with a gentle smile. When Hanzhou didn't say much, he took the evidence and read through it quickly. The more he looked, the uglier his face became. He didn't realize that, at some point, the influence of the Fan family had already spread so far. Although this place bordered the northern desert, it was still some distance from the actual northern border. Even so, a small county official has become so obsessed with Fanjindong that he no longer cares about the emperor or the royal family. County Magistrate Zhang has been gradually sending the wealth he has accumulated over the years to Fanjindong, causing great suffering for the common people. When Hanzhou clenched his fists tightly but finally only smiled faintly and softly said, "Miss Song, there is food left by the village chief on the table. They are officially husband and wife." So the village chief simply left the food for Wen Hanzhou. Songning looked toward the table and saw a bowl of coarse rice and a small dish of vegetables. Due to the threat of tigers, villagers rarely ate even coarse rice, and fresh wild vegetables were mostly sold at the market. Now, however, all of it was used to serve guests. Although the meal lacked any oil or seasoning, and the rice had no sweet aroma, Songning ate it with great enjoyment. When Hanzhou was still thinking about the conspiracy between Fan Jindong and Minister Fan Wenqi, when he noticed Songning squinting like a little swallow cat, happily swallowing her food, he was momentarily stunned. If he hadn't tasted coarse rice before, he might have thought that bowl of rice was some rare delicacy. Otherwise, why would Songning look so satisfied? Moreover, no matter how she was once a wealthy young lady, she probably hadn't eaten much of even middle-grade rice, let alone coarse rice. Throughout their exile journey, when Hanzhou kept his promise and never treated Songning's family poorly when it came to food. So, seeing Songning's unpretentious eating, when Hanzhou couldn't help but feel surprised. Songning took a few more bites of rice, then reached out and picked up a small piece of vegetable to mix with her rice. Feeling his intense gaze, she suddenly looked up and directly met Wen Hanzhou's deep, elegant eyes. When Hanzhou seemed very interested in the food in her hand, his gaze fixed on her small hand. For a moment, Songning hesitated, then confidently pushed her bowl toward him and asked, "Your Highness has been watching me. Are you still hungry? Don't feel embarrassed to say so. I have a small appetite, and if you don't mind, you can finish the leftovers." She still looked a little reluctant, but her tone was light and relaxed, even pretending to burp as if she was already full. When Hanzhou, suddenly, a set of chopsticks and a bowl were placed in his hands. Seeing Songning acting so relaxed, when Hanzhou felt both amused and a little helpless. Although conditions are tough now, he doesn't think he can even afford a bowl of rice, nor would he try to snatch it from a young girl. When Hanzhou was about to return the bowl and chopsticks, but Songning seemed to have guessed his thoughts. She turned gracefully and waved her hand. "I won't bother the prince anymore. There are things outside to tidy up. If you need anything, just call me." After saying that, Songning quickly ran out. Watching her lively and cheerful back, when Hanzhou grew even more silent. He looked down at the bowl in his hand, which only had half a bowl of coarse rice left. The rice was yellowish, with very small grains, and looked unappetizing. But at this moment, all Wen Hanzhou could think about was Songning happily eating her rice, squinting contentedly. Could it really be that delicious? When he came back to his senses, Wen Hanzhou had already taken a bite of the coarse rice and put it in his mouth. The taste was slightly astringent. The rice was hard, and he couldn't taste any flavor at all. But his mind suddenly felt as if something had exploded inside, becoming completely blank. Then, a rush of blood surged through his body, and his face was flushed with bright red. Under the intense contrast of red and white, his white clothes appeared spotless and pure. When Hanzhou, as if burned by boiling water, suddenly placed the bowl and chopsticks on the table. A string of Buddhist beads hidden on his wrist also fell into his hand, spinning rapidly. At this moment, Songning was unaware of Wen Hanzhou's feelings. She moved the few remaining items from the ox cart into the room next to Wen Hanzhou's, then cheered quietly in her heart, throwing herself onto the bed. She took out dried fruit and jerky from her pocket, savoring them carefully. Finally, she didn't have to eat the coarse, hard rice anymore. She had her own pursuits, after all. She just had a bottom line: no wasting food. Songning pinched 2 soft, fragrant cakes and put them in her mouth, her eyes shining happily. After enjoying the delicious food, she patted her full belly and seemed to remember something. She turned over on the bed. It seemed she had forgotten to give something to Hanjo. She turned off the bed and gently pushed open the door. Meanwhile, the bright moon was high, and Hefengmian finally returned, riding swiftly on a fast horse. Seeing Hanjo, he suddenly rushed forward desperately. Prince Songning. Before he could finish, Hefengmian's expression changed to something strange. He looked confused and gently tapped his head twice, muttering, Why did I rush back again? When Hanjo paused his prayer bead movement, looking very helpless. Hefengmian also looked upset, and every time the prince showed this expression, it meant he was annoyed with him.
He didn't want to be disliked.
He blinked hard twice, still unable to remember anything, but he stubbornly said, Prince Songning. She must have a problem. What problem does Miss Song have? When Hanjo sighed helplessly, seeming more disappointed. Hefengmian grew more anxious, leaning closer and saying, Prince, think about it. She's a young lady raised in seclusion. How could she have such good martial skills? Secrets don't show on the outside, and skills are the same. Miss Song doesn't like to show off, so it's normal she wouldn't boast about her abilities. When Hanjo sighed softly, I asked you to protect Miss Song. Did you see her in danger? Did you help her? Hefengmian hesitated, glancing around nervously. He felt like he had forgotten something important, and he couldn't even remember how he fell asleep under the big tree at Magistrate Zhang's house. Seeing his guilty expression, when Hanjo felt even more helpless. He shook his head silently, continuing to turn his prayer beads and softly recite calming scriptures. Hefengmian looked very defeated. He knocked his head again, then saw the half bowl of rice left on the table. He was hungry too, so he simply picked up the bowl and grabbed his chopsticks, about to eat the remaining rice. He was used to eating Hanjo's leftovers since he was a child. But this time, when Hanjo, usually elegant and gentle, suddenly stood up and almost awkwardly snatched the bowl from his hands. Hefengmian had both hands empty, but still tried to bring the bowl to his mouth. He looked a little wronged. Ajo, what's wrong with you? Why won't you let me eat the leftover rice now? When Hanjo's ears turned slightly red. His heart, which had just calmed from the calming spell, started pounding again. He pressed his lips and said, This rice is poisoned. After saying this, a look of regret flashed in his eyes. He was usually reserved and tactful, but now he had said such a clumsy excuse. Sure enough, the next moment, Hefengmian was so anxious he started stomping his feet. Who did it? I'll go cut him right now. After shouting, Hefengmian began to analyze on his own. That group of villagers probably wouldn't dare. It seemed as if something in his mind was forcibly hidden, making Hefengmian subconsciously extra cautious of Songning. He blurted out, Could it be Songning? I knew she wasn't a good person. She dared to poison the prince. I will kill her right now. Hefengmian. When Hanjo looked at Hefengmian's unstable state, his forehead veins bulging. He coldly scolded, Don't be rude to Miss Song. Hefengmian immediately gave up and looked like a disappointed dog. You always favor her. I just think she doesn't seem like a good person. Once I find proof, Hefengmian muttered to himself, then sadly curled up in the corner hugging his sword and mushroom. When Hanjo shook his head with a headache, but what troubled him more was the half bowl of rice in his arms. He was a disciplined gentleman and naturally wouldn't eat leftovers from other young ladies. But this rice was saved bit by the villagers, their hard work and effort. When Hanjo clenched his prayer beads tightly. Outside the door, Songning gently knocked and asked cheerfully, Prince, may I come in? When Hanjo quickly hid the bowl behind him. He sat on the edge of the bed and responded softly. Songning quietly pushed the door open, holding a pair of deer leather gloves. In the corner, Hefengmian, who was growing mushrooms, didn't even lift his head. Songning ignored him and handed the gloves to Hanjo. It's cold outside. These gloves are a gift for you. The deer leather gloves were finely made and clearly valuable. When Hanjo's tone softened, Miss Song, you should keep them for yourself. Despite that, Songning still tucked the gloves into his chest, as if knowing what he was about to say. She smiled gently and said, I bought many pairs of gloves. I have some with my parents, and this one is for you to keep and use. Her gaze fell on Hanzhou's hand holding the prayer beads. The high-quality sandalwood beads exuded a faint ancient charm, and Hanzhou's slender, bamboo-like fingers held them. For a moment, it was hard to tell which was more beautiful. Song Ning was captivated, unable to help but comment. Such beautiful hands, good at writing and drawing a bow. It would be a pity if they got frostbitten. Her praise was too straightforward. Hanzhou's brow twitched, and he forced himself to stay calm, gripping the prayer beads even tighter. Song Ning was about to leave but suddenly turned back, her eyes shining brightly as she looked at Hanzhou. By the way, Prince, just now, did you support me? She stood with moonlight behind her, her eyes shining brightly from the flickering candle inside the house. Song Ning was naturally beautiful, and when she smiled, she looked like a blooming flower, captivating everyone. Hanzhou suddenly heard his heart pounding loudly. Nothing. Just being honest. Hanzhou turned away, no longer daring to look at her, silently reciting a calming spell in his mind. But Song Ning kept looking at him, her gaze straightforward and warm. But the prince does believe me, right? She blinked twice and explained willingly, I do know some martial arts, but not very well. I rely on agility and my body. Hanzhou nodded. If Miss Song had other intentions, she wouldn't have helped me every time. During the plague in the city and the drought in the village, if she wanted to cause trouble, she had countless chances.
She didn't need to wait until now.
Her eyes sparkled even more. She seemed very happy, her big eyes narrowing like a fox's, glancing at Hefeng Mian in the corner, who kept showing resentment. She hinted at something and spoke with admiration. You really see things clearly, Your Highness. Meeting you is truly a blessing I've earned over many lifetimes. After saying this, she smiled broadly. If there's nothing else, see you tomorrow, Your Highness. After speaking, she playfully winked at Hanzhou. Such warmth and beauty. Hanzhou could clearly feel his ears and cheeks growing hot. His black hair fell loosely, revealing a long, slightly red neck in his pure white collar, like a snow lotus blooming at the edge of extreme cold, stained with a drop of blood. Outside the door, Song Ning was also in a good mood. The actions that followed were indeed something she added on the spot. Because she noticed that this prince, who seemed untouched by worldly matters, appeared to blush easily. Teasing him was truly very amusing. The next morning, Hanzhou woke up to the sound of people walking outside in the yard. It seemed they were afraid of disturbing his sleep, so their voices were very soft. He pushed the door open and saw Song Ning squatting on the ground, pointing at mushrooms collected by the children in the village. She was carefully teaching them how to identify each one. This mushroom is bright-colored and looks nice, but it's actually very poisonous. These mushrooms and these others are edible, but must be cooked thoroughly. If not cooked well, they are also toxic, Song Ning explained skillfully, speaking non-stop. She was so engrossed that Hanzhou, standing behind her, didn't notice. Hanzhou looked at Song Ning's lively and animated expression and couldn't help but smile. Song Ning finished speaking in one breath, then realized someone was standing behind her. She squinted her almond-shaped eyes and, seeing Hanzhou looking happy, said cheerfully, You're awake. Today, we're having mountain chicken and wild mushroom soup. It's really delicious. Hanzhou seemed to catch her mood and couldn't help but ask, If I'm not mistaken, the soup isn't ready yet. How does Miss Song know if it tastes good? Song Ning stood up, leaning a little close to Hanzhou. She blinked mysteriously and beckoned with her finger. Surprisingly, Hanzhou also instinctively leaned in to listen. At such close range, Hanzhou could even feel her warm breath. It tickled a bit. Song Ning cleared her throat seriously and said, Because, Your Highness, you are truly a feast for the eyes. No matter how bad the food is, seeing Your Highness makes it taste like a delicacy. Hanzhou's cheeks instantly turned a bright red, clearly embarrassed. Song Ning nodded with satisfaction and turned to go to the kitchen. Playing tricks on someone so noble was really delightful. Honestly, during this time, Hanzhou seemed to avoid Song Ning intentionally or unintentionally. Song Ning naturally didn't mind. After the tiger problem was resolved, the group quietly left the village without attracting attention. The exile team was still stationed nearby. Song Yen, Duan, and Lu looked worried. When they saw Song Ning safe and sound, Lu rushed over and examined her carefully. Good to see you're all right. Good to see you're all right. Mother heard you went tiger hunting with the prince and was so worried. The prince might have thought you were bait for the tiger. Lu didn't dare to say the rest aloud, but Song Xiao couldn't help feeling jealous and whispered sourly, what help can Song Ning really be? She probably went to do something secretive. Song Ning carried a large bundle on her back, feeling quite pleased with her harvest. She didn't plan to argue with Song Xiao, but since she hadn't seen them for a few days, the second and third branches had become bolder. Li, with sneaky eyes, kept staring at Song Ning's bundle and tiptoed closer, reaching out to touch it. Ninger, what are you carrying on your back? Song Ning looked at the people from the second and third branches. The black aura on their faces hadn't disappeared. It seemed to be growing thicker. The second and third households also had some injuries, with Song Yanhan's face showing a long cut, though how it happened was unclear. Meng's condition wasn't much better. She was slightly limping on her feet. It was clear that they hadn't had an easy few days. Song Ning cheerfully said, some food brought from the town, along with new clothes, shoes, gloves, and hats. At this, the people from the second and third households gathered around eagerly. Song Xiang couldn't wait and reached out to grab Song Ning's bundle. Eyes greedy. Let me see. Without checking, Song Ning let her take the bundle. Song Xiang first pulled out a padded jacket and skirt that Song Ning had bought for Lu. After looking at the pattern, she wrinkled her nose and casually threw it aside. This pattern is so old, it's ugly. Meng approached, rummaging through the bundle, then picked up the outfit that Song Xiang had discarded, looking displeased. Ninger, your taste is really bad. This is much worse than what we wear in the capital, but it's better than nothing. Next time, you give me some money, and I'll buy you some nice clothes, she said. Song Xiang finally pulled out her own new clothes that Song Ning had bought her. She held them up and looked angry. These clothes are too long. I can't wear them. Song Ning, how could you buy clothes that don't fit? You're so unthoughtful. She angrily threw the clothes on the ground and kept reaching into the bundle. In the end, she didn't find what she wanted but was attracted by a package of dried meat inside Song Ning's bundle. Her eyes lit up and she reached out confidently. Song Ning, since you didn't get the clothes right, consider this package of dried meat as my reward. Seeing that the second household had finished choosing, the third household didn't hesitate and reached out to grab the items from the bundle. Song Ming, ignoring everything else, tried to snatch the dried meat from Song Xiang, loudly shouting, Song Xiang. Big sister didn't say, I could have this. It's mine. Get lost. How can a grown man be so shameless to steal my stuff? Song Xiang yelled, clutching the dried meat, no longer the gentle girl from the capital, but looking wild and crazy. Meanwhile, Song Xiao took advantage of the chaos to quietly pick up the clothes that Song Xiang had discarded, happily holding them up and comparing them on himself. Song Yanhan still remembered his proud identity as a scholar and didn't directly try to take anything. However, his slightly disdainful look made Song Ning very unhappy. Song Yihan wished he could look at people through his nostrils. Although your methods are a bit shady, at least you know how to benefit the family, so you're not completely stupid. What do you mean by shady methods? Lu sure couldn't bear it anymore and rushed forward to argue with Song Yihan. Song Yihan looked as if he didn't want to talk to his wife and angrily said, Where did these things come from? Do you think we don't know? Isn't it because she climbed into the prince's bed? He seemed to find it hard to say the last words and shook his sleeve in shame. Then, he casually took a set of clothes from his bag that looked like men's clothing. From his expression, it seemed he still thought it was dirty. Song Ning was almost amused by her family's disgraceful behavior. She didn't even want to criticize them and quickly snatched the clothes from Song Yihan's hand. Second uncle, your heart is so dirty. Don't ruin my clothes. Who said my heart is dirty? It's clearly your disgraceful actions that are shameful. Song Yihan stared at the clothes in Song Ning's hand, clearly showing disgust, but his posture was as if he was about to rush forward and snatch them. Song Ning clenched her fists, ready to fight. Suddenly, Song Yen Duan, who had been silent all along, stepped forward and slapped Song Ihan hard across the face. Smack! The crisp slap echoed loudly, making the already noisy tent fall silent instantly. Lu Shi pulled Song Ning, her face full of anger and concern. Song Ihan covered his face, looking incredulous. Big brother? You won't hit this shameless scoundrel, but you'll hit me? Did I say something wrong? Smack! Song Yanduan gritted his teeth and slapped again. Song Ihan's face quickly swelled, and his anger visibly increased. For a moment, Song Yanduan's authority as the elder brother still held, so although Song Ihan was furious, he didn't dare do anything. But Li Shi was different. Seeing her husband being beaten, Li Shi immediately burst into tears, grabbing Song Yanduan's collar and tearing at him, crying as she fought. If Big Brother wants to hit someone, he might as well kill us all. Anyway, we've been ruined by Big Brother, and life has no hope. It's better to die. Desperate and crying, she refused to let go, but as a man, Song Yanduan couldn't attack her. His face grew more stern with anger. Second son, what kind of behavior is this? What behavior? We've all been ruined by Big Brother. I don't care about manners or face anymore. I am ready to face death here. Big Brother and sister-in-law will be happy about it. Then just go ahead and die. Song Ning curled up in Lu's arms. It's hard to imagine that such words, could come from Lu, who has always been gentle and kind. Lise clearly didn't expect this trick to fail and froze for a moment. Tears welled up in Song Ning's eyes, as if she was greatly wronged, silently trembling. Song Ming, frightened by the scene, shrank back, not daring to make a sound. The third household looked on like they were watching a good show. Song Xiang was holding dried meat, watching the scene and greedily trying to open the oilcloth wrapping to put the food in his mouth. What a display of human nature. Naturally, Song Ning wouldn't let Song Xiang have the meat. She snatched the dried meat from his hand, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Do you even deserve to eat?" Song Xiang wanted to cause trouble, but Song Yan, the eldest son, had already pushed Li aside and looked over with a stern gaze. Song Xiang instinctively shut his mouth. Song Yan took a deep breath, his face full of disappointment. He shook his head, looking exhausted. Since Ninger left, every day you've been gossiping or sneering. Now that Ninger has brought back things, you all are more eager and greedy than ever. If you were grateful, I might understand. But you're using Ninger's things and still speaking badly about her. Song Yan, exhausted emotionally, closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Now, I finally see through. I've served as an official for years, protecting the Song family all this time. Yet, you've never shown me any gratitude. But if I fall into trouble, you all would be eager to kick me when I'm down. This isn't family at all. Even enemies wouldn't be so disgusting. They are just ghosts. Song Yan coldly declared, "Let's split the family." As soon as those words were spoken, the people from the second and third households panicked. Even the normally quiet fourth household couldn't help but rush over anxiously. Song Ming was a bit surprised. She raised an eyebrow and looked at her father, thoughtful. Song Yan, with the mindset of a traditional patriarch, always thought of family prosperity and harmony, smoothing over big issues with small ones. Today, he spoke so firmly about splitting the family, which really surprised her a little. A bit of hope. Song Yanhang, clearly no longer caring about getting scolded, clenched his fists. His gaze was no longer proud and aloof, but instead carried a hint of coldness. After looking around, Song Yanhang couldn't help but scold. "Big brother, you're arguing about splitting the family over such a small matter. Isn't that overreacting?" Yes. We were exiled because of Big Brother, and we became prisoners. Haven't we always wanted to stay with you? We never thought of splitting the family, Meng quickly added, sounding anxious. Listening to their shameless words, Lu finally couldn't hold back and burst out, trembling. "The ones getting the benefits are you. You don't know gratitude. Why don't you split the family?" "It's only because there's something profitable to gain. But sister-in-law, we're about to reach the northern desert." Splitting now, Lu, from the fourth household, hesitated and spoke softly. "I've heard that the north is poor, and the soldiers there aren't as kind as the prince. If we split, how can we help each other? This isn't helping each other. Lu gritted her teeth and couldn't help but cry. My poor Ninger has a high fever. You're about to abandon her. You're risking her life. Ninger finally came back whole and safe. Yet, you talk nonsense, slandering Ninger's innocence. Even the things Ninger brought with her, you took everything. We are not a family. We must split today. Otherwise, Lu, a noble young lady, couldn't say harsh words even when angry. She could only grit her teeth, eyes red, and make a fierce declaration. I will risk my life to stay with you and fight to the end. Song Yanhang silently stood beside Lu, both husband and wife protecting Song Ning behind them. Song Ning looked at them, feeling a faint sense of relief in her heart softening. She gently held Lu's hand. Lu turned and hugged Song Ning into her arms, crying as she stroked her head. My child, what kind of injustice have you suffered? It's all because I'm useless. Lu's worries from these days suddenly burst out. She forgot everything else and rushed forward, slapping Li and Meng each on the face. They wanted to fight back, but seeing Song Ning's murderous gaze and Song Yanhong's cold, icy face, they swallowed their anger. Despite their words and complaints, they couldn't leave the main household now. After all, with the main house in front, whether now or in the northern desert, they could feel safer and more at ease. But splitting the family was different. Everything would have to be done by themselves, and if anything went wrong, Meng's eyes flickered as she forced a stiff smile. Lu, crying, hurriedly gathered the packages that had been torn apart by the second and third households on the ground. Inside, what is being stored, clothes or food? This is something Ninger risked her life to get. Why should it be given to others? She wouldn't even let others touch it. Mrs. Lu cried sadly, but one piece of clothing had been secretly hidden away by Song Xiao during the chaos. Mrs. Lu cried as she looked for it, and Song Xiao pretended to be kind. Auntie, don't worry yet. Maybe we'll find it soon. But Sister Xiao, Auntie is crying. Why are you hiding the clothes that Sister Ninger brought? You're so mean to Auntie. Suddenly a soft, caring voice said. Song Zhao, with big round eyes, pulled out the clothes hidden behind Song Zhao's back and ran over to give them to Mrs. Lu. She also pretended to wipe Mrs. Lu's tears. Auntie, don't cry. Sister Xiao is naughty. I'll help you scold her. Kids are always innocent. Song Zhao was raised like a treasured child. Before the Song family fell on hard times, Song Xiao liked to pretend to be gentle and soft. She even blamed others for her mistakes, making Song Zhao, only 5 years old, take the blame. Because of this, Song Zhao didn't like her. Song Zhao walked over with a serious face and lightly tapped Song Zhao's arm. Song Zhao looked very hurt, shrank her shoulders, and let out a scream. She seemed more scared than the cheerful Song Zhao intended to be, looking helpless. The little one opened his eyes wide in shock and said, Sister Xiao, your voice is louder than how hard Song Zhao is using her strength. Song Xiao seemed to realize she had overdone it and looked very embarrassed. Meanwhile, Song Yan's face showed more disappointment. Suddenly, Ning finally couldn't hold back and started laughing. She hadn't paid much attention to Song Zhao before. Her only impression was that he was usually very quiet. Sometimes she would tease him a little, giving him small snacks. He would eat anything she gave him and always looked obedient, like a shiny-eyed doll. Once, Ning played a trick and gave Song Zhao a very sour fruit. He trusted her completely and ate it right away. His usual obedient expression instantly twisted, and he had to force himself to smile, making Ning laugh happily. She didn't expect that this child's words could be so charming. Ning clapped her hands, bent down to help Mrs. Lu, and then threw the clothes that Song Xiao sat on back to Lu. Although the fourth house has always been indifferent and closed their doors to live their own lives for Song Ning, as long as they behave and don't cause trouble, she is willing to help them when she can. And this clothing? Clothes touched by ungrateful people, I think they're dirty. If Auntie C doesn't mind, she can wash and wear them. Song Ning smiled warmly and changed the subject. My father just mentioned splitting the family. I think today is a good day to do it. Lu nodded hesitantly, feeling a bit grateful inside. She lowered her head silently. Song Yenza from the fourth house wanted to step forward and advise, but Lu grabbed him and shook her head. Forget it. Song Ning turned and went outside the tent. Since the Song family are criminals, when Hanzhou promised to take care of them, but he only looked after Song Ning and her family. The people from the second and third houses, as well as the fourth house, shouldn't have tents. They should be in the prison carts with the others, exposed to the sun and rain. If it weren't for Song Yan's kindness. Song Ning glanced at her relatives, thought for a moment, and decided to call Wen Hanzhou over. This small matter shouldn't have disturbed him, but perhaps because of their recent interactions, Song Ning was getting to know Wen Hanzhou better, and her courage was growing. When Hanzhou was sitting inside the tent reading, his features calm and handsome. Song Ning looked at him a few more times. Before he could speak, she went straight to the point. Prince, we want to split the family. Please be a witness. When Hanzhou looked momentarily confused. He didn't expect to get involved in Song family's affairs and hesitated unexpectedly. Song Ning seemed to understand his thoughts and looked more sincere. I don't trust the Song family members. Now, I only trust the prince. As for splitting the family, it's not something I decided overnight, but after careful thought. Song Ning looked serious and unhappy. The Song family are a bunch of ungrateful people. Now I have the prince's support. I can barely handle them. If I go to Mo Bay and they try to take advantage of me again, I won't survive. Song Ning exaggerated her words and looked pitiful. When Hanzhou's expression was touched, he sighed, seeming to want to say something comforting, but in the end, he thought he wasn't good with words. When Hanzhou put down his book and silently sighed, then I will help to the end. Song Ning's face lit up with joy. She eagerly leaned forward, her big eyes shining like stars. I knew it. Your Highness, with a kind face and a kind heart. Meeting you is truly a three-life blessing for Song Ning. She had said the same thing before. But every time when Hanzhou heard it, he felt his face flush. How could she be so passionate and bold? If these words were spoken in the capital city, they might cause trouble. Yet, Song Ning's expression was so sincere. When Hanzhou couldn't help feeling a bit helpless. He shook his head and said, Miss Song, I promise to help as I can. I won't break my word. You don't need to worry so much.
Oh.
Song Ning looked at Wen Hanzhou's handsome face and pouted boredly. This person really doesn't take anything seriously. Or maybe he only takes some things seriously. The two of them walked behind each other toward the tent where the prisoners from the Song family were kept. When Hanzhou kept glancing back and saw Song Ning's worried face, he felt a little guilty. Was his earlier words too harsh? He sighed softly and said, But Miss Song, there's no need to worry too much. Song Ning's thoughts were interrupted. She blinked in confusion. When Hanzhou avoided her gaze and softly said, The north isn't as scary as you think, Miss Song.
Oh.
So that's what he meant. Song Ning nodded a little disappointed and confidently said, I thought you meant that even if we go to the north, you'd try your best to help. When Hanzhou couldn't help but chuckle quietly. This girl was truly sincere and kind, making it hard not to like her. He shook his head and suddenly felt like talking more with Song Ning. He thought, even I might be powerless to help. I know, Song Ning nodded, then changed the subject. So, we can only rely on ourselves. That's even more reason to split up. Otherwise, if we're haunted by evil spirits, even the heavens can't save me. Although she said she was afraid, her tone was very firm and calm, shining with a bright light. When Hanzhou suddenly remembered many past events, it seemed he had never seen Song Ning panic before. He became curious about her. Is there really nothing in this world that can scare her? Thinking this, when Hanzhou couldn't help asking, Miss Song, are you afraid? Afraid? Yes, but being afraid is useless. Song Ning looked at Wen Hanzhou's face, showing her white teeth and smiling brightly. When Hanzhou's eyes suddenly felt a strange warmth, and he quickened his steps. Song Ning followed behind and surprisingly couldn't keep up. Until now, she suddenly realized that Wen Hanzhou, although looking like a gentle scholar, is actually very tall and has long legs. Thinking about the chest muscles and faint abs she saw that day, Song Ning couldn't help but shake her head, feeling a bit greedy. But she quickly shook her head again, despising herself inwardly. This is not the end of the world. Strength is everything. Falling for a man doesn't mean she can force love back. This is ancient times where imperial power rules everything. She needs to hold back. When the Song family saw that Song Ning really called when Hanzhou over, they knew today's matter probably couldn't be settled peacefully. The members of the second and third branches looked very unhappy, while the fourth branch was scared but kept silent, biting their lips. Dividing the family wasn't complicated. With Wen Hanzhou overseeing, the documents were quickly prepared, and the elders and clan leader didn't dare say much. Most importantly, Song Ning happily stored the document away, looking down at the visibly upset second and third branches, pointing outside the tent, her voice clear. In the past, because we were family, I let you stay in our tent. But now that we are dividing, please leave. No. It's so cold outside, I don't want to leave. Unexpectedly, the first to oppose was the usually gentle Song Xiao. Song Xiao clutched her chest, looking like she might faint at any moment, tears in her eyes, looking pitiful. She shook her head while crying, her gaze fixed on Wen Hanzhou. Song Ning's brow twitched, and a bad feeling rose in her heart. Sure enough, the next moment, Song Xiao cried out timidly, "Prince, I know I did wrong before, but I've been weak since I was young. Now it's so cold outside, and my older sister is forcing me out. She's risking my life. Prince, I don't know what tricks my older sister used to catch your eye, but I can do what she does even better. Please, give me a chance to survive." To be fair, Song Xiao was very skilled at crying. Plus, on this harsh journey, she looked even thinner and more fragile, as if she might collapse at any moment, looking pitiful. Kneeling beside Wen Hanzhou, she reached out with a pleading look, trying to touch his hand. Song Ning felt uncomfortable for no clear reason, but she was more curious about Wen Hanzhou's reaction. Song Xiao is undoubtedly a beautiful woman. Such a beauty kneeling and begging. Can Wen Hanzhou really not feel a little moved? When Song Ning turned her head, she unexpectedly made eye contact with Wen Hanzhou. The man's eyes held no extra emotion, only a faint, clear, and gentle question, as if seeking Song Ning's opinion. Those eyes were too transparent and beautiful, though they looked like peach blossom eyes. They were pure and free of any impurities, as if they could draw people in. Song Ning's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and she quickly looked away in panic, missing the fleeting smile in Wen Hanzhou's eyes. The people from the second household looked unhappy, and Song Yanhong's face was full of shame. He wished his daughter, Song Xiao, was not there. But he did not speak to stop her. The reason was simple. Song Xiao was right. The weather was getting colder at night, and without tents, they could freeze to death. Looking at the others from the Song family outside, it was clear. In just a few months, people of the same age as her were aging so much they looked like their fathers or even grandfathers. They looked worried and exhausted, no longer resembling the noble young men they once were. Song Yanhang considered himself a refined and elegant young man. Even in his fallen state, he didn't want to look as miserable as the others from the Song family. Li Shi wanted to help her daughter, but Song Xiao cried and kowtowed several times. "Prince, older sister, they want to take my life. Please, grant me mercy and let me stay by your side to take care of you. Even if I am just a lowly maid, I would be happy." Song Xiao kept kowtowing, her forehead bleeding, looking even more pitiful. When Hanzhou smiled softly, his white clothes looked like snow, and Song Xiao was so stunned by his appearance that she stared blankly. But Song Ning felt even more annoyed. Does this man not know he is handsome too? Why is he smiling so charmingly? Who is he showing off for? Song Ning was not someone who liked to suffer in silence. Feeling upset, she immediately pouted her little mouth, like a kitten ready to pounce and show its claws. When Hanzhou chuckled softly, seeing Song Ning about to get angry, he slightly stepped back, avoiding the hand that Song Xiao reached out. Song Ning blinked her eyes, her little paws soft and round, like a kitten ready to strike. A large hand suddenly covered her head, gently ruffling her hair, as if soothing a nervous kitten. Hanzho's voice was clear and cold, like winter snow melting softly, gentle but with an icy edge. I have tolerated everyone until now, mainly because of Lord Song and Miss Song, since everyone still doesn't understand their own position. When Hanzho, as gentle as ever, said, "Someone, teach Miss Song the rules." The moment his words fell, the smile in his eyes disappeared suddenly. Two burly guards rushed forward, grabbing Song Zhao's arms and kicking her into the mud. A long whip was raised high and then harshly swung onto Song Zhao's back. In just a moment, Song Zhao let out a sharp, painful scream. Foam and snow flew in the air, and when Hanzho's smile remained unchanged. "I hope everyone understands that you are no longer members of Lord Song's household in the capital. Everyone, you are now prisoners in exile. If there is a next time, Miss Song, you'll be made an example." After speaking, when Hanzho glanced toward Song Zhao and coldly ordered, 20 lashes. After 20 lashes, Song Zhao was almost out of breath, and her back was badly injured, with no healthy flesh remaining. When she was carried back, Song Yanhang silently moved aside, his eyes showing disgust. But because when Hanzho was present, he said nothing. The others in the Song family were all anxious, packing their bedding hurriedly and leaving the tent in shame. Song Ning crossed her arms and looked at the angry but silent expressions of the second and third branches. Suddenly, she sneered. "Second aunt, third aunt, I think you've misunderstood something." Mengshe glared at her fiercely, cursing her silently in her heart. On her face, she forced a fake smile, stretching her voice in a sarcastic tone. "Our young lady is about to speak." "Young lady, do tell us what mistake we made that made you angry." Song Xiang, standing beside her mother, looked at Song Ning with a hatred that seemed like she wanted to jump forward and bite her. Song Ning helplessly shook her head. She was not a ruthless person. If they truly showed even a hint of remorse, she wouldn't want to make things worse.
But
She snatched the bedding from the hands of the second and third branches and coldly said, "Since we've separated, everything belonging to our main family should be returned." These quilts were originally given by Hanzho, who shared them with everyone to save face for Song Ning. Although cold and hard, they were good for wind and cold prevention. With these quilts, even if they didn't sleep in tents, they wouldn't suffer too much. But some people, always greedy and insatiable. The people from the second and third branches had nothing left in their hands, and their faces suddenly turned fierce. Mengshe rushed forward to grab them, but seeing Hanzho's calm and gentle expression, her back suddenly grew cold. She looked at Song Ning with resentment and hatred, lowering her voice and gritting her teeth as she cursed helplessly. "Song Ning, may you have a bad life." Smack. This time, Lu, usually gentle, seemed to have her energy fully awakened. She looked at the people from the second and third houses with red eyes and said through clenched teeth, "Anyone who bullies Ning again, I will fight to the end with her." Song Yanduan didn't say anything this time, but his eyes full of disappointment clearly showed his stance. Outside, the iron cage where prisoners were kept was cold and hard. A group of people huddled together, smelling sour and foul. People from the second and third houses clenched their fists so tightly their palms hurt, but seeing Song Zhao looking so weak and miserable, they didn't dare make a sound. After dealing with the second and third houses, Song Yanjia from the fourth house and Lu hesitated and stammered. Lu's eyes were red as she hugged her little son, Song Zhao, taking one step back and looking around nervously. Song Ning raised an eyebrow and looked at her. When Hanzho was busy with many matters, and helping Song Ning handle the Song family's affairs was already a special exception. He quickly left, feeling a strange doubt that even he couldn't understand. Why did he agree so easily to Song Ning's unreasonable request? But thinking about how Song Ning had just lost her temper, when Hanzho felt helpless. Forget it. This journey north was boring, so let's raise a wild yet obedient little fox servant. Song Ning didn't realize she was being compared to a cat. Her big, bright eyes narrowed with a teasing look at the corner of her eyes. Lu hesitated and finally couldn't hold back, suddenly kneeling down with a thud. Song Ning moved aside to avoid her and pouted. I really can't handle fourth aunt's kneeling. Lu looked awkward, her eyes seeking help, and she looked at Lu, who turned her head pretending not to see anything. Tears suddenly flowed down Lu's face. She hugged her confused little son, Song Zhao, and stammered through tears. Ninger, fourth aunt knows it's inappropriate, but Zhaoer is still too young. He caught the plague earlier and didn't recover. His body has always been weak. Before she finished speaking, Song Ning already understood what she wanted to say. But before she could speak, her father's voice, aged and weary, sounded. Enough. I, Song Yenduan, have supported the Song family until now, and it's thanks to our ancestors. Since the fourth house is split from the family, Song Yenduan gritted his teeth, then we each go our own way. Our Song family can't afford another ungrateful person. With her father's words, a hint of relief flashed in Song Ning's eyes, and her mood improved a lot. She looked at her confused little brother, Song Zhao, and gently pinched his small face. Song Zhao smiled at her, and Song Ning suddenly found it amusing. In her past life during the apocalypse, new life was more precious than anything. Song Ning had rarely seen human children. Seeing her distracted, Song Zhao thought she was troubled, and suddenly spoke obediently. Mother, Zhaoer is feeling better now, no need to stay in the tent. Mrs. Lu burst into tears immediately. Song Ning was quite impatient, but Song Zhao suddenly made a serious face and earnestly lectured Mrs. Lu. Mother, the eldest uncle is right. We can't always treat his things as our own. The eldest uncle, his wife, and older sister have already given us a tent to stay in for so long. Now that we go out, isn't that normal? Why are you crying, Mother? Mrs. Lu lowered her head, her eyes red. Song Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise, then saw Song Zhao act like a little adult, sighing helplessly. He gently wiped Mrs. Lu's face and patted his chest. Mother, don't cry. From now on, your son will support this family and give you a good life. And also the eldest uncle, his wife, and older sister. Song Zhao looked at Song Ning carefully, imitating a young scholar, and made a respectful bow, speaking softly. Although I am young, I understand right from wrong. The kindness of the eldest uncle, his wife, and older sister, I will remember for my whole life. 4-year-old Song Zhao shook his head and urged Mrs. Lu, Mother, stop standing here. Let's go quickly, or the prince will get angry. He kept a serious face, looking very proper, with a gentle and upright demeanor that seemed to come from the ancestral traditions of the Song family. Song Ning slightly raised an eyebrow in surprise. A trace of regret flickered across Song Yan's face, but he said nothing. With the second and third families gone, the tent became quiet and much warmer. Mrs. Lu immediately pulled Song Ning into her arms, crying with red eyes. Song Ning comforted her by patting her back, then took out supplies from her bundle and shared them with her father and mother. Song Yan was feeling restless. Seeing his thoughts, Song Ning sighed deeply. Mrs. Lu was trying on new clothes. These clothes were not as fine as those from Jingcheng, but they were lightweight and warm. Mrs. Lu was very happy, smiling happily. When she turned around and saw Song Yan's expression, she couldn't help but pinch him and scold angrily. Are you still thinking about that family? Although Ninga has a fever, they pushed her out, hoping she would die. But they didn't treat you like this. Song Yenduan sat cross-legged, resting his hands on his knees. He let out a long sigh, then suddenly looked into the distance and said with a strange feeling, Ahead is Jitong Pass. Beyond Jitong Pass lies the northern borderlands. Because the northern border is unstable, the people there suffer greatly. How bad is it? A single piece of clothing can be passed down for generations, patched over and over. Even during festivals, just a bowl of coarse rice porridge can make the children proud for days. The northern border is cold, crops rarely grow, and they are often raided by northern Xiongnu tribes. Many die each year, and the land is full of sorrow. Ordinary people are so poor, and it's even worse for us prisoners. When he mentioned this, Lu Shi also fell silent. She silently folded the new clothes in her hands and put them into her bag, her eyes full of worry. The carriage and horses headed north. At night, Song's second and third households huddled together, trembling from the cold. They kept cursing Song Ning, and the noise woke the other members of the Song family, who were already sleepy, and they grew annoyed. A young man, known for his quick temper, was woken up for the 5th time and punched Song Yanheng. Song Yanheng jumped up as if he'd been scratched by a cat and shouted, "Are you crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Your father, just a prisoner, and you refuse to stay in a good tent, insisting on causing trouble all day. Now look at you, just as miserable as us. Are you satisfied?" The man gritted his teeth. "If I were like you, living in a tent and covered with a blanket, I wouldn't give a damn about anything. Why should I?" Li Shi's voice was sharp, waking up many others. The rest of the Song family looked at him with displeasure. They had finally fallen asleep despite the cold, but now they were angry again. Some reasonable people in the family sneered, "Second brother's family, do you even have the nerve to ask why? Our Song family only has one person eating official meals, our eldest. Our eldest is capable. Even now, in exile, he can still enjoy better treatment than us. Don't you understand? If you really had that ability, you wouldn't be wasting time on trivial matters. Instead, you'd be trying to get official positions and ask the prince to set a good example for you. You didn't expect anyone to speak up for the eldest daughter." She turned red with anger and couldn't help shouting insults. The older family has some skills, but isn't it just relying on that shameless, mean girl Song Ning to climb into bed? Song Jia's face has been completely lost. Someone sneered, and many sarcastic voices followed one after another. Even if her daughter is flirting with the prince, that's her own skill, unlike your daughter, who tried to flirt with the prince twice and was thrown out both times, almost beaten to death. Shameful. You all. Mrs. Li was furious and glared sharply at Song Xiao. The noise from the prison cart naturally reached Song Ning's ears. She listened to everyone's chatter with interest and turned over in her warm bed. It seemed that the Song family wasn't completely hopeless. This made her feel that her efforts to feed the family these days weren't wasted. In the past, the Song family members had relied too much on her father's resources. She needed to make them understand that there are no free lunches in the world, who is truly supporting and protecting them. Since she was already awake from the noise, Song Ning got up and, under the moonlight, prepared to do something again. The night wind was indeed cold, so she wrapped herself in her cotton clothes. The noise from the prison cart continued non-stop. Mrs. Li, unable to argue with everyone, vented her anger on Song Xiao, calling her a disgraceful little girl. She regretted ever being kind to her. Mrs. Li, full of rage, reached out and harshly pinched Song Xiao's arm. Song Xiao winced in pain and looked very wronged. She had already been beaten half to death, her back bloodied. In the past, Mrs. Li would have rushed over to comfort her crying. But today, she hadn't looked at her once and was treating her this way. Song Xiao harbored resentment, but had no strength to cry, only quietly sobbing. "How dare you cry?" Mrs. Li cursed loudly. "If it weren't for your shameful behavior, I wouldn't be insulted like this. Your reputation is ruined. Your brother will be dragged down with you. You might as well have just run into a wall and died." After saying this, Mrs. Li realized she had gone too far. But she truly felt that way, and once the words left her mouth, she didn't want to embarrass herself further. She snorted coldly, curled up in a corner, and hugged her son Song Ming'an to comfort him. However, Song Ming'an was not grateful at all. He looked angry and pushed her away harshly. Li's expression suddenly became surprised, and Song Yanheng was also very unhappy with his son's behavior. Just as he was about to speak and scold, the clan leader sharply interrupted. "Is everyone not allowed to rest anymore?" He was old now and on the way into exile. His body had been badly worn out. He didn't know how much longer he could live, and he really didn't want to see these upsetting things. The clan leader's son felt sorry for his father. He reached out and hugged him to keep him warm, then waved his fist at the second house. But in their hearts, they truly couldn't tolerate the main household of the Song family, who refused to stay in the tent or cover themselves with blankets, and even harbored some resentment. Of course, that was impossible. Compared to that, the second and third households, who couldn't help them and kept causing trouble, were even more annoying. Finally, the prison cart grew quiet. Song Ning, who had been sneaking around, knew it was her turn to act. She cleared her throat, looked anxious, and suddenly appeared in front of everyone, startling many people so much they trembled all over, almost thinking a ghost had come. The clan leader, about to sleep again, was silent. Songning looked at the second and third households and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, we are prisoners. It is only because the prince is kind that we have received some things, but there are few things and many people. We, who are already condemned, can't ask the prince for more." She paused briefly and continued, "Some things can only be shared with close relatives, but—" Songning didn't finish her sentence. Instead, she handed out the blankets and other items she was holding to the other members of the Song family. Her voice was low and sad. "The prince didn't take back these blankets, so let's share them with everyone. In the past, your uncles, aunts, and elders suffered too much." She spoke politely, but everyone present understood her meaning. Earlier, Songning had wanted to help them, but because resources were limited, the second, third, and fourth households had taken most of what was available. Now, the second, third, and fourth households had completely annoyed the main household and been driven out. What was left was originally meant for the second, third, and fourth households, so wasn't it their turn now? Realizing this, the Song family members in the prison cart looked even more eager, and their gazes toward the second and third households were filled with dislike and schadenfreude. The members of the fourth household remained silent. Songning looked at them, then suddenly took out a small piece of clothing from her bosom and handed it over. She sighed helplessly, but her eyes sparkled with cleverness. "Auntie, see, this coat was originally bought for Zhao, but—" Songning didn't continue. Leaving room for everyone's imagination made it more interesting. "Since Zhao was young, I would do my best to help everyone. For those I couldn't help, we were powerless. After all, we were all once considered criminals who would be drowned in the river." After Songning finished speaking, she lowered her head and left feeling very sad. But her words hit the hearts of the other members of the Song family like a thunderclap. Yes, the entire Song family, dozens of people, were originally destined to be drowned. Surviving and being exiled was thanks to a sudden heavy rain, which seemed to show everyone that Song Yanduan was innocent. Being innocent meant Song Yanduan hadn't done anything wrong. One day, Song Yanduan might turn things around, and then the Song family would still rely on him for protection. This gave hope to the family members who had been tired and worried from working hard. But at the same time, it also made them very angry at the second and third branches of the family. The eldest son of the family had endured for a long time. When he saw the people from the second and third branches eagerly trying to grab the quilt sent by Song Ning, he punched Song Yanhan in the face. Others from the family also didn't hold back, fighting and kicking the people from the second and third branches. "You keep saying we were exiled because of the eldest brother's mistake. I think you're just fools. If it weren't for the old eldest's help before, we would have had our own quilts long ago." The sounds of fists hitting flesh filled the air. Lu from the fourth branch and Song Yenja hugged Song Zhao, shrinking into the corner of the prison cart, feeling a huge relief. The second and third branches had angered the rest of the family. Not only were they having a hard time now, but in the future, their days in the Song family wouldn't be easy either. Fortunately, they hadn't offended the main branch and had woken up in time. Otherwise, among those being beaten today, there would definitely be them too. Not far away, Song Ning listened to the noise inside the prison cart and sighed lazily. Is this all the second and third branches can fight? With such skills, they still thought they could take advantage of others? Yes, Song Ning was indeed holding a grudge from when the second and third branches tried to use her high fever to throw her out and let wild animals eat her. She remembered the grudge well. The people from the second and third branches probably thought she hadn't fought back then, so they escaped punishment. But she was busy with more important things at the time, so she didn't bother with them. Song Ning clapped her hands, about to go back and sleep peacefully, but then she suddenly saw a sneaky figure walking toward the prison cart. Out of curiosity, Song Ning followed quietly. She was very skilled, like a mysterious and elegant black cat hiding in the dark night. Under the night sky, she saw Song Yanduan. She couldn't see his expression clearly, only noticing that he stopped the one-sided beating inside the prison cart, sighed, and handed over a bottle of medicine. Song Ning pursed her lips. If she hadn't seen wrongly, she took the medicine from her space to give to Song Yendwan and Lu Shi. During the zombie era, this was very precious medicine, capable of treating both external and internal injuries, and it worked quickly. She felt sorry for her parents, so she gave them the little medicine she had. But she didn't expect that Song Yendwan would give away the remaining medicine. Song Ning wanted to leave quietly, but for some reason, she stood quietly not far from Song Yendwan. After giving the medicine, Song Yendwan wanted to turn and leave, but suddenly bumped into her deep, cold eyes. In an instant, he felt embarrassed, as if caught, and stammered, Ninger, what are you doing here? When Song Ning left, she had deliberately stuffed a pillow into the quilt, pretending she was still asleep. She was skilled and wanted to slip away unnoticed, which was easy, so Song Yendwan always thought she was resting. Song Ning didn't speak. Song Yendwan forced a dry smile, reached out to pull her. Ninger, let's go. She sidestepped to avoid him. His hand missed, and his expression stiffened. Then he sighed helplessly. Ninger, I know you're angry, but…
Song Xiao.
I can't just watch her die. Song Ning nodded, but her heart grew colder little by little. Then she laughed at herself. She should have known what kind of person Song Yendwan was. He was a gentleman, a product of ancient moral codes. He possessed all the virtues of a good person, but… Dad, I was really touched when you defended me today. Song Ning didn't finish her words, because Lu Shi had already come out. The father and daughter silently stopped their conversation, but Lu Shi seemed to have already known what had happened here, and without a word, she pulled Song Ning and softly said, Ninger, let's go. Lu Shi's unusual behavior made Song Yendwan's heart skip a beat. He quickly followed, but Lu Shi pulled back the quilt and sneered, The master's heart isn't here. It's better if you two don't stay together. Song Ning's heart softened, and she silently sighed. Before Song Yendwan could say anything else, Lu suddenly started crying. She pointed outside the door and said, We can live in a tent, but it's not a gift from the prince for you, sir. It's a gift for Ninger. Since you're so reluctant to part with the Song family, then you should go with them in the carriage, madam. Song Yendwan felt embarrassed after being scolded by Lu in front of his daughter. He stood there awkwardly, but Lu suddenly burst out, stood up quickly, and punched his chest. Don't call me that. You're worried that your daughter can't handle this and will die here. But when our daughter was sick and they threw her out, did they ever think she might die? Song Yendwan kept his lips pressed tightly and stood silently. After a long moment, Lu wiped her tears and pulled Song Ning to her side. I thought we were still in the mansion where everything was done freely. When we asked for some medicine for Ninger, we were so desperate we would kneel and bow to the officials outside. But they didn't even bother to look at us. And you got all the good things. Lu's eyebrows furrowed angrily. Seeing her mother like this, Song Ning's heart gradually warmed again. Fortunately, Lu has always stood firmly by her side. Song Ning put her arm around Lu's shoulder and gave a helpless smile. I used to respect my father, but since my mother has spoken today, I think I should talk to my father properly. I've never stopped my father from helping the Song family. After all, he's the head of the family and has his responsibilities. But if in the future they still resent us as they do now, then his help might just be creating a spear to hurt us. A part of Song Ning's consciousness quietly explored her inner space, where countless supplies were stored. If she wanted, she could feed not just hundreds of people but even support a small village, ensuring their food and clothing for generations. But Song Ning always felt she was extremely selfish. She had no obligation to support people who didn't matter. Song Yendwan looked at his wife and daughter with a tired expression. After a long silence, he silently nodded and sighed. I understand. Lu held Song Ning's hand silently, showing no words, as if she was determined to have a cold war with Song Yendwan. Song Ning understood and followed Lu happily. Having a good teammate made her feel much more at ease. In the following days, Lu showed no intention of making peace with Song Yendwan. Song Yendwan looked very downcast, often wanting to speak but stopping himself, and Song Ning simply ignored him. Song Ning was not idle either. She occasionally hunted animals on the road to improve her family's meals, and the rest she fed to the Song family members. The others in the Song family indeed did not disappoint her, managing the second and third branches very well. Perhaps because they were about to reach Guanyi when Hanzhou suddenly became busy. Song Ning hadn't seen him for a few days and felt a strange feeling in her heart. That day, Song Ning caught a nest of rabbits, skinned them, and roasted them on a spit. Once the outside was fragrant, tender, and oozing oil, she chose the smallest one, made a vague excuse to Lu Shi and Song Yanduan, and headed straight to Hanzhou's tent. Now, the exile team had already crossed Jidong Pass. In at most 3 or 5 days, she would reach the place of exile. By then, they would truly part ways. At that time, it would be impossible to see someone as divine as Hanzhou again. She thought of it as giving her eyes another blessing. Thinking this, Song Ning quietly tiptoed to Hanzhou's tent. He Fingmian at the door glanced at her, snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and looked away. "Where's the prince?" He Fingmian's expression suddenly turned mischievous. He nodded toward the tent. Inside, but He Fingmian stretched out his voice. "The prince is currently entertaining guests, so it's not convenient to see you." "Guests?" Song Ning squinted and leaned closer, curious, peeking inside. He Fingmian didn't stop her, but in the next second, Song Ning's expression became strange. She heard faint words from inside. "Prince Yu and Tanger have finally achieved a good match. The wedding date isn't urgent. When the prince has free time, the wedding can be arranged then. Getting married." Hanzhou? Song Ning's expression was more tender than the roasted mountain rabbit she held in her hand. He Fingmian looked at her with an inexplicable expression of sympathy. He leaned over, squatting outside the tent with Song Ning, and reached out to snatch the rabbit in her hand, but she slapped his hand, making it red. He Fingmian called out. Song Ning expressionlessly tore off a piece of rabbit meat and stuffed it into her mouth. The roasted rabbit was not only fragrant and oily, but she also added some seasoning from her space, making it so delicious she almost wanted to swallow her tongue. He Fingmian watched greedily and Dudong. "Song Ning, do you like the prince?" "Unfortunately, the prince and Miss Tang are the most compatible." "Oh." Song Ning stretched out her voice and rolled her eyes in boredom. "Prince has stayed in Mo Bay before. Back then, he was less favored than now. If it weren't for Miss Tang repeatedly helping him, he might have been harmed long ago." "Childhood sweethearts." Song Ning nodded, then suddenly asked, "Do you have one?" He Fingmian eagerly stared at the half-eaten roasted rabbit in Song Ning's hand, growing more anxious. He couldn't help but shout, "Eat slowly. You're about to finish the rabbit." After hearing Song Ning's question, his expression blanked for a moment, and he asked dazedly, "What? Childhood sweethearts, red sleeves adding fragrance, that kind of thing." Song Ning tore off another leg of the roasted rabbit, her mouth greasy with food. He Fingmian's pain was touched, and his mouth twitched. "Tsk." Song Ning looked down on him. "Why are you so excited? Acting like some girl also likes you." After saying that, Song Ning swallowed the last piece of rabbit meat, smiling like a little devil. "But now, you might not even get to eat roasted rabbit." She clapped her hands, ready to stand up and leave. He Fingmian was hit hard by her words, his face reddening and his neck thickening with anger. Helpless, he could only stare at the bones scattered on the ground, grinding his teeth in a daze. Meanwhile, the people inside the tent finished their conversation and walked over here. Leading the group was a tall man with a beard, about 8 chi tall, likely the governor of Jidong Pass. Next to him was a graceful woman in red with black hair. The governor of Jidong Pass looked eagerly at Hanzhou, clearly very pleased with this future son-in-law. Song Ning caught a quick glance of Hanzhou and the girl named Tanger inside the tent, feeling a strange mood suddenly. But she was too lazy to investigate carefully. Other people's affairs, after all, mostly had little to do with her. She was about to withdraw her gaze when Hanzhou suddenly seemed to sense something, turning around abruptly and locking eyes with Song Ning. After a brief moment of confusion, Hanzhou's usually indifferent eyes suddenly lit up, and he smiled gently. The girl named Tanger beside him looked in Wenhanjo's direction, and upon seeing Song Ning, her expression became subtle. She stepped forward a few steps, pushed aside the tent flap, and her phoenix eyes, slightly tilted, directly fell on Song Ning. Her red lips parted lightly. "Lift your head." Seeing her aggressive attitude, Song Ning thought something was wrong. This red-dress girl probably misunderstood something between her and Wenhanjo. Although she truly admired Wenhanjo's appearance, after all, it is rare for someone to look like Wenhanjo. However, her feelings for Wenhanjo were only admiration. Song Ning obediently lowered her eyes, then looked up again, completely different from her usual arrogant self. Wenhanjo couldn't help but smile slightly. Zhao Tanger's beautiful face flashed with a hint of anger. She stepped forward, grabbing Song Ning's chin, forcing her to look at her, and spoke softly. "You are Song Ning." Song Ning nodded, then shook her head and spoke proactively. "Miss Zhao, I don't know if there's a misunderstanding, but I want to clarify that I am aware of my identity and have not done anything inappropriate." Hopefully, that's clear enough now. Song Ning couldn't help but think bitterly inside. If she had known this would cause trouble, she wouldn't have been so impulsive today. Zhao Tanger sneered ambiguously, unsure whether she believed her or not. She angrily pushed Song Ning and, with a bad expression, returned to Ji Tongwan's side, coldly saying, "Father, I'm tired. Let's go home first." It was obvious she was throwing a tantrum. Ji Tongwan's expression looked fierce as he glanced over, a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Wenhanjo frowned slightly, silently blocking Song Ning. Meanwhile, Ji Tongwan's daughter and her expression were even worse, but since Wenhanjo was present, they didn't say much. Wenhanjo spoke coldly. "Thank you for coming today, Magistrate. I will visit you personally another day." Ji Tongwan didn't say anything, but Zhao Tanger let out a cold laugh, clearly showing her displeasure. Under the faint evening glow, she stood in a fiery red dress, stunning and alluring, with charming features and a hint of seduction, standing beside Wenhanjo, looking like a blooming poppy swayed by the wind, beautiful and matching Wenhanjo's handsome appearance. Song Ning couldn't help but sigh in admiration. She really wanted to make them into a display to hang on her bed and admire forever. Unfortunately, she probably really caused trouble today, being misunderstood by Miss Ji Tongwan's daughter, and after entering the northern border, maybe she would be treated unfairly. But Song Ning only worried for a few seconds before she calmly smiled at Zhao Tanger, showing her kindness. However, her smile was mistaken by Zhao Tanger as a provocation. Zhao Tanger gritted her teeth and deliberately bumped into Song Ning as she passed, then whispered harshly in her ear, "Song Ning, just wait and see." Song Ning, "I really have nothing to do with the prince." Zhao Tanger wasn't sure whether to believe her or not. She simply lifted her bright red skirt and stepped onto the carriage. Song Ning rubbed her forehead in frustration. Watching Ji Tong and his father and daughter leave, she lost interest in admiring the beauty. She drooped her head, thinking about how to deal with Zhao Tanger and the others in the future. It was fine for herself, but her father and mother, ordinary people without martial skills, were at risk. The farther from the imperial city, the greater the local officials' power. If Zhao Tanger was a ruthless person, she might attack them and they might not even have a chance to resist. While she was lost in thought, Wenhanjo's slightly doubtful voice suddenly sounded. "Miss Song, is there something you came here for?" "No," Song Ning replied with a terrible headache. She had no time to respond to him. But as Fingmian, who hadn't gotten the roasted rabbit, seemed to grasp a weak point of Song Ning and spoke slyly. "Prince, Miss Song brought you roasted rabbit." "Roasted rabbit?" During these days on the exile road, Song Ning occasionally brought Wenhanjo some things, and he never refused. But today, roasted rabbit? Wenhanjo's eyes flickered with a faint doubt. Song Ning glared at Fingmian, shrugged, and pointed at him with her small finger, speaking clearly. Reporting to the prince, it was eaten by Lord Fingmian, who had been happily gloating, was confused. Wenhanjo's smile on his face hadn't changed, but his eyes always seemed a bit cold. Fingmian's scalp tingled, and he quickly jumped up. "Your Highness, That's not fair. I haven't even smelled it. Songning was good at cooking, especially with meat, frying, stir-frying, boiling, all delicious. He Fengmian's initial disdain turned into drooling admiration. However, when Hanzhou, for some reason, always enjoyed whatever Song Ning brought him. Even if her cooking wasn't perfect, he never frowned and accepted everything happily. He Fengmian was very curious. He once sneaked a taste and was heavily punished by Wen Hanzhou. It was truly baffling. But for Wen Hanzhou, the night in the small mountain village's meal of friendship was deeply imprinted in his mind. Every time he ate something Song Ning sent, he felt a hidden, shameful emotion in his heart. This made him very troubled, but he always couldn't control his feelings. When Hanzhou no longer looked at He Fengmian, who was crying and begging nearby, and spoke gently, "It seems last time's punishment wasn't harsh enough. Go and copy 2 more books." He Fengmian instantly looked very sad. Song Ning watched his sorrowful back and felt very happy. Feeling better, Song Ning looked at Wen Hanzhou and found him more pleasing to the eye than before. She took the initiative to speak. "Prince, once we arrive inside the border tomorrow, it will be in the Mabe region." When Hanzhou's gaze turned toward her, Song Ning smiled and reached out to give him something. "Thank you for your care on this journey. I am very grateful. This is a gift for you. I hope it will be useful." When Hanzhou looked down at what she had placed in his palm, it was a rough, gray piece of cloth. He didn't know what was inside, but it felt heavy. His face showed some hesitation, but Song Ning quickly stood up and waved her hand. "This is a farewell. I don't know when we will meet again. I hope Prince will take good care of himself and cherish this in the future." She didn't finish her words, but disappeared quickly into the sunset. When Hanzhou stared at where she had vanished for a long time, feeling that Song Ning's words had deeper meaning. Back in the tent, he looked down and opened the cloth bundle. Inside was a prescription. When Hanzhou looked at it carefully for a few moments, then his face suddenly changed. How did Song Ning know about this? "Prince, what's wrong? Your face looks so bad," He Fengmian asked, leaning over with a pen. When Hanzhou hesitated for a long time and then handed the prescription to He Fengmian, "Find a good doctor and study this prescription." It's not that he didn't trust Song Ning, but only he and his loyal guards knew about his serious injuries and body weakness. The only other person who knew the full story was the emperor. How did Song Ning find out? If she was a skilled healer, that would be understandable. But if not, when Hanzhou pressed his lips tightly, He Fengmian frowned as he looked at the prescription and also appeared serious. He continued to examine the other items in the cloth bundle. There were several bottles of medicine, marked with their effects using a charcoal pen. Most were for blood circulation, reducing blood stasis, and relaxing the meridians. Besides these, there were 2 strange marbles, made of unusual material. When Hanzhou pinched the black marble between his fingers and examined it carefully, he detected a faint smell of gunpowder. His brow furrowed even more as he looked at the note Song Ning left behind. He realized that it really was gunpowder. Although small in size, its power was not much less than regular fire. According to Song Ning, this was a gift from a wandering Taoist priest to the Song family. The Song family had investigated the old Taoist's whereabouts many times, but only learned about his cause of death in the end. When Hanzhou's face was no longer just serious, it showed deep worry. He had many questions in his mind. "Song Ning, why did you give me those things?" When Song Ning returned to the tent, she saw Song Duan standing properly behind Lu Shi, roasting a rabbit over the fire. The Song family has been officials for generations. Song Duan was once a top scholar, chosen personally by the emperor as a talented young man. He had never done such things before. It was only on the way into exile that he learned these skills out of necessity. Now he was starting to do well. Song Ning nodded happily and asked, "Father, aren't you going to eat first?" "You don't have to wait for me." Lu Shi snorted softly, took Song Ning's hand, and gave Song Duan a sharp look. "He doesn't need to eat. If he eats, he'll just stuff it into his stomach, but he'll still have to figure out how to get the stuff out of his throat and feed it to his brothers." Lu Shi was truly a noble lady, graceful and gentle. But when she got angry, It wasn't easy to calm her down. Song Yen-duan broke out in sweat from Lu Shi's words. He awkwardly wiped his face with his sleeve and whispered to Lu Shi, "We agreed to leave some face for me in front of the children, right?" "What face do you have?" Lu Shi glared at him. "I see clearly, you're here, but your mind has already flown to that carriage over there. Is it true that if I weren't here stopping you, you'd give that rabbit to your brothers, who are dangerous and cause trouble?" Lu Shi looked disappointed. Song Ning paused her fire starting, but she didn't say anything. However, the identical expressions on the mother and daughter's faces made Song Yen-duan worry. He quickly waved his hand and went over to comfort Lu Shi himself. "I heard from some officials over there that the third brother was sent into exile here long ago." Song Ning perked up her ears. Since she had crossed over until now, she hadn't seen the third brother of the Song family. If she hadn't remembered some of her previous memories of the family, she would think the third brother had died long ago. Lu Shi frowned. Song Yen-duan softly said, "The third brother was recognized by a young officer over there and made a name for himself." Song Ning's fire-starting action completely stopped. Her big eyes looked at her parents. Song Yen-duan sighed long and looked sad. "You know the third brother's personality. If he really managed to escape his status as a prisoner in the north, then we—" Lu Shi's anger gradually faded, replaced by deep sadness. Earlier, in the Song family, the third branch had hinted and suggested more than once that Song Yen-duan and Lu Shi helped their third brother find a position in the court. "Even if it means paying money to buy a small official position as long as I can have a quiet job, I am willing." But Song Yen-duan, who is honest and upright as an official, refused the request from the third family without hesitation. Because of this, the third family completely resented the main family. Song Ning thoughtfully asked, "What did Uncle Third do before?" Later, when the third family member found it hard to explain, he mentioned that he had studied hard for several years and managed to get a government job, but he couldn't stay in the capital and had to work elsewhere. Song Yen-duan lost his parents early and, as the eldest son, had always considered his younger brothers and sisters almost like his own children. Seeing that the third family member was not lazy and was willing to study, he helped him secure a small, relaxed official position in the prosperous Yenzhou area. Lu Shi quickly replied, "I heard that later. Your uncle Third rose to the position of deputy director under the prefect of Yenzhou." Worried that Song Ning might not understand, Lu Shi sighed and explained plainly, "That position is a very lucrative one, best for embezzling money. If it weren't for our family's troubles, your uncle Third, that would have been a bright future for him." Song Ning finally understood. The third family had always resented the main family, and now, because Uncle Third was promoted and gained wealth through the trouble caused by the main family, it only made their hatred worse. Adding the events during the exile journey, Song Ning rubbed her forehead in frustration. It seemed she had offended another young lady today. She couldn't imagine what kind of hellish start it would be in the northern desert. Song Yen-duan sighed, "Uncle Third is stubborn, and but we won't give in. If Uncle Third wants revenge, let him do it. We have no guilt," Lu Shi said firmly, lowering her eyes. Seeing her say this, Song Ning noticed her fingers tighten unconsciously and couldn't help but smile softly. Forget it. The more mosquitoes there are, the more they bite. At worst, they'll go down together. She had her space and secret weapons. If she really angered her, she could blow up the Song family entirely. That red-clad young lady too. And then go to the capital and blow up the corrupt official who harmed the Song family. If nothing else worked, she might even blow up the emperor. Song Ning felt her mental state was very good, but she also knew that her weapons in her space probably couldn't return to the capital for now. Still, staying alive should be enough. Bring it on, as the saying goes. When the army comes, block them. When the water flows, cover it. Song Ning smiled brightly, appearing completely carefree. Song Yen-duan sighed deeply and gently touched his daughter's head. "Father will protect you all." Over the next few days, when Hanzhou was indeed very busy, just as Song Ning had expected. As a prince, once he entered Zhong province, the local officials, no matter how much they looked down on him, still had to follow proper etiquette. Meanwhile, Song Ning and her group of prisoners were casually thrown into a remote mountain by the governor of Jidong. When Hanzhou and Song Ning's brief meeting at sunset truly became their last moment together. In this remote mountain area, prisoners were held together. The guards were fat and loud, greasy all over, with squinting eyes that sparkled with greed. Their gaze was cold and slippery, like a venomous snake, fixed on the Song family members with strange, cold smiles. The guards escorting the prisoners forced the Song family members off the cart, whipping them fiercely. Many were left with deep, visible scars. Screams filled the air. The surrounding yellow sand was thick with blood and torn flesh from the whips, mixing with the dry land and stirring up a chilling cloud of dust. Seeing the dirty, stinky environment and the barren land, Song Xiang was the first to cry out loud. Her example made the others in the Song family start to sob softly, creating a heavy, miserable scene. This annoyed the fat guard, who frowned in displeasure. "Why are you crying? Still have the nerve to cry? You're bad luck." Inside her cells, "Go in yourself." Song Ning quietly glanced inside. It was called a cell, but it looked more like a torture room. Before entering, she could smell the strong blood stench and sometimes hear the screams of tortured prisoners. The guards waved their whips to drive them forward. Song Ning hid with her parents among the crowd, lowering her head and acting obediently as they squeezed inside. The jailer tried to get close to the guards escorting the prisoners, his cold eyes occasionally flicking toward the Song family, making them feel terrified. When he saw Song Ning's face, his eyes lit up with a strange, creepy glow that made the hairs on her body stand up. His gaze was too intense, making it impossible to ignore. Song Ning calmly turned her dagger in her hand. Suddenly, she heard a soft, weak chuckle nearby. Song Zhao's face was still pale, but she no longer looked half dead. She covered her mouth and said, "Big sister is really talented. Wherever she goes, she's very popular with men." The second and third branches of the family had long hated Song Ning. Meng from the third branch sneered with glee. "Ninger is about to enjoy her good fortune. Do you want this blessing?" Song Ning raised an eyebrow. Song Xiao choked and snorted coldly, gritting his teeth as he muttered insults. "This time, the prince isn't here. I wonder how long you'll be proud." Lu was furious but couldn't attack the people from the second and third houses because many guards were watching. She could only grit her teeth and endure, her hands already clenched tightly around Song Yan's arm, burning with anger. Song Yan's face twisted in pain as he was squeezed. Dozens of members of the Song family were thrown into a small, dark prison cell. Everyone in the cell looked pale and thin, with big, protruding eyes hidden in the darkness, looking very strange. Song Ning glanced over and felt a little disappointed. The prisoners here looked nothing like those in the stories she had read before. They had been tortured so much that they had no spirit left. So, they probably wouldn't be useful to her. What a pity. While Song Ning was thinking, the prison guard leader finished sending away the guards escorting the prisoners and strutted in confidently. He looked directly at Song Ning as if a knife had cut open his eyes, eagerly beckoning her. "Come here." Song Ning stepped forward. The people from the second and third houses looked happy and smug. Song Yan and Lu struggled to rush out but were held back by Song Ning, who gave them a calm look to stay quiet. The guard leader sat with his legs wide apart on a chair, looking like an old, greasy gas tank that had been used for years. He pointed to the punishment room beside the cell, acting pretentiously. "Everyone here is a terrible sinner. You must atone for your past crimes. Today, I am in a good mood, so you can choose your punishment. Go ahead." His eyes were lecherous, and he looked at her recklessly, as if he had already stripped Song Ning of her clothes. He imagined her looking terrified, kneeling and begging for mercy. At that moment, he would pretend to help her up, speak kindly to her, give her some benefits, and then trick her into his room to become his concubine. The guard leader was lost in his thoughts. When he snapped back to reality, Song Ning had already picked up a whip from the side, pulled it, and tested its flexibility. As she moved, the shackles on her hands and feet clanged loudly. A clever glint appeared in Song Ning's eyes. Suddenly, she spoke. I know I am very guilty, but if the officer hits me, you can't hit my sister, too. The low, damp prison cell, filled with strange smells, was very crowded because of the arrival of the Song family. Other guards cheerfully pushed the Song family members inside. They all knew that the eldest was interested in that woman, and each of them looked on with eager anticipation. Before, many noble ladies had been exiled here, but no matter how fierce their temper, after a rough treatment, they would obediently beg for mercy. However, Song Ning's cooperation was unheard of. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the cell door closed. Inside, a large rat, bigger than a fist, leapt out from a damp pile of grass covered in unknown liquids, causing Song Xiao and Song Xiang to scream repeatedly. The head guard looked over with a greasy smile. "This pretty lady is quite loyal," he said. Song Ning politely nodded and said, "My younger brothers and sisters are the most important to me." Hearing this, the guard's attention was truly drawn. Meanwhile, the second and third families felt a sudden bad feeling. Sure enough, in the next second, the greasy-eyed guard's gaze fixed on them. He searched around as if looking for Song Ning's brothers and sisters. Song Ning smiled warmly, her big, bright, beautiful eyes shining so brightly that the dark prison seemed to be filled with sunlight. The guard was stunned for a moment. After a while, he snapped out of it, looking disappointed at Song Xiao and Song Xiang, but his eyes held a darker, more malicious light. He slowly stood up and reached out to grab Song Ning's hand, speaking in a coaxing tone. "I wouldn't want to hit you." "It's okay, just hit me," Song Ning said with a smile, deliberately provoking him. "People like you, fat and dull, probably only have glue in their brains. You wouldn't understand our family bond. Today, I, Song Ning, will take this beating for my brothers and sisters." She challenged the guard with a defiant look. As expected, the guard was instantly angered by her words about being fat and dull. He stared at Song Ning with a cold, murderous look. Song Ning continued speaking, each word showing her deep care for her sisters. The people from the second and third families wanted to rush forward and cover her mouth. Sure enough, the guard soon grew furious. He slammed the table hard and sneered coldly. "Deep sisterly love. Today, I want to see how deep your sisterly love really is. Someone bring those inside here to me." Song Ning looked pained, as if possessed by a spirit, and began her performance. "No, I won't allow it," the prison guard chief continued to sneer. "This is my territory." "Do I need your permission?" He then deliberately smiled ambiguously at Song Ning. "But it's not completely hopeless, unless you beg me." The guard chief considered himself a gentleman and disliked forcing women. Often, he used twisted methods to torment women who had been exiled, making them submit to him. This news came from Wen Hanzhou, who had sent He Fingmian to deliver it during the night when they entered the pass. The northern region was tangled with powerful factions. Wen Hanzhou, a minor prince, was here and was always under control. He couldn't protect Song Ning, and it wasn't suitable for him to do so. Otherwise, more people might notice the Song family and attack them. He could protect the Song family temporarily, but he feared any mistake and could only let them fend for themselves for now. Although Yanmeng Mountain was cold and harsh, it was within the jurisdiction of the Zhaos, the local officials of Jidong Pass. Zhao Taisho held real military power and had the backing of consort Zhao in the capital. While this territory was not as strong as Fanjindong's influence in the north, Fanjindong dared not offend the Zhao family easily. Zhao Taisho, having received his subtle hints, would not relax his guard. Fanjindong's plan to completely eliminate the Song family was not something he could do quickly. This was Wen Hanzhou's way of giving Wen Ning a gift, but Wen Hanzhou didn't tell Song Ning any of this. And Song Ning didn't plan to rely heavily on Wen Hanzhou. To her, others were just stepping stones. The most important thing was to rely on herself, her own strength. Just as the prison guard reached out to touch her, Song Ning pretended to be in pain and shouted loudly, then deliberately crashed into the wall beside her. "Don't touch me. I would rather die than be dishonored. If necessary, I'll just crash to death here." Still so fiery, the guard sneered coldly. Let's see how long your bones can stay tough. His face twisted in fury as he snatched the whip from Song Ning's hand and approached her and Song Xiang. The second and third branches of the Song family were terrified and backed away in panic. They never expected Song Ning to have such tricks up her sleeve, and they hated her with all their hearts. If they had known she was such a troublemaker, they wouldn't have said those sarcastic words earlier. The second and third rooms were filled with deep resentment and frustration. Song Xiang looked at the scratches on her skin and the dried blood, unable to hold back a loud gasp as she knelt down, tears streaming down her face. Master, that wicked person did this on purpose. Please don't be fooled by her. Song Ning looked pained, crying out and staggering forward. Don't hit my sister.
Hit me instead.
I'll fight you. It was clearly a deep sisterly bond. She couldn't take it anymore. The prison guard chief opened the cell door and personally took Song Xiang and Song Xiao out, wearing a twisted smile, looking more determined than ever. Watching the beautiful woman cry out in despair was a strange kind of pleasure. Other guards looked on like they were watching a show, chatting and joking among themselves. They had seen many scenes of a boss taming women, so they weren't surprised. Some even had sly, wicked smiles. Boss, the beauty is yours. Why not give these two to us? Song Xiao and Song Xiang screamed and struggled to escape. The others in the second room looked at them with hatred, holding each other tightly. Mrs. Meng rushed forward to try to protect her daughter. She glared at Song Ning, her eyes full of rage and curses. Song Ning, if you dare scheme against us, I swear I will make sure you suffer a terrible fate. No, it's not true. Please, master, don't hurt my sister. Song Ning cried desperately behind them, her voice sharp and heartbreaking. But these cries only made the guard chief more excited. He raised a long whip with barbs. The screams of Song Xiao, Song Xiang, and Mrs. Meng blended together, along with the excited laughter of the other guards. The scene looked like a hellish nightmare. Suddenly, a splash of blood shot out several meters, hot and thick, even splattering onto the face of a guard watching nearby. The scene suddenly fell silent. A pair of eyes, wide with shock, suddenly opened as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. The expression on those eyes froze in horror and disbelief. He desperately clutched his bleeding neck, but his pupils couldn't stop dilating rapidly. Finally, he dragged his heavy body and collapsed with a thud. Even now, everyone remained silent, their faces filled with confusion and fear. Song Xiang was covered in blood, sitting motionless on the ground. Suddenly, she looked into a pair of dull, lifeless eyes and couldn't hold back her scream of anguish. Annoying, Song Ning kicked the corpse of the prison guard on the ground. Her smile remained the same, but the emotions in her eyes had long been replaced by coldness. She held a sharp bone-cutting dagger, its cold blade reflecting the dim fire in the cell like the vertical pupils of a demon in hell. Song Xiao trembled, realizing too late. She frantically wiped the blood on her body and face, muttering almost crazily, "I didn't kill him. It has nothing to do with me. Song Ning killed him. If you want to kill someone, kill her. Go find her for revenge. It's not my fault, not my fault." Song Ning squinted, kicking Song Xiao's shoulder. After hearing a satisfying scream, she sneered and bent down to draw the long sword from the prison guard's waist. The sword was unsheathed with a ringing sound, and Song Ning lazily dragged it along the ground, the tip making a harsh metallic noise. The guards, who had been laughing loudly before, now seemed to see a stunning demoness emerging from a mountain of corpses and blood. Their momentum was completely crushed. They kept retreating, forgetting to draw their own swords to fight back. Seeing their cowardice, Song Ning chuckled softly and tilted her head slightly. "Is that all?" These 3 words made the guards feel as if their faces and heads were about to explode. Song Ning didn't look at them anymore. Her gaze swept over the others in the Song family. She gently lifted her sword, noticing a faint red glow deep in her pupils reflected on the blade. She smiled, saying, "See clearly, who can truly save you?" As soon as she finished speaking, Song Ning suddenly swung her sword straight at the cell door. The iron chain on the door was thick enough to fit a finger. When it touched the blade, sparks flew instantly. But in the next second, the sword was forcibly broken, and the iron chain locking the cell fell to the ground. Holding the broken sword, Song Ning's face returned to her usual gentle and obedient look. She waved to her parents, smiling warmly. "Father, mother, the conditions here are too poor. Let's find another place to stay." Song Yanduan and Lu Shi hugged each other, staring at their unfamiliar daughter. Their lips trembled, speechless. Song Ning patiently reached out to them. Perhaps only a few seconds passed, maybe just moments. Lu Shi was the first to push away Song Yanduan, who was holding her, and suddenly rushed towards Song Ning, crying like a broken flower. "My child, it's all my fault. I was useless. Are you scared? Does your hand hurt? Let me see." During their escape, Lu Shi's hands had become rough, but they were still dry and warm. Song Ning gently held herself when something happened, comforting herself carefully. She nodded seriously and said, "I'm a little scared." Song Yendun replied. The others in the Song family also remained silent. "Are you afraid? We are even more scared, okay. Where did you come from? Such a monster." Song Yendun sighed and finally stepped out of the prison, standing with Lu Shi. Now that the people are dead, all they could do was take one step at a time. Someone started, and the others in the Song family tentatively moved out of the cell. The other prisoners inside the cell became restless, banging on the door wildly and growling darkly like wild beasts. The remaining 5 or 6 guards finally reacted, trembling as they tried to step forward to stop them. Song Ning weighed the broken sword in her hand, then lightly lifted her chin. The sword's handle was pressed against a guard's neck. Such speed. It was almost like a ghost, no, scarier than a ghost. These guards, used to life and death, had seen many lives taken, but they felt a deep, instinctive fear of Song Ning. After all, anyone who had killed could tell that the murderous aura on Song Ning's body was not something that could be built up without killing tens of thousands of people. Thud. The leading guard's legs buckled, and he knelt down. Song Ning raised an eyebrow. The guard forced a smile and said, "Miss, we really didn't treat you well just now." "Oh," Song Ning said slowly, patting the leading guard on the shoulder with a friendly smile. "I don't mind. I have no objections. But now I want to leave with my people." "Do you have any objections?" The guard. "Do we dare to object?" The guard almost couldn't hold back his laughter. The desert winds in the north are strong, and in some places, it's almost a barren wasteland. Plus, the northern Xiongnu are invading. Even though each emperor sent many people to build the Great Wall, dig channels, and mine resources, this place was still uninhabitable, with no people around. These guards, although called adults, were actually the lowest-ranked soldiers, even worse than soldiers guarding the city gates. Also, because guarding exiled prisoners was a tough job, the distance between prisons was far, and there were few guards. If they really fought, they might not be a match for Song Ning. The higher-ups didn't care about these prisoners' affairs. If troublemakers caused trouble, these guards could only accept their bad luck. Clearly, today, they were very unlucky. Song Ning nodded, tapped the shoulder of the leading guard with the tip of her knife, and smiled warmly. "Sir, please stand up. There's no need for this. We are all good people." The guard. "Oh, right." Song Ning touched her chin. "Sir, where are we staying today?" The guard. Song Ning looked around carefully, frowning thoughtfully. The area was surrounded by mountains, with endless yellow sands. The land was dry and cracked. Besides the path they came in on, there was only a small muddy trail made by prisoners mining up the mountain, blending with the setting sun's reddish glow, leading to the unknown horizon. She crouched down, studying the messy footprints in the mud, deep in thought. She bent down to compare the claw marks on the ground, making a judgment. It seemed wolves had been here for many years. They were in a hurry today, so setting up camp might be impossible. But if they stayed outside overnight, they might be attacked by wolves. The Song family, over 100 people, probably wouldn't suffer serious harm. Song Ning sighed and, feeling uninterested, decided to return from outside. The guards, who had been secretly happy about sending away a large statue, looked surprised. Song Ning said, "I've thought about it, and I think we shouldn't leave. Tonight, we'll stay here." "You," she pointed with her small hand. The guards stiffened at the back of their necks. Song Ning patted herself on the back and found a clean spot to sit. Then she spoke clearly. "I see you have nothing to do, so why don't you help us tidy up a few clean rooms? We need to stay here for a while." "Recently? Are we staying here all the time?" The guards looked shocked, their voices a little higher. "Why?" Song Ning pulled out a dagger, playing with it in her hand. The bright, cold light made the guards tremble like leaves in the wind. There was no reason to refuse. This wild mountain was silent and unresponsive. No help from heaven or earth. Strength was the only truth. Song Ning didn't make things difficult for them. She pointed to the old prison. "It's dirty here, but it looks sturdy. You guys clean it up and spread dry, soft rice straw all over the floor." After speaking, she thoughtfully touched her chin and looked at the Song family members. The Song family was stunned, about 100 people, all with expressions like they were dreaming. Song Ning commanded, "You all help too. Try to finish preparing the place before it gets dark." Although this place was remote, the climate was dry. Finding some dry grass wouldn't be difficult. The prison guard tiredly carried back some dry grass and helped clean the prison. Actually, the cells shouldn't be so dark and damp. Maybe because many people have died here, their blood, sweat, and urine mixed into the soil over time, making the place very damp and unpleasant. But after Song Ning's improvements, the foul smell inside the cell has much lessened. Sunlight and the scent of dry grass cover the floor. Stepping on it gives a strange, warm feeling of happiness. Lu and Song Yan laid out their bedding on the dry grass as if in a daze, until Song Ning stepped into the cell and snuggled beside them. Lu suddenly snapped out of her daze, clutching Song Ning's hand tightly, trembling. "Ninger, am I dreaming? Did you kill someone?" This. Lu rarely stammered, and her eyes suddenly turned red as she stammered. "Ninger, don't worry. If something really happens, just say it was Mom. I will protect you." Seeing Lu's face full of worry, Song Ning couldn't help but chuckle softly. She stretched lazily and warmly hugged Lu's waist, comforting her. "It's okay, Mom. No one will come to trouble us. Let's just focus on living our lives." Song Yan hesitated several times to speak, but finally fell silent, lost in thought. Lu felt her daughter was pushed to the edge, capable of doing shocking things. But Song Yan knew that his daughter was very different from before. A flash of deep thought crossed his eyes as he unconsciously pondered. Is the Song Ning in front of him still his daughter? If not, then where has his daughter gone? Song Ning had no time to pay attention to Song Yan and was busy counting her belongings. A few prison guards hurried back and forth. The others from the Song family also grouped together in small clusters, their faces dazed and lost, standing in their cells, not knowing what to do. The guards lit a fire, and the dim glow from the flickering flames illuminated the dark stone cells, also revealing the long, dead-faced guard lying in the corner. The guard seemed to ignore the lump of fat slumped in the corner, diligently setting up a pot and cooking some food. The smell of food quickly filled the entire cell. The others from the Song family started to feel hungry, and their dull eyes finally showed some relief. The other prisoners in the cell also made strange noises, crowding near the bars and staring longingly at the food in the pot. Song Ning pushed open the cell door. The guard cooking rice immediately bowed and said, "Miss, the meal will be ready soon. Please wait a little longer. There's no rush." Song Ning shook her head. "First, move the body outside." She pointed to the prison guard leader, who had been kicked into the corner. "It's too messy to leave it here. Leave one person. I have questions for you," Song Ning said, resting her chin on her hand. Under the dim yellow oil lamp, her face was stunning, like a fallen angel from hell, with enchanting features and a pure aura. The guards, hearing she wanted to speak alone with one of them, looked at each other and hesitated, pushing and shoving. Getting impatient, Song Ning simply pointed to the smallest guard and said, "You stay." The other 5 guards, feeling relieved, quickly carried the body of the guard leader and ran out. No one knew what kind of food made this beautiful woman grow so strong. Her presence was so commanding. They whispered among themselves and disappeared from Song Ning's sight. The little sixth prisoner swallowed nervously and trembled as he asked, "Miss, what do you want to ask? What's this place called? Who controls it? What's the situation like? Can we eat enough? What do prisoners do every day?" Song Ning asked, listing several questions. Song Yandan also became curious and quietly moved closer to listen. The sixth prisoner seemed to know everything and answered honestly. From his story, Song Ning learned that she was now in Yanmen Mountain, the most remote and desolate part of the entire Awoke region and the closest to the Xiongnu. Most importantly, Yanmen Mountain was beyond the Great Wall that kept the Xiongnu out. This meant that if the Xiongnu attacked, the local people could only wait to die. There was no other way. Although Yanmen Mountain was officially under the jurisdiction of the governor of Jidong Pass, it looked more like a forgotten wilderness. If it weren't for the rich coal mines here, this place might have been abandoned entirely. Song Ning thoughtfully stroked her chin. The sixth prisoner, looking distressed, added, "Governor Zhao sends people here every few months to collect coal. If they don't pay, they stop sending food. Not only the prisoners here, but even us, have to go hungry." Little Six looked apologetic and said, "Many people have been exiled here, and food is scarce." Now, he looked meaningfully at the 100 or so people of the Song family and sighed heavily.
So many more people now.
"If we can't meet the quota of coal and ore, we'll all go hungry," Song Yanduan sighed and spoke up willingly. "Don't worry, little brother. When we come here, we will follow local customs." Hearing this, Little Six immediately smiled happily. They were afraid of Song Ning's strength, but the hundreds of prisoners had only 2 or 3 stones of food over several months. On average, each person didn't even get a bowl of rice a day. If these people are lazy and careless, they might as well fight them. Little Six was used to flattering others, and his compliments flowed smoothly. However, when Song Yanduan agreed to go to the mine, the others in the Song family, especially the second and third branches, immediately became unhappy. The members of the second and third branches already disliked Song Ning. Now, hearing that Song Yanduan was leaving a good life to work in the mine, they started causing trouble. Other members of the Song family also had complaints. The clan leader considered and spoke. "Eldest, I understand your point, but after all our tiring journey, our lives are already strained. We really can't risk going to such dangerous places to work. Yes, working in the mine is dangerous. One careless move could bury you inside. Big brother, if you want to be a hero, you shouldn't drag us down." Song Yanheng couldn't hold back and started shouting. Song Yanduan looked troubled. He was always honest and dedicated, risking his life to help with disasters and flood control. Even here, he didn't want the prison guards to make things difficult. He sighed deeply. "I understand everyone's difficulties, but this little brother also said, if we can't pay the quota of or each month there will be no food to eat. We can eat less. Yes, we can farm a bit ourselves to survive." Moreover, everyone had been able to support themselves in the capital. Now, unfortunately, besides mining, they had no way to live. The protests kept coming. Song Ning's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. When they were desperate before, as long as they could stay alive, they would do anything. Not just mining, even digging dirt or cleaning toilets. None of them dared to complain. But now, seeing a few jailers bowing respectfully to Song Ning, the Song family members unconsciously put on a proud attitude. Song Yanduan, who was being criticized, kept retreating step by step with a worried look. Song Ning grew tired after listening for a while. She suddenly slapped the table, startling Xiao Yozi, who was eagerly watching the scene, causing him to shiver and kneel down with a thud. "Please, lady, spare my life," her clear voice rang out loudly. Song Ning. The others who had been arguing loudly also forgot their quarrel and looked over. The old clan leader glanced at Song Ning with a hint of displeasure, but quickly hid it and asked softly, "Miss, what do you think?" "No way. She definitely won't let us go easily." Meng Shi was the first to shout, her voice sharp and desperate. Song Ning gave a signal with her eyes. Xiao Yozi immediately took a step forward, his usual obedient expression turning fierce. He raised his hand and slapped Meng Shi hard across the face, then spoke very obediently. Our leader is speaking. How dare you interrupt? Meng Shi was stunned by the slap, blood filling her mouth. Song Ning lowered her eyes and spoke softly. Everyone, do as you wish. But think carefully. If you leave through this door tomorrow, it will mean you are severing ties with the Song family. From now on, whether my father rises to fame or falls into ruin, it has nothing to do with any of you. Her gaze swept over everyone as she softly said, I have done my best for all of you. If it weren't for that, I could just take my parents and live happily, without worrying about the Song family. I wouldn't have so much patience for you. What the future holds is unknown. Father wants to clear his name and restore the family's reputation, but this path is difficult. Song Ning doesn't want to stay behind and be stabbed in the back by those who betray her. I hope you can choose wisely. Whether you stay or leave, it's entirely up to you. Song Yanduan wanted to say more, but Lu Shi yanked his sleeve harshly, making him shut his mouth immediately. He looked conflicted, watching Song Ning's slender, upright figure, and finally took his wife's hand and sighed deeply. The jailers quickly returned, carrying a half bag of coarse grain, 2 pieces of dried meat, and a small bundle of greens, all very obediently. Song Ning squinted slightly, a smile flickering at the corner of her lips. Xiao Yuzi saw this and immediately widened his eyes. Boss, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, where did these things come from? The second, carrying a rice bag, scratched his head. Isn't it strange? We found these on the way back, holding the cured meat. The boss swallowed hard and said, It's strange. I've walked this road 100 or so times, but I've never seen any food. Several people chattered excitedly and then politely handed food to Song Ning, acting overly flattering and eager. Miss Song, I think it's probably a blessing from heaven, worried that Miss Song might go hungry. That's why the spirits in the mountains secretly sent us some food. Hearing this unlikely story, a flicker of amusement crossed Song Ning's face. There are no spirits. She simply threw these foods onto the road when she went out earlier. Everyone needs to replenish their energy, but she couldn't reveal her location, so she used this simple method. First, to make the food seem like it came from a proper source, and second, to test the guards. If they had bad intentions. A hint of killing intent flashed in Song Ning's eyes. She didn't mind at all killing the guards here and becoming the Mountain King. The guards, who were busy washing rice and cooking in the back, suddenly felt a chill behind them. Inside the prison, there was a large iron pot. It was originally used for frying people, but now it was boiling porridge. The rice porridge was cooked and smelled delicious. But Song Ning felt a bit unwell and had no appetite. Xiao Liuzi secretly came over, handed her a bowl of thick porridge and half a bowl of stir-fried vegetables with cured meat, and made a funny face. Boss, this is cooked in that small pot outside. That big pot only fries people. No one has died from it. Song Ning. Lu Shi. Song Yan. Could it be that you don't have to say that last part? But Song Ning raised her eyebrows and asked, You call me boss? Xiao Liuzi scratched his head and lowered his voice. The 6 of us have discussed it. From now on, we want to follow you. We are the 7 swordsmen of Yanmen Mountain, Song Ning. She carried her porridge outside the cell and whispered, I still have 7 gourd babies, Xiao Liuzi. What are gourd babies? But if the boss likes it, from today, we are the 7 gourd babies, Song Ning. They ate a quick meal, but at least they managed to fill their stomachs. Tonight, they wouldn't have to sleep in a cold, drafty, uninsulated prison cart. The Song family members felt a bit more relaxed, but at the same time, they wondered whether they should continue following the Song family's main branch. Song Ning had some skills, but Song Yanduan was clearly old-fashioned and stubborn. Following Song Yanduan meant going back to the mines, which was hard, dirty, and exhausting, and they might even lose their lives. The Song family members sighed heavily, while Song Ning lay on a large tree, gazing at the bright moon and stars in the northern desert, gently swinging her small feet. Settling down and clearing the family's name, avenging wrongs for the Song family. This simple phrase sounds easy, but in reality, it is incredibly difficult to achieve. Song Ning has never underestimated the wisdom of ancient people. She rarely gets headaches, but soon, a swiftly jumping shadow in the moonlight caught her attention. The shadow tiptoed to the prison gate, sneaking around at the entrance. Song Ning silently followed, curious to see what this person was up to. The cells on Yanmen Mountain are small, made of dark stones, low and dirty, standing quietly on the barren ground under the moonlight, giving off a rotten, foul smell. Occasionally, the prisoners' painful groans could be heard, making the night feel very strange. Suddenly, inside the cell, Song Yanhang, pulling up his pants and rubbing his eyes, staggered out to use the bathroom. He caught a glimpse of a shadow in the dark. Half asleep, he thought he saw a ghost and was so frightened his scalp almost exploded. He immediately opened his mouth wide, wanting to scream in fear, but in his extreme terror, his legs suddenly warmed. Next, a strong smell of urine filled the air. Song Ning. It seemed the shadow didn't expect Song Yanhang to be so scared. He wet himself, almost forgetting to cover his mouth to stop him from screaming. Just as everyone was about to wake up, the shadow quickly moved forward, trying to cover Song Yanhang's mouth. But someone was faster. Earlier, a pair of small hands, shining more brightly under the moonlight, suddenly reached out and struck a hard blow to Song Yanhang's neck, knocking him out. The shadow's face lit up with relief, but in the next second, a sharp short blade, silent as it cut through the air, pressed against his neck. Song Ning slightly applied pressure, and a bright red blood bead immediately appeared. The shadow was so frightened he didn't dare move, but his voice sounded extremely angry and anxious. "Song Ning, it's me." "I know," Song Ning said calmly, without even frowning, keeping the knife pressed against his neck. "What are you sneaking around for?" The shadow was Hefengmian. Hearing that Song Ning had already recognized him, but after learning he was holding a knife to his neck, he gritted his teeth in frustration. "Let me go. I came to deliver something to you all." Song Ning was unsure but still held him by the neck and dragged him to a quiet place before releasing him. Hefengmian's face was flushed with anger. He tore off his mask and irritably handed over the token belonging to an Hanzhou to Song Ning, looking like he wanted to bite her immediately. "Dog bites Lu Dongbin. The prince doesn't trust you," and deliberately avoided many ears and eyes, asking me to knock on the prison guards' doors to prevent them from bothering you. But I didn't expect. Hefengmian was so angry he stomped his feet and cursed. "Ungrateful woman, the prince's kindness is wasted on you." Listening to Hefengmian's story, Song Ning felt unexpectedly happy. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "What about the prince? How is he now?" After days of being together, Song Ning was sure that when Hanzhou's arrival in Mo Bay was not as everyone thought, that he was abandoned and exiled by the emperor. He came to seize power. If he was truly a neglected, idle prince, he would have a place in Mo Bay. But if he was here to seize power and involved so many people's interests, he wouldn't be doing well. So, she gave him 2 small grenades. Hefengmian clearly didn't want to talk to her. He snorted and prepared to use light skills to leave. "I see you're doing well here. Since you don't appreciate kindness, I'll leave first." As for the prince, Hefengmian crossed his arms and looked down at Song Ning. "Who do you think you are? Still want to ask about the prince?" "Oh," Song Ning elongated her tone, quickly grabbing Hefengmian as he tried to use his light skills to jump away, pulling him down from midair. With a thud, dirt splattered everywhere. Hefengmian's eyes were blank, and he fell with stars in his eyes. The next moment, Song Ning's smiling face appeared before him. Crack was the sound of her fist cracking her knuckles. Hefengmian's face was full of humiliation, but he refused to give in. Song Ning punched him again. "Hefengmian, the prince isn't doing well now. Zhao Tanger seems to want to force a marriage. Zhao Taisho, the governor of Jidong Pass where we passed through, also wants to recognize the prince as his son-in-law, claiming to host the prince, but secretly detaining him, keeping him confined in his residence. But the prince is truly worried about you. That's why he secretly sent me here. You don't know how many dangers we've faced. Yet you, an ungrateful wolf, even hit me." Hefengmian started talking nonstop, and Song Ning grew impatient. She casually grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth, deep in thought. He Fingmian. He wished he could explode right there. Song Ning narrowed her eyes and suddenly asked with a smile, "Does the prince dislike Xiao Tengyu?" "Probably not. The prince doesn't like anyone. Don't think about him," He Fingmian said nervously. Song Ning chuckled softly and patted He Fingmian's shoulder. "Say hello to the prince for me." "Oh, right." Song Ning looked at He Fingmian's mood with a faint smile and suddenly said, "Dark in color but bright inside. When things reach their worst, they will turn for the better. Tell the prince that you will all find safety soon." "You can read faces too?" He Fingmian asked, still talking nonsense. After being kicked in the backside by Song Ning, he cursed and left, leaving behind a small package. Song Ning picked up the package, looked inside, and suddenly froze. Inside were a few pieces of clothing suitable for women. The colors weren't very bright, but the fabric was soft and thick, and the cotton inside was fluffy, warm, and comfortable. She looked again at her palm and saw a jade pendant engraved with Hanzhou's name. Song Ning quietly clenched the jade pendant. Watching the direction, He Fingmian disappeared with a calm expression. Forced marriage? Currently, Hanzhou was a very loyal partner. Working with someone like him could save her a lot of time and effort. Should she take this chance to help him? However, Song Ning was also currently restrained. She sighed softly and, temporarily, suppressed this thought. At the Zhao prefect's residence, Hanzhou sat in front of an oil lamp, holding a white jade brush, calmly copying from a calligraphy book. Hearing sounds outside the window, Hanzhou didn't look up, nor did he pause his writing. He Fingmian climbed in through the window, looking disheveled. Hanzhou raised an eyebrow and asked, "How is it?" He Fingmian cursed and was about to speak when suddenly there was a commotion outside, followed by heavy, chaotic footsteps. Seems like many guards surrounding Hanzhou's room. In the next moment, a clear voice suddenly pierced through the layers of barriers, saying, "This young lady saw the assassin enter the prince's room with her own eyes. Quickly, break in and protect the prince." The door was forcefully kicked open, and countless guards blocked the entrance, their presence fierce. Zhao Teng'er suddenly pushed the door open and rushed inside, her eyes scanning the room. Hanzhou finally put down his brush and gently rolled up his sleeve. "Miss Yao," Zhao Teng'er looked at him, seeming somewhat unwilling, and tried to enter further, but Hanzhou reached out to stop her. He slightly lowered his brows, appearing noble and proper, with a calm expression like snow. "It seems Miss Zhao has misunderstood. There are no assassins here, but I saw someone coming this way." Zhao Teng'er raised her chin slightly, her beautiful face flashing with a hint of hesitation. She quickly spoke, "That person entered your courtyard. The prince will marry me soon, and I can't just watch him be targeted by thieves." As she spoke, Zhao Teng'er tried to push further inside. Hanzhou's expression grew colder. "Miss Zhao, what you mean is probably my guards." "Why would your guards go out in the middle of the night?" Zhao Teng'er asked, then realized her tone sounded a bit aggressive and quickly added, "You worried me for nothing, just attending to some matters," Hanzhou said with an increasingly indifferent look, clearly not wanting to argue further. Zhao Teng'er didn't mind and immediately smiled happily, leaning forward and reaching out to tug at Hanzhou's sleeve. "Prince, don't be angry. Teng'er is just worried about you." Hanzhou looked at her charming appearance, a strange emotion flickering in his eyes. He silently took a step back to avoid her touch. "Miss Zhao, I will consider the marriage myself, but before that, I hope Miss Zhao will behave properly." Zhao Teng'er paid no attention to Hanzhou's warning and instead grinned innocently, acting as if she was naive. "Are you really going to marry me?" Hanzhou said nothing. Zhao Teng'er's smile grew wider. "All the 18 cities of Mabe are under my father's control. If you are willing to marry me, you can send someone to take care of Miss Song, and I will also help you look after her. You won't have to worry about it anymore. What do you think?" Hanzhou's gentle eyes flashed with a cold light. Zhao Teng'er seemed unaware and happily grinned. "Let's agree on this. Tomorrow, I will discuss the wedding date with my father." Hanzhou lowered his eyes without speaking. After Zhao Teng'er left with her people, Hanzhou quietly folded the letter on the desk into an envelope. He couldn't help but complain as He Fingmian approached. Prince Miss Zhao is a bit too overbearing. When Hanzhou said nothing, only asked, "How is Miss Song doing?" Even now, he still cares about Miss Song. He Fengmian frowned and looked disappointed, saying, "That girl is fine." When Hanzhou suddenly remembered Song Ning's face, and the coldness on his face eased a little. He was holding long, graceful fingers and said, "Deliver this letter to Miss Song." Huh? He Fengmian was stunned. Since when did the prince and Miss Song become so close? He thought he knew, but when Hanzhou's letter involved important military matters, sent to Song Ning? Sent to Song Ning. After Zhao Tanger returned home, she was full of happiness. But as soon as she pushed open the door, a ceramic cup was thrown directly at her. "Kneel down." Zhao Tanger didn't hesitate. Her knees immediately hit the ground with a loud, grating sound. But the voice that followed was still harsh. "Who told you to bring soldiers to surround the prince's residence? Do you want the prince to dislike me?" Zhao Tanger said nothing. The woman on the bed might actually be the real Zhao Tanger. She seemed angry at the silence of the kneeling person and slapped her hard. But this time, Zhao Fengxian didn't endure silently like before. She turned her head away and softly said, "Sister, enough." Her voice was hoarse, very different from her usual clear tone. The word, "sister," made Zhao Tanger seem like she had gone mad, her eyes growing more vicious as she stared at Zhao Fengxian. After a while, the real Zhao Tanger let out a strange laugh. In the dim candlelight, a plain face turned around. Zhao Tanger reached out and grabbed Zhao Fengshuan's chin, like a venomous snake with a hollowed-out core, and whispered in her ear, "Zhao Fengxian, I don't know what you're planning, but I advise you, don't play any tricks. Otherwise." Zhao Tanger's dark eyes looked at Zhao Fengshuan's leg, and she sneered with a threatening, cold smile. Zhao Fengshuan's eyes, which had been lowered, trembled fiercely. That night, she knelt in front of the Real Zhao Tanger's bed all night. But unlike before, filled with fear, this time Zhao Fengxian was full of hope. After 10 years, she finally saw the person she had been longing for. Although that person seemed to have forgotten her. But that's okay. Zhao Fengshuan's enchanting, beautiful phoenix eyes blinked a few times. She would make that person remember her. But for now, she still had to deal with some troubles that kept them apart. Yanmeng Mountain. As the first rays of sunlight shone in the morning, the prison suddenly echoed with loud, alternating screams. Then, a terrible, piercing cry burst into everyone's ears. Song Ning had gone to bed late last night and was woken up by the noise, her face showing clear signs of annoyance. But the next moment, after seeing the scene before her, she couldn't help but laugh. Li Shi from the second room looked completely overwhelmed, and the other women covered their faces, feeling ashamed but also curious and a bit gleeful. Some married young wives couldn't resist peeking through their fingers and giggling quietly. They saw Song Yanhang lying at the prison gate, with a puddle of unknown liquid on his pants and underneath him. He woke up from fainting, panicked and trying to stand, but he forgot that he had hurried to the bathroom last night. Although he hadn't reached the toilet, he had already unfastened his belt in advance. Now, as he suddenly stood up, his loose pants fell straight to the ground, exposing his white backside. Song Yanhang was humiliated and furious. Li Shi let out a scream and hurried to cover her husband, trying to hide his shame. She was so rushed that she tripped over her own feet, falling at Song Yanhang's feet, her face plunging into the puddle of unknown liquid beside him. A strong, unpleasant smell quickly filled the air, and Li Shi couldn't hold back her gagging. Laughter erupted all around. Song Ning was delighted, but after being glared at by Lu Shi and covering her eyes, she finally stopped smiling and lazily said, "What is second uncle doing?" Next to her, Meng Shi, eager to make trouble, happily said, "I think second uncle's pants are still wet." Could it be that, as an adult, he actually wet his pants? Song Ning's smile grew more cunning. Song Yanning looked like he was trying to maintain a calm expression, but Lu Shi simply pressed her lips together, clearly holding back her laughter. In the past, the people from the second room had often played tricks on them, secretly or openly. Lu Shi had long lost good feelings for them. Now, seeing the second room's members embarrass themselves, Lu Shi felt a bit of satisfaction. Meng Shi's loud voice suddenly shouted, making Song Yanhong's face turn pale and then pale again. However, he was turned away from everyone with his pants down to his ankles. To pull them up again, he had to bend over. But if he bent over, his white backside would be exposed. A cold breeze blew, making Song Yanhong's legs tremble involuntarily. He was so ashamed and angry, he almost fainted. He shouted loudly at the Li family, "Useless thing, why are you still lying there doing nothing?" Just as he was yelling, 6 prison guards happened to arrive. Seeing Song Yanhan's appearance, Xiao Liuzi blurted out, "Hey brother, such style." Early in the morning, out for a walk, Song Yanhan grew even more annoyed, but those guards were still watching him eagerly, commenting on him. This was crazy. Song Yanhan was furious and humiliated. Li quickly got up, even before wiping the mud off her face, and reached out to help her husband pull up his pants. Only then did Song Yanhan breathe a little easier, but seeing everyone's different expressions, he couldn't hold back and slapped Li hard across the face. Li was stunned by the slap and wanted to shout loudly, but seeing Song Yan's stern face, she held back. It was a good show early in the morning, so Song Ning felt in a good mood. She lazily leaned on Lu, yawned, and then said to Song Yan, "Dad, do you remember what I said last night?" Song Yan nodded. "Those willing to stay and work in the mines can stay with us. Those who don't want to, we won't force them." Song Ning snapped her fingers. "Then, leave this matter to Dad. We are prisoners after all," Song Ning said loudly, so everyone in the Song family could hear. "Right now we have no money. Even food is a problem, and we can't support so many mouths to feed. If anyone has other ways out, they can leave on their own." Throughout history, exile prisoners weren't treated too harshly, and there was no saying that after exile, they were branded as slaves. But exiled prisoners had to do hard labor, and the government spent money to send them to the border. Only after paying back the government could they become ordinary citizens again. The cruel part was that many prisoners spent their whole lives trying to pay off their debts, and even if they did, they would be tortured terribly by the guards. After Song Ning finished speaking, the Song family inside the prison whispered among themselves. Some believed they were talented and would find a better way out, refusing to work in the mines. Others were considering other options and found it hard to decide. Song Ning was not in a hurry. She softly said to Song Yan, "I know Dad doesn't want to abandon the Song family, but we must stay united and work together." After speaking, Song Ning sighed. "Those willing to stay with their father, I will record them. Those who don't want to stay, let them go." Song Ning spoke calmly. Song Yan looked at Song Ning with guilt in his eyes and a moment of sadness in his heart. He, as the father, should have protected their mother and daughter, but now everything seems to depend on Song Ning. However, Song Yan tentatively asked, "Ninger, you weren't like this before." As soon as he finished, Song Ning raised an eyebrow and looked at him. "But, father, if Ninger were still the same as before, I might have died yesterday in the hands of that jailer." Song Yan fell silent. Lu Shi cried and casually pinched Song Yan, scolding him for being ungrateful and saying harsh words about their daughter. After scolding, she still felt unsatisfied and hit Song Yan hard on the chest. "If we weren't so useless, why has Ninger become like this? Why are you saying this now? Are you stabbing me in the heart?" Song Yan replied. Seeing Lu Shi protect her child with such care, a faint smile flickered in Song Ning's eyes. She also wondered whether Song Yan and Lu Shi suspected her change in personality, doubting she was their daughter from before. But she lowered her head and looked at her small hands. In her previous life, she died betrayed by her teammates. Now, reborn into this healthy, lively body, she saw it as a way to repay Lu Shi and Song Yan. Later, once life was stable, she planned to tell them the truth. If they couldn't accept it, she would give them enough compensation and then leave. The Song family would probably argue for a while longer. Song Ning pushed open the cell door, grabbed Xiaoliuzi, who was excitedly peeking in to watch the scene, and asked in a low voice, "How far is it from here to the market?" She had observed yesterday that Yanmen Mountain was not suitable for farming crops. Although she had grain in her space, it was not wise to reveal it easily. Otherwise, Being mistaken for a monster and captured would be a great loss. Song Ning understood the danger of keeping treasures and never underestimated ancient wisdom. So, to live openly and honestly, she needed to find a proper way to earn a living. Xiao Liuzi, trusting her completely, immediately replied, "Not far, just past this hill." But he looked hesitant, and when he saw Song Ning's cold gaze, he quickly continued, "The market over there is desolate and run down, not worth seeing. Is there a more lively place?" While searching through her space, Song Ning asked questions. Xiao Liuzi stroked his chin, his eyes suddenly brightening. He quickly said, "There really is something, but—" "Stop hesitating." Song Ning shot him a sharp look. Xiao Liuzi immediately blushed and pointed in the north direction. "Beyond the pass is the territory controlled by Lord Fan Jindong. I heard that although it's dangerous there, Lord Fan is brave and skilled in battle. He has read many stories about the nomadic tribes, and the people there live quite well. The market must be very lively." Song Ning raised her eyebrows with interest. She was a meat-eater, and although her space stored dried meat, she was tired of eating it after so long. She clapped her small hands and said, "Then let's go there." Luckily, she had some herbs in her space that she could sell for money, using it as her starting capital. However, Xiao Liuzi's face suddenly fell. "Miss, that might not be good. Lord Fan and our prefect, Zhao, don't get along well. If anyone finds out, we might be in danger." Song Ning silently looked at him and said calmly, "If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, no one will know." Of course, her reason for going to Lord Fan Wenqi's territory was not just because of that. Most importantly, a shadow of a person flickered in her mind, and she squinted with a slightly wicked smile. In the prison, there was a very thin horse, once owned by the fat guard. Song Ning had never ridden a horse before, so she was very curious and sat on it. She wobbled unsteadily, causing Xiao Liuzi below to exclaim repeatedly. But soon, Song Ning mastered riding and became quite skilled at it. The horses' hooves clattered as they headed north. After nearly 2 hours, they arrived at Tanqiao town. As Xiao Liuzi had said, the town was bustling. Song Ning rode through the market, her stunning appearance attracting many people's attention. But she wasn't just sightseeing. She stopped her horse in front of a medical hall. Hearing the painful screams from inside, she raised an eyebrow and walked in. This was a border area where injuries were common. But the herbs here were expensive and scarce. So many people couldn't afford treatment. They had to endure their wounds. The signboard of the medical hall looked grand, indicating that only those with some money came here for treatment. Song Ning leaned against the side and watched for a while. Suddenly, the crowd outside dispersed. A young man with a silver spear piercing his chest was carried in by several armored soldiers. The soldiers looked like they had been in many battles, their bodies filled with a fierce fighting spirit. They carefully laid the young man on the ground, then suddenly grabbed the senior doctor's collar and shouted, "Hurry! Save our little general." The senior doctor saw the young man's serious injuries and was so frightened his eyes darkened. He trembled and said, "Such severe wounds. I'm afraid there's no medicine that can cure this." Not only was the injury serious, but it was also on the chest. Whether the young man could recover later depended on if he could be saved now. Just pulling out the silver spear might cause him to bleed out and die instantly. The doctor felt helpless. A few strong men's eyes widened with anger. They thought if the doctor couldn't save their young general, they would destroy the healing hall and punish everyone inside. They drew their swords, their eyes red with rage, ready to attack anyone. The tables inside the healing hall were smashed into pieces. The angry men kept causing trouble. Little Six was so scared he quickly grabbed Song Ning's sleeve and said, "Miss, let's not stay here and cause trouble. We might get into more danger." Song Ning nodded politely and said, "Little Six, you're right." Little Six felt relieved. But before he could pull Song Ning out of the healing hall, she raised her small hand, blinked her clear eyes, and softly asked, "Senior Doctor, may I ask why this person can't be saved?" "I think he still has a chance," she added softly. Little Six's face went pale. The frightened senior doctor's eyes lit up suddenly.
Great.
Now, there's someone willing to risk their life to help. The big men stared at Song Ning with angry looks, clutching their swords tightly. Our little general can still be saved? Are you serious? Song Ning shook her head seriously. I don't know, because I don't have medical skills. Damn it, are you messing with me? One of the big men drew his sword, ready to cut Song Ning in half. But then, her next words made him stop suddenly. Song Ning said, "There's a family secret medicine that can stop bleeding instantly and speed up healing. If we had that medicine, could the senior doctor save this young man?" She pointed the question at the senior doctor. As expected, the big men's eyes immediately fixed on the doctor like hawks. The doctor was so angry he almost fainted from frustration. However, with a caring and kind heart, the old doctor carefully examined the young man's wounds lying on the stretcher before speaking thoughtfully. This young master has already lost a lot of blood. If we forcibly remove this silver spear, his life might be in danger. But if the young lady truly has such a miraculous medicine, this young master might have a 70% chance of survival. 70% is a high chance. The big man's eyes lit up with hope, and his attitude towards Song Ning improved greatly. When lives are at stake, Song Ning does not delay. She decisively took out a bottle of special medicine from her space, and with a confident look, she said, 50 taels of silver. A gasp of surprise immediately spread through the spring rejuvenation hall. The villagers secretly watching outside couldn't help but comment, "There's no such instant blood-stopping medicine in this world. This girl looks pure and pretty, but she's probably just trying to show off or deceive." 50 taels. That's enough to support a family of 3 for more than 10 years without worries about food or clothing. She really dares to ask for that much. The faces of several big men darkened. But Song Ning remained calm and continued, "I cannot guarantee whether this young general will survive, but..." Before she finished, she suddenly grabbed Little Six, who kept shrinking back behind her. Little Six trembled in fear, and in the next moment, Song Ning pressed him against the sword held by the big man. Little Six's legs went weak, and he knelt down with a thud. Song Ning said, "You can cut him with a knife." The big man didn't ask any questions and swiftly made a light cut on Little Six's arm. Little Six screamed in pain with his eyes closed. Then, after a while, he opened his eyes in confusion.
Huh.
He was still alive? Not only that, he felt a cool sensation on his arm. In the next second, a gasp of surprise came from the crowd. The bleeding wound on Little Six's arm actually began to stop bleeding slowly. Song Ning threw the medicine to the big man and reached out again. 50 taels of silver. Seeing the effect firsthand, the big man couldn't help but feel tempted, but a few big men exchanged glances. "We don't have that much silver on us right now." "Then take this jade as a trade," Song Ning said, reaching out and tearing off the jade pendant from the unconscious person's waist on the ground. The big man wanted to stop her, but Song Ning had already pulled Little Six and turned to leave the spring rejuvenation hall. The big men wanted to chase after her, but they were worried about their young general's injury and looked on with frustration as Song Ning left. Song Ning played with the jade pendant in her hand, looking very pleased. Little Six looked curiously at the injury on his arm, but soon his face fell again. "Miss, if we go around showing off like this, we'll definitely attract attention." Song Ning went to a pawn shop, exchanged her jade pendant for silver, and couldn't help but smile. She asked a strange question, "Little Six, are you fast?" Although confused, Little Six proudly licked his chest. "Don't worry, miss. Among all of Yanmen Mountain, no one runs faster than me, Little Six." Song Ning nodded happily, then suddenly smiled slyly. "I was just worried no one would notice me." After exchanging silver, Song Ning didn't leave immediately. Instead, she found a quiet tea house and sat patiently, waiting. Actually, as soon as Song Ning took out that special medicine, someone started watching her. Soon, a person dressed plainly but with a noble air quietly arrived with a group of guards and sat across from Song Ning. "Miss, were you the one selling medicine at Huichun Hall just now?" Song Ning smiled and replied, "If I say no, would you believe me?" Lu Qiao choked a little. Curious, Song Ning looked at him. "I know what you want, but I have only one question. Do you hold a high official rank?" Lu Qiao frowned. confused why she asked this. He thought Song Ning was the type to flatter powerful people, so he puffed up his chest proudly. I am the guard captain of the 3 cities, under General Fan, and I am quite famous. Song Ning was tired of his bragging and simply nodded. I am willing to share the secret recipe for this medicine with you. Will you send troops for me? Huh. Lu Qiao didn't expect such a bold request from Song Ning and suddenly spat out his tea. She dodged in disgust and continued, if you can't, then let someone more powerful than you ask me. After speaking, Song Ning placed a few copper coins on the table and turned to leave. But Lu Qiao's men suddenly rushed over and blocked her way. Lu Qiao's expression turned cold. Miss, I don't know your purpose in mobilizing troops, but I must get that secret recipe. I hope you see the situation clearly. Don't offer us wine, and then refuse the meal. Song Ning silently nodded and quietly placed a few copper coins on the table. Then her expression changed, and she looked directly at Lu Qiao without fear. Sir, I carry such a secret formula. I dare to show it openly because I have ways to protect myself. If you insist on taking it by force, we might as well go down together. Her aura was cold and sharp, and a faint dark red glow in her eyes made even the seasoned General Lu Qiao feel a chill. Song Ning spoke again. I don't ask for much. If you're willing to send troops to disturb the border areas controlled by Prefect Zhao, that will be enough. Just a show of force, no need for a big fight. She looked straight into Lu Qiao's eyes. Put on a show, exchange for a famous secret medicine formula. This deal is a sure win for you. Lu Qiao had many doubts, but what Song Ning said clearly tempted him greatly. He clenched his fist, already leaning toward a decision, but still asked, May I ask, young lady, why are you doing this? Song Ning chuckled freely. Prefect Zhao stole my things. Song Ning gave Lu Qiao the formula. Of course, just the formula alone wasn't enough, since Lu Qiao couldn't be sure if it was real. She simply made an excuse to leave and returned with a few medicinal ingredients. The ingredients were divided into 2 parts, one given to Lu Qiao, and the other, in front of him, was crushed and mixed into a simple potion. Little Six also contributed his finger, and although the medicine Song Ning made on the spot wasn't as effective as the one he had previously shown, it was still much better than ordinary healing ointments. Lu Qiao's eyes lit up. Song Ning handed him the rest of the items and said, Sir has seen the effect. But to achieve the best results, this medicine needs one more ingredient, a special catalyst. She elongated her voice, and Lu Qiao immediately understood that she was waiting for him to show sincerity before she would give him the final ingredient. It was just a matter of putting on a show with a few people. If he could get such a rare divine medicine, Lu Qiao was eager to lead his troops to disturb Prefect Zhao right away. Having achieved her goal, Song Ning felt satisfied. She used the remaining 50 silver coins to buy some supplies and loaded them onto her horse. Then she left with Little Six. It was nearing evening now, and the setting sun sank like black gold in the sky. The vast yellow earth stretched endlessly. Riding on her horse, Song Ning finally experienced what it meant when the long river's setting sun is perfectly round. But before she could carefully enjoy the scenery along the way, the outline of the prison where the Song family was held appeared before her eyes. Unlike what Song Ning had expected, the Song family was now divided into 2 factions, ready to fight at any moment. About 100 people gathered together, and the scene was quite intimidating. Little Six was startled and couldn't help but ask, What's going on? His voice drew the attention of both factions. The leaders of the 2nd and 3rd households turned around sharply. Seeing Song Ning, Song Yanheng also stopped pretending to be a gentle young man. His face was fierce and greedy. Song Ning, you finally came back. You keep saying either you follow us to work in the mines or set up your own household. But how can we set up our own household when we have no money and no food? Are you trying to get us killed? Song Yanheng's words immediately gained many supporters. Madame Meng sat down on the ground angrily and cried heartbreakingly, It's a pity my husband isn't here. Otherwise, I'd make him see what his beloved older brother's true face is.
Yanbin.
Your older brother is pushing us to the brink. Where are you? Why haven't you come to pick us up? If you don't come soon, your mother and I will be tortured to death by your older brother and sister-in-law. Madame Meng had a good voice before, but now she cried out sharply and brightly, as if afraid no one would hear her. Seeing their persistent and clingy behavior, Lu was so angry she trembled all over. If you don't want to work in the mines, fine. But if we let you go, you'll just keep thinking about the things you want. What kind of logic is that? We're all family. Li dared to say this with a straight face at this moment. Song Ning also understood. The people represented by the second and third households didn't want to suffer and still longed for their silver and grain. Song Ning chuckled softly and sat on her horse, watching them with interest. So, what do you want to do? I heard your tiger sold quite a bit of silver, at least 1,000 taels, right? You can't spend 1,000 taels even if you try. Give us 500 taels. Yes, 500 taels, no less. Li spoke first, and Madame Meng shouted loudly. With them leading, other Song family members hesitated for a moment, but soon raised their voices in agreement. 500 taels? Song Ning sneered coldly. You really have a big appetite. Not to mention there was already hatred between them. Even her own biological parents, Song Yendwan and Lu, had never asked her for money. But they were different. Song Ning dismounted from her horse, her body emanating a cold aura. She said firmly, Give me a reason why I should give you the silver. We are your elders, your family. If you have silver, you should share it with us. Otherwise, how can you have the face to chase us out? This time it was Song Xiang speaking. She lifted her chin and pointed at the things Song Ning bought today, boldly saying, If you ask me, not only should you share half of the silver with us, but also share your secretly hidden rice, flour, clothes, and shoes. Why? Because you're shameless? Because your face is thick. Song Ning was almost laughed at by their shamelessness. Song Xiang was so angry, he stomped his feet. You can't be so selfish. That's right, Ning girl. You know our current situation. We have no silver or food. If we stay here, we'll die. You can't just stand by and do nothing. You're just a young girl and your heart is so cold. Yeah. If it really can't be helped, you can lend us the silver. When we earn money in the future, we'll pay you back. Some people criticized Song Ning, while others spoke coldly and sarcastically. Mrs. Lu was so angry she wanted to go up and tear their mouths apart. Song Yan held her hand tightly, clenched his teeth, and his eyes were deep and unreadable. Song Ning looked at the people from the second and third households behind the Song family, estimating there were about 70 or 80 people. Only about 30 or 40 stayed behind with their parents. She asked the part of the Song family who planned to stay, What do you all think? Everyone shrank back when she asked. At first, they thought staying was safer, at least they wouldn't starve. After some time, they could find other work, which was better than working as laborers in the mine. But seeing more and more people join the second and third households, some felt that those households were a bit aggressive, though some also regretted staying. Hearing Song Ning's question, someone weakly said, Maybe we should give them some silver. After all, we're all family. Yes, you're just a young girl. Keeping the silver won't help. Shut up. Someone angrily punched the two who just spoke. Why should we give them silver? They don't see themselves as part of the Song family. They only want to enjoy life, not share hardships. People like that, not only should they not get silver, they shouldn't get a lump of dog poo either. Song Ning's heart had already cooled, but after hearing the sentence, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and looked toward the person speaking. The speaker looked only a teenager, but after months of exile, he appeared very strong and healthy. Song Ning silently smiled. She wasn't a saint, but compared to her family, she felt more like a leader. No matter where she was, going alone wasn't a good long-term plan. To keep growing and survive well in a strange place, the most important thing was to recruit soldiers. With that young man speaking up, several other members of the Song family also protested. Song Ning curled her lips and suddenly said, Sixth young master, call out your other brothers and tell those dogs to get out of here. Song Ning, I am your elder. How dare you? Yes, you see, no one wants to stay. We all have better options. Why stay here mining as laborers? Anyway, you have money. Why not take out some for us to use? Whether for studying or business, it's better than mining. Women, long hair, and short knowledge. The elders are ungrateful. trusting a young girl with their money. The crowd was chattering, and the people from the second and third families looked proud. Song Ning sneered. Why should they mine as laborers? Yes, she had money. If she wanted, the supplies in her space could even make these Song family members the rulers of Yanmeng Mountain. But did they deserve it? A couple of disgusting parasites. What she wanted was to completely drive these parasites out. Sixth young master received the order, immediately frowning as he spoke. All right, young lady. He had long disliked these people. Why were their faces so big? Anyone who could be a jailer here definitely had some skills. The Song family members were ordinary people, once pampered and now thin and hungry. How could they possibly compare to sixth young master and his men? 6 prison guards dragged and beat, tossing out the few scoundrels who had been hiding behind Song Yen and Liu. Those people still argued, bah, who cares about being with you? Seeing so many people behind himself, Song Yen seemed more confident, his eyes proud. Song Ning, look, how many people are willing to follow you? Yes, Ninger, look behind me. We should be a family, but now, because of a small amount of silver, we are in this mess. Do you really want to make your parents hated and abandoned? Are you happy about that? Li Shi took the opportunity to speak, looking helpless and heartbroken. You're talking nonsense. Lu Shi, a gentle and refined young lady, was so angry she blurted out a curse. Song Ning knew they couldn't communicate. Like a parasite, how could it understand human words? But now, it's clear who should stay and who should leave. Song Ning slowly rolled up her sleeves and said to Xiaoliuzi, bring a knife. Xiaoliuzi happily replied, all right, miss. What are you going to do? Meng Shi remembered the unpleasant experience when Song Ning kicked her before and changed her expression, hiding behind the crowd instinctively. Initially, Song Xiang, who was full of arrogance, also shrank her neck unconsciously. Song Ning smiled coldly, kill you all? You. How dare you? Song Yanhang was frightened and stammered. But Song Yanduan, who had been silent, suddenly clenched his fists tightly and said seriously, I apologize to our ancestors. Hearing this, Song Yanhang's eyes lit up, and he nodded repeatedly, yes. Brother and sister-in-law's daughter is so rebellious. We truly owe our ancestors an apology. Song Yanduan sneered and suddenly snatched the long knife from Xiaoliuzi, who was passing by happily, and fiercely swung it at the ground. This time, Ninger doesn't need to do anything. I, Song Yanduan, finally see through your true faces. From today on, we are no longer a family. Holding the long knife, Song Yanduan, who appeared delicate and gentle, exuded a tragic and fierce aura. Ninger's silver was earned with her life, dragging her sick body and risking her life. You all want to keep it in mind. Even before this, you wanted to kill Ninger, and now you're forcing her to take the silver. Isn't it enough that my weak daughter is just an ordinary girl? Do you want to drive her to death? Not even able to protect your own daughter, if you don't avenge this hatred, you are unworthy as a father. Song Yanduan was so angry his beard trembled, and his voice was filled with tears. A flash of surprise crossed Song Ning's eyes, then a deep smile appeared. She crossed her arms and looked at Song Yanduan blocking her, feeling her heart burn with warmth. She always knew that although Song Yanduan was somewhat old-fashioned in his loyalty and filial piety, he was also a very good father. Even knowing Song Yanduan's flaws, she never thought of giving up on him. She exposed the worst parts of the Song family's evil nature to her father, gradually making him disappointed in them. Fortunately, her father did not disappoint her. A glimmer of hope appeared in Song Ning's eyes. She had already decided that if Song Yanduan remained blindly loyal and obedient, she would leave with Liu. Luckily, he did not let her down. Song Yanhang was surprised that his usually caring older brother would personally draw his sword to confront them. He couldn't help but ask, Big brother, do you know what you're doing? Yes, big brother. We didn't know the full situation back then. We just couldn't bear to see you so upset, and we didn't want Ninger to be a burden. That's why we had to do this. Why are you still angry with us? Li Shi pretended to wipe tears, looking sad and innocent. If Big Brother thinks 500 taels of silver is too much, then 200 will do. We can't let ourselves starve here. Song Yanhang looked pained, as if he was making a huge sacrifice. Behind him, the Song family members raised their arms. 200 taels, or else don't blame us for taking it by force. Hand over the money. Hand over the money. Big brother, think carefully. How many of us are there, and how many of you? If we really fight, will you be our match? Yes, all the silver is with Ninger. If things get violent, and blood is shed, Ninger's life. Mengsher suddenly seemed more confident, sticking her head out from the crowd with a sarcastic sneer, threatening. The shouts grew louder and louder. Lu Shi's face turned purple with anger. Song Ning silently helped her breathe evenly, holding her hand. Don't worry. Little Sixth was busy grabbing weapons nearby, cursing loudly. I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. I'll cut down these damn dogs today. Song Ning looked at him calmly. If she remembered correctly, her father and the second, third, and fourth brothers were all born of the same parents. And speaking of raising, she heard that her grandparents passed away early. The second, third, and fourth brothers were raised personally by her father, true older brothers like fathers. Little Six's curse was essentially insulting her father and mother too. Song Ning nodded silently, then slapped Little Sixth across the face. Little Sixth asked, "Why did you hit me, big sister?" Song Ning replied, "Because you talk too much." Little Six was feeling wronged, but he didn't dare speak. He could only hold his knife tightly, looking fierce and ready to attack at any moment. Anyway, it was normal for prison guards to kill a few prisoners. Song Yanhang kept provoking. "Big brother, by then, we won't just want 200 taels of silver. How did I raise you to be like this?" Song Yanjan finally couldn't bear it anymore and suddenly charged forward with his knife. Always a gentleman, Song Yanjan's eyes were filled with tears. He waved his knife wildly and shouted sadly, "Father, mother, I am unfilial. I let the Song family fall into this state, but Song Yanhang was no longer the brother who used to be scolded and pushed around." He clenched his teeth and said, "Big brother, are you really going to kill me? Do you think that's right for our parents?" While Song Yanjan was momentarily stunned, Song Yanhang's eyes lit up. He, along with Mrs. Li, quickly grabbed the knife from Song Yanjan's hand. Without warning, Song Yanjan was kicked down by others from the Song family behind him. He showed a cruel and excited smile, holding his knife and looking down at the fallen Song Yanjan, sneering. "Big brother, it's you who refused to accept the punishment and insisted on drinking the bitter cup." Song Yanjan gritted his teeth and said, "You wicked person. Today, you will step over my dead body. You think I dare not?" Song Yanhang swung his knife at Song Yanjan's neck, but barely managed to hold back. His eyes reddened as he shouted, "It's all your fault for forcing us. We're all family. It's you who insisted on splitting the family and hiding the silver. You forced us into this."
Yes.
The crowd shouted one after another, as if they had gone mad with rage. Little Six was a bit anxious. Mrs. Lu clutched her chest, staggering as she tried to rush over to save her husband, but Song Ning stopped her with a hand. The woman's face was calm, but her eyes carried a deadly intent beyond her age, as if she was at ease between life and death. She softly said, "Mother, if Father doesn't lose hope completely, maybe in the future, if we live well, Father might still support them." Mrs. Lu understood this, but she was worried about her husband. She tightly held Song Ning's hand and cried, "Ninger, those people are crazy. If something really happens to your father, Ninger, your maternal grandparents are high officials in the capital. When our family was in trouble, the emperor was furious. Mother didn't want to drag them into this. But if your father, Mother will write a divorce letter and leave your father, then go to your maternal grandparents. Okay?" Song Ning's eyes sparkled with a smile. "I promise, Mother. Father won't be in danger." Song Ning's hand, hidden in his sleeve, clenched a sharp dagger that could cut through iron like mud as he playfully toyed with it at his fingertips. This is no longer the old days. This is a dangerous exile that could truly lead to death. If his father remains indecisive and can't let go of even this small burden that only worsens his mood, how can he ever return to the capital and clear his name? Therefore, he must go through this ordeal. Song Yen Duan closed his eyes, appearing fearless in the face of death. He was gambling, hoping that his younger brother, whom he had raised with care, would not hurt him. But he lost the bet. Song Yen Han kicked him hard, his eyes bloodshot, clearly close to madness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. Since Big Brother insists on cutting off my way out, don't blame us for not leaving a path for you. You brought this on yourself." The sharp dagger, capable of cutting through iron, was raised high and then forcefully brought down with a fierce wind. A chorus of screams erupted from the crowd, and Song Ning's eyes tightened. Song Yen Duan also opened his eyes. The setting sun was blood-red, and the earth was vast and dusty. He saw with his own eyes the loved ones he once cherished as life itself, mercilessly wielding a blade against him. A wave of sorrow and regret flooded his heart. He overestimated his importance in Song Yen Han's mind and underestimated the cruelty of the Song family. How could he be so confident? Endless memories flooded his mind, and Song Yen Duan didn't even dare to look back toward his wife and daughter. Lu Shi and Ning Er were right. This was a bunch of ungrateful wolves. Yet he kept thinking about that faint blood ties. Now that he was dying, what would happen to his wife and daughter?
Clang.
Suddenly, a loud clash of metal rang in his ears, and after a long while, the pain did not come. With a faint hope still flickering in his heart, Song Yen Duan slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was Song Ning's cold gaze. Meanwhile, Song Yen Han still tightly gripped his long sword, pressing it down with force. If not for Song Ning holding his wrist, Song Yen Duan wouldn't doubt that his own younger brother would have hesitated to strike him down. Song Ning's eyes were cold. "Second uncle, even your own brother. How can someone so heartless and ungrateful still deserve to live in this world? It was you who first tried to cut off my way out." Song Yen Han's eyes were bloodshot, his cheeks sunken from hunger, looking very gaunt and bitter, completely different from his proud demeanor in the capital. Or perhaps this was his true self. Mrs. Li wanted to come forward to help, but Song Ning's expression turned fierce. She kicked hard, knocking Mrs. Li flying. In the next moment, Song Ning suddenly used force with her small hand, causing a sharp sound in Song Yenhan's arm, followed by a heartbreaking scream. Song Ning had actually broken his arm. The other members of the Song family, who were rushing over, froze in place, looking cautious. Mrs. Meng quietly shrank back, feeling secretly pleased. She thought, "Good thing I learned to be smart this time. The one showing off isn't me. If it were, I might have been kicked away again," but her pride didn't last long. Song Ning's deadly gaze swept over her. She looked at them as if they were dead bodies. "You can leave on your own, or I can make you leave." In her past life, she might have already started a fight. But now, she didn't want to cause too much trouble. So, she decided to spare these ungrateful people for now. Little Six and a few other guards rushed over, standing firmly beside Song Ning. Seeing they couldn't get any benefit, the members of the Song family who planned to leave with the second and third branches hesitated. Mrs. Meng's eyes darted around, then shamelessly spoke. "Then we won't leave. Without money, they couldn't survive outside, especially as orphans and widows without men. Staying here meant enduring the dislike of the main family, but at least they could still eat and drink with them." Mrs. Meng pulled her daughter Song Xiang to walk back, but just as she did, her scheming and pride hadn't disappeared. Her body suddenly flew out, landing beside Mrs. Li, both groaning loudly. The members of the Song family who wanted to leave looked angry, but the next moment, Song Ning swung her long sword. The tip plunged into the ground, standing firmly. "This is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Are you really going to kill us?" Song Yenhan, clutching his broken arm, looked desperate. Song Ning sneered coldly. "I gave you a chance." Song Yen staggered to his feet, eyes full of disappointment. "Second brother, take them and leave." Song Yen clenched his teeth tightly, clearly unwilling. Only when Song Ning's sword pressed against his neck, sending a cold feeling through his body, did he realize he was afraid. Still, he spat out harsh words. "Since you're so ruthless and unkind, when I get rich, don't come begging me." We'll see about that. Song Ning took a step forward, and Song Yanhang was so frightened he trembled and dared not say another word. The other members of the Song family still wanted to stay and changed their minds. They originally thought that by taking Song Ning's money, they could do some work outside, which seemed much better than mining in the mountains. Now that they knew there was no money to take, they became anxious again. Despite their pleas, seeing their true faces, Song Yandan, who was clear-sighted, would never fall for their tricks again. The remaining Song family members also felt cold inside and no longer wanted to admit they were once family. With a few guards from the 6th household present, the part of the family trying to steal the money dared not force their way in. They could only curse silently in their hearts and leave. They resented Song Ning and the others, and naturally, they wouldn't let Song Yanhang's family, who encouraged them to leave and start their own life, go easily. After all, not just for the long term, but even for now, they used to be able to handle things in the broken prison. But now, not only was the prison cleaned out and empty, with sunlight shining on the dry grass, they couldn't even find a cave to hide in. As the sun set and the weather grew colder, they had no blankets, completely empty-handed. Gradually, many people's hearts filled with resentment, but Song Ming was still holding his stomach and crying out for food. Li Shi felt sorry for her son and started scolding him harshly. But as she scolded, she noticed the strange looks people were giving her. Her voice grew quieter, and Song Ming's voice echoed across the dark wilderness. "Mom and Dad, didn't you say that after leaving Uncle and the others, we'd have plenty to eat and drink? But where's the food? I'm starving to death. If I'd known you were so useless, I'd rather have gone with Uncle and the big sister." Song Ming's complaints expressed everyone's feelings. Suddenly, there was constant arguing and complaining. At first, Song Yanhang still held the role of head of the family, calm and commanding everyone to stay united. But before he could say much, a huge fist suddenly struck his face. "It's all your bad luck." Exactly. The eldest is capable, but we can only dig a few days' worth of ore with him. He can't make us mine forever. If I had known, I'd have gone back to mine. Everyone spoke out angrily, venting their frustration on Song Yanhang. Dozens of people pushed and shoved Sang Sang. Song Yanhang's arm was already dislocated, and he had no strength to fight back. Now, he was completely buried in the dirt, even his hair covered in mud. Mrs. Li screamed, trying to rush forward to save her husband, but she was also pushed to the ground. Someone spat at him first, and then a wave of foul-smelling saliva poured down like rain, burying Song Yanhang and his wife in the dirt. Song Ning watched her parents' tragic state, her eyes flickering, and quietly shrank into the corner. Song Ming was stunned by everyone's anger. After trembling a few times, he shamelessly started scolding his parents too. Although Mrs. Meng and Song Xiang didn't participate, they also hated the main and second households equally. Mrs. Meng held Song Xiang's hand and cried, "Don't be afraid, your father will come to save us. By then, Mother wants those wicked people in Song Ning's family to all die." Mrs. Meng's face twisted into a very fierce expression. She had overheard the main household talking earlier and had already heard that her own man had made a name for himself here. When their family reunites, she plans to find someone to crush Song Ning's prisoners, like crushing an ant. It's that easy. "Mother, that wicked woman Song Ning has been kicking us along the way. When the time comes, I will slap her face. Let's see how she continues to act so arrogantly." Song Xiang pouted, speaking sweetly. Mrs. Meng quickly responded, Yes, and that hypocritical woman Lu, I must tear her face apart too." Mother and daughter happily discussed this. Meanwhile, Song Ning, who was on the mountain catching rabbits, couldn't help but sneeze. Suddenly, only 2 rabbits remained from her entire group, 1 male and 1 female. Song Ning. But these 2 rabbits seemed to have bred, and after a little care, they would soon be ready for rabbit meat. And Mrs. Meng was right. At this moment, the 3rd son, Song Yenru, had indeed sent someone to find them. However, he sent people to the prison. But there was no sign of Mrs. Meng or Song Xiang in the prison. The two people sent by Song Yinru couldn't find Mrs. Meng or Song Xiang, so they simply turned back home. On her way back from hunting, Song Ning overheard them whispering, "If we can't find them, then forget it. Third master already looked for them. That's enough. Yes, 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 I couldn't find those two girls, which is just as well. It shows that even heaven wishes for our young lady and third young master to be safe and undisturbed by outsiders." Third young master finally escaped the label of being a criminal with the help of the young lady. If those two girls really go back, they will only embarrass third young master and the young lady even more. The two of them look very happy, not noticing a small shadow hiding behind a big tree nearby, lost in thought. After they walk away, Song Ning comes out holding two rabbits. At the door of the cell, Xiao Yuzi greets her and mentions that two people came looking for someone earlier. Song Ning nods. Xiao Yuzi suddenly looks uncomfortable and says, "Miss, the meal is ready. Thank you." Song Ning casually wipes sweat from her forehead and hands the two rabbits to Xiao Yuzi. Xiao Yuzi happily exclaims and immediately hugs the rabbits, looking very fond of them. "Miss, these mountain rabbits are quite clever. You managed to catch them. Just luck," Song Ning replies simply. Lu Shi sees her return and immediately greets with a smile. "Ninger, come try my cooking." She glances at Song Yenduan, who is sitting in the corner lost in thought, and raises an eyebrow with a questioning look at Lu Shi. Lu Shi pouts. "Ignore him, he's just old and stubborn." Song Ning smiles and sits close to Lu Shi. Lu Shi hugs her and, with a hopeful look, offers a freshly baked pancake. Ninger, Xiaoyozi, and the others are men, and their cooking is rough and not very tasty. Xiaoyozi, holding the rabbits, looks strange. Song Ning looks at him with curiosity, and Xiaoyozi quickly avoids her gaze, feeling guilty. Lu Shi continues, "I just want to learn to cook myself and make something good for Ninger. I once tried a vegetable pancake in the mansion, and since we have some wild vegetables here, I thought I'd make pancakes. Try it." "Okay." Song Ning doesn't think much and takes a good look at the pancake, which looks decent. She bites into it. Before biting, she praises, "Mother is so clever. She must be good at everything." But before she can finish, her face suddenly twists in surprise. She almost spits out the pancake in her mouth. Forcing herself to swallow, Song Ning quietly stands up, lines up with Xiao Yuzi, and their expressions turn eerily similar. How could anyone make food taste so bad? "How is it? Is it tasty?" Lu Shi asks eagerly. Song Ning, "It's okay." Lu was excited and took a bite of what she had made, then said nothing. "Master, you are the pillar of the family. This cake is for you to eat." After finishing the meal, Song Yen took a deep breath and regained his role as the head of the family. Once the second and third houses and dozens of people left, the prison cell suddenly felt more open and less crowded. Song Ning looked at the remaining people. The head of the Song family was old and unwilling to travel. The eldest and youngest sons had left, leaving only the second son's family of 3, the one who had previously spoken up for Xu Qing and others. The second son was in his prime, easygoing in personality, but not yet married. The other families, though with many members, men, women, old and young, looked kind and friendly. Song Ning nodded silently. Song Yen sighed. "I don't know what everyone thinks, but Ninger's money. There's no reason for elders to worry about the younger generation's money. If we talk about it, we'd be laughed at. Besides, Ninger is just a girl. Even if she had a mountain of gold and silver, we, with our hands and feet, can't touch it." The second son of the head, Song Chong, interrupted before Song Yen finished speaking. Song Yen finally showed some relief. A few people gathered together to discuss who would go to the mines and who would stay here to cook. The flickering candlelight blurred the scene. Song Ning watched the family members gathered together, but her gaze was fixed on the distant mountains. In the middle of the night, Song Ning suddenly woke up. She stretched out her small hand and caught a letter from the air. The person who threw the letter was only a shadow, but the back view was very familiar. Obviously, He Fingmian's silly figure. But thinking of Wen Hanzhou, Song Ning's mood inexplicably brightened. She opened the envelope, but what was inside made her gasp in surprise. She quickly looked around, saw no one nearby, and repeatedly examined the envelope that He Hanzhou had thrown with He Fengmian. In the end, she only saw 2 characters inside the envelope, Tiger Talisman. For several days, the place where Wen Hanzhou stayed was busy with visitors. Prince Ling, though no longer favored, was still a prince. Fan Zhendong and several other city guards had come to pay respects. Wen Hanzhou was calm and composed, meeting each visitor one by one, acting perfectly, not at all like someone imprisoned and forced into marriage, but like the master of the place. But when Hanzhou was not in a hurry, someone else was anxious. In the room, Magistrate Zhao looked at the kneeling person on the ground with a cold gaze. Zhao Fengxian, I told you to seduce Wen Hanzhou. It's been days, and there's still no sign of progress. The real Zhao Teng'er shot a vicious glare at Zhao Fengxian, filled with uncontrollable jealousy. She and Zhao Fengxian are half-siblings, but Zhao Fengxian is incredibly beautiful, while she inherited their father's ordinary looks, even considered quite ugly. Yet, Wen Hanzhou is as radiant as a shining pearl. Such a divine figure would never look at an ordinary-looking daughter like Zhao Teng'er. That's why this trick was played, swapping the prince. Zhao Fengxian knelt silently on the ground, not making a sound. Zhao Teng'er paced impatiently, then suddenly brightened her eyes and said to Magistrate Zhao, "Father, this is too slow. Now everyone is eyeing King Ling. Why don't we?" Magistrate Zhao's face showed hesitation.
Sao Tang stumped her foot angrily.
"Oh, father, don't you see those people visiting the prince? They all want to stick their eyes on him. If you want to marry your daughter to the prince, don't they want that too?" Hearing this, Magistrate Zhao immediately felt a sense of danger. Wen Hanzhou, though not very favored, was a prince. Rumors said that the relationship between King Ling and the emperor wasn't as bad as people thought. The distant northern mountains and waters made it hard for officials like them to move. Unless the city fell, they might stay there their whole lives. Constant unrest in the north, insufficient imperial troops. If they weren't careful, they could lose the city or even face punishment from the emperor. Although he held some power, Fan Zhendong was above him. Magistrate Zhao felt extremely uncomfortable here. He longed to flatter King Ling, hoping the emperor would remember him, maybe even transfer him to the capital to enjoy a stable, wealthy position. After thinking for a while, Magistrate Zhao suddenly gritted his teeth and ordered someone to fetch a bag from the storeroom. His eyes fixed on Zhao Fengxian, his tone threatening. "You know what to do, right?" Zhao Fengxian took the powder expressionlessly and nodded. "Daughter understands." Magistrate Zhao finally showed a faint smile. He reached out and patted Zhao Fengxian's shoulder. "If things go well, your mother." The rest of his words were lost on Zhao Fengxian, who had already tuned out. She no longer believed what Magistrate Zhao said. However, a person came to mind, and a faint smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. If Wen Hanzhou married someone else, then she should be able to belong to herself, right? Zhao Fengxian's steps became lighter. Wen Hanzhou was already used to Zhao Teng'er caring for her warmly. But this time, the food that Zhao Teng'er brought seemed to have a strange taste. Wen Hanzhou only took one sip, then quietly put down her teacup, unwilling to drink more. Zhao Teng'er looked at her eagerly. "Is the taste bad?" Wen Hanzhou spoke calmly. "Miss Zhao, I will carefully consider our marriage. You don't need to come here every day." Zhao Teng'er said nothing, just stared stubbornly at Wen Hanzhou and repeated, "Take another sip." Wen Hanzhou wanted to regain control of the northern troops gradually, so she couldn't completely offend the Governor Zhao. The soldiers she sent for hadn't arrived yet, so she could only temporarily hold back. But this porridge. Wen Hanzhou's brow furrowed as she refused. "I'm not feeling well today," Zhao Teng'er immediately said. "Where do you feel unwell?" "I'll make you some medicine." Her persistent insistence finally made He Fengmian stop. Although compared to the rough and uncouth Song Ning, He Fengmian preferred Zhao Teng'er, who was Wen Hanzhou's childhood friend. But this girl shouldn't keep pestering the prince like this. He Fengmian simply snatched the bowl from Zhao Teng'er and drank it all in one gulp. He casually said, "If the prince doesn't want to drink, then I will." when Hanzhou didn't even have time to stop him, watching helplessly as He Fengmian finished the contents. Zhao Tanger's expression went blank for a moment, her face looking strange. But perhaps the medicine when Hanzhou drank wasn't enough. She glared at He Fengmian and hurriedly went to prepare a second bowl of porridge. The medicine given by the Governor Zhao was indeed very potent. Soon, He Fengmian began to feel dizzy. He thought he had been indoors too long and, without warning, staggered out. When Hanzhou's body was also feeling hot now, so she didn't bother to stop him. She realized what had been mixed into that bowl of porridge, and her eyes immediately turned cold. But as the medicine took effect faster and faster, combined with the warm indoor air and burning incense, when Hanzhou's consciousness started to blur. Suddenly, a sneaky figure flashed outside the door, a woman wearing a veil, silently approaching. Governor Zhao was outside, pacing anxiously. He was followed by several people ready to burst in and catch someone in the act. Occasionally, loud noises came from inside the room, sounding very intense. Lord Zhao showed a sly smile on his face. He thought it was about time and was just about to rush in to catch someone in the act. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside, startling Lord Zhao and causing him to slip and almost fall to the ground. "What's going on?" Lord Zhao asked angrily. The guards behind him looked at each other, about to speak when a young servant staggered over and said, "Sir, it's not good. Someone is attacking outside." "What?" Lord Zhao finally managed to stand up, but upon hearing this news, he slipped again and knelt down. This area often faced harassment from barbarian tribes, so Lord Zhao no longer cared about catching the wrongdoer. He quickly led his men outside. Sure enough, outside, a group of soldiers dressed as cavalry were shouting and provoking. The leader was backed by a troop of fierce-looking soldiers, some of whom had been injured by arrows while guarding the gate. Lord Zhao was furious and was about to lead an attack, but the attacker, for some reason, saw Lord Zhao coming and escaped with his men. Confused and angry, Lord Zhao could only call his troops back since the enemies had fled. But what made him angriest was that as soon as he withdrew his forces, the enemy cavalry returned with bows and crossbows, charging fiercely. After several rounds of this back and forth, Lord Zhao was so angry he clenched his teeth but felt helpless. Meanwhile, in the backyard of Lord Zhao's residence, a small figure quietly knocked out several guards and sneaked along a small path. Before Song Ning could find where when Hanzhou was staying, she suddenly heard hurried breathing nearby, as if two people were silently fighting close by. Curious, Song Ning moved quietly closer. With just one glance, her face twisted in shock, and she quickly turned and left. This is scandalous. But thinking that the person who just caused trouble was He Fengmian, she felt a bit pleased inside. However, this also made Song Ning more alert. If He Fengmian was caught, what about when Hanzhou? Thinking of this, Song Ning quickened her steps. Behind her, the young servant being teased by He Fengmian looked from surprise to despair on his face. He Fengmian kept rubbing against him, muttering, "I'm so hot, you're so cold, let's stick together." The young servant. "Get lost, you pervert." Passing through a winding corridor, Song Ning finally reached the main courtyard. Perhaps to make it easier for Zhao Tanger to move around, the servants in the yard had been cleared out completely. Song Ning stayed close to the wall, carefully sneaking around to the door. Just as she was about to push it open, she suddenly heard a series of soft, muffled sobs from inside the room. The sound was so suggestive that it made her imagination run wild. Her hand froze on the door handle, and her face turned bright red with confusion. Although, from He Fengmian's appearance, it seemed like he was drugged, but still, disturbing others in the middle of something didn't seem right. Ignoring her faint disappointment, Song Ning decided to wait until the two inside finished before rushing in to rescue Hanzhou. She sighed and prepared to find a hidden corner to hide in. But when she looked back, she saw a beautiful woman dressed in red, with stunning features, silently appearing behind him. "Zhao Tenge? How is she here?" And the people inside the room. Her instincts told her something was wrong. But Zhao Tanger, also known as Zhao Fengxian, had a cold expression and spoke without warmth. "This is not a place for you to be." Song Ning raised an eyebrow. "You're not supposed to marry Wen Hanzhou, so why are you here?" "It's none of your business," Zhao Fengxian said coldly, hiding complex emotions behind her eyes. "I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, even if you want to leave, you won't be able." "Really?" Song Ning's smile suddenly froze. In the next moment, she swiftly drew a dagger and pressed it against Zhao Fengxian's neck. Zhao Fengxian looked stunned, but Song Ning didn't give her a chance to speak. She clenched her hand into a fist and swung down hard, knocking Zhao Fengxian out cold. The beautiful woman's face slowly fell to the ground, and Song Ning's expression grew serious. She glanced at the door, from which muffled sobs and moans still came. Clenching her teeth, she knocked gently on the door. She didn't know how much longer Lu Qiao could hold on. Time was urgent. If she didn't act now, she might lose the chance altogether. The knocking was soft, but it still woke Wen Hanzhou inside. He didn't know who was outside the door. He could only stagger a few steps, suppressing his disgust, drawing his sword from the table and cautiously watching the door. Song Ning knocked for a long time without hearing any response. Afraid something was wrong, she called out and then decided to barge in directly. When Song Ning entered the room, her eyes were closed. But the moment she took a step inside, she was suddenly embraced by a warm, ink-scented hug. When Hanzhou staggered a few steps, his eyes wide with surprise. At the sight of Song Ning, he didn't know why, but his heart suddenly felt much more relaxed. "Miss Song," Wen Hanzhou's voice was hoarse, and he swayed slightly before collapsing forward. Song Ning opened her eyes quickly and caught him, but she noticed his body was unusually hot. The romantic scene she had imagined did not happen. In the room, besides Wen Hanzhou, there was only a woman tied up with colorful ropes, her mouth gagged with a torn cloth, glaring fiercely at the door. "Who is this?" Song Ning wondered briefly, but she didn't have time to investigate carefully. Instead, she raised her eyebrows flirtatiously and said, "Prince, I've come to save you. There's a secret door to the west. Follow me." When Hanzhou forced himself to stay calm, even though half of his body was leaning on Song Ning. A smile appeared on Song Ning's face, and she felt unexpectedly happy. Okay. After arriving in the northern desert, when Hanzhou carried only his usual soldiers to suppress the prisoners, with nothing extra. But Song Ning still rushed into the room like a whirlwind, grabbing a bundle of gold, silver, and valuables. She took everything valuable she saw without hesitation, then said, "Don't worry, we have backup. It won't take long. But remember to take the money." The girl muttered, "So many mouths to feed, and now you're here too. Everyone needs to eat." When Hanzhou leaned on the doorframe, a rare flicker of distress crossing his gentle face. True to her quick nature, before when Hanzhou could react, Song Ning had already slung her bag over her shoulder and wrapped her arm around his waist. "Hold me tight," she said. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly squeezed him tightly under her arm, moving at a speed no one could understand, rushing in the direction when Hanzhou had indicated. When Hanzhou, who was a head taller than Song Ning, looked confused. Being squeezed under someone's arm was very uncomfortable. They jostled along the way, and when Hanzhou nearly vomited. Fortunately, Song Ning was fast enough. When they reached the back door, there was indeed a small side entrance. They pushed open the door, and before when Hanzhou could speak, Song Ning again squeezed him under her arm and sped off in a certain direction. When Hanzhou, for the first time in his life, he felt what it was like to be humiliated and desperate. Fortunately, this situation didn't last long. Song Ning put Wen Hanzhou on the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Wen Hanzhou couldn't hold back and vomited loudly. A disdainful voice came from nearby. "Hey, girl, this little white face is the person you're trying to save. Why is he so weak?" Xiaoyuzi curiously looked at Wen Hanzhou. He didn't know yet that the person he was criticizing was the legendary Prince Ling. Song Ning nodded and pointed to two thin horses she had hired in the distance. "You take him and leave first." "Boss, where are you going?" Xiaoyuzi, speaking bluntly but caring, helped Wen Hanzhou up with worried eyes. "This is the prefect's office. It's very dangerous inside. Since we've already rescued the people we wanted, maybe we should just leave. When Hanzhou finally stopped the nausea in his stomach and nodded as well. Although Prefect Zhao is moderate, the troops in his office are among the strongest in the northern desert. Miss Song, you'd better be careful. As for He Feng Mian. When Hanzhou paused briefly, vaguely recalling his guard. It seemed he also took some medicine and that young man drank more than he did. But that young man should be able to take care of himself, right? A look of guilt appeared in Hanzhou's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Forget it, Prefect Zhao probably wouldn't turn against him for now. The worst that could happen to He Feng Mian was losing his reputation.
As long as he didn't die.
Anyway, losing his reputation wasn't his problem. He Feng Mian. You're polite, aren't you? Song Ning handed the bundle in her hand to Xiao Liuzi and said meaningfully, have you ever heard of thieves not leaving empty-handed? When Hanzhou, before they could react, Song Ning's figure disappeared from their sight. This time, without Hanzhou's burden, Song Ning also stopped hiding her strength. With the army approaching ahead, there weren't many people left inside the prefect's office. Song Ning easily sneaked into Prefect Zhao's storehouse. This Zhao prefect didn't seem like a good official, so Song Ning felt no pressure. The storehouse was filled with piles of gold, silver, and jewels. Song Ning was not polite. He loaded a lot of gold and silver onto himself and stored valuable jewelry and paintings in his space. He only left 1/3 for Zhao prefect. After finishing everything, Song Ning turned and disappeared from the prefect's office. When passing by Gao Fengmian, who was eager to cling to the young servant again, Song Ning hesitated for a moment and then simply stopped walking. The young servant's eyes filled with tears of emotion. Song Ning pulled out a knife. The young servant's eyes filled with tears of fear. Song Ning stabbed the knife into a pressure point on Gao Fengmian's body. Blood suddenly burst out, and the intense pain made Gao Fengmian's eyes clearer. He finally let go of the young servant, who was desperately clinging to him. The young servant's eyes filled with tears of happiness. But in the next second, Song Ning turned the knife in his hand and struck directly at the young servant. The young servant. The handle of the knife hit the back of his head, and he immediately fainted. Song Ning kicked Gao Fengmian twice, who was still a bit dazed, then cut a few more pressure points on his body before quickly leaving. Outside the city gate, Magistrate Zhao was repeatedly fooled, his anger growing intensely. Lu Qiao looked at the time, his eyes dark, and gently touched the medicine in his pocket, a faint smile appearing on his face. Let's go. The soldiers immediately sounded the retreat, their horses' hooves pounding loudly as they left without mercy. Magistrate Zhao, angry and anxious, said, "They're playing this trick again. This time, I won't fall for it. To prevent them from turning back, we won't withdraw this time. We'll stay and fight them to the end." But as time passed second by second, the sunset faded and the moon rose higher. The soldiers dressed in strange armor, who came mysteriously and left just as mysteriously, never looked back. Magistrate Zhao. Compared to Zhao's frustration, Lu Qiao was smiling happily. If this medicine works, I won't have to worry about not showing myself in front of Lord Fanjindong. Let's go quickly. Lu Qiao urged his horse forward, while Song Ning, along with Xiao Liuzi and Hanzhou, had already arrived at Yanmen Mountain. Hanzhou was burning hot all over. Even after taking the antidote pill Song Ning gave him, the restless heat in his heart was hard to suppress. The moment he dismounted, Hanzhou staggered. Song Ning immediately reached out to support him. Is it still useless? When Hanzhou struggled to stay clear-headed, his face flushed with embarrassment. He forced himself to act like a noble gentleman, then staggered back 2 steps. Please forgive me, Miss Song. That's okay.
But...
Song Ning suddenly leaned close to Hanzhou, her dark, bright eyes fixed directly on his, her hot breath like a cat's tail teasing his skin and his reason. Song Ning exhaled softly. What do you plan to do? I don't know how to detox, and there are no doctors here. Do you have to endure it all the time? Song Ning was bleeding He Fengmian, trying to suppress the medicine's effect in his body. But the real cure would have to come from He Fengmian himself. But when Hanzhou and Hefengmian were different. Looking into those clear, bright eyes, when Hanzhou felt as if a fire was rising inside him. He quickly looked away, afraid to even glance at Song Ning again. Is there a pond nearby? Aye, a cold shower. Song Ning understood immediately and kicked Little Six, who was happily counting silver coins. Is there a river nearby? Probably not here, but there is one up on the mountain, Little Six exclaimed, grinning widely but unable to close his mouth. He wished he could swallow the silver coins and look like a silly, excited kid. Song Ning glanced in the direction Little Six pointed, nodded gently, and said, "Tell your parents I'm taking I'm taking Lord Wan to look at the mountain. We'll come back later." Okay, Little Six was not worried about Song Ning but was a bit concerned about the delicate young man brought back by the older brother. Hee. Little Six's face involuntarily showed a mischievous, knowing smile. He leaned in and asked, "Big brother, is this your captured fiancé? Now that we have silver, should we go back and throw a feast?" Song Ning was both angry and amused, giving him a slap on the back of his head. Little Six didn't get upset. Instead, he grinned even more mischievously. Song Ning didn't bother explaining. When he turned around, he noticed that, perhaps because of the intense sunset, when Hanzhou's face looked as radiant as the evening sky. Little Six was right. The land below Yanmen Mountain was dry and cracked, but there was a small, babbling stream on the mountain. It was late evening now, and the water was cold.
When Hanzhou didn't care much about that.
He didn't dare look into Song Ning's eyes, only feeling his whole body, his internal organs and some unmentionable part, burning hot, almost losing his mind. Yet, strangely, Song Ning always carried a faint, cool fragrance that constantly stirred his nerves. When Hanzhou staggered into the water, the icy river shocked his mind, and the veins that were about to burst from the heat suddenly contracted and calmed down. The moonlight quietly rose. Song Ning sat on a nearby stone, lazily chewing on a piece of grass. He watched when Hanzhou's face, which seemed carved by a divine artist beneath the moonlight, and couldn't help swallowing hard, his eyes almost unable to look away. If he had simply taken off all his clothes, that would be fine, but instead, his clothes were still on, and a bit messy. After getting soaked with water, his semi-transparent appearance was even more tempting. Feeling the intense gaze, when Hanzhou stiffened his back, his face, which had already turned pale from the cold, suddenly heated up again in an instant. They looked at each other, and Song Ning immediately felt embarrassed, as if caught doing something she shouldn't. It's not that she's interested in men. Although she was single in her past life, she never cared much for men, thinking they might slow her down when drawing her sword.
But now,
it's all because when Hanzhou is too attractive.
Why does he have to look so good all the time?
Song Ning wiped away the tears that were streaming down her face. As she reached out, her purse, hidden in her sleeve, suddenly slipped and fell into the river with a loud splash. My purse. Song Ning didn't expect this to happen. She tried to grab it quickly, but it was too late. The purse was filled with silver coins and other small items, heavy and sinking straight to the bottom. Without thinking, Song Ning leapt into the river. When Hanzhou's face changed color instantly. He was more surprised that she jumped into the water than that her purse sank. Before he could react, she was gone. When Hanzhou looked at the rippling lake surface, no longer caring about being refined and gentlemanly, he quickly dove into the water to try to save her. The creek was too cold. Even with his martial arts skills, the icy water made him shiver. If Song Ning, a young woman, was frozen by the cold creek, she might have cramps in her limbs, which could be deadly. But the moment when Hanzhou dove underwater, a pair of bright black eyes met his through the clear lake water and bright moonlight. Song Ning was truly beautiful. If her previous gentle and obedient appearance lacked soul, now her body looked like a captivating mermaid, constantly tempting his mind and making it hard to look away. Moreover, because of the water pressure, her soaked clothes clung tightly to her body, outlining her graceful curves. In the right places, they lifted, and in the right places, they dipped, delicate and alluring. When Hanzhou, a gentleman, instinctively wanted to look away from such a strong visual impact, but he forgot he was in the water. In a daze, Song Ning swam to his front and slightly opened her mouth, blowing bubbles. Underwater, the gurgling sounds were muffled, but when Hanzhou felt her approaching so intensely that it was deafening. He was clearly the one saving people from the water, but because of the small amount of medicine still in his body, his breathing suddenly became chaotic, and he choked on several mouthfuls of water. Song Ning blinked in confusion, quickly swam over, grabbed his waist, and helped him swim upward. When Hanzhou can swim, he knew his mind was restless, so he relaxed all his strength, allowing Song Ning to hold him as they swam toward the shore. But in doing so, only Song Ning was exerting effort. When Hanzhou immediately regretted it. Song Ning was small and delicate. To help him swim better, she pressed herself close to him. Even through the cold water, when Hanzhou could feel her warm body, his mind was a blur, and he didn't even remember how he managed to get ashore. It wasn't until Song Ning curiously leaned closer and gently pressed on his stomach that when Hanzhou realized what was happening. But, worried he might suffocate, Song Ning pinched his nose and brought her small mouth close to his. Her hand just blocked his view. In the next moment, her cold, soft lips lightly pressed against his, like a feather, bringing a warm breath. This warmth seemed endless, like a blazing fire, burning through every nerve and cell in his body. His heartbeat was deafening, and his eyelids fluttered slightly with the trembling of his eyelashes. Is it still not working? Song Ning looked at him with a puzzled expression. When Hanzhou could almost feel her gentle gaze like a feather softly landing on his face. It was ticklish and itchy. Song Ning sighed, then prepared to press on Hanzhou's abdomen again and give him artificial respiration. But this time, her slender wrist was caught by a large hand. When Hanzhou finally came to his senses. "Miss Song, I'm fine now." Song Ning's bright, almond-shaped eyes immediately curved into a smile. "You scared me to death." She couldn't afford to be accused of harming the prince. Moreover, when Hanzhou was her only connection in this unfamiliar ancient court. When Hanzhou didn't know what to say. His gaze fell on her other hand. "What is this?" "A purse. Luckily, I didn't lose it." Song Ning knelt on the grass, water dripping from her, smiling proudly. When Hanzhou felt inexplicably annoyed. "It's just a purse. How much silver could be inside that's worth risking your life?" "It's not about silver." Song Ning shook her head. She opened the purse and poured out everything inside. She didn't even look at the broken silver coins, just grabbed a roughly palm-sized wax-sealed cowhide paper package, carefully shaking off the water on it. "Do you have a handkerchief?" When Hanzhou hesitated for a moment, placing the one he had on the shore and handing her a dry piece of clothing. "Just use this." He thought she needed it to wipe her face, but unexpectedly, Song Ning carefully used a handkerchief to wipe the paper-wrapped bundle. After drying the surface water, Song Ning slowly peeled away the paper to reveal a half of a military token inside. She took a deep breath and handed the token to him. "I don't understand much, but this kind of thing must be very valuable." When Hanzhou's eyes paused for a moment. "You should know, giving you this token might actually be dangerous for you. In the northern desert, there was a loyal general who loved his country. After dying in battle, he left behind an army of 200,000 soldiers. This army was different from ordinary soldiers. They were especially brave and skilled in fighting. However, after the general died, the token disappeared, and no one could command that army anymore. When the general was alive, his trained soldiers could be called a force equal to 1,000,000 troops. Later, rumors spread that whoever held the general's army could control all of the northern desert and even half the country. Governor Zhao was searching for the token, the Fan family was also looking, and the emperor was searching too. But this half of the token was already in Hanzhou's hands ahead of everyone. Currently, Hanzhou was in a weak position, and various factions watched him closely. Although the northern factions still treated him politely, if others found out he had this half of the token, it could bring him deadly trouble. When Hanjo didn't want unnecessary problems, but with so many spies and guards, he couldn't risk revealing his power. So, he simply gave the token to Song Ning. It seemed that the prince was particularly fond of the Song family girl, and it wasn't a secret. Everyone thought when Hanjo's feelings for Song Ning were just simple romantic interest. No one expected that the prince would give such an important item to a daughter of a traitor. Song Ning didn't quite understand. But she still said seriously, "I'm like a little ant on the prince's string. If the prince is good to me, I am good to him. Without the prince who would protect us," she showed no hidden agenda, instead appearing very sincere. Seeing her wet, kitten-like eyes, when Hanjo suddenly felt a strange emotion in his heart. However, Song Ning snatched the token back and stuffed it into her chest. "But since this thing can be dangerous, I'll keep it for the prince first," when Hanjo sighed softly, feeling a bit uncomfortable inside. Although giving the military token to Song Ning was done reluctantly, it was still necessary. "Are you stupid?" Song Ning tilted her head and looked at him. "What did you say?" "It's nothing." The cold wind of September in the northern plains was already biting. He had internal strength and herbal medicine, so bathing in the river was fine, but Song Ning's small body couldn't handle it. When Hanjo looked at Song Ning trembling and suddenly stood up, draping his coat over her, then bent down and picked her up. "Let's go home." After falling into the water, Song Ning indeed fell seriously ill. Even more surprising was that night, the two of them returned dressed in disheveled clothes. What's more shocking is that when Hanjo carried Song Ning back, in an instant, the expressions of the two elders of the Song family looked a bit strange. But when Hanjo was calm and dignified, with a face as handsome as a jade crown, both his status and character matched the standards the elders of the Song family looked for in a son-in-law. However, he was neither introduced nor officially engaged. Lu Shi sighed again in the small room where Song Ning was staying, finally unable to hold back and rushed in. "Prince, having a maid to take care of Ninger is enough." When Hanjo's eyes showed guilt, but he understood Lu Shi's worries, so he politely handed the medicinal bowl to her. Song Ning, wrapped in a small quilt, had a red face and kept sneezing. Seeing Lu Shi's nervous attitude, she smiled and said, "Mother, I'm fine. The prince is a good person. Don't worry." Hearing this, when Hanjo's expression stiffened even more, he had used her and even caused her to catch a cold. She not only didn't blame him, but even risked herself to go to Prefect Zhao's mansion to save him. Now, she was still speaking well of him. When Hanjo felt a deep ache in his heart, he looked at Song Ning carefully, then thought of the cold, soft kiss. His face reddened, and he made a firm decision. Song Ning didn't know what Hanjo was thinking. She said he was a good person, but she only thought that compared to her ruthless, murderous past self, he was genuinely better, nothing more. Lu Shi glared at her daughter, with worry on her face. But as soon as Song Ning recovered from her cold, she shakily mounted the carriage to head to the city. Today was the day she had agreed with Lu Qiao. She had fabricated a false identity as a disciple of the traveling divine doctor. If she didn't go to the appointment today, Lu Qiao would think she was playing tricks and would investigate her thoroughly, which could cause trouble. Lu Shi was heartbroken. "Can't you go tomorrow?" "No, I can't." Song Ning shook her head and said, "Also, the food we brought last time is almost gone." She has never been harsh on the remaining members of the Song family in terms of knowledge. In fact, because of her arrival, the food in the prison has improved a lot. More people mean faster food consumption. Although she has plenty of food in her space, she still needs a good reason to bring more back. Song Yan was already digging mines with the young men of the Song family for 2 days. He is not here now. Mrs. Lu couldn't persuade him and looked full of regret. "It's all my fault for being useless, and I still have to rely on you, a girl." Song Ning comforted her a little. Meanwhile, when Hanjo suddenly stood up calmly and said, "I'll go too. It's good to have someone to look after me on the way." Song Ning glanced at his face, hesitant to speak. When Hanjo seemed to understand her thoughts, his expression stiffening a bit. "I can cover my face. That's not necessary," she replied. "Mainly, if he wears something like a cloth to cover his face, it might actually draw more attention." Song Ning touched her chin and decided to scrape a layer of dust from the bottom of the pot, mixing it with yellow mud, then smearing it on Hanzhou's face. When her delicate body leaned closer, Hanzhou stiffened and remained still. She had long eyelashes, and her small mouth looked a bit cracked from illness, but her lips' shape was still beautiful. Her small hand was cool, with a thin layer of calluses, gently applying makeup on his face, as if only he existed in her eyes. Hanzhou's heart started pounding uncontrollably. After a while, Song Ning finally patted her small hand and cheerfully said, "Done." She then took out an old copper mirror, which the little boy Lu had somehow found. Hanzhou looked at the person in the mirror and was momentarily surprised. His usually smooth, jade-like skin had turned yellowish-black, looking like a sick person. He didn't know how Song Ning did it, but even his handsome features had become ordinary. His eyebrows, drawn thick and messy, made him look like an average, slightly handsome farmer. Is this disguise magic? Hanzhou couldn't help but be amazed. How many surprises does Song Ning still have that he doesn't know about? Song Ning raised an eyebrow and said, "You could say that, but I think it's still a bit different from true disguise magic. In her previous life, a teammate knew real disguise magic. That was true face-changing. She and that teammate only learned a little bit, just the basics." "Don't get it wet," Song Ning warned. Hanzhou looked at himself in the mirror again and nodded seriously. "There are only 2 thin horses here, one of which is rented. Hanzhou is going to the city, so Xiao Liuzi cannot go with him." When Xiao Liuzi heard this news, his face drooped and his eyes toward Hanzhou turned resentful. It's all because of that young handsome man stealing the boss's attention. In the past, he was the boss's favorite. Xiao Liuzi sat in the corner, sobbing quietly, not knowing that Song Ning had already hurriedly arrived at the agreed-upon restaurant. Lu Qiao was indeed waiting there early, looking a bit restless. Seeing Song Ning, Lu Qiao sighed in relief, but then his gaze was drawn to the man behind Song Ning, the farmer. The reason was simple. This farmer, though plain-looking, had an extraordinary aura, unlike an ordinary farmer. But Lu Qiao only glanced briefly before directly asking, "The prescription. Here you go." Song Ning smiled warmly, but did not move closer to Lu Qiao. Lu Qiao took the prescription, then suddenly changed his expression. "Miss, would you like to visit our house for a few days? Otherwise, I wonder if I can make those special medicines with this prescription? I'll try the herbs I gave you and see if I can make them," Song Ning replied. She slightly backed away, ready to run at any moment. Hanzhou looked at her, feeling reassured. "Very soon, the herbs I gave you last time should still be here," Song Ning said. Lu Qiao, unwilling to cause trouble here, hesitated and had his subordinate bring out the herbs from last time. Based on Song Ning's instructions, the dosage, and steps from the prescription, they quickly made the same medicine as before. Lu Qiao, without hesitation, cut his palm, sprinkled the medicine, and the bleeding stopped immediately. He showed a happy expression, but Hanzhou looked a bit surprised. "Are these special medicines meant for the Fan family?" Lu Qiao was a member of the Fan family. Did Song Ning not realize what she was doing? But before he could remind her, the friendly person suddenly changed his expression. He drew a long knife with a fierce smile on his face. "But only I should know this medicine. If you give it to others, I won't agree. Guards, bring this young lady to the house. If she refuses, cut her down on the spot." Lu Qiao's voice was icy cold. Song Ning's expression was calm, not surprised at all. Suddenly, he threw a small round object onto the ground, which immediately released smoke. Next, Hanzhou felt warmth in his palm. In the next second, Song Ning grabbed him and ran straight out of the restaurant, disappearing without a trace. The wind howled in his ears, and Song Ning's small face turned red. Due to a slight cold, her nose was blocked, forcing her to breathe with her mouth, which made her lips look even more moist and tempting. Hanzhou looked away. Just as the pursuers behind were about to catch up, Hanzhou suddenly stopped his steps. Song Ning turned around. "What's wrong? Can't we go any further?" Before she finished speaking, she was swallowed by a quick, sharp gasp. when Hanzhou, with strong arms, firmly held her in his embrace. Using his legs, he leapt lightly a few times and disappeared among the tall buildings. Song Ning's small face pressed against his chest, curious as she looked at the tiny, rapidly retreating scenery below. She couldn't help asking, "Is this lightness skill?" After a long while, when Hanzhou finally stopped and gently set Song Ning down, she glanced at his strong chest muscles, feeling a little reluctant to part. When Hanzhou didn't know what Song Ning truly thought, only assuming she was curious about the skill, so he smiled and said, "Miss Song, don't you know it?" Thinking of the agile figure she saw that day, when Hanzhou was slightly surprised. Song Ning honestly shook her head. "No, I don't. Can I still learn now? It has to be practiced from a young age," when Hanzhou said with a bit of amusement, watching her worried expression, then couldn't help but add, "Earlier, he hesitated, unsure how to ask, but he worried that if Song Ning offended the Fan family here, her identity might be exposed early." Fan Jindong was quite eccentric and almost a local tyrant in Mo Bay. If he wanted to kill someone, it would be easier than crushing an ant. Moreover, the person who actively gave Fan Jindong the healing medicine was undoubtedly a great help for him. But since it had already happened, when Hanzhou naturally wouldn't blame Song Ning. However, some plans might need to be carried out earlier than expected. Perhaps sensing when Hanzhou's worry, Song Ning blinked and said proactively, "Don't worry, they won't find me." And, suddenly, she leaned in close, so near that when Hanzhou could smell her faint, pleasant fragrance. "That medicine can't be made." When Hanzhou remained silent, but his beautiful eyes clearly showed confusion. Song Ning looked proud of herself. "The medicine I gave him was specially refined, and most importantly, it contained a rare herb from the future, which didn't exist in this era." When Hanzhou instantly understood. Looking at Song Ning's clever expression, he felt both amused and helpless. Song Ning brushed off the dust from her clothes. After disguising herself with Hanzhou, she returned to the city and brought back the two thin horses. The city was indeed heavily guarded, as if they were searching for them. But Song Ning and Hanzhou had already changed their appearances, so the portraits of them posted on the streets were useless. Song Ning also told Lu Qiao that she was just a traveling doctor, and since she was bold in her actions, Lu Qiao could never guess that such a clever and daring woman who played him around was actually a prisoner. On the way back, Song Ning started thinking about other things. If it were just her, she could survive doing anything in this ancient time, but with the entire Song family, they needed to plan for a long-term livelihood. Thinking of this, Song Ning asked Hanzhou, "Is there a place here to buy land?" "You want to buy land?" When Hanzhou looked surprised, almost unable to believe it. After all, Song Ning used to be a noble lady. Although she had done many surprising things, it seemed she had nothing to do with farming. But her eyes were very clear. She nodded and said, "Of course, our whole family needs to eat." When Hanzhou thought for a moment before speaking carefully, I do have a way to buy land. But, Miss Song, farmers plant crops, but they are also the ones most likely to go hungry. If you have some spare money, it might be better to do some business." When Hanzhou appeared to be a relaxed prince, but in fact, he controlled the largest silver bank in the world and owned many assets. "Miss Song has shown kindness to me. If you want to do business, I can help connect you." Song Ning stubbornly shook her head. "We'll talk about business later." Seeing that he couldn't persuade her, when Hanzhou sighed, "Then come with me, Miss Song." But what Song Ning didn't say was that her reason for buying land was not just for farming. Growing crops was just a cover. The most important thing was to give the Song family something to do, so they could stay united. Even in the small town on the northern frontier, the influence of Tongha Silver Bank could be seen on the streets. Song Ning didn't know that Tongha Silver Bank was Hanzhou's business. When she saw him go inside, she thought he was going to pawn something and quickly said, "I still have some broken silver here." When Hanzhou's eyes flashed with a smile, then he spoke. "Tongha Silver Bank is everywhere, but few people know that besides handling money, they are also very good at gathering intelligence." Song Ning hesitated and looked to the side with doubt. But since she was unfamiliar with ancient life, and when Hanzhou was not only a local but also a prince, likely knowing more than her. She didn't ask much, and simply looked around curiously. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened as she saw some familiar figures on the street. The people from the Silver Inn had already seen Wen Hanzhou. After washing off his disguise, Wen Hanzhou revealed his stunning face. The manager of the Silver Inn hurried to approach him, but Wen Hanzhou's gaze stopped him. Only then did he pretend to speak casually. "You two are here. What do you want to do?" "Buy land." "Is there any idle land here?" Wen Hanzhou asked calmly, but the inn manager's expression suddenly turned strange. He frowned in hesitation.
Your
Majesty, are you really planning to buy land?" Seeing the manager's hesitant look, Wen Hanzhou looked puzzled. "But this land cannot be bought." No. The manager quickly shook his head. He looked around cautiously, lowering his voice. Sir, buying land now is not as good as stockpiling grain." His words sounded strange. Song Ning couldn't help but ask, stockpiling grain makes sense, but why can't this land be bought? If it were anyone else, the manager wouldn't mention this matter. But the person in front of him was Wen Hanzhou. He lowered his voice further. "I suspect that soon there will be a famine here. Some local gentry with some spare money are already hoarding grain and buying land, tricking simple-minded common people who don't understand anything. In this era, land that could be farmed was as valuable to common people as a home for stability. Many tenant farmers spent their lives hoping to escape the control of landlords and farm their own land to be self-sufficient. But if a famine came and the land couldn't produce grain, those tenant farmers who had spent their savings to buy a few acres of poor land would know how to survive afterward." Song Ning also felt the seriousness of the situation and couldn't help but frown. Why would there be a famine? The manager was suddenly at a loss for words. He hesitated before speaking. "It's drought here, and grain production is already very low. Plus, there have been years of war. These were minor issues. The most important thing was, I've heard that this year there was a rare heavy snow, and next spring there will be a locust plague." The manager's voice also carried some fear. The heavy snow was uncertain, but the locust plague had signs already. This year, common people faced severe locust invasions while farming. Fortunately, the locusts haven't yet caused a full-blown disaster. Although the people are worried, they're just waiting for a cold spell to freeze the locusts to death.
But
can these millions of locusts really disappear completely? Droughts, heavy snow, locust plagues, and this year's food shortages all signal upcoming natural disasters. Song Ning listens to the steward's words, her expression thoughtful. Wen Hanzhou's face keeps changing. He is thinking much deeper than Song Ning. Song Ning comes from a world after a disaster, with a natural instinct to protect herself, enough food for herself and her family. But Wen Hanzhou was raised to serve in the government, to protect all people. The northern desert region has long been at war. If another heavy snow and famine come, and if barbarian tribes attack, the country might fall into endless war. Then, there would be widespread suffering, destruction everywhere, and likely outbreaks of disease. This chain of events could lead to many deaths among the people, or even shake the foundation of the country itself. When Hanzhou clenches his fists slightly, his eyes cold and serious. Song Ning doesn't notice his unusual mood and cheerfully asks, "Are you suggesting that buying land now would be cheaper than usual?" The steward didn't expect Song Ning to be so direct and strange, but he honestly nods. Yes. After thinking for a moment, he adds, "It could also be exchanged for grain." Song Ning understands. If endless natural disasters truly occur, grain becomes the most important resource for survival in chaotic times. Silver and land are less useful. But this suits Song Ning perfectly. Her eyes sparkle as she says, "Could you help count how much land can be bought or sold?" "How much I can buy?" But the steward isn't sure what Song Ning plans, and since when Hanzhou is present, he doesn't say much. He just reminds her again, even if there is a lot of land, if it can't produce grain, silver is useless. You have the silver, but it's better to keep it close. It's fine. Just do as I say. Song Ning replies, secretly taking out the silver she saved from last time she went tiger hunting, hidden in her wide sleeve. "Thank you for your help." "Silver isn't a problem," she adds. The steward can't persuade her, and when Hanzhou doesn't object. He can only sigh and accept the silver, then turn to handle the matter. The area where Songning is located is at the border of 2 cities in the 32 cities of the northern desert. To fully acquire land in both cities, it will take some more time. Songning paid a deposit and arranged the next meeting. Then she happily pulled Hanzhou away. Hanzhou didn't know what Songning was planning, but he knew she wasn't reckless. Moreover, if a famine truly happens in the future, the land Songning bought, if left unused, could still be useful to the court. In any case, when Hanzhou's gaze gradually softened, with himself around, he wouldn't let Songning go hungry or cold. He heard that Songning, who was deeply affected by locusts, wanted to visit the fields after leaving the Silver Village. Locusts, if handled well, can be a delicious treat. When something becomes a plague, no problem, just eat it. Overeating might even make it a rare delicacy. Songning squinted happily. The two rode past each other. It was September now, with golden waves of wheat rolling one after another. But the farmers working in the fields looked worried. This year's harvest was really poor, less than a third of previous years. In past good years, everyone's life was still tight. This year,
Sigh.
an old man sat on the edge of the field, puffing on dry tobacco, his eyes full of deep worry. It was late autumn, September, and above the wheat fields, a swarm of locusts still hovered and danced in the air. Songning reached out and caught 2 or 3 fat locusts. Her expression was serious. The pest problem here is indeed serious. That's right. The chickens and ducks at home are getting fat. These locusts still haven't decreased. The old man, sitting on the field edge, sighed heavily. People, we rely on grain to eat. Now, with the grain ruined by locusts, just a few chickens and ducks at home can't get us through this winter. When Hanzhou looked at her with compassion, Songning comforted the old man and asked, "How do you deal with the locusts? Catch them?" Every family, old and young, takes turns day and night. But it can't handle so many locusts, the old man sighed repeatedly. Locusts lay eggs in the soil. This winter, there will be even more next year. How do you deal with the locusts? Songning asked again. Those who can afford chickens and ducks catch and feed them. Those who can afford pigs even feed locusts to pigs. The old man kept shaking his head. But chickens, ducks, and pigs can't eat so many locusts. Chickens, ducks, and pigs can't eat them, but people can. Songning blinked her big eyes and jumped into the field. With a wave of her hand, she caught 2 fat locusts. The locusts after autumn were a bit old, but their tender meat made people imagine the juicy flavor bursting in the mouth. Songning squinted happily, enjoying herself. In her previous life, she hadn't awakened her special powers. When zombies first appeared, eating a locust was considered a great delicacy. Locusts were far tastier than the dry, foul-smelling zombie meat or the hard, bitter bark of trees. The old man looked surprised, as if he'd heard a big joke. His eyes widened. "Miss, are you joking with me? How can you eat these bugs?" "Why not?" Songning asked back. "Have you ever eaten them before?" The old man's eyes grew even wider, and he looked angry. "Miss, you must not have farmed before. Otherwise, how could you say such things? These bugs are disgusting. Even when we eat wild vegetables or chew on dry grass, we wouldn't eat these." According to traditional beliefs, only animals ate insects. Humans didn't because these bugs were hard to chew and probably tasted worse than bark. But what if I could turn them into a delicious dish? The old man wasn't moved by Songning's words. Instead, he was quite a straightforward person. He rolled his eyes and said, "Little girl, are you just being silly at home? I tell you, even if you turn those bugs into flowers, I, the old man, will jump down here and starve to death before I ever eat a bite." Songning watched the old man's puffed cheeks and glaring eyes, barely able to hold back her laughter. But when she turned her head, she saw Hanzhou's worried expression. He seemed more worried about her mind than about the doubts others had. Could her brain have been damaged from the cold water she fell into last time?
And
When Hanzhou lowered his voice, "Miss Song, it's not that no one has eaten locusts before. It's just that they taste terrible, fishy, bitter, and hard to swallow. That's because they weren't prepared properly. Song Ning waved her small hand and immediately took out 2 pieces of silver, handing them to the old man. "Old sir, please find 2 people to catch locusts for me." The old man's eyes widened, but money was important. He called his 2 sons over, and soon they brought back 2 full jars of locusts. The bugs were crawling all over the clay pot, making a creepy rustling sound. Song Ning didn't find this disgusting at all. Instead, she smiled happily and asked, "Old sir, may I borrow your kitchen for a little while?" The old man puffed out his cheeks and glared. "Young girl, don't think that just because you give me money, you can use my stove to make such messy food." "I absolutely won't agree." Song Ning's beautiful eyebrows knit slightly, then she took out a small piece of silver from her purse and handed it to the old man. The old man's stern expression paused for a moment. In the next second, he seriously asked, "How long do you need it?" Song Ning replied, "Very soon." The old man waved his hand. "Speak more confidently." Curious, Song Ning blinked her big eyes. The old man then started to puff out his cheeks and glare again. "Can you be a bit more promising?" "Very soon is too vague. If you use it for a day, what's the big deal? Can I say a word about it?" Song Ning was silent. Unlike the old man's resistance to the locusts, his 2 sons were very curious about how to eat them. Song Ning gave them some silver and told them to buy some oil. In this era, most cooking used pig fat, but there were also rapeseed oil and peanut oil. However, these oils were reserved for nobles and royalty. Pig fat was fine too. When Hanzhou looked very conflicted the whole time. But when Song Ning bent down to wash the locusts by the water well, he hesitated for a moment. Then, he slowly extended his elegant finger, mimicking Song Ning, and started to handle the locusts. First, he cut off the wings, then pinched the last segment of the locust's abdomen to remove the guts. These locusts were plump and healthy. Song Ning's eyes lit up, and she swallowed eagerly, clearly impatient. When Hanzhou looked even more conflicted, Song Ning washed the locusts several times, then lightly salted and marinated them. She lit the fire, boiled the pot, and used the hot pot to dry out the water on the locusts. Then she took a piece of pig fat, rendered the oil, and fried the locusts. Soon, the locusts turned golden and crispy, and a strange aroma filled the kitchen. When Hanzhou stood by the stove, watching in surprise, could it really be edible? The young son of the old man, who was tending the fire, sniffed the rich smell and kept drooling. Before long, even the neighbors were drawn out, calling loudly, "Old man Qian, what are you cooking? It smells so good." The old man sat in the yard, greedily smelling the aroma, while doubting everything. Hearing the neighbor's question, the old man took 2 puffs of dry tobacco and shouted loudly, "Am I acting like a beast, neighbor? Old man Qian, why are you insulting yourself? Old man Qian, I like it." After saying that, old man Qian stopped smoking and, with his hands behind his back, strode happily to the kitchen door, his eyes shining. "Girl, what does locust smell like? Is it tasty?" Song Ning held back her laughter as she brought out the fried locusts, then winked secretly and took a packet of cumin from her space. She cleared her throat and said, "This way of eating is fine, but I have a secret weapon." She pretended to care as she poured hot cumin from a small magnetic bottle into the fried locusts, and immediately a stronger, more fragrant aroma spread out. Old man Qian swallowed hard, and his 2 sons also stared eagerly at Song Ning's hands. Song Ning glanced at Wen Hanzhou, who looked surprised, and asked, "Want to try some?" When Hanzhou hesitated and finally chose a small locust, bravely putting it into his mouth. In a time when locusts were a big problem for farmers, if eating locusts became popular, it could really help solve the grain-eating issue. He had a special status and should lead by example. But the delicious, crispy smell in his mouth made Wen Hanzhou's pupils shrink involuntarily. Seeing him eat, Song Ning picked a larger one and happily put it in her mouth. During the apocalypse, her favorite snack was fried locusts. Seeing both of them eat one after another, old man Qian's eyes shone even brighter. Song Ning didn't keep him waiting and cheerfully handed the plate over. "Old sir, try some too." Old man Qian eagerly wiped his hands clean, pinched a locust, and shoved it into his mouth. The next second, Tears welled up in his eyes. Seeing this, his two sons froze in surprise. "Dad, what's wrong?" "Old man Qian, don't eat them, they're not good," he said, then quickly pinched another locust and ate it, still saying, "Not tasty at all." Then he ate another one. His two sons. Song Ning couldn't help but laugh and deliberately said, "Old sir, didn't you say you'd rather starve or jump off a building than eat locusts?" Old man Qian's eyes widened. Then he punched his son on the back. "You good for nothing, who told you to say that?
If you want to eat, eat.
If not, forget it. Get out." His son, the neighbor, unable to resist the tempting aroma, came over with a small pickled fish in his hand. Song Ning confidently handed her the fried locusts. "Auntie, you should try some too." After tasting the fried locusts, Auntie was amazed, and her eyes lit up. "Girl, what is this?" "Old woman, I've lived so long, but I've never eaten anything this delicious." Old man Qian smirked mischievously and said, "Locusts." Auntie rolled her eyes at him.
Don't try to fool me, old man.
"Locusts can't taste like that." Old man Qian chuckled. In no time, 2 jars of fried locusts were completely eaten. Auntie, tears in her eyes, accepted the food she loved so much, even though she usually disliked and was reluctant to eat insects like locusts, chickens, or ducks. Soon, thanks to Annie's promotion, everyone in the village knew that fried locusts were very tasty. Some people were curious, some didn't believe it, and some even mocked. But old man Qian's 2 sons, not willing to lose, grabbed 2 more jars of locusts and even started squatting by the water well to prepare them, imitating Song Ning. Neighbors' wives also couldn't resist and gathered their families, catching 3 jars of locusts to wash by the well. The village became lively and bustling. Song Ning sat on a small stool at old man Qian's home, smiling so broadly her eyes nearly closed. When Hanzhou watched her proud and happy expression, feeling a strange sensation in his heart, he couldn't help but ask, "Miss Song, about this way of eating fried locusts. The poorest people would never think of eating such things, and the wealthy wouldn't either." Song Ning, despite her background as the daughter of a Ministry of Works official, was mostly afraid of bugs and snakes. How could she think of eating locusts? Her eyes blinked, and she confidently said, "I saw it in a book before. Out of curiosity, I tried it a few times." There was a chef in the mansion who had a special barbecue sauce. No matter how serious she sounded, there were many things she couldn't fully explain.
But
when Hanzhou slightly lowered his gaze, then smiled again, and nodded seriously, "I believe, Miss Song. Your actions are truly admirable." Song Ning felt a bit proud and couldn't help but puff out her little tail.
See?
Someone said I had strange taste before. But there's nothing strange about fried locusts. They're really delicious. Only some people find it hard to get past their psychological barriers. What Song Ning was talking about was from her previous life in the apocalypse. When her teammates were busy searching for supplies, she not only looked for resources, but also enthusiastically caught locusts and cicadas, which often drew teasing from her teammates. But when Hanzhou still thought Song Ning was talking about something that happened earlier at the mansion, seeing Song Ning clench her fists and look angry, he instinctively reached out and gently touched the small tuft of hair that had slightly curled up because she was busy. "Very tasty." Miss Song's taste is not strange at all. After patting Song Ning's head, when Hanzhou suddenly realized and blushed completely. Fortunately, Song Ning didn't mind this small gesture. She was quite proud, slightly lifting her chin. If she had ears and a tail, her ears would definitely stand up proudly, and her tail would probably be wagging like a windmill. Not long after, outside the door, old man Qian's son and his wife's family brought over the processed locusts. Song Ning had no intention of hiding her skills and diligently taught the villagers how to prepare locusts. However, pig fat was quite a luxury for the villagers. When they saw Song Ning adding so much pig fat to the pot, they couldn't help but step back, looking at it with concern. Song Ning simply took out some of the fried locusts. If there isn't that much oil, it can also be stir-fried with vegetables, and it's very delicious. You can pair it with any dish. Soon after, the fried locusts filled the air with a fragrant aroma that could be smelled from 10 miles away. Even without cumin, They were crispy and tempting enough to make people want to swallow their tongues. After sprinkling cumin, they gained an extra flavor. At first, the villagers resisted, but later they eagerly waited for Old Man Qian's son to give them more. After frying the locusts, Song Ning also stir-fried a dish with wild vegetables brought by the lady of the house. For Song Ning, the taste of grass locusts was a bit less appealing, but the soft, fragrant, and crispy texture was still very addictive. The villagers went crazy, their eyes all looking strange. Locusts can be eaten. Yes. And they're delicious. How much food had they wasted before? While the villagers were lamenting, Song Ning, with the approval of Old Man Qian and his wife, packed some fried and stir-fried locusts into jars and headed straight to the biggest restaurant in the city. When Hanzhou smiled helplessly and followed. On the way, when Hanzhou couldn't help but speak, if you sell the secret recipe for making locusts to Tianxiang restaurant, the villagers might never get to eat these again. Song Ning's expression suddenly became serious. The villagers have been catching locusts day and night, but the number of locusts doesn't seem to decrease at all. It shows that locusts are endless. More manpower is needed. When Hanzhou paused slightly, then nodded. You're right. Moreover, the villagers need food and money that can sustain them for a lifetime. Frying locusts is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and consumes a lot of oil. Even if I teach the villagers how to do it, they can't eat locusts every day as a staple food. Song Ning spoke seriously, which made Wen Hanzhou look at her with new respect. I didn't think it through enough, Wen Hanzhou said with admiration and gentleness in his eyes. Song Ning waved her hand. Different perspectives lead to different ideas. It's very normal. This didn't comfort Wen Hanzhou. Instead, it made the strange feeling in his heart grow stronger. From Song Ning's words, it seemed like she had been a farmer for a long time and had suffered a lot. But wasn't she actually the daughter of the minister's family? When Hanzhou couldn't help but recall the surprising things Song Ning had done before, even including the medicine used to control the pandemic. His eyes grew deeper. Such abilities definitely couldn't be cultivated in a small official's household. Otherwise, Song Yanduan wouldn't have fallen so far. Who exactly was she? When Hanzhou suppressed his doubts and instead had another thought. No matter who the young lady in front of him was, he had to protect her. Whether it was out of concern for the common people, for himself, or simply because of her personality. Soon, the two of them arrived at Tianxiang restaurant. The waiter saw that Song Ning was dressed plainly and looked very indifferent. When he heard she wanted to see the owner of the restaurant, he couldn't hide his disdain. Why do you want to see the owner? The owner's time is precious. Can you afford to waste it? When Hanzhou looked cold and was about to speak, but Song Ning clapped her small hand on the table and placed a silver ingot on it, making the waiter's eyes widen in surprise. Song Ning's tone was fierce. Stop talking nonsense, or I'll pull your hair out. When Hanzhou. Is this still the cute and innocent Miss Song he knows? Why is she so fierce? Of course, in Wen Hanzhou's eyes, the stories of Song Ning fighting the second household and kicking the third household were nothing. Even rabbits bite when they're cornered, right? Moreover, she was a well-behaved, clever, and smart little cat. A cat scratching is not really scratching, it's just self-defense. But seeing Song Ning openly showing her fangs in front of him was still quite new. With silver as proof, things became much easier. Soon, the owner of the restaurant came over with a smiling face. What would the guests like to order? But in the next second, Song Ning secretly put the silver, the size of a fist, into her bosom and said, I'm not here to eat. The shopkeeper's expression changed. The shopkeeper looked at Song Ning's face carefully and asked seriously, Dear guest, what do you think of my expression? Song Ning looked puzzled and didn't see anything special. The shopkeeper took a deep breath, forcing a fake smile. Do you think your joke is very funny? But I don't find it funny at all. I can't laugh. As soon as he finished speaking, the shopkeeper suddenly jumped back like a fierce frog. He raised his voice and angrily pointed at Song Ning and Wen Hanzhou. Come here, take them out for me. Stop. Song Ning quickly realized the shopkeeper's misunderstanding. She hurriedly raised 2 jars filled with locusts to her face and shouted, I have a recipe for a top-class dish to offer to the shopkeeper. I came to discuss business. When Hanjo also spoke to explain, "Please stay calm, shopkeeper." That's true. He looked stunning, and his tone carried an inexplicable sense of authority from someone used to being in charge. It didn't seem frightening but made people feel convinced subconsciously. The shopkeeper waved his hand, signaling his guards to calm down. Songming wisely opened the jars and handed them over. A strange aroma immediately wafted out. The shopkeeper leaned in and sniffed deeply. His fierce expression instantly disappeared, replaced by one of delight. He changed expressions so quickly that it was impressive. Before the fierce and delighted expressions fully faded, he naturally added a look of joy and flattery on his complex face, saying, "I told you so. This is a distinguished guest. Come on, second floor, please. Is this how businessmen behave?" Songming watched in amazement. The guards behind the shopkeeper automatically made way, but their fierce look still made people feel a bit scared. Worried that when Hanjo might be frightened, Songming naturally reached out and held his sleeve. When Hanjo was stunned, but she didn't turn her head, she just happily followed behind the shopkeeper, curiously observing the decorations of Tianxiang Tower. This seemed like an instinctive action. When Hanjo pressed her lips and suddenly thought uncontrollably, who was the person that Songming often pulled along before her? Lost in thought, the three of them had already seated in a private room on the second floor. The shopkeeper eagerly stared at the jar in Songming's arms. Songming didn't beat around the bush. She straightforwardly placed 2 clay jars on the table. To preserve fried food, the oil must be drained, and after cooling, it should be sealed. Although this slightly affects the aroma and texture, it is the proper way to do it. But the other jar, containing stir-fried locusts, didn't require such trouble. If possible, it could even be reheated. Songming didn't introduce it herself, but the shopkeeper's face lit up with joy after seeing the contents inside the jar. However, it quickly fell. "Young lady, what is inside this jar?" he asked. "Some delicious food. You can try a bite first," Songming said, worried that the shopkeeper might refuse to eat locusts, so she decided not to tell him right away. The shopkeeper's eyebrows furrowed deeply as he stared at the strange-looking insects in front of him. Songming naturally picked up a fried locust and put it in her mouth. Even when cooled, the fried locust remained crispy, and the seasoning on its surface made it even more flavorful. For some reason, when Hanjo also instinctively took a bite after Songming. He couldn't explain why, but even though the woman and the man looked equally stunning, both are top beauties, this man seemed to be more convincing in everything he did. Seeing that they had all eaten, the shopkeeper closed his eyes and used chopsticks to pick up a fried locust, placing it in his mouth. The moment it entered, his face, which had been wrinkled like he had been hit with a sheep placenta, suddenly relaxed as if it had been smoothed out. Then he eagerly picked up another and ate it. Crispy and fragrant, with a hint of sweetness and a strange aroma from the unknown seasoning, it made people want to keep eating. After grabbing 2 or 3 more fried locusts, the shopkeeper reluctantly put down his chopsticks and modestly commented, "Not bad. May I ask, young lady, what ingredient this is? Why does it taste so wonderful?" Songming smiled gently. "It's nothing special. It's just locusts." The shopkeeper's eyes widened with eagerness, but his chopsticks froze in midair. His face, which had been full of expression, suddenly looked as if it was cracking like a stone. Songming continued to smile and looked at him. "Just caught from the field. How does it taste?" The shopkeeper inexplicably felt as if a locust was scratching inside his stomach, but the taste he just experienced was indeed crispy and delicious. His face twisted for a long time, as if a creature was shedding its skin, and only after a while did he calm down. "Young lady, are you joking?" he asked. "I'm not joking. I really want to discuss a cooperation with you," Songming replied sincerely. Songming's cheerful expression faded, and she became very serious. "Locusts are spreading. Although it hasn't caused a disaster yet, it has greatly affected the common people. You've also tasted fried locusts. They are delicious. If promoted, they will surely be popular with everyone. This is a win-win situation. I can share the method for frying locusts and the secret seasoning at a low price with the shopkeeper, Song Ning explained calmly, making the shopkeeper very excited. People love new and interesting things. Moreover, fried locusts are not hard to eat.
And
Song Ning's eyes sparkled. Before coming here, I saw your restaurant. You run Tianxiang Tower very well. You are the best marketer I have ever seen. Although she didn't fully understand what marketing meant, the shopkeeper was flattered and felt a bit proud. Song Ning continued, as long as the shopkeeper markets well, you can set any price for this plate of fried locusts and people will be willing to pay. The border town has both poor people and rich ones. The rich spend a lot of money, which is common. The cost of a plate of fried locusts is almost nothing, but it can be sold at a high price. Song Ning sounded like a sales pitch, full of persuasion. The shopkeeper was excited and immediately slammed the table, calling the head chef over. When the chef arrived, he looked quite displeased. He heard that a girl from the countryside brought a delicious dish, and the shopkeeper was so enchanted he was almost crazy. He didn't believe it. Surely, no one could be better at cooking than himself. But after tasting the fried locusts, the chef's expression turned strange. He didn't think it was bad, but he couldn't say it was good either. Most importantly, the crispy, fragrant texture and the perfect blend of seasonings made it very appealing. In the next moment, the angry, beefy-faced chef knelt at Song Ning's feet, shouting loudly, "Master, I bow to you, your humble apprentice, Song Ning." While Song Ning was discussing business, when Hanzhou had been quietly watching her from the side. The woman's eyes were bright, and when she was persuading the shopkeeper, her expression was more like a cunning little fox. After finishing the business talk, she proudly raised her chin, with her small hands behind her back. If she had a tail, when Hanzhou had no doubt she would sweep her fluffy tail onto him. Thinking of this, when Hanzhou couldn't help but let out a faint, amused smile. Kneeling on the ground and crying loudly, the chef Wenwei Wen Hanzhou was mocking himself. After glancing at Wen Hanzhou, he suddenly pounced, hugging Wen Hanzhou's leg. Wen Hanzhou. Song Ning blinked in confusion, then heard the chef loudly shout with his raspy voice, "Master, please say a few good words for me and persuade my wife to accept me." Wen Hanzhou. He almost staggered, and a blush quickly spread across his face. Song Ning, with a thick skin, awkwardly cleared his throat. "Stand up first. After the shopkeeper buys my secret recipe, I will teach it to you." Before he finished speaking, the beefy chef, holding a kitchen knife, looked at the shopkeeper with a sad and pitiful expression. "Shopkeeper, go away. Stop looking at me like that." After some discussion, the shopkeeper finally bought Song Ning's locust recipe and special cumin for 10 taels of silver. Of course, Song Ning's storage of cumin was limited in his space. He only shared the general formula with the shopkeeper, and after the chef repeatedly tasted it, he gradually recreated the cumin. Song Ning also carefully explained to the shopkeeper, when locusts are overrun, they can release toxins. Poisonous locusts can't be eaten, or it could be deadly. The simplest way to tell if they are toxic is to see if they turn yellow. Yellow locusts are not only unpleasant to taste but also likely carry toxins. The shopkeeper, imagining his future booming business, looked overly confident, which made Song Ning want to kick him. Meanwhile, the attentive chef remembered everything in detail. Having received the 10 taels of silver, the locust issue was somewhat resolved. Song Ning quickly pulled Wen Hanzhou out of Tianxianglo. At that moment, as they stepped outside, Song Ning sensed several familiar gazes. She looked in the direction of the gazes and raised an eyebrow. Song Xiao was helping out at a nearby pharmacy shop with her Fong Li Shi. Even though it was late afternoon, Song Xiao and Li Shi were still being bossed around and hurriedly directed. A greasy, overweight customer, seeing Song Xiao, took the opportunity to pretend to pick medicine while leering and slyly touching her small hand. Song Xiao endured silently. As the customer left, the shop assistant approached her with a big smile, crowding around her and making suggestive moves. Unable to bear it anymore, Song Xiao looked up and saw Song Ning standing with Wen Hanzhou. Song Ning's clothes remained simple and clean, and her pretty face had not been harmed by the desert wind and sand. Standing next to Hanjo, she looked charming and talented, with a delicate beauty. Suddenly, Song Ning's expression twisted. When she looked again, she saw faint glowing things flickering inside her. Her jealousy burned fiercely in that moment. What was Song Ning doing at Tianxiang Tower just now? Could she have gone inside to eat? Tianxiang Tower's food was famous, expensive, but delicious. They couldn't even afford to eat now, yet Song Ning could go there to eat.
Why?
Why her? Song Zhao's face twisted with anger. The young servant, distracted, boldly pinched her waist. Hey, I'm talking to you. Marry me, okay? Then you won't have to show up here anymore. Song Zhao screamed and instinctively raised her hand to slap the servant, but the servant easily grabbed her wrist. The servant's face was angry. Hey, don't be ungrateful. Someone like you, from who knows where, with no clear background. It's your luck that a decent person, even look at you, next to her. Li Shi saw this and wanted to stop her, but after hearing the servant's words, she hesitated strangely. Li Shi's thinking was simple. They were prisoners, with no proper identity in Mo Bay, so everything was restricted. But if... Meanwhile, Song Ning and the other girl were strolling together on the street. When they left, the sky was just a little cloudy. Halfway there, it started to drizzle, with tiny snowflakes mixed in. Song Ning looked up at the snow and sighed. The snow in Mo Bay comes so early. When Hanjo said, yes, every winter in Mo Bay, many people die from the cold, the topic was heavy. Song Ning was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Prince, are you hungry? The question was sudden. When Hanjo was surprised and gave a strange reply, Miss Song, you don't need to call me Prince. Just call me by my name. Hanjo, Song Ning smiled openly. When Hanjo's heart beat faster. They arrived at a street stall, and Song Ning ordered 2 bowls of wonton. Watching the busy crowd, she said, actually, Mo Bay is very different from what I imagined. It's quite lively. Of course, only in the city. When Hanjo looked at her in surprise. Compared to the capital, Mo Bay was much less developed. The wide street is always busy with people coming and going, but compared to the bustling capital city, it's not very lively. Song Ning lives freely in the city and asks, do you like the northern desert? Hot dumplings are served, their rich aroma making my mouth water. Song Ning tilts her head and says, I like lively places. But that's not entirely true. Having survived in a devastated world for so long, being in a lively environment makes Song Ning feel more alive and normal. Outside, only a few snowflakes drifted down and then stopped, but the rain seemed to be falling harder. It's harvest season, and the townspeople are rushing, calling out to gather the crops. Neither of them speaks. The warm steam blurs each other's faces. When Hanjo looks at Song Ning, who is carefully blowing on her hot food, and suddenly remembers a time when it rained outside. She lit a blazing fire beside him and excitedly roasted a fat wild chicken. That day, the orange-golden flames were as tempting as the fog swirling today. Song Ning eats quickly, but eats neatly. After she's full, she looks at the street and says, let's buy some meat to make dumplings. After saying that, she lowers her head and steps into the rain. When Hanjo quickly follows. A cold autumn rain makes everything chilly. When they arrive at the meat shop, Song Ning shivers and covers her mouth to blow warm air. When Hanjo glances at her, wanting to say something but hesitating, Song Ning, cold and shivering, stomps her foot and sighs at her small hands. Her hands are so cold they look like bright red radishes. Finally, when Hanjo can't hold back, he instinctively reaches out, wanting to hold her hand and then gently warm her small hands in his palms. His large, warm hand approaches her. Hey, there's cow entrails here. Song Ning suddenly brightens her eyes and points to the corner of the meat shop. When Hanjo's hand misses her, and when he reacts, he breaks out in a cold sweat, feeling ashamed. How could he be so reckless, wanting to hold a girl's hand without any reason or relationship? Song Ning finishes pointing and turns to look at him. When Hanjo quickly switches his expression, casually raises his empty hand, and pretends to brush his already warming face. The shopkeeper is chopping meat with a flurry of sounds. Curious, he asks, "Do you want some, miss?" Since there's nowhere else to handle the entrails, the shopkeeper adds, "Just pay and I'll sell it." Song Ning thinks for a moment and tentatively asks, "How much is it roughly?" The girl bought quite a bit of meat, considering it a gift. She told everyone, "Take whatever you want." The leftovers weighed about 20 pounds. Song Ning happily paid with coins and personally carried them. This era wasn't like modern times. There were no plastic bags, only rough hemp ropes to carry things. Song Ning handed the light meat filling to Hanzhou and carried dozens of pounds of beef off the cart with one hand. Hanzhou was about to take the meat, but Song Ning stopped him with her hand. "Don't touch, it's dirty." Hanzhou rarely acted bossy. He reached for the meat and said hurriedly, "You can't carry it." "I'll do it." Song Ning, still walking quickly, carried the beef effortlessly. The weather was freezing cold. The two mounted their horses and rode quickly. Rain started falling, and Hanzhou's hand, holding the heavy load, felt icy cold from the wind. Song Ning felt a bit sorry for him, but luckily, Hanzhou took turns holding the load with both hands. The journey wasn't far, and soon they reached Yanmen Mountain. Lu's family was already waiting at the stone-built prison gate, looking out eagerly. When they saw the two return, their eyes lit up. They called out, "Ninger is back." Little Six was the quickest to react. He dashed inside like the wind. When he saw the beef in Hanzhou's hand, his face fell. "Boss, why did you buy this?" Song Ning replied, "Of course, to eat." "Really?" Little Six looked at her with pity in his eyes. Back in their village, beef was so rare that even beggars on the roadside would refuse it. Had their boss become so poor that she had to buy beef just to eat it? Little Six wiped his tears and hesitated for a moment before pulling out his secret savings from his shirt. It wasn't much, just a silver or two. Tearful, he said, "Boss, if you're having a hard time, just tell me. But please, spend these coins carefully." Looking pained, Little Six wiped his tears. Song Ning patted his head and smiled wryly. "Keep it. You're too dramatic. I don't need your money." Inside the stone-built prison, a bonfire was burning. Because of the recent days of continuous fires, the cold, damp cell had become dry and warm. The foul smell of mold and decay was gone, replaced by the scent of burning charcoal and smoked hay. Little Five blocked the door, keeping out the drizzle outside, creating a warm space. Hanzhou placed the beef in the corner and handed the meat filling to Song Ning. Then he withdrew his cold, numb hand into his wide sleeve. "Tonight, we'll have dumplings," Song Ning said warmly. Several ants gathered around, their eyes shining brightly. "Ninger is really talented," they said. Then one of them pouted and added, "The second and third wives' families are probably not doing as well as ours." As they spoke, they rolled up their sleeves to start making dough. Lu was proud and brushed her hair back, modestly saying, "Ninger is just helping us, who used to be prisoners and couldn't even get enough to eat. Now we can eat full meals and even enjoy hot dumplings on cold days." One of the ants rolled her eyes and said, all right, if you're proud, just show off. No need to be so roundabout." Lu smiled happily while kneading dough. "After we finish making the dumplings, we'll let Xiao Lu and the men deliver them later." "Sounds good. But what about the awful Ningerbot? How do we handle that?" "We'll figure it out later. Now that we're all prisoners, we can't be picky. Still, Ninger worked hard to buy those things, so we should think of a way to make them taste good." Lu chattered away, and Song Ning sat by the fire, warming her hands and listening to their conversation. She smiled contentedly. This was the real family atmosphere, so warm and harmonious, never complaining, only thinking about how to live better. When the second and third wives were around, the household was chaotic and tense, which made her very upset. It's worth mentioning that Lu from the fourth household and Song Zhao stayed behind. But Song Yenja left Yanmen Mountain, saying he wanted to go out and try his luck, hoping to make a name for himself. He was brave. When he left, he only carried some dried food and didn't take a single coin. Naturally, no one stopped him. Hanzhou sat in a quiet corner, holding a letter in his hand. After reading it, he sat in deep thought. Song Ning called to him. "Prince, Why aren't you coming to warm yourself? While when Hanjo was lost in thought, a soft little hand reached out and took his. He was stunned. The girl's small hand, warmed by the fire, held his cold, aching fingers. Besides feeling warm and cozy, he also felt a strange, tingling sensation that shot straight to his brain and heart. He froze in place. Seeing him unmoving, Song Ning tilted her head and said, "Back in the city, didn't you want to hold my hand?" He was caught off guard. Was this being noticed? When Hanjo felt like he had been struck by lightning. Usually gentle and composed, now he was overwhelmed with panic. "I miss Song." He couldn't find words to explain himself. His handsome face turned bright red. No one was paying attention to them. Aunties were busy working hard, and Xiao Liuzi and others were being directed everywhere. Song Ning smiled and leaned close to Hanjo, holding his long, jade-like hand even tighter. She blinked and said, "My hand was too cold just now, but now it's warm. Let me hold yours." At that moment, when Hanjo, known in the capital as a saintly figure, felt his heart pounding hard in his chest. Besides his concern for the world and his responsibilities, he was indifferent to everything else. His intense feelings made his head spin, and his breathing become a little difficult. But Song Ning smiled again and said, "Holding hands is nice. Do you think my hand feels a bit rough?" Song Ning's hand was indeed less delicate than when Hanjo's. Maybe because she had been through hardships recently, she had calluses on her thumb and 5 fingers. When Hanjo didn't dare to touch her closely. When Song Ning pulled him to the campfire, he snapped back to himself and whispered, I will be responsible to Miss Song." "What did you say?" Song Ning was busy roasting sweet potatoes in the fire, not hearing clearly. When Hanjo looked into her bright eyes, he couldn't help but look away. "It's nothing." Their secret interaction went unnoticed by others. Once they warmed up, Song Ning rolled up her sleeves and picked up the cow offal from the corner. This offal included the cow's internal organs and intestines. The other parts were easier to handle, but the intestines contained the cycle of grains, usually the first to be discarded. However, Song Ning was the first to pull them out and then took a small cloth bag, walking toward the riverbank. When Hanjo followed instinctively, Song Ning raised an eyebrow but continued walking with him. Both of them moved quickly. When they reached the river on a mountain, Song Ning squatted down and carefully peeled off the oil film inside the intestines. The foul smell of waste immediately filled Hanjo's nose. His face looked unpleasant, but seeing Song Ning's calm expression, he couldn't help but squat down and try to peel the oil film, imitating her. "Your Highness doesn't need to touch it. It's dirty. Just bring the bag over there," Song Ning said. She worked quickly and peeled a clean piece of the large intestine. When Hanjo opened the cloth bag and saw it was filled with plain flour. "What's this for?" he asked, confused. If this were in the past, these white noodles wouldn't matter much, but times have changed. Even though they now seem to live comfortably, white noodles are still a delicate food. Why did Song Ning take these noodles to the river? When Hanjo had many doubts in his mind, but Song Ning simply told him, "Sit over there." When Hanjo obediently sat on a stone. Even if Song Ning worked quickly to clean the intestines and carefully peeled off the oily skin, it still took him more than half an hour. During this time, when Hanjo gradually realized that Song Ning had him sit there just to rest. Once he understood this, when Hanjo's face turned red again for no clear reason. Seeing Song Ning busy alone, he felt restless, but he knew he couldn't help with these tasks, or he might only cause trouble. Later, the noble prince, who was used to luxury, thought hard and decided to pick dry branches from the mountain that hadn't been soaked by rain. After finishing the first step of cleaning the intestines, Song Ning, when Hanjo had already gathered a lot of firewood. While Song Ning was kneading the flour onto the intestines, when Hanjo had already tied a bunch of firewood with a hemp rope onto his back. After washing the intestines, the normally elegant and distant white-robed prince, who seemed like the bright moon in the sky, was now diligently carrying dry firewood with a streak of black ash on his handsome face, looking at her with eager eyes. Song Ning. If her hands weren't still greasy with the intestines oil, she really wanted to ruffle his head. The two of them went down the mountain together. The women in the Song family, who were in prison, had already finished making dumplings and they were now boiling them. The beef dumplings only needed a little wild greens to balance the flavor. Each dumpling had thin wrappers and large fillings. Once cooked and taken out, the fragrant white dough and rich meat aroma alone were enough to make anyone's eyes stay glued. When Lu Shi and Song Ning returned, she immediately called out, "Ninger, come taste my cooking." "I promise it's delicious." Song Ning's face twisted slightly. Her aunt, Song Yang, quickly winked at her and said, "Don't worry, eat up." Your mom didn't touch the dumpling filling. She only rolled out the wrappers and didn't make the dumplings herself. Only then did Song Ning relax. The dumplings were indeed delicious, especially with the spices Song Ning bought from the city, which completely masked any meat smell. Beef was rare in this era, and everyone sat around the campfire, eating happily. Amid the faint sound of clinking bowls and chopsticks, when Hanzhou watched Song Ning, who was carefully eating from a small bowl with her head bowed, he began to think seriously. How much bride price should he give to Miss Song so that he wouldn't disgrace her? But now, he was being watched by many forces, so it might be hard to protect her. Getting married might have to wait a long time, but they could at least arrange the engagement and exchange tokens. Lost in thought, when Hanzhou drifted a bit. Meanwhile, Song Ning didn't know that the man beside her was already thinking about decorating the house and having children in the future. After eating and feeling warm all over, she and Little Six set up a large pot to braise the prepared beef offal. Lu Shi didn't know much about cooking and watched eagerly from the side. But some sisters-in-law and aunts in the group, who knew a little about cooking, saw Song Ning's actions and all exclaimed in surprise. To them, Song Ning was just tossing various spices into the pot randomly and boiling everything together carelessly. How could that work? However, seeing Song Ning working so diligently and passionately, the sisters-in-law and aunts exchanged glances. Forget it, let her be. The whole family relied on Song Ning. If she wasted some firewood and spices, so what? Yes, in the eyes of the Song family and even Little Six and others, that bit of beef offal was worth nothing. The fire kept burning, and after half an hour, a rich aroma wafted out of the pot. The prisoners deep inside the cell were awakened by the smell. The Song family members, who had been sighing and complaining, also widened their eyes. Even when Hanzhou looked at the pot in surprise, and his amazement deepened. He had thought Song Ning might be making fried locusts, perhaps from what she read in books. Fried locusts look complicated, but they're not hard to make. But this braised meat. When Hanzhou watched very carefully, Song Ning's skill in braising meat was truly impressive. It needs to braise overnight. Song Ning finished handling the tripe and turned to see when Hanzhou lost in thought. She thought he was hungry. "Prince, please be patient." Outside, the rain was falling harder, pounding on the earth and stones with a crackling sound. The bonfire in the prison flickered, warm as spring. The aroma drifted out from the slightly open door and into the nose of a disheveled person outside. That person greedily inhaled a few breaths of the braised meat scent, but their face grew more and more grim with disgust. Soon, that person outside the door turned their eyes and came up with a plan. They didn't knock immediately, but crouched down in the corner where the steam was rising from the door, quietly waiting for the people inside to fall asleep. Feeling the fragrant smell coming from inside, the person clenched their nails so tightly they almost pierced their palm. But that's okay. Once they fall asleep, I will secretly take everything inside, eat my fill, and come back the next day. Anyway, the meat inside was originally owed to me by Song Ning and the others. Song Yanheng slipped his hand into the torn sleeve and once again felt glad he made the right decision. His sudden visit this time was not just to get a free meal or steal the meat. He had a more important task. The burning firewood crackled loudly. Song Ning, who woke up in the middle of the night to check on the meat stew, rubbed her eyes and saw a sneaky shadow in the corner. She thought it was Xiao Liuzi and the others, so she paid no attention and added more firewood, then prepared to go back to sleep. The sneaky Song Yanheng broke out in cold sweat, but luckily, Song Ning quickly left and turned back into her warm bed. Yenhang eagerly reached out, wanting to grab the best pieces of meat to take away. But before he could reach the edge of the pot, a pure white figure stood behind him. The next second, a scream sounded. Song Yenhang was thrown into the air in a perfect parabola and flew out, screaming. The noise was loud. Almost instantly, Song Ning appeared in front of Wen Hanzhou. "What happened?" she asked. Wen Hanzhou withdrew his foot from kicking and slightly turned his head, sounding a little annoyed. "Did I wake you?" "No, I wasn't really asleep. Someone was trying to steal the meat, right?" Song Ning's eyes were bright. Although she had just gone back to bed, she noticed the sneaky footsteps, very different from Xiao Liuzi and the others, and sensed something was wrong.
But
Suddenly, Song Ning leaned close to Wen Hanzhou and smiled. "I didn't expect the prince's movements to be faster than mine." She was a bit close now, and Wen Hanzhou could almost see the sparkling candlelight reflected in her eyes. Strangely, Wen Hanzhou's heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. Outside the door, someone was still crying out in pain. Song Ning stepped forward to pull the person over. That person, afraid of losing their life for trying to steal food from her, was not willing to give up. Fuming, Song Ning's small hand was suddenly held by a warm, large hand. She was stunned, but then heard Wen Hanzhou's low voice say, "Don't move.
sit down."
It's cold outside." She looked down at their clasped hands, slightly raised her eyebrows, and her eyes sparkled with bright stars. Wen Hanzhou suddenly realized what he had done. He quickly let go of Song Ning's hand and almost ran away, rushing outside. He personally brought over Song Yenhan, who was crying loudly. At this moment, the other members of the Song family also gradually woke up. Seeing Song Yenhan, Lu Shi widened her eyes and spat. "Didn't you say you wouldn't come back? Why are you here?" Song Yenhan, caught secretly doing something, covered his face with his sleeve and felt ashamed. But hearing Lu Shi's words, a surge of anger rose in his heart. He pointed at the big pot, full of righteous anger, and asked, "Lu Shi, as the eldest sister-in-law, you don't think about managing the family, but you sneak here to eat meat. People like you, how can you be worthy of being the wife of the Song family?" His finger was almost touching Lu Shi's nose as he scolded. Song Ning's expression darkened, and she unconsciously played with a thin, delicate dagger in her hand. When Song Yenhan reached out, his hand suddenly felt cold. He shivered, retracted his finger, but still held himself proudly, chest out, and looked at everyone sideways. "As fellow relatives, we are starving and freezing outside, barely able to eat, but here you are with big fish and meat. You don't remember how your kin are suffering right now. People like you, so cold-blooded and unfeeling, are not fit to be human." He spoke with spittle flying, making Lu Shi almost want to come out and slap him. The other women left in the Song family were also shocked by his shameless attitude, all staring in disbelief. However, Song Yenhan thought they were ashamed of his words and couldn't help but feel proud, dusting off his robe. Seeing that almost everyone present was a woman, Song Yenhan boldly said, "Of course, you women are ignorant. I won't blame you too much. As long as you share half of the meat with me so I can take it to share with other relatives, I won't say anything more." Everyone was completely stunned by his shameless attitude. Seeing no one move, Song Yenhan thought he had frightened them and looked even more proud and aloof.
"Humph."
Short-sighted women with long hair. As he spoke, he reached out to scoop meat from the pot himself. "This time I won't argue with you, but if you do such selfish things again, disregarding family ties, I will replace your husband and kick you out of the Song family." What a big face he has. Song Ning impatiently made a tisk sound, watching his mouth move up and down, ready to act. Some people's mouths she didn't want, she could help cut off. But before she could move, Lu Shi, usually gentle and kind, suddenly rushed out from the crowd. Next moment, smack! The crisp sound of a slap completely drowned out Song Yenhang's chatter. Mrs. Liu, still seemingly not satisfied, swung her hands left and right, continuously slapping Song Yenhang's pretending face. For a moment, the sound of applause echoed through the stone-built prison, until Song Ning reacted quickly and hurriedly grabbed her hand. While slapping Song Yenhang's face, Mrs. Liu cried uncontrollably. Ninger, don't stop, Mom. I want to see. How shameless he is to say such things. Always gentle and elegant, Mrs. Liu was so angry that Song Ning, who could tear zombies apart in the apocalypse, almost couldn't hold her back. She was pushed out by the calm and composed Mrs. Liu and fiercely slapped Song Yanhang several times. Song Yanhang's face quickly swelled into a pig's head. After realizing this, he angrily rushed over, reaching out to push Mrs. Liu, but before he could, a pair of strong hands grabbed his arms and pressed him firmly to the ground. Song Yanhang let out a miserable cry. When Hanzhou frowned as he looked at him and sighed softly. Although when Hanzhou was experienced and knowledgeable, he had never seen such shamelessness before. Song Yanhang, pressed to the ground, wanted to turn around and curse, but suddenly, when Hanzhou's eyes and the foul words in his throat were instantly silenced. Prince Ling? Why are you here? When Hanzhou frowned and asked back, why can't I be here? I didn't mean it like that. Song Yanhang, proud of his scholarly image and high morals, dared to act arrogantly in front of the women and children of the Song family, but he dared not do anything to Hanzhou. Seeing the situation was getting out of hand, he quickly tried to fix it. Your Highness, I came this time not for anything else. As if afraid when Hanzhou wouldn't believe him, Song Yanhang hurriedly added, Your Highness, I came to deliver the wedding invitation. Song Ning raised an eyebrow. What wedding invitation? Hold me first, then I'll show you. Song Yanhang, at this moment, no longer looked like a scholar, but a disheveled, flattering beggar. Song Ning held Wen Hanzhou's wrist, and Wen Hanzhou let go naturally. Song Ning took out a handkerchief from her bosom and carefully wiped Wen Hanzhou's hands. Wen Hanzhou was stunned. Then, under Mrs. Liu's and others' watchful eyes, his neck turned red to his ears. Miss Song, someone. I can do it myself. She had long noticed that warm Hanzhou seemed like an unreachable moon in the sky on the surface, but in reality, he blushed easily when teased. Liu's gaze fixed on them like a wolf, as if warm Hanzhou had deceived her innocent and lovely daughter and would rush over at any moment to pull her into his arms. Song Ning politely left a handkerchief in warm Hanzhou's hot palm. When she looked up again, she saw Song Yanhan take out a red wedding invitation from his pocket. Ninger is engaged. We are family now, and since Ninger is getting married, you uncles and aunts should come to the wedding in person. Song Yanhan had a good plan. They would attend Song Zhao's wedding and, of course, give a gift. And this gift money was enough for him to take the first step back to studying. He was much more talented at studying than his older brother, but he had always been overshadowed by him, so he never had the chance to show his talent. Now that his older brother was gone, he was sure he could pass the exam. Once he passed, he would return the gift money to Song Zhao. Liu looked at him suspiciously. Whether she felt guilty or something else, Song Yanhan straightened his chest. Liu glanced at the invitation, which was written clearly in red and black ink. It was indeed Song Yanhan who was going to marry his daughter. But how long had he been gone? And now he wanted to marry off Song Zhao so quickly? The women of the Song family looked at each other in confusion, but Song Yanhan spoke first. It doesn't matter if you miss Song Zhao's engagement banquet. Just give me the gift money, and I will take it to Zhao. Song Ning rested her chin and smirked, as if watching a clown's solo performance. Liu wanted to speak several times but hesitated, finally spitting out, Bah, I don't care if you're genuine or fake. At this time, asking for money, what a poor, ridiculous trick. I tell you, the money belongs to Ninger herself. If we want money, we have none to give. Throw him out. Since the first time she hit someone, Liu seemed to have switched a switch on herself. She stood proudly in the middle of the crowd, speaking sternly but gracefully. The children, like Liu and others, had long been shocked by Song Yanhan's shamelessness. Hearing Liu's voice, they immediately stepped forward to chase him away. The scene in the courtyard became lively, but only Song Ning looked at the wedding invitation on the ground, thoughtful.
Song Zhao.
She was always proud and aloof. Would she really be willing to marry like this? Song Ning shook her head. But none of this concerned her. Song Yanhan kept struggling, muttering curses under his breath. Although Xiao Liuzi couldn't understand well, he knew that what he said wasn't nice. He immediately raised his fist and punched him hard in the waist. Song Yanang let out a heartbreaking scream, but Xiao Liuzi covered his mouth. After a series of punches and kicks, he was thrown out. Rain was falling lightly. Since everyone was awakened and the meat was almost cooked, Song Ning simply used chopsticks to pick out a piece of large intestine, placed it on the cutting board, and chopped it into small pieces. The aroma of the braised meat spread farther. Song Ning divided the meat among everyone and took out a small plate, handing it to Wen Hanzhou. "Try some." Wen Hanzhou knew what it was. He saw clearly how Song Ning squeezed out the mixture inside. "It's delicious." Song Ning looked at him eagerly. Wen Hanzhou frowned in thought, then suddenly relaxed. He reached out bravely, took a bite of the intestine, and Wen Hanzhou's eyes immediately lit up. Lu's family and Song's aunt didn't know what it was, but they ate it without hesitation. After tasting, Lu's mother immediately praised, "What is this?" "It's fatty, but not greasy. It has a strange smell, but I have to admit, it's really tasty." Song Wang's wife was so eager she couldn't help but say, "Ninga, I want to talk to you about something. How do you make this? Teach us, please." Worried that Song Ning might misunderstand, Song Wang quickly added, "Don't get me wrong, I have no other intention. I just want to find some work for myself." Yes, Ninger, you said these things were all given by the meat shop owner, right? The cost can't be high. We thought, such delicious food, maybe we can sell it on the street. They didn't understand the hardships of doing business, only thinking about making money. Each of them smiled happily. The candlelight was gentle. Seeing the hopeful looks on the aunties' faces, Song Ning nodded happily. "I'll buy some seasonings tomorrow and definitely teach you all." She had thought about earning money with her skills before, but it was only small earnings. To survive long-term, she needed to find other ways. Lu's family and the aunties were very happy. When Hanzhou watched as the aunties held Song Ning's hands and kept praising her, feeling as if she shone with light. Unknowingly, when Hanzhou looked down at his own hand and couldn't help but smile. The next morning, cold dew arrived. Last night, there was a commotion, and Song Ning was a bit reluctant to get up. Lu's mother smiled and patted her. "Didn't you say you still needed to go to the town today? If you're late, you might miss the market." Song Ning finally straightened up and stood up with a pout. Lu sure smiled at her, saying, "You're grown up now, but you still act like a little kid, fussing and whining." Song Ning threw herself into her arms, taking the chance to sneak a quick nap, which Lu sure teased her about. But after getting up, Song Ning looked around and saw that the cell next door didn't have Wen Hanzhou's figure. She was momentarily stunned, feeling as if a part of her heart was missing for no reason. But she quickly regained her composure. Wen Hanzhou is the proud prince of Ling, and when he comes to Mo Bay, he must carry heavy responsibilities. It's already surprising that he spent 2 nights in this simple cell. If he wants to leave and do his own thing, that's normal. Song Ning tried hard to ignore her strange feelings and sat at the stone table that Xiao Liuzi and the others had brought from outside. There was steaming porridge and rice, and some braised meat was cut into a plate and placed in the middle of the table. She waited for a while but didn't see Wen Hanzhou return, so she spoke up. "The prince probably left. Let's eat first." Although she said this, her voice was muffled. Lu sure noticed her mood and didn't speak, but secretly clenched her teeth. Her obedient and lovely daughter seemed about to be taken away by someone. And that person, she couldn't afford to offend. Otherwise, Lu sure would have to give him 2 good slaps. Just the right amount of force, not enough to hurt her brain. Letting him take her daughter away. During the meal, Lu sure seemed to treat the dishes in front of her as if they were meant to lure her daughter away, eating each bite with extra force. Song Ning felt distracted for no reason and didn't notice her mother's strange behavior. The aunties, too, were very thrifty. Xiao Liuzi's chopsticks subtly reached toward the braised dish in the middle, but before touching the fragrant, oily pork intestines, the aunties suddenly knocked his chopsticks away. "Is this meat for you to eat? Only Ninger deserves to eat it. Ninga has worked hard and made great contributions. After she finishes, we can eat too. The eldest doesn't care about such things." Xiao Liuzi couldn't help but retort. The aunties glared and said, "You know Ninger is the oldest, too." Just as they were about to argue, Song Ning snapped back to her senses. She hadn't spoken yet but saw a familiar figure in the backlit area. In that moment, her mood brightened. When Hanzhou walked in against the light, followed by He Fingmian, who looked full of resentment. Song Ning, feeling very happy, smiled and said, "I thought you had left." When Hanzhou paused, his gaze gentle. "I was indeed about to leave, but I haven't said goodbye to Miss Song yet." "So, you came here specifically to say goodbye to me?" Song Ning blinked, feeling strangely that today's food tasted especially sweet. When Hanzhou slightly looked away, with an unnatural expression on his face, but his eyes were as gentle as a clear spring pond. Behind him, He Fingmian still harbored resentment about being abandoned by Song Ning. Hearing this, he was so angry he stomped his feet. "Don't flatter yourself. What is your status? Why would the prince personally come to say goodbye to you?" Before Song Ning could speak, when Hanzhou frowned and warned coldly, "Fingmian," Prince He Fingmian felt the threat in when Hanzhou's tone and became even more aggrieved. "Prince, is there something wrong with what I said? Anyway, after today, they might not meet again for a long time." When Hanzhou decided to clarify everything, he spoke clearly and deliberately. "Miss Song, I have decided that you will be the future princess." Bang! The sound of neatly placed chopsticks falling and a chin hitting the table echoed. The person who jumped 3 feet high was He Fingmian. Mrs. Liu, who had been pretending to be deaf, couldn't hold it anymore and looked at everyone with a complicated expression. The Song family sisters-in-law were also shocked and looked at each other in surprise. Among them, the most surprised was the 6th young master. "Prince? Princess?" The 6th young master looked at Song Ning with a strange expression, smiling and crying at the same time. "Big brother, am I still dreaming?" The little white face can call himself the prince. Song Ning suppressed the strange feelings rising in her heart, tapped the 6th young master's head, and made a thudding sound, like something hollow. The 6th young master covered his head with a scream and silently crouched in the corner, doubting his life. If this little white face really was the prince, then all the times he had ordered him around and been arrogant would be over. The 6th young master shivered fiercely, realizing he might be doomed. Then, with a dreamy look, he silently approached the dining table, glancing at the murderous gazes of the ants and, like a puppet, picked up his chopsticks and forcefully ate a few bites of rice. Better to eat more before dying. Song Ning felt strangely afraid to look at when Hanzhou's expression. However, when Hanzhou had already clasped his hands and bowed deeply to Mrs. Liu. "Madam Song, I understand this is sudden, and Lord Song is not here now. But I sincerely wish to propose marriage to Miss Song. This jade pendant is a family heirloom." When Hanzhou, amidst everyone's frozen expressions, gently plucked a jade pendant from his waist, placed it on the table, and said softly, "If I return safely from this journey, I will surely give Miss Song a grand wedding, with 8 sedan chairs, and the position of the main wife. I hope Madam Song and Mr. Song will agree." After speaking, he bowed deeply but never dared to look up at Song Ning's expression. Song Ning also did not look at him. Her mood was very complicated. When Hanzhou, as bright as the moon in the sky, was high and unreachable. She wanted to tease him, but if she played too much, it would be another matter altogether. The jade pendant lay on the table, shining with a gentle glow, considered a rare treasure in the world. When Lu Shi recovered from her shock, when Hanzhou had already bowed to her, startling her so much that she quickly stood up, stammering, "This matter needs careful thought. No rush." When Hanzhou said with a gentle smile, "I want to marry Miss Song, but I also need her to agree." He still didn't dare to look at Song Ning, but his ears turned slightly red. The clash of white and bright red was obvious to others. Lu Shi said again, "We are just prisoners after all, not worthy." When Hanzhou's tone grew softer. "The Song family won't always be prisoners." His words were not just statements, but also a kind of promise. Lu Shi felt more uneasy, but couldn't find words to refuse. She glanced at Song Ning but didn't know that Song Ning, on the surface, appeared indifferent, while her heart was pounding fiercely. She had never fallen in love before, and now, feeling the heat in her chest, she found it strange and exciting, addictive even. Deep down, Song Ning was not willing to marry young. But no matter how she looked at it, when Hanzhou was suitable as a long-term partner and protector. However, Song Ning could tell the difference between genuine love and a fleeting impulse. She had long sealed her heart and love. Her feelings for Wen Hanzhou were driven only by curiosity and boredom. This was probably not love. Noticing Song Ning's intense gaze, Wen Hanzhou's palms grew sweaty. The prison was silent for a long time, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop before Song Ning slowly stood up. Would she agree? Everyone couldn't help but think of this possibility. When Hanzhou bit his lip, about to speak, when he heard Song Ning's voice, softly brushing past his ear, she said, "The engagement can be discussed later, but I accept your feelings, Your Highness." After speaking, Song Ning picked up the jade pendant on the table, gently rubbed it in her palm twice, and then hid it inside her sleeve. When Hanzhou's eyes sparkled with a smile, instantly filling the room with a warm, spring-like breeze. Although Song Ning did not agree outright, she also did not refuse. Wasn't that so? His eyes suddenly shone like stars, and a modest smile appeared on his lips. Okay, at that moment, when Hanzhou looked up. When their eyes met, Song Ning smiled at him brightly, like a beautiful spring flower. When Hanzhou felt his heart skip a beat, and his gaze softened, Song Ning spoke. "When will you leave?" "I'll see you off." When Hanzhou asked, "Can I stay for another meal?" "Of course." Song Ning nodded happily and gave up her seat for him. Their interaction seemed to create an invisible barrier around them. Others around looked at each other in confusion, hesitant to interrupt or unable to do so, only watching as the two sat side by side. Song Ning's face also turned slightly red. She acted casually and asked, "When will you return next time?" "Not sure." When Hanzhou replied after thinking, "The Marquis Zhao is secretly harboring a private illness and intends to imprison me. His intentions are not good, and I must deal with him." The emperor sent Wen Hanzhou here to gain power, but naturally, he wouldn't give him everything. Wen Hanzhou had secretly gained some loyal officials in Mo Bay, and now he was gradually undermining those soldiers with selfish motives. The dangers involved were not hard to imagine. Since ancient times, power struggles have been especially bloody. She didn't speak, only nodded and said 4 words, "Be careful." After a moment, Song Ning added, "I'll wait for you to come back." A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wen Hanzhou's lips. After the meal, aside from the two involved, everyone else felt a bit dizzy. When Hanzhou's movements were carefully concealed, He Fengmian had come secretly. When they left, Song Ning keenly sensed that many guards were hidden nearby, likely to protect Wen Hanzhou's safety. Her face grew serious for a moment. Wen Hanzhou usually kept a low profile, but this time, his departure probably wouldn't be as simple as he said. "Miss Song, you should go back now," Wen Hanzhou said from his horse, clearly in a good mood. Song Ning saw that she could no longer see Lu's family from this spot. She simply beckoned him with her finger and tilted her head to look at him. "I still have something to talk to you about." When Hanzhou's eyes were gentle as he personally dismounted, "You don't need to worry about anything." Before he finished speaking, Song Ning grabbed his collar. The young girl was still growing, not very tall, so when Hanzhou had to bow his head, looking into her clear, flawless eyes. Before he could react, Song Ning tiptoed and gently leaned toward his lips, but did not actually kiss him. They were too close, and when Hanzhou could clearly smell her light, unique scent. His hot breath seemed to burn away his reason, making him tense all over. But if she wanted to, she could kiss him. When Hanzhou's Adam's apple moved, and his usually bright, clear eyes now looked far from innocent. Just as he was about to get closer, Song Ning raised a finger and placed it between their lips. A smooth, white finger pressed against her own lips on one side, and when Hanzhou's on the other, their breathing tangled. Song Ning slightly lifted her head, her long eyelashes fluttering softly. "Your Highness, do you truly like me? If it's just duty, there's no need for you to marry me." When Hanzhou's eyelashes drooped, his expression unclear. After a moment, he chuckled softly. holding her fingertip and pulling them apart. A faint, approving sound escaped his nose. Worried she didn't hear clearly, he added, "This king, I like you." Song Ning's heart skipped a beat. She awkwardly looked away. What was happening? She should be the one in control, yet now, when Hanzhou was teasing her. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, she quickly regained her composure and said sternly, "Then you have to find a way to make me like you." A gentle breeze blew, making her face slightly red from the cold. In her past and present lives, she had never felt her heart pounding so intensely. When Hanzhou smiled softly, before he finished speaking, Song Ning suddenly felt a soft, cool kiss on her forehead, carrying the faint scent of plum blossoms. It was brief. She froze in place. When she finally reacted, when Hanzhou had already mounted his horse, his back looking somewhat hurried, and hurried away. Song Ning touched her forehead. After a long while, she finally managed a small smile. After seeing when Hanzhou off, Song Ning felt quite happy. Lu Shi and a few ants were busy chatting happily, holding hands. When they saw Song Ning return, they fell silent and looked at each other. Finally, Lu Shi tentatively spoke. "Ninger, do you think the gap between us and His Highness is a bit too big? Previously, when the Song family was not yet exiled or confiscated, marrying into the Ling family was considered a step up. Not to mention now." Song Ning raised an eyebrow. "Then I won't consider myself climbing too high." Lu's face was troubled but couldn't find a way to hide it. Song Ning gently comforted her, putting her arm around her shoulder. "Mother, don't worry. I don't have to marry him," but she couldn't help feeling. Her finger brushed over her chest, where her heart was. This person was the only one who made her heart beat so strongly. Lu was not comforted. Song Ning changed the subject. "The invitation from Uncle yesterday. Are we going?" When this was mentioned, the ants didn't hesitate anymore. Song Meng slapped the table. "Of course we're going. Why not? I want to see what tricks they're up to this time." Seeing everyone was going, Lu hesitated but nodded. Song Ning winked slyly, approvingly touching her chin. "Yes, we should go. After all, we need to support the family." "Exactly." Aunt Song Zhao nodded excitedly, sharing a deep understanding with Song Ning as if they had known each other forever. "Then let's get ready." While enjoying the excitement, she also planned to check on the land she bought. Song Ning looked around the prison area. It looked somewhat like a home, but it couldn't be lived in forever. Building or buying a house was very necessary. There was a lot to do. The ants busily dressed up, but since the conditions here were simple, no matter how they tidied up, they could only make themselves look clean and neat. Song Ning carried them and took out some new dresses from her space, quietly placing them on the table. The ants were very happy. Little Sixth borrowed a coal cart on the mountain, tied it to a horse, and it was barely a carriage. The carriage carried a few ants, with Little Sixth driving the horse in front and Song Ning riding behind. It took half an hour to reach the address written on the invitation from Song Yanhan yesterday. It was an ordinary farmer's house, with a few red papers pasted at the door as a symbol, but since it was just a betrothal banquet, it didn't look particularly festive. Inside, a few people came and went, but Song Zhao's figure was nowhere to be seen. When they saw Song Ning, Li, who was chatting happily with a farmer woman, quickly looked up and greeted her with a smile. "Oh, big sister-in-law. You've finally arrived," she warmly greeted them, but her eyes kept scanning Lu, revealing her thoughts about the gift money. Song Ning chuckled softly. Li was destined to be disappointed. This time, they didn't bring a single coin. When Li Shi appeared, the old woman, who was originally curious, looked over. The old woman had sharp, triangular eyes, and it was unclear if Lu Shi had said something to her. When she saw Song Ning, her eyes brightened. "I heard that the girl from the Song family carries hundreds of taels of silver. Over 1,000 taels is enough for an ordinary farming family to live comfortably for a lifetime." Before Li Shi could speak, the old woman quickly moved forward and reached out to grab Song Ning's hand. She grinned, showing yellow teeth, and her sharp eyes revealed her clever plans. "Oh, what a pretty girl. Are you married yet?" Lu Shi was very displeased and was about to protect her daughter when she saw Song Ning step back lightly, avoiding the old woman's hand. The old woman looked annoyed but forced herself to speak. "I've heard your second aunt mention you. She said you might have done something."
Oh.
Song Ning said slowly, with a half-smile, "It's rare for second aunt to speak well of me." Li Shi's face couldn't hide her discomfort. "What is this girl talking about? I am your real second aunt. If I don't speak well of you, who else would I praise?" The old woman didn't want to waste words and went straight to the point. "Girl, you know your big sister is about to marry my son, right?" Song Ning nodded. "So what? You see, I was thinking, why not make the marriage even closer? I have a son too." As if afraid you might refuse, the old woman hurriedly said, "Your second aunt has already agreed for you." Song Ning's eyes sharpened. The old woman kept talking. "You should just marry into our family peacefully. Your sisters can look after each other." Hearing this, Lu Shi was almost furious. Luckily, a few aunts nearby were persuading her, or she might have rushed forward to slap someone. While they were talking, the old woman pushed and pulled Lu Shi and the others into the house. Song Ning looked on with a half-smile, observing her surroundings, but suddenly her gaze fell through the window onto a corner of the yard, where someone was chained with an iron chain. The person's hair was messy, like wild grass, tangled on their head and face. His whole face was covered in black and gray, making it impossible to see his true features. Perhaps sensing Song Ning's gaze, he suddenly turned his head sharply, with a fierce look in his eyes, as if he might pounce and bite at any moment. Song Ning calmly withdrew her gaze and suddenly spoke to the old woman. "If you want you to marry someone, you might as well call him out to see." Hearing this, the old lady's face showed a hint of discomfort, but soon a carefree, fairly handsome man appeared in the yard. The old lady looked proud and pointed at the man outside. "Did you see that? That's my eldest son. Isn't he tall and strong and quite handsome? Stop flattering yourself." Lu Shi spat and couldn't understand why Ninger wanted someone to stop her. These mosquitoes in the mud pit, biting and bothering people, should have been slapped away long ago. Song Ning carefully commented, "A bit ugly." The old lady's expression changed. Song Ning added, "And he doesn't seem trustworthy either." The old lady looked very unhappy. Women tend to get angry quickly, especially since the old lady heard Li Shi speak badly of Song Ning. She even thought Song Ning didn't deserve her son at all. She glared fiercely with her triangular eyes and pointed angrily at Song Ning's nose. "I told my second son to marry you because I pitied you. Don't think I don't know. You're just a worn-out, spoiled girl. With a few silver coins on you, you probably slept with many men to get them. You might never marry in your life. Our family doesn't mind your dirtiness, so you should be grateful and bow your head. How dare you pick and choose here?" Lu Shi suddenly rolled up her sleeves and couldn't sit still anymore. Song Ning quickly held her mother back and shot a glance at Li Shi, who kept nervously glancing around. Softly and gently, she said, "So this is how you see me." The old lady thought she had guessed Song Ning's thoughts and smugly snorted. "I know your situation too. The things you did before were out of desperation. But you're already a fallen girl, not someone a good family would want, right? If you give us 50 taels of silver as a bride price, we'll treat you like a girl from a good family and take care of you." The old lady boldly made her demand, her eyes darting around uncomfortably. 50 taels, someone outside, watching the scene, couldn't help but exclaim. The villagers who had been watching the commotion pointed at Song Ning, but when they heard 50 taels, a young woman suddenly stepped forward with a sneer. "Old Lady Sue, even if this girl did some desperate things to survive, I have to say, even if you marry a woman from a brothel, you'd still have to pay money to buy her out. And with her looks and figure, 50 taels, you should give him 50 taels, that would be enough. Let's not talk about whether others will be jealous. Just based on how the Sue family usually celebrates festivals, these neighbors wouldn't speak well of Mrs. Sue. Moreover," Song Ning squinted, her gaze fixed on the sneaky, scheming man who kept glancing at her with ill intentions. She casually said, "Where is your second son? I should meet him, right?" Hearing this, Mrs. Sue, who had been feeling embarrassed by the neighbor's comments, suddenly gained confidence. She rolled her eyes and said, "My second son is outside. It's hard for him to come back. But look at my eldest son, handsome and talented, so you can tell my second son must be quite good-looking too. Marrying into our family is a huge advantage for you." Lu's wife was about to roll up her sleeves, but a few ants quickly held her back. Song Ning chuckled softly and looked at the beggar chained in the yard, lost in thought. Mrs. Su's neighbors couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly said, "Miss, don't be fooled by her. She doesn't have a second son. Look at the beggar tied near the doghouse. That's her second son. This old lady is clever with her tricks, and there's more." The neighbors, speaking in unison, revealed that Mrs. Su's usual behavior wasn't good. She talks about sons and daughters, but in reality, she just picked up these people when she went to gather wild vegetables in the mountains. She originally wanted to extort money, but the person she brought back was mentally disturbed after some accident. This old lady is quite heartless. She just tied him up in her yard and used him as a beast of burden. Song Ning's gaze shifted back to the crazy beggar. Indeed, as the neighbors said, he looked like a wild dog that might bite at any moment, baring his teeth at her. His face was dirty, but his nose was high, and his eyes, deep amber, shone with a hint of gold in the sunlight. Song Ning became interested, but another old lady quickly squeezed over to her. She looked her up and down with a kind expression. "Miss, I think you're not a frivolous person. They also said you did some reckless things before, but you were helpless then. If you really want to marry someone, why not marry my son? We don't want your dowry, but we won't ask for a bride price either." Laughter and sneers erupted around them. Song Ning's patience was wearing thin. Today, she came to watch the show, not to be part of it. However, since there is nothing interesting to watch, Song Ning's face changed suddenly and she asked, "Second aunt, is that how you spread rumors about me outside? Everyone knows about your bad deeds. If it weren't for your shamelessness, Wang." Cough, cough. The prince's words were cut off abruptly. Madame Li stiffened her neck and put on a gentle, persuasive tone. "Ninger, times are different now. You shouldn't be so proud and arrogant. The second household suddenly wanting to marry off their daughter is not without reason. They're still prisoners now, and Song Yanhan cannot read either. Coincidentally, the person outside works at the Yamen government office. Although he is just a minor official, he is still considered half an officer and promised to help them, saying he would find a way to get them registered properly in the future. With proper registration, with Song Yanhan's abilities, passing the imperial exams would be easy. Just one try, and he'd succeed. As for Song Ning, it doesn't matter if Song Ning has money, but doesn't give it to them. This woman, once married, becomes uncontrollable. As long as she marries that crazy beggar outside, the beggar can't do any work, and in the end, he will just be toyed with by the old lady's own son. This was also one of the conditions Madame Li agreed to with Grandma Su. Lu was about to go crazy with anger, and the other aunts in the Song family were also furious at Madame Li's attitude. "Second aunt, look at what you've done. This family clearly isn't a good one. You pushed Xiao Xiao into the fire, and now you want Ninger to follow her." "Who said that?" Madame Li stiffened her neck and looked away nervously. At that time, Song Xiao wanted to climb into bed with Wen Hanzhou and had already lost her reputation. Madame Li thought it was worth exchanging her daughter's reputation for her husband's rise in rank. Moreover, Madame Li muttered, "Isn't Song Ning here? Once Song Yanhan passes the imperial exam and becomes an official, she will divorce Song Xiao. Then, she will find a good man to marry into the family." As for the Su family, with Song Ning married in, they wouldn't be left without an explanation. But no matter how clever Madame Li's plans are, she couldn't ignore that Song Ning was someone who fought back and acted decisively, not just talked. Madame Li then said, "Ninger, as a girl, you still need to get married. Isn't it better than always hanging around with those prison guards?" Her words were vague and suggestive, sparking everyone's imagination. Everyone immediately started to think the worst. But before Madame Li could feel proud, a fist suddenly struck her directly in the eye.
Ouch.
Li was knocked back several steps, and her eyes instantly darkened with bruises. Grandma Su screamed in fear, sitting on the ground and hitting her thighs as she howled. "Oh no! You've exposed my shame, and now you're hitting people. Shameless little prostitute, you still dare to curse. Lu saw her daughter start to fight and couldn't hold back anymore. She rolled up her sleeves and slapped Grandma Sue hard twice on her mouth. Grandma Sue didn't expect Lu to really hit her and started crying loudly. Neighbors watching the scene automatically made space but didn't step in to stop it. In the yard, Su Gui, who was eyeing Song Ning with greasy looks, wanted to rush out when she saw her mother being hit. But Song Ning gently pushed her back and closed the door, ignoring Su Gui's pounding on it. She lifted her small foot and stepped on Li's shouting mouth with a cold look. Second aunt, is your heart so dirty that you see everything is dirty? Song Ning didn't really care about her reputation, but times had changed. Now, she had a bond with Wen Hanzhou. She didn't have to marry him, but if she ever changed her mind and wanted to marry Wen Hanzhou, she had to consider her reputation. After all, in ancient times, rumors could destroy a person. Thinking deeply, Song Ning said, Second aunt, you've been spreading rumors about me recklessly. It seems I haven't taught you enough before. Li was bruised and swollen but still wanted to act tough. Aren't I right? Otherwise, how could Wang? Li muttered, I only treat you specially because you did something shameless. Couldn't it be that he genuinely likes me? Song Ning chuckled softly, and her fingertips suddenly held a sharp dagger that could cut through iron. She pressed the dagger against Li's face, barely applying any force. As soon as blood vessels appeared, blood immediately showed on her skin. Li was so frightened she screamed, You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Song Ning said with a shameless look. If you keep spreading rumors and blackening my name, cutting off your tongue won't be enough. Seeing the cold dagger approaching, Li knew she wasn't joking. The icy dagger kept moving forward. Li had nowhere to retreat, trembling all over. Suddenly, she felt a warm sensation downstairs and was so scared she wet herself. Spectators backed away a few steps, disgusted, but their faces showed more excitement. They pointed at Li and jeered. She really peed herself. What a coward. But whether what she said is true or not, if she's deliberately spreading rumors and ruining the girl's reputation, then cutting her tongue is what she deserves. Aunt Sue finally realized the situation and shouted loudly, Stop spreading rumors and slandering. Who do you think you are, a fairy? Dare to act but not admit it. You are just a shameless woman who flirts with men. If what you say is true, then call that man out so we can see. That's not impossible. Miss, we're not people who can't tell right from wrong. If you're truly being falsely accused, call your man out so we can see. We can all testify that it's not true, right? Yes, yes. I heard your man is powerful. We've never seen an official before, so call him out so we can see. Song Ning finally understood that these people weren't here to help her. They just wanted to watch the show and cause trouble. But right now, she really couldn't call Wen Hanzhou out. She impatiently raised her eyebrows, and a fierce look appeared in her eyes. People in the group never needed to fall behind. Whether in the apocalypse or now being exiled, if Li Shi did something too extreme, she wouldn't mind finding a chance to deal with her. While Song Ning was thinking, suddenly, a man's scream came from outside the door. Then, the sound of someone kicking the door stopped. When Song Ning turned around, she saw two black-clad guards in light armor, holding long swords, standing majestically at the door. Their aura was extraordinary, not something ordinary people could compare to. The symbols on their swords looked very familiar. Song Ning quickly reached into her space and took out the broken military token, looked down at it, and made eye contact. It was a match. The symbol on their swords and the totem on the token were exactly the same. A faint guess formed in Song Ning's mind, and a beautiful smile curved her lips. Everyone was stunned by the sudden appearance of these two people, forgetting to keep watching. Outside the door, the two guards immediately knelt on one knee and bowed, saying, Madam, the master asked us to protect your safety. We arrived late. Please forgive us, madam. The door was opened, and the two stern-looking guards in light armor raised their heads. Their expressions were serious and commanding, frightening everyone into silence, not daring to speak. Li Shi's face suddenly turned pale, and Aunt Sue's lips trembled. Once she realized what was happening, her eyes seemed to want to eat Li Shi. Wasn't it said that Song Ning was just a woman who relied on 1,000 riders and 10,000 men? Why now did she seem to be a noble lady with power and influence? Thinking about what she just said to Song Ning, Aunt Sue wished she could bite off her own tongue. Song Ning happily told them to stand up. The two lightly armored guards respectfully followed behind her, but their eyes were unfriendly. These people are bullying the lady. Should I have my men cut them down? The villagers watching the scene dared not speak. Old Madame Sue forced a flattering smile, about to speak, when Madame Li suddenly shook her head.
Impossible.
You must be pretending, Song Ning. I don't believe it. How could Song Ning be interested in that person? How could Song Ning be interested in that person? Madame Li's voice was sharp, but immediately, the two lightly armored guards pointed their swords at her neck. The guards looked cold. How dare you criticize the lady? Although Song Ning's killing intent was strong, it was mostly just to scare her. But these two were truly ready to fight. Their orders were clear. They must not let Song Ning suffer any injustice. Madame Li, like a pig being choked, suddenly stopped speaking with a strange voice. Song Ning looked at her with a smile. Today was Song Zhao's engagement banquet. The men and women sat separately. The men were outside in a garden enclosed by a fence. Her eyes fell on Song Yanhan and his son Song Ming, who were hiding among the crowd, acting timid. She shook her head. These two families are afraid of the strong and bully the weak. They really share the same nature. All right, it's a happy day. There's no need for bloodshed, Song Ning said, gently pressing down on the wrist of the lightly armored guard, forcing the sword in his hand to lower slightly. The two guards looked surprised, but obediently retracted their swords. Song Ning glanced at them and raised an eyebrow silently. Sometimes she also wanted to kill Madame Li, but she was her father and younger brother's wife. She had already made her father give up hope for the second and third families, so there was no need to create a rift over killing them. After all, losing hope is one thing. Death is another. Although Madame Lu had become more assertive now, she had never truly seen someone die. Seeing the two guards put away their swords, she relaxed slightly, then scowled and said coldly, "We shouldn't have come here today. Since we're not welcome here, let's leave," she said, signaling the other women of the Song family to depart. The other women of the Song family, annoyed by Madame Li's slander of Song Ning, turned away with disdain. As they left, one woman even grabbed some candies from the table and put them in her pocket. Song Ning watched this with amusement. Today, I came not just to watch the excitement. She looked at Li and then reached into her pocket, pulling out a piece of paper. She cleared her throat and said, "Since you, second aunt, have found someone to rely on, you should also return what you owe me for food, clothing, and other expenses from before. Before we separated the household, it doesn't count. After we split, you still ate 3 meals a day here and used my medicine, clothes, bedding, and so on." Song Ning gently said, "That bottle of medicine is worth a lot, but since we are relatives, I will only charge you 200 taels of silver. As for the 3 meals a day, uncle and second aunt kindly shared their food with the other members of the Song family, but I still need to collect this money. For 20 days, your family of 4 at a family-friendly price, 1 day costs 20 coins, totaling 400 coins. Plus bedding and clothes, which amount to 1 tael of silver. To make it simple, the total is 201 taels of silver. Second aunt, when can you pay me? Over 200 taels." The first to scream was Grandma Sue. She looked at Li as if she had seen her father's murder. Even fear was forgotten, and she immediately lunged forward, grabbing Li by the neck. "Didn't you say you could bring endless silver to our family? How come you still owe over 200 taels? Over 200 taels, are you trying to kill me?" Li's eyes rolled back as she was choked. Song Yanheng couldn't stay still anymore. He rushed in, pulling Grandma Sue away and shielding Li. He looked at Song Ning with a stern gaze. "You're raising the price and extorting us." Song Ning spread her hands. "The medicinal plaster my father gave you, you should still have it. If you don't believe me, sell the remaining plaster to the pharmacy and see if it's worth 200 taels. Not wanting to say more, Song Ning threw the IOU onto the ground. The two lightly armored guards, at this moment, looked at Song Ning with respect that was no longer dismissive. Without waiting for her to speak, each stepped forward, one holding the IOU, the other grabbing Song Yanhong's hand. The guard pushed his thumb forward, and his sword slightly unsheathed. Before Song Yanhang could react, he cried out in pain. Before he could pull his bleeding hand back, the guard pressed his finger onto the IOU, making it effective. Song Yanhong's face went blank as the IOU took effect. Song Ning happily looked at the IOU, then carefully folded it and held it close to her chest. Second uncle is a scholar. In the future, he will take the imperial examination route. Surely, he won't owe his niece money, right? Her big eyes blinked playfully, filled with mischievous fun. Song Yanhang and Madame Li looked devastated in an instant, while Grandma Su, seeing their expressions, seemed eager to rush forward and tear them apart. "Let's go," Song Ning said cheerfully as she walked away, her small face showing a bit of pride. Mrs. Liu also felt proud. She turned and spat at Madame Li. "Still trying to scheme against Ningya? You're just digging your own grave. 210 taels of silver. Don't think you can cheat even a penny. If you do, I'll report you to the authorities. I want to see how a debtor who refuses to pay his debt can take the imperial exams." Song Yanhang lowered his head, looking humiliated. 2 elegant armored guards followed behind Song Ning. Even if someone wanted to cause trouble now, they would be too scared to move. When Song Ning reached the door, the crazy beggar tied in the doghouse suddenly rushed forward, apparently losing his mind. He reached out with dirty hands and grabbed her clothes. He looked up at Song Ning silently, his eyes bright and innocent like a child's, but very stubborn. The armored guard drew his sword, ready to cut the beggar's hand away, but Song Ning raised her hand to stop him. "Wait." In that moment when their eyes met, Song Ning crouched down with interest. "What's your name?" The crazy beggar wouldn't answer, only stubbornly clinging to her. Song Ning tilted her head thoughtfully. From what the villagers had just said, this beggar was picked up from the back mountain by the Su family with an unknown background. However, Song Ning clearly saw a hint of purple-golden aura in his features. Although her ability to observe faces had just awakened, she had roughly figured out the pattern. The purple-golden color only appears on extraordinary people of noble status. After thinking for a moment, Song Ning ordered the guards, "Take this beggar away." Mrs. Liu looked a bit confused but quickly understood. She happily said to the servant girl of the Song family nearby, "See? Our Ninger is kind-hearted, unlike some ungrateful people." Song Ning, eager to have the crazy beggar continue serving her as a dog, said, "Oh, mother, if you say that, I really don't know what to do." The crazy beggar had an iron chain tied around his neck. Song Ning happily let him out, accompanied by 2 brave guards and other members of the Song family. They left, leaving behind a group of people who dared not speak out. After leaving, one lightly armored guard looked at Song Ning several times, wanting to speak but hesitating. "Do you want to say something?" Song Ning asked him. The guard, with a serious face, took out a letter from his bosom. Song Ning took it and saw the familiar handwriting of Wen Hanzhou on the envelope. From Song Ning, respectfully, he always called her Miss Song. Now, even the 2 words of her full name felt somehow strange. Curiously, Song Ning touched the envelope with her name, and her mind involuntarily imagined the scene of Wen Hanzhou speaking those 2 words. She smiled happily, casually opening the envelope, but her face immediately fell. What a disappointment. Almost nothing was written in the letter. Unwilling, Song Ning read the letter over and over again. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. The letter contained 6 words. "See you when I write. Hanzhou, see you when I write." Song Ning chuckled softly. The guard behind her remained silent. Seeing her keep reading the letter repeatedly, he thought she didn't understand and quietly said, "The prince means he misses you." "I know," Song Ning replied with a smile, her eyes like beautiful crescent moons. The lightly armored guard continued to stay silent, but in the next moment, he heard Song Ning softly say, "So, this guy is surprisingly shy. He's just thinking about it, yet so reserved."
Shy.
Reserved? The 2 guards, who had been scowling and looking very cool, staggered in their steps. But Song Ning carefully stored Wen Hanzhou's letter in her purse, placing it close to her body. Meanwhile, far away, Wen Hanzhou suddenly sneezed. He Fingmian quickly handed him a handkerchief. "Your Highness." Wen Hanzhou waved his hand, not noticing that because of his sneeze, Magistrate Zhao kneeling below trembled suddenly. Wen Hanzhou looked at him coldly. "Master Zhao, do you know your crime?" Magistrate Zhao lowered himself even more, sweating all over. "Your servant," was momentarily confused. At first, Wen Hanzhou was just an unpowerful prince. Now he controlled 200,000 lightly armored guards. This is the legendary army known as the Ghost Messenger of Yama. Yama allows you to die at 3 in the morning, but the lightly armored troops knock on your door at 2 in the morning. Wen Hanzhou remained silent for a long time. Only when Magistrate Zhao trembled like a chaff sieve and could no longer hold on did he gently and slowly hide his cold expression. He raised his hand to help Magistrate Zhao up. "You don't need to be polite, Magistrate. Since this was a misunderstanding, I won't pursue it. But I have other matters to attend to here, and I need Magistrate Zhao's help." With 200,000 light-armored guards stationed, Magistrate Zhao had no reason to refuse. Magistrate Zhao's submission eased Wen Hanzhou's expression somewhat. He quickly took control of the magistrate's office. After busying himself, he finally sat at a desk. Yet, his mind involuntarily drifted to a beautiful figure. Perhaps Wen Hanzhou himself didn't notice, but a faint smile was already at the corner of his lips. Today was probably a full moon night. Wen Hanzhou thought to himself. A full moon is good, convenient for traveling. To meet someone special. Meanwhile, Lu's family and other ants from the Song family were curiously observing the crazy beggar. The crazy beggar sat quietly. Lu handed him a damp cloth and asked, "Can you wipe your face?" The beggar nodded and carefully wiped his face with the cloth, obedient and well-behaved. Lu exclaimed softly, clearly touched, "Everyone says he's a crazy beggar, but I think he's not really crazy." Song Ning turned her head to look and was suddenly struck by a flash of amazement. After wiping away the dirt, the beggar revealed a stunningly handsome face. He had deep-set eyes, a high nose, bright eyes, thin lips, and a pair of black golden pupils. His appearance carried an unmatched exotic charm. Lu and the other ants from the Song family were clearly stunned by his looks. The 2 lightly armored guards suddenly became alert. Because, judging by his appearance, he didn't seem to be from the Central Plains. But seeing Lu and the others so fascinated by him, the guards didn't say anything. Song Ning looked at the beggar thoughtfully and asked, "Can you speak? What's your name?" The beggar's black golden eyes stared intently at Song Ning. After a long pause, he shook his head. "Can't speak." Song Ning raised an eyebrow. "Then how should I call you?"
She seemed to be talking to herself.
After saying that, she slyly narrowed her eyes and clapped her hands. "How about I call you Second Dog?" The beggar's eyes remained fixed on her. Song Ning felt a bit guilty under his clear gaze and couldn't help but touch her nose. "You don't like that name? Then I'll think of another." Lu sighed helplessly and rolled her eyes. "Such a good kid, why name him Second Dog? This child is also quite pitiful," said an ant from the Song family. "Does this child speak or recognize characters?" The crazy beggar remained still, as if he hadn't heard, which made Lu's wife feel even more pity. Seeing how thin and gaunt the beggar was, with wounds and frostbite on his body and hands, she cursed old lady Su a few times, then sighed and said, "Maybe we should call him Ping'an. I hope this child will be safe and not suffer like before." "All right." Song Ning squinted at Ping and smiled indifferently. After leaving old lady Su's house, Ping An's aura of purple gold grew stronger. Song Ning secretly moved a little closer to Ping An and quietly crouched beside him. 2 lightly armored guards looked at them cautiously. Why is the future princess so close to that man? Is she trying to be unfaithful? But Song Ning was secretly smiling inside. At first, she didn't understand what her new special ability was for. Although her ability could see others' luck, even if she knew someone would have bad luck, she couldn't warn them without hints, so they could avoid misfortune. But over time, Song Ning realized that luck is like flowing water. If she stays with someone who is about to have bad luck, she's likely to be affected too. But if she often stays with someone who will become successful, her own luck is likely to improve. Song Ning greedily absorbed some of Ping An's purple aura and instantly felt full of strength. However, her expression suddenly changed, as if facing a great threat. No way. The future princess already shows such longing for that brat named Ping An? No. She must report to the prince quickly. His corner is about to be dug out. The carriage swayed and soon arrived at the market from Old Lady Sue's house. The rush had already dispersed, but the street was still lively. The women of the Song family and Lu's wife looked around curiously. Ninger, why are we here at the market? Song Ning rummaged in her small pocket and secretly handed them a handful of silver coins. Can't we go shopping if there's nothing to do? Lu's wife and the other women were startled by the handful of silver coins. Song Ning winked at them. I sold a recipe earlier and earned some silver. You can use it to buy what you need, like clothes, jewelry, or quilts. Oh, by the way, a few ants mentioned making marinated meat. You can buy more spices and offal, and I will teach you how to make it when you go back. The ants initially wanted to refuse, but when they heard Song Ning, they immediately happily accepted the money and said with a smile, All right, consider this money a loan from us to you. Song Ning was indifferent and waved her hand. In her space, there were so many gold, silver, and jewelry that they almost piled up like a mountain. She didn't need this small amount of silver. She glanced at Ping An, who was sitting on the cart looking confused, and pointed at him. Buy him a set of clothes too. After speaking, Song Ning asked 2 lightly armored guards to protect her mother and the ants, then headed toward Tongha's silver shop. But just as she took a step forward, her sleeve was gently grabbed. Song Ning looked back in confusion and saw Ping An staring at her with clear amber eyes, looking a little stubborn. His hair was slightly curly, and anyone who saw him would involuntarily think he was very handsome. Song Ning's expression softened a bit. The 2 lightly armored guards, who had been ready to leave with Lu and the others, immediately stopped and became alert. But in the next moment, Who allowed you to touch me? You've soiled my clothes. I'll forgive you this time, but next time, if you dare to touch me without my permission, I'll slap your hand away. Do you hear me? Her tone was very gentle, but her words were fierce. The lightly armored guards sighed in relief. It seemed her lord hadn't been broken into yet. Ping An was stunned for a moment, then pouted sadly. Suddenly he stammered, I'm sorry. His voice was nice, perhaps because he hadn't spoken in a long time. It sounded low and hoarse. You're not a little mute, Song Ning said, touching her chin. Lu and the others looked surprised and gathered around Ping An, asking him questions. But Ping An no longer wanted to speak. He only kept his eyes on Song Ning, saying, Don't leave me. Look at this pitiful, puppy-like expression. The guards, who had just relaxed, tensed up again. Song Ning was eager to buy land and build her own house, so she didn't want to argue with him. She harshly threatened, If you talk nonsense again, I'll sell you. Ping An immediately stopped speaking. The guards' hearts, which had been in their stomachs, finally relaxed again. Today was another day guarding the Lord's corner. Tongha's silver shop was owned by Hanzhou. Even though it was just a small shop in a remote town, there were experts stationed inside. The light armor guards had no need to worry about Song Ning's safety. Song Ning sat across from the shopkeeper of Tongha's silver shop, with a steaming cup of tea in front of her. The shopkeeper spread out a map of the town before Song Ning and said, These are lands that can be bought and sold. Miss Song, you can choose a few to look at. Song Ning casually glanced at the map, then waved her hand confidently, No need to look further. Whatever is available, I will buy as much as I want. The shopkeeper paused briefly, politely reminding her, Miss Song, you can buy as much as you like, but are you sure you can produce that much silver all at once? Song Ning clicked her tongue and reached into her sleeve, surprisingly pulling out a gold bar. The shopkeeper remained silent. Curious, Song Ning looked at him and asked, Really? These golds aren't enough? The shopkeeper of Tongha's silver shop smiled gracefully. Madam, I am just helping you check if there are any lands for sale near the county town. With money, even the impossible can be achieved. The staff at Tongha Silver Shop were very efficient, and soon, with the shopkeeper's help, Song Ning passed through official documents and bought over 20 acres of land. That was nearly 1/5 of the county's land. When she received the land deed, the wealthy land buyers looked at Song Ning's happy face and couldn't help but sneer. A year of disaster was coming. What a fool to only stockpile land and not food. Song Ning didn't rush to see her new land. First, it wasn't the planting season, and second, she had some preparations to make before planting. After buying the land, she asked the shopkeeper, "Are there any houses for sale nearby? I want a big one." Old Lee from Yanmen Mountain had tough conditions, making everything inconvenient. In the future, the ants selling marinated snacks would have to travel back and forth, which was not easy and quite tiring. The shopkeeper, holding a heavy gold bar, nodded and smiled brightly, no matter what she said. "That's easy. I'll check and make sure to find you the biggest, best, and most beautiful house. Thank you very much." Song Ning tilted her head thoughtfully and added, "And buy a shop too, got it? Will there be enough money?" "Plenty, plenty, plenty," the shopkeeper nodded repeatedly. Forget about buying land. Even if she doubled her purchases to include a house and a shop, her gold would be more than enough. That's good. After taking care of everything she needed, Song Ning smiled happily, like a satisfied little fox. As the sky darkened, she wandered the street again and suddenly stopped in front of a shop. Inside, a beautiful jade crown lay quietly. "That really suits that person," Song Ning said softly, confidently selling it and secretly slipping it into her pocket. After a day of shopping, Song Ning met with Lu's family. In the carriage, there were already 2 sets of pig offal, and Song Ning felt a little regretful. When it comes to offal, beef is considered better, but beef was very rare in this era.
Pork was also fine.
Ping'an changed into new clothes and stood on the street, attracting many young girls and women. Except for his overly clear and somewhat foolish eyes, he looked like a handsome young nobleman. Song Ning glanced at him briefly and nodded with satisfaction. "All right, everyone, go back." The carriage clattered away. At the moment their carriage turned the corner, a tall, thin man with a sharp mind and a calculating look pointed at their departing figure and said to someone, "It's them." The man beside him nodded thoughtfully. As the sunset faded, its light fell on the faces of the man and Song Yen, who looked quite similar. The man nodded gently. They seem to be doing well. Since that's the case, I don't need to worry so much about Xiang'er and Yunyang anymore. Yunyang was the name of Meng's daughter from the 3rd household. Song Ning always felt like someone was watching them from behind, but when she looked back, all she saw were clouds and passers-by wrapped in the orange sunset. "What's wrong?" Lu asked. Song Ning shook her head. "Nothing." In a small alley corner, Song Yenru suddenly let out a breath of relief. He didn't expect Song Ning to be so alert. The clever man forced a smile and flattered him a few words. "Your lordship values loyalty and righteousness. I'm sure the madam and young lady can understand your difficulties." Song Yenru nodded. He didn't want to bring the Meng mother and daughter to his side, but now that he was a subordinate, the person in his household had a bad temper and wouldn't allow other women around him. Oh well, less trouble is better. Maybe he would compensate them more in the future. Song Yenru left without leaving anything behind. Amid the sound of hooves, Song Ning and her group returned to the prison on Yanmen Mountain. Little Six was the first to come over, but his eyes kept darting toward the carriage. "Boss, did you bring any good food today?" Looking at Little Six, the first thing he saw were 3 handsome, strong men, each with a different look. Little Six's eyes widened like copper bells. He suddenly moved close to Song Ning and happily gave a thumbs up. "Boss, you're amazing. What are you talking about?" Song Ning asked with a puzzled look. Xiao Yozi blinked mischievously, as if he understood everything. "Boss, we're all family.
Don't hide things from me."
"Tell me, which man do you like the most? Later, I can help arrange their order." After saying that, Xiao Yozi muttered to himself, "Maybe I should make some signs for the boss. When the boss wants someone to keep her company, she can just flip their sign." A vein throbbed on Song Ning's forehead. Meanwhile, Xiao Liuzi kept talking. But boss, that most handsome man looks too thin. Can he handle your antics, boss? Maybe we should raise him for a while before enjoying him. His words made him sound like some kind of beast. Song Ning clenched her fists instinctively. Just as she was about to say something, two lightly armored guards approached with guilty expressions, as if caught doing something wrong. No, they had to protect the future princess and also guard the prince's corner from being taken. Why were these a man and a woman so close? Were they trying to give the prince a green hat? But just as the two guards moved closer, they happened to overhear Xiao Liuzi's explosive comment. Coincidentally, Song Ning didn't even argue back. In an instant, the guards' expressions changed from angry suspicion to fear. They shivered and suddenly felt less safe themselves. The lightly armored guards quickly backed away several meters, narrowly missing the scene where Song Ning punched Xiao Liuzi and sent him flying. Xiao Liuzi quickly got up, full of energy, helping Lu Shi and the women of the Song family move things, while also arranging Song Ning's new man. Finally, the noise in her ears quieted. When Song Ning turned around, she saw the two guards with expressions of unwavering loyalty. Song Ning. Why you? The two guards looked at each other and suddenly disappeared in front of her. What are their names? Song Ning's voice was carried away by the night wind. She frowned in confusion. What's wrong with those two? Ping-Nan was very clingy. Specifically, he only clung to Song Ning. Wherever she went, he followed, nearly 1.90 meters tall, walking behind her, a bit awkward. Song Ning endured and endured but finally couldn't hold back. What exactly do you want? Ping-Nan smiled a bit foolishly and called her, Ning Ning. That was when Song Ning noticed a small canine tooth at the corner of his mouth. If she hadn't been injured, she would have been a very wild and carefree young girl. Song Ning let out a sigh of frustration, feeling a rare sense of compassion and tenderness. She sighed again. Then, she punched Ping-Nan until he fainted. Little Sixie. The area around her became quiet. Song Ning was teaching the women how to clean pig intestines. The women of the Song family who stayed behind were all willing to work hard. Song Ning taught seriously, and they learned just as diligently, without complaining about the dirt or the tiredness. However, using white flour to clean this large intestine is just too wasteful, one woman frowned. We don't have that much white flour to spare. Don't worry, women, Song Ning reassured them. I've actually stored a lot of food. But still, we need to think of other ways, the women said as they each went to their tasks, smiling at Song Ning. Ninger is supporting our whole family alone. It's too hard. We need to save where we can. Lu Shi was cutting some cloth nearby, smiling as she said, Yes, Ninger is still so young. She should be relying on us, but she's become the backbone of the family. That's not good. Lu Shi disliked the clothes sold here, thinking they weren't as beautiful and delicate as those in the capital. She bought a few bolts of fabric, planning to make some clothes for Song Ning. Her taste was impeccable. When she was in the capital, many people liked to be friends with Lu Shi because any clothing she made was always beautiful. The stone prison was warm and cozy, making Song Ning feel very comforted. The women worked until midnight, and the pig intestines they prepared were just as good as those made by Song Ning herself. Song Ning took a bite and smiled. We succeeded on the first try. Tomorrow, the women can set up their stalls and earn silver. That's amazing. The women of the Song family blushed with pride, their faces glowing with happiness. They felt even more motivated. They hurried to prepare things for the stall tomorrow. Luckily, little Sixie and the others were there, so they didn't waste much time. After working late into the night, everyone was feeling sleepy. Song Ning pulled the quilt over herself and closed her eyes to sleep. But not long after falling asleep, she suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her fingers were still clutching a thin, delicate flying knife. Who's there? Song Ning lowered her voice and was about to make a move when a pure white shadow suddenly appeared before her eyes. When Hanzhou was still dressed in white, he sat beside a makeshift stone table outside the prison cell, surrounded by a gentle glow. Seeing Song Ning stare at him like a cautious little animal, when Hanzhou was momentarily surprised, then smiled softly. His voice was gentle. Did I wake you up? Song Ning calmly retracted her weapon into her space, pretending to be sleepy and confused. She rubbed her eyes and whispered, "I dreamed about the prince." When Hanzhou chuckled softly, his eyes curling with amusement. Song Ning, still groggy, curled back into her bed, but her mouth was busy. "Maybe I miss him too much, so I dream about him at night." While drinking tea, when Hanzhou suddenly choked and coughed quietly, his ears turned slightly red. Baby Song Ning obediently covered herself with the blanket. Keep sleeping, don't wake up, or the prince will disappear." After saying that, she closed her eyes obediently. From inside the blanket, even breathing could be heard. When Hanzhou found it amusing and felt a gentle warmth in his heart, he hesitated for a few seconds but decided not to disturb Song Ning's sleep. Instead, he sat at the stone table, watching her softly through the iron bars of the cell. That night, when he arrived, 2 guards told him that Song Ning had saved a handsome young man. They exaggerated, saying she even made some kind of sign or symbol, and that she would turn the sign over at night when sleeping. When Hanzhou didn't believe it, but a strange, sour feeling still arose inside him. He gazed tenderly at Song Ning and suddenly drifted into thought. After waiting a while without seeing when Hanzhou come over, Song Ning started to feel restless. She secretly opened one eye and looked toward when Hanzhou's direction. Seeing he wasn't coming, she couldn't help feeling annoyed and amused. She rolled over and mumbled, "Hey, why can't I see the prince?" Then she opened her eyes wide and whispered exaggeratedly, "It's really the prince, not a dream." When Hanzhou was amused by her dramatic acting. Seeing that Song Ning was awake, he stood up and walked to the cell door, squatting down to face her across the bars. It's not a dream. Inside the cell, there was no privacy. Song Ning usually slept fully dressed. She sat up with a little grunt, mimicking when Hanzhou's expression, curious. "Why did you come?" When Hanzhou suddenly looked a bit embarrassed. Song Ning moved closer, and when Hanzhou could almost see the tiny hairs on her face. Song Ning squinted her eyes and confidently asked, "Do you miss me?" When Hanzhou awkwardly turned his face away and instinctively wanted to deny, "No." "Oh, so I was just imagining things." Song Ning pretended to be upset, resting her chin on her hand, her cheeks puffed out like little buns. When Hanzhou's words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. His voice soft and gentle. "Miss Ning, it's not that I am imagining things." "So, you really are thinking of me?" Song Ning immediately beamed with a smile. She patted her skirt and stood up, then reached out and held one Hanzhou's hand, saying, "I knew it. I'm so pretty if you don't miss me. That's just not right." When Hanzhou was suddenly amused. But what Song Ning said was actually true. She was so beautiful and talented. How could he not think of her? Her small, white hand was delicate, with a few tiny calluses. For some reason, when Hanzhou couldn't help but place his palm on her small hand, Song Ning held his hand tightly, pulling him up from the ground, then led him to a stone table, looking at him eagerly. "Are you hungry?" When Hanzhou, who grew up without parents in the royal family, couldn't openly show favoritism, even from his uncle the emperor. So, he developed a very reserved personality. He instinctively wanted to deny it, but Song Ning had already taken a clean bowl from the pot and scooped out some pork liver and pork intestines, chatting casually. "The Annies think selling marinated snacks is a good idea, so they bought some more. Try and see if there's any difference between what they make and what I make." She looked at him eagerly, and when Hanzhou suddenly felt reluctant to refuse. "I also cooked some sweet soup, which we can sell tomorrow along with the marinated snacks. It'll help clear the greasy taste." Song Ning scooped another bowl of sweet millet porridge and placed it in front of when Hanzhou, urging him. "Try it?" Her eyes sparkled like innocent, fluffy little animals in the forest. When Hanzhou's heart softened, he brought the millet porridge over, scooped a spoonful, and fed it to himself, quietly sighing, "It's sweet. Yes, it's sweet. I added a little sugar," Song Ning said, as if waiting for praise. "Is it tasty?" "Tasty." When Hanzhou took another spoonful and ate it. Suddenly, Song Ning picked up her chopsticks, selected a large piece of pork intestine, and held it near his lips. Eating greasy food at night isn't good. Just try this small piece, and that's enough. When Hanjo was slightly surprised. But her eyes were honest and her expression simple, as if she had no other meaning, just wanting to share a delicious dish with him. She was thinking about other things, adding unnecessary meanings. However, when Hanjo's throat moved slightly, he slowly lowered his head and gently bit into the fatty sausage, swallowing slowly. "How is it?" Song Ning asked. "Delicious." He looked at her, his eyes seeming to melt, making it hard for people not to get lost in them. Song Ning, like a child who just got candy, happily supported her chin. "I also think it's tasty. Do you want to eat more?" "I want to eat more." Halfway through speaking, when Hanjo suddenly snapped back to himself, feeling strangely embarrassed. Song Ning then picked up a piece of pork liver and held it near his lips. "I feed you. Maybe it tastes better that way." Choking sounds. Suddenly, in the quiet cell, when Hanjo choked and tried to hold back his cough, there was a sound of someone turning over in the cell, not sure if it woke anyone else. But Song Ning suddenly leaned over, her big eyes bright and shining. "Or maybe you want to eat me instead." Cough, cough, cough. When Hanjo coughed even more fiercely, his face turned bright red, unsure if he was choking or feeling shy. Eating her? Is that what he was thinking? This. When Hanjo's mind was almost shutting down, he could only hear his pounding heartbeat, accompanied by the sudden explosion of thoughts in his mind, fiercely stimulating his nerves. In the end, only emptiness remained. When Hanjo wished he could bury his head in the bowl, he drank his millet porridge spoon by spoon until the bowl was empty, unaware of anything else. Song Ning happily swung her little feet. When Hanjo realized he had finished eating long ago, he felt unsure where to put his hands and feet. He stood up awkwardly and whispered, "Miss Song, I'm glad you're okay. I have some things to do, so I'll leave now. Won't you stay and sleep together?" Song Ning tilted her head to look at him. When Hanjo staggered and ran even faster, the bright moonlight and cool evening breeze brushed his face. After a long while, when Hanjo barely managed to regain some clarity, two lightly armored guards approached, looking at him expectantly. "How about it, Your Highness? Did you teach the future princess consort a lesson?" When Hanjo kept his head down and said nothing, the lightly armored guards exchanged glances. Could it be that things fell apart? Is the prince still angry? Just as they were about to comfort him, they heard when Hanjo angrily say, "Next time, if you two dare to speak badly about the princess consort, you will go down and be punished yourselves." Light armored guards. Well, the future princess no longer calls herself that. She is simply called the princess now. After teasing, Song Ning lazily packed her things and went back to sleep. Lu's family and the women of the Song household were unaware of when Hanjo's visit yesterday. They busily packed the marinated snacks into carts. With little Six company, they headed toward the county town, the clatter of hooves echoing behind them. Song Ning and her group arrived early at the market, where a faint fog still lingered in the streets. Lu lifted the lid of the pot, and a rich aroma immediately wafted out. Song Ning cleared her throat and called out, "Premium marinated snacks. Cheap today. If you don't like it, no need to pay." Her voice was clear and sweet, with a youthful softness, echoing through the misty alleyway for a long distance. At first, the women felt shy and embarrassed, hesitant to shout along with Song Ning. But when they saw a few passers-by pause at their stall, hesitating and then walking away, Lu gritted her teeth and started shouting, "Secret recipe marinated snacks. You can try some for free. Guaranteed delicious." Hearing they could taste for free, the curious crowd quickly gathered. Don't push. The women of the Song family sliced some marinated meat and skewered it on bamboo sticks carved by Little Six and his friends the day before, then handed them out to the eager customers. The aroma of the marinade was tempting. The first bite of meat in a customer's mouth drew a long, satisfied sigh. Delicious. What kind of meat is this? It's both fragrant and chewy. This is our signature marinated large intestine. You can eat it directly with rice, or take it home and stir-fry it with vegetables. It's guaranteed to make your taste buds happy, Song Ning confidently explained. We also have regular marinated pork, as well as pork hearts and livers. These are cheaper. Large intestine? Is it the one I think it is? The first taster's face stiffened, turning a bit green, looking like he might vomit. Song Ning raised an eyebrow. It is. But besides the smell, did you notice any other flavors? The green-faced customer's expression unexpectedly softened. He even took a careful taste, and his eyes lit up. Wow, it really doesn't have that smell. I must say, this large intestine is so fragrant, it makes your tongue want to fall off. It's chewy and honestly, I think it's even tastier than meat. How much for half a jean? 35 to 50 won per jean, Song Ning said, holding up 3 slender fingers. The man's face changed dramatically at the price, muttering, "That's too expensive." It's even pricier than cooked meat. During this time, pork was only 10 coins per jean and cooked pork was much more expensive, but usually no more than 30 coins. Song Ning asked for 35 coins for the cheapest offal, which was quite frustrating. Selling offal often led to such situations. Song Ning raised an eyebrow and patiently explained, "Only I have the secret recipe to make the large intestines smell fresh and taste rich. It takes a lot of time and effort to prepare. Yes, you said it tastes even better than pork. When we buy food, we just want it to be delicious. Good food should be a little more expensive. Isn't that fair?" Lu Shi quickly added. She used to be a proud noblewoman, but now she was homeless and surprisingly comfortable. The women from the Song family also supported her, all hopeful. The seller was convinced and hesitated, saying, "Since you came so early and it's not easy to sell, I'll buy half a jean first. But if it's not good, I'll smash your stall. Don't worry," Lu Shi promised. The women quickly weighed out half a jean of fat intestines and wrapped it in oil paper. The warm intestines emitted a strong, inviting aroma. The buyer paid and eagerly took another bite, unable to hide her satisfaction. "I didn't think these offal would taste so good," she exclaimed. Once this was proven, others couldn't stay away and started to buy. Pork hearts and livers were cheap, while pork and intestines were a bit more expensive, but after tasting, customers kept coming. Someone asked Song Ning for her secret recipe. "Miss, we've eaten offal before, but no matter how we wash it, it always has a strange smell. How do you prepare yours?" Secret recipe, secret recipe. "If I tell you, it wouldn't be a secret anymore." Song Ning winked. The person couldn't get any more information and looked a bit disappointed. But this didn't affect Song Ning's business at all. A few hundred meters away, the manager of Tianxiang Tower watched Song Ning with sharp eyes and asked his servant, "Do you think their food is better than our newly launched fried locusts?" The fried locusts, called yumming by manager Wang, were a fancy name he gave to fried grasshoppers. Once launched, they attracted many curious customers. The crispy texture made them very popular, and manager Wang even hired people to gather fresh green locusts from the countryside. Soon, many people went into the fields to catch locusts, boosting local activity. The locusts, which used to be impossible to catch all at once, suddenly decreased by nearly half. Recently, the weather has been cold, even starting to snow lightly, which caused the locusts to become even fewer. Now, Wang Chonggui has raised the price repeatedly, but still cannot catch any locusts. Originally, customers came for the new dish, the fried jade mushrooms, but since they couldn't taste it, they left feeling disappointed. The busy scene of the past has now returned to normal. At this moment, Wang the shopkeeper was very worried. When he saw others doing better than him, he felt a bit jealous. "A small street stall can't possibly have good food, mostly because it's cheap," said the honest young man, scratching his head. "It's cheap and tasty. You haven't even compared it to our fried jade mushrooms," Wang the shopkeeper snapped at him. The young man was straightforward. "That's a different level altogether." Wang's face darkened. He suddenly slammed the table. How bold! Daring to set up a stall near Tianxiang Tower. The young man hesitated but then kindly reminded him, "They're a few hundred meters away, not on our side." Wang kicked the young man to the ground in anger, then stormed out and came back, pulling him up. "Change your clothes and go buy a portion. I want to see how good it really is." Tianxiang Tower's business covers the entire Awoke region. The food here is considered the best in the area, and the chef is highly paid. Today, Wang would jump from here and even tear off the chef's head as a ball to kick. He couldn't believe that the chef he paid over 100 taels of silver a month for would lose to a street vendor. Watching the busy crowd coming and going, Song Ning suddenly felt relieved that she had cooked enough marinated food yesterday. Originally, she planned that if the marinated food didn't sell out, she would ask the manager of Tianqiang Tower to help dispose of it. But now it seemed she wouldn't need to. However, Song Ning glanced at Liu and the other women from the Song family, who were busy planning to open a shop. The shop could open, and given the current situation, business wouldn't be a problem. But the issue was that they were newcomers, all women with no backing. Even if they opened a shop, they might not be able to withstand those with power and influence demanding secret recipes. It's not about theft, but about others having bad intentions. Song Ning couldn't keep protecting Liu and the others forever. We need a strong supporter. Tianqiang Tower would be a good choice, Song Ning thought for a moment. She planned to talk to the manager of Tianqiang Tower later and see if they could join forces. Tianqiang Building can sell this kind of marinated meat and also sell it themselves. They publicly claim it is a branch of Tianqiang Building that specializes in marinated meat. As for the pricing, Song Ning plans to take a common people's approach, but Tianqiang Building offers high prices. Song Ning rubbed her forehead. She thought, I'll see Master Wang from Tianqiang Building later. Seeing that the marinated meat was almost sold out, Song Ning brushed off the non-existent dust on her clothes and greeted Lu Shi. Mother, after you finish selling, just wander around the city. Chang Yi and Chang Xing will protect you. I want to look elsewhere first. Chang Yi and Chang Xing are the names of the two lightly armored guards. Lu Shi nodded. Be careful too. Let Chang Yi stay with you. No need, Song Ning replied, and then stood up to walk to another street. It is the season for planting winter wheat. She planned to check the land she bought yesterday to see if she could grow something there. Song Ping'an, who had been following Lu Shi, wanted to go with Song Ning but was considered troublesome by her, so she left him with Lu Shi. He looked helpless and gazed at Song Ning eagerly. Ning. She was too busy to pay attention to him. Lu Shi took a quick glance at him and comforted him like a mother soothing her son. Ning has other things to do. Once we finish selling these, she will come back. Song Ping'an's light golden eyes blinked, and he obediently sat on the small stool Lu Shi brought. His handsome, delicate face was so charming it made people's hearts soften. Chang Yi and Chang Xing snorted together. TCH. Bah, green tea guy. The prince probably hasn't seen him before and was misled by Miss Song, so he scolded them unintentionally. But what does it matter? This kid clearly looks like a schemer trying to steal the prince's affection. They swore to guard the prince's territory fiercely. While they were muttering in their minds, a simple-looking but sneaky person approached and said, Do you have more marinated meat? I'll take a Jean. Lu Shi didn't doubt him and smiled as she packed it up. Customer, you're lucky. There's not much left. The commoner-looking servant of Tianqiang Building nodded seriously. After buying, he sneaked away again. Lu Shi paid no mind and continued selling for about an hour. All the dozens of Jean of marinated meat were sold out. The women of the Song family were loaded with heavy copper coins, counting their money until their hands were sore, but inside they felt incredibly happy and fulfilled. We can make money now. Unlike Lu Shi's excitement, Tianqiang Building looked like a storm was about to break. The shopkeeper and the head chef of Tianqiang Tower sat grim-faced around the table. In front of them were some preserved meats bought by the young servant. Chef Liu, looking fierce, was the first to taste the pork intestines. After finishing, he was stunned and started to cry. Manager Wang was alarmed. What are you doing looking like that? Chef Liu shook his head while crying. Boss, you try it first. Manager Wang took a bite and also started crying. It's delicious. Let's talk about money and sell the secret recipe. Otherwise, when others grow big and rich in the future, we won't be able to buy it even if we want to, said Chef Liu, wiping his tears. Manager Wang immediately agreed, with a serious face. You're right.
Do it now.
Invite those people over. The young servant from Tianqiang Tower quickly grabbed his tools and, with a few strong men, left confidently. Liu Shi and others were about to leave their stall when suddenly they were surrounded by some big men. Come with us. Our boss wants to see you. If you refuse, we'll smash your stall. You'll never be able to stay in this street again. Chang Yi and Chang Xing became alert. Liushir didn't want trouble and stopped them. Led by a steward from Tongha Silver Bank, Song Ning soon saw her land. This year's harvest had already been gathered, and all that remained was barren yellow land. Song Ning touched her chin. Help hire some workers to turn the soil. I want to plant something. The steward hesitated but finally sighed. Miss Song, the weather isn't on our side. If you want to grow crops, be prepared for the possibility of a total crop failure next year. Growing grains in the north is already difficult, and the yearly harvests are often poor. Although the saying, a snowy winter means a good harvest, is true, if there is long-lasting snow from October or November to March or April, crops can't withstand it and may freeze to death. Even if they survive, the underground locust eggs will hatch next year and cause great destruction, ruining the already poor crops. Song Ning waved her hand. It's okay. Seeing she couldn't persuade her, the steward sighed and asked cautiously, I heard someone is selling land. Miss Song, buy as much as there is. The sooner, the better. Song Ning replied firmly. The steward sighed and shook his head helplessly. Oh well. Anyway, whether in anyone's hands, this land must be farmed. But now, the suffering of a poor harvest, which should have fallen on the landlords, wealthy families, and common people, has instead been transferred to Miss Song. From another perspective, Miss Song can also be seen as doing a good deed. The steward finds joy in hard work. Song Ning seems to understand his thoughts and suddenly speaks. Do you know that there is a type of winter wheat that can survive the coldest winters, and its harvest is more than several times that of normal wheat? The steward's face turns bright red, almost revealing that he is dreaming aloud. If such grain truly exists in this world, why do common people suffer from cold and hunger year after year? Why are they so anxious every day, afraid they won't survive the next winter? Song Ning knows he doesn't believe her, so she says nothing more. She waves her hand, letting the steward leave. She stands at the head of the ridge, looking out at the cold northern land. Suddenly, she has an idea. She takes out a few wheat grains from her space and holds them in her palm. When she first traveled here, she didn't quite understand how to use the countless food and supplies stored in her space. Because Song Ning believed that with her abilities and skills, even without the things in her space, she could still thrive here. But after seeing the suffering of countless people in the northern desert and the endless dry land, she suddenly found the answer in her heart. One is a world shattered by chaos, the other is an ancient land of endless suffering. And the scientists who once devoted themselves to developing new types of wheat and rice should also be able to grow vigorously here again. Those pioneering scientists who repeatedly saved humanity will shine once more in this different time and space, saving the common people again. Song Ning retracted the wheat seeds back into her space. The cold wind brushes her face. She lowers her eyes coldly, but her heart is hot and burning. The people from Tongha Silver Manor work efficiently. Soon, the steward hands her a new set of land deeds. The land she planted on now has farmers working the fields, just like the others. The steward asks Song Ning, Miss Song, just plowing the land isn't enough. We haven't bought seeds yet. I have seeds, no need to buy, Song Ning replies. The steward hesitates again but finally sighs, feeling very worried. The future princess doesn't seem like a good person. She is stubborn and wasteful. Even with the largest bank in Dali under the prince's name, it can't withstand her reckless spending. Worried, the steward keeps his concerns to himself. Since the master has spoken, he can only swallow his complaints and patiently oversee the planting. Song Ning notices his dissatisfaction, but doesn't explain. She found a storage room and took out the wheat she had stored in her space. Time inside the space is frozen, so anything placed there remains exactly as it was. After mixing the seeds with medicine, Song Ning's people planted the seeds into the ground. The steward took a quick look and appeared a bit surprised. He didn't know where Song Ning got the seeds from, and out of prejudice, he didn't want to know. But he had to admit that Song Ning's seeds were full and large. How is it? Song Ning stood on a freshly tilled patch of land, personally bending down to farm with the hired workers. Her face had a bit of dirt, and she tilted her head to ask the steward, "Are my seeds pretty good?" The steward hesitated. "It's okay, just say what you think." Song Ning smiled kindly, looking very approachable. The steward, who had been holding back his anger for days, suddenly couldn't hold it anymore. He looked serious and said coldly, "Planting such good grains in the ground probably won't yield much next year. This year, there will be snow disasters, and next year, locusts. It's no secret anymore. Next year is destined to be a tough year," but Song Ning seemed not to understand. Leaving such good grains for next year's food would only be a little helpful to get through the hard times. But planting them in the ground means they will eventually rot there. Song Ning still looked very good-tempered. She turned her head and smiled. "I don't believe it. Let's make a bet, Steward Shu." Her playful attitude made Steward Shu angry and turn away. He, a young lady from the capital who never touched water, wouldn't join her game. Young people are full of energy, rushing forward with stubbornness. Song Ning sighed and continued to work seriously, lowering her head to farm. The weather in the northern desert area changed quickly. Not only was she wearing a cotton-padded jacket in the morning and thin gauze in the afternoon, but today, a few snowflakes drifted down sporadically. Tomorrow might be a hot, sunny day. But after September, October really starts to get cold. Song Ning counted on her fingers. Half of September is gone. There's not much time left. It's already a bit late for planting, and she must act fast to get the seeds into the ground. She swung her hoe vigorously, but suddenly, Chang Xing hurried over. Seeing Song Ning come out, she was still dressed in Lu's new clothes, looking clean and pretty. Now, she was covered in dirt, looking like a country girl with a face full of dust. The veins on Chang Xing's forehead twitched again. "Is this the future princess? This is the future queen. Does she look a bit like a queen?" But even so, he patiently spoke, "Miss Song, you should go and see. The ladies have been taken away by a group of people." Although he disliked Song Ningguei, he couldn't delay the important matter. Song Ningguei paused her hoe, her face stiffening. "Lead the way." When Hanzhou only realized the soldiers were at their weakest after taking control of Zhao Taifu's residence. Zhao Taifu hesitated and followed when Hanzhou, saying, "Prince, I am not just defending General Fan, but the way General Fan tolerates the Xiongnu's invasions. It actually makes life better for him than for us." "How so?" When Hanzhou, dressed in white, looked cold and spoke softly. Zhao Taifu looked distressed. "Your Highness, the Xiongnu keep invading. It's not that we don't want to fight, but we really can't. The annual taxes collected in Chengdu are not enough, and the military supplies from the capital are. Now, the court was corrupt. The cabinet, led by Fan Wenqi, was greedy for even the money needed to build dikes, not to mention military supplies. Layer after layer of deductions meant the soldiers received very little food." When Hanzhou remained silent, "Then he should abandon the border towns and let the Xiongnu trample over the people of our great dynasty, but abandoning a few towns to make others peaceful. It's the only way," Zhao Taifu stammered in a small voice. "It's like giving up territory to make peace." When Hanzhou suddenly turned cold, his eyes full of disappointment. "Zhao Taifu, I thought you would understand." "What?" Zhao Taifu was even more panicked. "Today we give up 5 cities, tomorrow 10. Then we can rest for a night. But look at the borders. The Qin soldiers are coming again." When Hanzhou's fingers tightened slightly, his face showing restrained anger and compassion for the people. Zhao Taifu was silent for a long time, finally sighing bitterly. "Your Highness, if the military supplies were enough, we wouldn't be just defending without attacking." Fan Zhendong had no intention of fighting over the years, so he ignored the Xiongnu's attacks, leaving the people in danger. But Zhao Taifu had worked hard in recent years to earn some achievements to show the emperor. However, the supplies were simply not enough. After many years of setbacks, Zhao Taifu gradually lost the desire to make great achievements. When Hanzhou looked at him, his handsome lips pressed tightly. Suddenly, he spoke, I will personally send a letter to the emperor, requesting more military supplies and grain. Zhao Taifu's eyes lit up for a moment. The issue of the cabinet withholding military supplies and grain had always existed, but no one dared to report it. But if King Ling's documents could truly reach His Majesty's desk, perhaps. Prefect Zhao, who had previously looked sneaky and guilty, barely managed to show some heroic spirit. He nodded fiercely. If the food supply issue can be solved, I swear to follow the prince to the end. When Hanzhou's serious expression did not soften. He knew that the emperor was heavily overshadowed by the cabinet, making it difficult for him to respond. To solve the food problem, when Hanzhou would have to pay with his own money. But the northern army was so large. When Hanzhou sighed deeply. Even though he controlled the biggest silver treasury and intelligence agency, he could only temporarily ease the urgent situation. To truly fix the corrupt state of the country, he needed to proceed carefully. Leave now. When Hanzhou waved his sleeve and sat down. Prefect Zhao hesitated to speak. Is there anything else? When Hanzhou asked suspiciously. Prefect Zhao stammered, glancing nervously at the ceiling, not daring to meet when Hanzhou's eyes. Well, my daughter fainted in the prince's room that day. If her reputation gets out, it won't look good. Hearing this, when Hanzhou's face turned cold instantly. Prefect Zhao braced himself. My meaning is, I can't make her the princess consort, but she could be a side consort. Unexpectedly, when Hanzhou's normally cold expression softened suddenly. Prefect Zhao thought he had a chance and immediately smiled eagerly, looking at when Hanzhou with hope. When Hanzhou said, I have already chosen the main wife, Prefect Zhao didn't understand what when Hanzhou meant, but when Hanzhou continued, Princess Zheng hasn't entered the palace, so I won't consider taking concubines. Even if I do, the princess must agree. At this point, when Hanzhou's gaze swept over him, his tone cold and warning, Prefect Zhao, I have already been lenient regarding your daughter's drugging incident. If you speak more, his aura suddenly became imposing, making Prefect Zhao afraid to meet his eyes. He could only nod obediently, secretly thinking. How could the unliked Prince King Ling have such a terrifying presence? Outside the door, Zhao Tanger, who had heard when Hanzhou had chosen the main wife, twisted her face with jealousy. She suddenly turned around, her eyes blazing with anger, and kicked the person beside her hard. Find out who the bastard is that seduced the prince. I must kill her. Meanwhile, Song Ning, led by Changxing, quickly arrived at the familiar Tianqiang Tower. Her expression grew cold. I thought the shopkeeper at Tianqiang Tower was a kind person, but I didn't expect such an incident to happen suddenly. Song Ning is beautiful and graceful. Last time, she was respectfully sent out by the shopkeeper. The staff at Tianqiang Tower know her. When they saw Song Ning, the staff happily greeted her. Miss Song. Before he finished speaking, Song Ning grabbed his collar. Where's my mother? The staff, who had just been involved in threatening and kidnapping, looked confused and blinked. What? Miss Song, your mother is actually visiting us at Tianqiang Tower? I must tell the shopkeeper right away. Stop pretending to be stupid. Song Ning frowned impatiently and stepped forward to the backyard. The staff, unsure why, didn't dare to stop her and could only follow behind, chattering. Miss Song, maybe there's a misunderstanding? We really haven't seen your mother. Before he finished speaking, Song Ning saw her skinny horse tied in the backyard and the large pot used by the aunties to prepare marinated dishes. As her gaze fixed on those things, a stern voice came from a room in the backyard. This sister-in-law, leaving such a good recipe with you, and you can't protect it. It's better to sell it to Tianqiang Tower, so as not to cause trouble. Lu's voice was gentle but firm. This recipe isn't ours. Whether we can sell it or not isn't up to me. You're making things difficult for us. There was a long silence inside, as if the shopkeeper was pressuring her. He seemed to be convinced that Lu wouldn't yield, then suddenly sneered. Sister-in-law, we are reasonable people. If you don't believe you can protect this recipe, we can see for ourselves. If someone later causes trouble for you over this recipe or tries to steal it, and you want to sell it to us again, Tianqiang Tower won't offer such a high price anymore. Think carefully, sisters-in-law. Should you sell the recipe to us once and for all, or wait to be troubled in the future? Although these words are true, they sound uncomfortable and threatening. Before Lu could respond, Song Ning couldn't hold it anymore and kicked the door. With a loud bang, the normally imposing shopkeeper, Zheng Wang, who was leaning over the table and looking down on Song's aunts and Lu, was so startled that his legs went weak, almost falling flat on the ground. He was about to get angry, but when he saw Song Ning standing against a light, his anger suddenly turned into a smile. Miss Song. Song Ning didn't bother with pleasantries and directly threw a punch. At the moment of withdrawing his fist, Manager Wang's eyes instantly turned dark and purple. He covered his face and howled in pain, but in the next second, another eye was struck squarely by a punch. Manager Wang winced in pain, his hips jerking back and forth. Seeing his master being hit, the burly and muscular chef Lu quickly picked up a kitchen knife, hesitating as he looked at the two men. One was his boss and the other was his mentor. Chef Lu felt torn about whom to help, and in the end, he could only raise his pinky finger and make a sharp, piercing sound, shouting, "Stop, please stop fighting." Song Ning was filled with a strong sense of anger, and in an instant, she seemed like a different person. She sneered and grabbed Manager Wang by the collar, saying, "I thought you were an honest and upright gentleman, but I didn't expect that for a secret recipe you would do something so shameful, fighting in the street. If I had arrived a bit later, would you have hurt my mother?" Manager Wang's wailing stopped for a moment. Just before Song Ning was about to throw a punch again, Chef Lu finally stopped his sharp shouting, blinking blankly twice. "Huh? My mother?" Realizing the situation, Chef Lu quickly knelt down and hugged Song Ning's leg. Master, please stop. You must have misunderstood. A manager is just here to invite the lady and them over." The man, nearly 2 meters tall with a muscular body and a huge kitchen knife strapped to his waist, was crying while holding her leg. Song Ning couldn't help but twitch her mouth and slowed down her punch. Manager Wang seized the chance, quickly kneeling down and hugging her other leg. "Miss Song, it's a misunderstanding. I just asked Xiao Zhang to respectfully invite Lady Song back." A servant peeking from outside the door froze for a moment, then nervously shrank his neck and knocked on the door to retreat. But the next second, Manager Wang called out, "Xiao Zhang, go explain to Miss Song." Xiao Zhang chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. I don't want my salary this month. I have to go visit family out of town tomorrow, and I won't be coming back after that." Manager Wang. After a series of failed attempts, Song Ning, feeling headachy, rubbed her forehead and asked, "So, this was a misunderstanding." Once the truth was clear, Song Ning naturally didn't want to trouble Manager Wang further. First, Tianxiang Lu had a good reputation in the city for many years and had never done anything unjust. Second, with Tianxiang Lu helping to protect her mother, she could focus on other things. Ultimately, Song's braised meat shop opened not far from Tianxiang Tower, each selling at their own prices. Tianxiang Tower was not worried about losing customers to Song's shop because they targeted different customers. People dining at Tianxiang Tower didn't mind the small price difference. They cared more about the face they showed. Now, Tianxiang Tower's layout was suddenly more open. Song nodded happily and patted Manager Wang on the shoulder. "Next time I have new dishes, I'll find you." Manager Wang smiled broadly. "I knew Miss Song was a great partner. We're old friends now. If you need anything, just come to me." Wang Fuguei. He pounded his chest to promise. Song thought for a moment. "Actually, I need your help with something. I heard many people are eager to sell land recently. I plan to buy all those plots. Please keep an eye out for me," she said. Manager Wang frowned, wanting to advise her, but seeing her determined expression, he knew she wouldn't do something she wasn't sure about. He forced himself to agree. All right. During hard times, ordinary people didn't notice much, but wealthy officials and rich merchants already knew the news. Everyone was hoarding grain, not land. When the famine truly arrived, people would exchange anything for food. Eventually, land would still end up in the hands of the wealthy who had grain. Hearing Wang Fugui's reassurance, Song finally relaxed. As she left Tianxiang Tower, she looked up at the dark, rain-threatening sky, and shook her head lightly. Actually, Song had thought about giving the seeds resistant to cold in her space to the common people. Unfortunately, she was a bit late. If she had arrived in the northern desert a month earlier, she might have convinced the people to buy her seeds. The Liu family and Song's aunts had safely left Tianqiang Tower and received a large sum of silver from the tower. They all looked excited. The joyful atmosphere filled the Song family, and they praised Song more. "With Ninger here, we're truly lucky," they said. "It's a good thing those people wanted to leave. Otherwise, just thinking about how we earned all this silver and still had to share it with those ungrateful people makes me angry," they added. "Exactly. If they were still here, our place would be a mess. Now, as a family, we're united and peaceful. Life feels hopeful," they said. Song smiled gently and nodded. Yes, when she spoke, her eyes suddenly shifted, and she saw a familiar, sneaky figure on the roadside. It was Song Yanhang. He was holding the bottle of medicine that Song Yanduan had given him earlier. He was worried about what Song Ning said, that the medicine was a miracle cure, and went to the pharmacy to sell it at a high price, but he was turned away directly. He visited several pharmacies like this. Not only did he fail to sell the medicine, but he was also mocked as a fool. At this moment, he looked like a stray dog, with no pride as a scholar, too embarrassed to lift his head, so he didn't see Song Ning nearby. But Song Ning's eyes held a faint smile. If Song Yanhang kept going like this, the news about someone in Longzhou City selling a miracle cure at high prices would surely reach the ears of that fool who bought his recipe. Song Ning smiled like a clever fox. Lu Zhao, following his own recipe, couldn't produce the miracle cure. He would definitely come here to find out. When that happens, someone will be in trouble. As for whether Song Ning was afraid that Lu Zhao would investigate her, of course she wasn't. Because, although the medicine in Song Yanhang's bottle was effective, it was far inferior to the medicine Song Ning gave to Lu Zhao. When Lu Zhao saw this, he would only think he was a con artist and get angry about being deceived, then beat up Song Yanhang and throw him out. Even if Lu Zhao suspected and wanted to investigate, Song Yanhang could just tell him the origin of the medicine. He wouldn't be afraid. Lu Zhao would have to investigate Song Yanduan and then inevitably think of Prince Ling. What if Prince Ling had some divine medicine from a famous doctor? Moreover, Lu Zhao might even suspect that the divine doctor was actually working for Prince Ling, making him even more wary of the prince. But no matter the outcome, Song Yanhang wouldn't be in a good situation. Song Ning suddenly smiled mischievously. She was very vengeful, taking her things and repeatedly harming her. Such people must pay a price. "Why are you so happy?" Lu Shi gently held Song Ning's hand. Because life had been comfortable these days, Lu Shi had even gained a little weight. Just as Song Ning was about to answer, her gaze was attracted by a grain shop not far away, which was buying grain at high prices. The villagers who had just brought their grain home were carrying bags of grain on their shoulders, smiling happily as they came to sell it. In years of good harvest, villagers with some leftover grain would sell a little to get some silver to support their lives. This year's harvest was poor, and the grain they had was barely enough to eat, so the villagers had no plans to sell. However, seeing the grain purchase prices double compared to previous years, the common people couldn't help but feel tempted. They grit their teeth and decide to tighten their belts, selling some of their grain to get money for winter clothes. But grain prices don't rise without reason. The profits come from the farmers. If a famine truly occurs, the grain shops that buy at high prices will eventually sell the grain back to the people at even higher prices. This is how they profit from the nation's hardship. Song Ning's expression becomes serious. She believes she doesn't usually interfere in others' affairs, but will Hanzhou be troubled? He's already struggling, Song Ning mutters softly, then suddenly speaks. "Mother, I need to go out for a while. You all go back first." Lu Shi didn't hear clearly what Song Ning was muttering and was about to ask, but Song Ning had already turned and disappeared from her sight. "Why is this girl always so quick and fiery?" Lu Shi mutters quietly, shaking her head helplessly. Tongha's silver shop. The manager, who is already annoyed with Song Ning, suddenly raises his voice. "What? You're planning to buy grain at a high price?" Song Ning pats her ear and confidently replies, yes. The manager's face changes several times, but he finally can't hold back and sneers. Miss Song, I don't understand the point of all this fuss. We already told you. Next year is likely to be a bad year. The crops planted in the fields won't yield much. You refuse to listen and insist on planting. Now you have no grain and you're still asking to buy at high prices. The manager exhales and says, what I mean is if you didn't cause so much trouble, relying only on the grain you plant in the fields, you could get through the bad year safely. You wouldn't need to spend so much money. Listening to the manager's criticism, Song Ning's smile fades. She is usually kind and always hands-on, appearing gentle and delicate, making the manager think she is a spoiled young lady from a wealthy family. But now, her cold gaze makes the manager suddenly fall silent. Outside the window, the sun is shining brightly, but the wind carries a biting chill. Just do as I say, Song Ning orders coldly. Her small body disappears inside the room, leaving only a fist-sized piece of gold on the table. After a long while, the manager, who had bowed and wiped the sweat from his forehead, lets out a long sigh as if escaping from death. The farmland in Longzhou City has mostly been bought up. If more land is to be acquired, it will be in other cities. Soon after, someone hurriedly knelt before Hanzhou. Buying land, Hanzhou held a military scroll in his hand, writing calmly, just follow Miss Song's instructions. But the steward wanted to speak, but saw Hanzhou already standing up. The room was filled with bamboo leaf incense. Hanzhou's clothes were spotless, and his gaze was low and calm. He looked gentle and kind, like a wise scholar, but there was a quiet pressure that made people question whether they should trust him. My token is in Miss Song's hands. When you see her, it's as if I am there myself. In the future, such small matters do not need to be reported to me. Small matters? Large-scale land purchases and high-priced grain acquisitions. Are those small matters? The steward held back his shock and bowed his head to the ground. Yes. After the steward from Tongha Silver Bank left, Hanzhou looked into the distance, as if he could see through the tall city walls, mountains, and quiet waters, straight to Song Ning's side. He didn't know exactly why Song Ning was doing this, but they had been through many things together. He trusted her. The incense in the purple gold toad furnace burned most of it away. Through the window lattice, Hanzhou's voice came from inside. Governor Zhao, within the city you govern, if wealthy merchants, landlords, or common people sell land, it can be bought in my name. Governor Zhao suddenly looked up, puzzled. Prince, a bad year is coming. We have silver. Why don't we stockpile grain? Hanzhou twirled a white jade ring on his finger, leaving only a clear, distant figure. Governor Zhao couldn't say much more, but Hanzhou had given him silver, so he quickly ordered his men to handle it. Several forces simultaneously bought land, and after a short time, Song Ning and Hanzhou secretly bought all the land in about a dozen surrounding cities. Of course, Song Ning spent a lot of silver for this. Fortunately, her space storage had enough supplies. But, seeing the space's gold and silver suddenly shrink significantly, Song Ning still felt a little sad. Who understands the pain of hoarding mice? Although the jewelry, antiques, and paintings inside her space hadn't been touched, as a proper hoarder, she only stored things inside. She didn't spend them. With a worried face, Song Ning quickly hired people to plant cold-resistant wheat seeds in the ground. Next, she hired farmers and villagers to help watch the fields. After storing more grain in her space, she finally felt a bit better. Half a month had passed, and the weather in the northern plains had become very cold. The Liu family and the women from the Song family's butchery shop were doing very well, with daily sales exceeding demand, and they had earned a good amount of silver. Meanwhile, the men from the Song family, who had been working hard to support the family by mining in the mountains, suddenly seemed a bit useless. After a whole month of mining, the men looked dirty and tired, but seeing the women of the Song family achieve some financial independence, they began to question their lives. Usually honest, Song Yinduan suddenly started to think, are we being a bit too old-fashioned? When he was an official, he was very strict, doing things by the book, very honest, or rather, overly upright, almost to the point of rigidly following rules. father could also do some business or try other ways to make a living just like the women. Now that our life is better, as long as we don't break the law, we can do anything. Song Yendwan looked very defeated and was feeling quite down. He was just a scholar, and after passing the imperial exam, he became a cautious official working in the court. Now, he had been sent to the frontier, diligently working as a miner. Besides studying, he really didn't know what else he could do. A group of men gathered, sighing heavily, no longer as spirited as when they were in the capital. Song Ning didn't bother them, but instead beckoned to Song Ping'an, "Come here." Song Ping'an put down the clothes he was washing and, a tall and honest man, obediently stepped over, placing his head in Song Ning's hand for her to rub. Song Ning winked at him slyly. "Do you want to go somewhere fun?" He nodded honestly. So, after half an hour, the two disguised individuals appeared in the largest gambling house in Longzhou City. Song Ning looked curiously at the people rolling dice inside, eager to try. Honestly, she was born and raised in the end-of-the-world era and had only heard about gambling. She had never actually tried it herself. But she gave Song Ping'an a meaningful look. As mentioned before, Song Ning could see other people's luck. At the same time, if she often stayed with people who had good luck, she could also share some of their fortune. If she was with someone unlucky, she would also have bad luck. The golden-purple aura of luck around Song Ping'an was so dazzling that she felt it was time to test her own luck after spending so much time with him. Song Ning sat down at a small gambling table. The young man saw that they were dressed plainly, shrugged, and paid no attention. Song Ning tentatively bought some chips, playing the simplest game of guessing big or small. The young man covered the dice with a cup, shook it loudly a few times, and then people at the table started betting chips, shouting big or small. Song Ning casually called out, "Small." When the cup was opened, she surprisingly guessed correctly. Song Ning was happy. It was a strange feeling, like an inexplicable sixth sense. Next, Song Ning seemed to have divine help. When she called big, it was big, and when she called small, it was small. Before long, the chips in front of her piled up as high as a small mountain. With such a long winning streak, Song Ning quickly drew the attention of others. But she was only here to test her new ability. Seeing that she was doing well, she was about to stop. Suddenly, a pair of silent hands pressed gently on her shoulders. Then, a charming male voice, like a cold, creeping creature, whispered into Song Ning's ear, "Young lady, you have good luck." Before the man's hand even touched Song Ning, her smile suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, no one saw how she moved, but her small hands suddenly pinched the man's neck. Her eyes held a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. She said helplessly, "Sorry, I don't like being touched." The man, caught off guard, looked stunned, but soon a strong interest appeared on his face. "Young lady, do you practice martial arts?" Song Ning raised an eyebrow, as if to say, "What does that have to do with you?" The man raised his hand in a surrender gesture and chuckled softly. Because he was struggling to breathe from her grip on his neck, he couldn't help coughing. "Young lady, could you please let go?" Only then did Song Ning loosen her grip, calmly wiped her small hands, and looked at the man in front of her. The man who suddenly appeared wore loose, dark red robes, with raised eyebrows and charming peach blossom eyes. He didn't seem like an honest man. Strangely, seeing him, Song Ning's normally quiet companion behind her, Song Ping'an, suddenly became anxious. He tugged on Song Ning's sleeve silently, wanting to pull her out of the gambling house as quickly as possible. Song Ning glanced at him, then looked at the man in red in front of her, frowning slightly. The man in red was also attracted by Song Ping'an's actions, but after looking at him for a moment, he withdrew his gaze and made a beckoning gesture. "Young lady, care to have a bet with me?" Today, Song Ning earned a lot of silver. After experiencing the effects of her new supernatural ability, she didn't want to waste any more time here. Without hesitation, she directly refused. "Sorry, I decline." The man's expression remained unchanged, but his gaze kept lingering on Song Ning and Song Ping'an as if he had discovered something interesting. Song Ning felt uncomfortable under his gaze. Song Ping'an also became strangely anxious, pulling at Song Ning, wanting to leave. She gently patted him to comfort him, then suddenly looked carefully at the man again. Upon closer inspection, the man's eyebrows glowed with a red light, which was a sign of good fortune. However, within the red glow, there was a faint hint of black. Song Ning warned him, "You're about to have bad luck." The man was surprised that Song Ning had been staring at him for so long and only said this random comment, making him momentarily stunned. But in the next second, Song Ning pulled Song Ping'an and left the gambling house. Once they were out of sight of the man, Song Ping'an's anxious mood gradually calmed down. Song Ning looked at him thoughtfully, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Do you know that man?" Song Ping'an returned to his usual quiet and obedient manner. Hearing this, he shook his head obediently. Song Ning stroked her chin. The Liu family and others had also asked about Song Ping'an's background before, but this simple-minded boy seemed to have lost his memory after falling. The more they asked, the more tears he shed, looking distressed. Liu's family felt sorry for him and stopped asking. Although Song Ning was suspicious, she knew she couldn't get any answers now, so she hummed happily, counting the silver she had just earned. "Song Ping'an, today you did a great job. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you." Song Ping'an's pale golden amber eyes blinked, and he pointed at a nearby candied fruit stall, softly saying, "Sister, this." Song Ning waved her hand and bought a skewer, slinging it over her shoulder. Yes, it was a skewer, not skewers. She snatched the candied fruit from the stick and all the candies on it in one go. Song Ping'an obediently licked his candied fruit, his youthful face showing a kind of innocence that didn't match his age. Meanwhile, inside the gambling house, a group of people knelt in front of the man in red. The man in red only waved his hand and said, "No need to follow. This city of Longzhou is small. If fate is on our side, we will meet again." The old man kneeling at the front suddenly looked up sharply. He was about to say something, but in the next moment, a man in red stepped on his head, pressing him hard onto the ground and crushing him. Bright red blood immediately spilled all around. The old man only let out a muffled groan and then painfully spoke, "I will obey the emperor's orders." Song Ning returned home and started planning her move. The weather was getting colder, especially here in Yanmen Mountain, where it was always chilly. She couldn't stay in the prison forever. The house in Longzhou City was almost ready for moving, so it was time to go there. Besides a few quilts, she didn't need to take much. Song Ning was about to discuss this with Liu Shi when she suddenly saw a shiny, majestic black horse near her thin little horse. She scratched her head and asked her little horse seriously, "Is this your husband?" The little horse sneezed unhappily and pouted to show its protest. It was a male. The black horse also turned its head with a look of disdain. Song Ning continued to think carefully about where this black horse came from.
It couldn't be. Could it?
Her luck was already so good that wealth seemed to fall from the sky at home. It was awkward to suddenly have an extra horse without reason. Just as Song Ning was about to happily accept this impressive, cool horse, a gentle voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Miss Song." Hearing this familiar voice, Song Ning paused, a smile already forming in her eyes. She didn't turn around but patted the black horse's head on purpose. "Oh, so you are the prince in disguise." He Fengmian couldn't help but laugh out loud. When Hanzhou shook his head helplessly and called out again, "Miss Song, I am behind you," Song Ning held back her laughter and teased him on purpose. She looked seriously at the black horse. "Your Highness, even if you turn into a horse, you can't lie. You are clearly in front of me. How could you be behind me?" The black horse was about to be speechless, sneezing and kicking up its hooves. He Fengmian laughed so hard, he clutched his stomach. When Hanzhou's expression was helpless yet affectionate, though he looked a bit awkward. Turning into a horse was naturally impossible. When Hanzhou knew that Song Ning was deliberately teasing him, he sighed helplessly, hesitated a few times, then reached out and gently took her slender wrist, pulling her into his face but still keeping a distance of about an arm's length. "Miss Song." Song Ning stifled her laughter, looked up and saw his eyes like stars. Suddenly, he leaned in quickly, closing the distance between them. "I thought the prince missed me so much he turned into a horse to see me. Turns out, You are really the prince, she breathed lightly, and when Hanzhou could almost feel her warm breath on his face. Her words made Wen Hano feel strangely warm inside. He awkwardly looked away, but didn't push her away. His normally eloquent mouth stumbled. I have something to do. I am passing by here, but what kind of thing could make a noble prince come personally? Song Ning understood this, but didn't say anything. However, the girl smiled and looked at him. So, does the prince also come here just to see me? Now he couldn't really argue. When Hanzhou slightly averted his eyes, then nodded gently. Yes, maybe he was afraid Song Ning would say something surprising again. He almost made small talk. The seeds you sent, Miss Song, have all been planted. Song Ning nodded seriously, her eyes smiling like crescent moons, clearly very pleased. Under his intense gaze, when Hanzhou blushed a little. He was like a young boy just discovering feelings, stumbling as he spoke. Do you have a place to stay? The seeds you sent have solved an urgent problem. Whether to call it a gift or a reward, it seemed a bit awkward. When Hanzhou hesitated and then told He Fengmian, give the things to Miss Song, He Fengmian rolled his eyes and reluctantly took out a stack of silver notes. Here, these are from our prince. Worried you might be short of money. Take them. Song Ning didn't refuse. She took the silver openly, counted it, and found it was exactly 10,000 taels of silver. She couldn't help but smile, her bright eyes looking at Wen Hanzhou. And you? I am fine, Wen Hanzhou said, moving his fingers, resisting the urge to straighten her messy hair. I heard Chong Yi Chongxing say you bought a shop in the city. Business is good. Why are you still staying here? If not for that, Wen Hanzhou wouldn't worry about Song Ning not having enough money to change her house, and would have come specially. He had many questions about her, like her strange behaviors and why she always had so much silver on her. For example, where did Song Ning's seeds come from, and why is she so confident that her seeds can resist cold and pests? The two rarely ask about each other's secrets, so when Hanzhou only points out what he notices and doesn't press further. Song Ning blinked at him and said, I'm afraid you won't find me. When Hanzhou choked a little, Song Ning smiled warmly. Luckily, I haven't moved away, or today I might not have seen you. Missing the chance to meet you would make me very sad. Her eyes are always bright and passionate. For some reason, when Hanzhou suddenly blurted out, then I will come to see Miss Song in the future. Song Ning's eyebrows and eyes curved happily. Sure. Before when Hanzhou could respond, she confidently pulled up his sleeve and said, Mother and the others should have finished cooking. Father is here today. Would you like to stay for a meal, Your Highness? Unknowingly, all of He Fengmian's refusals got stuck in his throat. He simply couldn't say them. The prison that once smelled of blood and decay had long changed. The warm charcoal fire made the surrounding air dry and cozy. Seeing Wen Hanzhou, Song Yanduan was startled and stood up to bow, but when Hanzhou stopped him, Lord Song, there's no need for formalities. I am just passing by today. Song Yanduan had heard that when Hanzhou was going to marry Song Ning, but as a prisoner, he dared not boast that he was the prince's father-in-law. He could only nod stiffly, exchange a few polite words, and then continue to look worried. Since their family's braised meat shop started making money, Lu and the other women of the Song family no longer let the men go to the dangerous mines to work. After all, they no longer needed to eat the grain allocated from the prison, so they didn't have to worry about it. But, as a real man, now he could only sit at home eating and wasting time, or follow his wife around doing trivial chores. It was really frustrating. After sighing for the 108th time, when Hanzhou finally couldn't hold back and asked humbly, Lord Song, do you have any worries? That was exactly what he was waiting for. Song Yanduan suddenly seemed to find a confidant and poured out his troubles. Your Highness, these days, it's hard to earn money and even harder to find good food. When Hanzhou, Lord Song, your words are a bit too much for my image. Song Yanduan was unaware and sighed deeply. In the past few days, I've been wandering around the city, but it seems there's no work suitable for me. In recent days, I finally realized that not holding an official position makes me feel so useless. Song Yanduan has indeed been quite discouraged lately. He used to be the Minister of Works, personally handling everything. He thought about working as a laborer, but since he was a scholar by background, he couldn't work as fast as ordinary people. At the end of the day, he earned very little money. Song Yendwan then turned to copying books for others. Although his handwriting was good, there were many young scholars in the city offering copying services at even lower prices. The competition was fierce. Song Yendwan's hair was almost turning gray from worry. Song Ning saw how restless he was and couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't it good to enjoy life at home?" she asked with a smile. The beautiful girl propped her chin on her hand and said softly, "When you could support the family before, mother managed the household affairs. Now that mother can support the family, father." "Nonsense." Song Yendwan puffed out his beard, his face turning red for no clear reason. He couldn't explain why and just mumbled, "Since ancient times, men haven't relied on women to support them. That's simply nonsense." Song Ning shrugged and looked at Wenhanzhou, noticing that Wenhanzhou's gaze was also gentle and warm when he looked at her. The candle flickered, and Song Ning's heart beat faster. She felt that his gaze was a bit too warm and intense. Wenhanzhou spoke softly, "Sir Song, husband and wife are one body. There's no superiority or inferiority, and managing the household isn't an easy task." Song Ning nodded seriously, curious about Wenhanzhou's understanding. She didn't expect that this native ancient man could understand how difficult it was for women to manage the household. Seeing her thoughts, Wenhanzhou smiled slightly. "There's an old saying, 'Marry a virtuous wife.' This shows that for women to manage the household well, it's not an easy task. Otherwise, everyone would be a good wife." Song Ning nodded in agreement and couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising, "Your Highness's thoughts are truly pure and upright." She was quite satisfied. Pure and upright? Wenhanzhou was slightly surprised, then smiled gently, his eyes shining. "Thank you, Miss Song, for your praise." It seemed that Miss Song was quite pleased with him now. Wenhanzhou's lips curled into a happy smile, and his gaze became even softer. Their eyes seemed to be pulling at each other like silk threads. He Fengmian couldn't hold back and snorted, but Wenhanzhou silently kicked him in the backside, making him stumble out. Mrs. Liu now looks at Wenhanzhou as a mother-in-law viewing her son-in-law. The more she looks, the more satisfied she becomes. Only Song Yendwan's expression is deeply affected, and he seems to be lost in thought. Mrs. Liu rolls her eyes at her husband and whispers to Song Ning with a wink, "Your dad is so old-fashioned. Just a few days ago, he told my mother that women shouldn't show their faces in public." However, after being kicked out and going hungry for 2 more meals, Song Yendwan finally calmed down and never mentioned this again. The food on the table was now much more plentiful than before. Some of the aunts, who are good cooks, prepared dishes that looked, smelled, and tasted wonderful. Perhaps because of their recent time together, the aunts, while respectful to Wenhanzhou, were not afraid of him. Everyone ate peacefully and happily. After eating and drinking their fill, the bright moon was already hanging in the branches. Wenhanzhou came here mainly to take a break from his busy schedule, so he naturally couldn't stay overnight. Song Ning stood up. "I'll see you off, Your Highness." Refusing felt stuck in her throat, but Wenhanzhou was reluctant to leave. He nodded gently. Song Yendwan, with a serious face, was about to scold the young man and woman for being alone together, which was inappropriate. But after Mrs. Liu gave him a look that said, "Okay," and covered his mouth, he became completely silent. Song Ning chuckled softly. Under the moonlight, Wenhanzhou led his horse, and Song Ning obediently followed behind him. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. Wenhanzhou had many things he wanted to say to Song Ning, but in the end, he didn't say anything. "Miss Song, I'll see you here." Yanmeng Mountain was hidden in the moonlight, with peaks rising and falling like a mysterious, lurking beast, looking solemnly at the couple strolling under the moon. Song Ning nodded and suddenly spoke again. "Your Highness, I rented a house in the city. From now on, I'll be closer to you." The girl hesitated for a moment. "What I mean is, when Your Highness passes by next time, it might be more convenient. To put it more clearly, I guess, I just want to see you more often." Wenhanzhou was already used to Song Ning's straightforwardness. His expression softened, and he was about to nod, but he suddenly realized the little girl who should have been beside him was gone. His brow twitched, and he looked around. He saw Song Ning curiously touching a small gourd hanging on his horse, asking with curiosity, "Is this a water bag?" "I'm so thirsty." Although dinner was delicious, Song Ning ate a lot of meat and felt a bit salty in her mouth. She curiously touched the small gourd, pulled out the stopper, and took a few gulps. "Oh, why is this wine?" When Hanjo wanted to remind her, but she moved so quickly that he couldn't catch her. However, that wasn't strong liquor, but pear blossom wine, which doesn't make you drunk. Just as my thoughts shifted, Song Ning, who had been following behind him, suddenly rolled her eyes and collapsed into a drunken stupor with a loud thud. When Hanjo, on a dark, windy night, on a narrow mountain path as quiet as snow, someone refused to ride a horse when drunk and suddenly clung to others, demanding to be carried. He Fengmian had long since gone somewhere to hide and relax. With no one around, when Hanjo's usual strict manners and sense of shame seemed to suddenly disappear as if he had run away from home. He tentatively reached out and supported Song Ning's soft body. Song Ning, drunk, didn't handle alcohol well and clung to Hanjo like an octopus. Her breath carried a faint scent of wine and pear blossoms, making her seem charmingly intoxicated. When Hanjo felt as if his whole body was on fire, but he carefully helped Song Ning and guided her back along the way. On a nearby tree, He Fengmian watched the affectionate pair and clicked his tongue in surprise. He had been following the prince since childhood and had never seen the prince so played with by a woman. Oh no, if the princess gets her hands on the prince, should I stop her or not? He Fengmian scratched his head and pondered. But in the next moment, Song Ning suddenly hugged Hanjo's neck and gave him a quick kiss on the face. He Fengmian was so startled, he almost fell from the tree. Did Song Ning act so quickly? While he hesitated, she directly touched the pure and noble prince. He Fengmian wailed silently in his heart. Sorry, Your Highness. It's not that I don't want to protect your innocence, but Miss Song moved too fast.
So,
He Fengmian continued to hide in the tree. Anyway, the prince's innocence was already gone, so He Fengmian kept pretending to be dead. Under the tree, when Hanjo was also surprised by the kiss. But he still maintained his usual pace, supporting Song Ning as if nothing had happened. Song Ning leaned against his chest, listening to Hanjo's deafening heartbeat, and couldn't help but want to scratch her ears. It was a bit noisy. But before long, when Hanjo used light skills to lift her up directly, the wind howled, and soon they arrived at a residence under Hanjo's name. He carefully placed her on the bed in the warm chamber, suppressing his hoarse voice. Ninger. Song Ning obediently sat on the bed, her big, watery eyes looking at him. When Hanjo suddenly remembered what Chang Yi and Chang Xing had said to him, and a strange feeling of jealousy arose inside him, as if a pot of vinegar had been spilled. Do you know what you're doing? Song Ning nodded obediently. I understand. Her eyes were bright and clear, like an innocent little kitten, stretching its pink and white paws to scratch at someone's heart. When Hanjo felt overwhelmed, his chest tightening, he took a deep breath and asked her in a deep voice, Then who am I? Song Ning tilted her head and smiled. The prince. When Hanjo's whole body suddenly felt like it was electric, numbness spreading through him, almost making him lose his balance. He stood there in a daze for a long time before carefully asking, Who is the prince? Future husband? Song Ning looked puzzled as she touched her chin, seeming to seriously think. But before he could think too long, she reached out her hands like a porcelain doll, wanting a hug. When Hanjo instinctively moved closer. The tissue is for the future husband, right? Song Ning seemed to nod in his arms. When Hanjo wasn't sure and his heart beat faster, his throat feeling dry. After waiting a long time, he looked down and saw that the girl in his arms was already peacefully asleep, breathing evenly. Her small face was rosy, her long eyelashes fluttered, and her slightly parted lips were red and moist. When Hanjo's throat moved, and he quickly looked away. Something was wrong. He stood up carefully, gently placing Song Ning on the bed and covering her with a blanket. Just as he was about to leave, Song Ning suddenly grabbed his sleeve and pulled him softly, causing him to fall toward her. He quickly supported himself with his other hand, pressing lightly on her. Her breath was close to his face, and her unique floral scent lingered at his nose. When Hanjo's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her collar had somehow slipped, revealing half of her delicate collarbone. His gaze just swept over it lightly, but he felt a rush of blood to his head. His breathing grew rapid, and his usual rationality suddenly collapsed like a house of cards. But the girl on the bed didn't seem to want to let him go. Her moist eyes opened slightly, and she whispered softly, "Kiss me." When Hanjo turned his face away, she mumbled again, "Touch my abs," when Hanjo almost ran away in a panic. The moment he closed the door, the girl who had been drunkenly leaning on the bed suddenly blinked her sparkling eyes twice. In her bright eyes, there was no trace of drunkenness anymore. Song Ning sat cross-legged on the bed, looking regretful as she propped her chin with her hands. He really is self-controlled and proper. It's just a pity that tonight, she still didn't get what she wanted. Song Ning pouted her lips twice, then lay down on the bed covered with the cool scent of warm, cold boat, rolling around happily. Satisfied, she hugged a pillow and fell asleep. Humph. As a queen surviving in the end times, how could she get drunk after just one sip of wine? But her body's alcohol tolerance was indeed not very good. Her little head still felt a bit dizzy. Thinking about this, Song Ning gradually drifted into a hazy sleep. Whether in reality or a dream, she vaguely felt a soft, warm touch on her lips, which was a little ticklish. She mumbled softly and turned over. "Prince." The figure in front of the bed instantly froze. The lamp flickered, and her snow-white, stunning face blushed with redness. Her mood had been hard to calm for a long time. Song Ning slept very well that night. In the morning sunlight, she stretched lazily and cheerfully greeted Wen Hanzhou. "Good morning, Prince." Wen Hanzhou looked a bit tired but still maintained a flawless, gem-like appearance. Seeing Song Ning, he inexplicably felt guilty and quickly looked away. "Miss Song." Song Ning leaned closer, carefully examining him, thoughtfully touching her chin. "Prince, you seem a little different today from usual?" When Hanzhou looked surprised. Could it be that he was caught after secretly kissing her yesterday? He pursed his lips and slightly turned his eyes away, his ears turning red. Yesterday, it was clearly Song Ning who was drunk, but the irrational one was himself. Wen Hanzhou wanted to explain himself, but it seemed there was no way to justify it. The atmosphere became awkward. Then, Song Ning smiled sweetly, put her small hands behind her back, and seriously commented, "Prince, you look especially handsome today." Wen Hanzhou. For some reason, he felt a bit relieved. His expression was a mix of amusement and helplessness. "Yesterday, Miss Song was drunk. I just brought her here." Song Ning waved her hand to show she didn't mind. This was Wen Hanzhou's private property. The courtyard was small, and inside the residence, besides an old servant at the gate, there was no one else. Feng Mian had been sent early by Wen Hanzhou to buy breakfast. When placing the breakfast on the table, Feng Mian looked at Wen Hanzhou with intense gaze, as if he was staring at a young bride who had lost her innocence before marriage. Wen Hanzhou was a little annoyed and secretly kicked him out again. Then, he turned and took a fragrant little steamed bun. "Miss Song, to prevent Master Song and Lady Song from worrying after breakfast, I will have someone send you back." Song Ning nodded seriously. She was biting into a small bun, cheeks puffed out. "So, next time, when can I see Prince Wang?" When Hanzhou's heart tightened. "Very soon. I will come to see Miss Song whenever I am free." The room felt like it was filled with pink bubbles, and early in the morning, after waiting in cold wind for nearly half an hour to buy breakfast, the proud prince was kicked out of the house for having a two-slice smile at the corner of his mouth. "You're so proud. You're so impressive." Seeing Wen Hanzhou hurriedly leave, clearly having made time to be with her, Song Ning didn't stay long. October in Mabe was cold with every gust of wind. Taking advantage of the sunny day, Song Ning hired a few people and, with her family, moved to their new home in the city. On the day of moving, Little Six's eyes filled with tears as he threw himself at Song Ning's feet, clutching her leg and crying loudly. "Big sister, since you're leaving, will I ever see you again?" Song Ning sighed, feeling a bit overwhelmed, and patted his shoulder. "Even if I'm not here in the future, you must keep working hard, Little Six." Little Six shook his head painfully. "No, I don't care if this prison guard is no good. I want to keep being your loyal follower, Song Ning." Little Six was too clingy and cried terribly. Feeling generous for once, Song Ning tentatively asked, "How about you keep following me?" Hearing this, Little Six's face, which had been tear-streaked, suddenly showed no trace of crying. He quickly got up from the ground, happily slinging his already packed bag onto his back. "Big sister, I've been waiting for you to say that." After saying this, he shyly pinched his fingers, turned around, and threw a flirtatious glance at Song Ning. "Song Ning, the guards at Yenming Mountain numbers 1 through 5. You think you're so noble and impressive, enjoying life with the boss while we're stuck here eating plain food." Amid the gnashing of teeth from the guards at Yenming Mountain, Song Ning's family moved into a big house. During the move, Song Ning met two familiar faces on the street. The Song family had little to move from Yenming Pass, but they still needed to buy some new things for the new house. While directing workers to move a set of white pearwood tables and chairs that Lu liked from a carpenter's shop outside, Song Ning suddenly sensed someone staring at her. She turned sharply and met the long unseen, half-smiling eyes of Song Xiang. Song Xiang looked around and sneered. "I thought Big Sister was doing so well now. Turns out she's just a maid in someone else's house." Song Xiang once thought that the grand and splendid house in front of her belonged to someone else. Song Ning was here giving orders, but it seemed she had sold herself to this family as a maid. Song Ning didn't explain, only looked Song Xiang up and down a few times. In just 1 month, Song Xiang had lost her previous delicacy and pride. Her face was pale, and she wore patched clothes, but they were still somewhat clean. Song Ning's gaze was cold and indifferent, with no particular meaning, but Song Xiang felt as if she had been insulted. She angrily stomped her foot. "What kind of look is that?" "Nothing," Song Ning replied, withdrawing her gaze. "Are you here just to take advantage?" Song Xiang clutched her sleeve, glaring angrily at Song Ning, but she didn't show it, instead feeling a bit pleased. She reached into her sleeve and handed a letter to Song Ning, pretending to be casual. "Song Ning, don't flatter yourself. I was entrusted to give this letter to you." Song Ning didn't take it, which made Song Xiang strangely annoyed. She forcefully threw the envelope onto Song Ning and turned to leave. "Take it if you want." Although she said that, Song Xiang was still sweating nervously, as if afraid Song Ning wouldn't look at the letter. The paper floated down, and Song Xiang hesitated, reluctant to leave, occasionally glancing back at Song Ning. Song Ning casually kicked the letter aside. Just as she was about to turn around, a soft, simple voice suddenly sounded beside her. "Sister, your thing fell." Uncontrollably, Song Xiang turned her head. When she saw the boy's shining face in the sunlight, she froze, her eyes full of jealousy. Song Ning looked at the letter handed over by Song Ping'an and casually said, "Ping'an, this is dirty stuff. Just throw it away." Song Ping'an's light golden eyes blinked, and he nodded obediently. "Okay, sister." He lowered his head and looked well-behaved, with a pleasing expression that made his handsome face even more eye-catching. Song Xiang couldn't hold back anymore. She turned around angrily and said, "Song Ning, is this your master?" Seeing that Song Ping'an was handsome and not like an ordinary commoner, she thought he might be the young master of this household. In an instant, jealousy flared up inside her.
Why?
She had initially felt a bit of schadenfreude, thinking that Song Ning had sold herself to a wealthy family, either being looked at by a fat, bald man or being harshly treated by a sharp-tongued mistress. But unexpectedly, Song Ning was now beside such a handsome young master. And this young master was even very obedient to Song Ning. Looking at myself, I realize I have almost gone blind from embroidery every day. My once beautiful and cute cheeks have become pale and thin. Why is she so lucky? Song Xiang's voice is a bit sharp. "Is this how you treat your young master?" Song Ning raises an eyebrow in confusion, looking lazy and indifferent, which makes people even more annoyed. If you're crazy, go see a doctor in Dongfeng Alley on the left. You're the crazy one. Song Xiang suddenly steps forward, grabbing Song Ping'an. Young master, she treats you like this. Aren't you angry? You're the real master here. Up close, the young master's face is more delicate and flawless. His light golden eyes show surprise and innocence. Song Xiang's heart warms suddenly, and a bold thought comes to mind. Song Ning is capable, so why can't I be? She opens her mouth and says, Young master, I am her sister. I know her temper best. She often bullies you, right? How about I become your personal maid? I promise I will treat you 1,000 times better than her. Song Ning is stunned for a moment, then crosses her arms, watching her sister-in-law with a look of amusement. It seems her cousin misunderstands quite deeply. Anyway, the moving is almost done, and Song Ning feels like watching a show. She leisurely folds her arms, and suddenly Song Ping'an feels a bit nervous. He hesitates and calls out, Older sister. She is not your older sister. She's just a lowly servant. Song Xiang looks at Song Ping'an with fiery eyes and continues to promote herself. Young master, I know more than her. Would you like me to make you delicious chestnut cakes? Song Ning still doesn't speak, and suddenly Song Ping'an becomes anxious. A flash of anger crosses his clear eyes, and he pushes Song Xiang away fiercely. Bad woman, Song Xiang is stunned. Song Ping'an, feeling wronged, quickly hides behind Song Ning. Song Ning gently pats his head. Let's go, don't argue with crazy people. He nods seriously and follows Song Ning dependently. Song Xiang is pushed and stumbles to the ground. She looks down at her patched clothes with a look of frustration. Young master, do you know what she did before? She climbed into someone else's bed. She's not a clean woman at all, having endured many hardships and being overly protected by Mrs. Meng. Song Xiang speaks recklessly. But in the next second, the normally gentle Song Ping'an suddenly turns around, glaring fiercely at Song Xiang. Don't bully, sister. He had a wild look in his eyes, like a wolf king on the plains. Startled, Song Xiang took a step back. But the next moment, a light, gentle voice whispered in her ear. Song Xiang, have I ever told you that you shouldn't eat recklessly or speak carelessly? Song Ning spoke with a half-smile. She sighed helplessly. She didn't mind losing face, but now she was about to become the future princess of Ling. She couldn't afford to embarrass the prince. Song Ning raised an eyebrow and asked kindly, Why are you here today? Song Xiang realized she was too anxious. She glanced at Song Ping'an, bit her lip, and then returned to her usual delicate and slightly proud look. I was sent here to deliver a message. The prince, or rather young Master Wen, wants to meet you, but it's not convenient for him to come himself, so he asked me to give you this letter. At this point, Song Xiang deliberately glanced at Song Ping'an as if to say, Look at this woman. She's not proper at all. She has other men outside, but Song Ping'an was too naive to notice. He simply protected Song Ning like a little wolf cub. Song Ning frowned. Young Master Wen wants to meet her? Not to mention they just met recently, when Hanzhou might not have time. Even if he really wanted to see her, with the guards like Chongqing and Changye nearby, he wouldn't let Song Xiang deliver the message. Something was off. A flicker of thought crossed Song Ning's eyes. But she quickly pushed this aside and asked with a smile, Are you done? Yes. I'm done. Song Xiang nodded strangely. Good. Song Ning clenched her fists and reached out to grab Song Xiang's collar, pulling her into her courtyard. The bright red gate slammed shut, blocking Song Xiang's escape route. At that moment, she finally understood fear, trembling as she asked, Song Ning, what are you trying to do? Let you remember this lesson. Song Ning said coldly. I don't mind if you are ungrateful, but if you keep throwing dirt on me over and over. Her slightly elongated voice and beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed into a cold arc. Song Xiang, even the nicest person can get angry. As soon as she finished speaking, a crackling sound came from the door. Song Ning moved swiftly, her voice icy. Since you're also a song, today I will personally teach you a lesson. But in the future, if you keep talking nonsense, the punishment won't just be a few slaps. No matter the dynasty, a person's reputation can be ruined, even a whole family, especially women. The Song family definitely knows this, but they keep using this to slander and hurt themselves again and again. After several slaps, Song Seong was blinded and couldn't even cry. The fear from being kicked away by Song Ning on the way to exile overwhelmed her again. At that moment, Song Seong finally understood regret. She wanted to beg for mercy, but her face and mouth were swollen so badly she couldn't speak, only making garbled sounds. That's when Song Seong realized why Song Ning asked her those questions earlier. She was afraid she wouldn't be able to explain clearly. At the door, the sound of slaps kept cracking. Lu, who was packing, called out from inside the house. "Ninger, why are you setting off firecrackers again? Didn't you already do that when you moved in?" Song Ning seriously replied, "To scare away bad luck." Lu nodded, and her voice came over again. "All right then. Be careful not to get hurt by the firecrackers." Song Ning responded with a smile, but her eyes looked a little cold. She hit Song Seong not just because of what she said, but mainly because of that letter. Song Seong left crying and sobbing. After she left, Song Ning opened the envelope. Inside, there was an address and a jade pendant belonging only to Hanzhou. Song Ning looked thoughtful for a moment, then suddenly said, "I need to go out for a while." Ping and held her back, looking eager. Song Ning casually ruffled his head. "I'll bring you candied hawthorns when I return." At that moment, at the prefect's residence, Zhao Tanger followed Hanzhou step by step, her slightly chubby face trying to smile flatteringly. "Prince, I've been cooking this porridge for a long time. It's very fragrant. Please try a sip." Hanzhou shot her a cold look, politely distant. "Miss Zhao, please mind your manners." After speaking, the door to the study was slammed shut. Zhao Tanger clenched her nails into her palms and shouted at the study, "Mind my manners? Has the prince forgotten our childhood friendship as childhood sweethearts?" No one answered from inside. Zhao Tanger suddenly turned around, unable to hide her resentment. "I knew it. If it weren't for that seductive woman outside, the prince would never be so cold to me." Everyone around Zhao Tanger lowered their heads and dared not speak. Zhao Tanger's cold gaze swept over them. Did the prince not come back last night? Did he go see that sly fox? The maids and servants knelt on the ground in a rush. Zhao Tanger sneered. "I absolutely won't allow anyone to take the prince away from me." In the study, He Fengmian looked helpless. "Zhou, does Miss Zhao have a problem?" Others might not know, but He Fengmian had been close to Hanzhou since they were young. He knew how hard life was for Hanzhou, who lost his parents young and couldn't be openly loved by the emperor. He lived every day on edge, a small boy needing to act clever and gentle in front of adults, pleasing everyone just to get by a little easier. But Hanzhou, under 10 years old, was so careful and proper that Zhao Tanger mistakenly thought. "Does she have a delusional disorder?" He Fengmian said angrily. Suddenly, Hanzhou suppressed a cough, and his face turned pale. He Fengmian frowned sharply. "Zhou, are you sick again?" Hanzhou shook his head. "It's fine." He Fengmian's anger grew. "Originally, the leftover poison in your body and the injuries from before were almost healed. If it weren't for Zhao Tanger giving you medicine that disrupted your meridians and made you cold, how could your injuries relapse?" Hanzhou lowered his brows, then suddenly frowned. "Did someone come to the study?" He Fengmian looked around as if searching for something. Hearing this, he glanced back and casually said, "Maybe someone came to tidy up. Strange, where is the warm jade that we asked for from the Medicine King Valley to suppress your toxins?" "No need to look for it." Hanzhou lowered his eyes and suddenly spoke. "It's probably been taken away." "How do you know?" He Fengmian turned back in confusion, but when he saw the girl's fragrant sachet dropped on Hanzhou's desk, he clenched his fists tightly. He remembered that the warm jade that could suppress the toxins in Hanzhou's body had always been kept on the desk, ready to be played with. He Fengmian had just looked on the desk and didn't find the jade, thinking it had been taken away.
"But now."
"Miss Zhao took it," He Fengmian said through gritted teeth. "I'll go ask her to return it." Hanzhou couldn't stop coughing, his face even paler. He did not stop He Fengmian, but his body, severely injured internally, could not resist the poison's invasion. In just a few minutes, Hanzhou's lips turned pale, and blew inch by inch. The poison he had was strange. Even the Medicine King Valley couldn't cure it. Only the warm jade could ease it. However, the medicine from the warm jade was very strong. To prevent Hanzho's condition from worsening, he only placed the warm jade on the table when he sensed the poison was about to take effect. Unexpectedly, today, a strange accident happened. The poison took effect, and Hanzho could no longer suppress the sharp pain in his chest. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. As Yu Fengmian's eyes nearly bulged out. "I'll go kill Miss Zhao." "Stop." When Hanzho shook his head, Commander Zhao still holds tens of thousands of soldiers from the desert north. Now, the royal family was heavily sidelined. Commander Zhao was one of the few who still hadn't been taken over by the cabinet and the Fan family. If He Fengmian killed Zhao Tanger, Commander Zhao, in anger, might bring tens of thousands of Desert North troops to surrender to the Fan family. The world would change hands completely. "Stay at the door." Hanzho's voice was broken and trembling, but his tone carried undeniable authority. He Fengmian's eyes turned red. Hanzho endured immense pain, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He spoke softly. "Fengmian, this kind of life under control won't last long." Although Commander Zhao still held the military token under Hanzho's strong suppression, he was already at his limit. He was determined that Hanzho marry Zhao Tanger before surrendering the token, but he didn't want to. Even if marrying Zhao Tanger made unifying Desert North 100 times easier, he refused to let that starry-eyed girl down. He Fengmian clenched his teeth at the door, listening to Hanzho's painful, muffled groans inside, filled with hatred. Every time the prince's poison flared, it was excruciating. If not for the warm jade suppressing the prince's poison, the prince might have been killed by it. "Zhao Tanger." Suddenly, a soft sound came from outside the door. He Fengmian, with bloodshot eyes, looked up. Unexpectedly, he saw a face hanging upside down from the ceiling. "Hi." Song Ning smiled warmly and greeted him. He Fengmian was stunned. "Why are you here?" Song Ning flipped and landed gracefully, her footsteps silent like a nimble cat. She waved the jade pendant in her hand. "I'm here to bring something for the prince." He Fengmian's eyes lit up. "How come this jade pendant is with you?" Song Ning did not speak and gently pushed away He Fengmian. But the scene in the room made the relaxed expression on Song Ning's face suddenly disappear. Hanzho's face was as pale as if frozen, with lips blue and purple, and tears of pain streaming from his eyelashes, almost turning to frost. Yet he stubbornly remained silent, only raising his head slightly when he heard Song Ning's voice, looking calmly in her direction, as if trying to force a smile. But it was just too painful. Hanzho let out a soft sigh, giving up his attempt at a smile, his voice restrained and suppressed. "Did I scare you?" Song Ning was stunned for a moment. After reacting, she quickly took the warm jade and pressed it against Hanzho's chest. She had long known that Hanzho carried a deadly poison inside him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him medicine back in the village troubled by tigers. This time, she recognized that the jade was Hanzho's. After mixing many medicinal herbs into the poison in the prison, she wouldn't risk rushing here in haste. But she never expected that the poison inside Hanzho was so serious. Her voice trembled slightly. "Don't move." She pressed her finger on Hanzho's pulse. She wasn't a doctor, but living in the end times, she had learned many self-protection skills. Feeling anxious and uncertain, she confirmed that the poison in Hanzho's body wouldn't be neutralized by her medicine, and when their medicines conflicted, she didn't even care about exposing her space. She trembled as she took out a painkiller from her space. The medicine was very strange, with a needle she had never seen before. He Fengmian hesitated and reached out to stop Song Ning from injecting Hanzho, but heard Hanzho suppress his pain and say, "Fengmian, I trust her. But, Your Highness, the poison in your body is dangerous. If we use the wrong medicine." He Fengmian's voice trembled with suppressed anger. Song Ning looked at him with a hesitant expression. But when Hanzho chuckled softly and repeated, "I trust her," his eyes were warm, his fingers cold, trembling slightly from the intense pain, but he gently and firmly held Song Ning's small hand. Miss Song won't harm me. After a long struggle, when Hanjo's poisoning episode finally passed with great difficulty, He Fengmian looked like someone who had just survived a disaster, even angrily sniffling a few times as tears and snot nearly dripped into his mouth. I thought the prince would suffer again this time. It seemed he remembered the scene when Hanzhou was poisoned. Suddenly, He Fengmian looked downcast and said, "The person who poisoned the prince did it on purpose to torment him." When the prince was in pain, he even scratched his nails off, tore his skin, and broke his bones. Luckily this time, Song Ning knew what he was about to say, but she didn't want to hear it. Or rather, she was afraid to. She personally took care of Hanzhou as he fell asleep. Song Ning's face was dark, and without a word, she stormed out of the room. "Where are you going?" He Fengmian reached out to stop her. Song Ning coldly replied, "To teach those who are not paying attention a lesson." He Fengmian immediately understood, and his eyes also burned with anger. "I'm going too. You stay here and take care of the prince." Song Ning shot him a fierce look, her expression cold like a plague doctor emerging from a mountain of corpses and blood. He Fengmian didn't want to admit it, but he had to acknowledge that at this moment, he was truly frightened. Zhao Teng'e was furious inside her room for a long time before she finally spoke with a fierce expression. "You guys say, did that scoundrel leave after receiving the letter?" She definitely took the bait. After saying this, Zhao Teng'e looked a little proud. Fortunately, she had secretly stolen Hanzhou's jade earlier and lured out the fox spirit who kept seducing Hanzhou. This time, she wanted her dead. So, she wouldn't keep tempting her prince anymore. What Zhao Teng'e didn't know was that when she led a group of fierce guards out of the prefect's mansion, a small figure silently followed behind. The carriage clattered out of the mansion, and before long, it reached the place mentioned in the letter song she sent to Hanzhou. This place was very remote, clearly a good spot for murder and silencing witnesses, just as Zhao Teng'e had carefully chosen. However, whether this place was meant for her or for Song Ning was still unknown. When they arrived, they didn't see Song Ning's figure. Zhao Teng'e impatiently waited for a while, then suddenly felt an urgent need to pee. She fidgeted for a moment, then impatiently said, "You all stay here and guard. Chun Tao, come with me. I need to pee." After saying this, Zhao Teng'e jumped down from the carriage, avoiding the guard's sight. This was her chance. Song Ning pursed her lips. Just as Zhao Teng'e was about to happily squat down after pulling down her pants, suddenly a small figure dropped from the roof. Suddenly, a dark cloth bag was placed over her head. Before Zhao Teng'e could even shout, she was quickly carried away. Chun Tao was originally looking around for a place to relax, but in the blink of an eye, Zhao Teng'e disappeared. Chun Tao scratched her head in confusion, but thinking of Zhao Teng'e's usual impatient temper, she didn't dare ask more and continued to stand quietly nearby. However, as she kept watching, she finally sensed something was wrong. Even if the young lady needed to use the bathroom, it wouldn't take that long. Chun Tao became anxious and hurriedly looked around, but in the tall weeds, she couldn't find Zhao Teng'e's figure. She clenched her fists tightly, finally realizing something was wrong, and hurriedly ran to the guard still standing by the cart side. "Something's wrong. The young lady is missing." As the sunset faded, the last streak of orange light in the evening sky stubbornly flickered among the dense weeds, casting a dark blue hue. Song Ning tiptoed lightly, as agile as a swallow, carrying a large cloth bag, and leapt down from the eaves into a deserted alley. It was evening now, and everyone was inside eating, so no one was outside. Song Ning casually threw the bag on the ground, showing no mercy. Zhao Teng'e had been tossed around all the way and almost had her insides turned upside down. Suddenly falling to the ground, she cried out in pain. Who are you?" Song Ning didn't bother with words and quickly removed the cloth bag from her head. Having been jostled all the way inside the bag, her hair was disheveled, her hairpins had fallen out, and she looked quite disheveled, making her once average face appear even uglier. Song Ning roughly tied a black cloth over her eyes, but her eyes shone brightly under the orange sunset, as if burning with fierce anger. She looked down at her from above, reached out, grabbed her collar, and lifted her up. Without a word, She slapped her hard across the face, knocking her against the wall and almost pulling her hair out. Zhao Tanga had never been treated like this before and immediately screamed, "Ah! How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" Song Ning impatiently snorted and suddenly stepped on her. Then, like hitting a mole, she punched repeatedly, as if she wanted to knock Zhao Tanger into the ground. Zhao Tanger let out sharp, piercing screams. Annoyed by the noise, Song Ning grabbed a nearby cloth bag, stuffed it into her mouth, and pressed it in tightly.
Ah.
Song Ning made muffled sobs, but the intense pain made her feel terrified for the first time, holding in her urine all along. At this moment, she was so frightened that she couldn't hold it anymore and suddenly spilled everything all over the ground. Song Ning frowned in disgust, let out a small and then shifted from a full-body attack to specifically targeting Zhao Tanger's face with her punches. Zhao Tanger was beaten to the point of collapse. She was so overwhelmed that she almost lost control of her bowels. She started with muffled insults, crying, woo-woo, but soon begged for mercy with all her might. However, Song Ning ignored her completely. Her small fists moved quickly, almost creating afterimages as she kept hitting. She secretly took the jade pendant that Wen Hancho used for healing and saving lives, and even used it to deceive herself. If she were just an ordinary girl and truly tricked by this young lady, she might have lost her life. If she hadn't realized how important Wen Hancho's jade pendant was and hadn't sent it to him in time, what kind of torment would Wen Hancho have suffered tonight from the poison inside him? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Song Ning kept fighting from evening until the last light of sunset was swallowed by night. Only then did she slowly withdraw her hand. Zhao Tanger was covered in a foul smell, and there were faint traces of yellowish, unknown substances on the ground. Song Ning found it very disgusting.
But
she looked around, touched her chin, and felt something was missing. Oh right, there's still someone who owes a beating. It's on installment. The deadline had just arrived, so she decided to give them all a good punch. She tiptoed slightly, skillfully jumped over walls of different heights, and weaved through the alleyways until she reached an embroidery shop. Inside the embroidery shop, Song Xiang's loud crying was clearly heard. She was anxiously applying medicine to her daughter's wounds while cursing at Song Ning. They were now working at the embroidery shop and living in the servants' quarters, which were not soundproof at all. Hearing Meng's harsh words, Song Ning gently pinched her own little ear, then kicked open the door. Inside, Meng's face stiffened as she was loudly scolding, but before she could see who was at the door, Song Ning struck her with a palm and knocked her out. Song Xiang wanted to scream, but Song Ning slapped her mouth shut. After giving her a threatening glare, she immediately silenced her. She tremblingly asked, "WH, what are you going to do?" Song Ning quickly took out a cloth bag from her space, stuffed it into Song Xiang's mouth, and carefully tied a pretty butterfly knot at the top of the bag. Song Xiang, Song Ning carried her on her back. Just as she was about to leave, she seriously set down the sack, took out a bottle of strong 502 glue from her space, and dabbed a few drops on Meng's lips. She also made an okay gesture and gently pinched Meng's mouth. After doing all this, Song Ning suddenly disappeared from the room. The bumpy ride made Song Xiang feel quite dizzy. She was almost sick from the bumps, but her mouth was blocked, so she swallowed her stomach contents back down after they came up. She repeated this many times until Song Ning finally untied the sack and dumped her beside Zhao Tanger. Seeing the masked Song Ning return repeatedly, Zhao Tanger, whose consciousness was scattered from the beating, finally gathered her wits. In front of Zhao Tang, Song Ning severely beat Song Xiang, using very cruel methods. Zhao Tang was so frightened that she tilted her head and fainted. Song Xiang was not much better. After finishing, Song Ning sat up straight, took a deep breath, and then threw the two of them onto the ground like a broken sack. Only then did she feel refreshed and happily went home. That day, because she ate 2 more bowls of soft, fragrant rice, Lu Shi praised her harshly. When Zhao Tanga was found the next day, she had been frozen with her own waist all night. She was almost going crazy. Seeing her daughter's miserable state, Zhao Taisho was so angry he stomped his feet and wanted to order someone to catch her kidnappers.
But
Zhao Tanger looked again at her frozen clothes and her waist, all stuck together, and silently closed her mouth. The noble daughter of the Taisho mansion was beaten into such a state that her face was completely lost. Zhao Taisho took his daughter away but also brought back Song Xiang, who was equally battered and unrecognizable. He thought to himself that this little girl must be his daughter's maid. Zhao Tanger rested for most of the day and was given 2 doses of medicine before she woke up. Her first words when awake were, "Don't hit me, I really know I was wrong." Zhao Taisho looked confused. After seeing her father clearly, Zhao Tanger suddenly burst into tears. "Dad, why are you only coming now? You have to stand up for your daughter." From her unclear speech, Zhao Taisho finally learned what his daughter had gone through yesterday. His face darkened little by little. "Fortunately, that villain didn't kill my daughter. That girl beside you also protected her master well." "Which girl?" Zhao Tanger vaguely remembered something and suddenly shouted. "Dad, she's not my maid. She's the accomplice of that villain." The whole situation is actually quite simple to understand. If Song Ning had only tied up Zhao Tanger might have wondered which enemy was revengefully targeting her. But Song Ning was very firm. She openly brought Song Xiang over, clearly showing Zhao Tanger that she had already uncovered their plan. Now, their current situation was the result of offending her. However, Zhao Tanger didn't think this way. She was desperate for a way to vent her anger, so she loudly shouted without thinking, "Her name is Song Xiang. I had someone investigate her. She's related to that wicked woman. It must be her and that wicked woman who reported me. That's why I ended up like this." Governor Zhao looked confused, but since his daughter said so, he also stood up angrily and said, "This is too much. Unforgivable." Zhao Tanger cried uncontrollably, "Father, I want to send that wicked woman to the army camp to be a military prostitute. Send her. How dare she harm my child? She must be tired of living." Governor Zhao angrily called the guards, pointing at Song Xiang. "Drag her out." Song Xiang didn't expect herself to fail in harming Song Ning, and now end up like this. She was stunned. She quickly kowtowed to beg for mercy, repeatedly explaining that she hadn't betrayed Zhao Tanger. But Zhao Tanger didn't care about the truth at all. She only cared if someone could vent her anger. Song Xiang's crying gradually faded away. The guards of Governor Zhao dragged her outside the city to a military camp. She wailed loudly, her screams so loud that a nearby official with a fair face couldn't help but glance over repeatedly. As he watched, the official suddenly felt that Song Xiang looked familiar. He frowned and asked someone nearby, "What's going on?" "Commander Song, that wicked woman harmed our governor's daughter and was sent here to be a military prostitute," replied the person next to Song Yenru. Song Yenru frowned, about to leave, but suddenly heard Song Xiang scream painfully, "Father, save me. I am Xianger." His face changed drastically. He took a step forward to go over. The attendant beside him looked confused. Song Yenru hesitated, clenched his fists several times, then finally said, "I'll go see what's happening. Maybe there's some misunderstanding. If it weren't for that sly fox, the prince wouldn't be so cold to me. Think about it. When I was young, the prince was so kind to me. Why does he refuse to even glance at me now?" Zhao Taisho stroked his beard and nodded, looking troubled. "I've heard that the prince cares for a special woman." After some hesitation, Zhao Taisho suddenly clenched his teeth. "Tanger, I don't want to be like those treacherous villains from the Fan family, but I'm worried that when Hanzhou might soar too high in the future and become someone we can't rely on forever." That's why Zhao Taisho was determined to marry his daughter to Wen Hanzhou, tying the two families together. After much hesitation, Zhao Taisho suddenly gritted his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes. "The prince is a man destined for great things. Our family has placed our hopes on him, and we absolutely cannot let a woman hold him back. So, Tanger, tell me what that woman looks like. I'll send someone to get rid of her." A flicker of joy crossed Zhao Tanger's eyes, but before he could speak, a cold voice came from outside the door. "How dare you?" He Fengmian shouted sharply, drawing his sword from his waist and slashing fiercely at the pearwood table inside, causing a loud crash. When Hanzhou, dressed in a black crane cloak, stepped into the room holding a piece of glowing white jade. His face was pale from illness, with red rims at the corners of his eyes, and his gentle features now carried a fierce edge, like a sharp sword in cold wind, making people feel fear. Zhao Taishou didn't know how much when Hanzhou had overheard from his conversation with his daughter. He was startled and quickly knelt, clutching his robes. "Why is the prince here?" When Hanzhou glanced faintly, sighing softly. "Zhao Taishou, do you know that yesterday I nearly lost my life at your prefecture?" This accusation hit Zhao Taishou hard. He immediately became very frightened, lowering himself further and shouting loudly, "Your Highness, I don't know what happened yesterday." "You don't know? But Miss Zhao probably does," He Fengmian said, his long sword pointing at Zhao Tanger on the bed. Just as he was about to speak, he hesitated when he saw Zhao Tanger's swollen face, almost unrecognizable, like a pig's head. He fell into silence and confusion. The room was silent for 3 seconds. He Fengmian finally regained his composure, sneering coldly. Miss Zhao sneaked into the prince's study to steal things. Luckily, she only stole the prince's life-saving medicine. If she had stolen military secrets, how many heads would have rolled? Governor Zhao was even more confused, and Zhao Tanger looked just as lost. When Hanzhou's expression was calm and dignified, he gently placed the jade pendant he was holding on a carved table nearby, his eyes slightly lowered, giving off a commanding presence like a stern celestial soldier. "Governor Zhao, you are knowledgeable. You should recognize this piece of jade. Every leader of the Medicine King Valley has been raised from a young age to cultivate medicine. Rumor has it that the valley leader is immune to all poisons and that blood can cure poisons, while bones and flesh can be used as medicine to treat incurable diseases. Each valley leader from Medicine King Valley from childhood uses their own blood and over 100 medicinal herbs daily to nurture a warm jade stone collected from the Tian Shan Mountains. This warm jade can eliminate all poisons in the world. Some well-cared-for jades are even more powerful than the blood of the valley leader. The jade in Wen Hanzhou's hand is a medicinal jade nourished with the essence of flesh and blood by the valley leader." Governor Zhao's face suddenly turned pale. Wen Hanzhou is a very good partner. When Zhao Governor decided to surrender to Wen Hanzhou, it was clear that Wen Hanzhou's internal health was being suppressed by the Medicine King Valley's medicines. So this jade. Suddenly, a bad thought crossed Zhao Governor's mind. He hesitated but didn't dare speak.
Zhao Tanger felt guilty instantly. But
"It's just a piece of jade." Zhao Tanger forced a flattering smile on her face, forgetting her current appearance, which was truly dreadful. She pitifully said, "Sorry, Brother Wen. I just thought this jade was pretty and planned to use it briefly and return it." At this moment, Zhao Governor finally understood why when Hanzhou said he nearly died at the governor's mansion yesterday. A cold wave suddenly surged over his head. Zhao Governor shivered, abruptly stood up, and forcefully pulled Zhao Tanger down from the bed, making her kneel. He kept begging, "Prince, this girl is mischievous, but she truly didn't mean any harm. Please, Prince, forgive her this time." When Hanzhou's gaze remained unchanged. His voice was weak and hoarse, yet commanding enough to make anyone dare not underestimate him. He turned his head and asked, "What crime is it to plot against a royal family member?" Zhao Governor trembled all over and kowtowed repeatedly on the ground. When Hanzhou slightly raised his hand. "Moreover, Governor Zhao, as a local official, you actually encouraged your daughter to kill someone." Hearing this, Zhao Governor trembled even more. When Hanzhou spoke softly, "Governor Zhao, I know why your daughter stole my jade and what she did with it. There's no need to deny it, but I must tell you something. The woman you mentioned is my chosen princess. I have personally written to the emperor asking to make her the princess of Ling." Hearing this, when Hanzhou felt a deep chill. Whether it is plotting to harm me or the princess, which of these charges can Magistrate Zhao truly bear? Magistrate Zhao was soaked in cold sweat. His lips trembled uncontrollably. After a long pause, he spoke hoarsely, with a look of despair, trembling. "Young lord, you know my heart. I only wish to serve the court faithfully, with no other intentions. When Hanzhou's expression eased a little. If it weren't for Magistrate Zhao, who still remained loyal to the court and the emperor, when Hanzhou wouldn't have spoken so much to him. Magistrate Zhao also knew that today's matter had become serious and wouldn't be easily resolved.
Rao Tanger was also friktenet.
She hadn't expected Wen Hanzhou's jade to be so important. But now, isn't Wen Hanzhou safe? Zhao Tanger pursed her lips, feeling more jealous inside. Just as she was about to speak, Magistrate Zhao suddenly stood up and slapped her hard across the face. Shut up. This slap was delivered with all his strength. Zhao Tanger's lips bled, and she was instantly stunned. Wen Hanzhou naturally didn't care about these petty tricks. If it weren't for Song Ning's cleverness, Wen Hanzhou couldn't even imagine what might happen. His fingers clenched tighter, his gaze sharper. Magistrate Zhao knelt trembling on the ground for a long time before finally speaking hoarsely. Young lord, I am willing to. I am old now, holding military power, but I often feel powerless. Young lord, you are talented and young. It's best to entrust the military power to you. After hearing Zhao Magistrate's words, Wen Hanzhou's face looked much better. But this could only prevent Zhao Magistrate from committing the crime of trying to assassinate the future princess. Zhao Tenge harmed Song Ning and, by mistake, also harmed herself. Wen Hanzhou wouldn't let her go. His cold gaze fell, and he softly said, Magistrate Zhao, ordering your daughter to harm me or the princess is a crime punishable by death, affecting 9 generations. But in consideration of your loyalty to the country, Zhao Magistrate's eyes showed hesitation and a fleeting flash of ruthlessness. In his life, he only sought 2 things. One was to rise in rank and gain wealth, and to no longer stay in the barren, treacherous land of Mo Bay. The second was to see his daughter Zhao Tanger, who was left behind by his late wife, live a safe and smooth life. If today Wen Hanzhou truly intends to take Zhao Tanger's life, Governor Zhao slowly clenched his fists. But what if he rebels? Anyway, the world is full of danger, chaos, floods, and famines. Although the person on the throne still bears the surname Wen, real power has long since changed hands. He is just holding on to his youthful ambitions and hasn't joined the cabinet or the Fan family to become a treacherous traitor. But if he can't even protect his own family, Governor Zhao seems to be waiting for some kind of judgment to make a decision. When Hanzhou looked at him and suddenly sighed softly, Governor Zhao, I will punish Miss Zhao for plagiarism of women's virtues and teachings 100 times. From now on, she shall not appear before me or the princess. Is that acceptable? As he finished speaking, Governor Zhao's tightly clenched fists suddenly relaxed. His eyes showed surprise, then guilt and gratitude. When he heard he would never see Wen Hanzhou again, Zhao Tanger looked displeased. She was about to speak and make a fuss, but was firmly held back by Governor Zhao, who forced her to bow and thank him. When Hanzhou sighed and waved tiredly, Governor Zhao, you are a rare loyal official. Don't let others drag you down. Governor Zhao trembled, looked at his daughter, and pressed his lips tightly, lost in thought. When Hanzhou handled things well, taking a step back and lightly letting go, which gained Governor Zhao's trust even more. Mainly because when Hanzhou originally wanted someone to break Zhao Tanger's legs, but seeing how Ningya had beaten her so badly that her parents almost didn't recognize her, he felt a bit embarrassed to speak. After when Han-O left, Zhao Tanger immediately got up from the ground and angrily smashed a few cups.
Dad.
How can you treat me like this? But this time, Governor Zhao didn't indulge her as he usually did. He sighed deeply. Tanger, if your mother saw me raising you to be so spoiled and willful, she wouldn't be happy either. He gently waved his hand. Starting today, you'll stay in your room to read and write, to cultivate your character. Sometimes, those involved are confused, but a little guidance from an outsider can help them see clearly. The room was empty except for a maid and Zhao Tanger. Her loving and indulgent father suddenly stopped helping her. Zhao Tanger smashed everything she could find in the room, still feeling unsatisfied. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened, and she pointed outside the door. Go, call Zhao Fengxian, that scoundrel. Here, the people below trembled and looked at her with pity. After finishing everything, when Hanzhou returned to his room, as he pushed the door open, he saw a small figure resting with her chin supported by her tiny hand, her head slowly nodding off. She looked a little tired in her expression, but her cheeks were rosy, making her look very adorable. When Hanzhou's heart softened, and he instinctively moved closer, carefully wrapping her in his arms, intending to carry her to bed so she could sleep. However, as soon as he held her, he sensed something was wrong. He lowered his head and unexpectedly met Song Ning's sleepy, bright eyes. She blinked at him with moist eyes, her voice a little hoarse. "Prince, you're back?" When Hanzhou was so embarrassed he almost dropped her. He forced himself to stay calm, gently placing Song Ning on the soft, fragrant bed, and for some reason, he took a step back and bowed politely to her. "Thank you, Miss Song, for what happened yesterday." Song Ning made a tsk sound in her heart. Seeing when Hanzhou so proper and respectful, as if he didn't want to cross any lines, she couldn't help but feel playful. She cleared her throat and pretended to be shy. "Prince, are you about to marry me? That's a bit too soon." When Hanzhou staggered, almost choking on his own spit, Song Ning waved her little hand and said seriously, "Although we like each other, the prince hasn't gone through the formal betrothal process, so I can't marry you yet." When Hanzhou knew Song Ning was teasing him on purpose and couldn't help but blush. Why did this girl always speak so casually?
But
a strange feeling arose in his heart. Joy, a secret thrill? Blushing, when Hanzhou cleared his throat and changed the subject. "But, Miss Song, you've really helped me a lot this time." In the capital, when Hanzhou often heard those spoiled young men who loved to interact with young ladies say that to win a girl's heart, you not only need sweet words but also small gifts. Sweet words are one thing, but gifts. When Hanzhou actually felt an eager desire to give something special to Song Ning, he spoke softly. "Miss Song, do you like anything in particular? Are you trying to give me a gift to please me, or is this a reward for helping you?" "Either is fine," when Hanzhou replied with some helplessness, ruffling her little head. Song Ning paused, her face showing a playful, cat-like smile. She gently rubbed his hand, then mischievously pointed to her rosy little mouth and said, "Then, Your Highness, just kiss me once." She looked at him with a proud, spoiled expression, confident that someone as reserved and polite as when Hanzhou wouldn't do anything inappropriate. Song Ning was ready to tease when Hanzhou thoroughly, but suddenly, her vision went dark. When Hanzhou's slender fingers, carrying a cool, pine scent, lightly touched her eyelashes, trembling slightly with restraint. Her eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, brushing softly against Hanzhou's palm. His heart pounded loudly. As he leaned closer, about to kiss her lips, he paused, tilted his head slightly, and gently pressed a tender kiss on the corner of her mouth. Song Ning took more than 10 seconds to react. Then, as if dreaming, she softly touched her lips, which still tingled slightly. Just now, when Hanzhou had taken the initiative and kissed her? Now, it wasn't only when Hanzhou who was blushing. Both of them, cheeks red, looked at each other awkwardly. When Hanzhou saw Song Ning blushing and looking flustered but still trying to act proud, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Song Ning was annoyed, baring her teeth and claws. "What are you laughing at?" When Hanzhou took her small hand and changed the subject. "I have asked the emperor for permission to marry you." The letter should have already been delivered to him. This implied that he, a gentleman of proper manners, could openly hold her hand and share a kiss. Completely appropriate now. Song Ning was stunned. Indeed, when Hanzhou was just a secretive, reserved person. Both of them calmed down, and Song Ning asked again about the poison on Hanzhou's body. In the past, she only sensed that Hanzhou had been injured before, but she didn't know the details. When Hanzhou hesitated for a moment, then his voice turned hoarse. "Ninger, the poison in my body might be incurable." The current head of the Medicine King Valley was the youngest and most talented medical master. Even he was helpless, so perhaps there would never be an antidote in this lifetime. "This poison, while not enough to end my life immediately, will affect my lifespan," Speaking of this, when Hanzhou sighed, his eyes flickering with uncertain light. Ninger, if you regret now and don't want to be my wife anymore, before he finished, 2 fingers from Song Ning pinched his mouth in an okay shape. The girl sternly said, "Shut up." Then she frowned beautifully, asking, "Is there really no cure, or is it a blood transfusion?" When Hanzhou's poison is in his blood, and it hasn't yet damaged his internal organs. It only causes pain during periodic attacks, so, at present, a blood transfusion is possible. When Hanzhou blinked, Song Ning released his mouth. He then sighed and shook his head, saying, "The Valley Master of Medicine King Valley also mentioned blood transfusion before, but it's very difficult." He didn't need to say more. Song Ning understood. If a blood transfusion went wrong or caused rejection later, it could cost Hanzhou his life. Song Ning blinked her big eyes, her mind drifting in her space, thoughtful. In her past life, if she was bitten by zombies and couldn't find someone with awakening powers, she had to cut flesh and do a blood transfusion to keep her sanity as a human. Of course, whether a person had powers or not, blood transfusions often caused accidents. Some awakened new abilities, others lost theirs.
Let's not talk about that.
The important thing was her space really had a full set of blood transfusion equipment, and the technology was very advanced.
But
Song Ning's gaze dimmed, and her smile faded slightly. She had been betrayed too many times in her past life. A hint of sarcasm flickered in her eyes, but looking at Hanzhou's face and recalling his compassionate gaze when he looked at the people, she finally sighed. She gently turned her palm, revealing a few medicinal pills that could nourish the body. When Hanzhou was stunned, Song Ning explained, "These pills have no other use, but they can make a person feel warm. When you were poisoned, you were freezing cold like an ice block. These pills should help a bit." Thinking for a moment, she added, "These pills are just to nourish the body, harmless, and won't interfere with the other medicines you're taking." After all, they were a product of the semi-ability users in the post-apocalyptic world. In her past life, under the extremely cold temperatures of the apocalypse, many people without shelter relied on these pills to resist the cold and avoid freezing to death. When Hanzhou was surprised that Song Ning had so many things. For example, the strange instrument she suddenly pulled out last time, she called it a syringe. For example, this time's pill. Can her small body really hide so many things? But thinking about how Song Ning performed on the exile road, when Hanzhou felt that everything could be explained. She is naturally different from ordinary people. He didn't ask about Song Ning's secrets, carefully accepted the pill, and stored it safely. Song Ning sighed in relief. She was really worried when Hanzhou would ask too many questions. All the things she needed to tell him had been explained. She sat on the bed, swung her little feet, and was about to say goodbye to Hanzhou and leave when she saw him holding a beautiful small gold box. Song Ning blinked. When Hanzhou looked a little doting and nervous, "I don't know what Ning likes, but giving money is definitely the right choice." Song Ning blinked twice more, feeling a bit guilty as she glanced at her small treasury in her space. She still had a huge pile of gold and silver. That scoundrel Fan Wenqi was so greedy. Gold, silver, jewelry, calligraphy, and paintings almost filled the storage. But she had already cleared it all out. When Hanzhou thought Song Ning didn't want it, then suddenly spoke seriously. "Ninger, although I haven't fully gained real power yet and am often controlled by others, I can still come up with some silver." After all, he was managing the largest silver bank in the world. And what's wrong with spending money to take care of his wife? Nothing at all. He had long wanted to do this. Seeing him look at her eagerly like a puppy, Song Ning couldn't help but reach out and give Hanzhou's had a good ruffle, naturally accepting his gift. When Hanzhou smiled like spring breeze melting ice and snow, looking very handsome, Song Ning held a pure gold small box, inside of which were tiny, adorable gold ingots. Under the protection of Hanzhou's guards, she happily hummed a song and went home. But when they were near the door, Song Ning stopped. She hesitated and looked at the woman lying in the middle of the road, slowly walking around her. The woman, who was pretending to be unconscious in the middle of the road, suddenly reached out and firmly grabbed Song Ning's ankle. Song Ning. The woman continued to be unconscious, but when she looked up, Song Ning saw her face. Although her face was covered in blood and looked terrible, her beautiful and bright little face left a deep impression on Song Ning. This was the red-dressed woman who had tangled with Wen Hanzhou on the exile road before. It seemed she was also the daughter of Magistrate Zhao. She looks very miserable. Song Ning felt sorry for her for a second, then quickly bent down, happily prying open the woman's hand that was gripping her ankle, and continued humming as she headed home. Zhao Fengxian, barely holding on, said, "Help me, I have a secret to tell you." Zhao Fengxuan's voice was hoarse, barely alive. Song Ning shook her head. Zhao Tanger wasn't a good person, and Zhao Taishou's daughter probably wasn't either. She didn't want to cause herself trouble. Zhao Fengxian. This time, Zhao Fengxian was truly so angry, he nearly fainted. The street was busy with people coming and going, and a few shady men were eyeing them with lecherous looks. Song Ning hesitated for 2 seconds, but decided to do the right thing. She would take the girl back to treat her. After all, what Zhao Tanger did shouldn't be blamed on this girl. That would be too unfair and disgusting. Song Ning had a very clear moral compass in her heart. She stored the small golden box in her space, sighed, then with great strength, carried the girl on her back. In the courtyard, everyone was happily gathered. Lu Shi was hanging the new clothes she made for Song Ning outside to dry. Although Lu Shi wasn't very talented at cooking, her sewing skills were excellent, rare, and precious. When she heard Song Ning had returned, Lu Shi was about to call her daughter to try on the beautiful, fragrant new dress she made, but suddenly saw Song Ning, looking dull and carrying a blood-stained person, which also made her dirty. Lu Shi pinched her own chin, almost fainting from shock. Song Ning smiled at Lu Shi, showing her small white teeth. "Mother, please prepare a guest room for me." Lu Shi hurried over, ignoring Song Ning's dirty hands from the blood person, and grabbed her. "Where are you hurt?" Song Ning obediently shook her head. "Mother, I'm not hurt," she spoke while calling Xiao Yuzi to fetch the doctor. Only then did Lu Shi notice that the blood-stained person on her daughter looked a bit out of place. When her daughter first came in, she was so focused on her that she didn't notice the blood person, who clearly looked more frightened than her daughter and didn't like wearing small dresses. Now, the blood person had woken up and was showing a pale, weak, and slightly pleading smile to Lu Shi. Lu Shi. She was even more terrified. Miss Lu suddenly screamed, realizing what was happening. She quickly pinched her own acupoint to prevent herself from fainting, but she kept walking without stopping. She hurriedly spread the quilt in the bedroom on the bed and helped Song Ning lift the injured person onto the bed. The injured person introduced himself. "My name is Zhao Fengxian. Although I am the daughter of Prefect Zhao, as you can see, I am not favored. I was beaten by the Zhao family." Zhao Fengxian stared intently at Song Ning. Song Ning responded with a blank expression, lazily supporting her chin. It was as if Zhao Fengxian had punched into cotton. Her beautiful face frowned, her lips pressed together several times. Then suddenly she spoke weakly. "Miss Song, I want to tell you something very important. About Prince Ling." Song Ning suddenly slammed the table and stood up, startling Zhao Fengxian. She looked at Song Ning with confusion. Song Ning's eyes were firm, as if she was about to join the party. "You don't need to say anything." "I won't listen," Zhao Fengxian. Just before Xiao Yuzi and the doctor arrived, Zhao Fengxian fainted again from the shock. Song Ning pouted slightly, thinking to herself that this girl was very fiery, like a little pufferfish. The doctor Xiao Yuzi examined her pulse, then sighed repeatedly, muttering about misfortune. He opened many medicinal jars for wounds and tonics, then shook his head and left. Zhao Fengxian woke up again, stronger than before. Xiao Yuzi looked at the prescription on the table with dissatisfaction, angrily counting his fingers. "Boss, you keep bringing people home. We've spent all our silver." Song Ning. "Huh, this kid actually dared to scold her." Xiao Yuzi was inevitably angry. He reached out and secretly peeked outside, pulling over Song Ping'an, pointing at him. "This is the first." Then he pointed at Zhao Fengxian on the bed. This is the second. Boss. Xiao Liuzi, full of rage, clenched his fists as if he wanted to beat his chest like a mountain gorilla. How many people are you planning to bring home? Song Ning felt a bit guilty for no reason. She touched her chin. Just when Xiao Liuzi thought Song Ning would sincerely regret her actions, she suddenly said seriously. Lure. Xiao Liuzi's eyes filled with tears, ready to hold hands and cry with Song Ning, listening carefully to her words of sincere remorse. But in the next second, Song Ning firmly told him, Lure, actually, if you count carefully, you're the first. Ping in a second, and she is the third person I brought home. Little Six. Clearly, Little Six does not have lose awareness and cannot pinch people's chins himself, so he gets so angry that he rolls his eyes. Ping In isn't sure if he understood, but a gentle, faint smile appears at the corner of his lips. His amber golden eyes, turned away from the light, surprisingly show a deep black color. Zhao Fengxian suddenly looks at Song Ping'an with a hostile gaze, like a wild cat that has been provoked, alert and cautious. But then she withdraws her gaze, speaking coldly and bringing up old matters. Miss Song, I sincerely want to advise you. Prince Ling is not as gentle and kind as he appears on the surface. If possible, I hope Miss Song can leave Prince Ling, maybe because she drank ginger soup and gained strength. Zhao Fengshuan's tone reveals undeniable possessiveness. Song Ning casually nods. Don't believe me? Zhao Fengxian becomes anxious, raising her voice. Miss Song, you should know your own status. Being the princess consort of Prince Ling is not so easy. Even if Prince Ling really received the emperor's marriage decree, the emperor would not agree to you, a daughter of a criminal, marrying Prince Ling and becoming the main consort. Zhao Fengshuan's words hit the mark. Song Ning nods again, her eyes always clear and bright. She suddenly softly says, How do you know I have to marry him? What? Zhao Fengxian didn't hear clearly because Song Ning spoke too quickly. Song Ning casually shrugs, extending a small, white hand, smiling so broadly that her teeth show. The favor of saving my life. 5,000 taels of silver. Why don't you go and snatch it? Zhao Fengxian is angry. Song Ning seriously considers it. It's not impossible, Zhao Fengxian. Zhao Fengxian is very aware, like Lu, she preemptively pinches her chin. Song Ning clicks her tongue, looking a little disappointed. Miss Yao, after you wake up, just leave on your own. Remember to send the silver over. Zhao Fengshuan's bright and flamboyant expression suddenly stiffens. She unconsciously clenches her fists and suddenly speaks. I won't leave unless you're willing to leave Prince Ling otherwise. I'll stay here and be a watchdog for the rest of my life. Watching you so you can never meet Prince Ling again. Wow, you're so vicious. Song Ning casually responds. Are you as love-struck as Zhao Tang'e? But she's definitely cuter than Zhao Tang'e. Song Ning plans to be a little gentler when she throws her out later. But in the next second, Song Ning truly didn't expect anyone to be more shameless than herself. Mrs. Lu just found a set of warm clothes, planning to give them to Zhao Fengxian. But when Zhao Fengxian saw Mrs. Lu, she immediately burst into tears and cried loudly, pulling up her sleeve. Madam, please don't send me away. I am willing to be a little maid by your side. I'll go home, and my father and sister will be furious with me. Zhao Fengxian kept complaining and showing her many new and old scars. She is very beautiful and bright. To be honest, her looks are as good as Song Ning's. Maybe because of the water and soil in the capital, Song Ning looks a bit more delicate. Seeing such a pretty girl about her daughter's age suffering so much, Mrs. Lu's tears started to fall. Mrs. Lu looked at Song Ning with tears in her eyes. Song Ning. Her mother is good at everything, but she is too kind. However, Song Ning sighed helplessly and gave in. Mrs. Lu's kindness is not unlimited. Just like when she was bullied by the second and third wives, she would stand up for her rights. Kindness is not a sin. Anyway, this isn't the end of the world. Song Ning looked a bit bitter, as if betrayed, and nodded in agreement. Zhao Fengshuan's face lit up with joy. Song Ning thought she would be proud, but when she turned around, she saw Zhao Fengxian. With a loving and gentle look? This was spoken slowly, with each word drawn out and ending in a question. Song Ning. Zhao Fengshuan's gaze flickered quickly, then she looked like a little villain who had just succeeded. That's more like it. Song Ning pinched her own small face and a pink, chubby finger mark appeared on her smooth skin. It must have been because she was too tired last night and saw things that weren't there. After all, as the daughter of the official residence, even though Zhao Fengxian was so disheveled and miserable, she still managed to gather some gold, silver, jewelry, and other valuables to give to Song Ning as a membership fee. Song Ning's face looked much better. Zhao Fengxian has been honest these days. Besides, every time Song Ning tried to climb over the wall to see Wen Hanzhou, she was caught. She hasn't done anything too wrong. Song Ning tried to climb the wall a few times, but because the weather was getting colder and going out was inconvenient, she gave up. As for the more practical things Zhao Fengxian once mentioned, Song Ning raised her small, delicate chin. It's just dating, not necessarily looking for a husband. Loving is real, of course, but the most sincere love must be kept for herself. The winter in the northern desert arrives early, and Song family's braised meat shop becomes busier than ever. Song Yanduan is tired of doing nothing but studying all day, so he decides to join the town's hunting group. In this era, there are simple small cannons, which are basically a bit more powerful than firecrackers. When hunting, these small cannons can stun some wild animals and also scare larger ones, making them easier to catch. These small cannons are considered luxury items and are only available because Song Yanduan found a more official hunting team. They are also banned among civilians, but due to the frequent wars in the northern border, the emperor issued an order allowing everyone to join the militia. On his first day in the hunting team, Song Yanduan caught 2 wild chickens and a rabbit, feeling very proud. Song Ning watched him play with the gunpowder and smelled the familiar smell of gun smoke. Curious, she leaned over to look. Thinking Song Ning was interested in his hunt, Song Yanduan modestly stroked his scholar's beard and said generously, "Ninger, once I modify this little gun, I'll hunt a wolf to make a scarf for you and your mother." The vast and sparsely populated northern desert has many wild animals, and sometimes they can be dangerous. Song Yanduan hunting wolves can help the family financially and also contribute to the community's safety. Song Ning shook her head. She has enough warm clothes in her space to withstand the cold. Moreover, ancient people wore animal fur for survival, but Song Ning, coming from modern times or even the end of the world, has no habit of wearing animal pelts. By the time the apocalypse approached, wild animals had been hunted to near extinction. If the Earth's environment hadn't been destroyed so quickly, the end of the world wouldn't have come so soon. "Dad, I don't need it, just the gunpowder?" Song Yanduan touched his nose, his confident expression turning into disappointment. He mumbled, "I thought it would be easy to make this thing more powerful, but to increase its power, the device needs to be larger. And the bigger it is, the more uncertain it becomes. If stored improperly and suddenly explodes, it could cost many lives." Song Ning didn't know much about this stuff, but was surprised that the gunpowder technology in this era was so backward. Used to using supernatural abilities, she couldn't produce the ingredients to make gunpowder herself. "But, Dad, wait a moment." Song Ning quickly ran out, pretending to look through books in the study, but secretly took out some books about gunpowder from her space. These books were saved from the time before the end of the world truly arrived. They are not records of human civilization stored electronically. She handed the books to Song Yanduan and said, "If brother is interested in gunpowder, he might want to look at these few books. The books are printed with simplified Chinese characters and many chemical symbols, but even reading them casually, Song Yanduan could understand a small part of the content." That was enough. Song Yanduan was very surprised and said, "Where did these books come from?" "They are so strange," Song Ning replied. "They were given by an immortal." Song Yanduan asked, "Girl, maybe?" "I'm not so forgetful after all." Song Ning blinked her innocent, sincere eyes. Song Yanduan said, "All right then, they were given by an immortal." After saying that, he eagerly started reading the books. Song Ning, worried he wouldn't understand, wanted to guide him, but Song Yanduan waved her away impatiently. Song Ning was confused and said, "Huh, In the following days, Song Yen Duan studied the books Song Ning gave him, to the point of forgetting to eat and sleep. The weather grew colder day by day. Song Ning received small amounts of money sent by Wen Hanzhou from time to time, along with some warm clothing. The Lu family also enjoyed dressing up their daughter. They sewed many pretty and warm little dresses, along with jewelry and hair accessories, trying to make her look like a beautiful, delicate little princess. One day, Lu followed behind Song Ning, making her try on a new beautiful outfit he had sewn. Song Ning wanted to do a military-style punch, but she felt hopeless. After being pushed back to the dressing table again, perhaps worried she'd be bored, Lu suddenly started talking about gossip regarding the second household. Song Xiao really married the son of the Su family who worked in the government office. Song Yan Han also cleared his name and started studying again, preparing to take the imperial exam next spring. Song Ming was also made to study. But the most pitiful was still Song Xiao. Lu sighed softly, but his hands kept moving. Gently, he combed Song Ning's hair. The soothing, tickling sensation on her head made Song Ning feel relaxed, like a little cat, squinting her eyes and almost purring. I heard that Song Xiao didn't want to marry into the Su family. He ran away a few times secretly. Now he's been caught, and his leg was broken by the second son himself. He's now kept at home. I heard he's already expecting a child. Lu said this with a tone full of regret. Before the Song family was taken over, Song Ning had just come of age, not long after her 16th birthday. Song Xiao was a year younger than Song Ning. By age, Song Xiao is not yet of marriageable age. The Song family does not favor boys over girls. Once in the Song household, Song Xiao was raised as a cherished young lady, loved and pampered. But now, she has fallen into such a situation. Liu Shi sighed as she looked at her daughter. Feeling some compassion, she spoke softly. Ninger, Song Xiao is also raised by her mother. Do you think we should help her? Although Song Xiao is not a good person, many of her troubles are caused by the second branch's couple. Liu Shi doesn't want her children to bear the sins of their parents. Song Ning half closed her eyes and then opened them slightly, laughing softly. Mother, do you believe that although Song Xiao blames her parents for her situation, the person she hates the most is us? Liu Shi paused her hair-combing action, looking thoughtful. Song Ning continued lazily. People like Song Xiao and the second branch are unreasonable. As long as we live better than her, she will hate us. Liu Shi's greatest strength is listening to advice. Just as Song Ning finished speaking, Liu Shi suddenly slammed the table, her expression cold. Ninger, you're right. I've been too muddle-headed about our peaceful life. Liu Shi gently patted her lips, and Song Ning hurriedly tried to laugh and stop her. Liu Shi lovingly stroked Song Ning's head and earnestly promised, Our Ninger has worked hard to build this family. I can't be careless anymore. I must watch your father closely and not make any more mistakes. Feeling warm inside, Song Ning was about to speak when suddenly, outside the door, hurried footsteps could be heard. Through the door panel, Xiao Yozi's anxious voice sounded. Big sister, something's wrong. Old Master Song has been taken by the officials. Liu Shi's fingertips trembled sharply. She rushed forward and opened the door. Xiao Yozi. How could Old Master be taken by the officials? Tell me clearly. Song Ning frowned slightly. Xiao Yozi dramatically slapped his thigh, looking distressed. Madam, Old Master Song doesn't know what happened. He and a group of hunters blew up the mountain on the eastern side of our land. The noise was loud enough to alarm the county magistrate. That was a secret explosion. Xiao Yozi looked panicked and begged Song Ning, Big sister, please think of a way. I heard others say the magistrate might beat Old Master to death right on the street. The news was so sudden that Liu Shi didn't even have time to pinch her own pulse before she fainted in her excitement. Song Ning quickly helped Liu Shi into the room, then casually took out a stack of silver notes from a box. She looked at him with unprecedented authority and said, Lead the way. I want to see for myself. When Song Ning arrived, many villagers had already gathered inside and outside the market. She pushed through the crowd and saw a group of hunters, their faces covered in soot and dust from the explosion, with their hair standing on end, being led by officials down the street. The short, round county magistrate was furious. "You secretly blew up the mountain without permission, even destroying half of it. Do you know what crime this is? The law of this dynasty clearly forbids civilians from blowing up mountains or setting fires, let alone the fact that Song Yenduan had directly used explosives to flatten half a mountain." Song Yenduan's clothes were torn from the blast, blood dripped from his mouth, and blistered skin from the firelight covered large parts of his body. Fortunately, he wasn't torn apart by the explosives. Song Ning felt a bit relieved. Her expression was serious as she thought about how to save Song Yenduan. Suddenly, she heard her clumsy father's cheerful voice. "Sir, today I admit my guilt, but I can also make amends by contributing to the community." When Song Yenduan spoke, other hunters also chimed in eagerly. Thinking about the chemistry book she had given her father a few days ago, a look of surprise flashed in Song Ning's eyes. She had thought that even with high talent, Song Yenduan would need 10 or 15 days to understand the contents of the book. But unexpectedly, within just half a month, her father had managed to develop such powerful explosives. This was as shocking to Song Ning as a baby just learning to speak suddenly passing the high school entrance exam. However, since Song Yenduan had a way to protect himself, Song Ning didn't rush to show herself. The magistrate initially didn't believe him, but when Song Yenduan suddenly lowered his voice and looked serious, he said, "Sir, do you know how I managed to blow up that half mountain?" He dared to mention it. "Are you feeling proud?" The county magistrate almost laughed in anger, slamming the wooden block in his hand. Song Yenduan modestly replied, "No, no, no," but his expression clearly showed he couldn't hide his pride. The magistrate was speechless. Seeing that he wasn't getting to the main point, the hunter beside Song Yenduan rolled his eyes and hurriedly said, "Sir, to be honest, we only used a small bag of explosives about the size of a brick to blow up that half mountain." The magistrate still wanted to hit the wooden block again, but after a quick mental calculation, his expression suddenly grew serious. In history, there have been primitive explosive devices, but they were expensive, costly to produce, and bulky. They were usually used for attacking cities or for self-destruction in battle. Living in the restless borderlands of the desert north, the county magistrate knows that to blow up half a mountain, at least one cartload of explosives is needed. This isn't ordinary firecrackers used by villagers for hunting, but high-purity military-grade explosives. A cartload of such explosives is worth a fortune. Yet, some villagers claim that blowing up half a mountain only requires a piece of clay brick-sized explosive. This clearly implies something extraordinary. The magistrate's expression is very interesting, while the villagers watching nearby start laughing. Someone leads the teasing. "Old Ma San, you must be confused. Tell us, can a brick-sized explosive really kill a wild boar?" Normally, villagers' homemade explosives, the size of a brick, wouldn't kill a thick-skinned wild boar. At best, they'd make it dizzy. A brick-sized explosive? Cut off half a mountain? No one would dare dream of doing that. The villagers' laughter continues. The man called Ma San turns red with anger. Just as he is about to speak, Song Yenduan suddenly says, "If the magistrate is unlucky, he can personally demonstrate and make amends. If it fails, I am willing to die to apologize." Song Yenduan, having been an official, carries a commanding presence that a small magistrate cannot match. His serious promise makes the magistrate, who is about to mock and laugh with the villagers, hold back his smile. Time seems to pass endlessly until the villagers, who had been watching, also fall silent. The street is so quiet that even the sound of a falling needle can be heard, creating a strange atmosphere. After a long while, the magistrate clenches his fists and decisively utters one word, "Good." Song Ning and Song Yenduan in the crowd both breathe a sigh of relief. The magistrate temporarily detains Song Yenduan and some hunters. The villagers outside the county office, seeing no more excitement, begin to leave bored. Song Ning touches her chin and quietly follows a few guards into the magistrate's residence. The chubby magistrate takes Song Yenduan into a room. Song Ning silently lands on the ground. Inside, she can hear the conversation between Song Yenduan and the magistrate. When the magistrate learns that the explosives used only cost a few dozen taels of silver, his tone changes. He looks at Song Yendwan as if he's seeing a divine being come down from heaven. His previous questioning tone becomes respectful and flattering. Song Yendwan promised to do it again and to conduct another experiment alone on a remote mountain far away. He was also willing to share the secret formula for the explosives with the current magistrate to protect the people of the northern desert region. Song Yendwan said these words in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, but he moved the plump county magistrate to tears. When Song Ning heard the county magistrate happily say he would immediately write a letter to Governor Zhao, carefully describing Song Yendwan's achievements, she felt relieved. As he left, the county magistrate happily put his arm around Song Yendwan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, this time we're both going to get promoted and make a fortune." Song Yendwan responded with a calm smile. When the magistrate left, Song Ning turned to hide in the shadows, silently and quietly sighing. Since her father was not in immediate danger and was being treated as a guest, she didn't need to disturb his efforts to build a better future. She skillfully tiptoed onto the ground and wall, and soon returned to her cozy little courtyard she had bought. As soon as she entered, she saw Chang Yi and Chang Xing with serious faces. They looked unhappy for some unknown reason, but Chang Yi spoke coldly and firmly. "Miss Song, we've heard about Mr. Song's situation. Should I and Chang Xing deliver a message to the prince, so he can protect Mr. Song?" Chang Xing didn't speak, but clearly showed with his expression, "We're just being polite, but you'd better not agree. We absolutely must not abuse our connections to do corrupt things." Looking at Chang Xing, who was like a little wolf cub, Song Ning blinked twice and seriously said, "No need." But unexpectedly, Chang Xing, like a wolf whose tail had been stepped on, angrily said, "What else can we do if we don't deliver the message? Miss Song, are you just going to watch your father die?" She was upset, very upset. Confused, Song Ning was suddenly shouted at, her small fist clenched tightly. She huffed softly, rolled her eyes at Chang Xing, and pointed her little finger at Chang Yi. "Go to the county magistrate's house and protect Dad's safety." After thinking for a moment, she added, "Don't follow too closely. If you see someone running, don't go over to watch. Just run away quickly, as far as possible." Chang Yi said proudly, "Light armor is for brave soldiers who charge forward, never retreat, and don't understand what running away means." Song Ning looked at him strangely, then spread her hands. Oh, after saying that, she hurriedly ran to Lu's room and quickly told her mother about her father's situation, so she wouldn't worry too much. Her steps were light and quick, but Chang Xing was so angry he stomped his feet. He hummed and muttered, "Why won't this woman even save her own father?" Chang Yi rolled his eyes. "Then go tell the prince, let him step in and save Master Song." Chang Xing said, "No, that's not right. The prince is busy with important affairs. Master Song has committed a crime, so how can the prince interfere for personal reasons?" Chang Ye's eyes nearly rolled out of his head. "Then just shut up," Chang Xing said, "but that woman shouldn't just watch her own father commit a crime. Isn't she worried?" "That's too cold-hearted." Chang Yi remained silent. Finally, Chang Yi couldn't take it anymore and punched Chang Xing into the wall. Chang Xing fainted, still muttering nonstop, far from his usual stern and serious look. Chang Yi sighed. Damn it. At this moment, at the governor's mansion, Governor Zhao sat below in Hanzhou, looking both happy and worried. The prince is truly a master of warfare. Every autumn and winter, the Xiongnu frequently invade. They steal food, women, and children, treating the people as if they were livestock. Not to mention the territories managed by Fan Jindong, who, for his own greed, had long abandoned the people in several border towns, allowing the Xiongnu to trample and enslave them. The people in the cities Zhao governs are willing to fight back, but they can't withstand the frequent harassment from the cavalry, known for their swift raids. The Xiongnu and Zhao's forces have fought back and forth, but the people in the northern desert still suffer heavy losses. Fortunately, when Hanzhou's military strategies have repeatedly turned the tide, forcing the barbarians to retreat. But the Xiongnu have a stubborn habit. Unless they are truly frightened, they only become more brave after each defeat. Looking at the man in front of him, with noble features and a compassionate, almost divine expression, Governor Zhao couldn't help but sigh deeply. The Xiongnu have relied on stealing our people's grain to survive winter for many years. Now that they've suffered some losses, they probably won't accept it. This year's harvest was poor. The people will likely have a tough year again. Governor Zhao sighed repeatedly. When Hanzhou said nothing, only playing with a few shiny black marbles with his slender fingers. The marbles looked strange, about the size of a thumb, completely black. Governor Zhao couldn't help but ask, "Prince, what are these?" When Hanzhou lowered his gaze slightly, his thin lips forming a few words, cold and piercing. "Black gunpowder." Governor Zhao paused, frowned, and looked bitter. "Prince, we do have some gunpowder stored in the city, but that is our bottom line. If it were not for the urgent situation of the Huns attacking cities and causing destruction among the people, one would not reveal their true cards." When Hanzhou understood the meaning of Prefect Zhao, although the Huns had begun to burn, kill, and loot the people along the northern border of the desert, their actions now seemed more like those of bandits than a full-scale war. They could barely maintain a short peace, but beneath that peace, there were deep wounds and ongoing suffering. However, if gunpowder were used, it would be a declaration of war. At that point, there would be widespread death and many people would be displaced. The Huns are wary of fighting because past dynasties dared not engage in war with them. But those dynasties, suffering from internal chaos, no longer had the strength to fight the Huns. Prefect Zhao's face was full of worry. Suddenly, a young soldier burst into the room excitedly and knelt before the doorframe. "Prince, sir, the people. There is hope." When Hanzhou's fingers, playing with black powder, froze, and his expression looked tired and distant. Prefect Zhao stood up excitedly, telling the soldier to speak slowly and carefully. The soldier's face was full of a joyful smile. "Sir, the messengers from Tianyuan County in Longzhou City brought news. They said some hunters in their county invented a very powerful black powder." Prefect Zhao also became excited, his eyes shining. Indeed, hidden experts are among the people. Throughout history, gunpowder existed, and the Huns also had firearms, though their power was not particularly strong. But if the gunpowder from past dynasties was much more powerful than the Huns' weapons, the Huns would be hesitant to fight. "Tell me more carefully." Prefect Zhao's face was full of joy, and he even stood up to straighten his robes. "Where's this hidden expert? I will personally go to see him." The soldier's face was full of happiness, and his tone grew more exaggerated as he gestured wildly. "Sir, I heard that this expert used a piece of explosive about the size of a brick to blow half of a mountain outside Longzhou City into ruins." Prefect Zhao paused in adjusting his clothes, his brow furrowing. "A brick-sized explosive? Blowing up half a mountain?" "Yes, yes." The soldier nodded fiercely, as if eager to shake his head off. But this exciting news made Prefect Zhao's expression suddenly turn cold. He frowned and sat back down, sighing deeply. When Hanzhou looked at him, his gaze seeming to see through everything. But Magistrate Zhao still explained to himself, "Your Highness, you don't know. It's not that I don't believe there can be such powerful gunpowder in this world, but this is too exaggerated." When Hanzhou nodded, indeed, as if he remembered something, when Hanzhou looked down at his fingertips, which were dark and shiny. "Hand grenade?" When Miss Song gave it to him, it seemed to be described that way. This small marble about the size of a thumb could probably only blow up a few dozen people, enough for self-defense. If used on the battlefield, it might not work well. When Hanzhou sighed lightly. In times of chaos and destruction, even with divine help, it's hard to withstand storms and rain. Seeing when Hanzhou silent, Magistrate Zhao continued, "Your Highness, to blow up half a mountain, at least a cartload of explosives is needed. If that person said they only used half a cart, I believe it. But he then shrank the amount from a cartload to a piece of dirt-sized explosive." Magistrate Zhao just wanted to sneer. Does he not even prepare a script when bragging? He's probably so clueless about gunpowder that he doesn't even know what it is. Thinking of this, Magistrate Zhao couldn't help but feel annoyed. He casually waved his hand and scolded his soldiers. From now on, use your brains more, and don't believe in such unrealistic rumors. The soldier who came to report wanted to say more, but Magistrate Zhao glared and said, "Do you believe that dirt-sized explosives can blow up a mountain, or do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang?" The soldier hesitated. However, the report he brought gave Wen Hanzhou great inspiration. He thought of that bright, beautiful girl with a mysterious aura. The moon in the northern desert was a bleak white, spreading like frost across the ground. A drop of ink-colored shadow spread on the moonlit paper, and when Hanzhou gently rolled up his sleeve, as if brushing away fallen snow. At this moment, the Song family's dining table was lit with warm-colored oil lamps. The women and men of the Song family were chatting eagerly, worriedly asking about Song Ning and Song Yan. Song Ning hadn't spoken yet, when Lu's tone, with a hint of blame and pride, sounded in her ear. "Everyone, don't worry. My husband said he wanted to make gunpowder, and he really did it. According to Ninger, the county magistrate has already pardoned my husband's death sentence and treats him like a guest of honor. That's good. I knew our eldest son is capable. Grandpa actually made gunpowder. Annie, Sister Ning, what do you think? If the gunpowder made by Grandpa is used on the battlefield, what would happen?" Yes, in recent days, the people of Longzhou City have been very anxious, afraid that the ruthless Xiongnu soldiers will break through the border defenses and invade our city. But if we have this dynamite, then if the Xiongnu dare to come, we can blow them into pieces. The brave young men of the Song family clenched their fists, sweat on their foreheads. Song Ning supported her chin, watching their hopeful faces. Her heart, usually steady and rarely moved by anything, suddenly felt as if it was ignited by a fierce fire, burning hot without explanation. She nodded gently. "Of course, we can do that." The Song men became even more excited. They had all grown up in the mansion, learned to read and write, and had only seen war and battle in books. Since coming to the northern desert, they had mined, carried bricks, and worked as shop assistants, becoming the most ordinary people among many. Even though they were behind the city's defenses, these young men from the capital, who usually looked down from above, now truly felt the pain and blood of war, which made their blood boil even more. The hall was lively and noisy. Xiao Liuzi and Zhao Fengxian kept imagining what life would be like if peace came one day, how happy and safe the common people would be. Ping'an was a simple-minded boy who had lost his memory, but when he saw Song Ning and Lu's smile, he also chuckled happily. They had a very peaceful dinner. After eating, Song Ning patted her rounded belly, then strolled back to her small courtyard. Looking at the bright moon in the sky, Song Ning suddenly thought of her broken world. She was very young when the end of the world happened. She had hardly seen a peaceful and happy time in the world. After coming to this ancient time, Song Ning thought the scenery she saw was already very prosperous, but her uncles and aunts from the Song family said that a truly peaceful era would be many times more prosperous than now. She tilted her head and suddenly plucked a branch from the peach blossom tree in her yard. Under the bright moonlight, she suddenly started to dance. Song Ning learned a deadly skill. Her moves were precise and without unnecessary actions. Sometimes she moved with great force, sometimes like a ghost appearing and disappearing. But the moment her hand held the peach branch, it seemed she was about to take a life. In the ruins of the end times, the moon was always blood-red, strange and ominous. But now, the moon was surprisingly
Clear.
The peach branches seemed to turn into the sharpest daggers in the world, suddenly slashing down. The howls of zombies, mixed with the foul smell of mutated blood, seemed to return once more to the air. In the final moment, Song Ning suddenly closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling slightly. What if? Sometimes, Song Ning wondered if humans weren't so greedy. Hundreds of years ago, if the nuclear wastewater discharged into the sea had been stopped, perhaps the end of the world could have been avoided. But there are no what-ifs. As for Song Ning herself, she had forever escaped to another land, leaving behind the world of constant mutation and fighting. But are people's hearts truly greedy? For a moment, she actually wanted to see what a truly peaceful and clear world would look like. After a long while, Song Ning calmed her mind. She casually threw the peach branch onto the ground and pushed open the door to her room. There was a faint sound of breathing inside.
Wait.
Song Ning instantly became alert. There was someone else in the room. She quickly summoned a dagger with her fingertips. As she opened the door, she clenched her dagger even tighter. But in the next second, a person with a pure white appearance, like moonlight and with the scent of pine, calmly lifted her head and gave her a gentle smile. Ninger, Wenhanzhou? What are you doing here? Song Ning almost dropped her dagger in surprise. She hurriedly clenched the dagger in her palm, her eyes returning to their usual innocent and pure look. Wenhanzhou's expression carried a hint of curiosity. He had seen Song Ning perform a series of smooth, coordinated moves in the courtyard. If it weren't for the countless spirits she had, her actions wouldn't be so decisive and sharp, nor would her moves be so ruthless. Who exactly was she? However, Wenhanzhou quickly suppressed his thoughts and softly said, Ninger, your martial skills are very good. When he said this, his eyes were clear and pure. Although he was a careful person, he inexplicably believed that Song Ning was not a bad person. Seeing that he didn't doubt or question her, Song Ning let out a small breath of relief. She awkwardly touched her nose and modestly said, It's just a little self-defense technique, not very impressive. Otherwise, she wouldn't always be amazed by the ancient martial arts and techniques that conceal breath and movement. Does the prince have something to ask me? Song Ning asked politely, with her hands behind her back. While speaking, she quickly ran to the small cabinet beside her bed, pulled out a few packets of snacks, and happily placed them on the table, inviting Wenhanzhou to eat. Wenhanzhou looked at her cute expression and chuckled softly. Suddenly, he took out a beautiful gold jewelry box decorated with jewels from his sleeve. When he opened the box, there was a large luminous pearl inside. The luminous pearl emitted a soft light. Although it looked like moonlight in color to the naked eye, it always gave a feeling of bright, colorful, and shimmering hues. Song Ning's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, Prince, what a bright light bulb. Wenhanzhou. Light? Bulb. Song Ning stroked her chin and said, It's a kind of lighting tool, as the rumors say. She always used strange and interesting words. Wenhanzhou nodded silently, remembering it in his mind. Then, like a handsome fox returning from a hunt, he kept pulling things out of his sleeve. He had beautiful hairpins and jewelry he encountered during city inspections, tasty snacks he occasionally ate, and even the first snow plum blossom blooming outside his window, all stored in fragrant pouches and presented to her. He laid out a full table. Song Ning looked at his sleeve in surprise, her eyes shining brightly. No wonder everyone thought the Wolf King who hunted was so handsome. A man who hunts is also very handsome. Nyang, try some first. I have something to ask you. Wenhanzhou finally took out all the gifts he had prepared for Song Ning. Seeing her holding a small piece of plum blossom cake, sniffing the fragrant aroma with her cute little nose, he felt soft inside. Gently, he took the hand grenade that Song Ning had given him. Nyang once said that if I encounter danger, I can throw this hand grenade at the enemy. Song Ning carefully bit a piece of the cake, and immediately, the fresh, sharp aroma overwhelmed her senses, making her dizzy. She closed her eyes happily, like a relaxed, beautiful little cat, purring and kneading her owner's lap. Yes, but Prince, you need to run faster or you might get hurt yourself, she said. It seemed to dispel Wenhanzhou's intention, and Song Ning squinted thoughtfully, seriously describing, This small one can turn the Zhao governor's mansion into ruins. Zhao governor's mansion? A flash of surprise crossed Wenhanzhou's eyes. Not to mention how precise Song Ning's description was, but the Zhao governor's mansion had been inherited for generations, was very sturdy, and with the guards, the area was quite large. This small piece, about the size of a thumb, surprisingly has such great destructive power? Seeing Wenhanzhou's confusion, Song Ning nodded seriously. Prince, do you remember when we parted? At that time, Magistrate Zhao was respectful to Wenhanzhou, but everyone could see his ambition in his eyes. I was afraid the prince would suffer, so I gave you something to protect yourself. The little cat on the opposite side wrinkled its cute nose, looking innocent. When Hanzhou, so, at the beginning, Song Ning nodded earnestly. These few pieces of explosive are meant for the prince to blow up the magistrate's mansion. When Hanzhou, he silently clenched his fists. So, a piece of explosive the size of a brick can level half a mountain, and it's just a rumor spread by the common people to create confusion? Song Ning had a full stomach tonight and didn't want to eat more. But, seeing when Hanzhou deep in thought, her eyes suddenly brightened, and she had a bold, crazy idea. After eating plum cake, her mouth was filled with the cool scent of plum blossoms. A woman suddenly leaned over, blinking her big eyes with a hint of mischief. "Prince, do you want to see the power of these explosives with your own eyes?" When Hanzhou, usually calm and cautious like playing chess, looked into her sparkling eyes and, unexpectedly, nodded. Song Ning's smile grew more sly. She extended her little finger, skillfully flicking it a few times. Promise, that delicate, white finger was so beautiful. In a moment of distraction, when Hanzhou's finger was caught by Song Ning's. In the next second, Song Ning chuckled softly, suddenly stood up and confidently said to him, "Then, please prepare 2 fast horses, Prince." After saying that, her figure disappeared from the room, leaving only a faint scent of cold plum blossoms. When Hanzhou was stunned for a moment, then helplessly smiled. Indeed, 2 horses had been prepared and were waiting at the back door of the Song family. Meanwhile, the highly capable Song Ning silently arrived at someone's door, knocking softly, then louder, like a ghost. Inside, Zhao Fengxian was sleeping soundly. The door didn't open, so Song Ning hurriedly ran to the window, whispering loudly, "Miss Zhao, are you asleep?" Zhao Fengxian, awakened by the noise, replied. Zhao Fengxian angrily put on his clothes. Song Ning looked expectantly. "Fengxian, are you still not asleep?" Zhao Fengxian. Smiling quietly. Song Ning saw Zhao Fengxian getting so angry she almost started to steam, and quickly spoke up. "Miss Zhao, I need to go out for a few days to handle some matters. My family and my father, please help take care of them." "Why should I?" Zhao Fengxian was still annoyed from being disturbed and sneered coldly. After questioning, her eyes showed a hint of sadness and patience. "Song Ning, where are you going? Are you still not willing to give up on meeting when Hanzhou?" Recently, Zhao Fengxian had been staying up all night guarding the city walls, trying to stop Song Ning from sneaking out to meet when Hanzhou when she wasn't looking. But she didn't expect that her late nights would tire her out, and she still couldn't stop Song Ning. Her eyes reddened, and she coldly looked away. "Take care of your own family. I won't help you." The moonlight was bright and steady in the sky. Song Ning suddenly sighed softly and spoke seriously. "I'm not going to see you in Hanzhou." After a pause, Song Ning revealed a little. "I need to go to the border. It might take a few days." Miss Zhao, although Zhao Fengxuan's status was awkward. Song Ning blurred the second half of her sentence, her eyes clear and sincere. "But you are well known as the daughter of the Taisho residents, so I feel reassured with your protection for my father and mother." Zhao Fengxuan's face was famous as the most beautiful woman in Mo Bay, highly praised. Song Yenduan was at the county magistrate's office, and if something really happened, Zhao Fengxian could help. Zhao Fengxian hadn't spoken for a long time, and Song Ning looked at her more sincerely. Suddenly, Zhao Fengxuan's face turned inexplicably red. She muttered, "Why are you going to the border?" "The Xiongnu are restless lately." After a moment, she angrily crossed her arms. "You can't go. Why should I take care of your family?" But before Zhao Fengxian finished speaking, Song Ning held out her small hand and offered her a shiny modern mirror decorated with gemstones, along with a bunch of silver. Unlike the blurry copper mirror, the crystal glass mirror reflected a person very clearly. Zhao Fengxian looked at the mirror curiously, but her gaze fell on the silver, and she looked angry and humiliated, speaking fiercely. "Song Ning, who are you insulting? Do you think I'm short of money? I just don't want to help." Zhao Fengxuan's words suddenly stopped. She saw Song Ning carefully tiptoeing in front of her, clumsily patting her head, her small head adorable as it nodded. She spoke in a loving tone. All right, be good. I brought you a gift, Zhao Fengxian. Song Ning also gently brushed back the little cowlick that had accidentally fallen out of place on Zhao Fengshuan's head while she was sleeping. Zhao Fengshuan's face suddenly turned red. Her head felt dizzy, and for some reason, she instinctively agreed to everything Song Ning said. Song Ning then tiptoed and patted her head again. Thank you, Sister Zhao. Zhao Fengshuan's face was as hot as a cooked egg. She felt dizzy and tipsy, like she had drunk several jars of old wine, until Song Ning happily turned around and left, easily climbing over the wall. Zhao Fengxian was still in a daze, unable to recover her senses. The young girl, just past her coming-of-age ceremony, wore a dress sewn by Lu Shi. She was small and adorable, sticking out her, but as she climbed over the wall under the moonlight. Suddenly, she accidentally stepped on the edge of her dress and couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh no!" Zhao Fengxian immediately wanted to rush over nervously, but from the other side of the wall, she suddenly heard Wen Hanzhou's caring voice. "Ninger, be careful." As soon as Wen Hanzhou finished speaking, Song Ning, like a little butterfly, suddenly fell into Wen Hanzhou's arms with a plop. Zhao Fengxian. Zhao Fengxian sneered coldly. She angrily rushed back to her room, searching everywhere for a handy kitchen knife. She kept saying she wouldn't go look for Wen Hanzhou, but before she even turned around, she hurriedly threw herself into Wen Hanzhou's arms. She wanted to cut Song Ning. No, wait. Zhao Fengxian froze as she reached for a knife. Song Ning really didn't go to find Wen Hanzhou this time. Did Wen Hanzhou come looking for her himself? Zhao Fengxian. She was about to rush out again, but then, as if she remembered something, she sank back onto her bed, staring fixedly at a point. After a long while, she suddenly let out a self-deprecating laugh. She always said Song Ning couldn't marry Wen Hanzhou, that Wen Hanzhou wasn't her true match. But after climbing over the wall, Song Ning packed her small bag, resting her chin on her hand and asking, "Prince, if you leave here, will something happen?" "It won't," Wen Hanzhou said, seemingly inspired by the vibrant life force of Song Ning, feeling inexplicably happy. A few days ago, they won a battle against the Xiongnu without fighting anyone. The Xiongnu also needed to rest and wouldn't attack the border civilians like before, like a pack of mad dogs. As for the city, naturally, He Fengmian and Magistrate Zhao were in charge. Song Ning finally nodded in relief. She asked Wen Hanzhou for a few guards to protect the Song family estate. Feeling happy, she carried a small bag and climbed back over the wall. Wen Hanzhou was momentarily stunned. His light skills made him stand gracefully beside Song Ning, his robes fluttering. Song Ning, who was still climbing the wall, looked up at Wen Hanzhou. That look carried a lot of sadness. Wen Hanzhou couldn't help but chuckle softly. He reached out and gently held her in his arms, landing softly as if floating on water, like a flower drifting in the air. Song Ning. Oh my, why didn't I come through a few years earlier? If I had, I could have learned cool and stylish light skills too. Song Ning silently cried, making Wen Hanzhou laugh and shake his head. She always had a special charm. Even without saying a word, she could make Wen Hanzhou feel very happy. Outside the wall, two lightly armored guards blended into the shadows like stars in the night sky. Two strong brown horses stood quietly under the moonlight. Wen Hanzhou didn't ask anything. He simply handed the reins to Song Ning. Song Ning knew how to ride horses, as her family had some smaller gray horses. But this tall, majestic horse was the first she had ever ridden. She climbed onto the horse, sitting with her back to the moonlight. Her small body wobbled a little, but her face was full of curiosity. Wen Hanzhou couldn't help but step forward, Ninger. Fortunately, Song Ning quickly learned how to ride and sat steadily on the horse. Seeing that Wen Hanzhou hadn't mounted yet, she pointed with her small hand and said confidently, "Don't waste time. Let's go now. Target. The border. The Xiongnu are invading our people of the Great Li Dynasty. This time, we'll destroy their hideout." Her voice was neither loud nor soft, just clear enough to be heard in the quiet night, but not loud enough to disturb. when Hanzhou was about to get on his horse, when he suddenly slipped and sat heavily on the ground after hearing Song Ning's words. When Hanzhou's usually calm face showed a look of confusion.
Huh?
Ninger said they were going to do what? Destroy the Xiongnu's hideout? Just the two of them? No, four? The two lightly armored guards when Hanzhou brought looked equally surprised. But what shocked them most was that their elegant, pure, and gentle prince, who was like a fairy, suddenly sat down on the ground. Song Ning. Well, beauty falling is always a sight to behold. She climbed down from the horse and hurriedly ran to Hanzhou. She reached out to help them up, hesitated for a moment, then suddenly showed a mischievous smile. She extended her small hand, intending to brush away the dust on Hanzhou's clothes. As for the part of Hanzhou that had touched the dust when he fell.
Hee.
When Hanzhou's handsome face turned red. For the first time, he was so flustered that he protected his
bottom.
Song Ning's expression immediately fell. When Hanzhou looked at Song Ning for a long time, then sighed helplessly. Ninger, the Xiongnu are brave warriors. This journey is not a game. Don't worry. Song Ning's expression suddenly became serious. She flipped her small hand, revealing 3 grenades, identical to those on Hanzhou, and spoke with unprecedented seriousness. Your Highness, although I don't understand much about national affairs, I know that the most important thing for the Dali dynasty now is to rest and recover. Take the northern border as an example. If we keep fighting the Xiongnu, the people in the north will suffer greatly. It's even harder to rest and rebuild, or to strengthen the nation. When Hanzhou also understood this.
But.
No, there is no but. She wanted to go crazy for a bit. He would accompany her. At this moment, when Hanzhou clearly knew that he bore the mission from his royal uncle and the future of the people, but he also knew that Ninger, although she often appeared cold and indifferent to outsiders, had a heart just as passionate and fiery as his own. I believe in Ninger, a very faint sigh hidden in the moonlight and cold wind. The horse hooves clattered as the 4 of them, traveling light and simple, disappeared into the narrow streets of the northern desert, heading toward the vast sands of the frontier. Along this bumpy journey, besides enduring the elements, they didn't encounter anyone foolish enough to block their way. Mainly because, from the look of them, they were not easy to mess with. But during this journey, Song Ning also saw a broader world in the northern desert. There was endless yellow sand, the long river with a setting sun, bustling markets and noisy streets, and also ruins and sorrow everywhere. This place was the border dividing line with the Xiongnu. The city walls blocking the Xiongnu had mostly collapsed. Smoke billowed from the ruined houses. Elderly people who lost their children cried bitterly while holding broken bodies. Young children who lost their parents had blood-stained faces, their eyes vacant and dull. A strong middle-aged man with a broken leg holds his dead child, staring blankly at the direction where the Xiongnu horsemen are leaving. He mutters, "They've gone. They've taken my wife and daughter." Those beasts, the earth and air seem thick with the smell of blood, rotting corpses, and burnt flesh. When Hanzhou's white clothes are stained with dirt, he stands on a broken wall, his eyes filled with anger and restraint. The cold wind blows his crown and lifts his hair, making his face look even thinner, pure, and clean. Song Ning stands behind Hanzhou, her face no longer showing her previous cheerful attitude. She looks coldly at everything before her, her whole body feeling numb, as if she has suddenly returned to a chaotic, restless end of world. War and apocalypse, what's the difference? They ride their horses until tired, silently leading them away from the destroyed fields. In the face of life and death, and heavy words, everything feels insignificant. Their clothes and faces are extraordinary, like celestial beings, making people forget the mortal world at first glance. But the common people who lost their loved ones see only blood and sadness. Suddenly, a small hand grabs Song Ning's sleeve, and a childish voice whispers in her ear, "Sister, do you need slaves?" Song Ning lowers her head. A 5-year-old boy, holding his still nursing sister, with blood and dirt on his face, his eyes dull yet stubborn, burning with an unquenchable fire. She shakes her head. The boy's light in his eyes quickly dims, but he bites his lip and stubbornly speaks. Sister, my parents are dead, killed by those Xiongnu. I just took their heads down from the tree, but my sister is still very young. Halfway through, he seems to realize he's being too verbose. Worried about wasting the noble person's time, he quickly gets to the point. Sister, I'll sell myself to you as a slave. I just want to bury my parents properly and raise my sister. That's all. I don't eat much and can do many chores. He suddenly kneels, hitting his forehead hard on the ground with a loud thud. Song Ning's eyes grow colder, her blood running cold. But this is not anger. It's the deep sadness and fear that come with war and the end of the world. How much suffering and blood must be shed to maintain a brief peace in this world? These children and innocent people, what can be done so they can live their lives well in this world? The young boy kept kowtowing. When Hanzhou looked at the dazed Song Ning and knew he didn't lack the desire to help. But that complex emotion, when Hanzhou felt deeply too, but it was hard to put into words. He took out some broken silver from his pocket and handed it to the boy. The 5-year-old boy had already bled from his forehead. The baby in his arms seemed about to cry, but for some reason, only hoarse, dry sounds came from his mouth. Clearly a lively newborn, full of energy, but suffering like a dying old person. Song Ning suddenly turned her head away and took out some dry bread and water from her space to give to the boy. She has never been a kind-hearted person. Never. When Hanzhou gently held Song Ning's hand. Ninger, let's go first. Song Ning let him hold her hand as their horse neighed sharply under the red sunset, sounding mournful, as if mourning the bloodshed and sadness of the land. Suddenly, Song Ning looked up and spoke seriously, word by word. When Hanzhou, we will cross the border tonight. This war, comparable to the end-of-world chaos, should have a powerful weapon that can make people afraid and stop the fighting. Just like the former beautiful country's reprimand to the cherry blossom nation. All the items in the space are not only what he relies on to survive in this strange world, but also weapons to end bloodshed and war. The young boy took the silver, hugged his sister, and bowed deeply to Song Ning and Wen Hanzhou, shouting loudly behind them, "Noble ones, you gave Xiao Luer silver. Xiao Luer will be your person for life. Xiao Luer will wait for your return." Between the border of Mo Bay and the Xiongnu, there is a dried-up riverbed. Song Ning and Wen Hanzhou found a farmhouse to rest and changed into simple peasant clothes. They were hosted by a wealthy villager, but this family's faces were full of the sorrow brought by war, with no sign of happiness. Are you going to do business with the Xiongnu? It's not safe there, especially if the Xiongnu find out you are Han. If you go, you might never come back. An older man sat under a dried jujube tree in his yard, smoking dry tobacco. His dull eyes stared intently at Wen Hanzhou. Wen Hanzhou sighed and spoke gently, just for livelihood. The old man no longer advised, but his eyes still remained tightly fixed on Wen Hanzhou, filled with nostalgia. He said, "This guest, you look very much like a nobleman I once saw long ago." Song Ning peeked out from behind Wen Hanzhou, blinking curiously. The old man took another puff of his dry tobacco, then suddenly sighed. "Ah, if that nobleman were still here, in Mo Bay, we wouldn't have fallen so low." As he spoke, the old man hunched over and shook his head, walking into the house with a sigh. When Hanzhou's face looked a bit strange, Song Ning glanced at him. That night, the four of them packed up and, under the cover of darkness, crossed the border quickly. They rode hard through the night until they saw flickering campfires and a large tent. The bright moonlight shone down, and the faint smell of grass and the scent of burnt charcoal from the campfire dispersed the bloodiness in the air. The light armor guards soon reached the camp of the Xiongnu general. Inside the tent, candles still burned, but Song Ning didn't hesitate. She held a grenade in her hand, turned around, and looked at Wen Hanzhou with bright eyes. "Prince, are you ready?" They stood on a small hilltop, the cold wind blowing. When Hanzhou sat on a bright red horse, his expression cold and determined. He nodded slightly. Song Ning raised her arm high, and a perfect arc was made as she threw the grenade. It landed not far from the Xiongnu general's tent. A loud explosion followed, and the screams of cattle and horses, along with the agonized cries of the Xiongnu, were instantly drowned out. The horses beneath Wen Hanzhou and Song Ning were startled. They neighed loudly, rearing up and galloping away from the explosion, just avoiding the aftershock. Wen Hanzhou on horseback remained unmoved, calmly drawing a feathered arrow from his quiver behind him. The aftershock of the explosion lasted a long time. The earth spread out, cattle and horses scattered, and the crowd panicked. The Xiongnu general, who had been enjoying himself with a woman he had stolen from Mo Bay, suddenly heard the explosion. He scrambled out of his tent, tumbling and crawling. But as soon as his sturdy body touched the ground, a sharp feathered arrow shot past his face and fiercely nailed itself into the wooden post behind him. The arrow's tail trembled constantly, and the tip was precisely on a sealed letter. The Xiongnu general was stunned. He suddenly looked up in the direction of the rain, only to see two blurry figures, one ahead of the other, disappearing into the distance. Mysterious and terrifying. The Hunnic general clenched his fists tightly, hesitated for a second, then shouted loudly. He pulled out the feathered arrow from the wooden stake and took the letter attached to its tip. The letter contained no other words, only a single large character. One. One is the family name of the Great Li dynasty. It is also the surname of the once feared war god. Yalu Han's face suddenly changed. His teeth clenched involuntarily, and a wave of deep fear rose from his soul. But in the next moment, he tore the letter apart and threw it to the ground, shouting sternly, "Who is pretending to be a ghost?" On the cold, silent night, besides the howling of the Huns, no one answered. Yalu Han looked around sharply, about to speak, when suddenly a strange black marble rolled to his feet. He frowned, about to bend down and pick it up, but immediately a strong smell of gunpowder filled the air. Before he could scream, his body was instantly blown apart into pieces, turning into a pool of flesh and blood. The screams of the Huns who saw everything echoed loudly. Shreds of blood-stained paper, shattered by the explosion, fluttered down from the sky and slowly landed on Yalu Han's corpse, with fiery characters clearly visible. 1. Because they were too far away, when Hanzhou and Song Ning couldn't see the fear on the Huns' faces, only the raging flames in the distance. The orange-red glow reflected on the hill, flickering across Wen Hanzhou's face. Song Ning looked back at him and suddenly chuckled softly. "Prince." When Hanzhou turned sharply, still visibly shocked, his eyes wide with lingering surprise. Could such a small bomb, only the size of a thumb, really cause such destruction? In that moment, Wen Hanzhou felt a cold shiver run down his spine. If such things were used in war, how many people might die? Song Ning continued to stare at him intently and asked again, "Prince, are you still satisfied with this power?" Wen Hanzhou's voice sounded strangely hoarse. Suddenly, he frowned deeply, his face serious as he asked, "Miss Song, how many of these do you have?" Song Ning blinked her eyes and replied, "Not many. I only got a few, maybe 5 or 6, 7 or 8. Once used up, there are no more." In truth, this was false. She still had many of these small grenades in her space, and after using them, the space would automatically cool down and generate new ones. Apart from the small amount taken each time, it can be said to be inexhaustible and endless. Why is the prince asking about this? The smell of gunpowder still lingered in the air. Song Ning blinked, her clear eyes under the moonlight, strangely overlapping with Pandora's box. "Do I also want more?" Her tone was seductive, but when Hanzhou suddenly seemed to relax and shook his head in the cold wind, "Miss Song, although I don't know where you got this from, I always feel that this thing doesn't belong to this era." Thinking of something when Hanzhou shook his head again. "Fortunately, the quantity isn't much. Otherwise, if someone with bad intentions gets it, the common people in this world might." Song Ning suddenly smiled, her expression sincere like never before. The dagger hidden in her sleeve also quietly retracted back into her sleeve. All right, this time, it seems she didn't choose the wrong person. Song Ning naturally knew the principle of not revealing wealth. Moreover, such a large-scale destructive weapon appearing in ancient times was already unreasonable. If used in war, the disaster it could bring would be unimaginable.
But
She wanted to take a gamble. If she won, the people of Mo Bay could at least have a good new year. If she lost, a dark light flickered in Song Ning's eyes. If she accidentally lost the gamble, she wouldn't mind killing anyone who knew she had such a weapon. However, Song Ning still believed that someone willing to risk their life to enter a city full of disease just to save the people must have something more important in their eyes than winning a war. When Hanzhou looked worried, "I know Miss Song always has some strange and mysterious things, but..." After careful consideration, when Hanzhou couldn't help but speak, "These things are too eye-catching. It might not be good for Ninger." Song Ning's smile grew more sincere, her eyes narrowing. She suddenly leaned forward, her eyelashes like tiny fans almost brushing when Hanzhou's skin. "The prince isn't a stranger, that's different." When Hanzhou involuntarily took a step back, his face slightly red. He still wanted to teach Song Ning not to trust others easily, but soon, the voices of two lightly armored guards came over. The originally handsome and cool guards, holding reins, looked a bit awkward as they hurried with a herd of cattle and sheep, but their eyes shone with light. "Prince, Miss Song asked us to take advantage of the chaos to steal some cattle and sheep. What should we do with these?" When Hanzhou was stunned. He never expected Song Ning to find time in her busy schedule to do such things. Song Ning winked at him and naturally said, "They stole our grain, so of course we can steal their cattle and sheep. After all, the common people who lost their grain still needed food to get through the winter." The light armor guards agreed wholeheartedly. Seeing Song Ning's expression, their attitude changed from, "You don't deserve our prince," to, "Only you are worthy of our prince." However, even if the two guards tried their best, they couldn't move many cattle or sheep. It felt like a drop in the bucket.
But well.
Song Ning cleared her throat and blew a loud, confident whistle. Suddenly, at the quiet foot of the mountain, several haystacks jumped up in unison and then twisted wildly as they crawled up from the bottom of the mountain. When Hanzhou, this is a bit strange. Has Miss Song's strength become so incredible that she can control spirits or monsters? Oh, wait, not monsters, but people. In the dark night, a group of people carrying bundles appeared at the foot of the small mountain without warning. They looked ragged but cheerful, walking steadily even with stumbling steps. "Who are these?" When Hanzhou looked surprised, Song Ning proudly lifted her chin, her eyes cunning. "I secretly discussed with the village chief. I asked him to gather the strongest young men. They will follow the marks I left in about an hour." When Hanzhou's expression was complicated. This girl had done so many things behind his back. Dozens or hundreds of villagers looked excited, as if they had found hope again. Song Ning, small and lively, with her cute stature, led 2 light armor guards and over 100 young villagers. While the Xiongnu were still in chaos, they quietly launched a surprise attack on their granary. The villagers worked hard, with those good at herding cattle guiding the cows, and those skilled at herding sheep guiding the sheep. The cattle carried grain, and the sheep carried bags of wheat. The group moved swiftly and silently, coming and going without a trace. The border between the two countries was sparsely populated. Under the cover of night, the villagers herded their cattle and sheep smoothly along the way. By the time they reached the northern desert, it was already dawn. On the opposite side of a dried-up river, villagers had gathered their carts. The villagers waiting on the other side had hoped only for their remaining loved ones to return safely. But, wow, I don't know who couldn't hold back their excitement and blurted out that the village chief, being old, had poor eyesight. He only saw a dark mass of things slowly approaching through the morning fog, but couldn't tell exactly what they were. However, after hearing a rude word, the village chief's face turned serious. He solemnly raised his dragon-headed cane and struck the head of the person who had just spoken rudely. "Erguzi, how many times have I told you? Our village is a good village, no swearing." Halfway through his words, he suddenly exclaimed, "What the heck, Erguzi?" In the faint winter fog and frost, over 100 villagers were leading nearly 500 or 600 cattle and sheep, carrying grain and fodder on their backs, marching steadily toward the side. The village chief couldn't contain his excitement. His hands trembled like an old locust tree. Suddenly, he raised his hand sharply and slapped his own face twice. Erguzi was rolling his eyes nearby. When he saw the respected village chief's action, he quickly reached out to stop him. But the village chief had already turned towards Song Ning and Wen Hanzhou, deeply bowing in gratitude, tears streaming down his face. He originally thought those two outsiders were just joking. If it weren't for that young girl showing the family token of the legendary General Wen Wang, who once guarded the northern border and was undefeated in battle, the village chief wouldn't have let the villagers risk their lives. Before leaving, the village chief thought, if I die of starvation, so be it. Might as well gamble. If I really die in the hands of the Xiongnu, I can at least take a few Xiongnu with me, but then, unexpectedly, the cattle and sheep team approached closer and closer. The village chief suddenly shouted loudly, "Kneel!" Over 100 households guarding the border suddenly knelt down, tears and snot streaming down their faces. They believed that their revival was thanks to the enduring power of the war god, who descended as a fairy to protect all directions. When the horses crossed the dried riverbed and saw the villagers' reactions, Song Ning raised an eyebrow in surprise. The old village chief led the way, bowing deeply several times to Song Ning, Wen Hanzhou, and the brave young men who risked their lives to bring food and livestock for everyone. Then he shakily got up. After a brief moment of discomfort, Song Ning accepted the villagers' gratitude with peace of mind. She told the villagers, "Everyone, work hard and carry these animals and grains back to the village." When she said this, her face showed a hint of tiredness. After several days of travel and a sleepless night attacking the Xiongnu camp, even with her good stamina, she was beginning to feel exhausted. The old village chief saw this and quickly stepped forward to greet them. "Miss Song, no, Fairy Song, we have prepared a donkey cart for you. Please rest on the cart first." "Old man, just call me Miss Song." Song Ning smiled gently, her gaze falling on the thin, pitiful donkey. Erguzi, being clever, quickly led a cow to replace the trembling donkey, respectfully inviting Song Ning and Wen Hanzhou onto the cart. Song Ning didn't refuse and casually pulled Wen Hanzhou, who had been frowning with a complex expression all along, onto the carriage. Seeing this, the village chief smiled knowingly. "Haha, they're a young couple. Luckily, he's smart. He brought a closed donkey cart, perfect for the couple to share some private words. Haha, he's great." They still had several miles to go before reaching the village. Wen Hanzhou had already arranged guards to protect the city, so when they arrived, the guards wouldn't stop them. But seeing them come empty-handed while bringing plenty of cattle and sheep, the guards looked surprised. Song Ning didn't know about this. She was comfortably lying in the ox cart, blinking her big eyes at Wen Hanzhou, who still hadn't calmed down. She asked softly, "Prince, do you have anything to say to me?" Inside the cart, the village chief had laid out a new quilt. Sitting on it was soft and warm, but Wen Hanzhou felt strangely nervous. He opened his mouth. Miss Song, Song Ning, as if she could read his mind, asked, "Do you want to know how I did it?" Wen Hanzhou nodded. "Yes, it's all thanks to a jade pendant you gave me earlier," Song Ning said, pressing her index fingers together, her eyes clear and innocent. "Prince, you won't blame me for temporarily giving your jade to someone else to use, right?" Actually, when that old man said Wen Hanzhou looked very much like a noble person he knew, Song Ning had been secretly paying attention. When everyone was resting and preparing to leave at night, she ran into the village, using her good looks and sweet words to ask around about that noble person. The more she listened, the more suspicious she became. The noble person almost revered as a deity by the villagers might very well be Wen Hanzhou's father, an illustrious war hero who died young and whose remains are still missing, a figure that makes people sigh when mentioned. A sudden idea struck Song Ning. She took out the jade pendant Wen Hanzhou once gave her. He originally gave her that jade to make her work in the city more convenient, but unexpectedly, it was used here. Looking at her close in front of him, with a hint of innocence on her face and baby fat on her cheeks, Wen Hanzhou fell silent. After a long pause, when Hanzhou finally spoke with pride and mixed feelings. Dunno, he was truly too shocked. Such a girl. She should be a legend. Song Ning was indeed exhausted. She muttered softly, pouted her rosy lips, and in the next moment, she leaned against the car wall, squinting her eyes and falling asleep. She looked very obedient and quiet. When Hanzhou's gaze softened, he reached out and took a small blanket beside him, gently covering her and thoughtfully tucked in the corners of her blanket. When he withdrew his hand, his fingertips accidentally brushed her small, fair chin. In the next second, when Hanzhou's gaze involuntarily fell on her soft lips, his throat moved slightly and he quickly looked away, trying to shift his attention and focus on what he needed to do next. Although Song Ning only lost 2 grenades, the Xiongnu people would surely suffer heavy losses this time. Moreover, this silent sneak attack would surely put pressure on the Xiongnu. With such powerful weapons emerging, the Xiongnu couldn't figure out how many weapons the Dali dynasty still had, so they wouldn't dare to attack easily. Instead, they would test the waters. At that time, since witnessing the power of the grenade, when Hanzhou no longer played with it as he did before. He touched the box inside his sleeve, his expression unreadable. If necessary, he could throw another grenade to intimidate the Xiongnu. If negotiations went well, he might even recover the land and grain taken by the Xiongnu and receive a large ransom. This was a tough battle. When Hanzhou's thoughts drifted, and he became somewhat lost. But his mind kept flashing with Song Ning's face and smile, as if bewitched. Suddenly, the cart shook slightly. Song Ning, who was not deeply asleep, woke up immediately. She opened her eyes, appearing dazed, with a foggy look, but when she saw Hanzhou, her eyes lit up. "Prince, where are we?" "Still early," he replied. She was still asleep. Not even a cup of tea's worth of time had passed. Seeing the dark circles under Song Ning's eyes and her slightly messy hair from traveling, when Hanzhou instinctively reached out to tuck her stray hair behind her ear and gently touched her small face. This sudden closeness stunned Song Ning. Then she blinked her big eyes twice, as if suddenly energized, and smiled brightly, leaning closer. "Prince, am I good this time?" When Hanzhou nodded. Before he could speak, Song Ning slowly leaned in and nudged in the carriage. Before long, they were very close to each other. The cart was small, and when Hanzhou suddenly felt a bit hot, even though it was early winter. In the northern desert, autumn can be so cold it cuts to the bone, let alone winter. Song Ning was very close, her light breath carrying a hint of excitement and anticipation. "Your Highness, what do you plan to reward me with?" When Hanzhou's heart tightened at her question. He slightly lowered his head but unexpectedly met her moist, bright red lips. That small mouth curved gently, moving slightly, as if tempting him. When Hanzhou's voice suddenly became hoarse, he asked, "Miss Song, what do you want?" Song Ning's eyes were very clear, but her actions were incredibly charming. She slightly stuck out her tongue, licked her lips quickly, then withdrew it. In the next moment, her lower lip was lightly bitten by her white teeth, slightly deforming her beautiful lips. She tilted her head thoughtfully, but her gaze was openly fixed on Hanzhou's mouth. If it weren't for her expression being so pure and without any hint of seduction, Hanzhou almost thought she was hinting at something. He secretly despised himself for having such dirty thoughts. How could he so disrespectfully think of Miss Song? He looked away slightly, silently lowering his eyes. His long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings as he silently recited a calming prayer. A hint of disappointment appeared in Song Ning's eyes. This person truly was a gentleman. Even though she was trying to seduce him, he remained unmoved. "Fine then." After a small sigh, Song Ning asked, "Anything is fine." When Hanzhou nodded. In the next second, a gentle kiss landed on his lips, quickly pulling away. When Hanzhou felt like he was electrocuted, his eyelashes trembling fiercely. He thought of falling into temptation, like a fallen angel or a monk lost in desire. He tasted the thrill and unconsciously leaned toward the direction where Song Ning was leaving, softly following her. His hand also moved at that moment, resting on the back of her head, gently supporting and grinding. It was really hot inside the carriage. When Hanzhou thought to himself, Song Ning's eyes flashed with a mischievous smile. She opened her eyes, watching when Hanzhou close his eyes and lose himself, her heart also trembling like being struck by lightning. This feeling really... After a while, when Hanzhou's face turned red, Song Ning pursed her lips, clearly feeling happy inside for quite some time, but on the outside, she still looked innocent, shy, and unaware. Seeing this, when Hanzhou felt guilty and wanted to slap himself. How could he offend Ninger like this? He truly deserved to be punished. When Hanzhou felt guilty, he clenched his fists. When he was young, he could stand up to his father and fight in the army. After entering the capital, he became a clever and eloquent prince, able to debate with many scholars. Suddenly, he felt like he couldn't speak at all. After a long time, he steadied himself and apologized sincerely. From now on, I won't do that again. Song Ning looked at him with confusion. When Hanzhou didn't meet her eyes. Instead, he tightened his fists on his lap and said seriously, I won't offend you like that again. Oh, Song Ning stretched out her voice. She secretly wondered if she had overdone her acting, making this dull guy feel shy. Seeing a hint of disappointment in her eyes, when Hanzhou's face suddenly heated up. Not on the ox cart, at least after we get married. Before he finished, when Hanzhou bit his tongue hard. Song Ning blinked her big eyes. When Hanzhou was stunned himself after saying that. He swore he didn't mean to say it like that. He had planned to explain to her that he wouldn't act impulsively or frivolously again, and he would always respect her. But the words came to his mouth, and somehow they turned into something else. Not on the ox cart, and honestly, anywhere else isn't good either. They haven't even gotten married yet. This made him seem impatient and eager, not at all like someone trustworthy for a lifelong commitment. When Hanzhou's face suddenly flushed bright red, wishing he could find a hole to hide in.
I didn't mean that.
I didn't want to. When Hanzhou found it hard to say those words clearly, so he mumbled vaguely. In any case, I will respect Miss Song. Song Ning wasn't going to let him off easily. She added what he didn't finish saying. Does the prince want a kiss? When Hanzhou was embarrassed and felt like he had been pardoned. He quickly nodded. Yes. Oh no. It's not that he didn't want a kiss, but they can't, not yet. They haven't married yet. Now he couldn't explain clearly. His mind was a complete mess. When Hanzhou simply closed his mouth and blushed from his neck to his ears. Seeing his reaction, Song Ning suddenly felt playful. She was surprised, clutching her clothes, looking like she was seeing a beast. Could it be that the prince wants to sleep with me? Suddenly, the cart jolted, and when Hanzhou was shocked by Song Ning's words, his whole body tensed, and he almost fell to his knees beside her. Song Ning reached out steadily to help him up. When Hanzhou dared not look at her and stammered, Your Majesty, didn't mean that. Song Ning kept an innocent face, looking hurt, and said, Then, are you dismissing me and not wanting to? When Hanzhou... Oh, my goodness.
Kill me.
When Hanzhou felt like he was completely under Song Ning's control. After another half hour, the carriage finally arrived at the village, shaking slightly. It was called a village, but it looked more like a ruin. Or, if when Hanzhou and the troops of Magistrate Zhao hadn't arrived in time, this place might not even be a ruin, just an abandoned town. But even so, the villagers quickly changed from their previous despair and panic, and everyone looked happy. Little Luer buried his parents, holding his full baby sister in his arms. When he saw everyone leading cattle and carrying grain, his eyes widened in surprise. The old village chief happily patted little Luer's shoulder and winked. You kid, I've met a noble person. Little Luer didn't understand but stubbornly looked behind the crowd, hoping to find the fairy sister and the divine brother who had given him silver coins yesterday. Erguzi jumped down from the cart and respectfully called out, Young lady and young master, we've arrived. Do you want to get off? After saying that, he happily patted himself all over, as if afraid of leaving any dirt. Song Ning watched when Hanzhou still reciting a calming spell, then chuckled and took the lead to open the curtain of the cart, planning to jump down. Seeing her, Guzi quickly made an sound and reached out to stop her. Song Ning looked confused. Guzi shifted around and suddenly found a good spot, then knelt down with a thud, smiling honestly. Miss Song, I don't know many rules, but I've heard that noble people always have someone to help them get down. Don't mind my dirt. I just cleaned the mud off myself. Please bear with it a little. After saying this, Guzi tried to straighten himself, making it more comfortable for Song Ning to step down. The other villagers' eyes turned red, and they almost ground their teeth. They thought, this kid is both clever and sneaky. They also wanted to be a stepping stone for the fairy girl. The old master who once served tea to the late war god prince still occasionally shows off his skill with his hands. People don't say it aloud, but they are secretly jealous. This time, it seems they missed the chance again. They are angry. Guzi ignores the jealous looks from others and eagerly waits with a big smile. Song Ning, I appreciate your kindness, but it's not necessary. After saying this, she jumps down from the car by herself. Guzi's face falls instantly, and the villagers' envy turns into schadenfreude. Let this kid have his fun. Guzi looks miserable, but to prevent him from overthinking, Song Ning quickly explains, it's not that I dislike you. I just don't have that habit. Thinking for a moment, she tilts her head and looks at the honest young man in front of her. And don't you think this kind of thing might insult you? Guzi's eyes suddenly widen, about to speak, but the villagers, experienced in stealing the spotlight, push him aside and speak uprightly. Miss Song, if you were a corrupt official or a noble lady with nothing to do, even if you didn't let us do anything but talk to us, we would still resent you. But you're the savior of our entire village, someone adds. Don't say we're just here to serve you. We're happy to help you with more work. Yes, the villagers' wishes are simple and their hearts are pure. Just like a poet once wrote, when you care for the people, they lift you high. Song Ning's long-locked heart suddenly feels a little touched, and her nose inexplicably feels a bit sore. At this moment, when Hanzhou opens the car curtain and looks at Song Ning, surrounded by the villagers, his shy feelings suddenly seem insignificant.
But still shy.
When Hanzhou quietly slips away, someone pulls Hanzhou back, and an honest man secretly pleads, Young master, please let me be your stool. Hanzhou, that's a bit strange. The honest man looks sincere, with a pleading expression. Hanzhou, but it's really quite strange. The honest man's face is full of hope. Hanzhou covers his face, afraid to act strongly, and steps on his back, the honest man immediately yells out, suddenly suffering from a strange illness. Ha!
Ha! Ha!
I'll be the immortal young master's stool. Song Ning and the villagers instantly turn their attention elsewhere. Hanzhou, the villagers, you are quietly working on big things, aren't you? Song Ning looked slightly surprised. Hanzhou seemed like a young wife caught sneaking food, calm on the outside but frantically explaining in his mind.
No.
Ninger, it's not what you think. It's over. It's completely unclear now. The village was lively and busy. Song Ning asked the village chief to count the cattle, sheep, and grain, and also notified other villages harmed by the Xiongnu to come and collect supplies. Although everyone was suffering, these cattle, sheep, and grain were brought by the villagers of Shangyang village. Song Ning and the village chief discussed and decided how to distribute the supplies. Surprisingly, the villagers of Shangyang village, despite their hardships, gritted their teeth and shared the cattle, sheep, and grain equally with other villages harmed by the Xiongnu. Song Ning looked confused and asked Hanzhou nearby, isn't it said that poor villages produce troublemakers? But Hanzhou finally calmed his emotions. He looked toward the temporary grass hut at the village entrance. The villagers coming and going no longer looked hopeless, but instead showed renewed hope for life. They dressed simply, but looked bright and eye-catching. Hanzhou shook his head, withdrew his gaze, and gently but firmly looked at Song Ning. It's just following the example of good leadership, because there was a good leader, everyone's kindness was awakened. On the other hand, If the leader was bad, people's evil thoughts would also be stirred. When Hanzhou suddenly said, "A ruler can use force to unify the world, but must do so with courtesy and kindness to nurture the people," before he finished speaking, he realized the people around him had already disappeared. He blinked in confusion and saw Song Ning being invited by some young women and girls to another grass hut to drink lamb soup. The soup was white and thick, made from freshly slaughtered lamb, tender and fatty, cooked until very soft, with no lammy smell. Just before serving, a handful of wild herbs from the mountain was added, making it extremely delicious. Song Ning held a small bowl bigger than her face, slurping happily, her face turning rosy. With her adorable look, not only the aunties who had already become mothers, but even the newly married young wives, all filled with maternal love, wanted to reach out and touch Song Ning's hair, wishing to have a beautiful little girl just like her. The aunts, who originally wanted their daughters-in-law to have sons, suddenly patted their thighs and declared, "Yes, we must have a pretty girl. Look at Miss Song. She's more useful than some men." The young wives nodded repeatedly. Song Ning was eating happily when she suddenly looked up in confusion. "Huh? What's happening?" A group of women and young wives looked at her kindly. "Don't worry. Do you want to eat soft white steamed buns? How about fragrant multigrain bread? Or sweet and soft date cakes?" Song Ning patted her round little belly. Burp. Soon after, the villagers who had been sent to pick herbs on the mountain also returned. After drinking a bowl of warm mutton soup, everyone felt energized. The villagers cheered, "Miss Song, we've brought back the herbs you asked for. Where there is war, there is bloodshed." The villagers originally struggled just to eat, let alone treat injuries. Many villagers had died because of this. Wounds that could have healed with proper treatment often rotted or led to amputations. Even after amputation, the wounds would continue to worsen until they died. The villagers had seen many such cases. But now, Song Ning gave them new hope. Seeing everyone's hopeful eyes, Song Ning felt a little guilty. She touched her chin lightly. She raised her hand weakly. "Just to say, I'm not a real doctor. I only know a little bit." The villagers nodded and shook their heads, their eyes full of trust and determination. "We believe in Miss Song." The makeshift clinic was built in the center of the village. When Song Ning arrived, Xiao Luer and a young child were squatting on the ground, helping to sort the dried herbs. Song Ning had already asked the village head to teach them how to recognize basic medicinal herbs. Which herbs can treat injuries, which can cure illnesses, where they are easy to find, and how to make the most of the herbs once collected. The villagers studied very seriously, especially Xiao Luer and a girl among them. Most of the children helping here had lost their parents. Some were adopted by relatives, while others, like Xiao Luer, had lost their entire family to the Huns. There was also a young girl who was an orphan by birth. Xiao Luer was a kind child who believed in repaying kindness. He trusted Song Ning completely. The little boy, only 6 or 7 years old, carried his sister and was often out of sight of Song Ning. But whenever she needed help, he was always quick to bring her tea or water. This skill amazed Wen Hanzhou and the 2 lightly armored soldiers he brought this time. They praised the boy as a promising talent. Song Ning saw that he was truly pitiful and adorable. Despite being very young, he looked very serious. He was small and thin but worked hard to feed his sister well. She felt very sorry for him. Finally, she squatted in front of little Luer and asked, "Do you really want to go with me?" Little Luer nodded quickly. The small baby behind him also seemed to sense something, smiled at Song Ning, and almost made her heart melt. Song Ning said, "All right, but I am just an ordinary person, even a prisoner myself." "Yes, you guessed right, I escaped." She deliberately spoke very dramatically, but little Luer's expression stayed firm and determined. He said, "No matter who the girl is, little Luer will always be your person." Just then, when Hanzhou walked in, behind him were 2 lightly armored guards and a professional doctor from the city, coming to treat and teach medical skills to villagers nearby. Song Ning looked back at Wen Hanzhou and teased the child. Actually, the money was his. When Hanzhou looked at Song Ning with both confusion and affection, little Luer thought for a moment. He liked Song Ning more because her plan saved the entire village and gave them medical skills and treatment. Quietly, he took care of the useless, corrupt county magistrate, distributed the grain from the magistrate's family to nearby villagers, and invited a doctor to the village. He also wrote a letter to negotiate with the Xiongnu royal family. You can't see. You all can't see. Little Luer was reluctant to leave. He ran towards Hanzhou, puffed up his little face, and said, I'll go with my older brother first. Once I train my sister, I'll let her follow Sister Song. The little baby behind little Luer blew a bubble, not sure if he understood, but the brother and sister looked as determined as ever, very cute. Song Ning couldn't help but chuckle softly, thinking to herself, so adorable. All right, with these two cute little ones, life seems more interesting. Since that heart-to-heart talk, Song Ning has been followed by a little shadow. No, actually two. Little Luer followed Song Ning, which was fine, but his sister, Xiao Zhuer, who was less than a year old, still nursed and couldn't speak yet. She just babbled and pointed, commanding her brother to carry her to see Sister Song Ning. That night, a thin layer of snow fell. Although the villagers' burned-down homes hadn't been fully rebuilt, they gathered together, crowded and sleeping close, so it wasn't very cold. Life was orderly and smooth, and the problems of food, clothing, and shelter were solved. When Hanzhou still had some silver coins taken from the county magistrate's house, so he simply called the village chief to discuss building a school. The village chief didn't expect Hanzhou to come for this reason, and was stunned for a long time. The elderly man with white hair tentatively asked, Can the children in our village also go to school? Of course, Hanzhou replied gently. In recent days, during his going to the countryside trips, he wore not his usual white clothes but a black outfit. His jet-black hair was tied up with a silver crown, losing the fairy-like aura of his past, and instead appearing more handsome and approachable. The village chief's lips trembled. After a long pause, he suddenly knelt in front of Hanzhou, tears streaming down his face. Honorable guest, if the children can go to school, we. It seemed he realized he couldn't repay Hanzhou in any way. The village chief stammered for a long time, then bowed his head even lower. Compared to the bustling and wealthy places like the capital and Jiangnan, the northern desert was poor to begin with. Coupled with a weak national strength, turbulent borders, and hardships, the villagers couldn't even think about reading. Surviving was already a luxury. Hanzhou sighed softly and personally helped the old man up from the ground, feeling quite uncomfortable inside. He had seen many children in the capital who disliked studying and preferred playing, but living in the same world, some people wanted to read but found it more difficult than climbing to the sky. I've already arranged for a school to be built. Soon, a teacher will come here to teach the children, the village chief kept thanking him. Not long after, everyone in the village knew about the school plans. They were all happy and full of hope, like newborns. The villagers kept asking the village chief anxiously, Village chief, how much tuition do we need to pay this year? The villagers were used to poverty. Even with a bright and hopeful path ahead, they were afraid they wouldn't have enough money to walk on it. The village chief's face was flushed. He looked completely different from before, when he seemed like a withered corpse. His voice was louder than the young people's. Honorable guest said that children under 12 can go to the teacher's house to study for free. No need to pay for books, paper, or ink. But if they are over 12 and they can't learn well or refuse to study hard, they won't be allowed to go to the school anymore. When this news spread, the villagers were all stunned. Studying was a very luxurious thing, especially books and ink, which were incredibly expensive. People said that if a family supported a student, they would spend at least 1 or 2 silver coins in 1 or 2 months. In the northern desert, a family of 3 or 5 only spent about 2 silver coins in a whole year. So, at first, the villagers were excited to hear that children could read, but they mostly just wanted their kids to study for a year or 2. Anyway, knowing a few words and being able to do basic math outside the home was enough. At least they wouldn't be illiterate and helpless everywhere they went, like they used to be. But they didn't expect that the 2 people who saved their entire village, and even some nearby villages, would be so generous. For a moment, The villagers' faces were filled with both happiness and worry, but all of them had tears in their eyes. The village chief understood how they felt and waved his hand. Go home and think about it carefully. The school hasn't been built yet, so there's no rush. Indeed, they couldn't rush things. The children would start school at least by next spring. And the village was different from the city. During busy farming seasons, even 5- or 6-year-olds had to help in the fields, so there was no time for serious studying. Still, the small children were very excited, as if they had entered a wonderful new world they had never seen before. Today, the sun was warm and bright. Song Ning sat on the porch, watching little Lu feed the chickens. Suddenly, a ragged little girl appeared at the fence, secretly watching Song Ning from time to time. She looked shy, but her eyes were very determined. After little Lu finished feeding the chickens, he looked up and saw the girl. He curiously asked, "Zhongli, what are you here for?" This little Zhongli was the young girl who had helped in the medicine shop before. She was an orphan, probably younger than little Lu, but she was cleverer than many adults. Zhongli clenched her clothes and secretly looked at Song Ning, who was lying in a rocking chair with her little feet swinging. She hesitated and spoke softly, "My name is Sister Song." Song Ning's ears twitched. She lifted the small straw hat covering her face and waved to the 2 children outside. "Come here." She gave each of little Lu and Zhongli a candy, then curiously looked at Zhongli. She gently pinched her thin little face and tilted her head. "Did you come to see me? Is there something you want to tell me?" Zhongli clenched her fingers tighter and pressed her lips into a straight line. Summoning her courage, she looked into Song Ning's eyes and asked seriously, "Sister, can girls also read books?" Song Ning tilted her head slightly, as if recalling something unpleasant, and nodded with a frown. "Yes, I have read." When Zhongli heard this, her eyes lit up. She gathered her courage and asked earnestly, "Sister, can girls also go to school?" Song Ning first wrinkled her nose, then suddenly understood. Zhongli was talking about the recent event of setting up a school in the village. This matter was indeed due to her own oversight. In her long-standing impression, both boys and girls could sit openly and proudly in the classroom to study. Plus, she had been very tired these days, so Song Ning overlooked this detail and didn't ask when Hanzhou to explain in time, so that the girl could also attend the school. Thinking of this, Song Ning looked firmly at the small, thin girl in front of her and gave her a positive answer. "Girls can also study." "But the village chief and the women say that girls can't study," the girl replied. "I want to study like Daba and Xiaoqiang." Zhongli stepped forward eagerly. Song Ning patted her small head and smiled, asking, "Do you want to study, Zhongli?" "Yes," she nodded seriously. She had been wandering for a long time, sold from one place to another, often hungry and cold, and beaten by others. Since Song Ning came, these past few years had been the happiest time for her. No one bullied her, she ate well every day, and slept peacefully. This made the little girl realize that only if she was capable could she live a good life. "Can I do chores and stay to study?" Zhongli asked. The bright, eager eyes of Zhongli made Song Ning pause for a moment. She gently held the little girl's hand, small but covered with scars, frostbite, and calluses. Song Ning pressed her lips and reached out to touch Zhongli's head. Suddenly, a crazy idea came to her mind. Since she already had 2 children, maybe she could take Zhongli along too, so she wouldn't have to suffer anymore.
But
Song Ning was torn inside. She wasn't a savior, didn't want to be one, and didn't want to cause herself trouble. She just wanted to live her life well.
But
She touched her heart. Since coming here, she had felt countless acts of kindness from people, and her heart was no longer as cold as it had been in the end-of-the-world days. Zhongli was clever. Seeing Song Ning's expression, she knew Song Ning was hesitating. The tiny girl knelt suddenly, looking up with bright, stubborn eyes. "Sister, I can do many chores and study hard. Although I was born without parents, I am no different from anyone else." Her words were firm and powerful. Song Ning looked into her eyes, as if seeing her past self. At the beginning of the apocalypse, Song Ning's space system was weaker in attack and self-defense compared to other abilities users. However, in the end, this person, who was destined only to be a logistics ability user, unexpectedly became a feared killing god, leading many surprise attack teams of ability users in the apocalypse. Song Ning helplessly stroked her chin and shook her head. Xiao Yozi was right. She kept collecting things, especially people, from home. After silently complaining in her mind, Song Ning gently patted Xiao Zhengli's head and asked, "Would you like to come with me?" Xiao Zhengli thought she had heard wrong. When she saw the warm yet powerful gaze, she suddenly felt excited and looked up happily, clenched her small fist, and firmly agreed, "I want to." Song Ning patted her head again, then rummaged through her space, took out a bottle of medicine, and carefully applied it to Xiao Zhengli's frostbite on her hand. Xiao Zhengli obediently let Song Ning do as she pleased, her face showing only a silly smile after her joy. Seeing her like this, Song Ning found it amusing. After applying the ointment, she gently placed the medicine on her hand and warned, "I need to go out for a while. You and Xiao Luer stay at home and take good care of yourselves. Remember to apply the ointment. It can treat your frostbite." Xiao Luer and Xiao Zhengli nodded vigorously. Suddenly, Xiao Zhengli raised her little head and said without thinking, "Sister, when I grow up, I will definitely become the strongest among those you help." Song Ning didn't take it seriously, thinking it was just a child's joke, and nodded casually with a smile. "All right, I'll wait for that day." At this time, Song Ning didn't know that Xiao Zhengli's words would actually come true someday. No one expected that the first general who could stabilize the country with his talent and sweep across the world would once be a little girl who couldn't even get enough to eat. After leaving, Song Ning went to find the village chief and talked about letting girls go to school. Of course, many people opposed this, but Song Ning was more determined than ever. She asked the village chief, "Why can't girls read books?" The village chief was stunned by the question and hesitated before replying. Since ancient times, girls haven't gone to school. Men can take exams and gain fame, but what can girls do by reading? Recently, while building the village, villagers often came to ask the village chief questions. When Song Ning arrived, there were still many people in the village chief's yard. The discussions inside the house attracted the villagers' attention. A few villagers listened carefully, eavesdropping on the voices of the village chief and Song Ning. Hearing the village chief's question, the men and women who originally didn't support girls going to school all perked up their ears, eager to hear how Song Ning would answer. Forget about daughters marrying into other families. Those are outsiders. Raising girls is just throwing money away. Unworthy girls aren't called that for nothing. Even if someone is willing to take the risk, what can a girl do after studying? Just learn those 2 words. She can't do much, and in the end, she'll still marry and take care of her husband and children. Moreover, maybe after studying, women will become proud and refuse to live simple, honest lives. The villagers simply can't see any benefit in girls going to school. Song Ning didn't answer the village chief immediately. Instead, she turned to look out the window. It was winter now, with old trees, withered vines, white mountains, black waters, endless and vast. Even with the help of Hanzhou and Song Ning, as the villagers began rebuilding their homes, it was clear from a distance that the land was still barren. They couldn't imagine what would have happened if Song Ning and Hanzhou hadn't come. How many people in these villages would have starved or frozen to death this year? Song Ning asked, "Why can the village chief accept women's support but not women going to school?" The village chief was caught off guard and instinctively wanted to kneel and apologize or explain. But after a few stammers, he could only say, "Miss Song is like a fairy, different from the girls in our village." "What's different?" Song Ning sighed softly. She squatted down to face the village chief, who was kneeling on the ground. Throughout history, women haven't held official positions, but there are so many talented women in the world. These words were quite profound, and the village chief probably didn't understand. After a brief mention, Song Ning pointed outside the door. "Just talking about our village, do women do less work than men?" The village chief opened his mouth. "That's impossible. Men do the hard labor. Women can't do that." "Then why don't men sew, cook, mend clothes, serve their parents-in-law, go to the mountains and fields, give birth to children, and manage the household wisely. Song Ning asked again. She didn't deliberately lower her voice, so the villagers eavesdropping outside heard everything. The villagers looked at each other, frowning. Many men instinctively muttered in protest. Men don't do those things. Those are women's work. The village chief also said, Miss Song, if men don't do those things, it's not right. Song Ning sighed. Since men can do things women cannot, and women can do things men cannot, and neither gender is perfect, why is it that women are naturally considered inferior to men? The village chief was silent, and the villagers outside the door also stopped whispering. Someone instinctively retorted, if women are so capable, why don't they serve in the government or fight in battles? Besides, if women really did that, no man would want them, and they'd just become old maids, laughed at by others. The villagers spoke loudly, and Song Ning heard everything clearly inside the house. She sighed, then pushed open the door and looked at the men and women gathered in the yard. She softly said, the things women are not supposed to do are not because women cannot do them, but because women of this era cannot. This is the fault of the times, not the fault of women. Women can't do those things. If they go to battle, they'll just get scared and wet their pants. A villager loudly mocked, even showing off his strong muscles, constantly bragging in front of Song Ning. Only strong men like us can be the backbone of a family. Song Ning nodded, her expression unreadable. Objectively, men do have a natural advantage in strength. And in this era of constant war, strength is indeed more important. Song Ning never intended for this dynasty to become one of gender equality like the future. She just wanted to plant a seed here, hoping it might grow into a tall tree someday.
And
people always value literature more than martial skills. Scholars are always treated with respect. But when it comes to men and women, society always uses force to divide them. What Song Ning said was hard for the villagers to understand fully, but they knew it wasn't good. The man showing off his muscles frowned, looking angry. Song Ning suddenly spoke, pointing at him. Do you want to fight me? The man's face looked strange, and his eyes showed disdain. He wanted to refuse, but Song Ning was already tired of talking. Before anyone could react, the man who had been flexing his muscles suddenly screamed, and was kicked to the ground by Song Ning. Everything happened too fast for anyone to see exactly what she did. The man looked terrified, and the crowd was shocked. Some shouted in defiance, accusing Song Ning of ambushing him. But Song Ning's face remained calm, and she calmly slapped a large stone beside her with both hands. With a sharp crack, the stone split open a thin crack. Song Ning didn't even frown, and simply lifted her foot to kick the stone again. This time, the huge stone shattered instantly into many pieces. The flying stones forced the villagers to raise their hands to protect their faces, afraid of being hurt. But the scene before them made them close their mouths in shock. Such terrifying power came from a woman. Someone opened their mouth to speak, but ultimately fell silent. Song Ning said, I'm not someone who seeks revenge, but I hope you remember that the one who saved you is me, a woman. She turned around and politely said to the village chief, the village chief asked me why a woman, who can't take the imperial exams, still chooses to study. Song Ning didn't want to talk about those big principles, about women having their own lives, awakening, and not always being men's accessories. She simply said one sentence that shut down the village chief's next words. Pointing to herself, she said, because in the future, you might meet many women like me who save you from danger. If I, like millions of women, become just an ordinary person due to societal rules, you might not meet me, and you might not survive this cold winter. Someone mentioned Wen Hanzhou, claiming he was their true savior. Just as Song Ning was about to speak, a figure appeared at the door, carrying the cold scent of plum blossoms. She smiled softly and stood gracefully. Everyone, if it weren't for Miss Song's suggestion, I might still be inside Longzhou City, worried about the war, unable to spare time to care for you all. If it weren't for Song Ning's grenades, scaring the Xiongnu, other border areas in the north would also face their savage raids. The quiet courtyard suddenly fell silent. The villagers seemed shaken. An older woman broke the silence first. Honored guest, do girls have to study with boys? If it ruins our reputation, Song Ning looked up at Wen Hanzhou. Under the bleak winter sunlight, the man smiled gently at her and spoke loudly. A woman's purity isn't measured by her skirt. Song Ning was stunned. Could a true native of ancient times really say such words? She unconsciously clenched her fists, filled with doubt. Wen Hanzhou's thoughts were truly ahead of his time. So far ahead that she wondered if he was from the future. But he also seemed like a complete ancient person, strictly following customs and not knowing about those advanced weapons. The villagers didn't understand, so when Hanzhou sighed softly and simply said, "Men and women are not in the same school," the villagers then relaxed. Someone still wanted to say something, but the village chief simply tapped his cane, frowned, and scolded. "What are you all whining about? The noble people found teachers for you, paid money for ink, paper, and brushes, and let your children study. How dare you bargain with the noble people?" After speaking, the old village chief bowed to Song Ning and said with a complex expression, "Mrs. Right." As for the others, he didn't say much, only looked at the villagers and repeated firmly, "The lives of our villagers are saved by Miss Song. Tomorrow, don't refuse the noble people's funding. Every household should contribute some silver to build a shrine for Miss Song, so no one forgets who gave us our lives." Song Ning raised an eyebrow, wanting to stop him, but when Hanzhou held her small hand, the man gently shook his head, stopping her from acting. So Song Ning said nothing more and let Wen Hanzhou hold her hand as they left the village chief's house. The grain in the village had been trampled many times by the horses of the Xiongnu. Song Ning also gave the villagers some winter crop seeds to plant in the fields, filling in some gaps. When spring arrived and temperatures rose, these seeds would sprout and grow strong along with the winter wheat in the fields. People bent over to farm in the fields. The two walked slowly along the ridge. Suddenly, Song Ning asked curiously, "Prince, may I ask you a question?" When Hanzhou looked at her with gentle eyes, his dark pupils filled with affection and admiration. "Of course. Why did you say those things?" Song Ning's tongue suddenly felt a bit tangled. She held out her small, white hand and gestured. "I mean, about a woman's chastity not being just about her skirt," when Hanzhou was momentarily stunned, not expecting her to ask that. But he thought about it and realized that, indeed, the restrictions on women in this era were too many. His gaze became distant as he looked at the broken city walls in the distance, and he softly said, "Miss Song, do you know who first built those city walls?" The walls, worn by time, were covered with green moss and blended with the distant mountains. Guards stood on top of the walls, their faces determined. When they crossed the city walls to go to the Xiongnu, they climbed over them. Song Ning didn't know if this era had an Emperor Qin Shi Huang, so she tentatively asked, "Qin Shi Huang?" Unexpectedly, when Hanzhou's eyes lit up with a smile, and he nodded gently. Yes, he was the first emperor. Historical records say that the first emperor was a tyrant. When Hanzhou gazed into the distance and softly said, "Recently, I've been studying about the first emperor. The Qin king united the 6 states, standardized roads, writing, currency, and measurements, and replaced human sacrifices with figurines. He also built the Great Wall, which still stands today, blocking the Xiongnu cavalry. I've always thought that someone young, who truly led the 6 states from within, wouldn't be as cruel as history describes." When Hanzhou spoke confidently, his eyes shining with stars. Song Ning looked at him, feeling a stronger sense of wonder. The first emperor was cursed for thousands of years, and only in the last few centuries of his reign was what he did recognized and worshipped by people. But when Hanzhou had already understood the greatness of the first emperor long ago, in a time when no one else did. Noticing Song Ning's interest in the topic, when Hanzhou reached out and gently rubbed her head. According to ancient texts, the first emperor conscripted soldiers regardless of gender. "So, I think, women are not as fragile as people say," he said. Moreover, when Hanzhou had met Song Ning, he often felt that he was not as good as her. She was mysterious and powerful, and he admired her from afar. Song Ning blinked her eyes. There's no doubt that the first emperor was cruel. In the eyes of the Qin king, men and women were just fuel for the world. Although the Qin dynasty wasn't exactly equal for men and women, they could be considered somewhat equal. Well, both were just laborers. But so what? Women never wanted superficial favors or small kindnesses to hide deeper exploitation and oppression. Stars twinkled in Song Ning's eyes, and when Hanzhou chuckled softly, I read an ancient poem in a lost book that said talent should be accepted regardless of form. Now, in these chaotic times, if talent is not limited by form, why can't women be included? Song Ning smiled. Your idea is quite different from others. When Hanzhou simply sighed lightly, not commenting further. If the world couldn't be peaceful and safe, and everyone, men, women, old and young, were just insignificant ants, then saving their lives was the most important thing. What difference did gender or status make? Miss Song, do whatever you want. I am behind you, when Hanzhou said softly, but his tone was serious. Song Ning lowered her head, stepping on the soft yellow soil along the field ridge. She didn't look at him, but inside, she felt a strange, bittersweet feeling. Although she liked when Hanzhou, she knew deep down that there was always an unbridgeable gap between them. So, Song Ning poured her true feelings into this relationship, but dared not fully trust it. That gap was like a mark left by thousands of years of history, an indelible spiritual imprint. It was like an unpassable divide between a feudal dynasty and modern society. But now, when Hanzhou seemed to be slowly breaking down that barrier. When Hanzhou had been very busy these days, the Xiongnu people repeatedly tested him, but he calmly repelled them each time. He even seemed to be gaining confidence, showing signs of challenging the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu dared not act rashly. After some negotiations, they finally agreed to talk with the governor Zhao and the envoy sent by Wen Hanzhou. Inside the city, the atmosphere was tense, like a big fight could happen at any moment. But all of this had nothing to do with Song Ning. After finishing her work in the village, Song Ning returned home with Xiao Jiangli, Xiao Luer, and Xiao Zhuer. As soon as she entered, she took a deep breath, felt guilty, and first touched her nose. Then she knocked on the door. Xiao Luer was very happy, her chubby little face full of curiosity and excitement about the new environment. Xiao Jiangli was more thoughtful. She first observed the situation at Song Ning's house. She thought that since Song Ning was so generous and helped villagers with food and school matters, her home must be very luxurious. But she was surprised to find that it was just a slightly bigger ordinary house, no different from the most common wealthy families in the city. Frowning slightly, Xiao Jiangli quietly tightened her grip on Song Ning's clothes. Song Ning thought the little girl was nervous. She reached out and gently pinched her small face, smiling softly. It's okay. The brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts at home are all very kind. Before she finished speaking, Xiao Luer suddenly rushed out with a loud cry. Behind her, Song Ping'an, looking like a big dog with bright eyes, followed closely. Zhao Fengxian, however, had a cold face, arms crossed, looking difficult to approach. But she was gentle when helping Lu Shi.
It was daytime now.
The other aunts, uncles, brothers, and sisters from the Song family were busy helping in the braised meat shop. The yard was less crowded but still lively enough. When Xiao Luer saw Song Ning, she immediately knelt down and threw herself at her legs, crying loudly with her mouth wide open. In an instant, she, Xiao Jiangli, Xiao Luer, and Xiao Zhuer all looked at each other in surprise. Xiao Liuzi's crying suddenly caught in his throat. His face twisted, and he looked up with a knowing expression, making Song Ning feel very guilty. Song Ning cleared her throat and awkwardly explained, just casually. Xiao Liuzi, like a little wife, snorted coldly and proudly stood up, patting the pile of dirt on her 100 clothes, rolling her eyes almost to the sky. She twisted her waist and, with a delicate finger, turned to Lu Shi and said, Madam, see, I guessed right. Miss will definitely bring back a few troublemakers this time. The way Miss picks up people and brings them home is truly impressive. Song Ping'an and Zhao Fengxian, who were brought back, both rolled their eyes in unison. Lu Shi's face was a bit pale, with dark circles under her eyes, looking unwell, but she still forced a smile and waved to Song Ning and the 3 children, saying, "It's cold outside. Come in and talk." Song Ning made herself look like a little dirt person again. Not because she was dirty, but simply because she wore dull, old clothes to make chores easier. However, this time, Lu Shi didn't scold her for not dressing up nicely. Usually, Lu Shi, who liked children, after seeing the 3 adorable little bundles, didn't get overly maternal. Instead, she held them in her arms, but her eyes were vacant, and she forced a smile, saying, "Ninger, you must be tired. Rest well tonight." Something was wrong. Seeing Lu Shi's poor complexion, Song Ning reached out and touched her chin, then looked at Zhao Fengxian with a questioning gaze. Zhao Fengxian shyly looked away, but furrowed his brows. Song Ping'an, curious, squatted in front of the 3 little ones, reached out to touch their small hands and poke their little faces, looking innocent and unaware of the world. Xiao Yozi was no longer as lively and excited as before, making the home feel strange. No matter how Song Ning asked, Lu Shi urged her to rest first. Seeing that Song Ning couldn't get any information, she simply wrinkled her nose and gave up asking. Anyway, Lu Shi and the others wouldn't say anything. Later, she could ask Chang Yi Changxing. They would tell her the same. Knowing that Song Ning was coming back, Lu Shi had already prepared a big table of food. Song Ning called the 3 little ones, who looked a bit awkward, and said, "Come eat." Then she casually asked, "Has Dad not come back yet?" Lu Shi paused while serving food to Song Ning, her eyes suddenly flickering with hesitation. She stammered, "Your father has other things." Song Ning looked thoughtful. After dinner, Lu and Little Six had already prepared 2 rooms for the 3 children. The house Song Ning bought isn't very big, but it has many empty rooms, since they need space for the whole family. Little Pearl isn't weaned yet, so Lu arranged for someone to find a wet nurse for her. Xiao Zhengli packed her belongings and stayed quietly in her room, planning her future life at Song's house. Song Ning didn't have time to worry about them for now. Everything happening at home made her feel very uneasy. Lying in bed, Song Ning couldn't sleep, so she called for Changxing, who stayed in the mansion. "Has anything happened at home recently?" Changxing hesitated, and Song Ning's sharp gaze made him speak quickly. "Are you hiding something from me?" No. Changxing shook his head. Before Song Ning returned, her lady had already told him to keep her from worrying about family matters, at least to let her rest. But things had already become quite serious. Changxing sat on a peach tree outside Song Ning's window, looking worried. Lord Song had an accident. Song Ning's heart suddenly jumped, feeling a strange sense of disbelief. Did Lord Song forget what could happen?
Could it be that?
He blew himself up while making a bomb. Thinking of the worst, her fists clenched tightly, and she felt overwhelming guilt. If her father really died because of making a bomb, she would be responsible too. If she hadn't given him that book, he wouldn't have gotten into trouble. "It's not like that, it's not," Changxing quickly explained when he saw Song Ning misunderstand. "The explosives Lord Song made are fine, but right now, the master might not be at the county office anymore. He might have been taken away by someone else." Since he had already said this much, Changxing hesitated briefly before spilling everything. It turned out everything was normal at first. The county magistrate had always treated Song Yanduan as a guest of honor, until one day he blew up another mountain in front of the magistrate, who then almost worshipped Song Yanduan as a deity. But they had been waiting for Prefect Zhao's summons, which never came. Instead, an uninvited guest arrived. Changxing lowered his voice. "Long Yi brought news that the person looking for Lord Song claims to be his brother and wants to take him to meet the prefect." Neither Lord Song nor the magistrate rebelled, but strange things started happening at this time. Changxing's voice dropped even lower, with a strange, eerie tone. After Lord Song and the magistrate left, they disappeared within a few days. Song Ning's brow furrowed sharply at this. 2 living people. How could they just disappear into thin air? Changxing sighed. Chang Yi is also investigating. According to him, Grandpa trusts the man who claims to be his brother, so Chang Yi didn't think much of it and just stayed nearby to secretly protect him. But on that day, everyone was drugged, and after Chang Yi woke up, he couldn't find Grandpa or the county lord anymore. Song Ning frowned deeply. Based on Changxing's description, Everything now seems muddled, like being stuck in a tangle, making it hard to see the truth clearly. Father has been missing for several days. Have you found any clues? Song Ning clenched her fists slightly, feeling like she was missing something important. Chang Xing's face darkened, and he nervously touched his nose. The old master has been missing for 3 days. Chang Yi went to call people, and we searched everywhere for 3 days, but we haven't found him. Worried that Song Ning might become anxious or impulsive, Chang Xing quickly added, but we think maybe someone wants to take credit for the old master's work, so they kidnapped him. So, it's possible that the old master is not in danger of life right now. Don't worry. How could she not worry? Song Ning tiredly pressed her forehead, finally pulling herself out of her anxious emotions. She suddenly asked, "You said the person who took my father is his brother?" "My father trusts him very much," Chang Xing nodded. Song Ning looked thoughtful. Chang Yi and Chang Xing are later additions. They haven't met other members of the Song family. If someone from the Song family tricked her father away. But that doesn't make sense either. She hasn't paid much attention to the Song family's life, but she assumes they haven't been doing well either. Brothers. If her father is here, how could he have brothers? Suddenly, Song Ning seemed to remember something, and she looked sharply into the distance. In the next second, she beckoned Chang Xing with a finger. "Go investigate." Chang Xing nodded repeatedly, and soon his figure disappeared into the night. When Hanzhou and Zhao Taisho were busy dealing with the Xiongnu and had no time to spare, Song Ning also didn't plan to disturb them. Under the moonlight, she quietly entered Zhao Fengshuan's room. Zhao Fengxian was not asleep. Seeing Song Ning, he let out a long breath. "You really came, my father. How much do you know?" Song Ning stared at Zhao Fengxian. She entrusted her family to him when she left because of his special status. In this county, Zhao Fengshuan's position was enough to protect the Song family. If they went to the governor's office, when Hanzhou's people could also take care of Song Yanduan. But now, something has gone wrong. Zhao Fengxian hesitated to speak, then suddenly softly asked, "Did you offend someone?" Song Ning raised an eyebrow. At this moment, the governor's office was very serious. The envoys from the northern desert and the Xiongnu were arguing fiercely, exchanging insults and refusing to back down. For many years, the Dali dynasty had suffered from constant natural disasters, corrupt officials, and suffering common people, making the country's strength worryingly low. The Xiongnu were used to being arrogant. Even after a surprise attack, they still spoke proudly. Seeing negotiations fail and war about to start, Governor Zhao's lips were blistered from worry. When Hanzhou was calm and patient, if war really broke out, he still had 3 grenades in his hand. One grenade thrown out would be enough to scare the Xiongnu and make them reconsider negotiations. If that didn't work, when Hanzhou remembered hearing that someone had reported a place where new explosive powder was being developed. Although the northern desert forces were weak, they were confident. When Hanzhou was about to tell Governor Zhao not to worry too much when suddenly a young officer came in, looking very happy. "Sir, the person who made the explosive powder is here. Would you like to meet him?" Governor Zhao's eyes widened, and his expression changed several times before he finally waved his hand. "Let him come in." In the room, after Zhao Fengshuan's reminder, Song Ning indeed thought of many people. Yes, quite a few people. After all, Song Ning and Zhao Fengxian changed into dark night clothes. Song Ning spread her small hands. "I have offended many people, Zhao Fengxian, but if you really count carefully, it's not that many, especially with the news from Changyi Changxing." Song Ning said, "Maybe Song Yanheng and the others are up to something again." After all, Song Yanheng from the second household had been dealt with quite badly by her. The two moved through the streets and alleys in the night. Soon, they arrived at the Su family. The Su family was the same as before, just divided into 2 side rooms. The main house was naturally for Su's son and Song Zhao's family. At this moment, the house was lively. The east wing housed Grandma Su, and the west wing was for the second household. The west wing was still lit with an oil lamp, indicating someone was reading late into the night. Occasionally, the voices of the second household complaining could be heard, very clear in the night, but they also mask the sound of Song Ning's footsteps. Zhao Fengxian, being asked to do this kind of thing for the first time, looked very anxious. She secretly blew sleeping powder into the room, looking very angry. "Are you done yet?" Song Ning squinted and looked inside through the window crack. She didn't speak but gently patted Zhao Fengshuan's head and lowered her voice. "Don't be in such a hurry." Zhao Fengxian was stunned and blushed suddenly. She turned around angrily, but unconsciously reached up to touch her head, and a small smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Realizing what she was doing, Zhao Fengxian clenched her fist quickly and returned to her usual tough appearance.
Time passed second by second.
Soon, Song Yanhang and Mrs. Li in the house started swaying and wobbling. In the next room, Song Ming noticed he was getting sleepy and, without hesitation, lay down and fell asleep. Before long, the noisy house was quiet except for heavy breathing. Song Ming clapped her small hands and snapped her fingers lightly. "Done." After saying that, she quickly slipped into the room. Somehow, she took out 2 burlap sacks and, with 2 quick moves, covered Song Yanhang and Mrs. Li with them. Song Yanhang and Mrs. Li were awakened by the cold. When they opened their eyes, they found themselves in a remote countryside. Song Yanhang tried to shout but was immediately silenced by a small figure wearing a black cloth mask pressing a shoe insole over his mouth, causing only angry whimpering. Mrs. Li also woke up. Song Ning casually pulled out the insole from the other's shoe and stuffed it into her mouth. Then she looked at the two with interest. Chongxing said, "The person who tricked Dad away was Dad's brother." Chongxing was a newcomer and didn't know Song Yanhang, so now his suspicion was high. Song Ning didn't waste words. She first beat Song Yanhang and Mrs. Li badly, making them cry and beg, asking Song Ning what she was doing, acting as if they knew everything and would tell her everything. Seeing they had enough, Song Ning waved her hand to stop and raised her eyebrows, signaling Zhao Fengxian to speak. Zhao Fengxian hesitated but then asked, "Do you know about the disappearance of the county magistrate and Song Yanduan?" Song Yanhang, scared from the beating, heard a strange woman's voice and didn't suspect much. He stammered, "Please spare us, miss. We really don't know anything." Yes. We are good people. These days, besides studying and selling calligraphy to support our family, we haven't done anything else." Mrs. Li also spoke. "It's not that they don't want to do anything, it's just that last time, Song Yanhang was kidnapped by a group of strangers. After being beaten and mistreated, he suddenly felt that Song Ning was definitely a troublemaker for them. Song Yanhang is confident in himself and firmly believes he will pass the imperial exam next year, so he has been studying honestly for a while. Seeing their expressions, Song Ning notices they don't seem to be lying and can't help but pinch his chin. Could it be that they hit the wrong person? A few days ago, when the county magistrate and others went missing, someone saw Song Yanzhan calling someone his brother. "The only person who can be called his brother is you, right?" Song Ning lowers his voice, sounding ambiguous. After all, the 4th brother, Song Yanzha, is not at home often but sometimes comes back to see Chongye and Chongxing. They recognize the 4th brother. Song Yanhang shakes his head repeatedly, then suddenly seems to remember something and speaks quickly. "There's one more person. It's the 3rd brother." "The 3rd brother?" Song Ning searches his memory, but finds him unfamiliar. In the original story, there is little memory of this 3rd uncle. It seems that long ago, he was sent away to serve as an official elsewhere and never returned, leaving Mrs. Meng alone at home. Because of this, Mrs. Meng is very resentful that Song Yanduan didn't get her husband an official position in the capital. Song Ning hesitates, and Song Yanning nods repeatedly. "Yes, my relationship with my eldest brother is already bad. If I meet him, he definitely won't give me a good look, but the 3rd brother is very good at scheming and he has a good relationship with my eldest brother." Song Yanhang mumbles a lot. Song Ning automatically filters out the useful information and suddenly asks, "Where is the 3rd brother now? Do you know his whereabouts?" The most mysterious thing about the person who secretly took away their father and made him faint is his identity. This question clearly stumps the two from the 2nd household. Song Yanhang hesitates for a long time and then finally says, "The 3rd brother has been working outside as an official." Even after coming to Mo North, he never looked for us. How would we know where he is? That is indeed a difficult problem. Song Ning seems thoughtful, then suddenly clenches his fist and punches Song Yanhang a few times. Song Yanhang yells loudly, feeling wronged. We told you everything we know. Why are you still hitting me? Song Ning replies, it's your brother's fault if you don't teach him. If I hit you, you deserve it. Yanhang is speechless. Mrs. Lee trembles beside them. If they hit him, then they can't hit me, right? This trip can be called a complete failure. Song Ning's eyebrows lowered slightly. Suddenly, she took out a small hand grenade from her space and quietly pinched it between her fingers. It's clear that those people are after the explosive. Luring the snake out of its hole is simple, but wasting a bomb on a scumbag feels a bit not worth it to Song Ning. Is there a faster way? For the first time, a look of anxiety appeared in Song Ning's eyes. She took out a few silver notes from her space and was considering whether to hire some bodyguards to find someone when Zhao Fengxian suddenly exclaimed, Song Ning, do you suspect your third uncle? What is your third uncle's name? Song Ning raised an eyebrow, hesitating before speaking. Song Yanru, I know who he is now, Zhao Fengxian suddenly said, come with me. At this moment, the prefect's mansion. When Hanzhou was a bit tired as he rubbed his forehead. In the past few days, he had been busy and forgot to summon the mysterious person from the folk who made powerful explosives. But since when Hanzhou met Song Ning, he had some guesses. The place where Song Ning lived was close to Tianyuan County in Longzhou City, and with the strange and unusual things she possessed, when Hanzhou was almost certain that the small but powerful explosive was related to Song Ning. Thinking of Song Ning, when Hanzhou didn't realize that a smile was already forming at the corner of his mouth. The guards in the mansion went to report, and when Hanzhou, for some reason, couldn't help but adjust his feathered crown, feeling strangely like a son-in-law sensing the tension of relatives. Seeing when Hanzhou's expression, Prefect Zhao was confused. But soon, a commotion came from the door. When Hanzhou sat upright with a serious expression, his gaze fixed on the door, even ready to stand up and greet someone. But when he saw who was at the door, he slightly frowned. When Hanzhou had a remarkable memory. The Song family members were brought here by him, so if the visitor was one of the Song family, he would definitely recognize them. But the visitor was a face that looked familiar but was actually a stranger. When Hanzhou slightly turned his head, but Prefect Zhao had already frowned and asked in a steady voice, are you the one who made the explosive? The person standing at the head of the table was dressed in a gray-blue scholar's robe, with a refined and clean appearance. At first glance, he looked like a kind and likable scholar. Song Yanru bowed his head and clasped his hands, humbly saying, reporting to the Lord, I am indeed the one. When Hanzhou looked at Song Yanru with interest. The Song family members are naturally good-looking, and Song Yanru is no exception. Also, Song Yanru and his brother Song Yanduan look very similar in their features. Noticing when Hanzhou's gaze, Song Yanru slightly nervously looked in when Hanzhou's direction, then quickly spoke to reveal his background. I am a chief clerk in the Eastern City military camp. By chance, I obtained a secret formula. After several experiments, it proved to be very powerful. I dared to present this secret formula to the prince and the magistrate. It was clear that Song Yanru was well prepared. As he spoke, he took out a stack of envelopes from his sleeve and respectfully handed them to the nearby guard. This is the secret formula for the explosive. Although some parts are not yet perfect, the city is currently in a tense state of war, so I cannot keep it to myself. Is this a secret formula you discovered by chance? The guard presented the formula, and when Hanzhou looked at Song Yanru kneeling before him, for some reason he felt a strange sense of unease. Song Yanru's eyes flickered briefly, but he still lowered his head and sincerely bowed to when Hanzhou and Magistrate Zhao. I dare not hide the truth. I truly learned this secret formula by chance. Song Yanru then boasted a bit more. At this moment, Magistrate Zhao also heard about the incident on the desolate mountain in Tianyuan County, where it was said that the mountain had been bombed twice. Hearing this, his expression softened considerably. Although a single brick of explosive could flatten a mountain, the rumors about half a mountain still need to be verified. However, he looked at Hanzhou's face and spoke seriously. But if this explosive is indeed much more powerful than what we usually see, you will be a hero to all the people in Mabe and throughout the world." Hearing this, Magistrate Zhao raised his voice, with a commanding and passionate tone, as if he was rallying the land. Song Yenru seemed to be caught up in the emotion, and a look of great joy appeared on his face. Only when Hanzhou remained indifferent, simply instructing others to prepare the necessary materials for the secret formula and set up an empty space to start making the explosive. As the person who suggested the idea, Song Yenru naturally stayed at the magistrate's residence, fully responsible for developing the explosive. This matter was very important. Any mistake could lead to countless casualties. The secret formula Song Yenru used was indeed obtained from Song Yanduan. He knew well what kind of person Song Yanduan was and trusted that he wouldn't joke about people's lives lightly, so he was very confident. However, it proved that everything in the world requires a certain talent. Song Yenru initially thought that making this explosive would be very easy. However, unexpectedly, the simple steps mixed together caused frequent mistakes, and he couldn't even create a basic prototype of the explosive. When Hanzhou watched silently from a distance, his expression unreadable. The secret development of the explosive was kept hidden, and no news had leaked to the outside world. But for several days, Song Yenru had not successfully made the explosive even once. The closest attempt ended in heavy losses. Several soldiers working with Song Yenru were seriously injured in the blast, and one was killed instantly. After such incidents, when Hanzhou could no longer stay calm, he personally summoned Song Yenru. Outside the city, in a damp, low prison cell, the cramped space was filled with the smell of blood and decay, and only the cries of hunters echoed. For 2 days, they had not eaten or drunk, and infected wounds cause high fever. A few young and strong hunters now only had a little life left. In just a few days, Song Yenru's lips had turned pale, and his face was gaunt. He staggered repeatedly, nervously listening to the breaths of the hunters, afraid that if he was careless, these once young and lively lives would vanish. There was no day or night in the prison, only a dim yellow oil lamp flickering at the door in the humid air. After what felt like a long time, Song Yenru's body also began to shake, but he still bit his own wound repeatedly, letting the blood drip onto the lips of the hunters. Suddenly, a young hunter tightly closed his mouth, struggled to open his eyes, and in a hoarse voice like a worn-out drum, said, "Mr. Song, don't bother about us. We can't hold on anymore.
You
must stay alive." Song Yenru's face was stern. With the authority of a former military minister, he forcefully pressed his wound into the young hunter's mouth and coldly scolded, "Drink." Tears welled up in the hunter's eyes. Just as they were about to speak again, Song Yenru suddenly stood up. He steadied himself and walked to the prison door. Suddenly, in front of everyone's furious eyes, Song Yenru knelt down with a thud. "Didn't you say you wouldn't endanger our lives?" His voice was hoarse, like blood crying out, full of grief and despair. His eyes were full of hopelessness. He shouted loudly, "Song Yenru, how did you become like this?" Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed through the prison. Not long after, a young, beautiful girl dressed in fine silk and satin proudly lifted her chin and appeared in front of Song Yenru. Song Xiang crossed her arms and looked down at Song Yanduan with a disdainful expression. She impatiently said, "Humph, elder brother, save your strength. Maybe then you'll die more comfortably." Song Yanduan didn't expect to see Song Xiang here. His voice trembled uncontrollably. Song Xiang sneered proudly, her face full of glee. "Elder brother, are you surprised to see me?" Song Yanduan lowered his head and shook it. "Xianger, the uncles behind you are almost done for. Even if you don't give them medicine, you should at least give them water. After all, your father promised me that as long as I gave him the formula for the gunpowder, he wouldn't harm their lives." Before he finished speaking, Song Xiang suddenly laughed strangely. She shrugged her shoulders. "Elder brother, father promised not to hurt your lives, but I didn't promise anything." After a brief pause, Song Xiang clapped her hands and coldly ordered, "Come here. I think they are still too strong. Give them a good beating." Especially this one, her slender finger pointed at Song Yenduan, filled with a strong sense of revenge. You. Song Yenduan's face showed shock and pain. Several burly men rushed in, pulling him up and hanging him on the wall. A water-soaked whip cracked down, causing Song Yenduan's face to turn red with pain, his forehead bulging with veins. Song Xiang watched the scene with interest and suddenly clapped her hands, cheering. Elder brother, don't blame me. If anyone's to blame, it's Song Ning. If it weren't for Song Ning, she wouldn't have been beaten so badly, almost disfigured, and sent to the military camp as a soldier's wife. If it weren't for meeting her father. Song Xiang never thought about her own problems, nor dared to blame Zhao Tengyu. Instead, she vented all her anger on Song Ning and Song Yenduan. The sound of the whip hitting flesh lasted for a long time. Song Yenduan felt dizzy and faint. After what seemed like a long time, he was suddenly splashed with a bucket of cold water, waking him up. The winter in the north is already cold, and the dark, damp dungeon made the cold seep into his bones. Song Yenduan couldn't stop trembling. He opened his eyes tremblingly and finally saw who was in front of him. Song Yenru's expression was fierce. He tightly grabbed Song Yenduan's collar. Big brother, are you secretly hiding? Song Yenduan was about to shake his head to deny, but Song Yaru suddenly sneered. It seems I am still too gentle with my elder brother. Song Yenduan wanted to speak, but Song Yaru scoffed. I heard that your family opened a braised meat shop, and business is very good. Life is also happy? What are you trying to do? Song Yenduan suddenly widened his eyes, but all he saw was Song Yaru's cold, sinister smile. Father's matter, Song Ning had already found out some clues. She was about to leave when she suddenly saw Xiao Yuzi stumble in hurriedly, looking anxious. Big sister, it's not good. Someone is causing trouble at our shop. Please come and see. Song Ning paused, her pretty brows furrowing. Since opening, the Song family's braised meat shop had always been very busy and well-liked. But today, a group of men armed with shovels and farming tools surrounded the shop, shouting angrily. Everyone come see. This braised meat shop has caused someone's death. A woman nearby cried out in cooperation. Master, you've left us orphaned and widowed. What are we supposed to do now? A burly man with furious eyes roared. A heartless shop that causes deaths. Who would dare buy your stuff anymore? On the ground, a man with a pale face and no breath was lying on a simple bedboard, his eyes wide open in death. Many villagers had gathered around and, seeing the man's condition, couldn't help but gasp in shock, pointing at the Song family shop. Some people who had just bought from the shop also hurriedly returned their money after seeing the dead man. Business at the shop plummeted. A group of men took the opportunity to push inside, raising their farming tools and shouting at Lu Shi, a black-hearted shop that causes deaths. It's useless to keep it, better to smash it. While they spoke, others surged forward, smashing the pots and jars inside the shop. Lu Shi had never seen such a scene before and was so frightened she kept retreating, but she still mustered her voice trembling. Is there some misunderstanding? We eat our own meat, and it's impossible for it to cause death. Are you saying we're risking our lives and you want to frame us? The big man raised an eyebrow and pointed at the dead man on the stretcher. Look carefully, that's a life. Everyone wants to live. No, there must be some misunderstanding. Lu Shi argued desperately, but the big man grabbed her roughly. A fist the size of a sandbag swung straight at Lu Shi's face. She screamed in fear and instinctively closed her eyes. The expected pain did not come. A loud thud echoed through the crowd, and in the next moment, the burly man who had been angrily trying to fight was kicked away by Song Ning. Song Ning's face was cold, and her eyes were sharp like a wild wolf, only focused on the others still smashing inside the shop. For some reason, even though she was just a teenage girl, the group of strong men felt a chill in their hearts and all stopped their actions at the same time. The man who was kicked flew backward and fell, coughing up blood. Once he realized what happened, he shouted loudly, "Someone's attacking. The Song family's braised meat shop has caused someone's death, and you still won't let people speak? Fighting in the street. Who would dare buy from such a shady shop?" The villagers' eyes on the braised meat shop changed. Mrs. Lu nervously grabbed Song Ning's arm. Song Ning turned her head and gave Mrs. Lu a calming look. She waved her hand calmly, her face composed, and stared at the shouting man. Are you saying that this person died because they ate our braised meat? Yes, that's right. The man puffed out his chest and shouted back at the crowd. If people can die from eating here today, more will die tomorrow. We can't leave such a shady shop open any longer. The villagers nodded in agreement, their faces angry and worried. They were angry because their trusted Song family's braised meat shop was involved in this, and worried about their own safety. Song Ning chuckled softly, then suddenly raised her hand and snapped her fingers lightly. Let's report this to the authorities. The man looked surprised by Song Ning's decisiveness, hesitated for a moment, but quickly puffed up his chest and shouted loudly, That's exactly what I want. You all deliberately harm people in your shop. Maybe you've hidden poison inside, just waiting for the officials to come and investigate. Before the man finished speaking, Song Ning looked silently at the person on the ground with a strange expression and sneered softly. The next second, she strode over to the corpse on the ground and reached out with her hand. The man tried to stop her, but what happened next was shocking. The man, who was lying on the ground, with a pale face, suddenly opened his eyes and let out a cry of pain. The villagers watching were stunned by what they saw. What was going on? The dead man suddenly came back to life. Song Ning quietly withdrew her hand, her eyes cold as she looked at the group of burly men, crossing her arms. Didn't you say he was dead? He's alive again. The tall man stammered. That's because he ate something from your shop, and that's why he got sick. Oh, is that so? Song Ning snapped her fingers again. Xiao Liuzi rushed out from the crowd, followed by a few well-known old doctors from the city. The villagers weren't fools. They naturally saw what was happening. They automatically made way. Song Ning looked at the few people on the ground who seemed guilty, then turned to the old doctors and said, Please help check what's really going on with this guest. The commotion also drew the attention of officials. A few guards, with swords at their waists, strode over aggressively. A few doctors examined the corpse on the ground, checking its pulse and exchanging glances, then spoke carefully. This person's pulse is steady, which doesn't seem like someone's sick, but his face looks so pale, a villager asked curiously. Xiao Liuzi snorted coldly, suddenly took a basin of water from the shop, and poured it over the corpse. Then he used his sleeve to wipe the face harshly, stabbing at it several times. In an instant, the pale face of the corpse turned red and lively. Song Ning watched coldly. Xiao Liuzi raised his voice. Everyone, look carefully. Is this person really dead, or just pretending? The idea of a dead person coming back to life was already shocking, but now a sickly person suddenly looked healthy and energetic. Everyone's expressions changed again, full of surprise. The arriving guards also saw what was happening. Their faces darkened. They grabbed the troublemakers and twisted them up, then took them away to the officials. The trouble was quick to start and quick to end, but Song Ning's eyes didn't relax. Those men had strong muscles. Their hands, though calloused, didn't look like ordinary farmers' hands. Those calluses were concentrated around the knuckles, the place where they usually hold weapons. Her eyes darkened. Even though the troublemakers were taken away, they didn't seem panicked at all. In fact, the leader of the troublemakers even arrogantly challenged Song Ning, saying, Don't be proud. You've offended someone. Your shop won't stay open, Song Ning sneered. The man looked fearless, but around the corner, he saw someone's figure. In an instant, the arrogant expression on his face changed to something very strange. His lips trembled, and he almost shouted out loud, Miss Zhao, comma. Wei Sun hurriedly arrived and glanced at Zhao Tenger, then coldly withdrew his gaze and walked straight towards Song Ning, nodding at her. Are you all ready? When do you plan to leave? The Xiongnu sent letter after letter of challenge. When Hanzhou remained calm throughout, showing no sign of panic. However, Magistrate Zhao was so anxious that he lost a large handful of hair. Still, no matter how hard he tried, Song Yenru's gunpowder experiments kept failing. Magistrate Zhao was so worried he couldn't sit still and suddenly asked, Prince, what should we do now? If those Xiongnu really attack, the common people won't be able to hold on. When Hanzhou put down his book and listened to Zhao's endless complaints about Song Yanru, his expression thoughtful. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the door, loud enough to be heard clearly through the city walls. When Hanzhou frowned slightly. Soon after, a small soldier, covered in black, ran in excitedly. It worked. Prince, the master succeeded. His excitement was contagious, and Magistrate Zhao immediately stood up and rushed out to see. Halfway there, he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back to Hanzhou. Prince, do you want to go see too? When Hanzhou frowned more deeply, tightening his fingers, and his face showed some irritation. Magistrate Zhao didn't notice. He eagerly mounted his horse and followed the soldier to the place outside the city where the gunpowder was being made. At this moment, a large area of land had been deeply marked by explosions. Song Yanru looked very excited, especially when he saw Hanzhou. The light in his eyes almost seemed to burst out. When Hanzhou looked calm. Is this the result of your work? Song Yanru was about to nod when Hanzhou added, I heard you blew up an entire hill before, but now the power of this gunpowder doesn't seem very impressive. Why does the power keep getting worse? Song Yanru's face stiffened at the question. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and clenched his fists in anger. But on the surface, he maintained a calm smile. Your Highness, we haven't fully understood the pattern of this gunpowder yet. Its power varies, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. That's normal. When Hanzhou remained unconcerned. Magistrate Zhao, however, was already excited, asking about the size of the explosions, the materials used, and how much silver was spent. Song Yanru answered one by one. Magistrate Zhao nodded repeatedly, then waved his hand happily and looked at Song Yanru with satisfaction. You've made great progress. I will give you another 10,000 taels of silver. Hurry up and produce another batch of gunpowder. It was as if she remembered something. Magistrate Zhao spoke again. You don't need to serve as the chief clerk in the army anymore. I will promote you. Song Yanru gratefully thanked him repeatedly, secretly watching Hanzhou's expression, hoping Hanzhou would reward him. However, Hanzhou only waved his hand lightly. Then, as if he remembered something, he pointed at a few guards beside him, saying, Chief Clerk Song has worked hard and taken risks making gunpowder. These guards will stay with you to protect your safety. Song Yanru looked somewhat unhappy, but he had already taken the first step toward success, so he wasn't afraid of not gaining Prince Ling's favor later. Moreover, a cold look flashed across Song Yanru's face. It seemed that Song Yan was secretly hiding something again. It appeared that the lesson he received was not enough. But that's okay. He had plenty of time and means to make Song Yan return everything he owed, bit by bit. After thanking and bowing, Song Yanru happily left. However, not long after, his face suddenly turned serious as he looked toward a small alley nearby. After stumbling along a crooked path, his figure suddenly disappeared around a corner. Behind him, the guards Hanzhou had given him quietly followed without a sound. The dungeon grew darker and damper, the strong smell of blood almost impossible to ignore. Song Yanru kicked open the door of the cell, furious, and charged toward Song Yanduan. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, raising his alert eyes. Something was wrong. Someone had been here, and the air was filled with a clear medicinal smell. Song Yanru immediately became alert, but it was too late. At this moment, Song Ning silently appeared behind him. She reached out her small hand and gave his shoulder a heavy slap with a pa sound like a ghostly whisper. So it was you who kidnapped my father. Her tone was slow and full of resentment, like a vengeful spirit. Song Yanduan was so frightened he almost collapsed to his knees, but he quickly reacted and opened his mouth to call for help. Song Ning swiftly reached out and pinched his mouth with 2 fingers, her eyes cold. Shut up. Song Yanru clenched his fists in frustration, glaring angrily at the young girl in front of him. Ignoring his feelings, Song Ning stretched out her hand and opened her palm in front of him. Where are the keys? She had come from the small skylight in the dungeon. She originally planned to send her father and the hunters out one by one through the skylight, then have Zhao Fengshuan's people wait above to help. But the skylight was too small, and the hunters were too big. Also, her father and the hunters were badly injured. Moving through the skylight would make their injuries worse. Feeling helpless, Song Ning took some medicine from the space and quickly bandaged Song Yen and the hunters. Unexpectedly, Song Yenru arrived so quickly. That's good. Song Ning shook her wrist, relieved that she didn't need to go find him. In front of Song Ning, Song Yenru's fighting skills were clearly not enough. She quickly snatched the key, then took a piece of rope from the space, and in a few moves, tied Song Yenru into a bundle. She threw him into the corner of the cell. Then she bent down and unlocked the shackles on her father and the hunters. Although Song Yenju had suffered less torture, days of hunger and cold without sunlight had left him barely alive, not to mention the hunters who had endured brutal treatment. Some hunters were now running out of energy, their breaths shallow, almost unable to hold on. Song Ning didn't dare delay. After unlocking the door to the dungeon, she was about to crush the signal flare in her hand to summon Zhao Fengxian and his people. Although Song Yenru had some skills, he was just an ordinary officer. He kept this plan secret, and the area was a remote wilderness with few people around.
But
watching Song Ning poke her head out of the dungeon, Song Yenru suddenly showed a strange smile. Her signal flare streaked across the sky with a red light. She turned around and suddenly raised an eyebrow, surprised to see Song Yenru, who had already broken free from his bonds. He was writhing and crawling madly towards Song Yenju, seemingly trying to use him as a hostage. He was overestimating himself. Song Ning let out a soft TSK, then casually lifted her foot and kicked Song Yenru away. His body crashed hard into the wall, but a sinister smile still played on his face.
what are you laughing at?
Song Ning frowned strangely, then suddenly her face changed. An odd, sweet smell filled the air. Song Ning quickly covered her mouth and nose, but still inhaled some of it. Song Yenru sneered coldly, staggering to his feet with a victorious look, then swayed over and said, "I've been prepared for someone coming to rescue him, so I've been carrying a sleeping potion." He reached out, trying to snatch the key from Song Ning's hand. Unexpectedly, the poison that normally would cause someone to faint for half a day after just one drop did not take effect immediately on Song Ning. As his hand reached out, Song Ning's expression turned sharp. She suddenly grabbed his wrist and squeezed hard. A cracking sound echoed in the air, along with Song Yenru's scream. A trace of mockery flickered in Song Ning's eyes. She then lifted her foot and kicked straight at Song Yenru's chest. Song Yenru spat out a mouthful of blood and twitched on the ground. This time, he was definitely unable to get up again. Knowing she couldn't stay here much longer, Song Ning took the most seriously injured hunter on her back and staggered out of the cell, taking the chance to breathe some fresh air. After a few trips, Song Ning started to feel weak. The sleeping poison was spreading in the air. Even though her body had been strengthened by space powers, her low space level prevented her from completely neutralizing the poison. Gradually, her steps became unsteady. But Zhao Fengshuan's people had not arrived yet. Song Ning could only grit her teeth and keep carrying people back and forth in the dungeon. Finally, after carrying out the last person, she suddenly closed the cellar door. She took a few deep breaths to ease the pain in her chest, which was about to explode. However, just as she relaxed, the effects of the poison surged over her like a wave. Clenching her teeth, Song Ning tried to hold on and leave a mark for Zhao Fengxian to find her. But in her blurry vision, two dark shadows were rushing toward her at high speed. Her heart tightened, and she thought to herself, "This is bad. Could it be that Song Yenru's people have come looking for her?" She pinched her palm and wanted to leave quickly, but the poison acted too fast. Her legs softened, and she collapsed to the ground helplessly. When her vision completely darkened, Song Ning suddenly sank her consciousness into space, clutching something tightly in her hand. Zhao Fengshuan's people missed their target. Looking at the messy traces on the ground, Zhao Fengxian was so angry that she kicked a nearby stone hard. The stone didn't move, and neither did she. Xiao Liuzi, along with a few escort guards, also stood still, looking at Zhao Fengxian with confusion. Zhao Fengxian, and the stone had been in a stalemate for a long time. Suddenly, she slowly squatted down, hugged her foot, and grimaced. "It hurts." She forced herself to hold back tears and waved her hand. "We sent the signal for Song Ning not long ago. We should have arrived by now. They probably haven't gone far." Search. Outside the forest, it was impossible to hide people. However, Zhao Fengxian and Little Six carried a special mark and searched back and forth for a long time, but they still couldn't find Song Ning's trail. It's strange. How could several living people suddenly disappear right in front of us? Suddenly, Zhao Fengxian felt a strong sense of panic. At this moment, a few black-clad men were swiftly carrying Song Yanduan and the badly injured hunter, using light skills to fly quickly. Meanwhile, Song Ning was being held in someone's arms. After a while, that person gently placed her on the bed. Because the medicine inside Song Ning's body was wearing off, she was in a faint state. She could only faintly feel the gentle breeze brushing her face. The air was filled with a familiar fragrance, which strangely made her feel safe. Song Ning's eyelashes fluttered, but she couldn't fully wake from her light coma. However, in her mouth, she softly muttered 2 words, "Prince," when Hanzhou paused with his hand holding Song Ning. Then, after a long moment, he gently replied, "I'm here." A dark gold qilin-shaped incense burner was placed in the corner of the wall, emitting curling blue smoke. Inside the incense burner, there was a refreshing medicine. Soon, Song Ning woke up from her faint. The moment she opened her eyes, she also held a sharp dagger that could cut through iron like mud. Her consciousness was still hazy, and she instinctively clenched the dagger tighter. Then, she suddenly sat up and swung the dagger toward the person in front of her. At that moment, a cracking sound like breaking silk rang out. Immediately, a familiar face appeared in Song Ning's view. A look of panic suddenly appeared on her face. She hurriedly tried to pull back the dagger, but her movements were too quick. The dagger had already torn through the bedding and was heading straight for the person's chest. A faint sigh sounded in her ear. The next second, her small hand was gently grasped by a strong palm. When Hanzhou held the medicine in his hand without spilling a drop, he looked at Song Ning with a mixture of amusement and concern. It had been many days since they last met, and she seemed to have grown quite a bit. Her face, once still slightly chubby with baby fat, now showed a more defined jawline. It wasn't because she had lost weight, but because she was gradually transforming into a more mature young girl, becoming more striking. The sedative on Song Ning's body had not yet worn off, and she didn't have much strength in her hand. The tip of the dagger pierced Hanzhou's palm, and a drop of blood dripped onto the bedding with a soft sound. When Hanzhou gently applied some force, taking the dagger from her hand, and with a teasing smile, he said, "Miss Song, are you trying to kill me?" Song Ning's eyes gradually focused, and she slowly regained her senses. In her final moments of unconsciousness, she only saw 2 fierce-looking men in black rushing toward her. She thought she wouldn't escape, but when she opened her eyes, she saw Lord Hanzhou. Song Ning blinked and greedily stared at Lord Hanzhou's face. She shook her head seriously. "I thought I was dreaming. I didn't expect that when I opened my eyes, I would really see the prince." Song Ning felt very confused, but she was too weak to say much at that moment. The aftereffects of the sleeping drug still lingered. Now, even speaking made her very tired, but she still looked at Hanzhou with bright eyes. "My father and those hunters, I've already sent someone to treat them, don't worry," Hanzhou said, gently rubbing her head. He didn't ask many questions, as if he already understood everything. Instead, he handed her some medicine. "This medicine can remove the drug from your body." Thinking for a moment, Hanzhou added, "Drink this, and I will take you to see Lord Song. Once you recover, we can clarify everything." His arrangements were neat and orderly. Even if Song Ning wanted to object, she had no chance to speak. But looking at the dark medicine in front of her, just smelling it made her mouth taste a bitter flavor. Her little face scrunched up in a grimace, showing her resistance. "Prince, I am actually very healthy. I don't need to take medicine." Hanzhou imitated her expression, tilting his head, then showed a gentle smile, but his tone was firm. No, perhaps feeling he was too stern, when Hanzhou's expression softened, becoming even gentler. The poison you took isn't ordinary. This kind of medicine. He paused slightly, his eyes narrowing a little. He said vaguely, if the poison isn't removed in time, its effects can stay in your body for over a month. Don't you want to spend the next month feeling weak, like someone just recovering from a serious illness? No wonder the last strike she made earlier felt so light, with no strength at all. Song Ning muttered softly, then secretly glanced at Hanzhou's hand. His palm had a shallow cut from the knife tip, which had stopped bleeding now. But the sudden wound across his silver-white palm still looked unsettling. Song Ning pouted and simply picked up the medicine bowl, pinching her nose, and gulped the medicine down in one go. After drinking, her little face scrunched up in a grimace. She boldly handed over the medicine bowl, looking as if she was in great pain. Hanzhou was both amused and helpless. He wanted to take the bowl and grab some preserved fruits from the table, but just as he reached out, Song Ning suddenly grabbed his finger and pulled it into her embrace. Her fingertips had fine calluses, and her smooth fingers carefully touched the wound on Hanzhou's palm, giving a tingling, slightly itchy sensation. Does it hurt? Song Ning pouted and seriously blew air onto Hanzhou's palm. As the cool air touched the burning wound, Hanzhou's fingers twitched sharply. His whole body seemed to ignite like fire, and he was too scared to look into Song Ning's eyes. Unaware of his reaction, Song Ning continued to blow gently, small breaths after small breaths. Until she felt dizzy and slightly short of breath, she stopped. Her small hand still held Hanzhou's large hand, and she curiously asked, the prince's people probably didn't come by accident, right? With this new topic, Hanzhou finally managed to control his trembling heart and nodded. To hide his embarrassment and shyness, he straightened his face and asked, Ninger, is there something you're hiding from me? Song Ning blurted out, no, Hanzhou sighed and suddenly asked, why didn't Changyi tell me about Lord Song's disappearance? If he hadn't known about Song Yanduan's disappearance and the issue with the gunpowder, he might not have paid much attention to this matter, since for him, who made the gunpowder was not important. What mattered was that it could intimidate and drive away the Xiongnu. After learning that Song Ning was working hard for Song Yanduan, Hanzhou immediately summoned Changyi and carefully inquired about the details. Only then did he connect all the dots. No wonder. Even though the gunpowder had been successfully ignited twice on the mountain outside the city, Song Yanzu kept making mistakes while manufacturing explosives, completely unlike an experienced craftsman. It turned out they had stolen it from someone else. Song Ning nervously touched her nose. She hadn't intended to bother Hanzhou at that moment. First, Hanzhou had been busy with the Xiongnu affairs recently. This was a major national matter, and Song Ning didn't want to disturb him easily. Second, Hanzhou had left many people around her for her to command freely. If she kept bothering him with her own matters, it would seem a bit burdensome. But unexpectedly, a small oversight almost caused her to mess up. Hanzhou seemed to understand her thoughts. He sighed softly and kindly reminded her, gently rubbing her head, Ninger, although I am busy, in my heart. He had never spoken sweet words before and was not used to doing so. But he had a feeling that if he didn't say it, this girl might never know how much he cared for her. Song Ning sat cross-legged on the bed, looking seriously at Hanzhou. Her hot and expectant gaze made Hanzhou feel a strange urge to run away. Song Ning blinked. Though she hadn't said anything, it seemed like she was urging him. Hanzhou's voice suddenly became hoarse. He softly said, in my heart, Ninger, you are the most important person. Such a brave and bold girl deserves the best love in the world.
TSK.
Even a traditional prince, who usually keeps himself restrained, could speak such straightforward and sweet words. Song Ning wanted to tease him a little, but the moment she opened her mouth, she realized her heart was pounding so hard it almost jumped out of her chest. She could only pretend to nod seriously and said, next time, if I encounter a difficult problem, I will definitely come to the prince first. Hanzhou nodded, then seemed to remember something and softly said, you should rest well here. The matter with Song Yanru might not be so simple. Song Ning didn't understand. When Hanzhou thought for a moment, then asked straightforwardly, "How much do you know about your third uncle?" Song Ning shook her head, rubbing her chin. "I hardly ever had contact with him." That was true. When the original owner was young, Song Yinru had already taken exams and gone to serve as an official elsewhere. The original owner's memory of him was very limited, not to mention Song Ning, who only had the memories of the original owner. When Hanzhou wasn't surprised by her answer. "What happened to him?" he asked curiously, not caring without reason. Suddenly, when Hanzhou dropped a heavy bombshell, the sleeping potion in Song Yenru's possession is exclusive to the Xiongnu royal family. That means, such a sleeping potion is only made by the Xiongnu royal family. Others can't easily access it. Even ordinary nobles of the Xiongnu couldn't get this kind of sleeping potion. But Song Yenru used it as if it were an ordinary sleeping drug. That's truly frightening. Song Ning quickly understood the key point. Her eyes involuntarily widened as she was about to speak, but suddenly a guard's report came from outside the door. "Prince, Song Yenru wants to see you." When Hanzhou slightly turned his head, and Song Ning quickly swallowed the words she was about to say. Her own matters could wait for another time. She waved her small hand and said, "You go handle your official duties first." When Hanzhou hesitated for a moment, then reached out to gently pat her head. "All right, currently with the war between the Xiongnu and the Dali dynasty intense," when Hanzhou took these important matters seriously. He stood up, about to leave, but suddenly seemed to remember something, and his expression softened considerably. He stood in front of the bookshelf in a room, took a beautiful small box from the top shelf. The box contained many things, and Song Ning felt it was quite heavy. When Hanzhou pressed his lips together and said, "I don't know what you like." So usually when he went out, he would buy things he encountered and secretly hide them in this small box, waiting for the next meeting to give to Song Ning. Or perhaps what he wanted to say was, even if she wasn't by his side, he was always thinking of her. He opened the box, and Song Ning took out each piece of jewelry to admire. When Hanzhou had good taste, regardless of the price, every piece of jewelry was stunningly beautiful. Song Ning couldn't bear to put them down. While she was admiring, when Hanzhou, who had been at the door, suddenly seemed to remember something, and his steps abruptly stopped. He awkwardly turned around, hurriedly walked to Song Ning, and reached out to cover the box with his hand. "I suddenly remembered something. This box." Before he finished speaking, the finger hidden in his sleeve moved slightly, taking something out of the box and secretly hiding it in his sleeve. Then he pretended to casually stand up to leave. Song Ning saw a flash of bright red on his fingertips. She quickly reached out and gently grabbed his sleeve, making their distance even closer. When Hanzhou slightly bent over, and they were breathing very close, his breath brushed against Song Ning's neck, warm and tingling, making her unconsciously shrink back. She seemed to want to resist his breath, but was also curious about what Hanzhou was trying to hide from her. She turned her head to look at him, her eyes bright and sparkling, with a hint of coquettishness, calling out, "Prince." She rarely showed such a girlish attitude, her tone soft and lingering, making Hanzhou almost lose his breath. Hanzhou instinctively covered his chest, but didn't notice that the item he secretly hid was still exposed. "What did you take?" Song Ning stepped closer, gently hooking her small finger around the bright red bracelet, not applying much force. "It's nothing," Hanzhou quickly denied. "I still have things to do. I'll come see Miss Song later." He turned to leave. However, Song Ning stubbornly held onto his sleeve, with an innocent look on her face. "I saw clearly. The thing you gave me belongs to me now." The prince shouldn't take it back. She boldly reached out to grab his right hand hidden under his wide sleeve. When Hanzhou felt embarrassed and wanted to dodge, but a voice inside urged him, "It's okay. Miss Song won't dislike me." He gave up resisting and stood quietly with her. Soon, Song Ning took the red bracelet from his hand. It was a handmade woven red string with a few bright red beans threaded onto it. The red beans were vivid and shiny, and the bracelet looked exquisite, but it was also quite common, like those seen on the street. However, Song Ning's eyes suddenly lit up. She sighed with admiration, So beautiful. She was reluctant to let go of the bracelet but quickly returned it, saying with a hint of disappointment, "This isn't really for me, right?" Otherwise, the prince wouldn't want to take it back. No, when Hanzhou couldn't bear to see her sad and quickly denied. He had learned how to make this bracelet from an old lady at a street stall during a city errand some time ago. After returning, despite being busy, when Hanzhou would sometimes take out this bracelet during rare free moments, carefully weaving and polishing it. He hadn't thought much at the time, just believed she would look good wearing it. But after finishing, he suddenly realized that the common red string and a few copper coins could buy a handful of red beans, which seemed a bit too humble. He didn't want Miss Song to misunderstand that he looked down on her. "Is it really for me?" Song Ning looked at Wen Hanzhou, whose face was slightly turned away from nervousness, and smiled gently. She voluntarily extended her delicate, white wrist. "Can you help me put it on, Prince?" When Hanzhou's eyelashes trembled. He took the string and carefully placed the red bracelet on her slender wrist. Her smooth, jade-like wrist was set off by the bright red, making it appear even whiter. The striking contrast created a captivating scene. The bracelet was already on, but when Hanzhou's hand, holding her wrist, never let go. Her delicate, fair wrist rested gently in her palm, soft beyond belief, making one want to gently squeeze it. This small, white, smooth wrist ignited a fiery passion in his chest, making his blood surge. He had never experienced such feelings, nor gone to places he shouldn't. But sometimes in the military camp, he would hear the men talk about love and relationships. He knew it was normal for men to have such thoughts, but he wasn't sure if his feelings for her were just instinct or something more. "What's on your mind?" Noticing Wen Hanzhou's dazed look, Song Ning suddenly leaned in with a mischievous smile. Being so close, their breath mingled, and Wen Hanzhou suddenly reacted. He quickly let go of Song Ning's hand. Realizing what he had done, his face turned even more embarrassed. Song Ning couldn't help but laugh inside. Teasing innocent handsome men was really fun. Knowing when Hanzhou was busy, she stopped teasing him just in time. She waved her small hand playfully and said, "All right, Your Highness, go do your work." Afterward, she happily cupped her hands, her face full of joy. When Hanzhou felt a mix of shame and embarrassment, but seeing Song Ning so happy, a wave of sweetness filled his chest. At first, when he gave her gifts, he just heard that in the capital, wealthy playboys who spent years among women said that to pursue a woman, you had to give her gifts. But every time he saw Song Ning happily receive his gifts, his heart felt more fulfilled than ever before. Honestly, this feeling was addictive. He wished he could give her everything he owned. When Hanzhou took a deep breath, reluctantly leaving the room. The moment the door closed, he quickly adjusted his mood. Looking outside at the guards, who had curious eyes and kept glancing around, trying to peek inside but afraid to, when Hanzhou felt both annoyed and amused. He straightened his face and said, "Lead the way." Although he appeared noble and aloof, seemingly unreachable, he was actually kind-hearted and generous. The guards weren't afraid. They even lowered their voices and whispered curiously, "Your Highness, is she the future princess?" They had already heard that the prince had someone he liked. They were very curious about what kind of extraordinary girl could win his heart so completely. When Hanzhou remained silent, walking steadily with a calm face. The guard couldn't help but glance back, then suddenly realized he had spoken out of turn. He quickly covered his mouth and stayed silent. The sky was dark and cloudy, as if it might snow again. The two walked silently along the corridor. Suddenly, when Hanzhou asked, "What does it feel like to truly like someone?" Before meeting Song Ning, he had never thought about romantic feelings between men and women. Whether it was treacherous officials at court or the suffering common people, when Hanzhou felt that doing those things was more meaningful than indulging in romantic love. But when Song Ning appeared before him, he suddenly realized he was completely drawn to her. The guard was confused by the question and scratched his head awkwardly. After when Hanzhou spoke, he felt it was silly and simply pressed his lips together, quickening his pace.
Oh well.
Whether he truly loved her, was naturally interested in women because of his age, or simply admired her as someone useful, Any of these was fine. At least, in his heart, she was the only one. After when Hanzhou left, Song Ning fiddled with her gift for a while, then happily placed the small box when Hanzhou had given her in the most prominent spot in her space. Once she arranged it, she got off the bed, stretched her muscles, and performed a set of martial arts moves in the air. Then she carefully pushed open the door and looked around. The governor's residence was large, guarded by soldiers, and looked very imposing. Song Ning, small and quick as a cat, moved skillfully across the walls of the city. Before long, she found the place where Song Yendwan and the hunters lived. Both Song Yendwan and the hunters were unconscious at the moment. They were wrapped in bandages and looked very miserable. Song Ning quietly slipped into the room, acting properly as she gently placed her hand on her father's wrist. Feeling his faint pulse, she clicked her tongue and started to lift his eyelids, then open his mouth to peek inside curiously. After checking, she reached out and pinched her father's prominent nose. Perhaps finding it amusing, she pinched it for a while before releasing it, then pinched it again. Although he was unconscious, Song Yendwan still had some awareness. Don't let him find out who it is. After fiddling with her father, Song Ning let out a small breath of relief. Her father's condition was really not serious. He would recover after some rest. She wasn't playing around just now. She wasn't very skilled at traditional Chinese pulse diagnosis, so she just used some simple methods to help. After confirming that Song Yendwan was safe, Song Ning carefree jumped out of the window and left. After wandering around, she realized there wasn't much interesting stuff in the governor's mansion. She let out a small sigh and looked at the highest city wall, eager to try something new. The governor's mansion was located in the busiest part of the city, much livelier than the town where Song Ning lived, separated by about 10 miles. Usually, Song Ning was busy with many things and had little time to come here specifically. But since she was here today, she decided to explore and also bring some interesting things to Lu and the others. The tall city wall and the soldiers guarding on top didn't scare Song Ning. Although she couldn't do light skills, in her previous life during the apocalypse, she could move freely among a million zombies like a ballet dancer. After slipping down the city wall, the lively sounds of the street grew clearer and clearer. Song Ning took a deep breath, turned into a quiet alley, and took out a set of clothes from her space to change into. Soon, a handsome young man with a fresh face and lively eyes appeared on the street. Holding a fan in her hand, Song Ning waved it gracefully twice at herself. She curiously looked around the street, attracting frequent glances from passers-by. Whose young master is that? He looks quite handsome, but unfortunately not very smart. Shaking that broken fan in the cold winter, doesn't he feel cold? Noticing the villagers' somewhat disdainful looks, Song Ning reluctantly put away her fan. She thought everyone would think she was being stylish. After all, before the end of the world, in the TV dramas and some books, the elegant young master was always portrayed like this. But in reality, whether in ancient times, modern days, or the end of the world, everyone's mind is quite normal. Ahem. There was indeed a big difference between the city and her hometown. The most obvious difference was that the weather was getting colder, and the villagers in her town hardly went out except for essential needs. On the streets, vendors outnumbered customers 2 to 1. But here, the common people still went out as usual, and the streets remained lively and bustling. Song Ning closed her fan gently, clapped her hands softly, and started thinking about how to open a new shop in the city. Money, after all, no one would mind having more. After walking around the city, Song Ning quickly identified several shops. These shops, aside from being a bit expensive, had no real flaws. But price wasn't an issue for her. Song Ning had money, and after some improvements made by her aunts from the Song family, her braised meat was getting more and more delicious. She was confident her own braised meat shop would become popular in the city. Soon, Song Ning decisively signed contracts for a few promising shops, planning to open branches of her braised meat shop in the city once her father's health improved. She thought that before the new year, she could take advantage of the opportunity to expand. She wasn't very discreet with her actions. She was quite generous with her spending. Before long, she caught someone's attention. Since the city is near the prefect's residence, one of the safest places in North Imo, the people watching her weren't necessarily bad. In the city, there are street vendors who specifically follow wealthy young masters and misses, kind of like tour guides from her past life. These vendors take the rich kids to shops they wouldn't usually notice, showing them new and exciting places. Seeing the eager street vendor in front of her, Song-ning thought, since I have nothing to do, I might as well go along. She nodded decisively and said cheerfully, lead the way. Some places are hard to notice unless you're a local who has lived here for decades. The guide was an old man named Lao Zhang, a very eloquent little old man. He looked her up and down, seemingly trying to understand her preferences, then leaned in and asked, honored guest, would you like me to take you to see the best brothel in the city? This brothel was different from the openly visible ones. Besides offering more exciting experiences, it also trafficked in men and women who had been specially trained and sold. A flicker of interest crossed Song-ning's eyes. She didn't think much of it, assuming it was just an ordinary brothel. But since she came today to develop her business, she shook her head regretfully and asked, are there any other interesting places? While brothels can broaden your horizons, she had no intention of opening one herself, although they are quite profitable. If her old-fashioned father or the strict, modest prince at home found out, she shuddered to imagine their expressions. Old Zhang was very knowledgeable and kept saying, there are gambling houses, beast arenas, martial arts grounds. Song-ning, who had been to the gambling house, didn't gamble and relied only on luck. Today, she didn't bring her luck pouch, so she wasn't interested in this place. As for the beast arena, Song-ning shook her head and decisively said, let's go see the martial arts ground. Are you going to the upper or lower part? Old Zhang asked again. Song-ning raised an eyebrow and asked, what's the difference between the upper and lower parts? Old Zhang smiled mysteriously and said, the martial arts hall upstairs is just like any normal martial arts hall, but the one downstairs is something else. Isn't it just a place for underground fighting? Song-ning said directly. Old Zhang failed to keep the secret and awkwardly touched his nose. It's not exactly the same, actually. Rumor has it, Old Zhang lowered his voice mysteriously to create a tense atmosphere. It's said that in Mabe City, some high officials like to choose talented fighters in underground arenas to train as their personal guards. Song-ning became interested. Can the people inside be bought? Of course, but it depends if others are willing. Old Zhang said confidently, talking non-stop. There are two types of people in the arena. One is the fighters belonging to the arena, and the other are spectators. Those belonging to the arena. Once they step into the arena and are within its territory, they are under the control of the arena. Besides the arena's commands, even the emperor can't force them to do anything. How bold. Song-ning blinked and suddenly became curious. Then, who owns the underground arena? Even the emperor didn't matter to her. As a newcomer from ancient times, she couldn't imagine anyone with such boldness and power. Old Zhang was caught off guard. He had just been bragging a little. But when it came to the owner behind the arena, Old Zhang liked to lower his voice and build suspense, making himself seem more mysterious. He said, we don't know for sure, but there's a rumor that a noble person who understands the divine will and the way of heaven has lived for over 300 years. As they walked through winding paths, the road became more secluded. Old Zhang's voice sounded especially strange in the quiet alley. Song-ning looked at him and suddenly said, get to the point. Old Zhang choked and awkwardly rubbed his nose before speaking. Have you heard of the legends of our great Li dynasty? This time, Old Zhang didn't keep us in suspense. Legend has it that the founding emperor of our great Li dynasty had a strange person by his side. This person knew the stars and the land and could predict past and future events. With this strange helper, the founding emperor took only 5 years to sweep through all the kingdoms and establish a mighty dynasty. But after the dynasty was founded, that strange person suddenly disappeared. The emperor sent people everywhere to find him, but only found traces of various factions left behind by him. How do you know that this strange person lived for hundreds of years? Song-ning asked curiously. Even after the apocalypse, when humans awakened various supernatural abilities, they still followed the laws of heaven and earth, life, aging, illness, and death. Immortality is too vague and unrealistic. Old Zhang shook his head and spoke more mysteriously. Of course. Some people have seen that strange person appear in the world. Song Ning frowned. Just as she was about to ask more, her eyes suddenly landed on a simple, ordinary inn. The inn was in a remote place with few guests inside. The guard at the door looked alert and proud. Old Zhang, familiar with the place, pointed to a sign on the ground and asked Song Ning for 100 taels of silver as a deposit. Song Ning, that once inside the inn she realized it was quite extraordinary. Among the survivors of the apocalypse, there was someone whose awakened ability was mechanical craftsmanship. Actually, it wasn't exactly an ability. Compared to other supernatural users, that person was still an ordinary human, just with the inheritance of mechanical craftsmanship in their mind. But even so, their skill in mechanical craftsmanship was so advanced that it surpassed many supernatural abilities. Song Ning knew a bit about mechanical craftsmanship and had studied it for a while. But the machinery in this inn was even more complex and mysterious than that of the ability holder she knew. At first glance, Song Ning almost believed half of what old Zhang said. She quickly put away her indifferent expression and carefully examined the room. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. Mechanical craftsmanship alone could rival supernatural powers in a human body, showing how terrifying it was. And in this inn, every wall, tile, and even the cups and plates on the table were intricately designed with clever mechanisms. A small device like this could instantly kill hundreds of people, more powerful than gunpowder bombs. Moreover, it is lighter than gunpowder, reusable, and some mechanisms make no sound at all, truly deadly, without a trace. Even more importantly, rumors say that top-tier trap makers can really glimpse the secrets of heaven. My former teammate, who is skilled in trap techniques, once said he thought ingenious craftsmanship was just a metaphor. But after learning trap skills, I realized that ingenious craftsmanship is a very accurate description. With an ordinary body, one can seize the creation of heaven and earth. Song Ning was so surprised she couldn't speak. Her expression turned serious as she obediently followed the gatekeeper, carefully avoiding the traps in the room. Before long, she even couldn't see clearly what was happening, as the scene suddenly changed. The normally ordinary inn seemed to reveal its true nature. The walls were filled with carved secret doors depicting divine beasts or fierce monsters. It seemed each door led to a different unknown place. The strong man opened a door carved with a fierce beast and handed Song Ning a ghost mask with the same design. She put on the mask, hiding her face, then peeked into the corridor. It was pitch dark, with no light at all, like a huge black hole ready to swallow someone. Strangely, once she stepped inside, the darkness instantly brightened, and various sounds began to emerge. The sounds included clashes of fighting bodies, cheers from spectators, and muffled groans and screams. At first, she couldn't see clearly inside, so Song Ning stopped and quietly pulled her right foot back out. The noisy sounds suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the light returned to the black hole appearance. She blinked, then stepped her other foot inside. Immediately, the chaotic sounds returned. She seemed to find it fun, repeatedly putting her foot in and pulling it out. Although only a wall apart, it felt like two completely different worlds. This feeling of suddenly traveling from one time and space to another was truly magical. Song Ning was having so much fun that suddenly, someone pushed her hard from behind, causing her to stumble and fall into the corridor. The big man looked annoyed, rolling his eyes as if he wanted to fly up to the sky. Song Ning muttered softly, so fierce, no patience at all. Though she was complaining, her vigilance remained unchanged. And even more strangely, the originally dark and unclear corridor suddenly transformed the moment Song Ning stepped in, as if a scene created by advanced modern technology had been swapped out. It instantly became a huge fighting arena. Interesting. Song Ning clenched her fists and suddenly looked at old Zhang with bright eyes. Do you know the owner of this fighting arena? Old Zhang exaggeratedly widened his eyes. According to rumors, the person behind this arena is the legendary national master who is rarely seen. Young master, don't joke about such things. How could I possibly know someone so important? Song Ning's face immediately showed disappointment. She asked sadly, I really want to meet the owner of this arena. Is there no way at all? Old Zhang nodded firmly. I understand what you want. Everyone who comes here hopes to meet the owner. But from nobles to wealthy merchants, we can't even get close to them, let alone see their face. All right then. Song Ning knew that the more powerful someone was, the more mysterious they tended to be. Since she wouldn't see the person anytime soon, she decided to focus entirely on the fighting arena. It was nearing dusk outside, but the battles in the arena had just begun. On over a dozen large platforms, two strong men fought fiercely in close combat. They used no fancy moves, only raw fighting, but every strike was deadly. One platform quickly decided a winner. The defeated fighter was so badly beaten that he foamed at the mouth and his eyes rolled back, looking like he was struggling to breathe. Song Ning frowned slightly and looked up at the fighting arena. She quietly asked Old Zhang beside her, aren't they worried about someone getting hurt or dying? Old Zhang looked at her strangely and lowered his voice to remind her, there's a life and death contract. Song Ning immediately understood. But she found this savage fighting a bit boring. Old Zhang had wanted to encourage her to bet on who would win, but Song Ning wasn't interested. Afraid he wouldn't get any money from her, Old Zhang's eyes flickered, and he brought up another topic. Young master, there's a rumor that the winner of each match gets a chance to enter the inner part of the arena. Song Ning looked around at the strong men nearby. They all looked ordinary, but were these really the final victors after each fight? Old Zhang's expression showed he understood Song Ning's thoughts, and he nodded repeatedly. He secretly pointed to the strong men. The fighters here can be sold as private guards or choose to stay and work here. Song Ning stroked her chin thoughtfully. Old Zhang continued seriously. Once you become part of the fighting arena, you can gradually learn about its affairs. If you're strong enough and lucky, you can climb higher and access more opportunities. Song Ning understood. It's a process of starting as an intern, then becoming a full employee, and slowly moving up. And most importantly, Old Zhang pinched 3 fingers together and rubbed them back and forth, with a very clear hint. Song Ning gave him a few coins, and Old Zhang immediately smiled happily. It said that if you stay in the arena, you might get a chance to see the legendary master who has supposedly lived for hundreds of years. That doesn't sound boring at all. Song Ning's eyes lit up, and she stroked her chin thoughtfully. Soon, she clapped her small hands and decisively said, how do I compete on stage? Old Zhang was surprised by Song Ning's bold words. He looked at her small frame with suspicion, his eyes strange, and stammered, maybe. You shouldn't go. You don't believe me? Song Ning shot him a sharp look. Old Zhang awkwardly chuckled, but Song Ning casually strolled over to a strong man, shoulder to shoulder, and asked, can I go on stage? The strong man looked at his muscular arm, then at Song Ning's slim waist, and said coldly, yes, this handsome young master's waist isn't even as thick as his arm, and he still wants to go on stage? But it's no big deal, just a joke. The strong man signaled to a colleague nearby, and soon a life and death contract was placed in front of Song Ning. She quickly glanced over it, pressed her fingerprint, and was then led by the strong man into a crowded room. Inside, there were fierce-looking fighters, clearly not to be messed with. The strong man pointed to them, and then to the arena. Let me explain the rules again. The arena uses a knockout system. If you want to challenge someone, just go up. If you're afraid or back out, he looked at Song Ning with a meaningful gaze. Just tear up the life and death contract. After saying that, the strong man turned and left. Song Ning was caught between a group of burly men, boredly resting her chin on her hand, silently accepting the judging looks from all directions. Someone sneered dismissively, clearly looking down on Song Ning. Others had already begun to advise her not to seek trouble. Song Ning kept her head down and said nothing. She was quiet and reserved. At this moment, the fight on the stage had reached a heated climax. More than a dozen arenas had determined their winners, with the victors raising their arms and shouting, waiting for the next challenger. A few people left the room one after another. Some fighters stayed on the stage, while others were eliminated. Time passed quickly. Soon, only one arena had a person still standing. The cheers and screams from the audience below were deafening. Someone shouted, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?" If no one else came, the person on stage would be the final winner of the day. Song-ning looked around. The originally crowded room was now almost empty except for herself. The host on the stage kept urging. Song-ning lazily stood up. Amid the loud cheers and roars, she quietly raised her hand and said, "Me." Her voice was drowned out by the crowd, so Song-ning had to squeeze her way out, finally reaching the front row. She raised her small hand again and spoke louder. "I'll go." This time, someone finally heard her. The excited, bustling crowd looked around and finally spotted her. A tiny bean sprout. The noisy crowd paused for a moment. But Song-ning had already rolled her cumbersome robe around her waist and climbed onto the stage, panting. Silence. Dead silence. Countless people watched as Song-ning struggled to climb onto the stage. She let out a small breath, as if she had accomplished something very great, and looked a little proud. The big man on stage stared at Song-ning fiercely, speaking in a rough voice. "Are you here to cause trouble?" Song-ning shook her head and gently swayed her small body. Perhaps she thought her long robe was in the way, so she seriously lowered her head and carefully tied her scholar's robe, even making a pretty butterfly knot. Everyone couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Once they realized what was happening, the previously enthusiastic spectators immediately grew impatient and said, "Stop talking to him." Climbing onto the stage means the fight begins, life or death. Just beat him to death. The big man clenched his fists, and the judges silently retreated into the shadows. The spectators below looked excited, as if they were waiting for Song-ning to be splattered with blood or turned into a meat paste. Song-ning nodded politely and offered a fist bump to her opponent. But in the next second, a heavy punch sliced through the air straight toward her face. If she took that hit, not only would her head be shattered into pieces, but the ground might even be cracked open. The spectators cheered happily at the speed of the big man's attack. But suddenly, the cheers stopped, replaced by gasps of surprise. After dodging that punch, Song-ning's aura changed instantly. A flash of red crossed her clear eyes. She stood coldly in the center of the ring, carrying a murderous intent that seemed to have emerged from a horde of zombies. She looked like a sharp, unmatched sword ready to strike. "What's happening? Is it luck?" "Hit him."
Kill him.
Shouts erupted suddenly. The big man on the ring hesitated, glancing at his fist, then continued to punch again. In the next moment, a loud bang echoed, and dust billowed up. The spectators below looked satisfied. That's more like it. How could a tiny ant, so full of bravado, possibly beat a martial arts master 2 or 3 times bigger than her? But as the dust slowly settled, the cheers suddenly stopped. What was going on? Had their eyes gone wrong? Why was the person lying on the ground not that little sprout, but the unstoppable big man? Song-ning slowly stood up, reached up to adjust her mask, then flashed a perfect 8-tooth smile at the crowd. A single move to end the fight. Everyone gasped in shock. It seemed she knew what they were thinking. She modestly waved her hand. "Not bad, huh?" Some doubted her, but one after another, they jumped onto the ring. Each one was defeated by a single move from Song-ning.
Just kidding.
Although her body had only recovered to half of its peak from her previous life, and the sedative in her system hadn't completely worn off, she was still a woman who could move freely among the zombie kings, whose bodies were enhanced and whose speed and intelligence were both sharp. You think, by the end, she had helped carry away many opponents. Yet, Song-ning remained steady on the ring, even breathing normally. In an instant, everyone's eyes on her changed. If it was just luck once, then 10 or 20 times, this was real skill. Who exactly is this person? Not only the audience below are very surprised, but also, in a small attic where someone pressed the wrong button, the ghost-faced man, who was lazily closing his eyes to rest, slowly opened his eyes and looked intently at Song-ning on stage. After a long while, he gently put down his cup and waved to the person beside him. "Go and meet him." The person next to him didn't frown at all, and instantly disappeared from the man's side. Song-ning, After fighting around with everyone, still felt a bit unsatisfied. She looked sharply at the crowd below, full of anticipation. Is there no one left? The stage and the audience were silent. Not even one who can fight, Song Ning simply asked, but it made everyone feel uncomfortable. Why is this person so arrogant? All right, Song Ning felt a little disappointed. She had just finished warming up and thought she could have a good fight today. What a pity. When Song Ning first arrived, fighting might have been very difficult, but now, her space had upgraded and she trained every day. Fighting was no longer simple. Song Ning waited a moment, about to jump down from the ring, when suddenly, a sharp gust of palm wind swept over everything. Her relaxed expression froze. She quickly looked up, her face becoming alert. The people coming this time clearly weren't on the same level as the previous martial artists. Song Ning tiptoed and skillfully dodged to the side. The attacker's palm wind missed, and the blue bricks of the ring instantly cracked in half. Song Ning's eyes lit up. She turned her wrist and suddenly spun around, soaring in one direction. In almost an instant, she grabbed a man in black from the air. The man in black looked surprised for a moment, raising his hand to block, while his other hand punched out. Song Ning didn't blink, reaching out with her small hand in a strange pose, directly neutralizing his punch. The man's face showed more shock, but before he could react, Song Ning's small fist wildly struck down. She had no internal strength, relying purely on brute force. The man dodged awkwardly a few times, but didn't expect Song Ning's speed to be so fast, leaving him no chance to fight back. After a few punches, the man was dazed and dizzy, and in less than a minute, he completely lost the ability to resist. The man in the attic slowly straightened up. Through the ghost mask, others couldn't see his facial expression, but the fiery light in his eyes was obvious. Stop, seeing her subordinates getting beaten more and more badly, the man finally stood up. His voice carried internal energy, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Song Ning stopped her actions of hitting and casually rubbed her slightly red fist. This person really has tough bones. Feeling amazed inside, Song Ning looked up toward the direction of the voice. The person was on the second floor, wrapped in a black robe, making it impossible to see his face or figure. All she knew was that he was a very tall man. The man said nothing, only raised his hand and threw down a token. Song Ning quickly caught the token in her hand. His voice grew more indifferent. You have advanced. Can I stay here then? Song Ning was worried he might not understand, so she added, I want to work here. The man stood on the second floor, looking down from above. Old Zhang was partly right and partly wrong. To stay here, you need to be among the top 7 first-place winners. That means winning for 7 days straight, even if injured, with no time to heal or rest, as everything is compressed.
There are very few people like that.
But the man didn't say anything. He lazily glanced downward and replied, yes. Everyone below was stunned. And all the people looking at Song Ning's eyes became very eager. Rich people usually choose their personal guards here, and Song Ning, who is personally recognized by the arena manager, clearly has strong strength. Song Ning didn't realize she skipped many complicated steps and was promoted directly. She was taken to the black-robed person. The door to the loft closed again, instantly blocking all outside sounds. Is the soundproofing really that good? Song Ning looked around curiously. Then, happily, she held the token and seemed to think of something, asking, if I stay here, what do I usually do? Whatever you want, the black-robed person said lazily, lounging in a rocking chair. But sometimes, you need to take on some tasks. If I don't have time or I don't like a task, can I refuse? The black-robed person looked at Song Ning with a strange expression but couldn't help asking, you don't know anything? Should I know? Song Ning asked back in confusion. The black-robed person was momentarily speechless. They are very famous. Not just in the Great Li dynasty, but even neighboring small countries know how good their reputation is. Forget it, I won't bother with a kid. Today, the man in the black robe was unusually patient. He said, don't think of our training ground as a bad place. We created it to give all martial artists a chance to earn money. Song Ning still didn't understand. The man in the black robe's forehead veins bulged, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Didn't you check anything before coming here?" Song Ning felt a little guilty. The man in the black robe continued, "When you accept a task, you naturally get paid. If you refuse, you won't earn any money. If that's the case, then I don't want the money." The man in the black robe smiled. "No, you can't. You need to complete at least one task each month." "Why?" Song Ning whispered in protest. The man in the black robe sneered, grinding his teeth. "Because we have a base salary." Song Ning, base salary. The man in the black robe was almost grinding his teeth. "Before joining a company, don't you look at the company's profile and benefits?" He took a deep breath, feeling a bit dizzy. He was mostly disappointed that our training ground had fallen to such a low level of fame. He said, 100 taels. Song Ning closed her mouth. Then she opened it again. "Your staff benefits are quite good." The man in the black robe smiled coldly. Song Ning raised her paw. "Oh, right, I won't do anything harmful or unjust." The man in the black robe. He spoke carefully, grinding his teeth.
We are a grupo.
Training ground. It didn't seem very convincing. Song Ning muttered to herself. The man in the black robe understood what she was thinking. Over the years, because of the life and death contracts at the training ground, many people misunderstood things. "Forget it." He waved tiredly. "You can leave now." Song Ning nodded, feeling relieved inside. As long as it doesn't interfere with her normal life, that's fine. Although she really wanted to meet that mechanical arts master. But she had many things to do. She turned to leave, but suddenly seemed to remember something. "By the way, how do I accept a task?" The man in the black robe knew she didn't understand anything. The next second, he sneered and took out a token similar to the one in Song Ning's hand, pressing it lightly with his finger. Surprisingly, the token in Song Ning's hand began to glow brightly. "Song Ning." "A phone." The man in the black robe looked at her strangely. "What nonsense. This is a mechanical artifact." Next, the man in the black robe explained how to use the token to Song Ning. Whenever a new task appears, the token lights up. However, after thousands of years, this mechanical system is still not as advanced as the phones from the past, and its functions are limited. To find out the details of the task, one must go to the nearby underground martial arts hall to receive it. Even so, in this ancient era, where gunpowder is very primitive, this mechanical system still deeply surprises Song Ning. After leaving the underground martial arts hall, Song Ning clutches the token in her hand, feeling a bit dizzy. This dynasty is truly full of hidden talents. She smirks confidently, casually tosses the token into her space, and looks up at the sky. Suddenly, she gasps in shock. "Oh no, it's already dark." People in this era eat dinner early and go to bed early. The streets are quiet, with only a few vendors hurriedly pushing carts home. Song Ning can't help but quicken her pace. For some reason, the guard's mansion is a bit messy. Two groups of soldiers seem to be searching for someone. Song Ning feels guilty. She knows that she left without telling anyone, and since it's so late, Wen Hanzhou must be worried. These soldiers are probably looking for her. Her guess is correct. When she sneaks back along the wall, Wen Hanzhou, suppressing his tiredness and with a tight-lipped expression, listens to He Fingmian's report. "Prince, we haven't found Miss Song yet." Don't worry, Your Highness." Maybe Miss Song left on her own. He Fingmian looks at Wen Hanzhou's dark face and speaks softly to comfort him. Song Ning quietly hides outside the courtyard. The more she listens, the lower her head drops. Finally, her head is almost buried in her chest, and her tiny fingers keep twisting together. She went out to play without telling Wen Hanzhou, which makes him worry. That's not right. Gritting her teeth, Song Ning carefully approaches while Wen Hanzhou's worry is hard to contain. She opens a small gap in the door, secretly pokes out her head, and shyly raises her tender hand. "Prince. Prince, I'm here." Wen Hanzhou suddenly lifts his head. A gust of wind blows past, stirring up dust on the road, making Song Ning cough violently. Once she reacts, she finds herself tightly embraced by Wen Hanzhou. She is stunned for a moment, and then notices that Wen Hanzhou's arm is trembling slightly. She bit her lip, feeling a bit clumsy and unsure, and gently patted Wen Hanzhou's back. She softened her voice and said, "I'm fine." He Fingnian quietly slipped out without making a sound. As he left, he rolled his eyes at Song Ning. He seemed to have many things to say, but ultimately said nothing, even thoughtfully closing the door for them. Inside, only the two people hugging tightly remained. Song Ning, feeling bolder, awkwardly spoke. "Hanzhou, I'm here. Don't be afraid." "I'm okay." A faint sigh came from above, mixed with deep helplessness and worry. Perhaps realizing he had crossed a line, when Hanzhou gently took a step back and looked at Song Ning, hesitant to speak. "What's wrong?" Song Ning, feeling guilty, dared not meet his eyes. She kept her hands behind her back, fidgeting nervously, as if that could ease the awkwardness. When Hanzhou sighed again and suddenly reached out, pulling Song Ning to sit at the table. There was still hot food on the table, probably reheated several times. When Hanzhou's face gradually became serious, Song Ning carefully tugged at his sleeve, whispering, "Don't be angry. I just went out to play." "Ninger," when Hanzhou called her. "The Xiongnu have entered the city." Song Ning's voice suddenly disappeared, and her eyebrows furrowed. When Hanzhou didn't plan to hide anything and told her all the news he had received today, "Your third uncle does have a complicated connection with the Xiongnu, but he doesn't know himself." Song Ning frowned, and when Hanzhou seemed to understand what he wanted to say, softly adding, "He previously married into a wealthy merchant family. That merchant used all his resources to send him into the army as a chief clerk, but that merchant is actually a spy for the Xiongnu. Song Yanru has attacked your family, and Lord Song himself has developed very powerful gunpowder. If the Xiongnu found out about these things, Song Ning's family would surely be targeted." That's why when Hanzhou was so nervous after discovering Song Ning's disappearance. Fortunately, Song Yanru was eager to achieve something and impress his father-in-law's family, so he hadn't yet revealed the gunpowder to his new father-in-law, who was a spy for the Xiongnu. After learning that Song Yanru was captured, his new father-in-law fled with his family, destroying all hidden lines before leaving. But it wasn't without gain. "Sorry." Song Ning looked at Wen Hanzhou's furrowed brows and mumbled softly. Wen Hanzhou was still lost in thought and didn't catch what Song Ning said. Song Ning thought he was still angry. After hesitating for a moment, she carefully moved closer, gently peeked at Wen Hanzhou's sleeve, paused for a few seconds, then lightly shook it as if to act cute. I know I was wrong." She intentionally lowered her voice. Her originally bright and cheerful voice suddenly became soft and gentle, with a hint of sadness and helplessness. When Hanzhou suddenly came to his senses, and his heart softened instantly. Seeing Song Ning's beautiful, watery eyes staring at him, when Hanzhou's heart felt a pang of tenderness. He awkwardly chuckled and said, "I didn't mean to blame Ninger, it's just." When Hanzhou's expression suddenly turned serious, "Ninger, the Xiongnu have been very active recently. I only just found out today that the Xiongnu's legitimate young prince went missing 6 months ago." The legitimate young prince of the Xiongnu? Song Ning didn't know much about this court, but she had heard some news about the Xiongnu. It said that the Xiongnu's legitimate young prince is the bravest and most skilled warrior among the Xiongnu in 100 years, and also the youngest war god. He was made a small Khan early on, waiting for the old Khan to step down so he could ascend to the throne in one go. The young prince went missing, and the location was at the border. The Xiongnu suspected that our side was involved, so now there are many spies from the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu spies come from that border where Fanjindong is stationed, and they have long colluded with the Xiongnu. They have stolen many secrets and taken them back. If the Xiongnu find out that when Hanzhou has a sweetheart, Song Ning's situation will be very dangerous. Most importantly, she could be captured by the Xiongnu and become a threat to Wen Hanzhou. Listening to Wen Hanzhou's careful analysis, Song Ning's face gradually turned serious. Seeing Wen Hanzhou's tired and worried expression, Song Ning raised 3 fingers to the sky and earnestly promised, "I will definitely protect myself." The gloomy sky finally started to snow, bringing an urgent and tense feeling. Song Ning sent someone to inform Lu's family, telling them not to worry, that she and her father were safe and sound. Outside, The snow had already formed a thin layer, shining brightly under the warm candlelight. Inside the house, Song Ping'an sat close to Lu's wife, carefully reading the letter Song Ning had sent, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Lu's wife turned around, affectionately patting Song Ping'an's head. "Do you recognize the words on this letter?" Song Ping'an nodded seriously and summarized the letter. "My sister said she's fine and told us not to worry." The boy in front of him had shed his previous sad look and looked more noble and rare, not at all like an ordinary child. Lu Shi lovingly patted his head, a hint of worry in her eyes. "Ping'an, do you still remember who your family is?" Song Ping'an looked at her blankly, his eyes clear like a young child of 5 or 6. He blurted out, "This is Ping'an's home." Lu Shi was stunned for a moment, then chuckled softly and shook her head. "Silly child." In a room at the prefect's mansion, when Hanzhou sat at the desk, handling some intelligence reports from the Xiongnu side, a tired look on his face. Song Ning was also tired, holding a hand warmer, nodding off at the table. Under the candlelight, her curled eyelashes cast shadows on her fair, translucent face. She seemed to be dreaming happily. Song Ning's small, delicate nose wrinkled slightly, and a slight dimple appeared at the corner of her lips. Gone was her bright, lively expression when she was awake. Now she looked obedient. When Hanzhou's heart softened, carefully, he gently carried her to the bed and covered her with a blanket. He turned to go to the guest room for the night, but Song Ning tightly grabbed his sleeve. "Prince," when Hanzhou paused, thinking he had woken her up. But the person on the bed, still half asleep, only closed her eyes, rubbed her small face against his sleeve, and looked content like a little cat. She seemed to like his scent very much. Her small hand kept clutching his sleeve, and her cute nose slightly twitched as she kept rubbing against him. When Hanzhou suddenly felt a secret sense of pride, after interrogating the criminal, he had some blood on him. Worried it might scare Song Ning, he changed into new clothes and used incense before leaving the interrogation room. It was still the pleasant scent of cedarwood, mixed with his warm body scent, softly enveloping her nose. When Hanzhou chuckled softly, he sat down casually by the bed, and Song Ning naturally rested her small head on his lap. He took a book from the bedside and read by the candlelight. The charcoal fire in the room kept everything warm and cozy. Suddenly, a small arm reached over and pressed on his chest, interrupting his thoughts. When Hanzhou felt a strange warmth rising inside him. The dry weather and the flickering candle made him cautious about fire. To avoid accidents, he thought it was best to stay a little away from her. He gently lowered her small arm, but the next moment, she pressed herself close to him, like a kitten seeking milk, dissatisfied as she nudged against his chest. When Hanzhou took a deep breath, feeling a bit helpless and flustered, especially because their current position was very close. When Hanzhou is a healthy, normal man, 23 years old, who has never even touched a woman before, he found it hard to control himself, especially in front of the woman he loved. Song Ning was indeed very tired today, and with the special sleeping potion in her system still working, she slept deeply but was not very obedient. Perhaps feeling uncomfortable, Song Ning pressed closer into Hanzhou's embrace. It was warmer there, but as she pressed, her head seemed to bump into something hard. "Hard," Song Ning muttered, thinking she had hit a tree. She raised her hand to cut through the tree. When Hanzhou, he had already forgotten how he fell asleep, but when he woke up the next day, his face looked tired and exhausted. While Song Ning was still asleep, when Hanzhou quickly washed and prepared himself. The effects of the sleeping potion in Song Ning's body still needed 2 more doses to fully wear off. When Hanzhou went out for a while, returning with a bowl of dark herbal soup. The bedroom was a bit messy, but seeing the person sleeping on the bed, when Hanzhou felt a full, satisfying happiness in his heart. He looked at Song Ning, whose sleeping posture was not perfect, and his eyes grew gentler. He was about to wake her when suddenly he heard her murmur in her sleep, "Prince." This was the second time she called him in her dreams. When Hanzhou couldn't help but smile and feel a bit amused. But since Ninger called his name in her dreams, does that mean she really likes and is satisfied with him? She never changed someone else's name in her dreams, did she? Mother. Song Ning mumbled softly again. When Hanjo paused, feeling even more sweet inside. It turned out that in Song Girl's heart, his position was already comparable to her parents'. But then, in the next second, Ping and Song Ning clearly spoke two more words. When Hanjo immediately. Song Ning didn't know about the events of last night. She only felt that tonight was the deepest sleep she had ever had. After taking the medicine, Song Ning felt more refreshed and clear-headed. When Hanjo didn't know what was happening, but he felt faint, resentment emanating from himself. Song Ning reached out and gently poked his arm, tilting her head curiously. "What's wrong?" she asked. "Why do you seem upset so early in the morning?" When Hanjo pursed his lips, dressed in a long white robe that trailed on the ground. He held a scroll of book in his hand and looked straight ahead. "Nothing's wrong," he said calmly. Song Ning looked at him carefully and nodded slowly. Oh, when Hanjo usually kept his emotions hidden, only showing anger when truly furious. Most of the time, his face was gentle and kind, like a wise immortal who feels compassion for all beings. Seeing that he didn't look angry, Song Ning thought he was busy with official matters. She stood up happily and said with a smile, "Then I'll go visit my father." Before she finished speaking, she patted her bottom and left the room directly. When Hanjo, "Don't you care about me at all?" His slender fingers, like bamboo, clenched the scroll, and pinkish tips appeared at his fingertips. His eyes looked dull. Does Miss Song only care about his appearance? After treatment, Song Yan-duan had woken up from his coma. When Song Ning arrived, he was just waking up, leaning against the bed and eating lean meat porridge. Seeing Song Ning, Song Yan-duan sighed deeply and asked, "Ninga, what about your third uncle?" Song Ning hesitated, unsure if she should tell him that Song Yanru had been taken in by spies from a rival country. She decided to be straightforward. The prince has already captured him. But he deliberately lied to the prince and even tried to kill to cover his tracks. His ending probably won't be good, she warned, trying to prevent Song Yan-duan from pleading for him out of family feelings. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Song Yan-duan only remained silent, lowering his head. After a long while, he sighed again and suddenly asked about something else. "Your mother? She must be worried sick, right?" Song Ning was surprised and raised her eyebrows. Song Yan-duan gave a bitter smile. He opened his mouth several times but ultimately remained silent. Song Ning knew that her old-fashioned, feudal father, who believed in the idea that older brothers are like fathers, was probably about to have his belief shattered. Song Ning's tone softened a little. Father should rest well and not worry about the family. As for the prince, father has developed a more powerful type of gunpowder. If all goes well, he will likely be trusted with important tasks by the prince. Father has also found a good way out for himself. This was meant to be comforting. Song Yan nodded slightly. Seeing his doubtful expression, Song Ning didn't say much, only giving a few simple reminders. "Father, sometimes the deepest wounds come from those closest to us." Song Yan looked down gloomily, then suddenly sighed. "Ninger, you've grown up." Looking at the disheartened middle-aged man on the bed, Song Ning suddenly smiled brightly. She nodded seriously. "Yes, father, your daughter has grown up. It's about time I get married." When Song Ning turned 16, it was the right time to talk about marriage. However, because Lu's family and Song Yan only had her, they delayed the marriage talks, wanting her to stay a few more years. But now that Song Ning brought it up, although Song Yan felt some reluctance, he still nodded in agreement. He suddenly looked thoughtful and said, "Ninger, I know about you and Prince Ling." His face showed some struggle, and he sighed. "The prince is a kind and noble man, someone trustworthy. But we are former criminals, so we might not be suitable for him." Song Ning guessed what Song Yan was about to say. She blinked her eyes. Having been in official circles for many years, Song Yan thought more carefully. He softly advised, "If you truly like the prince, father will do his best. At most, I can try to get you a position as a side consort. Even if it's a royal side consort or a palace lady, in the end, she would still be a concubine, under the control of the main wife, and usually not allowed at proper banquets. To put it plainly, no matter how high her status as a side consort, queen, or noble consort, she would still be a servant to the main wife. Song Yen naturally didn't want to see his only daughter suffer, to be enslaved or dominated by others her whole life. If the main wife couldn't produce a legitimate heir, or if the daughter had trouble conceiving or giving birth, even if she did, the children would have to be reported to the main wife for nurturing. Life would be too hard that way. Father and daughter rarely had heartfelt talks, but this time, Song Yen poured out all his worries and explained everything to Song Ning in detail. She listened carefully, nodding her head repeatedly in agreement. Song Yenduan quickly explained the disadvantages of having a concubine, then sighed deeply. Father knows that Ninger likes the prince, but life isn't just about liking someone. It's about more than that to live well. Song Ning nodded seriously, but her true thoughts were hard to read. Song Yenduan clenched his teeth and said directly, "After thinking carefully, I realize what Ninger said is true. She has grown up and is of marriageable age. Your father has a close friend in the capital. His family has a young man who is talented and handsome." Ninger understood immediately. Her father was trying to matchmake her. She felt a mix of amusement and embarrassment. Before she could speak, Song Yenduan looked serious again. "Ninger, don't rush to refuse. Before you turned 7, that young man from my friend's family was your childhood sweetheart, your best friend. If it hadn't been for the dam breaking at Chushui River, your parents would have discussed your marriage this year. Now, your father has done some good deeds, and once he earns favor with the prince, he will write a letter to discuss your marriage." "How about that?" Ninger shook her head, but before she could speak, her father's expression turned stern. "Ninger, you're clever, and you should understand the importance of what I just told you. Even if we are still considered disgraced officials, our family background is barely enough for you to marry the prince as a concubine. But the young man from my close friend's family is different. I grew up with him, know him well, and have feelings for him. If you marry him, you'll be the lady of the household. With your father and me supporting you, you won't suffer any hardship." Ninger felt her head getting heavier. Seeing her father's endless talking, she quickly raised her hand and earnestly said, "Father, you also said that we are considered guilty. In the capital, anyone who marries me would have a bad reputation. You can't possibly ruin your close friend's reputation." Song Yenduan looked indifferent, as if it was no big deal. Ninger felt a headache coming on. Seeing she couldn't change her father's mind, she solemnly raised 3 fingers and promised to the sky, "Father, I like the prince a little, but I understand what you said. I'm still young, and we don't have many assets now. After a few years, I can build up the family business, find a suitable son-in-law to marry in, and stay with you and mother. Wouldn't that be better?" Honestly, Song Yenduan had thought of this too. Currently, men willing to marry into the family are still far behind those charming young scholars and handsome young generals. This makes Ninger feel very wronged. Song Yenduan hasn't mentioned anything about it. But now, Song Ning personally brought it up. Song Yenduan's expression brightened a little. He stroked his beard and asked, "Ninger, are you truly willing?" Seeing that her old-fashioned father didn't oppose, Ninger spoke more boldly. She winked mysteriously and said, "Dad, if we really can't find a suitable man, we can find a good man to help us have a child, so the family can continue." "Help? Have a child?
Go.
Continue the family line? Is this really something we can say?" Song Yenduan's comforting yet surprised expression suddenly turned to shock. The middle-aged handsome man widened his eyes, his lips trembling. He wanted to scold his daughter for being rebellious, but after thinking about their current situation, he felt sorry for her. He choked, feeling like he was about to faint from frustration. "Don't get too excited, don't get too excited." Ninger quickly tried to soothe him. Lowering her voice, she said mysteriously, "Dad, what do you think of the prince? He's good-looking and has a good character. This is perfect for helping us have a child." Ninger tried hard to persuade Song Yenduan to accept. He took a few deep breaths, about to object, but Ninger giggled and covered his mouth. Ninger said, "Dad, don't give your answer now. When we go back, we can discuss it with Mom," she added with a laugh. Anyway, in our family, Mom makes the decisions. Song Yindwan. Meanwhile, outside the door, unknown to them, a tall figure had been quietly standing there for a long time. The father and daughter inside were still discussing the idea of helping to have a child. In the end, both seemed to think it was a very good plan. When Hanzhou at the door wanted to knock several times but finally gave up with a bitter smile. Snow was falling heavily outside, and when Hanzhou listened to the cheerful sounds from inside, feeling both awkward and foolish. He didn't dare leave footprints in the snow, so he had to use light skills to hurriedly leave from the eaves. No wonder Miss Song had repeatedly acted in ways that broke proper manners. He originally thought it was because the young girl was deeply in love and couldn't hide her feelings, so he early on sent an imperial decree, hoping they could quickly become a couple without the constraints of etiquette, so as not to be criticized by others. I never expected that the young girl, who always had a smile on her face whenever she thought of him, was actually planning to abandon him from the very beginning. This is truly. When Hanzhou left, his steps were unsteady. Several days of snow and wind continued, without stopping. Songning looked outside at the weather, noticing the snow falling heavier and heavier, and a hint of worry appeared between her small brows. She was reluctant to leave when Hanzhou, but also couldn't fully trust her family at home. Songning frowned and sighed. After she sighed 108 times, when Hanzhou finally looked over, but his gaze was a bit cold. Songning's eyelashes fluttered softly, and she supported her face with one hand. "Prince, I need to go back." When Hanzhou replied quietly, then looked away and continued reading the letters on his desk. He seemed very cold. Songning blinked and moved closer on her own initiative. A soft, fragrant scent suddenly filled the air, but when Hanzhou pressed his lips together and slightly kept his distance from Songning. "Songning, what's wrong?" she asked, feeling confused. Usually, when Hanzhou was polite and didn't mind her getting close, but today, he seemed to want to stay far away from her. "Nothing," when Hanzhou said calmly, then added, "The road is slippery in the snow. I arranged a carriage for Miss Song." Songning looked at him for a few moments. When Hanzhou unconsciously tightened his grip on the book in his hand, his expression becoming even colder. Songning said nothing and sat quietly for a while. When Hanzhou couldn't help but glance secretly to the side, and as if remembering something, his face grew even colder. After a long time, she finally stood up, breaking the silence. When Hanzhou's gaze stayed on the book in his hands, time passed second by second, and the fragrant incense burner in the corner emitted curling blue smoke. In recent days, he had gotten used to having someone with him. Now that Songning had left, the large room felt strangely quiet and a little eerie. When Hanzhou looked up involuntarily and let out a soft sigh. But in the next moment, a bright, fair face suddenly leaned close. Her long eyelashes brushed lightly against his skin, making him feel ticklish. Their warm breaths briefly intertwined as they looked into each other's eyes. When Hanzhou quickly looked away, his voice trembling and cold, "Why haven't you left yet? Does the prince want me to leave?" Songning looked at him with a bit of frustration, as if she wanted to push herself far away from him, and sighed sadly, though it was all pretend. "If Miss Song does not want to leave, I will have someone prepare a guest room for her." This clearly shows an attempt to distance herself from Songning. According to proper manners, there is no problem with this, but the issue is that in the past few days, they have been living in the same house. Apart from the first day, when Songning was overly clingy and they slept on the same bed, the following days they slept separately, one in the outer room, one in the inner room. When Hanzhou did not give Songning any special looks, Songning sighed again, looking very distressed. She gently moved closer and suddenly spoke, bright and straightforward, "But I can't bear to leave the prince." Such direct words felt like a passionate confession, making Hanzhou's heart jump. He was about to say something, opening his mouth several times, but then realized he seemed unable to speak at all. Songning looked at him seriously, her big, watery eyes seeming naturally to carry some kind of charm. She smiled sweetly, leaned in, and suddenly pressed her fingertip to her lips, then looked up at him with a bold smile and said, "Prince, after I leave, will you miss me?" Not getting an answer from Wen Hanzhou, Song Ning simply moved closer like a small, furry animal, wriggling toward him with a mischievous smile in her eyes. She elongated her tone. Prince Wen Hanzhou finally looked over. In the next moment, Song Ning's delicate and beautiful face leaned in, and she planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Wen Hanzhou's fingertips and heart throbbed intensely. His ears involuntarily turned red, but his trembling, excited heart kept whispering one fact. Does Song Ning truly have deep feelings for him? She just wants a child, and he is merely her chosen tool. When Hanzhou closed his eyes painfully, with white clothes and black hair, her ears slightly red, she exuded a restrained, almost irresistible aura. Song Ning grew bolder. Her tender, white hand gently reached for Wen Hanzhou's neck, her eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of testing. Her movements were a bit clumsy, but increasingly charming and endearing. Wen Hanzhou, if I leave today, we won't see each other for a long time. Are you sure you don't want to kiss me? The last few words were spoken softly, almost inaudible if not paying close attention. Wen Hanzhou's heart seemed to be gently stroked by something, a tingling current spreading through his body. His eyes reddened slightly, his fingertips felt weak, almost wishing to hold her gently in his arms, resisting yet longing, and he impulsively and desperately pressed his lips to hers in a kiss. Her white arm, accidentally exposed, seemed to be the last weapon to break her reason.
But
when Hanzhou painfully opened his eyes, his Adam's apple moving as he swallowed, which made Song Ning feel a surge of wildness. She couldn't help but reach out to touch him, but just as her hand was about to touch his skin, when Hanzhou pushed her down onto the soft bed forcefully. It didn't hurt, but being rejected during an intimate moment made anyone feel wronged and upset. Song Ning blinked innocently, looking a little pitiful, when Hanzhou struggled to help her up and wanted to softly comfort her. He stood up, with a cold face, looking down from above, his voice icy. "Miss Song." "Hey, I'm here." Song Ning, in a good mood, climbed up from the ground, slightly hands on her hips, pretending to wait for a reasonable explanation from him. When Hanzhou turned his face away, this time his tone was quite serious. "Miss Song, please. Show some respect." After saying that, the white figure slowly disappeared into the vibrant colors, leaving no trace. Song Ning slightly frowned, truly feeling confused this time. Throughout, when Hanzhou never looked back at her, Song Ning carried her small bag on her back. She didn't have much to bring. Only some gifts she had prepared for the Liu family and the gifts Wen Hanzhou had given her. Before leaving, Song Ning stubbornly knocked on Wen Hanzhou's study door. The girl's soft voice said, "Wen Hanzhou, I'm leaving now." After a long while, only a cold, came from inside the room. "Won't you see me off?" Song Ning asked. "Too busy with work, sorry, Miss Song." "All right then." The young girl at the door sounded disappointed. When Hanzhou didn't need to look, his mind automatically pictured Song Ning hanging her head, looking sad and droopy. "Then I really will leave now?" Song Ning asked again. This time, there was no response in the study. In the vast snow, Song Ning took one step and looked back 3 times, looking quite pitiful. When Hanzhou couldn't hold back anymore and gently opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a wave of cold air rushed in. Heavy snow was falling, covering everything in white, green tiles, red walls, and a vast, snowy landscape. Warm Hanzhou's snow-white clothes seemed to blend into the vast landscape. Song Ning sharply hears a sound behind her, her face lighting up with joy. She quickly turns around, takes a few small steps, and stops in front of warm Hanzhou. She wrinkles her little nose and asks seriously, "Prince, did something happen? Why do you suddenly look like this? Or is it because I did something to upset you? Are you angry?" Song Ning's small mouth babbles, her expression lively. "If I accidentally did something to make you unhappy, I can comfort you and apologize. You shouldn't keep all your bad feelings inside your heart." Warm Hanzhou remained silent. He doesn't know how to say such things. He can't force Song Ning to stay with him and be his princess. That would be no different from a thug stealing a beautiful girl. But he also doesn't want to leave her, even if it's just pretend. He just wants to enjoy her company for a little while. Nothing's wrong. Warm Han-jo purses his lips. Miss Song. Be careful on the road. Song Ning becomes anxious. Why can't this person say anything straightforward? Unlike warm Han-jo's reserved nature, her feelings are passionate. She reaches out to try to pull on warm Han-jo's sleeve, then holds his hand along the sleeve. Her hand is cool, and warm Han-jo's fingertips move, wanting to cover her hand and warm it. But reason ultimately wins. Warm Han-jo gently struggles, and Song Ning's temper flares up. She grips his sleeve tighter. As they push and shove, Song Ning steps forward. Warm Han-jo fears she might do something again, like steal a kiss. If she succeeds this time, Warm Han-jo is truly afraid he might give up completely and surrender. He unconsciously steps forward slightly. Their forces collide, and with the icy ground slippery, Song Ning falls flat into the snow. Song Ning. Warm Han-jo. Song Ning, you're pushing me. Her dissatisfied complaint, with her nose reddened from the cold, looks very pitiful. Warm Han-jo suddenly wishes he could bend down and hold her in his arms, using all his tenderness to comfort her. But on the ground, Song Ning quickly gets up, brushing snow off her body without forgetting to bend down and pat herself. The girl is in a temper, puffing out her cheeks, turning to walk away. But the place where she slipped is slippery enough to cause her to fall again. She hurriedly runs, and with a thud, she falls flat on the ground again, lying on her back. Song Ning. When Han-jo couldn't hold back anymore and quickly reached out to help her. But this time, the hand he extended was pushed away by Song Ning, who was annoyed, shy, and found his actions strange. She swiftly got up from the ground, angry, and stormed out without looking back. When Han-jo, his hand froze awkwardly in midair, unable to withdraw it for a long time. It seemed he had upset his little girl. When Han-jo sighed with a bitter smile, looked up at the heavy snow falling around him. If he had never thought about taking responsibility for Song Ning, only wanted her to have his child, then take the child away, leaving Song Ning alone in the northern desert, she would be angry too. This matter could not be compromised. If Song Ning refused to marry him and become his wife, he wouldn't let her easily get what she wanted. Things easily obtained are rarely cherished. When Hanzo tightened his clothes and felt more determined. But he realized he had been too cold to her today. Feeling very guilty, he decided to catch up and explain himself to Song Ning. But just as he stepped forward, he accidentally stepped on the spot where Song Ning had just slipped. Thud. When Hanjo fell forward completely. When Hanjo, his guards hiding in the yard, couldn't hold back their laughter. When Hanjo, I can't take it anymore right now. Song Ning left angrily. She didn't know where her sudden temper came from, but at that moment, she was very angry. When she got into the carriage to leave the prefect's residence, she wanted to look back and see if that person had come to see her off, but she was holding back her anger and refused to do so.
Bah, annoying man.
If he ignores her, then she would ignore him. If he has the guts later, nobody should pay attention to anyone. Little girl Song Ning, in kindergarten style, expressed her dissatisfaction. The inside of the carriage was warm and cozy. The wheels rolled over the snow, making a creaking sound, making her feel sleepy. She didn't know how long passed before the carriage stopped at the Song family. The groomed guard shouted, and Song Ning, half asleep, opened her eyes. In an instant, she woke up completely, jumped out of the carriage, and hurried into the Song family, without looking back. If he wanted to play Cold War, then she would play along. She wouldn't even bother to look at Wen Hanjo's guards. The coachman's guard. He originally wanted to follow Wen Hanjo's instructions and remind Song Ning a few words, but suddenly, the main door slammed shut, nearly hitting the light armor guard's nose. The light armor guard. The future princess was very angry. Forget it, since the lady is angry, I better not get too close. There was heavy snow in the city, and no letters could be sent. Song Ning's return was not reported to Lu Shi and the others. Therefore, when Lu Shi, Ping'an and the little Jiang Li and Xiao Lu heir, who had just been brought back, saw Song Ning. Their faces were full of surprise. The first to come over was Song Ping'an. Although Song Ning had gone out on errands before, she rarely left for so many days in a row. At first, Song Ping'an could patiently wait at home, but as the days went on, his mood became more anxious, almost like he was about to have a breakdown. Fortunately, today, Song Ning finally returned. Seeing Song Ping'an, who looked like a loyal dog, eagerly watching her, Song Ning reached out and patted his head, nodding with satisfaction. Not bad, he has gained a little weight. When Song Ping'an was at the Su family, he was tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. Not only were there many wounds on his body, but his mental state was also close to breaking down. When he was first brought back, besides Song Ning, almost no one was allowed to approach Song Ping'an. Sometimes, he would even react strongly at the sight of strangers. Now, he had gradually learned to speak, and his condition was improving. His demeanor was becoming more and more different from an ordinary person. Lu Shi had always been worried about Song Ping'an's background, but Song Ning didn't care at all. In her words, if Song Ping'an continued to forget his past, she would just keep him here. Anyway, the family didn't lack food. If Song Ping'an regained his memory, they could say they had taken him in. No need for gratitude, just the right thing to do. Lu Shi thought Song Ning's words made sense, so she felt much more at ease. This time, Song Ning brought back many gifts from the city, including brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for Xiao Jiang Li and Xiao Lu heir. She also gave Lu Shi a rare fabric that mimicked shark silk, which she had bought and stored in her space. The other members of the Song family also had gifts, filling a whole table. Xiao Jiangli held the brush and ink in her hands, staring blankly, and asked again, "Sister, can I really read books?" Since their return, Song Ning had been busy with other matters. Xiao Jiangli deeply understood that as someone living under someone else's roof, she shouldn't ask for too much, so she had been holding back and never mentioned wanting to read books. Many days have passed in a year. Little Jianli originally thought that there was no hope of going to school, but unexpectedly, today, she received such a surprising gift. Little Luer thought much simpler. He shyly scratched his head and said, "Big sister said she would let us go to school, so we will definitely be able to go." When has Big sister ever lied to us? After all, when the sister said she would let the villagers have enough food, the village had those beef, mutton, and grains. When she said the children in the village could go to school, a beautiful schoolhouse was built. When she said no one in the village would die from illness in the future, doctors really came to the village. It seemed that Jiangli also thought about these things. She lowered her head hard, repeatedly touching the new books on the table, feeling for the first time that she was being valued. Song Ning looked at the two children, cleared her throat, and said, "Now the snow is falling heavier, and the city schools are all on holiday. But if you want, you can study at home first. Next spring, I will let you go to school officially." Jiangli nodded firmly, secretly wiping away tears from the corner of her eye. Her brave appearance made Lu's mother feel distressed. Song Ning patted the children's little heads, then turned to Lu's mother and said, "Mother, I have something to discuss with you." She took out a few land deeds from her pocket and naturally shifted all the unreasonable things onto an Hanzhou. Now, father has developed more powerful gunpowder, and the prince wants to keep him in the city. This is proper. Lu's mother nodded, showing no surprise. Song Ning continued, "Father staying in the city means we are separated. My daughter's idea is, after all, we are a family. If we are a family, how can we be separated? Father is in the city, so why don't we also open a shop there?" Hearing this, Lu's mother hesitated. "Going to the city, we need to ask the other women of the Song family. After all, they are the ones who really make the marinated meat." Song Ning nodded. "Our shop has been open for over a month. The chefs at Tianqiang Tower and the women can all make marinated meat. My idea is, if the women want to stay here and continue running the beef shop, then they can. If they don't want to stay and want to go to the city, then we will open a new marinated meat shop there. These things are not difficult, and the most important thing is." Song Ning smiled sweetly at Lu's family. "Mother makes beautiful clothes. If you're willing, why not open a ready-made clothing shop in the city? It will definitely sell well. Song Ning has always noticed Lu's thoughts. Lu's cooking skills are poor, even to the point of being disastrous. While other women in the Song family are busy running a braised meat shop, Lu can only watch from afar and feel anxious. She works tirelessly day and night making clothes, not only because she is interested in sewing but also to prove her worth and show she is not a burden. Song Ning sees this clearly. When she came to the city, she decided to help Lu by opening a ready-made clothing shop for her. Lu was surprised at first, then shook her head repeatedly, sounding unsure. Mother usually just makes a few clothes at home. My skills are not that good. Song Ning raised her hand and pointed out her next words. Mother, I know how good your skills are. All you need to do is tell me if you want to open a clothing store. Lu hesitated, and Song Ning gave her plenty of time to think. Take your time, Mother. You don't need to worry about anything else. What if it loses money? Lu looked hesitant, and Song Ning held her hand, blinking at her. How could that happen? Your skills are so good. Even in the capital, people often praise your sewing, and some even come to ask for your work. In the northern desert, your skills will be even more appreciated. That is true. Lu's taste and matching skills have always been at the forefront of fashion in the capital. But the northern desert is a border area, far behind in fashion and aesthetics. Lu came here and found herself more comfortable than ever. With Song Ning's words, Lu's tense expression softened considerably. But she still carefully pinched her clothes, saying, Mother will think about it again. Song Ning nodded. There's no rush to open the shop. The main thing is, she looked outside at the snow falling heavily. It's only late November and the snow is already so thick. If they don't move to the city soon, the weather will only get colder, making the move more difficult. Lu understood Song Ning's meaning and nodded. Mother will discuss it with your uncle and aunt as soon as possible. Song Ning nodded, and before it got dark, she stepped into the snow and went to check the nearby fields. The winter wheat in the field had already sprouted. Despite the thick snow, the wheat was still thriving, lush and green. Song Ning felt much more relaxed inside. That evening, the rest of the Song family finished their work and returned, each with a happy, satisfied smile. Mrs. Lu first brought up the matter of the children going to school. Now that the family had money, sending the children to school as early as possible was naturally the best choice. After mentioning this, Mrs. Lu also brought up Song Ning's idea of moving to the city. Surprisingly, almost no one objected. An older aunt from the Song family cheerfully said, since the children need to go to school, moving to the city and attending a city school is a good idea. About the braised meat shop, Mrs. Lu asked. The aunts were quite open-minded. The reputation here is already established. Whether we give it to Tianxiang Building or hire some people to run it, it's all fine. The aunts even advised Mrs. Lu, people should aim higher. Although our town is lively, the city is definitely more exciting. If the braised meat shop opens in the city, the business will be 100 times better than here. Song Ning nodded calmly, making Mrs. Lu start to wonder, does only she think old-fashioned thoughts? There weren't many people left in the Song family, only 6 households, totaling 32 people. Besides the aunts, uncles, and 3 children, there was one of the 4th house's Song Zhao, a 7-year-old child who, by family rank, should call Song Ning little aunt. The youngest of the children was only 3 years old and still nursing with Xiao Zhuer. Their ages in the capital would have been old enough for early education. A group of uncles and older men gathered around, lively and animated in their discussion. Song Ning had been busy these days and was quite tired. Especially in the warm, lively, and cozy house, she accidentally started to feel sleepy. Mrs. Lu felt sorry for her and urged her to go to bed. Song Ning yawned and didn't refuse. When she reached the door, Xiao Jiangli finally mustered her courage and gently tugged at Song Ning's sleeve. She was small but already understood many things. Big sister, opening a shop in the city and sending us to school, does that cost a lot of silver? The girl's eyes sparkled with a maturity and worry beyond her age. Song Ning reached out and tousled her little head. It's okay, not too much silver. Even so, Xiao Jiangli still looked worried. Feeling sleepy, Song Ning's mind was hazy. She reached out and pinched Xiao Jiangli's face, then nodded with satisfaction. You've gained a little weight. Xiao Jiangli shyly pursed her lips. The young girl was very sensitive. Song Ning covered her mouth and yawned, then squatted down seriously to comfort her. I brought you back. This is your home.
Don't feel shy. Just do what you need to.
Remember that, okay? Zhongli nodded, then seemed to remember something and turned to teach Song Ning. But sister, even if we have money, we should spend it carefully. After saying that, Zhongli sighed worriedly, looking at Song Ning with a kind of love. Song Ning doubted. She was imagining things. She rubbed her head in confusion and yawned again. She was startled, realizing she needed to learn not to spend money recklessly. Song Ning wobbled as she stood up and hurriedly walked to her room. She needed to take a nap quickly, or strange images would keep appearing in her mind. How could she think that the gaze of a 5-year-old girl was full of kindness? As soon as she got into bed, Song Ning fell into a dazed sleep. Zhongli watched Song Ning stumble as she walked and sighed even more sadly. She believed that her sister must be very tired to look like that. But in front of them, her sister always pretended to be indifferent. Money was hard to earn. Zhongli clenched her fists quietly and made a silent decision. Aunt Lu and the other women had started earning money for the family. She couldn't fall behind. But she was still too young and knew little. Earning money for the family was not very realistic. However, Zhongli looked around and suddenly fixed her gaze on someone. The stove in the house was burning strongly, and Song Pingin's sleeve was being pulled. Curious, he looked down and saw Zhongli with her big round eyes, looking at him with curiosity. She asked, "You can read, right? Can you write too?" This little girl was always talking to herself and busy with something every day. She gave Song Pingin the feeling that she wanted to worry about everything. Song Pingin didn't know what she was going to worry about this time, but he nodded honestly. Yes, he didn't really like the kids Song Ning had brought home. But since Zhongli was a girl, Song Pingin's attitude toward her wasn't bad, just not very warm. Zhong Li's eyes lit up. Great. Then from now on, you can write with me. Oh, and I just thought of something. She tilted her head. Do you have a family? Everyone says Song Pingin is not an ordinary child. Whether in appearance or demeanor, he looks wealthy or noble. Children have simple thoughts. Song Pingin was also adopted by his older sister. He owes her a life-saving kindness. If Song Pingin can remember where his home is and successfully find his family, to repay his sister's kindness, his family will surely give her lots of money. That way, his sister won't have to work so hard, and their family situation will improve. Yes, Xiao Zhongli has always thought her family was poor. Song Pingin was confused when asked. He pursed his lips, and suddenly a broken image flashed through his mind, but he couldn't hold on to it. He shook his head slowly and spoke, though his words were a bit off. Home, not like. Not like what? Xiao Zhongli tilted her head curiously. During these days at the Song family, the originally thin girl had been fed well and became plump and cute. Song Pingin suddenly reached out and pinched her little face, talking a bit more. Not like going home. I like this home. I want to stay here forever. Xiao Zhongli, who is not even as tall as the table, sternly scolded the tall Song Pingin. You can stay here all the time, but you saw that our family, although a little wealthy, isn't really rich. Song Pingin's intelligence now seemed no higher than Xiao Zhongli's. He looked confused, and Xiao Zhongli, frustrated, said, You can't just eat and drink for free all the time. Sister works hard to earn money. Money? Suddenly, it was as if he remembered something. He looked serious and said, I have money. Xiao Zhongli clearly didn't believe him and glared angrily. You're just a little fool. How could you have money? After saying that, she tugged at his sleeve. Anyway, since you can read and write, why don't you write 2 words for me? If you do well, you can copy books to earn money and help the family. Song Pingin didn't like writing and shook his head to refuse. He propped his chin with one hand, looked at the snow outside, and vaguely remembered that he seemed to have a lot of gold, silver, and jewels. But he just couldn't remember where he had hidden those treasures. I can find the silver, Song Pinyin said seriously, word by word. Xiao Jiangli snorted. I don't believe it. The girl was clearly a little upset and huffed. From now on, you just go earn money, copy books, and help the family. When I learn to write, I will do it with you. We can't always spend sister's money. Understand, Song Pingin's intelligence is now not much higher than Xiao Jiangli's. When Xiao Jiangli scolded him, he felt wronged and nodded obediently. Xiao Jiangli also began to think to herself. She needed to quickly help Song Pinyin find his family and then get some money. Unexpectedly, later on, Jiangli really found Song Pingin's family. The house was lively, and the snow still showed no signs of stopping. But at night, an uninvited guest arrived. The wind and snow paused briefly at night, but tiny snowflakes still fell. A dark figure silently landed on the snow, looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then quietly opened a door. Just as he was about to slip inside, a long sword suddenly pressed against his throat. The shadow reacted quickly. Just before the sword could cut his neck, he sharply stepped back several paces. However, the sword stayed close, tightly wrapped around him, trapping him and forcing him to fight back. A cold wind blew into the open door, making Song Pinyin, who was sleeping in bed, frown as if he was about to wake up. The shadow panicked, gripping his weapon tightly, and suddenly drew a short dagger from his sleeve, deliberately exposing a flaw, and stabbed toward the sword's owner, Zhang Yi, in the chest. Zhang Yi dodged sideways, and the dagger cut his arm, slowing his sword movement for a moment. This was the perfect chance. The shadow didn't hesitate to fight. He turned to run away. Just as he was climbing over the wall, ready to leave, suddenly, a door in a nearby room opened. A small figure lazily leaned against the doorframe, looking impatient. Perhaps awakened by the noise, she clearly had a morning temper, and her movements became faster, more precise, and ruthless. The figure didn't even see how she moved before Song Ning shot her in the thigh with a knife, causing her to fall from the wall. Blood instantly melted the snow beneath her. Song Ning, with a serious face, crossed her arms, leaning lazily against the doorframe like a broken doll, and said lazily, Are you a little thief? Stealing in the middle of the night. When morning comes, just take her to the officials. Zhang Yi hadn't responded yet, but upon hearing the word, officials, the shadow's expression changed sharply. Zhang Yi realized something and suddenly stepped forward, reaching out to dislocate the shadow's jaw. But he was injured and his movement was slightly hindered, so he was still a step too slow. In the blink of an eye, the man in black had already bitten into the poison sac hidden in his mouth. After a few convulsions, his black eyes suddenly bled heavily, and he silently died in front of Song Ning. Song Ning paused her yawn, her face instantly becoming serious. She stood straight, her eyes clear. He's dead. Chang Yi reached out to check the black shadow's breath, frowned, and nodded. Song Ning stepped into the snow, some snowflakes getting into her shoes and socks, making her shiver from the cold. She stopped in front of the silent black shadow, frowned, stared at him for a moment, then looked back at the open door of Song Pingin's room. She softly asked, Chang Yi, what do you think he came for? Chang Yi bit his lip but said nothing. Song Ning crouched down, searching back and forth over the black shadow's body. She found nothing. Besides the weapon used for killing, the body was completely clean, without any other markings. Even the weapon had no special symbols. Song Ning's expression grew more serious. She stood up, thoughtfully gazing at Song Pingin's room. After a long moment, she suddenly shivered and coldly ordered, when dawn breaks, open the official hall and take the body there. They had thought it was just an ordinary thief, taking advantage of the cold and snow to steal. But how could an ordinary thief commit suicide by poison the moment he was caught? This was clearly a death warrior. And what kind of matter was worth deploying a death warrior? Chang Yi responded with a nod. Song Ning slowly walked to the door of Song Pingin's room, her footsteps creaking in the snow. She frowned and looked inside. The white snow on the ground reflected the daylight, making her view bright. Song Pinyin was sleeping deeply on the bed, his delicate and noble features, perhaps because of the cold, curled up tightly, his brows furrowed. In his dreams, he showed no childishness or foolishness from the daytime, replaced by murderous intent. His brows still carried an extraordinary aura of gold and purple, clearly unusual at first glance. Song-ning looked at Song Ping'an deeply again before gently closing the door. Did that person come tonight specifically for Song Ping'an? What was his identity? She turned to look at Changyi. His expression was calm, without any ominous black aura of impending trouble, only a faint white light like the moon shining through clouds. This was a sign of good luck. Living under the same roof, and as a guard sent by Wen Hanzhou to protect the Song family, if their household was to face misfortune, Changyi, as a protector, wouldn't be lucky. So, in the upcoming period, the Song family will not have any trouble. Song Ning moved her hand away from Song Ping'an's door and calmly said, "Handle the body quickly, and try not to let too many people see it to avoid unnecessary panic." Changyi nodded seriously and agreed. The traces of the fight from the previous night were cleaned very thoroughly. When the Song family woke up in the morning, they didn't see the body or even the bloodstains on the snow, so they naturally didn't know what had happened last night. Song Ning woke up, stretched lazily, and came out of her room. The women of the Song family had already prepared breakfast and were busy discussing around the dining table. Seeing Song Ning, Aunt Song Wang waved warmly to her. Song Ning obediently sat beside her, and Aunt Song Wang took her hand warmly. She cheerfully said, "Ninger, we discussed with your mother. You girls will go to the city first, and the men will stay in the town. I have no opinion. I'll listen to the aunts," Song Ning replied. The family members who stayed behind were carefully chosen, and she trusted them not to do foolish things like the second and third wives of the family. The aunts nodded and cheerfully continued, "It's almost New Year. The uncles and brothers who work for others haven't been paid yet, and we need to settle the shop's accounts." The aunts chattered on, with Lu Shi occasionally adding a word. Meanwhile, she kept busy, picking out Song Ning's favorite dishes with her chopsticks, gently blowing on the food to cool it just right, and then placing it into Song Ning's bowl. Song Ning ate her food diligently. But as she listened to Lu Shi and the aunts discussing future plans, she seemed to think of something, and her eating paused for a brief moment. She wanted to say something, but seeing everyone's hopeful expressions about the future, she silently closed her mouth again and continued fighting with her rice and dishes. Forget it. Some things are better left unsaid early on. Mentioning them might only cause worry. Let's face it, when trouble comes, we'll deal with it as it comes. Anyway, she was already prepared and just waiting for things to unfold naturally. Song Ning had discussed moving to the city with Wen Hanzhou before any conflicts arose. So, as soon as dawn broke, Wen Hanzhou sent someone to help her move, and they arrived in the town quickly. Perhaps Wen Hanzhou was still worried about their argument, because this time, it was He Feng Mian himself who brought people along. When she saw Song Ning, He Feng Mian changed his previous dislike and cheerfully came over. "Miss Song, Zhou specifically asked me to come in the snow to help you move." He deliberately emphasized specifically and in the snow. Song Ning shot him a glance and calmly said, "You don't have to come, but that couldn't be allowed." He Feng Mian exaggerated his tone. "This is what Zhou personally ordered." "Oh, by the way, Miss Song, have you eaten breakfast?" Before coming, Zhou also asked me to bring some pork soup buns from Tianqiang Pavilion in the city. The buns are still warm. Would you like to try some? To not let the prince's kindness go to waste, He Feng Mian smiled playfully, almost cracking his face from smiling too much. Watching him gnash his teeth and try to flatter her, Song Ning suddenly felt mischievous. She paused, and He Feng Mian, clinging to her heels, almost lost his footing and bumped into her. He barely stopped himself. He Feng Mian secretly ground his teeth, but his smile grew even brighter. He held his perfect, flawless smile, but his molars clenched tightly, and his tone grew more sinister. "Miss Song, what's wrong?" Song Ning crossed her arms and looked directly into He Feng Mian's eyes. "Are you trying to flatter me?" Before He Feng Mian could answer, she asked another question. "Did he tell you to flatter me?" He Feng Mian's face stiffened at the question. He didn't dislike Song Ning, but when Hanzhou was determined to marry her, the daughter of a disgraced official, as his wife. Although He Fengmian wasn't too concerned about social status, he knew Hanzhou's background was extraordinary and hard to reach. He still had a long way to go. It would be better if the princess position went to a noble daughter of a powerful official, which could help Hanzhou in the future, rather than to someone with a tarnished reputation as a disgraced official's daughter. Because of this, He Fengmian was somewhat dissatisfied with Song Ning. Plus, they had always bickered before, which created a grudge. Now, with Song Ning acting so indifferent, it naturally hurt He Fengmian's already fragile heart even more. He dared not argue with her, as usual. He could only swallow his anger, nod, and even speak gently with a clipped tone. Of course, Miss Song, the prince's words to you were unintentional. Please don't take it to heart. Song Ning raised an eyebrow. She still didn't take the bun from He Fengmian's hand, only coldly replied, what does that mean? Has she forgiven Zhou or not? He Fengmian died suddenly and urgently. He still wanted to bring up Hanzhou's matter, but Song Ning always managed to change the subject smoothly, with a distant yet polite attitude, which made him anxious and scratch his head. He Fengmian brought quite a few people this time. The Song family had just moved to a new residence. Besides some everyday items, there was nothing extra to take. They quickly packed their luggage. With He Fengmian's escort, the Song family group got on the carriage. Song Ning wore a protective hat and ear cover made by Lu Shi and small animal fur gloves. She sat proudly on the small horse, smiling as she said, "Since everything is packed, let's set off." The house in the city was an old residence once lived in by Hanzhou. It was fully furnished and ready for immediate move-in. The horses trotted steadily through the snow, pulling the carriage. It had snowed for several days, but today was rare and clear. People were clearing snow on the streets, and the shops in Suzhou were bustling again. Song Ning looked at the roadside scenery as they approached the city. Suddenly, she spoke about something. "Guard He, since we are living in the prince's house, please discuss the rent with him when you return." The girl's expression was lazy, not clearly joking or serious. He Fengmian was about to say there was no need to pay rent, but Song Ning quickly added, "Guard He, please don't refuse or I'll feel guilty." He Fengmian looked at Song Ning's serious face, secretly rolled his eyes, and thought to himself, why do these two always argue and drag him into it? Oh well, he was just the messenger. He forced a couple of laughs, feeling unlucky. As the sun rose higher, more pedestrians came and went along the street. Song Ning's little head bobbed with the horse's movements. She looked serious as she said, "A woman's most important thing is self-respect. How can she accept so many favors without reason?" She emphasized the words self-respect, her face tense, clearly annoyed. Seeing her puffed-up face, He Fengmian suddenly guessed something clever. He blinked and, curious, leaned in and asked, "Song Ning, tell me honestly, why did you and Zhou argue?" He almost wanted to grab some popcorn. Song Ning shot him a glance, her beautiful eyes narrowing like a little fox feeling wronged. She cleared her throat and said seriously, "Guard He, can I really talk about this?" She pretended to be shy, which made He Fengmian even more curious. His face showed longing, and Song Ning suddenly chuckled softly, lowering her voice further. She asked, "Guard He, you've been always by the prince's side. Do you know how things are between the prince and women?" That. Which, He Fengmian and Song Ning looked at each other. Song Ning blinked innocently, but her gaze drifted downward, glancing lightly at the area between his legs with a very obvious hint. He Fengmian immediately understood and gasped in surprise. Why did Song Ning suddenly ask that?
Could it be?
His expression suddenly turned serious. Since they were young, they had been inseparable. Honestly, after so many years following Hanzhou, He Fengmian had never seen Hanzhou involved with any woman. In this dynasty, young men around 10 years old would be guided by maids and tutors, and there would be maids or servants around them. By the time they reached adulthood, they would usually. But now, the prince was already 23, and he still had no close companion. The prince himself had never mentioned it. At first, He Fengmian didn't think much of it. After all, he was only 2 years younger than Hanzhou, and wasn't he also not inexperienced? But now he thought about it. How could he compare himself, a guard, to the prince? He couldn't indulge in such things. When Hanzhou was different. Back in the capital, countless noble ladies, maids, and servants flocked to the prince, like fish in the river. So many. Could it be that none of them caught the prince's eye? The more He Fengmian thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, his face tightening. Seeing He Fengmian's reaction, Song Ning's expression slowly shifted from confusion to seriousness. She had initially just wanted to use He Fengmian's words to provoke him, but now, looking at his reaction, she sensed something was wrong. Could it be that when Hanzhou isn't capable? Otherwise, why would he react so strongly and avoid her when she got close? Song Ning suddenly felt a bit nervous. After the new year, she would turn 17. In another year, she would be 18. In modern times, that's still considered a child, but in ancient times, 18 was considered quite old for a girl. She wanted to wait a few more years before having children, but time waits for no one. Even if she was slow to realize, she knew that when Hanzhou's relationship with the current emperor was not as simple as rumors suggested. The powerful official controls the government, and the emperor has no children, only his nephew and Hanzhou. Their relationship is like a thick fog, making it hard to guess. But the only thing certain is that these days are probably the most peaceful. Soon, the Dali dynasty will face a war with the Xiongnu. Supporters of the emperor and the powerful officials will also fight fiercely. When Hanzhou's path will become harder and time is running out. Now is when his power is weakest, and it's easiest to secretly attack and then disappear quietly. If in the future when Hanzhou manages to build his own power and army, escaping will become much more difficult. So, it's best to act quickly and decisively now. Of course, only after turning 18, this is the bottom line. 1 year is just enough to take control of Hanzhou and prepare a safe way to retreat and rest. Song Ning's calm and relaxed expression fades. She looks eagerly at He Fengmian, silently urging him. He Fengmian feels her gaze and becomes tense, hesitating as he speaks, but his words sound weak. You, a young girl. Why are you asking about this? Song Ning loses patience and straightforwardly asks He Fengmian, is the prince not capable? She kindly adds, if there's something embarrassing, you should treat it quickly while you're young, so you don't miss the best time for treatment.
Haha.
He Fengmian almost chokes on his own saliva. He glares at Song Ning, wanting to argue properly, but Song Ning calmly looks at him. The prince keeps saying he likes me, but when I get close to him, he pushes me away and avoids me. Her expression becomes more resentful. She points to her backside. I was even pushed down by the prince, sitting on the ground. He Fengmian's words get stuck in his throat. He stammers, the prince is a person who respects rules. Their horses get closer and closer. Song Ning lowers her voice further. I know I've acted a bit out of line, but... He Fengmian, if it were you, and the girl you love wanted to get close, would you just push her away like that? He Fengmian shakes his head. He looks at Song Ning hesitantly. Honestly, Miss Song is still young, with a simple and passionate personality. When feelings run deep, it's understandable that she might do some things that aren't proper. She's just a young girl, not experienced enough, and doesn't understand some things. If someone acts in an inappropriate way, I would only gently advise them, teach them right from wrong, and explain how to behave properly. I wouldn't just push someone away suddenly.
But
He Fengmian still wanted to persuade himself, and Song Ning sighed bitterly. There's another possibility. He Fengmian perked up his ears. Song Ning said, the prince says he likes me, but it's all fake. He Fengmian immediately retorted, that's impossible. The prince never used to laugh foolishly out of nowhere, and he even secretly hid a portrait of Miss Song on his desk.
wait.
He Fengmian tensed up all over. He stiffly turned his head and looked into Song Ning's eyes. Song Ning looked a bit helpless, with a hint of regret and worry. His expression made He Fengmian feel like a thunderbolt had struck his head, making his scalp tense.
Wow.
No way. Could Zhou really be doing this? That can't be. Otherwise, why would someone as mature, steady, gentle, and polite as Zhou behave so rudely as to push a girl's bottom? Besides hiding a secret out of fear of being caught, He Fingmian couldn't think of any other reasonable explanation. Song Ning looked at He Fingmian's disappointed face, sighed long, and shook his head. He Fingmian felt like he had been struck by 5 thunderbolts, his whole mind buzzing. But Song Ning, after feeling disappointed, looked away somewhere else. Forget it. It's still a bit early to think about this. If the person who borrowed the seed isn't Wen Hanzhou, then he's not in a hurry. He can wait 10 or 8 years or even adopt a child directly, it doesn't matter. And, to be even more cautious, his parents are still young, so having a second or third child is totally possible. Song Ning suddenly felt relieved, and his mood brightened. The heavy snow stopped suddenly, and the shops in the city were even busier than before. Song Ning looked around and was suddenly attracted by a scene in front of a grain shop. A group of townspeople was gathered there, apparently arguing with the shopkeeper. In the middle of the argument, a scholar dressed in traditional clothes spoke angrily. It's normal for grain prices to fluctuate, but this year's prices are more than double last year's. Shopkeeper, isn't that a bit too outrageous? The townspeople beside him also grew angry. They ran small businesses in the city, had no time to take care of their land, and could only rent land from others. Usually they relied on buying grain to survive. They had a little money in hand, but they couldn't accept such crazy increases in grain prices. After listening to the scholar's accusations, the grain shopkeeper merely lifted his eyelids lazily and sneered dismissively. Are you going to buy or not? We definitely want to buy, but the grain prices are so high that we can't accept them. The scholar, full of righteous anger, shook his sleeves and turned to leave. The villagers gathered in front of the grain shop also seemed ready to follow. They thought the shopkeeper would stop them and discuss the prices again, but unexpectedly, he sneered coldly and said, "If you can't accept it, then go look at other shops. I dare say, our shop has the lowest grain prices in the whole town." This arrogant attitude ignited the villagers' anger. The lively shop entrance suddenly became quiet, and the villagers hurried to another grain shop. Song Ning tilted her head, pulled the reins of her horse, and slowly followed. The snow on the road hadn't melted yet. Besides the cleared path, the snow was piled over 2 feet high, making it hard for people to walk. When they reached the second grain shop, they found many angry people gathered there too. Song Ning tapped her fingers thoughtfully, but both the scholar and the villager suddenly felt a jolt in their hearts. The front of the grain shop was crowded, with many people arguing loudly, creating a lively scene. Song Ning slowed her horse. Inside the carriage behind her, Lu Shi leaned out and asked, "What's wrong?" Song Ning casually replied, "Nothing, mother. You and Lord He go back first. I suddenly remembered I forgot to buy some things." While speaking, Song Ning gave Lord He a subtle look. Lord He was still worried that his own prince might be in trouble, looking very downcast. He had no energy to argue with Song Ning and was very obedient. Lu Shi knew her daughter always had her own ideas, so she advised Song Ning to stay safe and go home early, then didn't interfere further. After watching the Song family's carriage leave, Song Ning jumped down from her horse. The villagers who had come from another grain shop had finally squeezed to the front. After asking about the prices, their faces turned pale. The scholar leading them frowned deeply, showing a look of disbelief. Song Ning reached out and poked his shoulder. "Brother, how are the grain prices at the shop?" The scholar quickly turned around and saw a pretty young girl. His angry and confused expression softened a little, but his tone carried more sadness. "This grain shop's prices are even higher than the last one." This remark seemed to ignite the dissatisfaction among the people nearby. A group of them started complaining loudly. "After all these years, we've never seen such high grain prices. Isn't this just cheating for money?" The owner of the grain shop leaned against the door, appearing indifferent. He coolly said, "If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. Don't bother us with your complaints." His assistant echoed, "Everyone knows this year's locust plague was serious, so grain production was low. Plus, there's heavy snow in the city now. Honestly, we're just selling grain, not doing charity. The prices are set. If you think it's too high, maybe reflect on yourselves. Have you been earning enough silver over the years?" "Exactly. When we bought grain this year, the prices were already ridiculously high. Do you expect us to sell at last year's prices? We run a grain shop, not a charity organization. The people inside the shop voiced their frustrations, making everyone more angry. Everyone was just common folk, and they knew better than anyone how high the grain prices were. These grain shops in the city were deliberately raising prices maliciously. The scholar angrily waved his sleeve. Let's go. The grain prices are almost as high as meat prices. We might as well spend a few more silver coins to buy some meat. The shopkeeper snorted coldly, showing a dismissive attitude. The common folk turned to leave with the scholar, each face showing anger. Wait, Song Ning suddenly spoke, her clear voice cutting through the crowd. Boss, I have quite a bit of stored grain at home.
I want to sell some to you.
How much will you pay me? Her voice immediately drew the attention of many. The scholar, being closest to Song Ning, spoke first. Young girl, you have grain at home. Can you sell me some? Other villagers also saw a new opportunity and looked at Song Ning hopefully. But she shook her head and honestly said, Sorry, everyone. I saw the grain prices are so high this year, so I want to sell my stored grain while the price is good. The shopkeeper snorted again at the villagers, then looked at Song Ning with a faint attitude. Young girl, how much stored grain do you have? It's too little for us to buy. Song Ning counted on her fingers, estimating how much food she had secretly stored last month. She included the grains, rice, and corn in her space. Then she gestured a number. Over 100,000 jin. This estimate was quite conservative because the items in her space could regenerate, making the supply almost endless in a way. Hearing this, the grain shopkeeper's dismissive attitude immediately changed. He straightened up, with a forced smile on his face. Pushing through the crowd, he hurried towards Song Ning and said, Miss, please come in. Let's talk carefully. Shopkeeper, I need to go home soon. Why don't you tell me what kind of price you can offer? Song Ning asked sincerely, with a simple look. She was only about 16 or 17 years old, with big, bright eyes and clean, pretty clothes, clearly inexperienced in the ways of the world. The shopkeeper's eyes flickered as he pointed his finger. Miss, we need to see the quality of the grains you have. How much are ordinary grains? Song Ning asked. Let's go inside to talk. The shopkeeper wanted to persuade her further, but Song Ning shook her head firmly. I'm just a young girl who doesn't know much. Shopkeeper, just tell everyone openly, so you don't cheat me secretly. With innocent and pure expression, she looked at the crowd. The onlookers started to cheer. The shopkeeper felt stuck, unable to back out. He could only count on his fingers, grit his teeth, and say, Sweet corn costs 1 coin for 5 jin, wheat costs 1 coin for 2 jin. As soon as he said this, the crowd reacted with surprise. A scholar angrily shouted, That's so unfair. The prices you sell to us are doubled or even tripled, which is understandable since everyone is doing business. But you've increased the price 6 or 7 times. Do you think we're fools, or are you just taking advantage of the young girl's innocence? The shopkeeper's face darkened. He tried to explain patiently to Song Ning, Miss, don't listen to their nonsense. You can ask around. The grain merchants who bought from us before didn't offer such high prices. That was true. In previous years, the price of stored grains wasn't this high. But the reason was, the prices at grain shops back then weren't as outrageously high as they are now. The shopkeeper wanted to say more, but Song Ning sighed disappointedly and then said seriously, This price is too low. I just wanted to earn some silver, but now it seems selling the grain to you won't make much profit. The shopkeeper's face darkened again. Song Ning held the horse's reins, took 2 steps forward, then turned back and said to the villagers, Everyone now knows how much it costs to buy grain this year. The scholar reacted quickly, looked at Song Ning carefully, and suddenly bowed slightly. Thank you for your reminder, young lady. The shopkeeper of the grain store realized that Song Ning was testing their situation. His face turned red with anger. Seeing more and more people gathering outside his shop, he finally had only a few customers left. The shopkeeper couldn't help but sneer. Pretending to be clever. If you don't buy now, the price of grain will only go up in the future. After saying that, he looked at Song Ning with a threatening gaze, implying something but also warning her. Young lady, I remember you. You'd better make sure your family has enough stored grain. This won't trouble the shopkeeper anymore, Song Ning said, shrugging her small hands and preparing to leave on her horse. But suddenly, the shopkeeper added, "If your family really has grain, don't think about opening a shop in the city to sell it. Young lady, this is a dangerous place. You're young. Don't risk your life just for a meal." Song Ning paused slightly, but didn't turn back. She just thoughtfully stroked her chin. It's normal for 1 or 2 shops to raise prices secretly, but within just a few days, all shops in the city raised prices, and the increase was very exaggerated. The water here is indeed deep. Song Ning had visited Wen Hanzhou's house once. At that time, she was pretending to be drunk and didn't pay much attention to the road. But never doubt the navigation skills of a leader who can lead everyone to survive in the apocalypse. Soon, Song Ning arrived at her destination on horseback. Seeing her, He Feng Mian nervously looked away, trying to find something to say. "I was worried that Miss Song wouldn't recognize the way. I was about to send someone to pick you up." Seeing He Feng Mian suddenly become timid, Song Ning placed her hand on his shoulder. "Lord He, I still prefer your rebellious and unruly side." He Feng Mian. In the past, he thought Miss Song was not suitable for their prince, but if their prince truly had issues. He Feng Mian suddenly felt very weak. He forced a dry smile.
Song Ning added, "It's okay.
No one is perfect. When heaven opens a door for someone, it must close a window. It's nothing serious. Life is short, just endure it." He Feng Mian. After speaking, Song Ning felt inexplicably happy. However, thinking about how handsome the person is and feeling that it's not very humane, I also feel a bit regretful. Still, there are many ways to be playful, and when it comes to romantic matters between men and women, it doesn't have to follow traditional methods, right? Song Ning chuckled softly, feeling excited. She hummed a little tune and strolled into the residence, while He Fengmian was about to explode. Just now, why did Song Ning look so lewd when she smiled? No, that's not the main point.
He Fengmian was worried.
He needed to go back quickly and ask Zhou himself if there was any problem with him in any way. He used to think that Zhou, at 22 or 23, didn't pursue women because he was pure. Now, thinking more carefully, it's quite frightening. At this moment, when Hanzhou, who already had a reputation for being somewhat incapable in certain areas, was calmly holding a cup of tea, bringing it to his lips. Opposite him, a few well-dressed men with jewelry on their bodies were smiling politely, but not truly sincerely. "Prince, we merchants are also common folks. You only see the high grain prices, but you don't understand the hardships we face in business." When Hanzhou's expression remained unchanged, he gently blew on the tea foam, appearing calm and unhurried. This made the men opposite him somewhat unsure of his true intentions. One rough-looking merchant spoke loudly, with a disrespectful attitude, almost rebellious. "Prince, I'm a rough person. Just say what you mean. Don't sit there pretending to be innocent. If there's grain elsewhere and it's transported into the city, we can sell it at whatever price we want. We won't say a word about it, but the problem is, this year's grain is indeed much less than in previous years. Plus, with these merchants' malicious encouragement, some of them, even if they have grain, won't sell it immediately. Instead, they hoard it deliberately, causing the already scarce grain to become even rarer." When Hanzhou took a sip of tea, dressed in white with black hair, exuding a noble aura, he looked up and smiled lightly. Everyone making a fortune from national hardship isn't something honorable. His words hit the mark. The faces of the men immediately changed, but they still forced themselves to speak. "Prince, you're accusing us unfairly. We're not making a fortune from the country's difficulties. It's just normal price fluctuations." When Hanzhou nodded meaningfully and slowly stood up. "Since you're unwilling to cooperate," he paused, smiling slightly, leaving a hint of suspense, which made the confident merchant men suddenly feel uneasy. When Hanzhou stepped away from the tavern, these kinds of issues are both easy and difficult to resolve. Wealthy merchants often work together secretly, with officials secretly supporting them. These officials also hold some real power. To truly fight against these officials, it might cause short-term unrest among the people, but it is not too difficult. Moreover, When Hanzhou has the largest intelligence building and silver treasury, and he already knows this year will be a bad harvest. While the merchants are stockpiling grain, when Hanzhou has also arranged for many supplies to be transported here. These are minor issues, but the bigger problem is when Hanzhou looked up at the dark, heavy sky, which seemed about to bring a snowstorm again. He sighed softly. The Dali dynasty already faces locust plagues in some areas. When locusts appear, they cover everything. This year's heavy snow will freeze a large amount of grain, and if next year there is a locust plague too, the consequences would be terrible. Thinking of this, when Hanzhou remembered the crispy fried locusts that Song Ning once made, he sighed gently, then shook his head. Even if they are locusts, so what if they can be eaten?
Could it be that?
The common people can't possibly eat all those locusts? Never mind. First solve the immediate problems, and later wait for the court to send relief grain. Right now, the most important thing is to unify the North before the chaos, or even if the court sends aid later, it will be siphoned off by corrupt officials in the North and never reach the common people. He was lost in thought when suddenly he sneezed. When Hanzhou rubbed his nose and suddenly said, "Go to Tongshu Hutong." The remaining members of the Song family were efficient and quick in handling affairs. With Hanzhou's help, they finished tidying up the house in no time. Song Ning lazily lounged in the Grand Tutor's chair, sighing comfortably. She planned to rest for a while to regain her energy before going out to see which of the shops she bought would be suitable as a grain store. Everything in the new house was brand new and ready to use. When Hanzhou had prepared everything carefully. After wandering around the large house, little Zhengli came to Song Ning, looking at her hesitantly. "What's wrong?" Song Ning beckoned her over. The 5-year-old girl, with a bun on her head, had gained some flesh on her face after half a month, feeling soft and tender to the touch. Zhengli sighed like a little adult, with a worried look. "Does sister still have silver?" she asked. "You want money?" Song Ning checked her purse, not asking what Zhengli wanted to do, and reached out to give her some silver coins. Eli quickly shook his head. "Sister, I didn't mean that." Song Ning was very perceptive and immediately understood. "Do you think our family is very poor?" Not exactly very poor, but it doesn't seem like we are very rich either."
Of course, Eli didn't say this out loud.
The small girl, not even knee-high, looked up with a little face. "Sister, is the house we live in now the man's? That man?" Song Ning was momentarily stunned. She realized the little girl was talking about Hanzhou, and she nodded blankly. Eli's expression grew more worried. Song Ning couldn't help but poke her face with her little finger. "What's wrong?" Eli held Song Ning's finger tightly, her expression very serious. "Sister, a man's love is the most unreliable thing in the world." Song Ning was stunned instantly. Could this little girl really be only 5 years old to say such things? She suspected that the girl might have traveled or been reborn. Eli didn't think she was saying anything shocking. She sighed worriedly, then puffed out her little chest and patted it proudly. "Sister, I will study hard in the future, pass exams, and support you." Song Ning blinked twice. Eli tried to stand on tiptoe, then seriously patted Song Ning's head like a grown-up. "Sister, you rest well. I need to go busy myself." After saying that, the tiny girl, about the size of a radish, ran out briskly, helping the servants move furniture back and forth. While busy, she muttered to herself, carrying a book. Song Ning was stunned. She just was touched by a little girl who wasn't even knee-high. Song Ning touched her head in disbelief, then shook it again. This world was becoming more and more incomprehensible to her.
"But..."
Song Ning tilted her head and listened to the girl reciting her lesson, a flash of surprise in her eyes. When Eli first arrived, she couldn't even recognize a single character. Now, in less than a week, she could recite the 1,000-character classic. It was truly astonishing. After the new house was thoroughly cleaned, Hefengmian set off a string of firecrackers at the door. Amid the lively sound of firecrackers, snowflakes fell again from the sky. Song Ping'an and Eli and Xiao Luer leaned on the red railing, watching the snow, whispering to each other about something. In the backyard, smoke from cooking rose into the air. The The Song family women were making dumplings, and the rich aroma spread throughout the yard. Along with the white snow and red plum blossoms, it chased away the cold wind. Song Ning stood up, brushed off her clothes, and was about to call Song Ping'an and the two children to eat. She saw He Fingmian standing at the door, hesitant and wanting to speak, but not quite sure how. Zhao Fengxian, dressed in a red padded jacket, looked even more charming. She unceremoniously pushed past He Fingmian, frowning. "Move aside, don't block the way." He Fingmian staggered slightly, rolled her eyes when she saw Zhao Fengxian. Zhao Fengxian threw a stack of papers onto Song Ning's table and sat down casually across from her. "Here's what you asked for." "Thanks," Song Ning said, gathering the papers and glancing over them quickly. Since Zhao Fengxian was the openly recognized eldest daughter of the Zhao household, she had many friends among the young women in the city. Luz wanted to open a clothing shop, so they naturally did some market research before making clothes. Song Ning specifically asked Zhao Fengxian to investigate the popular clothing styles among young women in the city, planning to give this information to Luz for reference. Zhao Fengxian snorted proudly, about to get up and leave when Song Ning suddenly called her. "Miss Zhao, when do you plan to return to the Taisho residence?" Zhao Fengxian's face stiffened. She suddenly spoke fiercely, but with a hint of weakness. "Are you in such a hurry to chase me away?" Song Ning looked innocent. "I was just asking casually." Zhao Fengxian seemed to remember something and was so angry she stomped her foot, her eyes red as she pointed at Song Ning. "Song Ning, you're just like a mule that's been killed after being used. You want me to leave quickly so you can flirt with Prince Ling, right?" "Well, I won't do that, Song Ning. I never said that." Zhao Fengxian calmed down a little, but still looked upset. Song Ning continued sincerely. "Even if you stay, it won't affect my relationship with Wen Hanzhou." Zhao Fengxian. She was so angry she stomped again. "Song Ning, don't think you can chase me away. I've made up my mind. I'm sticking with you for life." Song Ning looked helpless. This girl was really stubborn.
And
she liked Wen Hanzhou. Why not just go bother Wen Hanzhou directly and stay close to him? Song Ning sighed and couldn't help but gently ruffle Zhao Fengxian's hair. "All right, I didn't say I was kicking you out. Don't be so angry all the time." Every time she saw her, this girl always looked upset. Zhao Fengxian looked annoyed, but she didn't actually slap Song Ning away. Instead, she seemed to have been spoiled and muttered stubbornly, "Do you think you are to kick me out? I live here and I paid the rent." Fine, whatever you want to stay as long as you like," Song Ning replied casually. Zhao Fengxian seemed truly comforted and looked proud. At the door, Guo Wenmian was watching and thought, are these two rivals? He felt the atmosphere was strange, a bit awkward. Guo Wenmian scratched his head, struggling to find the right words because, as a typical ancient person, he couldn't quite describe the situation. Seeing the strange mood between the two, Zhao Fengxian, a bright and confident woman, almost turned into a little cat clinging to Song Ning. Finally, Guo Wenmian couldn't hold back and broke the silence with a casual comment to lighten the mood. "Miss Zhao, Magistrate Zhao has been looking for you recently. There's no grudge between father and daughter. If there's any misunderstanding, maybe you should talk face to face." "A misunderstanding?" Zhao Fengxian's temper flared again. Song Ning quickly patted her head to calm her down. No anger, just smoothing her hair. Zhao Fengxian finally calmed down and shot a cold glare at Guo Wenmian, turning her face away coldly. "I said I won't go back. Then don't go back." Song Ning looked at Zhao Fengxian and suddenly remembered the day she found her on the street, covered in wounds, smiling at her defiantly. She sighed silently and kept stroking Zhao Fengxian's hair. The atmosphere between these two women was really strange. Guo Wenmian looked completely helpless and made an excuse to leave. "I'll go see if there's anything else to pack." Song Ning lazily responded with a, not noticing that Zhao Fengxian was slowly squatting down, resting her chin on Song Ning's thigh, looking relaxed and happy to be petted. Guo Wenmian. He wished he could cover his eyes. But maybe friendship between women was like this. He comforted himself and quickened his pace. Halfway there, he suddenly saw someone out of the corner of his eye. In an instant, his mind exploded, and he stopped abruptly. That person's face looked just like someone he knew. No way. How is that possible? Noticing someone staring at him, Song Ping'an looked back in confusion and met Guo Wenmian's curious gaze. He kindly smiled at He Fengmian, showing a row of white teeth. He Fengmian pursed his lips, about to walk towards Song Ping'an, but suddenly heard the sound of hooves at the door. The guards at the door cheerfully called out, "Prince, why are you here?" He Fengmian frowned slightly, looked deeply at Song Ping'an twice, then turned around and headed toward the door. Outside, when Hanzhou was riding a fine horse, dressed in snow and wind. The guards led the horse away, and upon seeing He Fengmian, when Hanzhou looked a bit uncomfortable, he asked, "How is Miss Song doing?" Last time, he made Song Ning angry, and he hadn't had the chance to apologize in person. He Fengmian. He finally pushed aside his thoughts about Song Ping'an. He looked at Wen Hanzhou with hesitation, wanting to speak but not sure how. When Hanzhou sensed something was wrong and asked, "What's the matter?" He Fengmian hesitated, thinking that discussing such private matters here might not be appropriate. "It's nothing." He Fengmian's expression was strange. But, thinking about Azhou's happiness in the future, he hesitated again and suggested, "Azhou, maybe you should talk directly to Miss Song and clear things up? What if she doesn't mind your shortcomings? Even if you two talk things over, maybe a doctor can help treat the problem someday." When Hanzhou didn't understand He Fengmian's complicated thoughts, he simply thought Song Ning was still angry. He sighed lightly and nodded gently. "You're right, He Fengmian." Oh no, Azhou didn't deny it. Could it be that Azhou really isn't capable? He Fengmian suddenly felt like the sky was falling. In the backyard, Lu's family was making dumplings. The first meal of dumplings after moving was to honor the kitchen god. Lu's family and the women of the Song family were busy in the kitchen. After Zhao Fengxian was praised for flattering, he sulked and proudly turned his head, not knowing where he went. Song Ning was bored alone, so she went to the backyard to make a snowman. She pinched a snowball with her small hands, struggling to roll a snowball on the ground. The snowball was very small at first, so Song Ning squatted down seriously, carefully shaping the snow little by little. Suddenly, a shadow cast over her head. Song Ning looked up and saw Wen Hanzhou's face. She blinked, then lowered her head and continued working on her snow. When Hanzhou squatted down, Song Ning moved a step back, with her back turned to him. Wen Hanzhou, he sighed helplessly, then stood up and squatted opposite Song Ning. Song Ning pouted her lips and shifted to a different position. Wen Hanzhou, he was very frustrated. He sighed softly and called her, "Ninger, I'm not here." Song Ning replied confidently, but the next second, her small hand was grabbed by Wen Hanzhou. "Are you cold?" Wen Hanzhou's fingers were long and smooth, with skin as soft as fine jade, feeling very nice. He held Song Ning's cold hand in his palm and brought up what happened that day. "Ninger, that day. I didn't mean for it to happen." Song Ning snorted. She wasn't really angry, just felt a bit embarrassed. More importantly, her gaze kept drifting downward, finally stopping at a certain place beneath Wen Hanzhou, full of meaning. Wen Hanzhou was initially confused. When he realized what Song Ning was looking at, his face turned bright red. Song Ning didn't hide anything. She gave his shoulder a meaningful pat and said, "Prince, don't be afraid to face things. It's not her fault for overthinking. Mainly, a man repeatedly refusing the affection of the woman he loves makes people can't help but think more." When Hanzhou knew Song Ning misunderstood. For a moment, he was both amused and speechless. He wanted to explain, but saying it out loud felt a bit awkward and shy. Light snow began to fall again. A few snowflakes landed on Song Ning's long eyelashes. She blinked, let out a small sigh, and hesitated whether to comfort Wen Hanzhou. She stammered, "Well, it's really okay. A man should stand tall and shouldn't be just fixated on the bed." "You're right." When Hanzhou looked at Song Ning's serious face and felt a strange, almost gritting teeth kind of emotion for the first time. Does this girl really think that about him? Although the young masters in the capital were often lazy and unproductive, they did have some very reasonable sayings. Women, after a quarrel, do have a very vivid imagination. Seeing that when Hanzhou wasn't angry and appeared quite relaxed, Song Ning let out a breath of relief. She secretly glanced at him again, cleared her throat, and pretended to casually ask, Prince, about that thing you can't do. How bad is it? Is it completely impossible, or only sometimes barely manageable? Wan Hanzhou. When shame reaches a certain level, only laughter remains in his heart. Suddenly, he grabbed Song Ning's wrist and gently pulled her. Song Ning staggered slightly and fell into Wan Hanzhou's arms. They were very close, snowflakes falling around them, their breaths mingling. Wan Hanzhou's voice was soft and slightly hoarse. He said, "Why not try, Miss Song? Let's see if I can really do it." Song Ning could faintly hear a helpless smile in his voice. She blinked, looked up at Wan Hanzhou's stunning face, and then down to his tempting Adam's apple. His delicate, alluring collarbones hidden under his white clothes looked mysterious. Wan Hanzhou was very tall. When he wore a white long robe, he looked like a jade figure from the countryside, tall and slender. But Song Ning, who had cured his poison, knew that under his clothes, his body was strong and powerful. Her eyes sparkled with bright light as she looked at his chest and waist. She couldn't even imagine how slim his waist could be. Honestly, even though she was only 16 now, in her past life, she was just an ordinary woman nearing 30, busy with her daily life. She had only seen men who could run, never men who could take off their clothes. She was tempted, especially since the man in front of her was so perfect. Even if he couldn't do it, she would accept it. Song Ning swallowed nervously, her small hand unconsciously reaching out to hold Wan Hanzhou's collar. She giggled and looked up with big, blinking eyes. Prince, really? Actually, she had one more thing to say. Why not try no matter what? Wan Hanzhou. He clenched his teeth and held her restless hand, his ears turning pink, but his face remained gentle and serious. Song Ning was a little dissatisfied and struggled a bit, trying to reach into his clothes. Wan Hanzhou's voice suddenly turned hoarse. He said, "Ninger, the imperial decree of marriage will arrive soon." Song Ning's small hand paused, and she straightened her waist confidently. "If you really can't do it, wouldn't I be losing out? Unless..." Song Ning cleared her throat. "You prove it to me, Wan Hanzhou." Neither of them knew how they entered the room. Song Ning only felt her head spinning, and then Wan Hanzhou gently picked her up. A light kiss fell on her forehead. Wan Hanzhou's voice was hoarse. "A Ning, be good." Song Ning looked up, snow falling on his eyebrows and eyes, making him look cold and handsome, like a fairy from the snowfield. Song Ning was stunned for a few seconds. When she came back to her senses, the two of them had already reached the room. Wan Hanzhou's face was flushed with embarrassment, and he looked back uncomfortably. The door was tightly closed, and the windows were shut. There was no one in the backyard, only the sound of snow falling quietly, very peaceful. Song Ning let out a small, and opened her mouth. "Prince? You..." Before she finished speaking, Wan Hanzhou gently held her small hand and placed it somewhere near his waist. There, it was already hard and hot, pulsing with a strong desire. Startled, Song Ning quickly pulled her hand back. Her mind buzzed, all her thoughts turning into a tangled mess. She couldn't hear anything around her, but her ears felt like they were hit by a huge wave, and she couldn't calm down for a long time. Eventually, only a faint ringing remained. Wan Hanzhou also seemed to be burned, suddenly releasing her hand. His handsome face was almost lowered to his chest. The two looked at each other in silence, foolishly gazing. After a while, Wan Hanzhou awkwardly got up, stumbling as he spoke. "I cough. Miss Song, I have something to do. I will leave now." He almost ran out, eager to leave. Song Ning still sat blankly by the bed. Hearing Wan Hanzhou's voice, she nodded blankly and said strangely, about the grain prices in the city. I plan to open a grain shop in the city." She nervously clenched her fists, feeling her thoughts unusually thick and sticky, like glue that she couldn't untangle. Wan Hanzhou understood what she wanted to say. Now, with the big merchants deliberately raising grain prices, if Song Ning cooperated with them, it might be okay. But if she opposed them openly, the consequences could be serious. His face became much more serious. After a moment of thought, he nodded gently. Whatever Miss Song wants to do, I support you. He could say such words because he was confident. Song Ning heaved a sigh of relief. Her mind was still muddled, but she vaguely felt that the most important thing right now might not be opening a shop. The door to Song Ning's room opened and closed again. The tall, white figure slowly disappeared into the heavy snow outside. Song Ning quietly stared at the door. After a long time, she slowly looked down at her pale little hand, and suddenly, just now. Touch. What did she touch? Song Ning's eyes slowly widened. After staring blankly for 3 minutes, she suddenly turned around and threw herself onto the bed, tightly wrapping herself in a blanket. Outside, snow was falling heavily. Song Ning took half an hour to calm her mind, and only then did she realize her feelings of regret. What was I just doing? How could I not take the opportunity to get some advantage? I'm so angry. Meanwhile, when Hanzhou was not doing much better. When he left, his ears and cheeks were red, and his eyes had a faint redness at the corners, probably from holding back. His eyes even shimmered with a hint of moisture. Once a cold, distant figure, now he looked incredibly charming and alluring. He stood in the corridor, looking through the long pavilion, and saw Xiao Luer, Jiang Li, and Song Ping'an, who were huddled together, chattering away. Children are innocent. When Hanzhou watched them for a long time, then let out a long, tired breath. He felt a mix of shame and frustration in his mind. He had been too impulsive just now, and he wondered if he had offended Miss Song. What if she got even angrier? Lost in his thoughts, suddenly footsteps sounded behind him. It was Lu's family calling Xiao Zhongli and the others to dinner. The children happily responded with 2 cheerful voices. Seeing when Hanzhou, Lu's expression showed a hint of surprise, but she was clearly familiar with him. She politely asked, "When did the prince arrive? Why didn't you say anything? It's quite rude. Please forgive us, Your Highness. There's no need for formalities, Lady Lu. Would the prince like to stay for dinner?" Lu asked, when Hanzhou awkwardly looked away. No need, right now. He truly didn't know how to face Song Ning. Lu didn't say more. When Hanzhou suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet seemed a bit hot, he casually made an excuse to leave. As he stepped out, he passed by Song Ping'an across the courtyard and a corridor. Song Ping'an's eyes were innocent and childlike, but when Hanzhou suddenly frowned and instinctively looked at him, Xiao Luer and Jiang Li ran quickly, and Song Ping'an hurriedly chased after them. When Hanzhou looked back, he only saw Song Ping'an's back. He looked familiar, but also somewhat different. When Hanzhou frowned again and gently shook his head. How could that person possibly be here with Ninger? He must have been mistaken. When Lu's family went to call Song Ning for dinner, she was still secretly feeling regretful inside her blanket. After Lu pulled her out of bed, Song Ning looked downcast and listless. Mrs. Lu gently touched Song Ning's forehead and muttered, "Not even hot." Song Ning remained unwell, hesitant to speak, but finally managed to say, "Mother, I think I miss a man." Mrs. Lu almost choked on her own spit. Song Ning quickly helped her breathe and quickly changed her words. "Mother, I was just talking nonsense." Before she finished, Mrs. Lu suddenly asked, "Ninger, the man you're thinking of, isn't it Prince Ling?" It seems her mother's acceptance is quite strong. Song Ning eagerly nodded, then said something shocking. "Mother, what if I want to be with him but don't want to take responsibility?" Mrs. Lu's mind froze for a few seconds before she reacted. "Ninger, you don't want to marry the prince? What's so good about marrying a prince? The royal family is full of schemes and tricks." Song Ning lazily rested her hands behind her head, looking carefree. Mrs. Lu reached out and gently tapped her head but didn't scold her. Instead, she muttered to herself, "Ninger is right." Song Ning's eyes lit up. It seems her mother is much more open-minded than she thought. Seeing her mother's slightly admiring gaze, Mrs. Lu playfully pinched her nose. "What kind of look is that?" Then she looked pleased and said, "The prince is indeed handsome and virtuous." I was worried you'd be so eager to pursue him. Liu Xiai's mind went blank for a few seconds before she realized. Ninger, don't you want to marry the prince? Marrying the prince isn't that great. The royal family has so many schemes and tricks. Song Ning lazily rested her hands behind her head, looking carefree. Liu Xiai reached out and gently tapped her daughter's head but didn't scold her. Instead, she muttered to herself, Ninger is right. Song Ning's eyes lit up. Her mother is much more open-minded than she thought. Seeing her mother's slightly admiring gaze, Liu Xiai playfully pinched her daughter's nose. What kind of look is that? Then she looked pleased. The prince is truly handsome and virtuous. I'm worried you might fall for him too easily. Liu Xiai didn't finish her sentence, but Song Ning could guess what she meant. It was probably about how they come from different worlds. Song Ning blinked twice, and Liu Xiai shot her a sharp look, both beautiful and commanding. Annoyed, she warned her daughter, Ninger, as a girl, some things are just thoughts. You can't really do them. A woman's purity isn't just about her dress, but it shouldn't be casually broken. Song Ning looked even more eager. Mother, if I don't marry him, just sleep with him and have a child. What do you think? Knowing her mother was more open-minded than she thought, Song Ning spoke more boldly. Liu Xiai suddenly got angry, reaching out to pinch her daughter's arm. What are you saying, child? Before she finished, Liu Xiai seemed to remember something and exchanged a glance with Song Ning. In an instant, mother and daughter shared a secret understanding. They both thought of the same thing. If Ninger wanted to find a son-in-law who moved into her family, she might not find someone with such good genes. Liu Xiai secretly smirked. She held onto Song Ning's sleeve. Liu Xiai looked serious. The mother and daughter tiptoed into the room, forgetting about meals altogether. Soon, the room was filled with Song Ning's surprised exclamations from time to time. An hour later, Song Ning, holding a small booklet personally drawn by her mother and a few pills her mother specially prepared as supplements, staggered out of the room, feeling dizzy. Who would have thought that her strict mother had such a playful side? It just goes to show, experience makes one wiser.
But
Song Ning chuckled softly twice, eager to try. If Wen Hanzhou can do it, then she definitely can too. On a tall, swift horse, Wen Hanzhou, after reciting a few passages of a calming spell to clear his mind, suddenly sneezed, feeling as if someone was thinking of him. Although Song Ning has a strong desire, her main focus now is on important matters. Most importantly, she must wait until her body is 18 years old. After turning 17 this year and waiting another year, she is not in a hurry. With Wen Hanzhou's help, Song Ning's grain shop opened easily without much trouble. The prices in the grain shop remained the same as last year. When people heard this, the common folk, who had been forced to buy grain at inflated prices due to the big merchants' collusion, suddenly cheered with joy. Soon, many people gathered in front of Song Ning's grain shop, and within half a day, all the grain was sold out. Because Song Ning's business was good, other grain shops' sales dropped naturally. These merchants had hoped to benefit from the famine, but Song Ning's actions ruined their plans. They repeatedly tried to cause trouble and even threatened her with words and force. However, with Song Ning in charge and support from Wen Hanzhou and the prefect's office, her grain shop remained unaffected. The Song family's braised meat shop was somewhat affected, but those wealthy merchants made a wrong move. Before Song Ning could act, the people from Tianxiang Tower in the city stepped in to solve the problem. Tianxiang Tower was indeed a good ally. Since Tianxiang Tower was widespread, it was a powerful presence among the wealthy merchants. Song Ning quickly allied with Tianxiang Tower and opened several branches of her grain shop elsewhere. When Hanzhou understood that Song Ning's grain shop was actually helping him, or she wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Grateful, when Hanzhou sent more people to support Song Ning's grain shop. The rich merchants, who had planned to raise grain prices, were furious and resentful but helpless. They simply hoarded grain, waiting for Song Ning's grain to sell out. This year, the snow in the northern desert was heavy, and nearby cities suffered locust plagues. A poor harvest next year was certain. The merchants sneered, thinking they would profit later. Led by Wen Hanzhou, the prefect's office waged an invisible war against the merchants for a month. Eventually, the merchants gave up their plan to make money from the disaster and waited quietly for the right moment. Song Ning had only used half of her stored grain, and the grain in her space was barely touched. Song Ning let out a few sighs, showing her disapproval of the fighting skills of those wealthy merchants. After several days of leisure, Xiao Liuzi had managed the grain shop very well, so Song Ning decided to take a step back and be a hands-off boss. Occasionally, she teased Wen Hanzhou, only to be kindly corrected by him, which she enjoyed very much. After a few days of indulgence, Song Ning suddenly remembered something. She flipped her small hand, and a wooden token appeared, glowing with a red light, seeming quite displeased. Song Ning patted her head, realizing she had forgotten about the martial arts school. She quickly tidied herself up, transformed into a graceful young boy, and put on a common mask used in the martial arts school. Then, following her memory, she quietly sneaked into the underground martial arts hall. The hall was as mysterious and lively as ever. Since she hadn't exercised her muscles for a long time, she immediately participated in several exciting matches. Now, with her status upgraded, the competition arena had also been improved, and her opponents were much stronger than before. Fortunately, Song Ning was powerful and agile, and so far, she hadn't met a true rival. Her name, Long Body, was gradually becoming known in the underground arena. Everyone in the underground martial arts hall wore masks. Song Ning couldn't see the face of the person, so she carefully examined his mechanical arm. The arm was a very delicate piece of machinery, capable of many simple movements, and looked extremely nimble, not at all bulky. She looked at it for a while, feeling amazed. In this era, such exquisite craftsmanship was truly impressive. This strengthened her resolve to get to know the owner of the underground martial arts hall. However, after the man with the mechanical arm posted the notice, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he gathered with a few masked people and discussed another task mentioned on the notice. The man with the mechanical arm asked, "Have you found the little prince of the Xiongnu yet?" The others shook their heads, and one of them said, "Not finding that little prince might be for the best. Otherwise, Mabe might be at war with the Xiongnu again." The Xiongnu little prince was highly respected among his people. If he returned home, the Xiongnu wouldn't be in chaos like now. When that happened, the Xiongnu army would march in, and the people of Mabe would suffer. The mechanical arm man nodded, but suddenly, Song Ning's voice interrupted, asking, "What does the little prince look like?" The few people talking looked at Song Ning. The man with the mechanical arm spoke, "That little Xiongnu prince always wears a ghost mask. Only close friends have seen his real face." Song Ning thoughtfully touched her chin. After a second of thinking, she walked over to the notice and tiptoed to tear down the poster looking for the Xiongnu prince. The man with the mechanical arm looked at her with an unreadable expression. Song Ning naturally put the notice into her pocket and deliberately shifted the topic to Wen Hanzhou. She asked the man with the mechanical arm, "Your task seems very difficult. You only have one hand, and that Prince Wen Hanzhou is a prince. He must have many guards. Are you sure you want to take this mission? Isn't it like walking into danger?" The man with the mechanical arm glanced at Song Ning. Only then did she notice that he, like Wen Hanzhou, loved wearing white clothes. However, this man did not answer her question. Instead, he asked strangely, "You have a lot of talent in martial arts. Do you want to become my disciple?" Suddenly? "But I don't know how strong you are," Song Ning said with a shrug, politely refusing. The man with the mechanical arm let out a low laugh and said meaningfully, "You'll find out later." After saying this, the strange man stood up and turned to leave without looking back. Song Ning watched his back, feeling very interested. This person is really strange. But thinking about the notice he just tore down about assassinating Wen Hanzhou, Song Ning brushed off the non-existent dust on her clothes and prepared to leave the underground martial arts arena. Outside, the snow was falling even harder, and the snow on the ground was over her ankles. She passed by the grain shop that Little Six was watching, asked him to send a message to Lu Shi, telling her she wouldn't be back tonight, and then headed straight to the prince's residence. Informing when Hanjo was one thing, but she really hadn't seen him in a long time and was starting to miss him. Now, half of the guards in the governor's mansion had been replaced by Hanjo's people. When Song Ning entered and left the mansion, it was much easier than before. She smoothly reached Hanjo's bedroom and sat casually across from him. Hanjo was reading a report. When he saw Song Ning, a hint of discomfort flashed across his face. He asked, "Miss Song, why are you here?" "Of course, I missed you," Song Ning said confidently, glancing at him secretly. She pretended to be sad. "Could it be that you don't welcome me?" "No, not at all. Whenever I see her, I think of how abrupt I was that day." Song Ning doesn't know what Hanjo is thinking. He has always been straightforward, so he says, "Actually, I came here for another reason." After speaking, Song Ning quickly finds an excuse and tells him about recent attempts to assassinate Hanjo. Hanjo isn't surprised. He has involved those merchants' interests, so they won't give up easily. It's not the first time someone tried to kill him, but with light armor guards, ordinary martial artists can't reach him. Hanjo was about to comfort Song Ning when he saw her turn around and run to his bed, gesturing with her hands. "Your poison is almost acting up again, isn't it?" Hanjo didn't expect her to remember that, and he nodded gently. Worried, Song Ning sighed and said, "It's been dangerous these days. Let He Fingmian stay outside the door. I'll stay inside with you, and I won't let anyone hurt you," she spoke while busy running around. Soon, a mattress was laid on the floor in Hanjo's room. Song Ning took off her shoes, stood on her newly made bed, and nodded with satisfaction. The candle flickered, illuminating her bright eyes, making her look lively. For some reason, Hanjo wanted to refuse, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say them. After they finished washing up, Song Ning lay down on her makeshift bed. Recently, she had been busy and exhausted, especially after fighting a few rounds at the underground martial arts hall today, so she was feeling sleepy as soon as her head hit the pillow. Hanjo looked at Song Ning curled up and showed a hint of hesitation. "Miss Song," he called. "What's wrong?" Song Ning, wrapped in a quilt, only had her little head sticking out, her voice muffled. Hanjo felt a bit annoyed. The dampness on the snowy ground was heavy, and Song Ning was just a young girl. He moved closer and dared not look directly at her. He asked, "Miss Song, do you want to come up and sleep? It's too cold on the ground," he quickly explained, worried she might misunderstand. He thought she would refuse, and he even prepared words to persuade her. But in the next second, "Okay," the girl agreed quickly. She rolled over from the ground, wrapped herself in the quilt, and rolled onto his bed. Hanjo, he suddenly froze, feeling a bit helpless and unsure of what to do. Song Ning curled up in bed, unable to stop feeling amused. She had always been attracted to Hanjo's body. When he invited her to come to bed and sleep with him, she naturally was happy to accept. She turned over and faced Hanjo's confused expression, feeling a bit regretful. If the timing had been better, she might have teased him a little more. "Prince, rest early," she said. Seeing Hanjo's nervous look, Song Ning decided not to tease him anymore. She turned over, wrapped herself in the blanket, and her breathing gradually became steady. But she fell asleep, while Hanjo beside her, still restless and unable to calm his mind. Hanjo used to sleep on this bed often. But maybe because his mood was different tonight, lying on it felt completely different from before. The mattress seemed softer. When he opened his eyes, he saw Song Ning's delicate, soft body. Her scent and fragrance filled the pillow, and each breath made his chest tighten and his heart race. She was lying peacefully beside him, breathing evenly and calmly. Hanjo closed his eyes, silently reciting a calming spell several times. But after a long while, he still couldn't fall asleep. The room was so quiet that he could almost hear the snow falling outside the window. He gently turned his head and suddenly saw their long hair tangled together, faintly and ambiguously, adding a hint of intimacy in the night. Memories of their restrained closeness flashed involuntarily in his mind, especially that day when they had touched forbidden places, as if crossing a line. He told himself he must not think about it anymore. when Hanjo's breath suddenly caught. He tried to erase the inappropriate images from his mind, but the harder he tried, the clearer they became. In the end, even her steady breathing seemed to carry a tempting allure to his ears. Prince, perhaps because when Hanjo's gaze was too intense, Song Ning, also feeling restless, turned to look at him. The sudden sound made Hanjo's heart jump. When he looked into Song Ning's bright eyes, a strange sense of guilt arose in his heart. He tensed up and pretended to be sleepy, asking seriously, "What's wrong?" Song Ning blinked and propped herself up on her elbow, looking at him. "Nothing. I just heard the prince tossing and turning." "Are you having trouble sleeping?" "No," Hanjo quickly denied, as if feeling guilty. Song Ning dragged out her tone and said, "Oh," then suddenly asked curiously, "Prince, what's wrong with your voice? You're all hoarse." It was better not to say anything, but once she did, Hanjo found it even harder to control himself. His throat moved slightly, feeling guilty as if his thoughts had been seen through. "Maybe I talked too much during the day." "Oh." Song Ning turned over and lay beside him. He didn't dare look at her, but she looked at him openly. "I'll get you some water." Hanjo was about to say he didn't need it, but she quickly got out of bed, poured a glass of tea from the table, and handed it to him. She was wearing a thin white shirt that outlined her youthful, innocent curves. Hanjo opened his mouth, but silently looked away. Song Ning brought the water to his lips. Just as he reached out to take it, she seemed to remember something, pressed the cup to her lips, took a sip, and then suddenly said, "Oh no, this tea is too cold." "No problem," Hanjo said hurriedly, sounding a bit anxious. He clumsily took the cup and, following the path of where Song Ning had just drank, tilted his head back and drank the remaining cold tea. After drinking a glass of cold water, his thoughts seemed to clear a bit. Song Ning didn't mind and looked at him casually. Hanjo was initially confused, but then he suddenly realized the cup he just drank from seemed to belong to Song Ning. Some things tend to go wrong the more you do them. Hanjo decided to pretend nothing had happened. Song Ning didn't pay much attention either. She took the cup, placed it on the table, and then climbed back onto the bed, lying down beside him. "Are you feeling better?" she asked. Hanjo replied hoarsely, trying to change the subject, "Go to sleep." But after waiting a while, Song Ning still didn't see him fall asleep. Was he worried about something? But since he didn't say anything, she couldn't ask. Thinking for a moment, Song Ning slowly moved closer to him, finally settling beside him. She gently pulled his arm aside, turned to the side, and rested her small head on his shoulder. She hugged him and, acting like an adult comforting a child, gently patted his shoulder, one slow, careful pat after another. She was very serious about it, even though her movements were a bit awkward. Hanjo couldn't help but laugh and say, "What are you doing?" Song Ning opened her eyes wide and said seriously, "I'm trying to lull you to sleep." "Don't worry, I won't do anything. I'm a proper person." Initially, Song Ning was indeed just gently patting his shoulder to help him sleep. But as she continued, the feeling was so nice that she started to get a little mischievous. She secretly glanced at Hanjo, whose eyes closed and breathing became steady and slow, as if he had fallen asleep. Feeling bold, Song Ning reached out to touch his chest muscles, then his abs. Haha, she had been thinking about Hanjo for a long time. But when she poked his slim waist, which was firm and without any fat, Hanjo suddenly opened his eyes. He grabbed her restless hand and suddenly rolled over, lightly pressing her down. His movements were so quick and forceful that Song Ning didn't have time to react. She looked at him in surprise. He firmly held her wrists on each side, and for the first time while awake, Song Ning felt the man's strength and dominance. It was quite exciting. Song Ning thought to herself. The gentle, noble man who is always like jade suddenly turned into a wild wolf, full of uncontrollable strength and wildness, staring at her steadily. "Ninga, I am a normal man." His hot breath brushed her neck, flickering candlelight cast deep, intimate shadows. Song Ning's body was tightly restrained, unable to move. Her heart was pounding wildly. "I know." Song Ning's voice also became hoarse. She didn't know how to respond at first. In her panic, she drew Dong Goshangla Wen Hanzhou Boze, lightly touching his neck, pretending to be sleepy. I didn't do anything. I'm just trying to lull you to sleep. After saying that, Song Ning closed her eyes and pretended to be drowsy. When Hanzhou looked at her trembling eyelashes from extreme nervousness, feeling both amused and helpless. After a long while, when Hanzhou calmed down, gently tucked Song Ning into bed, then lay down quietly and recited a calming spell. He repeated it many times until the fire inside him finally extinguished. He turned his head to look at the person beside him. Song Ning's breathing was steady, and she had fallen asleep without him noticing. In the silent night, when Hanzhou let out a deep sigh, she was still too young. After tossing and turning all night and not sleeping much, Song Ning was suddenly awakened by a loud noise outside. After a brief moment of confusion, she suddenly opened her eyes and sat up quickly. They're coming. She thought the person would wait a few days before attacking Wen Hanzhou again, but he was surprisingly fast. He had just received a mission at the underground arena during the day, and that evening, he came directly to attack. Song Ning didn't dare delay. She immediately grabbed her clothes and put them on. When Hanzhou also seemed to be awakened by the noise outside, his eyes unusually clear. Song Ning leaned by the window and looked outside. Sure enough, she saw the man with the laser arm and his distinctive mark. What was even more noticeable was the red tassel spear he was holding. He held the spear with one hand, his skills incredibly precise. For a moment, he was fighting against He Fengmian, making him retreat in difficulty. It's important to know that He Fengmian's martial arts are considered quite good, even above average. Yet, this man was able to make He Fengmian fall back repeatedly with just one hand. Song Ning used her spiritual awareness to take out a dagger from her space and clenched it in her hand, ready to help. But unexpectedly, the man suddenly raised his mechanical arm, which had been hanging by his side, and tightly gripped the red tassel spear. In an instant, He Fengmian, who had been barely holding his ground, was suddenly driven back again and again. In just 5 short moves, the man suddenly thrust the red tassel spear straight toward He Fengmian's chest. Song Ning's heart jumped fiercely. He Fengmian narrowly dodged the attack, barely avoiding a fatal blow. However, his arm was still pierced by the spear, causing him to cry out in pain. The man with the mechanical arm looked down at He Fengmian from above, his expression somewhat mysterious. Just as the man was about to strike again, Song Ning clenched her dagger tightly, turned her head, and warned Wen Hanzhou, "Prince, be careful." "Prince?" Song Ning's voice suddenly rose sharply in the middle of her words. She turned around quickly and unexpectedly met Wen Hanzhou's eyes, which were filled with restrained pain. Her heart suddenly pounded. Could it be that Wen Hanzhou had just fallen ill at this critical moment? Anxiously, Song Ning took a step forward, placed her palm on his forehead, then quickly withdrew it, her face showing deep concern. It really was bad luck. Just when she arrived, the situation worsened. This man's strength was much greater than she had expected, and at the same time, Wen Hanzhou had just fallen ill. Seeing the man step closer, the long red tassel spear was about to break through the door. Song Ning clenched her teeth, carried Wen Hanzhou onto the bed, and tucked him in carefully. "It's not a big problem. Since I'm here, I will definitely protect you." She tightened her grip on the dagger, her expression turning cold. Wen Hanzhou's lips turned pale, but his eyes were fixed on the red tassel spear outside the door, his nails digging into his palm. The red tassel spear. The red tassel spear. The person outside the door was using the red tassel spear. The skilled moves, the subtle gestures when withdrawing the spear, everything matched the memory of that person. But wasn't that person already dead? Wen Hanzhou struggled to stand up, eager to rush out and remove the mask from that person's face. But the more impatient he was, the more fiercely his internal cold poison acted. Ugh! Wen Hanzhou suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression tense and desperate. "Jing Er, come back." He endured great pain to speak, but it was too late. Song Ning's figure had already appeared like a ghost, rushing forward to fight the man up close. Meanwhile, The commotion had attracted the attention of the light armor guards. Almost as soon as Song Ning appeared, dozens of guards swarmed from all directions, surrounding the courtyard tightly. Especially the room where Wen Hanzhou was, which was protected so closely it was almost impenetrable. The eyes behind the masked man's mechanical arms seemed to narrow slightly. But then he suddenly drew a long spear and stabbed directly at Song Ning's forehead. Song Ning squinted, moving quickly to the side to dodge. She was very skilled in close combat, having fought many times in the apocalypse against nearly invincible zombies that were almost immune to weapons and fire. Seeing her evade, a flash of admiration crossed the masked man's eyes. He seemed more interested, gripping his red tassel spear with both hands instead of one. Expert fighters don't allow outsiders to interfere. The light armor guards watched anxiously from nearby. Someone quickly drew a bow, aiming at the masked man from the sides, but they hesitated to shoot, afraid of hitting Song Ning. They could only pray silently in their hearts. But Song Ning remained unshaken. The masked man's red tassel spear was entangled by Song Ning, making it hard for him to strike. Eventually, he threw down his spear and fought barehanded with Song Ning. For a while, neither could gain the upper hand. After many rounds, Song Ning glanced toward the window and saw Wen Hanzhou, pale-faced, raising a crossbow arrow toward the two fighting in the yard. They exchanged a quick look, and Song Ning immediately understood Wen Hanzhou's intention. She deliberately showed a flaw, preparing for Wen Hanzhou to shoot. But in that moment of distraction, the masked man's mechanical arm suddenly struck out. With a fierce move, a sharp dagger on his arm aimed straight at Song Ning's chest. Wen Hanzhou, enduring the cold poison at the window, was shaken to his core and spat out another mouthful of blood. Song Ning was also startled. She hurriedly dodged to the side, barely avoiding the deadly strike to her chest, but the masked man's mechanical arm still tightly grabbed her arm. Song Ning could almost feel the nearly 1,000-pound force coming from the mechanical arm, as if a slight push could tear her arm apart. Her expression turned serious, and she quickly stabbed her dagger toward the masked man's chest, trying to force him to let go. But just as she swung her dagger, the man's mechanical arm suddenly loosened without explanation. Seizing the chance, Song Ning threw her dagger at his heart, then rolled backward to avoid the attack, successfully avoiding danger. Snow fell heavily as the masked man raised his mechanical arm to block Song Ning's dagger. He looked down at her from above, his gaze becoming harder to read behind the mask. At the same time, Wen Hanzhou's arrow shot out sharply through the snowy night, cutting the air with a piercing sound. The masked man reacted quickly, suddenly raising his hand and forcefully blocking the powerful arrow with his mechanical arm. The arm broke into two pieces instantly, and the masked man froze in surprise. Perhaps realizing he was losing the advantage, the masked man suddenly stood up and tried to escape. As he turned to leave, he looked back at Wen Hanzhou with a deep gaze. "Stop him," Song Ning shouted loudly. Almost simultaneously, the lightly armored guards around them released their drawn bows, which had been ready for a while. In an instant, more than 10 sharp arrows shot toward the masked man's fleeing direction. Since he was still flesh and blood, he desperately dodged left and right. Even though he tried to block most of the arrows with his mechanical arm, 1 or 2 still pierced his arm and back. Blood quickly soaked his dark clothes, leaving a splash of red on the snow. Seeing the man retreating step by step, He Fengmian seized the opportunity, picking up a long sword from the ground and sharply stabbing it at the masked man's face. The sword tore open the mask, revealing the scarred face beneath in the snowy wind. Despite this, the familiar features made Wen Hanzhou suddenly tremble. He almost shouted out loud, then whispered to himself, "Father. Father King." The mask fell off, and the masked man was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly turned around, seeming to want to hide something, but He Fengmian didn't give him the chance. He thrust his sword fiercely, aiming straight for the man's heart. "Stop!" At the critical moment, when Hanzhou's hoarse voice rang out. He nearly staggered out the door, eyes fixed tightly on the masked man. "Father, is that you?" He Fengmian swung his sword, but Song Ning quickly pulled out a dagger from her space and threw it, knocking He Fengmian's sword away. This prevented the ghost-faced man from getting hurt. Heavy snow fell like feathers. The ghost-faced man suddenly tore a piece of black cloth from his sleeve and covered his face with it. He then looked back at Wen Hanzhou, frowning and mocking. "I never thought there would be someone in this world rushing to acknowledge a father." Song Ning hurriedly helped Wen Hanzhou to his feet. The man's knuckles were pale and blue, and his body temperature was even colder than the heavy snow outside. Hearing the ghost-faced man's reply, Song Ning frowned and looked at Wen Hanzhou with suspicion. Even if she was a person from another time, living in the northern desert, she had heard of Wen Hanzhou's father, the famous war god prince. When the war god prince was stationed in the north, the Xiongnu were defeated so badly they dared not even look at the great dynasty, let alone invade the border towns. However, about 15 years ago, this war god, like a heavenly figure, returned to the capital and left his 5-year-old son, Wen Hanzhou, behind. On the way back, he was ambushed by bandits and severely wounded. He hurried back to the north, but the Xiongnu army attacked again. The war prince, weakened and sick, led the troops into battle but died in that fight, with no remains left. Poor war god prince, despite countless battles where enemies couldn't hurt him, he died on his way home, fighting for his life. After that battle, the great dynasty lost its most talented general, and from then on, no one could stop the brave and fierce Xiongnu. Song Ning felt a wave of emotion in her heart, then couldn't help but glance at the ghost-faced man. Such an ordinary-looking person. Could he really be Wen Hanzhou's father? Wen Hanzhou's internal cold poison was already hard to control. Hearing the ghost-faced man's answer, his body trembled, but his eyes stubbornly fixed on the ghost-faced man's face, then shifted downward to his exposed mechanical arm, his gaze growing more excited and determined. The ghost-faced man seemed to lose patience. He suddenly raised his hand and threw a smoke bomb into the courtyard. In the next moment, he turned and disappeared into the snowstorm. The light armor guards immediately chased after him. Wen Hanzhou's voice was weak. "Don't hurt his life." The courtyard returned to silence. Song Ning supported Wen Hanzhou, whose face was extremely pale, and, biting her lip, decided to carry him. Wen Hanzhou's body was stiff, and he instinctively wanted to speak and refuse. Song Ning glared at him fiercely. "Shut up, Wen Hanzhou." The noise here naturally couldn't escape Magistrate Zhao. The Dr. Zhao summoned arrived very quickly. Song Ning handed He Fengmian a bottle of medicine. She was in the bedroom, treating Wen Hanzhou based on the method used last time when he fell ill. Wen Hanzhou's gaze was a bit unfocused. Even at his most painful, he only let out a soft groan, as if a part of his soul had been taken away. Song Ning gently touched his forehead and eyes with concern, then tilted her head. "Prince, what are you thinking about?" Wen Hanzhou snapped back to himself. His face was still pale, but much better than before when he was completely without heat. He looked steadily at Song Ning and asked a strange question. Can a person who has been dead for many years come back to life? Song Ning thought of how Wen Hanzhou called that ghost-faced man his father, and tilted her head. Maybe. The war god prince has lost his memory, so he's been hiding all these years. Wen Hanzhou nodded. It was clear he was gradually returning to his usual gentle and kind appearance. He smiled softly at Song Ning and praised generously. "Fortunately, there's Miss Song. That's right, even knowing that tonight, even if she didn't stay here, the light armor guards could arrive in time to protect Wen Hanzhou." Song Ning still felt proud and raised her little tail because of his praise. Watching her proud look, Wen Hanzhou's eyes held a tenderness he didn't even realize himself. Miss Song is very skilled. He used to only know that Song Ning had some boxing skills, but he never expected that her skills were actually much better than He Fengmian's. Song Ning puffed up her chest proudly and deliberately lightened the mood. "Of course. I am quite capable, and I get stronger when facing tough opponents." Wen Hanzhou's eyes curved into a gentle smile. He didn't ask how a former young lady of the capital had such remarkable skills. She hid many secrets, and she didn't want to talk about them. Naturally, he wouldn't force her.
But
after all the fuss, The roosters kept in the nearby houses in the city had started crowing loudly, causing a chorus of rooster calls around. Although it was still dark, it was probably not too late. When Hanjo tidied his sleeve and clenched the warm jade in his hand, "Ninga, you should go rest now." Song-ning looked at him and saw the unshakable sorrow in Hanjo's brows. She sighed softly and whispered, "Prince, remember to rest early too." This time, Song-ning didn't deliberately linger in Hanjo's palace, but went to the guest room he had already prepared for her. The maid had already made the bed, and the bedding was warm from the hot water bag. Song-ning lay down, but her mind was working very quickly. Others couldn't see it, but having fought the ghost-faced man for a long time, Song-ning knew clearly that once she had accidentally shown a small flaw. She should have been shot in the chest or abdomen, but at a critical moment, the ghost-faced man deliberately deflected the shot, giving her time to escape. If the ghost-faced man was really coming to kill Hanjo, why would he show mercy to her? Thinking of this, Song-ning casually opened her hand and took out a jade pendant unique to the underground fighting arena, playing with it carefully. Mechanism skills, underground arena, the fallen war god, Lord One. While lost in thought, she suddenly heard a knock at the door. "Miss Song, I have something to talk to you about." At the door, He Fengmian's voice was very serious. Song-ning casually put on a coat. "Come in." They looked at each other. He Fengmian blurted out, "Miss Song, when you fought the ghost-faced man, did you feel that he was deliberately holding back?" Before Song-ning could answer, He Fengmian continued, "With his strength, it's easy for him to injure my arm. But I only have a minor injury." "Indeed." Song-ning touched her chin thoughtfully. He Fengmian anxiously said, "Miss Song, say something." Song-ning looked at him and asked, "Do you also think that the ghost-faced man who came today is the fallen war god, Lord Wen?" "Yes." He Fengmian answered firmly. Now, General Zhao of the Light Armor Guard was trained personally by Lord Wen. "I just recreated the fighting moves I used against that ghost-faced man." General Zhao said that his martial skills are almost identical to the Lord's. He Fengmian's voice was a bit urgent. "Everyone thinks Lord Wen lost his memory and hasn't come back, but I believe Lord Wen didn't forget anything." Song-ning nodded and muttered, "Yes. How could someone who truly lost their memory show mercy to their son's subordinates?" At this point, Song-ning and He Fengmian exchanged a serious look, both seeing the same concern in each other's eyes. The Great Li dynasty has been in decline since the disappearance of the war god, Lord Wen, over 10 years ago. Since then, the Xiongnu have repeatedly invaded, causing countless deaths and injuries among the people. Moreover, with frequent border wars, the once stable court was filled with treacherous officials who gradually gained control, sidelining the current emperor and causing suffering among the people. If Prince Wen has not lost his memory, then what could be the reason that made him choose to give up the Great Dali dynasty and the people of the world, hiding away for over 10 years? Song-ning couldn't help but ask, could it be that the emperor harmed Prince Wen, making him feel cold-hearted? No, it isn't. He Fengmian clenched his fists tighter, his whole body tense. The emperor and the prince have a good relationship. Back then, when Prince Wen was ambushed by bandits, although someone was behind it, it was definitely not the emperor. He spoke confidently, and Song-ning shrugged her shoulders. In the end, she was just an outsider who accidentally entered this time period, still young and unaware of these complicated matters. Even if she wanted to help, she couldn't do much for now. He Fengmian's brow furrowed more deeply. He cupped his hands to thank Song-ning again, then hurriedly turned to leave. Before leaving, he left a final word. "I will tell the prince about this, but please keep today's matter a secret, Miss Song." In the room, when Hanjo was also asking Magistrate Zhao about the final battle in the northern desert of Mabe, where Prince Wen fought his last fight. Unfortunately, Magistrate Zhao only knew part of what happened. But back then there was a traitor in the army. Prince Wen was ambushed by villains and died in Silent Ridge. Along with thousands of elite soldiers, none survived. When Hanjo felt as if a huge net was spreading out before him,
He shook his head.
15 years ago, the Xiongnu were just a bunch of rabble. My father fought like a god, and his soldiers were brave and skilled. How could they all perish without a trace. Old secrets slowly unfolded, revealing many inconsistencies that had been hidden. Magistrate Zhao was momentarily speechless from the questions. Yes, thousands of elite soldiers and over 10,000 troops. If they had been defeated badly, some should have escaped to send news. But how could it be that in one night, tens of thousands of people vanished without a trace? The gloom between Wen Hanzhou and Magistrate Zhao was heavy. Zhao wanted to speak several times, but He Fengmian suddenly burst in from outside, bringing even more shocking news. Prince. If that ghost-faced man is truly the war god, Prince Wen. Prince Wen could not have lost his memory. Crack. The teacup in Wen Hanzhou's hand shattered instantly. Snow and wind poured in from outside the door, instantly soaking everyone and leaving them speechless.
Why?
There are too many doubts and inconsistencies, making it hard to distinguish or describe at once. All that remained in everyone's mind was the first sentence. All of this, why? The empire, the lives of tens of thousands, even his own son, Prince Wen. Why did he say to abandon them and then leave? Now, after nearly 17 or 18 years, he finally reappears in the world. In a quiet, deserted alley, the masked man knocked on a door. An ordinary wooden door slowly opened with a faint creak. The masked man instantly disappeared behind the door. Soon after, a few lightly armored guards followed the barely visible footprints left by the masked man, searched around, and then focused on the only old, broken wooden door in the alley. The guards exchanged glances, then suddenly kicked open the door, ready for defense. Snow fell silently. After a long time, nothing happened inside the room. The guards looked up, but only saw that behind the old wooden door, there were a few ordinary houses. The rooms were dusty, with cobwebs in the corners, showing no signs of recent visitors. But the masked man truly had disappeared here. The guards looked at each other in confusion. Meanwhile, underground, when Miao had just stepped through a heavy stone door when a sword was pressed against his throat. Don't draw your sword. In a spacious underground room, the surroundings were neatly covered with black gold Nanmu wood. On a long, several-meter-wide staircase, an old man with white hair spoke softly. Suddenly, the sword at Wen Miao's throat was withdrawn. The white-haired man stiffly turned his neck, his voice neither male nor female, strange in its simplicity and hopefulness. He asked, "Wen King, has the greatest emperor appeared?" Wen Miao frowned in disgust, removing his broken mechanical arm from his arm and lightly dropping it on the ground. The heavy wood hit the floor with a dull thud. The white-haired man glanced at Wen Miao's mechanical arm and nonchalantly said, "Is it broken? From now on, I will make you a better one." "No need," Wen Miao replied coldly. He took off his mask, revealing a face scarred and burned by fire. The white-haired man moved slightly, revealing a face without any color beneath his thick white hair. He looked at Wen Miao with deep regret and said, "If you wish, I can repair your body to be as good as a normal person's." "No need," Wen Miao repeated. The white-haired man looked even more regretful. He sighed softly, almost whispering, "Why not? If I wanted, I could make you like me, immortal." "Immortal?" The white-haired person seemed to think of something frightening and suddenly started trembling strangely. Wen Miao looked at it with dislike and turned away. This time, the white-haired person said nothing, only lost in its memories, trembling constantly. It muttered broken sounds, as if saying, Captain, I'm sorry." The white-haired person whispered eerily, gradually disappearing into a hollow silence. Song Ning stayed there for a night, and then went to see her father. Song Yen-duan was now obsessed with making gunpowder, and Wen Hanzhou provided him with a great place to do so. Song Yen-duan wanted to dive into his work completely. When he saw Song Ning, he was momentarily surprised but quickly returned to his task. Song Ning rolled her eyes. "Is this still a parent-child relationship?" Song Ning sighed helplessly and spoke up voluntarily. "Father, the New Year is coming. Mother asked when you'll be back." Hearing her mention Lu Shi, Song Yen-duan temporarily put down his work. He frowned and thought for a moment, then spoke seriously. "Ninger, I want to join the army, but I'm afraid this year." Having been an official, Song Yenduan knew that the current situation in the world needed a strong force to push for a lasting end to the war. Now, the war between Dali and the Xiongnu was about to erupt, but in the military camp, very few people could craft gunpowder as perfectly as Song Yenduan. Gunpowder was in short supply, and he was racing against time. Song Ning's playful expression faded. After a long while, she nodded seriously. "Father, how long will you be gone? Once a war starts, no one knows what tomorrow will bring. Maybe a few months, maybe years, or maybe forever. Never to return." Song Yenduan couldn't answer her question and could only silently continue refining his chemical materials. His silence was also an answer. Suddenly, Song Ning raised her eyebrows and smiled brightly and freely, with a daring smile. She playfully hooked her arm around Song Yenduan's shoulder. "Father, when you leave, you must tell me. There's something I haven't told you yet. Actually, besides getting that book from the Immortals, I also received many other things." Song Yenduan looked up in surprise and saw Song Ning wink at him mysteriously. She said, "You will know then. This thing is definitely not worse than the gunpowder in your father's hands." Song Yenduan was stunned for a moment, and his gaze at Song Ning became serious and complicated. Song Ning looked at him openly and calmly. After a long while, she waved her hand and said, "Father, I am going back now." Song Yenduan nodded. After watching Song Ning's figure disappear completely, he lost interest in his work and quietly stared at the messy but orderly items on the desk, lost in thought. Parents know their children best. He and Lu Shi knew what kind of person his daughter was and what she was capable of. But he didn't know when the once mischievous girl quietly took on the responsibilities of the family, holding things that ordinary people didn't know about, and these things increased more and more. Sometimes, Song Yenduan wondered if the Song Ning in front of him was still the same girl who had been by his side for 16 years. If not, then where had his daughter gone? Song Yenduan pondered for a long time, but his mind kept flashing back to the time when the Song family was in trouble. He and Lu Shi failed to protect Ninger, who was taken to the execution ground. The officials tightly gripped her neck, and she crashed into the wall, fainting. At that time, Lu Shi was crying her heart out, holding Ninger's nearly gone breath. But later, Ninger woke up again. Many times after that, Song Yenduan mentioned to Lu Shi that Ninger's personality had changed significantly after she woke up. Every time he brought this up, Lu Shi would scold him coldly. Gradually, Song Yenduan stopped mentioning it. After all, Lu Shi was the mother who raised Ninger herself, and she knew her better than he did. Lu Shi said Ninger was fine. Maybe he was overthinking. Song Ning greeted Wen Hanzhou and prepared to leave. Wen Hanzhou was busy and overwhelmed with many matters, both big and small, all on his shoulders. Plus, he was unwell, so his spirit was low. Song Ning felt a little worried, but Wen Hanzhou smiled and comforted her. "Go back with peace of mind, Ninger. No matter what, your majesty has come, and I want the people of Mo Bay to have a peaceful new year." He protected not only the people of thousands of miles in Mo Bay, but also the bright smile among the people. Wen Hanzhou spoke firmly and Song Ning nodded. Wen Hanzhou was still worried about her, so when she left, he arranged dozens of guards for her. Due to the heavy snow in the city, many streets were blocked. Song Ning took a different route home, looping around until she reached the underground martial arts school nearby. Thinking of the masked man from yesterday, she quickly found an excuse to distract the people around her. She took out her clothes from her space and dressed neatly. Then, she put on a mask identical to the masked man's. Silently, she concealed her figure and slipped into the underground martial arts arena. The arena was still lively as usual, unaffected by the outside snow. Song Ning walked around but didn't see the mechanical arm masked man from last time, which made her feel a bit disappointed. She circled a few more times and saw a few people gathered, talking about the martial world. She decided to join them and asked about the masked man. "Brothers, I saw a person with a mechanical arm yesterday who wanted to take me as a disciple. Why didn't I see him today?" The mechanical arm seemed well known in the arena. When they heard her, the group immediately started talking excitedly. That person is indeed strong. But he's very elusive. I've been here for years and only seen him 5 or 6 times. Little brother, if he wants to take you as a disciple, you should seize the opportunity. An enthusiastic older brother looked amazed when mentioning the masked man. After hearing that Song Ning had refused the masked man's request last time, he sighed and patted his thigh. To show off their knowledge, the group started comparing their stories about the masked man's impressive achievements. Song Ning listened carefully and occasionally nodded in agreement. Suddenly, her eyes fell on a delicate round disc on a stone table. Curious, she reached out and touched it. Someone immediately spoke up. A white-haired person just came by, asking about the one-armed big brother. This thing was probably left here by that white-haired person. The person muttered, "I don't know what it is." While they were talking, Song Ning's fingers suddenly stopped on a part of the mechanism on the disc and gently tapped it. With a click, the seemingly ordinary disc instantly transformed into a small, exquisite dagger. A few spectators nearby were stunned. It's a mechanism? Song Ning examined the dagger carefully and found that part of the mechanism was missing, causing most of its functions to fail. She fiddled with it for a while, and the dagger slowly shrank into a small wooden box. The onlookers' mouths were all wide open. Song Ning sighed and waved to let the few people surrounding her step aside. She then aimed a small square box at a distant grass target. With a snap, several silver needles shot out instantly from the box. The expressions of the few people became even more surprised, and Song Ning also felt a bit playful. In her previous life, her teammates skilled in mechanisms often made small gadgets like this to help the team defend themselves. Thinking of something, Song Ning's eyes darkened a bit. The mechanism was missing a part, making it very difficult to operate and not very useful. Fortunately, her space contained many of these small gadgets given by her former teammate, including spare parts. Song Ning casually took out a small wooden wedge about the size of a screw from her space, gently tapped it on the mechanism, tried a few more times, and finally nodded in satisfaction. In the end, she became playful and set the mechanism to a pistol mode, aiming it at a distant target and firing a shot. The gun was silent, but hit the bullseye. The group of fierce, ghost-faced people surrounding Song Ning immediately exclaimed in surprise, showing they had never seen such a thing. Song Ning casually manipulated the small device into different shapes, confirming that the parts wouldn't get stuck again like before. Only then did she restore the mechanism to its original state and place it back on the table. The ghost-faced people around her still looked somewhat eager and increasingly admired her. Song Ning glanced at them, anticipating their questions, and proactively answered, "I don't know much about these things, just happened to see a mechanism like this once. If you're really interested, you might as well try to find its owner." Coincidentally, she also wanted to meet the person skilled in mechanisms. The ghost-faced people's faces visibly fell, but then they quickly regained their spirits. Such hidden weapons are life-saving tools for anyone, and the owner of this hidden weapon, having left such an important item here, would surely come back for it. If they wanted to meet that person, they just needed to wait here. Since Song Ning couldn't find out what she wanted for free underground, and the owner of the mechanism didn't show up, she decisively went home. But not long after she left, a person with snow-white hair, wrapped entirely in a black robe, appeared in the underground arena like a ghost. The ghost-faced people waiting here for the white-haired man saw him, but before they could show excitement, their faces suddenly twisted in pain. The white-haired man didn't even approach the table. His cold voice rang out, "You touched my things." This was a clear statement. The ghost-faced people looked more pained, as if countless transparent threads in the air were tightly pulling into their bones, causing pain and despair. Eventually, they lost the strength to speak, only able to gasp out a few words. "It wasn't us. It was a short. Boy. The white-haired man's voice was strange, sounding neither male nor female. He didn't even raise his hand. The round disc on the stone table, restored to its original state by Song Ning, flew directly into his hand. His hand didn't touch the disc, yet it strangely twisted and moved in the air by itself. After a few twists, the white-haired man suddenly stopped and sharply pulled out a part from the disc. His face, hidden under a black robe, was hard to read, but instinctively, he wanted to destroy the part. But in the next second, his movement froze. He looked at what he was holding with disbelief and muttered, "Is this something that originally belonged to me?" The number on it was engraved by him many years ago, handed to someone else. Because the mechanism hidden inside his gadgets wore out the fastest. That person often came to him for repairs. He got tired of it and simply put a bunch of spare parts in the mechanism, so when that person broke something, he could fix it himself. He even marked the parts with numbers to keep track of how many parts that person could break in a week. Memories flooded back as the white-haired man's bones suddenly emitted strange cracking sounds, like an ancient corpse crawling out of a grave. He suddenly rushed out, even ignoring the strong wind outside that blew his large hat off his face, muttering to himself, "Captain, you're here too, right? You're still alive." The fierce wind mixed with heavy snow, wildly beating against the delicate, seemingly unmechanized face of the white-haired man. And that face. One half was an old man with gray hair, and the other half was a beautiful, bright-eyed woman, full of heroic spirit. Song Ning didn't know what happened later in the underground martial arts arena, only focusing on preparing things her father would need for the battlefield. Fortunately, Lu's clothing shop was already fully prepared, waiting to open before the new year and sell this year's last batch of beautiful dresses. After Song Ning returned, she stopped Lu's family from opening the shop and asked seriously, "Mother, I heard you hired some top-quality embroidery women. Can you bring them here so I can see if I can make something with their help?" Lu was surprised to see Song Ning so anxious and serious, and her expression also became solemn. She didn't dare delay and quickly said, "What is so mysterious about this?" "I'll send someone to invite them right away." Song Ning nodded and took out a lot of fabrics from her space. These materials are products of the end times, blessed by special abilities. They can resist explosives and also withstand the bites and scratches of evolved zombies with sharp claws. Of course, in this era, they could also block swords and knives on the battlefield. Xiao Yozi was quick. Soon he was driving a cart, bringing several embroidery women. Song Ning handed the fabrics to them and drew a few design sketches on paper. "Make clothes according to these designs. The more, the better." The designs Song Ning drew looked more like tight-fitting clothes. The embroidery women looked at each other, hesitant to speak. When they saw the fabrics Song Ning gave them, their expressions became even stranger. The fabric she provided felt neither too soft nor too hard, more like a warm material. But using this kind of fabric for close-fitting clothes might not be suitable. Zhang Xiaoxiang was more straightforward and asked, "Miss, whether it's the style or the material, I'm afraid these clothes won't sell well. Whether they sell or not is another matter. First, think of a way to turn this fabric into clothes." Since the fabric was resistant to weapons and water, traditional sewing methods with needles and threads couldn't be used. In the end times, there were special abilities users who could melt these fabrics with high-temperature flames over 10,000 degrees to make cloaks or similar items. But this was ancient times, and the flames weren't their own abilities. So, how to turn this fabric into clothes was the biggest problem now. The embroidery women initially thought making ordinary clothes would be simple. However, when one of them picked up scissors to cut the fabric, she suddenly widened her eyes in surprise. She thought she had seen it wrong, adjusted the scissors, and cut again with force. The soft-looking fabric didn't change shape much at all. "This pair of scissors is not very sharp." Zhang Xiaoxiang didn't doubt the fabric, just looked at the scissors with a strange expression. Lu Shi was also very surprised. "No, these scissors are very sharp. I just sharpened them recently." She turned around, took a few pieces of fabric, and casually cut them with the scissors. Sure enough, the sharp scissors instantly tore the fabric apart. Zhang Xiaoxiang said nothing. A few embroidery women looked at the fabric given by Song Ning and exchanged glances. Song Ning sighed. "Think of a way if you really can't do it." She frowned and looked down at her finger. She had to find another method. But unless absolutely necessary, Song Ning didn't want to use that method. After explaining to the embroidery women, she turned and left for another place. Wherever she went, there was a carpenter. Among the carpenters, some new simple mechanical tricks. After all, Lu Ban's techniques ultimately came from carpentry skills. Disappointed, Song Ning left the first carpenter's shop and headed to the second. Suddenly, she saw in a restaurant on the roadside, two people surrounded by a group of people, doing something unknown. The inside and outside of the restaurant were full of people, and occasional gasps of surprise could be heard. Song Ning looked at it curiously. Because she was in a hurry, she didn't go inside. She just listened to a couple of bystanders, then prepared to leave. But in the next second, someone exclaimed, "In this world, there's someone even more skilled at mechanical tricks than Master Tan." A grand contest was happening inside the restaurant. The reason for the big fuss was that one of the carpenters was the recently famous Master Tan. Master Tan was in his early 40s, not originally from the northern region, but had traveled there only last year. After he arrived, many local carpenters were defeated in competitions. Gradually, Master Tan gained fame and began to showcase his skill in making mechanical devices.
He was very valuable now.
Starting as an ordinary carpenter, he had risen to almost dominate all mechanical work among carpenters. Many carpenters were unhappy and wanted to compete with him, but without exception, they were defeated easily. No one had beaten him yet. Zhao Tanghe was very curious about mechanical tricks, mainly because they had once been tied up in a sack and beaten badly. Learning martial arts was impossible, so she could only carry some hidden weapons. Master Tan only competed with one person a day. That person had to spend a lot of money to buy a spot or defeat all the carpenters in the restaurant that day to qualify for a match. The carpenter sitting opposite her was one of the latter. It is more fitting to call him a strange person rather than a carpenter. However, such a ragged and odd individual surprisingly sat in front of Master Tan. A rare sight. People came to watch whether it was for the competition or just for fun, but the exact reason was unclear. The main hall was packed, almost no space left to stand. In a side room, a civilian-dressed female official told Zhao Tanghe, "A formidable strange person is challenging Master Tan. Once Master Tan wins, he can come to see Zhao Tanghe." She thought he was just an ordinary expert, still a bit below her ideal level of skill. But currently, there were hardly any better chess players in the entire Zhao country. "Thank you for your advice. I will come back another day." Zhao Tanghe politely said goodbye to Master Tan and left the restaurant. After getting into the carriage, the female official pushed aside the curtain and suddenly exclaimed, "Zhao Tanghe, look!" Zhao Tanghe glanced over and saw a strange person and a young girl in blue carrying a small basket squatting at the street corner across the way. "Is that her?" Zhao Tanghe's expression paused. "It's him." The female official thought Zhao Tanghe was referring to the strange person and responded, "He just won against Master Tan at the restaurant." Zhao Tanghe said nothing. She hadn't looked at the strange person at all. Her eyes were entirely drawn to Song Ning. The scene she saw that night in the alley had left a deep impression on her. Now, whenever she saw Song Ning, she couldn't help but recall how Xiao Luling pressed her against the wall, both flirtatious and passionate. A wave of discomfort rose in her heart. Song Ning was playing chess with a strange person. Today, the strange person played seriously and didn't make any messy moves. He played a game with Song Ning, who was beaten badly. The strange person laughed loudly. "How about it, little girl? Do you see how powerful I am?" Song Ning's face darkened completely, and she stood up to leave. The strange person called out, "Hey, are you leaving so soon?" "One more game." Song Ning's face was cold. 10 taels, just one more game. The strange person hesitated. "Will he have to visit the restaurant again tomorrow?" Song Ning took the silver and headed back. When her carriage brushed past Zhao Tanghe's, Zhao Tanghe pushed aside the curtain and called out, "Dr. Gu, please wait." Song Ning looked at her calmly, her expression unchanging as if nothing in the world could surprise her. "Is there something?" she asked. Zhao Tanghe wasn't too surprised by Song Ning's attitude, but secretly she found it hard to accept. After all, she was Zhao Tanghe, and she was just a humble female doctor without any noble title. She suppressed her feelings of resentment and spoke calmly. "Dr. Gu, if you like playing chess, you can go to the restaurant. There's no need to walk on the street with beggars. Madame Gu is the daughter of the Dingen Marquis, also." the wife of Scholar Xiao, and a favorite close to the Empress Dowager. It's best not to lose your status when doing things. Song Ning asked, "What are you doing to me?" The female official angrily said, "How can you talk like that?" "My Zhao Tanger respects you," Song Ning replied. "Do I need her respect?" The female official choked. "You." Pinger Zhao Tanger gently frowned at the female official. The official, called Pinger, coldly glared at Song Ning and reluctantly shut her mouth. Zhao Tanger then pretended to be polite to Song Ning, saying, "If Miss Gu doesn't mind, I can introduce you to a restaurant. There are several good restaurants in the capital. The nearby Qinghuan restaurant is quite nice. Of course, if Miss Gu prefers to be closer to the medical clinic, Hao Tian restaurant is also an option." "No need," Song Ning said calmly and left without further words. Pinga huffed, "Zhao Tanger, you're going too far. Even if you are favored by the Empress Dowager, you shouldn't look down on others like this." Zhao Tanger was not angry. She had seen many spoiled people before. Being popular for a short time isn't important. Lasting influence is what truly matters. Wasn't Gu Jinyu also once very prominent? But in just half a year, she fell from grace. Now, when people in the capital mention her, they no longer show the initial surprise or admiration. At most, she relies on her marriage to the prince of N to barely save face. Gu Jinyu was gentle, modest, and well-educated. Compared to Gu Jinyu, this Miss Gu's personality is much worse. So, how long can she keep being arrogant? A hint of cruelty flashed quickly in Zhao Tanger's eyes. She was very displeased with Song Ning's actions. Now, she also started to have her own thoughts. She was not inferior, just like the female official said. Since she had already made up her mind, Zhao Tanger no longer delayed. "Pinger, you can go back alone. I want to take a walk nearby." The female official frowned slightly, confused by Zhao Tanger's decision. "Why don't I accompany you?" "No need. Don't forget your own status and the things you need to handle. I can manage alone." Zhao Tanger was very firm and didn't want her to follow. Some things still need to be kept secret. She believed the female official wouldn't reveal her actions. Better to be cautious, just in case. After the female official left in a carriage, Zhao Tanger then headed toward the alley ahead. When she arrived at the restaurant, she took out a bag of silver and handed it to the young servant in front. "Please take me to see Master Tan. These are all yours." Such a large amount of silver is no problem for a shop assistant. "Miss, please follow me." Led by the shop assistant, they arrived at the room where Master Tan was. "Master Tan is inside." "Miss, please go in." Zhao Tanger waved to the shop assistant, who then left. Only after that did Zhao Tanger push the door open and enter the room. Master Tan heard the noise and immediately turned to look. "What are you here for?" "Master Tan, don't worry. I came here just to ask for your help. I hope you can make some mechanisms for me. I also know that your ability to make mechanisms is very impressive. No one else can compare. Once the job is done, I will definitely pay you well." Master Tan frowned slightly. He was silent at this moment and did not rush to answer Zhao Tanger. In his view, this matter needed careful thought. He didn't know the other person well and wasn't sure if her purpose was simple. If he agreed too quickly, what if others found out? "Miss, please go back. We have rules here. Everything follows the rules of the restaurant. If you can't accept that, I can't make the mechanism for you." A faint smile appeared on Zhao Tanger's face. As Master Tan's words reached her ears, her smile stiffened slightly. She quickly adjusted her attitude and continued to persuade Master Tan. "Master, this matter is very important to me. I don't want to break the rules. I also mentioned the price earlier. As long as you can help me make the mechanism, I can give you 20 taels of silver first. What do you think, Master?" After some effort from Zhao Tanger, Master Tan finally agreed to her request. They talked in the room for a long time. Once everything was settled, Zhao Tanger left casually, pretending nothing had happened. 3 days later, Zhao Tanger returned to the restaurant. Led by the shop assistant, she met Master Tan again. "This is what I prepared for you. Everything is according to your requirements, guaranteed to be problem-free." Looking at the items on the table, Zhao Tanger saw that they were made by Master Tan. She slowly picked up the object to examine it. It was very small and could be easily hidden in her sleeve, making it hard for others to notice. Miss, you just need to gently turn this ring to the right and a silver needle will shoot out from the top. The speed of the silver needle is extremely fast, so quick that it can pierce the opponent's body without anyone noticing. During Master Tan's explanation, Zhao Tenger cautiously approached a nearby area to test. As expected, just as the other person described, Zhao Tenger was very satisfied. Happy, she left this place and secretly ordered someone to keep an eye on Song Ning's movements. After confirming that Song Ning had gone out, Zhao Tenger decided to act herself, believing only she could eliminate her jealousy. However, she overestimated her tracking skills. While passing through an alley, Song Ning sensed someone following her. She stopped and turned around to check. Zhao Tenger noticed Song Ning's behavior and quickly hid to the side. But her sleeve still revealed her position. In the deserted alley, Zhao Tenger's sleeve was especially noticeable. A quick flash of light crossed Song Ning's eyes. It seemed someone was about to make a move against her. Since that was the case, she decided to play along and see who was trying to attack her. Song Ning turned around and continued walking, pretending she hadn't noticed. Zhao Tenger confirmed that Song Ning was unaware of her presence and quietly let out a breath of relief. When she turned around to continue following, she found that Song Ning had already disappeared in the alley. Zhao Tenger looked very upset and quickly sped up to chase after her. But at the end of the alley, there was a long street with many intersections. Where should she look for Song Ning now? Just as Zhao Tenger was feeling anxious, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Are you looking for me?" Zhao Tenger quickly turned around to see their eyes meet. She felt very nervous, not expecting to be noticed by the other person. If she had known, she wouldn't have taken action herself. But now, with everything in front of her, there was no better time than now to act. Zhao Tenger quickly took out the weapon prepared by Master Tan and aimed it at Song Ning. Song Ning hurriedly dodged to the side. Zhao Tenger was prepared, and it wasn't easy for Song Ning to get close to her. While firing the silver needle, Zhao Tenger also applied a poison on it, intending to make Song Ning fall unconscious without noticing. At that moment, Zhao Tenger suddenly took out some powder she had prepared earlier and threw it towards Song Ning. She was now determined to eliminate Song Ning completely. Zhao Tenger sent a signal around her, and soon several people in black appeared. They headed straight for Song Ning. "Deal with her quickly. Don't leave any survivors." Song Ning looked at the black-clad men surrounding her. She clenched her fists lightly, ready to fight. If she couldn't defeat these men, she would have to rely on that power. But she didn't want to reveal herself in front of these people, so she had to hold back for now. Unless absolutely necessary, Song Ning would never use that power. She was entangled with the black-clad men, and neither side gained the upper hand. Even alone, Song Ning could withstand their attacks. Zhao Tenger saw this and felt very anxious. "You useless bunch! Can't you even handle a woman? Or do you not want the reward?" Zhao Tenger's words clearly reminded the black-clad men. Song Ning also noticed from their words that these black-clad men were not entirely loyal to Zhao Tenger. "Would you be interested in working with me? I can offer a higher price than him. It's a good deal for you. I just need you to help me get rid of her." Song Ning didn't really want Zhao Tenger's life. She was just trying to delay these people and escape. Seeing that they were distracted, Song Ning knew this was her best chance to run. But she was noticed. They blocked her escape again, making it difficult for her to get away. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Hanzhou was waiting for his meeting with Song Ning, they had agreed on a time, but she hadn't appeared yet. Worried something was wrong, he went to find her. When he passed through an alley, he indeed found trouble. Zhao Tenger was attacking Song Ning with a weapon, shooting at her. When Hanzhou saw Zhao Tenger's actions and realized her target was Song Ning, fearing for her safety, when Hanzhou hurriedly sped up and reached her side, he caught Song Ning in his arms, pushed off with his toes, and they jumped onto the roof. The black-clad men wanted to chase after them, but when Hanzhou also didn't plan to let them go easily. Zhao Tenger's silver needle fell to the ground, failing to pierce Song Ning. when Hanzhou placed Song Ning aside and defeated the black-clad men. The men, desperate to survive, quickly fled. Finally, they all focused on Zhao Tanger.
Wen Handschuh slowly approached Zhao Tanger.
At this moment, Zhao Tanger was completely stunned. She didn't know how to explain herself to Wen Hanzhou, nor had she ever expected him to appear at this exact moment. Young master, this is all a misunderstanding. Miss Zhao, there's no need for you to say more. I have long seen through your various actions. I never thought you would treat someone's life as a joke, especially with that silver needle, which was poisoned. It seems you wanted to kill her. Miss Zhao, your heart is truly cruel. However, Miss Zhao, you can rest assured that I will not let this go easily. You will pay the price for what you've done. Young master, it's not my fault. This is all a misunderstanding. I would never do such a thing. Please don't believe her words. Zhao Tanger tried to persuade Wen Hanzhou, hoping he would change his mind. She couldn't imagine what punishment might be waiting for her. Clearly, Wen Hanzhou was not listening. At a time like this, you think you are in the wrong? Don't you know what the situation is before you do these things? Wen Hanzhou didn't want to waste more words with Zhao Tanger and directly decided to execute her as a way to make up for her mistakes. When Magistrate Zhao learned of this, he visibly aged. He was heartbroken. Zhao Tanger was once his most beloved daughter, his most favored child. But now, she had suffered such a terrible fate.
He found it hard to accept.
At this moment, Zhao Fengxian looked at Magistrate Zhao's appearance, feeling a surge of anger in his heart. He couldn't help but scold Magistrate Zhao. Look at yourself now. Do you remember you are a magistrate? If everyone cried like you, could the problem be solved? I'll tell you, this matter can be resolved. You just haven't realized it. Although it seems that the young master wants to execute your daughter, don't you think this might be what she truly deserves? If she hadn't provoked Song Ning, these mistakes wouldn't have happened. Enough. Don't cry anymore. Although it looks like she's being sentenced to death, I've arranged a fake death for her. There is a special pill that can put someone into a death-like state temporarily. As long as you give her the antidote within half an hour afterward, she will wake up without any problem. At that time, Zhao Tanger only needed to take the medicine and enter a fake death state, then secretly switch herself out. If your daughter hadn't caused trouble, the prince wouldn't have paid much attention to this. His words finally woke up Magistrate Zhao completely. He quickly got up from the ground, hurriedly wiped his tears with his sleeve, and looked determinedly at Zhao Fengxian to ask. I will make arrangements later. I will definitely prevent him from appearing in front of everyone again. Seeing that Magistrate Zhao finally understood the true intention, Zhao Fengxian nodded with satisfaction. Meanwhile, on the other side, when Hanzhou looked at Song Ning and couldn't help but speak. Since Zhao Tanger is in such a situation, her father will surely take action. You won't blame me for not helping to solve this, right? Song Ning understood what he meant and shook her head. Your previous actions have already determined the outcome. As long as he no longer appears in front of us, causes trouble, and treats her as if she doesn't exist. During their conversation, both of them chose to turn a blind eye and pretend not to notice anything unusual. Magistrate Zhao also felt deeply about this matter. He was inclined towards Wen Hanzhou. Because of his daughter's situation, he developed other thoughts. Now that he was sober, he felt more loyal to Wen Hanzhou and others, as this was a kind of indirect rescue for his daughter, sparing him from losing his child. As time passed, the new year had already gone by. The Xiongnu people started to stir again, wandering around the northern border of the desert. This situation was clearly a bad sign. Could they be planning to attack again? Recognizing the problem, Song Ning also had some ideas. Since preparations for war were needed, besides her father, there were other soldiers as well. But if each soldier needed such a special outfit, it would take a long time to produce enough. After some thought, Song Ning decided to hold a citywide call for embroidery women, even offering a large reward. This call was for all the embroidery women in the city. Anyone interested could go to Song Ning. When the embroidery women saw the reward, they were very excited. Such a high silver reward made everyone eager to join. These women gathered and went together to find Song Ning. Any embroidery woman, regardless of other issues, Song Ning accepted without hesitation. This finally put pressure on the Liu family. Liu was busy discussing with the embroidery women how to sew bulletproof vests. A group of skilled embroidery women, driven by high pay, became especially active. Everyone brainstormed, and they finally came up with a solution. The fabric behaved like a non-Newtonian fluid, becoming stronger when hit, allowing it to resist weapons. However, this made sewing more difficult. The embroidery women had to use very steady skills to carefully cut the fabric, which was time-consuming and labor-intensive. Fortunately, with many people working together, they could finish the first batch of bulletproof vests before the new year. Once everything was settled, Liu finally relaxed a little. Song Ning leaned her chin on Liu's shoulder, rubbing against her like a well-behaved cat. Liu smiled contentedly. You've worked hard these days. Don't push yourself too hard. You're jumping around like a mischievous monkey. Liu bent down and took out a wooden box from under the table. Song Ning looked at it curiously. Is this a new outfit mother made for me? Liu tapped her forehead gently and smiled softly. This one is for Hanzhou. On the battlefield, swords and knives are deadly. Don't forget to give it to him. While stroking the specially made bulletproof vest from her mother-in-law, Song Ning pouted. Mother is really biased. Why didn't she make one for me too? Despite her words, Song Ning was very happy. She couldn't wait to take the vest to warm Hanzhou and have him wear it in front of her. The tight leather vest looked very tempting. She couldn't imagine how attractive it would be on warm Hanzhou. On a clear day, Song Ning carried the vest and a special mechanism to the prefect's office. The old man who made the mechanism was wearing a mask today, claiming he accidentally hurt his face. Song Ning, with her sharp survival instincts from the apocalypse, immediately sensed something was off about him. But after testing him twice, she found no problem. More importantly, the mechanism he made was very delicate and even added some functions. If possible, Song Ning would like to continue working with this old man. Thinking of that, she temporarily put her doubts aside. Warm Hanzhou was about to go to the front lines and was busy setting up defenses inside the city. He was so busy, he hardly had time to rest. Song Ning confidently went to warm Hanzhou's room, fiddling with the mechanism in her hand. The so-called 1,000 machines was about the size of a watch. It could be worn on the wrist, and when needed, she could manipulate it to quickly shoot out silver needles. These needles contained anesthetic or poison and could be used in different situations. This device was a life-saving tool for critical moments. Additionally, there are improved versions of crossbows and various hidden weapons. Song Ning desperately wants to equip all these items on Wen Hanzhou to ensure his safety. While lost in admiration for these items, Wen Hanzhou returned, and Song Ning didn't notice for a while. It wasn't until when Hanzhou let out a light laugh a few steps away that Song Ning suddenly snapped out of it. In that moment, Song Ning's eyes became sharp and alert, like a lone wolf in the deep night, filled with caution and a hint of hostility. When he realized it was Wen Hanzhou, his cautious gaze softened and became gentle and moist, like a light rain in southern China. Come here. This is a bulletproof vest my mother made for you. Even if gunpowder hits you, you'll stay safe. Wen Hanzhou had heard about this armor before, but seeing it for the first time made him curious. Especially when he put on the vest, Song Ning's eyes widened in surprise. The black, tight-fitting leather suit hugged his body closely, showing off his strong muscles. Even with a loose robe over it, Song Ning's fierce gaze remained fixed on him like a wolf. Wen Hanzhou blushed and coughed twice, and only then did Song Ning look away. You must be careful on the battlefield. Don't forget I am still behind you, Song Ning said decisively, though a trace of sadness appeared in his heart. If possible, she really wanted to fight alongside him. Wen Hanzhou didn't mind feeling shy anymore. He gently embraced Song Ning, saying, I will carry the things you gave me and use them to defeat the Xiongnu as a gift for you. Such a bloody kind of love. That night became the last time they saw each other for a while. When Hanzhou led his army to fight the Xiongnu at the front. He didn't tell Song Ning when he left. She only learned about it the next day. When she heard the news, she was silent for a moment. She wasn't really angry. During such times, these matters are military secrets. More people mean more danger. Besides, she had more important work to do. If this batch of wheat succeeded, it could be widely grown in the northern desert and the local people wouldn't have to go hungry. The drought-resistant, high-yield winter wheat was growing strong. Song Ning personally farmed the fields. After a long while, she finally stood up, her small body as tall and straight as a towering tree. Success, she said with a satisfied smile. The wheat was growing well and ready for harvest. The experiment was very successful, but she had to keep this news secret for now. The cold wind and snowstorm in the northern desert made it impossible for her to go anywhere. She wrapped herself in a fox fur coat, looking out the window, worried about Wen Hanzhou fighting on the battlefield. Good news keeps coming one after another, but I don't know when I will see anyone. At this moment, Wen Hanzhou is in his study in the 13 cities, handling official matters. On top of the pile is a yellow envelope with a faint fragrance. Seeing your letter feels like hearing from me. Wen Hanzhou gently opens the letter. It is a letter personally written by Song Ning, expressing his longing. Wen Hanzhou instinctively smiles slightly. Suddenly, hurried footsteps are heard outside. Report. General Fan requests to see you. Wen Hanzhou puts down the letter. Let General Fan come to the living room to rest first. I will be there shortly. General Fan Jindong, was once the top general in the northern desert, controlling 72 cities and wielding great power. Moreover, since the northern desert is far from the emperor's reach, Fan Jindong is considered a local ruler. His army is strong, and he is a thorn in the emperor's side, but the emperor cannot afford to offend him. Early in the morning, when Hanzhou received news that he was coming, if he didn't come earlier, he would come after the battle, either to gloat or to do something rebellious. This stubborn General Fan might not know that his subordinates have already been turned by Wen Hanzhou. Next, let's put on a good show with this general. Since arriving in the 13 cities, Fan Jindong has been full of joy. As expected, Wen Hanzhou and the Xiongnu have been exhausted, already severely weakened. During the new year, there is little festive cheer. The common people are living in poverty and hardship. On the way here, they even caught locusts to give to the taverns. The villagers are so hungry they are willing to eat anything. Wen Hanzhou is probably at his wit's end. Even though Wen Hanzhou is a prince at this moment, any smarter person would ask for his help, maybe even get some troops from him. With this thought, when Fan Jindong sees Wen Hanzhou, he acts very arrogantly, even with a sense of superiority. When Hanzhou enters the room, the servant beside him takes his cloak. When Hanzhou leisurely pours himself a cup of tea. Although Fan Jindong sits in the lower seat, he speaks with an overbearing tone. Your Highness has been in the northern desert for a long time. This is my first time visiting, and I apologize for the rudeness. When Hanzhou pretends to cough twice, looking somewhat pale. General Fan coming from the cold land already makes me feel comforted. I see the common people are suffering greatly. I am heartbroken. I have summoned 3,000 elite soldiers from the 72 cities for your Highness to command. When Hanzhou pretended to be excited and pounded the table.
Good.
General Fan has this good intention. I will thank the people of Mo Bay on behalf of myself first. Fan Jindong showed a thoughtful smile. If it's convenient, I am willing to personally take action. How could Wen Hanzhou disagree? If Fan Jindong didn't stay, wouldn't this play lack its main character? The so-called 3,000 elite soldiers were just a cover. Wen Hanzhou had already learned that Fan Jindong had gone too far. To keep his title as the top general of Mo Bay, he even colluded with the Xiongnu. If he suffered a big defeat, Fan Jindong would use it as an excuse to send him back to the capital. So, Mo Bay still belonged to Fan Jindong, and he could still act as a local ruler here. In this way, there was no real progress in the relationship with the Xiongnu, and the people at the border of Mo Bay still suffered greatly. Such a person is truly unworthy of being a minister. Fan Jindong temporarily stayed here. When Hanzhou also pretended to have someone introduce him to the military leaders. The leaders already understood Wen Hanzhou's intentions. They were just acting out a play with General Fan. He was also not idle. He even had time to criticize Wen Hanzhou, saying that he was falling ill on the battlefield and that he wouldn't last long. He predicted that this war might end in failure. The rumors spread widely, shocking many people, even reaching Song Ning's ears. At that moment, Song Ning had just finished counting the supplies in her space. Even with large amounts of grain, supporting the army was not a problem. When Song Ning heard this news, her first reaction was disbelief. But then, a faint sense of fear and worry grew in her heart. She kept thinking about it at night. Song Ning was always decisive and didn't delay. She decided to leave early to find Hanzhou. Last year, the cold weather and heavy snow in the 13 cities destroyed the crops, and unfortunately, locusts also damaged the harvest severely. If she transported grain from other cities, middlemen might make a profit from it. There had been people raising grain prices before. After making up her mind, Song Ning left a letter early in the morning. Her family would understand her decision. Along the way, she saw homeless people, wearing thin clothes and holding broken bowls, begging in the snow and wind. Although Song Ning believed that everything would get better in spring, some people might not survive the winter. She left some people behind along the route to distribute aid, while she continued alone. Only when this war ends can the people here return to a peaceful life, truly safe and happy. When normal work and production cannot be guaranteed, how can ordinary people have a chance to live? Song Ning, to keep the space's secret safe, came to Hanzhou's granary late at night and filled the empty warehouse with grain. The Xiongnu army is stationed 30 miles away, seemingly preparing to attack. Hanzhou dares not underestimate them. He has been in the military camp for 3 nights, working tirelessly with the generals to plan. Song Ning is quick and quiet. She sneaks into Hanzhou's tent, where a simple wooden board serves as a desk, with Hanzhou's calligraphy tools on it. A cold straw mat is used as a bed. The conditions are so harsh it feels almost like their end-of-the-world situation. Until midnight, Hanzhou, wrapped in cold wind and snow, returns to his tent planning to sleep. But he sees Song Ning sitting happily on his bed. For a moment, Hanzhou thinks he is seeing things, but then Song Ning walks over with a smile. In that instant, the long-lost feelings of longing burst out of Hanzhou. His love overflows. He wants to hold Song Ning, but he also feels cold all over and is caught in a dilemma. Song Ning chuckles softly and firmly hugs him. "Why are you just standing there? Do you think I'm a fairy? I just didn't expect you to appear suddenly. Why didn't you say hello earlier?" Hanzhou quickly asks someone to bring in a hot basin. He usually doesn't care about such things, but since Song Ning is here, he's worried about freezing. Song Ning isn't particular. She takes his hand and examines him from head to toe. "I heard someone say you're not doing well, so I wanted to come and see if you're okay. When I return to the capital, I'll find a simple girl to marry, but I didn't expect you to be so." Hanzhou smiles bitterly. "I didn't expect the rumors to reach you. It's Fan Zhendong who deliberately spread false rumors to break the army's morale, and you're not allowed to say anything about remarrying," he adds, looking at Song Ning with a sad expression. He no longer has the demeanor of a great general. In an instant, Song Ning's heart melts. Anyone looking at her with such puppy dog eyes would find it hard to stay stern. She shares good news from recent days with Hanzhou and asks him to cover for her. She has filled Hanzhou's granary, so the soldiers won't lack food and drink for a while. Women face many difficulties in the military camp. The next morning, after they say a tearful goodbye, Hanzhou sends someone to escort Song Ning back to the city. Even though they left at dawn, someone with ill intentions saw them. Fan Zhendong walked happily toward Hanzhou, saying, "I didn't expect the prince to have a beautiful companion here in the military camp." Hanzhou chuckled and then serious said, "If nothing unexpected happens, there will be activity from the Xiongnu in the next few days. When that time comes, I will need the general to lead the vanguard and give us a good start." A glint appeared in Fan Zhendong's eyes. "Of course. Leave it to me, Your Highness." Rest assured, he was determined to catch the prince off guard. Fan Zhendong had already made arrangements with the Xiongnu. When the time came, his vanguard would send false information, leading Hanzhou to lead the army deep into enemy territory, while the Xiongnu would encircle from behind. At that moment, when Hanzhou wouldn't be able to escape. When Songming returned to the city, she began inspecting the situation in the 13 cities. The situation there was only slightly better. As the first buffer zone to resist the Xiongnu, this place had been repeatedly attacked and looted. Developing the economy was very difficult, and only those with some ability had chosen to leave. Most of those remaining were people unable to migrate south. Songming pondered how to revive the city, with the main issue being human resources. As a long-term military zone, many soldiers were stationed here. The soldiers could farm and be self-sufficient, providing military supplies. This solved the problem of manpower and food supplies. It was very cold, and fresh snow covered the northern desert. Soldiers in the camp stayed awake all night, enduring the harsh cold, waiting for orders from their commanders. Finally, a firework was launched from afar, blooming in the night sky. This was the signal from the vanguard team, indicating they could set out. The bugle sounded, and the entire army moved forward. At this moment, Fan Zhendong was waiting in the Wolf-Tooth Valley ahead. As soon as when Hanzhou entered the valley, he could encircle from behind. The hidden Xiongnu soldiers around were like wolves waiting for the right moment to attack. A great battle was about to begin. When Hanzhou, dressed in armor and riding a tall horse, led the army at the front. Behind him were countless soldiers and the entire northern desert. Whether this long-lasting war could end tonight depended on this moment. And the notorious Wolf-Tooth Valley was the place where the two armies would fight to the death. Before the battle started, the first person to be dealt with was the traitor Fan Zhendong. He thought he had made a deal with the Xiongnu, but in reality, both sides had abandoned him. When Hanzhou pretended to be deceived by Fan Zhendong, causing the Xiongnu to become complacent. Because they planned an ambush, the Xiongnu's forces were limited, and their main army was far away, more than 10 miles away, making it impossible to arrive quickly. When Hanzhou personally led a small team into the valley as bait, the hunters thought they were the hunters, but in reality, they were the prey. When Hanzhou's eyes were sharp, fixed straight ahead, a whistling sound reached his ears, an arrow flying toward him. The mantis launched its attack. Seeing when Hanzhou charging at the front, the Xiongnu became excited. This was the enemy commander. Catching the enemy commander would be a great achievement. As the Xiongnu surrounded the valley, when Hanzhou rode his horse calmly, Fan Zhendong found this strange. "My lord, why did you only bring this few people?" When Hanzhou shot him a half-smile, looking down at him with disdain. "Fan Zhendong, do you know your crime?" Suddenly, all the inconsistencies formed a clear line of evidence. Fan Zhendong felt a cold chill rise from his feet. His face turned pale, but he forced himself to ask, "What do you mean, my lord? You're not focused on killing the enemy in front of you. Are you trying to frame me with false charges?" Even at death's door, he dared to bite back. When Hanzhou had to admit, this man had a thick skin. When Hanzhou's guards were all top martial artists, so the Xiongnu couldn't get close. But the Xiongnu had many soldiers, and even with the will tactic, they could wear down when Hanzhou's men. Thinking of this, Fan Zhendong felt a slight sense of relief. But then, the sound of horseshoes and footsteps thundered in the air, loud and fierce. The Xiongnu's main army was stationed 10 miles away, so they couldn't have arrived so quickly. The identity of this group was obvious. "Capture the traitor Fan Zhendong and bring him back for questioning," when Hanzhou ordered, drawing his sword. Fan Zhendong refused to surrender. At this point, he realized when Hanzhou's plan. Trying to break out with his men, he found his deputy officers had their swords pressed against his neck. In an instant, Fan Zhendong was stunned and began to curse loudly. When Hanzhou paid no attention to him, his priority was to eliminate the elite Xiongnu forces in the valley quickly, then prepare to face the approaching Xiongnu army. The tough fight was still ahead, but weakening the enemy's morale was also helpful. When the large army finally emerged from the valley, they faced the Xiongnu forces head-on, just as expected. When Hanzhou rode a fiery red-maned horse, sword pointed forward, its blade gleaming with cold light, he shouted loudly, "Good young men of the north, charge!" The soldiers, full of energy, attacked fiercely. When Hanzhou also fought with all his might because the soldiers wore armor that could block most enemy attacks. At dawn, under the dull gray light, he saw that almost all the fallen on the ground were Huns. No matter how many Huns there will always be a day to defeat them. Most people on the battlefield believed it was a war with no winner or loser, but the Huns suddenly retreated halfway through. A surrender letter was shot from 100 meters away toward Wen Hanzhou. He caught the arrow with his hand and, upon recognizing the familiar handwriting, he chuckled softly. The Huns' horns sounded, and their army retreated like a tide. Some generals, eager to pursue victory, were stopped by Wen Hanzhou. He turned his horse back and explained to the soldiers, "The goal of war is peace. Continuing the fight only causes more casualties and deepens hatred between the two countries. Now is the chance for peace." The army returned to the city, and the Huns fully retreated. The northern desert was once again covered with a gentle snow, as if to hide the scars on this land. When the good news arrived, Song Ning was working in the fields. The newly cultivated seeds could adapt to the northern saline alkali land, so the local people could have enough food. Song Ning took a short break and then continued working, guiding the local people on how to choose and cultivate seeds. It wasn't until when Hanzhou returned victorious that Song Ning went to see him, patting her sleeves. The big picture of the world was still uncertain. Everything was not over yet. The traitor Fan Zhendong colluded with the Huns, plotted against the prince, and exploited the common people. His crimes over the years in the northern desert were countless. When Hanzhou carefully organized all the evidence and planned to personally escort Fan Zhendong back to the capital for justice soon, he and Song Ning only had a brief time together. Song Ning just needed to check if her loved one was hurt. With warmth and tenderness in her arms, when Hanzhou couldn't help but sigh, Ning, come back with me. I've already arranged everything in the capital." Using the excuse of escorting the traitor Fan Zhendong, when Hanzhou secretly divided his army into 3 routes and stationed them outside the capital, forcing a palace coup. Fan Zhendong was meant to serve as a warning. Who would dare disobey the civil and military officials then? Song Ning trusted his careful planning and knew everything had been arranged perfectly. However, Song Ning did not have a good impression of the decadent city. Instead, she preferred to stay in the poor areas and do practical work for the local people. "You know, my ambitions are not here." Even though she loved the person in front of her, Song Ning would not give up what she wanted to do. If when Hanzhou were to become emperor, she would definitely not want to be locked in the palace as the so-called Empress Dowager. When Hanzhou understood Song Ning's thoughts, so he sighed sincerely. He took her hand and gently rubbed his face against hers. "Please give me some more time. When I return to the capital, you must wait for me." When Hanzhou felt uneasy, always worried that Song Ning might leave him at any moment. Seeing him so humble, Song Ning's heart was not made of stone. She softly agreed, "If you become emperor, I will definitely appear." The next day, when Hanzhou left, he was no longer alone. Many people followed behind him. His mission had become the hope of many. Song Ning first went home and found that Song Ping'an was not there. But he was an adult now, so he wouldn't disappear without reason. She guessed that Song Ping'an had found something important to do. When he wanted to come back, he would return naturally. With her bag on her back, Song Ning began guiding the passing villagers on how to farm from north to south. After the war, everything was in ruins. The foundation of people's lives was agriculture. If they didn't restore farming quickly, there would be famine the next year. This was the world when Hanzhou wanted. The common people belonged to him, and Song Ning also hoped that the people of this era could live better lives. She was not just doing this for Wen Hanzhou, but also for her own belief. It took her 2 full months to leave the northern desert area. The further south she went, the warmer the climate. But everywhere she went, she saw displaced people and trampled fields. At each place, Song Ning first took out disaster relief grain from her space to help the people regain their strength. Then she taught them new ideas for the future, filling them with hope. She demonstrated how to plant new seeds and farm with them. At first, many people did not believe Song Ning. After the chaos of war, people had a deeper understanding of human nature. It was normal for them not to trust others quickly. Song Ning remained calm and patient, using some methods to quickly gain the trust of the people and secure support from the local government. When they were only a few hundred miles from the capital, Song Ning received news that the emperor had abdicated and when Hanzhou had successfully taken the throne without bloodshed. However, when Hanzhou did not immediately ascend the throne, instead, he planned to fast for 3 months to pray for the people and to move the heavens. This act moved many officials and soldiers deeply. Song Ning calculated that 3 months was enough time, and she could travel to the capital at a normal pace. She was inspecting a newly built dam with the governor of Yinzhou. Yinzhou is flat and suitable for farming, but its water system was not perfect. The river water could not be directed into the plains, so the fertile land could not be used fully. Rebuilding the dam and introducing a new irrigation system was very important. Every official knew this was key, but no one had made progress, partly because of court politics and the current situation. Fortunately, this time, the governor was cooperative and the land was coming back to life. As Song Ning walked, she checked whether the work was done properly. The governor did not know Song Ning's true identity, only that she seemed connected to high officials. He had already received orders to follow her instructions. He thought, what can a woman do? At most, she can just take a walk and eat around here. But when Song Ning came to see him, she had already learned everything, even the population count. So, he couldn't just ignore her. Song Ning also kept an eye on the dam construction, worried they might cut corners or embezzle funds. Usually, officials would take some money from the public works budget, but this time, the governor was cautious and didn't dare to cheat in front of Song Ning, fearing trouble. Song Ning noticed his suspicious gaze. The governor had a history of corruption, but this time, he hadn't crossed any lines. During this time of rebuilding, although he was greedy, he was still capable. With some guidance, he might do some real good for the people. Both of them had their own thoughts. Suddenly, a royal decree arrived for Song Ning. The governor trembled and knelt down in shock, while Song Ning stood still. The prefect was about to advise Song Ning, but the eunuch delivering the imperial decree smiled and said, "The emperor said you don't need to kneel." This was a special privilege in this feudal era, and even during the end times, no one dared to make Song Ning kneel. She casually looked at the imperial decree being read, feeling something in her heart. Sure enough, it was a royal edict appointing her as empress from afar. Everyone around knelt down, bowing their heads and not daring to make a sound. No one expected that the woman helping them build the dam was actually the mother of the nation, the future empress. The prefect wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that he had been clever this time, almost risking his own life. "Empress," His Majesty said that if you are willing to return to the palace now, we will arrange the best carriage for you. If you refuse now, he is waiting for you in the palace. The old lady smiled flatteringly, her voice sharp. Song Ning blinked slightly, her dark eyelashes casting a shadow. She didn't reply but turned and walked away, not liking to hear herself called that. Empress? Such a noble title. Who likes it? She thought, shouldering her own path. She preferred to grow freely. The palace's high walls and grand courtyards didn't suit her. Deciding quickly, Song Ning planned to leave first, pack her belongings, and see the world. If when Hanzhou insisted she stay in the palace, she would go to the ends of the earth. Once she made up her mind, she pushed open the door. The moment she did, someone covered her mouth and nose. Quickly, Song Ning drew a dagger from her sleeve, ready to stab behind her. But suddenly she smelled a familiar, refreshing scent. When Hanzhou whispered softly in her ear, "I heard you were outside inspecting earlier. Coming back suddenly. Are you planning to pack up and leave?" All her strength seemed to drain away, and because her opponent guessed her thoughts, her smile became a little awkward. "You just forced the former emperor away, and instead of being a good emperor in the capital, you come here. What are you doing?" Song Ning poured herself a cup of tea. When Hanzhou looked at her sadly, "If I hadn't come personally this time, I'm afraid you would have run far away." Song Ning smiled awkwardly, setting down her cup. "Did you also send someone to deliver the imperial decree to me?" When Hanzhou confidently stepped toward her, pulling out another bright yellow decree from his sleeve. This is my true intention. Song Ning naturally took it. The bright yellow silk felt warm and smooth in her hand, and the handwriting was clearly written by Wen Hanzhou himself, with a flowing, unique style. This imperial decree clearly has more lines than the previous one. Wen Hanzhou gently played with Song Ning's hair and softly said, I know you don't want to be trapped in the palace, nor do you want to stay in the city filled with luxury and excess. I thought about it repeatedly and didn't want to let you go. So I came up with a compromise. In 3 months, I will hold a coronation ceremony, and I hope you can stand beside me then. Song Ning's eyes were complicated, and she couldn't focus for a long time. So, you want to give me another imperial decree as a guarantee? If I am ever dissatisfied, I can leave at any time and never come back. When Hanzhou nodded, then buried his head in Song Ning's neck. Writing these words had already taken a lot of his strength. He couldn't imagine how he would spend his days if Song Ning was not by his side in the future. Song Ning sighed. We are already married. I'm not someone without a sense of commitment. When the time comes, I will marry you properly and become your legitimate wife. The palace can be my residence, but I can't be confined. I need the right to leave the palace whenever I want. Song Ning put away the imperial decree. Throughout history, there has never been such a rule. An empress freely coming and going from the palace, even traveling for long periods to other places. But when Hanzhou nodded, even though he wanted Song Ning to stay with him forever, he understood that Song Ning was a soaring phoenix, never willing to stay in one place for anyone. Moreover, love is based on mutual respect. If Song Ning has things she wants to do, even if he is emperor, he cannot force her to go against her wishes. I just hope that when you're free, you can stay in the palace and keep me company, okay? When Hanzhou's voice was tinged with sadness. Song Ning couldn't stand his expression and immediately turned around to hug him. Okay, I promise you. Let's go back to the capital and get married. When my parents return, we'll marry right away. Ning, you're so good. Despite having ascended the throne after surviving many dangers, the emperor was decisive and commanding outside, almost intimidating. But in front of Song Ning, he still looked like a young boy. When Hanzhou excitedly lifted Song Ning into his arms, she quickly patted his shoulder. What are you doing in the daytime? Put me down quickly. But I miss you so much. I haven't seen you in a long time. Can I hold you for a while? This man is very good at acting cute, and Song Ning can't help but smile. She remembers how cold Wen Hanzhou used to be. Even when she offered herself to him, Wen Hanzhou could control himself and never cross the line. Now he easily acts cute and pretends to be wronged, probably thanks to some expert advice. Song Ning really responds well to this. He tricked her into returning to the capital, and Wen Hanzhou, with the 3 guarantees, repeatedly told the palace staff to give Song Ning a lot of freedom. Song Ning entered the harem as a future empress, but could come and go freely. She dressed casually, even carrying a knife and hidden weapons. Naturally, many old stubborn officials disapproved and sent complaints about her to Wen Hanzhou. Late at night, Wen Hanzhou was still reading official documents in the study, while Song Ning helped him come up with ideas. The rules say the harem shouldn't interfere in politics, but for them, that rule is meaningless. Song Ning watched amused as these people scolded her, and Wen Hanzhou looked a bit helpless.
They are old men.
There's no need to argue with them. I'll just pretend I didn't see it, Song Ning said happily. There are even more rebellious things coming up. These old men can't handle it, and they will have to worry about other things in the future. They are a group of loyal old ministers. Wen Hanzhou couldn't just watch them get upset and fall ill, so he found a mediator to negotiate, making sure they knew Song Ning was helping Wen Hanzhou run the country. Song Ning is highly respected among the common people. This year, even in the barren desert of Mabe, they managed to produce a huge amount of grain, over 10 million acres, thanks to Song Ning. Many places built new irrigation systems and expanded farmland. Song Ning traveled around helping the people, restoring local production, and planning for long-term development. She truly did good for the people. When news of Song Ning's efforts spread, the common people felt that heaven was watching over them. Gradually, the criticism of Song Ning lessened. However, some people still caused trouble, writing petitions to Hanzhou, asking for more women in the palace. This time, Hanzhou didn't tolerate it. During the court session, he scolded them loudly. His words spread widely. He is my husband, and his wife is the mother of the nation. Her achievements are greater than his. If I have wronged her in my life, how can I face the people of the world? People outside also praised Hanzhou for his loyalty and deep feelings. Both Hanzhou and Song Ning gained great respect, and officials gradually stopped interfering in their marriage. In just 3 months, Song Ning used her own methods to achieve success, while Hanzhou used his attitude to completely settle these difficult officials. The coronation and the empress coronation were held together, and the whole country celebrated. In past dynasties, changes in ruling often happened simply because the country was still recovering and resources were limited. But this time, it was already summer. The seeds planted in spring had begun to yield, and the granaries quickly became full. The entire country looked prosperous. Song Ning wore a phoenix crown and a bright red wedding dress, smiling happily. In her past life, she never thought she would wear a wedding dress and marry someone else. She didn't expect that she would get a second chance at life and that she would find someone who truly moved her heart. Looking in the mirror, the woman's eyes were bright and kind, full of smiles. The magnificent phoenix crown on her head symbolized power. Her intricate wedding dress was embroidered with phoenix patterns, all in gold thread, showing luxury and beauty. Your Majesty, it's time, a palace maid came in to remind her. Song Ning nodded and slowly walked toward her young husband. The empress coronation and the enthronement were held together. Under the altar of heaven, Song Ning placed her hand in Hanzhou's hand. He looked at her tenderly and affectionately. They exchanged smiles and stepped together toward the stairs. Above the altar of heaven, they first worshipped the heavenly emperor and earth mother. The official nearby loudly recited blessings. Song Ning and Hanzhou turned together. The officials and soldiers below knelt and shouted loudly, "Long live the emperor! Long live the empress!" The whole ceremony lasted 5 hours. When Song Ning finally returned to her bedroom, she felt almost exhausted. Since the marriage was now settled, Song Ning thought about running away. She wanted to go south and see the sea. In the apocalypse, all water resources were polluted, and the sea was filthy, sticky, and strange. She hadn't seen the blue sea in a long time. "Your Majesty, do you know who left this box at the door?" A chief maid asked, surprised, as she placed a box in front of Song Ning. Song Ning squinted and asked, "A trap box?" The craftsmanship and material didn't seem like something from this era. Fortunately, she was very familiar with it. It was a small device used for storage. A metal clasp with spiral patterns suddenly appeared in Song Ning's mind. She remembered her former team's trap maker. Could he have already sneaked into the palace? How could he openly leave a trap box at her door? The palace guards were really useless. Song Ning immediately ordered someone to investigate thoroughly. When Hanzhou arrived, she had been staring at the box on the table in a daze. Hanzhou asked Song Ning, but she remained silent and did not plan to explain. Some things are too complicated to explain, and she is not yet sure herself. The events of the past are already behind her, and Song Ning has long wanted to let go and start a new life. "Do you agree if I want to enter the government?" Song Ning suddenly asked. Although she, as the queen, can handle national affairs and court documents, she still wants to stand proudly in the court to set an example for women everywhere. Only when women become role models can they slowly change the old ideas of society. Many women's schools already exist, allowing women to freely choose their careers and appear in public. More importantly, they should have the chance to enter official positions and the court. Song Ning plans to take things step by step. After she achieves some success with her official role, she will then propose her ideas. Hanzhou naturally agreed. He already knew about Song Ning's plans and had even considered the follow-up. He had already arranged her official position. Appointed as left prime minister, Hanzhou picked up his brush and wrote these words. Song Ning was slightly surprised. The prime minister is second only to the emperor. There are 2 prime ministers in the court, the left and the right, with the right being more honored and the left subordinate to it. Song Ning's appointment as left prime minister was the result of Wen Hanzhou's careful consideration. Now, you are highly praised among the people, and your actions are truly for the benefit of the common folk. Your achievements surpass all officials and generals in the court. You deserve this position, and with the right prime minister in front, it could ease the impact from conservative factions. Song Ning immediately understood Wen Hanzhou's meaning and smiled softly. On the court, I am your prime minister. In the palace, I am your queen. In other dynasties, that would be chaos. But in this chaotic world, what's wrong with that? After 3 months of repeated discussions, even when Wen Hanzhou suddenly said he wanted to share the throne with Song Ning, many old officials were not deeply disturbed. Everything is thriving in this lively season. Summer is early. When Song Ning first appeared in court as the prime minister, she wore a bright red official robe, stood straight, and looked graceful. Even though the court officials were prepared, they couldn't help but whisper when they saw her. Some ministers snorted coldly, rebel against the heavens, defying morality. Song Ning paid no attention to these accusations. The Minister of Rights stepped forward, announcing that the Xiongnu envoy was about to arrive in the capital, mainly to sign a peace treaty. Wen Hanzhou waved his hand and said, "Whatever needs to be done, just do it." Because this matter caused another argument in the court. It was mainly about the long-standing feud with the Xiongnu. If it weren't for the Xiongnu, their country wouldn't be so poor and struggling, and the people wouldn't suffer so much. Some people still insisted on continuing the war. Song Ning never expressed her opinion from start to finish. She stood there mainly to listen to what others thought. She had always found it strange that the Xiongnu suddenly withdrew their troops. At that time, Wen Hanzhou and the Xiongnu fought repeatedly. The Xiongnu were clearly in a stronger position, but Wen Hanzhou's side kept pessimistic reports, saying there was a shortage of supplies, internal chaos, and traitors. It didn't make sense for the Xiongnu to suddenly withdraw their troops, especially during the battle. The scouts' reports only said there was internal chaos within the Xiongnu, involving a change in leadership. The more important details couldn't be found. The Xiongnu envoy must have been a very important person. Song Ning's messengers had not yet returned with news, but unexpectedly, the envoy came directly to her. Living in the palace was inconvenient, so Song Ning arranged for herself a residence. She could freely leave the palace, and where she lived was her own choice. When Song Ning first received the letter from the Xiongnu envoy, she was confused. But once she saw the handwriting, she connected all the clues. The envoy was none other than Song Pingan. When Song Ning returned home last time, she didn't see Song Pingan. All previous signs indicated his identity was not simple. Thinking about how the Xiongnu withdrew their troops in time, it was likely that Song Pingan was involved in the negotiations. By the time when Hanzhou learned that Song Ning had left the palace, it was evening. Song Ning was already at a tavern, drinking with Song Pingan, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. After 3 drinks, Song Pingan blushed and said, "This first drink is because I left without telling you. This one is because I hid my identity. And the last one, I raise my glass to you." After 3 drinks, the long-separated friends finally returned to normal, and the distant feeling between them disappeared. Song Ning looked at him with wide eyes. Song Pingan first shyly lowered his head, then looked up at her and said, "I've always felt guilty for leaving without telling you. I know you've been trying to find me, but the situation was urgent, and I had to go back immediately because the situation was unstable. I couldn't send you any news." Song Ning waved her hand and simply raised her wine cup in a toast. "Everyone has their own difficulties. I guessed at the time that you might be busy with your own affairs. When you return to Xiongnu, I believe you can manage on your own." This was true. Song Pingan had already secretly established contact with the Xiongnu internal factions and quietly built his own power. Seizing the right moment, he returned to Xiongnu, killed his brother, and took the next throne. Moreover, the old Chanyu was very old, weak physically and mentally. Seeing Song Pingan, a clever and decisive young man, return, he naturally trusted him with power. Many inside refused to obey, but that night, Song Pingan killed them all, using force to intimidate the Xiongnu leaders, which allowed him to take control smoothly. As soon as he gained influence, Song Pinyin immediately called for an end to all wars, advocating peace and normal trade negotiations. That's why, halfway through the war, the Xiongnu suddenly retreated like a tide. Song Pinyin came with a mission of peace, just as his name suggests, bringing safety, not bloodshed or war. After 3 rounds of wine, Song Ning had heard most of Song Pingin's story. She patted his shoulder and said happily, "You've been through a lot too." Song Pinyin always seemed to never fully grow up in front of Song Ning. When talking about his hardships, he almost started crying. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. He remembered that Song Ning was now a queen and was surprised. "Can you go out of the palace freely?" That was a good question. Song Ning also suddenly realized she forgot to tell Wen Hanzhou. But secretly, her guards probably already informed Wen Hanzhou. In the brightly lit imperial study, Wen Hanzhou sat before a tall stack of memorials. Everything looked normal, just like usual. But the eunuch accompanying him was trembling all over, not because of anything else, but because Wen Hanzhou's aura was very intense and gloomy. Just 15 minutes ago, Wen Hanzhou received news that Song Ning had left the palace and wouldn't return tonight. More importantly, she was going to drink with Song Pinyin. He was left alone to handle the busy memorials and guard an empty room. Wen Hanzhou felt frustrated, but soon calmed himself down. He decided he must teach Song Pinyin a lesson later. When Song Ning first moved into her own residence, she didn't feel much belonging, like staying in an inn. "There are still many guards around me, and people are on watch on the distant trees and rooftops." In the past, Song Ning would definitely not have agreed to this. But now, her status is different, and many people are secretly watching her. Wen Hanzhou was worried, so he arranged for many hidden guards. To make him feel at ease, Song Ning had to accept this for now and get used to being followed. When the lights went out and everyone went to sleep, suddenly there were loud whistling sounds and fighting outside. A hoarse voice shouted Song Ning's name loudly. "Song Ning! Song Ning! Song Ning! I have no intention of hurting you. I just want to see you today." The voice was hoarse. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman, but the attitude was firm. Song Ning opened her door and told the guards to leave. The visitor was tall but hunched, wearing a black iron mask that only revealed his eyes. His hair was all white, making people think he was very old. Song Ning squinted and asked, "Are you the old man who made the mechanism for me before?" "Yes," the man replied with a bitter smile. Song Ning didn't plan to let him inside. She stayed at the door and talked until the man revealed his identity. Suddenly, the old man knelt on the ground with a loud thud, which surprised Song Ning.
"Captain,
"Do you remember me?" he asked. After saying this, he immediately started crying. "I wish you would forget me. I was wrong back then." When she heard the word captain, Song Ning felt like a lightning bolt struck her head. A shocking thought suddenly appeared. "You are
Elayenali,"
she asked, her eyes widening as if she wanted to see the boy from back then in his face. Linley struggled to stand up. Under his dark robe, he had old, withered hands like an elderly person. Song Ning frowned in confusion. "How did you become like this?" He took off his iron mask, revealing a terrifying face. One half was a handsome young man, and the other half was a dry, old face. The two faces merged into one. Song Ning couldn't help but gasp. "Explain to me, what is going on?" Back then, she was betrayed and felt angry. But now, after so much time had passed and they were in different worlds, she had let go. Seeing an old friend, she couldn't feel any hatred. "I've already moved past what happened before. You don't need to care about my opinion. Since you dared to come find me today, I guess you're not afraid I might hurt you." Song Ning asked someone to come inside and turned on the lights. Linley put on his hat, feeling overwhelmed but unsure how to express his feelings. "Captain, we were wrong back then. The end of the world has already come, and natural laws dictate that this world must restart. All living things need to be reshuffled. As former rulers of humanity, they are powerless now. Struggling in the apocalypse feels like being an ant, always waiting for death." As the leader, Song Ning led them through battles, barely saving some space for humans to survive. If they had truly trusted Song Ning back then, there might have been a chance to save the world. But short-sighted people, including himself, chose betrayal at a critical moment. Humans destroyed their last hope, and the surviving ants watched helplessly as the apocalypse arrived. The world was completely destroyed, and humanity no longer existed. Those things from back then are in the past. You don't need to bring them up. I'm more curious about how you came to this world. Song Ning said that letting go means truly letting go.
Ella y en alismil advitarli.
His strange face, with a forced smile, was hard to look at. He touched his cheek, feeling the old skin, which constantly reminded him that this was his punishment. You might not remember, but once, during a mission in the jungle, we found a few small gems. I installed them into your weapon. Those gems are actually the source of the world. With the power of these gems, we might have a chance to turn things around. Let's not talk about the past anymore. Song Ning frowned, trying to recall. He remembered obtaining some dazzling gems, which contained a certain kind of energy. So, it's because of these gems that I came to this world, Linley nodded. After the captain died, we figured out what was really happening in this world. Now, we are not in a parallel universe but in the prelude to the apocalypse. It's a restart, a reboot, going back to the past. I only realized this at the last moment. I used the energy from the gems to follow your mark, but some errors occurred, and I ended up in this strange form. He had even considered giving up because he couldn't be sure he was in the same time and space as Song Ning. Finding someone in a vast sea of people was like searching for a needle in a haystack. But fate still favored him. After understanding the full story, Song Ning also felt deeply moved. It seems they are on a timeline before the end of the world. According to natural laws, humanity will inevitably face destruction, and this cannot be changed. No, this can be changed, Linley said firmly. Captain, do you remember the origin of the end times? It was Japan crossing the sea. They are ruthless, conducting experiments on humans and releasing toxic substances, which led to humanity's extinction. Song Ning lowered her head, lost in thought. Are you saying that if we can eliminate Japan early, we can stop the end of the world from happening, solving the problem at its root? In her second life, Song Ning realized there are many beautiful things in this world. Warm sunshine, clean water, and her friends and loved ones. To prevent all this from disappearing, it's necessary to eliminate Japan beforehand. Song Ping'an originally wanted to come and talk to Song Ning, but because she had asked all the secret guards to leave, he happened to overhear everything at the door. He pushed open the door, his eyes shining brightly. I've known for a long time that you are not an ordinary person, but we all long for peace. If anyone tries to destroy this hard-won peace, we will eliminate them. I am willing to volunteer for the army. Their gazes instantly became firm. The next day, Song Ning proposed a plan in the court. The main idea was that there was a small island nation across the sea. The island's residents are cruel and hypocritical. Now that their government has just been restructured, it's the perfect time to make a name for themselves. The Xiongnu have already surrendered, and now they should aim eastward. Some suggested that war would be costly and exhausting for the people, but Song Ning confidently assured that she could supply enough military provisions. The debate became heated and stalemated. In the end, when Hanzhou decided to follow Song Ning's plan. After the court session, Song Ning approached Wen Hanzhou and openly told him everything about what happened last night. Wen Hanzhou's eyes curved into a smile as he pulled Song Ning into his arms. I know very well that any decision you make is for the good of the country and its people. Because of this complete trust, Song Ning could stand tall in the court. It's not too late to tell you now. Japan must be destroyed, Song Ning said, her face twisting in disgust whenever she thought of the wicked Japanese. They truly are a bunch of animals. Since Song Ping'an took the initiative to lead troops into battle, when Hanzhou naturally wanted to express his gratitude and mobilized 100,000 troops for his use. Song Ning sat in Wen Hanzhou's arms, frowning slightly as she planned the next steps. Since we need to cross the sea, we will require many ships. To minimize casualties, we also need to prepare a large amount of advanced weapons. Launching a war requires extensive preparation and supplies. Every move is important. Now that Lin Li is available, building everything is no longer a problem. But Song Ning still couldn't relax. She personally reviewed everything, handling what she could herself. If when Hanzhou hadn't stopped her, she might have gone to fight herself. Song Ning was eager to be on the battlefield, wanting to make the enemy from the other country feel the cold. However, the country was still recovering, and many areas agriculture hadn't developed yet. All the food for the war came from Song Ning's space. Long-term supply also depended on the people growing enough food. During the long 6-month preparation period, many things happened. Although Song Ning's family had returned to the capital earlier, they still carried some accusations. Now those wrongs had been cleared. Song Ning's parents and relatives could finally socialize openly. Song Ning personally saw off the troops when Song Ping'an went to war. She watched the army leave, knowing they would stay temporarily in Fujian and Zhejiang to recruit new soldiers skilled in water. The ships had already been built, and the soldiers' habits needed to be adjusted again. Song Ning hoped this would be the last war. After resolving the biggest problem in the world, the people would no longer suffer from war. Perhaps because she had moved all the food from her space, one day, 6 months later, Song Ning suddenly fainted and had a fever. She kept burning for 3 days and nights. During this time, when Hanzhou stayed close by and a group of imperial doctors knelt by her bedside, trembling. "Your Majesty, please stay calm. The Empress's health is not serious, just a slight fever. How can I not be worried? How could she faint and not wake up? Can't you see something is wrong?" When Hanzhou paced anxiously, and the doctors were helpless. Her pulse was normal, and the only abnormal thing was a slight fever. But she seemed fine otherwise. Why was she still unconscious? Fortunately, over the next few days, Song Ning's face remained rosy, and she could eat. When Hanzhou took care of her day and night, handling almost everything himself. On the 3rd day, just as when Hanzhou was about to lose patience, Song Ning finally opened her eyes. One day, for some unknown reason, Song Ning's space suddenly began to upgrade. Countless merits flooded into the space control panel, causing the data to soar. Before Song Ning could understand what was happening, she fainted. Although she was unconscious these days, she was aware of her surroundings and understood the reason for her fainting. The large amount of merits was likely because Song Ping'an had already eliminated the Japanese from the East Sea, solving the root cause of the world's destruction. This was truly a great achievement, which is why the Heavenly Tao granted her so many merits. The system's upgrade was 5 times larger than before. During these days, Song Ning kept exploring her space until she heard when Hanzhou calling her. Only then did she slowly wake up. When Hanzhou looked at Song Ning with gentle eyes and hugged her tightly. His voice was slightly trembling as he said, "Do you know how scared I was? I was afraid you would leave me." Song Ning patted his back and said, "Sorry, this won't happen again. I didn't understand what was happening at the time, but it should be good news." She repeatedly assured him and calmed him down. After waking up, Song Ning felt very light and noticed her body functions had improved. The decisive ruler always acted like a child in front of Song Ning. That night, the frontline reports announced a great victory. Lin Li hurried to the palace to tell Song Ning that the world's crisis had been resolved and that the entire world had evolved. From then on, Japan no longer existed, and they completely changed the ending. The next day, when Hanzhou announced the good news in court and a nationwide amnesty was declared. 3 months later, Song Ping'an returned to the court, signed a 10-year peace treaty, and then took many plant seeds and agricultural knowledge back to the Xiongnu to teach and cultivate the land. That same year, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Empress Zhao Yi was found to be pregnant. Emperor Mingde was overjoyed, and the whole country celebrated. Since Emperor Mingde's ascension, the frequent natural disasters gradually subsided. The people used the seeds cultivated by Empress Zhao Yi to harvest over 5 times the usual amount of grain. The harvests were abundant year after year. From then on, peace reigned across the land, and the seas and rivers were calm.